Pay attention. Luo Ning has crossed over to become an army general who is about to take over as Marshal. But the army is ridiculously weak, with insufficient troops and many old, weak, sick, and disabled. Just as he takes over this mess, he encounters refugee-like soldiers slacking off, and a group led by Shaki openly provokes him. Little do they know, he has activated the strongest army system, with overwhelming luck in draws and crushing strength, and he is about to slap them hard in the face. Pay attention. With a loud bang, an old wooden door was kicked open, and a young army major rushed in wearing a military uniform, anxiously stomping his feet in front of Luo Ning. General Luo Ning. The army marshal has resigned and run away. Military funding is decreasing year by year, and we are about to be unable to pay salaries. Lord Gonggu is going to appoint you as marshal. You must not refuse, otherwise the army will really be doomed. Next, the excitement builds. Luo Ning suddenly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. You called me? Didn't I die in the line of duty? How am I still alive? He suddenly remembered that he hadn't finished watching One Piece before he died, and unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this world. Sorting through the unfamiliar memories in his mind, Luo Ning was completely stunned, had become a general with the same name and surname, and was about to take over as Marshal. But this army was completely different from what he had imagined. The Navy had 3 admirals in charge, with strong fighters clustered together and abundant resources. The army, however, was a disaster with only him as a general, fewer than 10,000 troops, and a large number of old, weak, sick, and disabled, not even a decent elite unit. His strength as a general was at most on par with a mid-tier Navy major. The young Major Costa, looking frail and inexperienced, could become a major, which shows just how short-handed the army was. Seeing that Luo Ning was silent, Costa was on the verge of tears. Marshal, the former marshal has left. If you abandon us too, the army will truly be hopeless. Luo Ning clenched his fists, igniting his fighting spirit. As a time traveler, how could he let the army remain invisible? He immediately spoke up. Costa, gather all the troops. I have something to say. Upon hearing this, Costa's face flushed with excitement, thanking him repeatedly before turning to run. Luo Ning watched his back, sighed helplessly but with determination in his eyes. This mess was indeed hard to clean up, but in the world of One Piece, strength speaks for itself, and he was determined to defy fate and transform this army, weak to the point of being dust, into a force that could contend with the Navy. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While others cross over to become pirate lords or join the Navy to win effortlessly, Luo Ning has taken over a bankrupt army with ridiculously weak subordinates and his own strength also lacking. But he refuses to be discouraged, determined to lead this group of old, weak, sick, and disabled to a comeback. Just thinking about this reversal script is enough to ignite passion. Yet, even so, the army shouldn't be this weak. It can't be this weak. As a time traveler, Luo Ning absolutely will not allow it. Pay attention. Even if the rise of the army is as difficult as ascending to heaven, Luo Ning is determined to do everything he can to ensure the army stands at the pinnacle of the world. He not only wants to break free from the control of the world government, but also to kick the celestial dragons into the abyss. He declared fiercely, "Justice is defined by me. What my heart desires is justice." Next, the excitement builds. Luo Ning stood up and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the world, shouting in his heart, "The army in my hands will surely thrive." Just as he finished speaking, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding dong. Detecting the host's firm belief, the strongest army system is activated. A beginner gift package tailored for the host. Would you like to open it? Luo Ning shouted on the spot. Isn't that obvious? Open it. Instantly, he received 3 lottery chances, urgently shouting, "Quick draw." In front of him appeared an ancient and imposing roulette, divided into 5 levels. White, green, blue, purple, and red, with red being the highest reward. The first draw directly yielded a blue reward, naval headquarters level, mid-admiral combat power. The second draw was also blue, obtaining the body refinement technique dragon elephant 9 heavens. The third draw spun wildly and unexpectedly revealed a red reward. A red card flipped open. Congratulations on obtaining ancient martial Tai Chi. Luo Ning was so excited that he clenched his fists, throwing a punch that cracked the air, full of momentum. This mid-admiral combat power is explosive. He studied the rewards with even more excitement. Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens has 9 levels. Mastering it to the top can unleash earth-shattering Dragon Elephant power, capable of shaking dozens of miles with a stomp, but it requires immense perseverance. Ancient martial Tai Chi is even more powerful than the Navy's 6 styles, able to use softness to overcome hardness and slow to defeat fast. Now, having only learned less than 1/10, his strength has doubled. Luo Ning suppressed his urge to find someone to spar with. filled with confidence that these rewards would give the army the strength to make a comeback. This was simply an incredible start. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just a second ago, he was worried about taking over the army's mess, and the next second, the system presented him with a lottery that brought overwhelming luck, with mid-admiral combat power, divine body refinement techniques, and super strong ancient martial arts all in his grasp. Luo Ning's crossover luck was too incredible. The rise of the army was directly guaranteed, and in the future, he would probably press the navy and the celestial dragons to the ground. Tap, 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 pay attention, tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a slightly immature boy burst into the room. Upon seeing Luo Ning, he instantly stiffened, mechanically saluting, and hurriedly said, "Marshal, the entire army has assembled, just waiting for your speech." Next, the excitement builds. This boy was none other than Costa, the only capable major in the army, who wholeheartedly hoped for its rise. But his strength was just that, even inferior to an ordinary navy major. Yet he was the backbone of the army. Luo Ning frowned and reprimanded. "What are you so flustered about? To be in a high position, you must be steady." Costa immediately reddened his eyes, pledging loyalty. "Marshal, don't worry. I will do my utmost for the army." Luo Ning donned the marshal's white robe and followed Costa out of the so-called army headquarters. This place was ridiculously shabby, not even one-tenth as luxurious as the Navy's branch, with funding cuts so low that salaries were almost impossible to pay. Where would the money come from for repairs? Arriving at the military camp 10 miles away, Luo Ning stood on the command platform, his mouth twitching at the sight below. What kind of army is this? A group of people so thin they looked skeletal, with hollow eyes, standing crookedly, still huddled together chatting. Someone said, "The former marshal ran to the Navy. This new marshal won't last long either." Another replied, "The army will be disbanded sooner or later as long as they pay salaries. Who cares who the marshal is?" An icy fury exploded around Luo Ning, but he didn't lose his temper, coldly saying, "Why aren't you talking anymore? Keep going, I'm listening." Seeing no one dare to speak, he directly retorted, "With your slovenly appearance, how can the army defeat the Navy? Do you dare to call yourselves soldiers? Do you have the face to mention the army?" His cold gaze swept across the crowd, and the soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, even holding their breath. This marshal's aura had completely stunned this group of slackers. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just after Luo Ning took over the army's mess, he encountered a group of refugee-like soldiers. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked long ago. But he opened his aura and established authority. This speech was a dimensional strike, and it seems that he must take real action to reorganize the army. The rise of the army is now promising. The army, whose duty is to obey orders. Pay attention. Unfortunately, this group of soldiers in the army has long thrown the phrase "the army's duty is to obey orders" out of the window, completely forgetting it. Next, the energy is high. The audience instantly erupted, with someone sarcastically saying, "This young punk dares to act like a marshal?" Another laughed. "Steelbone Kong must be blind to choose such a wet-behind Thier's kid as the marshal." Someone else directly stated, "I'm not playing along. With this time, I'd rather find a woman to have fun." Just as the words fell, Army Major General Shaki leisurely walked out, looking down at Luo Ning with disdain, as if he were watching a clown. Behind him was Major General Bali, a burly man with a fierce appearance, more intimidating than pirates who chop people at sea. Definitely Shaki's #1 henchman. Bali yelled, "You have two choices. Either follow me and Major General Shaki. This young punk doesn't dare to do anything, or stay here and listen to his nonsense, being a coward." It's known that Shaki is notorious in the army, recognized as the strongest after the former marshal left. Anyone who provokes him won't have a good ending. In the past, Luo Ning and his companion couldn't match Shaki, but now Luo Ning had long since leveled up his naval vice admiral combat power, the dragon elephant ninefold heaven body refinement technique, and the red reward ancient martial Tai Chi, which is even harder to learn than the three-color domineering. His strength had skyrocketed several levels, and Shaki was just a small fry in his eyes. 3 minutes passed, and the soldiers began to murmur. On one side was the marshal appointed by the world government, and on the other was the ruthless Shaki. Many had already leaned towards Shaki in their hearts. Soon, an obsequious army colonel jumped out, laughing as he said, "We are originally Major General Shaki's soldiers. It's only right to follow him." As soon as he spoke, nearly 100 soldiers behind him stood up, chests out and heads high, clearly wanting to give Luo Ning a show of force and see how he would handle it. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Shaki and his crew thought they could intimidate the new young marshal, not knowing that Luo Ning had already soared to new heights thanks to the system, his strength crushing them. This group dared to provoke him in public. Just wait to see Luo Ning press them to the ground. What followed would definitely be a large-scale, embarrassing scene, a thrilling experience. After this army colonel stepped out, nearly 100 army soldiers followed him out as well. Watch closely. Seeing the army colonel leading the charge, Major General Ballas' face instantly lit up with a smile, patting the colonel's shoulder and praising, "Not bad. I admire your insight. Following Major General Shaki will guarantee your future is smooth sailing." Previously, he was worried that no one dared to challenge the new Marshal, but now all his concerns vanished. Next, the energy is high. With his colonel leading the way, the army soldiers below moved towards Shaki like they had poked a hornet's nest. Some walked while stubbornly saying, "Strength is the hard truth. Even with the title of Marshal, if you have no ability, no one will care." Others made bold statements. "The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. Don't say Marshal. Even if the celestial dragons come, I'm not afraid. At most he'll turn around and become a pirate." Shaki looked at this scene, his mouth almost reaching his ears, with a face full of his expected pride. In a short time, in 10 minutes, 2/3 of the army ran to Shaki's camp, and the remaining 1/3 were all new recruits. The veterans in the army had all fled. Costa was stomping his feet anxiously behind Lonin, his voice trembling. "Marshal, 2/3 of the people have left, and they were all experienced veterans. The army is bound to collapse." In his eyes, Lonin had never been able to defeat Shaki, and now this situation seemed hopeless. Lonin slowly walked down from the command platform, his gaze as cold as ice, sweeping over the soldiers in the field. His voice was low but carried an intimidating momentum. "The army is rotten to the core. Since that's the case, today I will be the one to scrape the bones and treat this mess." The killing intent he had accumulated from his previous life surged explosively, causing everyone he stared at to lower their heads, feeling a chill in their hearts. However, Shaki was completely unafraid, sneering, "You little brat. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Do you want to lie in bed, nursing your wounds for a few months?" Bali also joined in the mockery, laughing arrogantly. "Don't take your title as Marshal too seriously. Here, it's all about who has the strongest fists. Who do you think you are?" Lonin scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Ridiculous. With your pitiful strength, you dare to jump around here? Perhaps I would have been wary before, but now, you should go to hell and repent for your arrogance." You absolutely can't imagine. Shaki and his gang thought they could suppress the new Marshal with their numbers, but they didn't know that Lonin had already relied on the system to cheat, and his strength had surged to the point where he could easily crush them. This group was still madly provoking him, waiting to be slapped in the face and crushed on the spot. The scene that followed was bound to be explosive. If it were before, I might have been cautious, but now I suggest you go to hell and properly repent for the mistakes you've made. Look closely. Luo Ning clenched his fists, his muscles taut all over. The boost from being a vice admiral in the Navy didn't just give him a minor enhancement. It directly skyrocketed his strength by dozens of times. Every inch of his skin radiated explosive power, and he couldn't help but sigh. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Next, high energy. Luo Ning suddenly raised his fist, pushing off the ground with force, darting toward Shaki like an arrow released from a bow. This punch stirred up a howling wind, and a sharp gust cut toward Shaki's cheek like a knife, causing him to grimace in pain. Even more terrifying was the speed of the punch. Luo Ning pushed his vice admiral power to the limit, and Shaki was so scared that he froze in place, unable to even think about dodging. With a dull thud, the central military camp was instantly covered in blood and flesh, brain matter splattering everywhere, and a mist of blood filled the air, leaving the entire army dumbfounded. The current strongest of the army, Shaki, couldn't even take a single punch from Luo Ning and was blasted to smithereens on the spot. Everyone's faces turned pale. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. The soldiers on Luo Ning's side trembled, barely able to stand. Those on Shaki's side were so terrified that they fainted, their legs giving out. Bali reacted the fastest, dropping to his knees with a thud, tears and snot all over his face, frantically begging for mercy. "Spare me, Marshal. It was all Shaki's doing. He threatened me with my parents, saying if I didn't go with him, he would kill my whole family." Luo Ning looked at his cowardly appearance, his stomach churning, his gaze turning cold as he punched again. With a bang, Bali's head exploded, blood splattering across Luo Ning's face, intensifying the murderous aura around him. Luo Ning wiped the blood off his face, grinning with a wicked smile. "The army doesn't nurture useless scum. I initially wanted to clean up slowly, but it seems that's unnecessary now." He turned to the 6,000 traitorous veterans, his eyes fierce. "These people are all good-for-nothings, lacking any soldierly demeanor. Keeping them will only harm the people. Today I'll purge the army." Luo Ning shouted to Costa, "Surround them with the rest." He casually grabbed his steel knife and marched forward with a blank expression. The wind howled, and screams echoed. The rebels attempted to resist, but in front of Luo Ning, they were like mantises trying to stop a car, one knife for each, with no power to fight back. The entire military camp was shrouded in a mist of blood. The stench overwhelming, corpses piled up like mountains, the heads of the rebels rolling on the ground, their eyes wide open in death, still filled with terror. You would never have imagined. Shaki's group, relying on their numbers to provoke, was instantly killed by Luo Ning's single punch, and he decisively cleared away the 6,000 traitors. His actions shockingly ruthless. This operation completely reshuffled the army, ensuring a rise in the future. It was simply explosive. The scene was one of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with countless remnants of the army scattered everywhere. And those who had died with their eyes wide open still bore the lingering fear in their gaze. "Look!" Luo Ning tightly gripped his steel knife. Having crazily slaughtered for a full half-hour in the military camp, 2/3 of the mutinous army had been cut down to near extinction in that half-hour, with not a single person able to last even one move against him, let alone block even one of his strikes. Next comes the high energy. Choosing the wrong path comes with a price. Death is the ultimate fate Luo Ning has in store for this group of traitors. The remaining 1/3 of the army had faces as pale as paper, their bodies weak like mud, their white military uniforms soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. It should be noted that Luo Ning had been in the army for several years, rising from a lowly soldier to a general, and nearly all the soldiers were familiar with him. However, his ruthless killing this time completely overturned everyone's perception, instilling a deep sense of awe into every soldier's heart. After this battle, Luo Ning's reputation as the slaughtering Marshal not only exploded within the army, but also spread across all territories controlled by the army. Everyone knew a ruthless character had emerged in the army, who was unafraid to take deadly action. Luo Ning stood before the remaining soldiers, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, filled with disappointment. "This mess of the army really disgusts me. I've never seen a military so rotten that even the dignity of a marshal is gone." His gaze swept across the crowd as he angrily admonished, "Have you forgotten the original intention of joining the army? Forgotten that a soldier's duty is to obey orders? Do you deserve to be called the army? Do you deserve to be soldiers?" His words struck the soldiers like a heavy hammer, and no one dared to lift their heads. They didn't even know where to put their hands, unable to rebut, and more importantly, not daring to refute. Luo Ning was speaking the truth. They indeed had not lived up to the image of soldiers. Luo Ning's cold eyes scanned the crowd, his tone suddenly sharp. "As the marshal of the army, everything in the army is decided by me. My orders must be followed unconditionally, no matter what, even if it means going to your deaths. Can you do that?" The soldiers below initially responded in a tiny voice like mosquitoes, and Luo Ning exploded on the spot. "So quiet? Are you all cowards? Louder!" The soldiers immediately shouted louder, yes. Finally, this shout had a bit of soldier's demeanor. Luo Ning's expression softened slightly, and after arranging the soldiers, he returned to headquarters with Costa. As soon as they arrived, Costa couldn't hold back and bombarded him with questions. "Marshal, when did you become so fierce? One punch to crush Shaki. Why did you kill so many of our own? That's the Army's foundation. How do we explain this to Steelbone over there?" Luo Ning felt overwhelmed by the questions and retorted impatiently. "Are you bored? Want to experience lying down for half a month?" Costa quickly backed down, waving his hands. "I won't ask anymore. I won't ask again. You absolutely wouldn't believe it." Luo Ning relied on his extraordinary combat power to crush everything, establishing authority by killing traitors, and managed to bring the scattered soldiers into line. This wave of iron-blooded operations gave the decayed army a major overhaul, fully setting the stage for a rise. Who would dare to underestimate the army in the future? "Yes, Marshal, I understand. I won't ask anymore." "Watch out." Costa's eyes instantly dimmed, and his expression sank, making him look dispirited, devoid of the energy he had just moments ago. Next comes the high-energy part. Luo Ning looked at him and felt his own temper about to snap. When has he ever needed to explain himself to anyone? But today, this matter really needs to be addressed. Luo Ning asked, "Costa, do you know what this place we're in really is?" Costa shrank his neck and replied softly, "Is it the army headquarters?" Luo Ning scoffed. "This is indeed the army headquarters, but it's also a blank area where the world government has no control. Who can know if a sergeant gets killed in a short time, even if it's found out later, if he dares to defy the Marshal's orders and attempt a rebellion? It would be completely justified for me to kill him. As he spoke, a powerful aura, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was instantly released from him. Costa froze on the spot, cold sweat beading on his forehead, internally screaming. The Marshal's strength is terrifying. With this presence, only he can lead the army out of the abyss. His loyalty to Luo Ning was cemented deep in his bones. Luo Ning then shifted his tone, speaking with conviction. Give me a month, and I will train this group of people who can't even be considered soldiers into true elite troops. Costa became anxious. Marshal, after just killing so many people, the army is already severely weakened. If we don't send soldiers back to defend the territory, who knows what kind of trouble will arise? Luo Ning didn't respond, tearing off his army uniform and tossing it aside, turning to walk out. Costa could only follow quickly with a bitter expression, internally exclaiming, "This boss is too daring to gamble." No one saw, but after Luo Ning exited the army headquarters, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. "If you have the guts, extend your claws. One comes, I'll chop one. No negotiation." The next day, while it was still dark, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of them, with visibility less than 10 meters, all the army personnel were summoned. Each one felt lethargic. Some stood with their eyes closed. Others yawned continuously, but no one dared to slack off. Yesterday's ruthless slaughter of traitors by Luo Ning had already terrified them. Who would dare challenge the Marshal's authority again? Luo Ning looked at the group of soldiers swaying unsteadily before him and couldn't help but smile. In a daze, he seemed to see himself when he first joined the army. Back then, he was no different from this group. You would never guess. Not only did Luo Ning stabilize the army's morale with his extraordinary combat power, but he also dared to gamble with the territory for special training. This boldness was off the charts. With this iron-fisted approach, it would be hard for the army not to rise. Just wait and see how he turns these refugee soldiers into a capable elite force. At that time, Luo Ning was not much different from these army soldiers. Watch out. Luo Ning personally stepped in to lead the training, setting an intensity that directly made the soldiers experience what true despair is. What hell-level special training feels like. If you can't die from it, then train until you do, without giving any chance to catch their breath. Next comes the high energy. Remember, this is the world of One Piece, where human endurance is maxed out, and Luo Ning isn't worried about injuries during training. On Earth, one might have to consider limits. But here, a muscle strain or a bodily injury can be healed overnight with some ointment. Minor injuries are nothing at all. Want to enjoy good food? No way. Luo Ning has already set the rules. If you want to eat well, if you want to eat first, you must prove your strength. In the army, only fists are recognized. Without strength, who would respect you? Luo Ning directly threw out the dragon elephant ninefold heaven given by the system as the army's exclusive body refining technique. He also simplified the profound ancient martial taiji and taught it to the soldiers after lowering the difficulty of cultivation. However, even so, among the 3,000 soldiers, only about 100 barely grasped the basics of dragon elephant ninefold heaven, and only a mere 5 could learn the simplified version of taiji. Although the numbers were few enough to make Luo Ning frown, the soldiers' strength skyrocketed like a rocket, visibly increasing day by day. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Hearing that the army was suffering from internal strife and had been severely weakened. With only a third of the soldiers left, the mountain bandits immediately erupted with excitement. The bandit leader laughed maniacally. "Heaven is helping us." Previously suppressed by the army and hiding in the mountains, it was now our turn to rise. Tens of thousands of bandits grabbed their gleaming steel knives and charged down the mountain, raiding villages and towns, with the territories controlled by the army falling almost without resistance. In an instant, flames rose in the villages and towns. Cries of despair, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed everywhere, with the common people trembling in their homes. The entire scene resembling the apocalypse. A young girl was desperately fleeing from a few ferocious bandits, panting heavily, her face pale, yet she dared not stop for a moment. Behind her, the bandits sneered and jeered. "Don't run, beauty. We just want to play a little game with you. What are you afraid of?" The girl looked at the corpses on the ground and dared not believe it. While running, she cried out in despair, "Help! Someone save me!" But the footsteps were getting closer, and she felt that the Grim Reaper had already set its sights on her. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The bandits thought they had found an easy target, not knowing that Luo Ning had already trained the remaining soldiers into fierce elite troops. Just wait and see as Luo Ning leads this specially trained team back to crush these bandits into the ground and save the common people from fire and water. This turnaround is definitely going to be explosive. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Grim Reaper was already standing beside her, ready to take her soul at any moment. Pay attention. The girl tightly closes her eyes, waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. But in the next second, the plot takes a sharp turn. A troop clad in black armor, wielding cold steel knives, rushes in at high speed. The soldiers are all strong, their steps perfectly synchronized, their faces filled with determination, radiating an aura of fearlessness. Next comes the high-energy moment. This is the army personally trained by Luo Ning for a month. After Hellish training, this unit has been completely transformed. 3,000 people have all passed the entrance exam of the Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens, with their strength and resilience skyrocketing. Among them, 50 have reached the first level. And even Costa, who always follows Luo Ning, has unexpectedly advanced to the second level, shocking Luo Ning. It's worth noting that passing the entrance exam of Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens is as difficult as climbing to the sky, and leveling up is even harder. Achieving the second level in just 1 month is an explosive progress for Costa. Luo Ning himself hasn't been idle. His strength has multiplied several times since he was a Navy Rear Admiral, firmly sitting on the undefeated throne among Rear Admirals. And he has even tried to touch the threshold of observation hockey. Although he currently has no clue, his combat power is already top-notch. Just as he was complaining to the system that it might just be a decoration, the system suddenly came to life. Ding dong. Mission issued. Save Guyana within a week and rewrite her fate. Mission reward. 1 lottery chance. After saying that, it hung up with a beep, leaving Luo Ning both angry and amused, but internally overjoyed. After all, the red reward, ancient martial Tai Chi, is so mysterious that it's hard to grasp. And the blue reward is also incredibly powerful. This lottery might just get him a big win. Just as he was pondering this, a soldier rushed in to report, "Marshal, a village has been recaptured and is back under our army's control." Luo Ning calmly nodded in acknowledgement, but before he could finish speaking, another soldier rushed in urgently, clearly with new information to report. "You absolutely wouldn't have expected it. Luo Ning's specially trained army made a dramatic entrance and saved the day, while he himself skyrocketed in strength and unlocked a key mission. This unstoppable rhythm of gaining power and saving popular characters is sure to make the upcoming plot incredibly exciting." Soon after, another army soldier hurriedly ran over. "Attention!" The soldier rushed into the marshal's office like a gust of wind, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Report. Marshal, 3 villages have returned to army control." The voice was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the entire office. Following that, good news surged in like a tide. 1 town recaptured, 5 towns taken, all territories reclaimed. Finally, the soldier hesitated, cautiously asking, "What should we do with the mountain bandits?" "They've all surrendered." As soon as this question was raised, the entire office fell silent, and all eyes focused on Luo Ning. Next comes the high-energy moment. Luo Ning curled his lips into a smirk, letting out a cold laugh that sent chills down people's spines. His tone was even colder than ice. Being a mountain bandit comes with a price. Kill them all. Upon hearing this, the soldier was immediately stunned, his eyes wide open, stammering, There are 100,000 of them." Luo Ning's gaze suddenly sharpened, like a blade drawn from its sheath. "That's an order. Let Costa take action, not one left alive." The soldier, caught in that gaze, shivered all over, not daring to say another word, and turned to run. He knew all too well the ruthless efficiency with which Luo Ning had wiped out the rebels a month ago. The scene still sent chills down his back. Who would have thought that the army, which was once reduced to only 3,000 remnants and looked down upon by others, would, after Luo Ning's hellish training, be able to stage a miraculous counterattack and crush tens of thousands of mountain bandits? The bandits were crammed into the holding area, 100,000 in total. But faced with 3,000 soldiers, they didn't dare to breathe, like lambs awaiting slaughter. When the command to annihilate was issued, the army soldiers uniformly drew their steel knives, the cold light flashing as they marched with determined steps toward the bandits, their faces expressionless like reapers emerging from hell. The bandits instantly collapsed. Some knelt and cried out, "Don't kill me. I won't be a bandit anymore." Others struggled frantically, fleeing in all directions, but it was all in vain. The army soldiers showed no mercy. As the steel knives swung, blood and flesh flew, turning the scene into a hell on earth. This group of soldiers, tempered by the dragon elephant nine heavens training, had long engraved obedience to orders into their bones. Especially since this was an order from the terrifying Luo Ning, who would dare to disobey. You would never have imagined. With his extraordinary training, Luo Ning transformed a group of defeated soldiers into a formidable killing machine, with 3,000 taking down 100,000 bandits, ensuring total annihilation. This iron-fisted approach is simply remarkable. The rise of the army is now a foregone conclusion. Who would dare to underestimate them in the future? Who would dare to easily provoke them? Luo Ning and his army will surely stir up tremendous waves in this region, becoming a fearsome presence that sends shivers down spines. If they show up, then one will be slaughtered, and two will be slaughtered in pairs. Pay attention. The reputation of the army is about to be thoroughly established in the hands of these 3,000 soldiers, making the entire sea area remember their ruthlessness and strength. Next up, high energy. The slaughter has come to an end. The earth is stained red with blood. Even the sky seems soaked in blood. And the smell of blood in the air is so strong it chokes, detectable from afar. The most shocking part is that all 3,000 army soldiers are unscathed, each having killed no less than 10 bandits, with the top-notch fighters each slaughtering over 100, almost as if they were cheating. Luo Ning had long declared, only soldiers who have experienced killing and felt the temperature of blood can transform into true soldiers. This bloody battle has directly allowed this group of soldiers, trained in the hellish special training of Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens, to transform from ordinary foot soldiers to elite warriors. The speed of transformation is absurdly fast. Costa burst into the Marshal's mansion with the good news, shouting in joy, "Marshal, we have regained all the lost territory. 100,000 bandits have been completely crushed, not a single one left." When the next second he deflated, frowning and taking a long time to finally stammer out the bad news. But we have no military funds left. The salaries are almost impossible to pay. And next year, the world government doesn't plan to allocate funds to the army. They're going to completely abandon US. Luo Ning was stunned on the spot, instantly understanding the reason why the former marshal ran away. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken being treated like this by the world government? But he is not a coward. Before his crossover, he was a tough army man, deeply imbued with a spirit of never giving up. So why would he fear this mess? He stared at Costa and asked, "Don't beat around the bush. How long can the remaining military funds last?" Costa, with a mournful face, calculated and trembled as he spoke. "At most a week, and if something unexpected happens, we won't even last a week. The brothers will have to drink northwest wind." Luo Ning, however, raised the corner of his mouth, looking exceptionally calm. "A week? That's enough. There's still time. Leave the money issue to me." You absolutely can't imagine. Just after Luo Ning led 3,000 soldiers to crush 100,000 bandits, he ran into a deadlock of funding cutoff. But he is not panicking at all. This is a matter of relying on extraordinary means to make money, confronting the world government with the army. This operation is absolutely exhilarating. The road to the army's rise is about to be fully powered up. Just wait for Luo Ning to pull off something big. The last week? There's still time. Pay attention. Luo Ning casually nodded, his face showing no emotion, as if he had already planned everything and didn't take the military funding crisis seriously at all. Next, it gets intense. Costa was left dumbfounded, frantically questioning in his mind, is there enough time? There's hardly any money left for military salaries. How can we manage this? But Luo Ning patted his shoulder and said lightly, gather the entire army. I'll take some people away for a while, and I'll sort out the military funding issue when I return. This small amount of money is nothing. As he spoke, he officially announced, I hereby appoint you as the sole general of the army. Manage the troops well, and don't let me down. Costa, anxious, stamped his feet. Marshal, the military funding will only last for 7 days. What will happen to the army when you leave? Luo Ning's expression darkened, and he spoke seriously. Do you dare to defy my orders? Costa had no choice but to gather the 3,000 soldiers who had just experienced a massacre. These soldiers now seemed like a different group, standing tall with their hands behind their backs, their eyes filled with fearless determination, the smell of blood still lingering, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Luo Ning glanced over and immediately poured cold water on them. Don't think that just because you've killed tens of thousands of mountain bandits, you can get carried away. Do you really think you're invincible? He changed his tone and rebuked. This world is vast, and there are countless people stronger than you. Even the Navy can't compare. So what is there to be proud of? Hurry up and put away that arrogance. The soldiers were instantly awakened by his reprimand and immediately reined in their haughty attitudes. Luo Ning then selected 50 of the most elite soldiers. Among them, 50 had trained to the first level of Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens, and 3 had even learned a simplified version of Tai Chi. He took them directly to the warship, aiming to complete the system task and rescue Guyana. After all, the opportunity for a lottery draw must not be wasted. He wasn't worried about the safety of the army at all. With Costa holding down the fort, everything was stable. Costa had trained to the second level of Dragon Elephant. His strength was dramatically improved. Although he couldn't learn Tai Chi, he was comparable to a naval rear admiral and could hold his own against a vice admiral. But when they arrived at the port warehouse, Luo Ning was completely stunned. The army's warship was battered, patched up with wooden boards everywhere, and covered in dust, looking like it would fall apart as soon as it set sail. He checked his pockets and found himself broke. So he could only sigh helplessly and force the soldiers to push this dilapidated ship into the sea. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Luo Ning, facing the deadlock of military funding cuts, dared to delegate power to Costa while taking the elite to tackle a mission. Even with this ship that could sink at any moment, he remained completely unfazed. Was he relying on some sort of cheat to turn the tide? The subsequent plot is bound to be explosive. With the efforts of the army, the warship set sail. Pay attention. The old warship just touched the seawater and started shaking wildly, as if it were about to fall apart. Luo Ning stared at the ship, his heart aching. If it sinks, not only will he not be able to save Guyana, but they won't even be able to leave the sea. And the mission will be completely over. Next, things get intense. The 100 soldiers following him watched the nearly capsized old ship, their faces turning pale, trembling and asking, "Marshal, are we really going up?" They had been guarding the land for years and were completely clueless about the sea. There wasn't even a navigator in the team, and all they could do was swim. How could they have seen such a scene? Luo Ning didn't give them a chance to hesitate. He exerted himself and easily jumped onto the warship. The soldiers saw the Marshal had boarded and could only grit their teeth and follow, their hearts pounding. Luo Ning gave the order to set sail, and a few people fumbled to control the old ship, swaying as they headed into the deep sea. On the ship, Luo Ning was both training vigorously and worrying. He knew Guyana was in Frostmoon village in the East Sea, but he had no clue where exactly. However, he was also optimistic. Since they had a week, they would just go and see. There wasn't much food on the ship, just some fresh water and dry rations. But Luo Ning wasn't worried at all. The sea was full of resources. Catching a sea king would easily provide food for 100 people. After sailing for half a day, a gigantic pirate ship suddenly appeared. The captain was the notorious Fierce Tiger from the West Sea, a user of the tiger fruit, able to partially transform into a tiger, with sharp claws and maximum speed, boasting a bounty of 50 million berries, ruling the West Sea, making ordinary Navy forces detour upon sight. A small pirate rushed over in a panic. "Captain, there's a warship. Should we turn back?" Fierce Tiger slapped him back and scolded. "What are you running for? I have a 50 million bounty. Am I afraid of a broken ship? Look at that ship. It's clearly just come from a battle. The people on board must be exhausted." He fixed his gaze on Luo Ning's old ship, his eyes gleaming. "Let's wipe them all out. My bounty might just rise by a few million. Who knows? It could even reach 10 million. He spoke while grinning wildly, his face flushed with excitement. You would never expect it. Fierce Tiger thought he had found an easy target, completely unaware that Luo Ning was leading elite troops trained in the special training of Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens. This seemingly shabby ship was filled with capable fighters, and Fierce Tiger was actively sending himself to his doom, waiting to see Luo Ning unleash his power and crush this 50 million bounty pirate into the sea. The more Fierce Tiger thought about it, the more excited he became, and his originally sunburned dark face slowly turned a deep red. "Look out!" The Fierce Tiger trembled with excitement, shouting, "Charge at that warship at full speed. I've been waiting to hear their screams and feel the warmth of their blood." Saying this, he picked up a 1.5-meter-long dark wolf tooth club, its sharp spikes glinting coldly, looking downright chilling. Next came the high-energy moment. The pirate crew roared as they accelerated towards the ship, while the army was still in the dark, completely unaware that they had become the soft targets for the pirates to earn bounty and fame. In a corner of the warship, 3 soldiers stared at Luo Ning, who was sweating profusely during training, their eyes shining. The third brother spoke first. "Even the Marshal is this strong, yet still trains hard. That's amazing." The eldest brother followed with a sigh. "Among all the Marshals, I admire Luo Ning the most. Only he can lead the army to rise." The second brother chimed in. "Working with a Marshal, no matter how tiring it is, it's worth it." The 3 of them instantly decided. Double the training intensity, and never let the Marshal down. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly ran towards Luo Ning. "Marshal, we've spotted the pirate ship. Our broken ship could sink at any moment. Should we avoid it?" They saw the opposing pirate ship, large and menacing, with hundreds of pirates wielding weapons, cannons everywhere, and overwhelming firepower. But Luo Ning grinned, his tone commanding, "Avoid it? What a joke. Charge at full speed." He had already planned in his mind. Encountering pirates right after setting sail was perfect for giving the soldiers some practice. And he was also curious to see how much the pirate leader was worth. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. These tough individuals, who had undergone hellish training and had blood on their hands, showed no fear in their eyes. They knew that it transformed from ordinary soldiers into elite troops. They needed hard battles and bloodshed to cultivate their skills. Luo Ning was very clear in his mind. This time at sea was not only to find Guina and complete the system task to gain a lottery chance, but also to ensure that these 100 men truly honed their skills and became capable fighters. You would never guess. The fierce tiger thought he had found an easy target, not knowing that Luo Ning was leading a specially trained killing squad. Even if the ship was broken, this group of soldiers could still fight. The fierce tiger was willingly sending himself to his doom, waiting to see Luo Ning lead the charge, crushing the pirate crew and rubbing them into the sea. The scene would definitely be explosive. One of the reasons Luo Ning went to sea this time was to find Guina's location, complete the system task, and gain that lottery chance. Attention! Luo Ning's voyage is not just for finding Guina, but also with the intention of training troops, using the pirates in the sea to give 100 elite soldiers some practice, while conveniently boosting their strength. Next, high energy. The fierce tiger on the pirate ship looked at the approaching warship and scoffed with disdain. "These guys must be out of their minds. They see my fierce tiger pirate crew and don't run away, but dare to come closer." He is a ruthless character with a bounty of 50 million berries. Dominating this sea area, ordinary naval forces have to take a detour when they see him. He immediately shouted, "Listen up, everyone, polish your weapons. Today, let these people know who's in charge of the sea." The pirates were wildly confident, thinking that slaughtering these 100 people would be like stepping on ants. Completely unprepared for the iron wall they were about to hit, the two ships sped closer, and with a wave of his hand, the fierce tiger signaled for the pirates to jump onto the army ship like dumplings, even too lazy to fire their cannons, believing that they could crush them with sheer numbers. But while the army appeared to be in disarray, they were actually hiding their tactics. Soldiers maintained a spacing of 3 meters, and with a single command, they could quickly form a formation. Luo Ning stood at the back of the line, coldly watching and not stopping the pirates from boarding, already calculating in his mind. Once you all come aboard, it's the perfect opportunity to take them all out and let the soldiers practice on live targets. The fierce tiger, wielding a heavy wolf-tooth club, easily jumped onto the warship, but upon steadying himself, he was stunned. Why does this warship look different from the Navy's? The soldiers' uniforms also seemed strange. He instantly deflated. Not the Navy? Then how can I increase my bounty? He was eagerly waiting for his bounty to exceed 100 million, so he could show off in the new world. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The fierce tiger's face darkened, exuding a fierce aura. Kill them all. Not a single one left. If anyone lets them escape, don't blame me for being rude. The pirates, seeing their captain's change in demeanor, immediately wiped the smiles off their faces, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing for a real fight. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The fierce tiger thought he had a soft target, but didn't realize that this group of soldiers was a meat grinder trained by Luo Ning using the Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens special training. Although fewer in number, each could take on 10, and the fierce tiger was actively sending himself to the guillotine. Waiting to see the army formation open up and smash the pirates on the deck in a frenzy, the scene would definitely explode. At this moment, the pirates beside the fierce tiger became completely serious, for they knew their captain was getting a bit angry, even though they didn't know the reason. Watch out! The pirates were all wondering. The captain has spoken, and the people on that warship are just asking for trouble. How dare they provoke the overlord of this sea area? A ruthless character that even the nearby Navy avoids. This is definitely a death sentence. They wouldn't dare to let the captain lose his temper. Where the ones in trouble would be these small fry. Next comes the high-energy moment. The battle erupted instantly. The pirates wielding sickles, axes, and various bizarre weapons charged from all directions towards the army that had formed ranks. Although this was just the 4 seas, these pirates were much stronger than the mountain bandits before, and the battle was quite intense at first. Suddenly, a fierce man named Tiger Crazy burst out from the army. tearing off his coat, his muscular body bulging, eyes wide like cymbals, his whole body reeking of blood. This guy had just butchered over 100 mountain bandits a few hours ago, a true killing machine. He licked his lips, brandishing a shimmering steel knife as he charged into the pile of pirates. And with a flash of the knife, a pirate fell down, killing wildly. His little brother, Tiger Overlord, was so anxious he was stomping his feet. Second brother, the big brother, has rushed out again. Let's hurry and follow. Second brother Tiger Xing looked at his impulsive older brother, feeling helpless, but his hands didn't stop. You see, the three brothers, Tiger Crazy, Tiger Xing, and Tiger Overlord, were the top combat force of the army. Not only had they all learned a simplified version of ancient martial Tai Chi and Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens, but they had also practiced to the second level, just a step away from the third. Once the three brothers teamed up, the casualties among the pirates skyrocketed. The originally 100-strong pirate crew had dwindled to just over 200 in the blink of an eye. The scene was unbearable to watch. Fierce Tiger watched with twitching eyelids. Finally unable to hold back, he jumped onto the warship with a bang, shaking the already dilapidated ship even more. He watched his subordinates being slaughtered in disarray, his heart aching. These were his capital for venturing into the new world in the future. He stared at the three brothers. Want to show off and poach them? You three have great strength. How about joining me? I guarantee you'll live well and eat well. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Fierce Tiger, struggling to save himself, still wanted to poach men, completely unaware that these three brothers were the trump cards trained by Luo Ning. Next, it was certain that the three brothers would team up to press this 50 million berries pirate down on the deck and grind them. The army would crush the entire scene. It would definitely explode. You three are very strong. How about following me? Look out. The fierce tiger's gaze was sharp, its voice deep and thunderous. Submit to me, and all past debts will be erased. Dare to say no, and you will all die today. As the words fell, a 1.5-meter long wolf fawn club was raised high in its hand, the sharp spikes glinting coldly, ready to strike down on the three brothers. Next came the high-energy moment. The fierce tiger was not to be underestimated, a user of the tiger fruit, capable of partial tiger transformation with a bounty of 50 million berries. A ruthless character who walked horizontally across the seas. The three brothers instantly felt an oppressive suffocation and decisively dropped their steel knives. After all, they had undergone special training under Luo Ning, and their strongest asset was never their weapons, but their bodies refined to the extreme by Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens. The three figures flashed and quickly formed a circle, trapping the fierce tiger in the middle. The fierce tiger struck first, the wolf fawn club whistling through the air, brushing past Tiger Chi's cheek and instantly leaving a bloody gash, warm blood dripping down. Tiger Chi was fully serious now, veins bulging all over, unleashing the full power of the dragon elephant's second level. But the fierce tiger's attacks were even more ferocious. The wolf fawn club smashed onto the warship with a loud bang, directly creating cracks several meters long, shaking the entire ship to the brink of collapse. The power was simply explosive. The fierce tiger, unable to break through after a long attack, completely went berserk, throwing its head back and roaring. You really have angered me. In the next second, it began to tigerize, growing a meter taller, muscles bulging, strength and speed doubling, its eyes red as if about to bleed. But its intelligence seemed to drop significantly. It suddenly clawed at Tiger Chi, moving so fast it seemed to tear through the air. Tiger Chi couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into several pillars of the warship. Slumping in a corner, 3 deep claw marks on his chest bleeding profusely. A sight that was shocking. Before long, Tiger Ba and Tiger Xing were also defeated, all three brothers injured and lying on the ground in disarray. The fierce tiger stepped onto the deck and walked up to them, its voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Last chance, kneel and submit, or die right now. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The three brothers seemed to be pressed to the ground, but don't forget they were the top cards trained by Luo Ning. This was just a prelude. And next they were bound to explode, teaming up to crush the tiger-transformed fierce tiger, staging an extreme counterattack, letting this 50 million berries pirate know who the real tough ones were. The fierce tiger's figure flickered and appeared in front of the three brothers, its voice hoarse, eyes blood red, giving them one last chance to choose. Watch closely. The tiger brothers grit their teeth, refusing to utter a word despite the fierce threat of the death tiger. They're the proud army, willing to die, but never bow to pirates. Next comes the high energy. The three brothers silently recite the Marshal's name, bidding farewell with only the regret of not witnessing the rise of the army with their own eyes. The Death Tiger was completely enraged, feeling humiliated as a sea pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, being repeatedly slapped in the face by 3 small soldiers. If you give face and don't take it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. His half-tiger claws, fierce with the power of slicing through the wind, lunged straight for the brothers' vital points, appearing to be on the verge of success. At that critical moment, Luo Ning, who had been watching coldly from the corner, finally moved. "Did you ask for my permission to move in front of me?" His cold voice pierced through the battlefield like ice. The Death Tiger still retorted, "I have a bounty of 50 million. One more won't matter." But the next second, he was completely dumbfounded. Luo Ning moved so fast he left only an afterimage, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, gripping his neck tightly with one hand. The Death Tiger struggled wildly, his thick tiger claws scratching aimlessly, yet he couldn't even budge Luo Ning's arm, which felt as hard as iron, tightening more and more. Fear instantly gripped the Death Tiger's heart. What kind of monster is this? Luo Ning stared at him, exuding overwhelming dominance. "Listen carefully. I am the Army Marshal. From today on, the name of the army will spread across the world, and I will lead the army to the pinnacle of the world, crushing all who defy us. Even the celestial dragons will be no exception." The Death Tiger's pupils constricted, and before dying, he was filled with unwillingness. "I have roamed the seas for years, yet I fell in this place, daring to challenge the celestial dragons." Before he could finish, he was choked to death. The 50 million berry sea pirate was thus killed by Luo Ning with a single hand. Luo Ning set down the Death Tiger's corpse, brushed off the dust from his military uniform, and looked at the 3 brothers who were unconscious in the corner, filled with gratification. "In just a month, they have grown to be able to contend with opponents of this level. My special training was not in vain. You would never expect it." The Death Tiger boasted for so long, only to be instantly killed and crushed by Luo Ning, his attempt to show off backfiring spectacularly. This operation directly shook the scene, and the army's reputation is about to sweep the seas, with the subsequent plot surely becoming even more thrilling. Little did anyone expect, in just 1 month, these 3 would grow to such an extent. Pay attention. Luo Ning picked up the steel knife with a notch on the ground, aimed at the remaining less than 200 pirates, and raised the butcher's knife. His training purpose was achieved, and he would never let the elite army suffer further losses. Next, high energy. As soon as Luo Ning made his move, the battle situation tilted dramatically. With each swing of the steel knife, several pirates fell, their heads flying into the sky, eyes filled with confusion, probably not understanding how they suddenly lost their lives until death. Soon, the entire fierce tiger pirate group was shattered. The deck of the warship piled high with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, the air thick with the smell of blood. For the army, this was a life-and-death experience even harsher than fighting mountain bandits, transforming soldiers into elite fighters capable of hard battles. Even more astonishing, not a single soldier among the 100 was injured. At most, they had a few cuts, with only the Tiger brothers suffering significant injuries. Luo Ning called for someone to give them simple bandaging, which, though ugly, effectively stopped the bleeding. After all, the army had some skill in treating wounds. Luo Ning looked at the warship and sighed. The large crack caused by a wolf fawn club from the fierce tiger made the ship completely unseaworthy. But he wasn't worried at all, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, just in time to change ships. He led the army to jump onto the fierce tiger's pirate ship, tore down the pirate flag, and even took away the heads of the fierce tiger crew. 50 million berries and bounty shouldn't go to waste. Upon boarding, Luo Ning was delighted to find that there was actually 100 million berries on the ship, as well as food, drink, and medicine, enough for the army for a week. This saved them from needing to dock for supplies. After dealing with the pirates, Luo Ning continued sailing, getting closer to the target dojo. Not long after, the Tiger brothers woke up, feeling around for their brothers, relieved, but when they saw the bandaging on themselves, they exploded. "What the hell? Which idiot wrapped me up like this?" You absolutely can't imagine it. Not only did Luo Ning wipe out the pirate group in an instant, but he also scored a luxurious ship and 100 million berries, directly easing the military funding crisis. After this battle, the army underwent a complete transformation, and next, they went to rescue Kuina, determined to have an incredible journey, feeling great. "What the hell? Which idiot wrapped me up like this?" Notice, Tiger Crazy stared at the bandages wrapped around his body and immediately frowned. "I only have an injury on my chest. What is the meaning of wrapping me like a rice dumpling?" Next, the energy rises. Tiger Crazy suppressed his anger and walked out of the room. spotting Luo Ning training madly on the deck, and immediately saluted, shouting Marshal. Luo Ning didn't even look up. "You won't die, right?" Tiger Crazy patted his chest confidently and replied, "This little injury is nothing. After a night's rest, I can take down 2 wild beasts tomorrow." But as soon as he exerted himself, he pulled at the wound and winced in pain. Suddenly, Luo Ning announced, "You 3 brothers are good enough. Go back and get promoted to colonel." Tiger Crazy was taken aback, his eyes wide as saucers. Going from a soldier to a colonel is like reaching for the stars. He immediately pledged loyalty. "Wherever the marshal points, I will fight, absolutely 100% obedient." But Luo Ning waved his hand. "Not strong enough yet. The army needs to reach the top of the world. This level of strength is far from enough." He knew very well in his heart that his dragon elephant 9 heavens had reached the peak of the 4th level. Just a step away from breaking through to the 5th level, and then he could confront a Navy admiral without losing. But without the power of armed color, he couldn't really hurt an admiral. After the last Great War, he felt that the opportunity to break through had come, and he must break through that barrier. But there are too many strong individuals in this world, the 4 emperors, revolutionary army dragon, and hidden big shots everywhere. He had to strengthen himself quickly. And the key to rapidly becoming stronger was to find Kuina and get the chance for a system lottery. Time flew by, and only one day was left in the cycle. Luo Ning was anxious. If he couldn't find an Isin dojo, the lottery chance would be gone. However, this trip to sea was not a loss. He trained elite troops and earned 300 million berries, defeating 5 pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. But he just hadn't encountered anyone more ruthless than the 50 million berries of Fierce Tiger. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just when Luo Ning was about to miss the lottery opportunity, he had already earned a fortune from defeating monsters, and his strength was about to break through. Next, he was sure to find the Isin dojo, draw a godly reward, and his strength would explode, making the rise of the army a matter of time. On this trip to sea, Luo Ning not only achieved the goal of training troops, but also earned no less than 300 million berries. If it weren't for the system task, Luo Ning actually felt he had already made a huge profit. Attention! Luo Ning leads 100 army soldiers, all of whom have unlocked their potential. Everyone has broken through to the 1st level of Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens, and even more impressively, 20 of them have skyrocketed to the 2nd level, their strength multiplied several times, definitely the elite among the elite. Luo Ning himself has also exploded in power, breaking through the 5th level, his physical strength doubling. Now able to face the Navy admirals head-on, and he won TB at a disadvantage in a prolonged fight. Next, it gets intense. The only drawback is that Luo Ning lacks the hockey of armament, making it extremely difficult to break through the defenses of a natural-type admiral. He stands at the bow, practicing ancient martial Tai Chi, his movements slow as if in slow motion, yet hiding great secrets. This soft technique can use force against force. Learning it will greatly enhance his combat skills. And there's the unmastered hard technique, focusing on penetration power, emphasizing that the best defense is a strong offense. But unfortunately, he hasn't reached the unlocking moment yet. Suddenly, the soldiers shout in excitement, "Marshal, we've arrived. We're at Frostmoon village." Luo Ning immediately stops his practice, looks up, and sees the port filled with ships, merchant ships, noble ships, fishing boats, and even disguised pirate ships. His anxious heart settles instantly. When a ship reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. "The One Heart Dojo, I'm coming." As soon as the ship docks, 100 soldiers dressed in white, carrying steel knives, disembark in an orderly manner, each one tall and imposing, exuding a fierce aura that scares passers-by into silence. No one dares to approach. After settling the main force, Luo Ning takes only the 3 Tiger brothers and heads straight to the tavern. Everyone in the underworld knows that the tavern is a hub for information, where even celestial dragons can be mocked, so finding clues about the One Heart Dojo here is a sure bet. As soon as he pushes open the tavern door, Luo Ning's eyes light up upon spotting a middle-aged man drinking alone in a corner, and he strides over without hesitation, sitting down unceremoniously with a grin. "Uncle, drinking alone is so boring. Isn't it? If you have no one to keep you company, you might suffocate." You absolutely can't imagine. Luo Ning has brought his specially trained army to Frostmoon village on time. Their power has skyrocketed to the point where they can face an admiral directly. This middle-aged man drinking alone is definitely not simple. He might just be the key to finding the One Heart Dojo, and the chance of winning the lottery is secure. The next big move is definitely on the horizon. Stepping forward, Luo Ning directly makes himself comfortable without a hint of awkwardness. Look, as Luo Ning just sat down, the uncle across from him spoke up. With so many people in the tavern, why did you choose to sit next to me? At this moment, everyone in the tavern was staring at Luo Ning and his group, not because of Luo Ning, but because of the three brothers behind him. Hu Qi, with explosive muscles and forearms 5 times thicker than a normal person's thighs, exuding an explosive strength. Hu Ba, nearly 5 meters tall, had to duck to enter, or he could smash the tavern's roof, looking silly but with hidden brute strength. Hu Xing, though not as bulky as the other two, emanated a cold, serpentine aura that made people hesitant to approach. Only Luo Ning appeared ordinary, but sharp observers could see that these 3 formidable figures all held Luo Ning in high regard. Next comes the excitement. Luo Ning grinned and said, "I find you interesting, uncle, so I wanted to buy you a drink. Is that reason enough?" He temporarily set aside his search for the Isen dojo and started chatting with the uncle about various topics, from local customs to the world government and the navy. When they touched on the celestial dragons, the uncle's expression suddenly stiffened, and 2 seconds later, he shook his head helplessly. If the navy and the world government could truly care for the common people, this world wouldn't be so chaotic. In my life, I can't stand injustice, and I just want to use my strength to eliminate those troubles. In his murky eyes, there was an unshakable determination and the weight of life's hardships. Luo Ning pressed on. "So, are you planning to join the navy? After all, it's the strongest now." The uncle frowned in thought for a long time, then shook his head in confusion. "Maybe, but relying solely on myself, I can't accomplish anything." As Luo Ning stood up to leave, he suddenly turned back at the door. "By the way, I'm Luo Ning. I haven't asked your name yet." The old man smiled. Luo Ning suddenly dropped a bombshell. "Don't just focus on the navy. There is also the army in this world. If you join the army, the position of general is waiting for you. No one will compete with you." The uncle was momentarily stunned. "There is also an army? I've never heard of it." Luo Ning smiled and waved his hand. "No need to rush. It won't be long before the army's name spreads far and wide." He strode away with his 3 brothers. Who would have thought that Luo Ning was originally in Frostmoon village to find Guina to complete a system task, but accidentally encountered the future Navy Admiral Fujitora, who possesses the gravity power of the gravity fruit, a monster-level strength. The army is currently weak. If he could bring Fujitora over, it would be a huge gain, and their strength would soar instantly. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning not only found clues, but also dug at the Navy's foundation. This operation was too brilliant. If Fujitora really joins the army would have the confidence to confront the Navy and challenge the world government, paving the way for a rise with no obstacles, a thrilling experience. Inside the tavern, Fujitora slightly lowered his head, his eyes unfocused as if he was pondering something. "Look," with a smile, I gazed in the direction where Luo Ning had left, murmuring to myself, "The army? How interesting. If it's really like you said, I will come find you and join the army." Next up, high energy. In the Isen dojo of Xuanyue village, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed continuously. Zoro was holding a wooden sword in each hand, drenched in sweat and looking quite disheveled. Opposite him, Kuna wielded a single sword with elegance and agility. In no time, she knocked Zoro's sword away and placed her wooden sword at his neck. 2001 times, you lost again." Kuina's words pierced Zoro's heart like a needle, and he flushed red as he shouted, "Next time I will definitely win." But Kuna suddenly lowered her head, rubbing her developing chest, her eyes reddening. This body burden was a fatal weakness in battle. She choked back tears and said, "In less than a year, you will surpass me." Zoro was stunned. He had never seen the strong-willed Kuna in tears, and hurriedly shouted, "You can get stronger too. We can both become great swordsmen." However, Kuina ran away crying, filled with unwillingness. "Father said women can never become great swordsmen. Why? I really hate this body." Just when Kuina was at her lowest point, Luo Ning appeared with the Tiger Fool brothers from the corner, his tone lazy yet firm. "Who says women can't become great swordsmen and reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship?" He continued to question, and Kuna wiped her tears, staring at this sudden appearance, blurting out, "What should I do?" She was puzzled as to why she would say such a thing to a stranger. You would never guess. Luo Ning had come to find Kuna to complete a system task, and he unexpectedly encountered her moment of despair. This was definitely a lucky break, providing warmth, gaining a chance for a lottery draw, and capturing a future swordsmanship powerhouse. The rise of the army gained another boost. A total win. What should I do? Kuina stared at Luoning, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, not understanding why she asked such a question to this sudden appearance. Pay attention. Guena was holding back her feelings. Her father, Gung Shiro, had always said that women could never become the world's greatest swordsman, but she clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps her father was wrong. Then came the high-energy moment. Guena shouted at Luoning. Women have physical disadvantages as they grow up. Their strength can't compare to men. What makes you think you could become a great swordsman? It was both a question and a release of her pent-up grievances. Luoning stepped forward and patted her head, affirming, as long as you can endure hardship, are willing to persist, and have talent in swordsmanship, I guarantee you will become a great swordsman. Reaching the top depends on you, but I can help pave the way. These words struck Guena deeply. She immediately hugged Luoning, treating this suddenly appearing neighbor brother as her last hope. I'm not afraid of hardship. Please help me. I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the task. You have gained a chance to draw a prize. Luoning activated the draw directly, and in the next second, he was ecstatic. He won the purple reward Wuji, Swordsmanship Full Inheritance. This is the top swordsmanship of the Wuji Sword Saint in League of Legends, instantly elevating Luoning to the ranks of the top swordsman in the Pirate King world. His strength skyrocketing. Once he fully comprehends the inheritance and doubles his strength, challenging the world's greatest swordsman will no longer be a dream. Luoning patted Guena. Don't hold on so tightly. It's not good if someone sees. Guena blushed and let go, fearing he would run away. Luoning smiled and revealed his identity. I am General Luoning of the army. From now on, you're also part of the army, and when you get stronger, I'll give you a position as a major general. Guena tilted her head and asked back, why not Admiral? The Admiral rank is higher. Luoning chuckled. Little girl, don't aim too high. When you become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll save the Admiral position for you. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luoning not only completed the task and obtained the god-level swordsmanship inheritance, but also recruited the future great swordsman Guena. The army's strength skyrocketed, giving them the confidence to confront the navy and challenge the world government. This operation directly filled the power meter. If you become the world's greatest swordsman, then how about I give you an admiral position? Look, Guena's eyes sparkled as she stared at Ronan, her voice crisp as she declared, okay, I'll remember this promise. Don't back out when the time comes. Ronan grinned. Don't worry. I'm a marshal of the army. Once I say something, it's like water spilled on the ground. It absolutely counts. Next comes the high-energy part. Ronan was clear in his mind. Guena wanted to become the world's #1 swordsman, which was as difficult as climbing to the sky, let alone the existence of the great Mihawk in the future. Just the Wuji sword pathful inheritance he had just acquired was an insurmountable obstacle for Guena on her path to the top. There was simply no chance to bypass it. He stood up. We should go find your father, Gung Shiro, or else if you leave with me without a word, he'll go crazy with worry. Guena blushed and followed behind, her small hands lifting and dropping nervously, secretly glancing at Ronan, her palms sweating with anxiety. Ronan suddenly turned around, his expression darkening as he shouted, You three, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over here. The Tiger brothers immediately grinned and followed, but were secretly apprehensive. Over the past 7 days, Ronan had taken down over 10,000 pirates, resembling a god of death. If they annoyed him, they would surely suffer. In the center of the dojo, Gung Shiro held a wooden sword, exuding the pressure of a great swordsman. He looked at Ronan in a white robe, but could not hide the thick smell of blood that surrounded him, instantly becoming alert. Sir, your sudden visit. What is your purpose? Ronan got straight to the point. I am here for Guena. She told me you assert that women can never become great swordsmen and can't reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, right? Gung Shiro did not shy away. I have said so. Women are inherently weaker than men in swordsmanship. There is absolutely no possibility of reaching the top. Ronan stepped forward, his tone resolute. Since you believe women can't do it, then hand Guena over to me. Under my guidance, she will surely shine in swordsmanship. Women can also stand at the pinnacle. Gung Shiro stared at Ronan's earnest demeanor. For the first time in his life, he felt a twinge of doubt about his own beliefs. Yet as a father, he was filled with selfishness. He didn't want his daughter to risk her life chasing dreams. He just wanted her to live safely. This world was too dangerous. The path to the top was fraught with peril, and he couldn't bear to let her take that risk. At that moment, Guena, who had been hiding behind Ronan, mustered her courage to step forward, her eyes red, biting her lip as she softly yet firmly said, Dad, you said women can never become great swordsmen. But I don't believe it. I want to try, is that okay? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Ronin not only intended to help Guina train in swordsmanship, but also to break the archaic rule that women cannot become great swordsmen. As long as Gung Shiro relented, Guina could follow Ronin to unlock top-tier combat power, adding another fierce general to the army, giving them more confidence to challenge the navy and confront strong opponents directly. The pace of their rise would skyrocket. Guina, who had been standing behind Ronin, fearfully silent, stepped forward, her eyes red, biting her lip, speaking softly. Look closely. Guina clenched her fists, a surge of energy building up inside her. She had been obsessed with swordsmanship since childhood, dreaming of becoming a great swordsman, even aiming for the world #1. But her father insisted that it was impossible for women. Now that she finally had a chance, she was determined to give it a shot, no matter what. Next, the intensity ramps up. Gung Shiro looked at his daughter's resolute eyes and sighed helplessly. The path of swordsmanship is fraught with danger, and competing for the world's #1 means stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Are you really sure about this? Seeing Guina without a hint of hesitation, resembling his younger self, he relented but set conditions. I'll let her go with you, but how will you teach her to practice swordsmanship? Why should I believe you can make her a great swordsman? Guina hurriedly interjected, I can learn on my own. No need to trouble the Marshal. Luo Ning, however, smiled and waved his hand, casually picking up a wooden sword. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a few sword flowers, instantly releasing a fierce sword intent that pressed directly towards Gung Shiro's face. Gung Shiro's eyes narrowed sharply, and he immediately drew his sword, fully unleashing the aura of a great swordsman. I didn't expect you to be a great swordsman as well. Let's have a match. Let me see your skills. In the Isen dojo, the two great swordsmen clashed on the spot. The sound of wooden swords colliding made people's ears ring, and sword energy flew everywhere, each strike powerful enough to rival an admiral's full force. Luo Ning's Wuji swordsmanship focused on speed, ferocity, and aggression, with each move aimed at attacking. Gung Shiro, as an established powerhouse, defended with impenetrable precision. After 5 minutes, Guina and the three Tiger brothers were already dumbfounded. This was the real showdown of experts. Nothing they had seen before could compare. As the fight progressed, both fighters became increasingly fierce, with casual strikes capable of taking down admirals in an instant. Luo Ning was secretly astonished. Gung Shiro's strength was probably even more formidable than that of a navy general. Not wanting to waste any more time, he suddenly retreated a few steps, narrowed his eyes, and fixed his gaze on Gung Shiro, positioning his wooden sword across his chest in an unusual stance. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted around him, even making Gung Shiro frown. This sword intent, so strong, it turned out that Luo Ning had not even used his full strength. Integrating the Wuji swordsmanship heritage, he had realized a new move, the Kongshan, which was better suited to himself than the original skill. This was going to be a powerful blow. The army was currently weak, and if he could make Gung Shiro yield, not only could he take Guina away, but he might also bring back a general-level ally, a huge gain. You would never expect it. Luo Ning sought Guina to complete a mission and unexpectedly encountered a showdown between general-level powerhouses. Once the new move Kongshan was unleashed, it would surely make Gung Shiro completely convinced, adding a significant bargaining chip to the army's rise. This operation was a game-changer. Holding the sword in one hand, Luo Ning's eyes gradually turned cold and expressionless, with nothing in his gaze but Gung Shiro standing before him. Pay attention. Gung Shilang suddenly stepped back a few paces, staring at Luo Ning's cold, emotionless eyes, and he knew clearly in his heart, this strike cannot be blocked. Defeat is inevitable. Next, high energy. Gung Shilang focused all his attention, holding his sword in front of him, ready to use all his strength to take the hit. Luo Ning let out a low shout. Sword Dao's secret technique. Void Flash. This move was something he realized from Wuji Sword Dao, capable of penetrating time and space, with explosive killing power that even top sword masters would find hard to endure. Moreover, using this technique required a mid-general level of physical fitness, and it consumed a lot of stamina, so he would only use it in dire situations. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword intent erupted around Luo Ning, with the wind howling and sword energy flying wildly straight at Gung Shilang. At that moment, Luo Ning's reaction speed and eyesight increased fivefold, and everything was crystal clear to him. He thrust his sword out, and time seemed to freeze. Space was penetrated in the blink of an eye. The wooden sword was already against Gung Silang's neck, with a trickle of blood seeping out. Luo Ning sheathed his sword and smiled, saying, "Master, I concede. Now, can you let me teach Guina the sword technique?" Gung Silang was still immersed in the shock from earlier. In that moment, he couldn't even move, and if Luo Ning had wanted to kill him, he would have been finished. He quickly asked, "Is this technique your own creation? What's it called?" "Luo Ning replied, void flas. Even a Navy admiral can't handle it." Gung Silang exclaimed, "Great move. I didn't expect to encounter a sword master stronger than me in this small place. If you compete, you could very well become the world's #1 sword master." After saying that, he directly relented. "Take Guina and go. Army Marshal, I trust you." Luo Ning was quite surprised. "You actually know about the army?" Gung Silang smiled. "With you, a marshal stronger than an admiral, the army will soon become famous all over the world." After that, Luo Ning rested in the dojo for a night, having the soldiers prepare supplies for the return journey and organize several 100 million berries. As dawn broke, Luo Ning woke Guina. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. With one move of Void Flash, Luo Ning directly defeated the Admiral-level Gung Silang, not only taking Guina away, but also making the army stand out in front of the big shots. Next, with new recruits and a huge amount of money, they returned home, and the army's rise was in full swing, an exhilarating feeling. "Guina, aren't you going to meet your friend and your father?" "Pay attention," Guina said firmly, waving her hand. "No need, let's go. I've made a promise with Zoro to become great swordsmen together and compete for the title of the world's #1. Until then, no one is allowed to die first." Next up, high energy. Guina felt a surge of determination inside. Her father used to say that women couldn't become great swordsmen, but Ronin said that as long as you can endure hardships and have talent, you can reach the top. She believed in this stranger from the bottom of her heart. The ship headed towards the army headquarters and sailed for 3 days. Ronin looked into the distance, feeling confident about his subordinate Costa. The military funds would definitely last for 3 days. Costa had trained in Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens to the peak of the 3rd level, and his strength was comparable to that of a Navy Vice Admiral, very stable. Even more explosive was that the Tiger brothers all broke through to the 3rd level this morning. Their physical strength multiplied several times, capable of taking on a Vice Admiral with just their bodies, and they were close to having the upper hand against a 4th level Vice Admiral, just one step away from matching a 5th level Admiral. Ronin himself was even stronger. At the early stage of the 5th level of Dragon Elephant, able to go toe-to-toe with an Admiral, and with the addition of ancient martial Tai Chi, he would definitely win. The most incredible part was that he drew a purple reward, the complete inheritance of Wuji Sword Dao, which skyrocketed his strength by more than 10 times. He comprehended the sword's profound meaning, Void Flash, which could penetrate time and space for instant killing, making it difficult even for an admiral to withstand, though it consumed a lot of stamina and couldn't be used infinitely. However, Ronin was extremely satisfied. His strength had soared so much in just 7 days, he had already made a huge profit. He was just pondering whether he could win against the 4 emperors, and if he could survive, as there was still a gap in level between an admiral and the 4 emperors. The sea breeze blew, and Guina suddenly asked Ronin, "You said that as long as one can persevere and has talent, anyone can become the world's #1 great swordsman. Is that true?" "You absolutely can't imagine." Ronin took the army to sea for 7 days, not only winning Guina over, but also having everyone as strength soar. And he directly unlocked a killing move that could defeat an admiral in an instant. This time back, the army's combat power would skyrocket on the spot, and they would have the confidence to challenge the Navy and go head-to-head with strong opponents. What a thrilling feeling. "Ronin, you told me before that as long as one is not afraid of hardships, can persevere, and has talent, anyone has the chance to become the world's #1 great swordsman. Is this true?" "Pay attention." Guina clenched the corner of her clothes, gritted her teeth, and walked to the bow of the ship, staring at Loning, who was always looking into the distance. Her voice trembled as she asked, unable to hide her anxiety. She was too afraid that Loning's previous words were a lie. Next comes the high-energy part. Over the years, Guina had been held back by her father, Gung Shiro's words that a woman could never become a great swordsman, unable to even touch the threshold. Now Loning said he could help her achieve her dream, and his swordsmanship was even stronger than her father's. Although she wanted to believe him, her heart was still pounding. Loning stood up and turned around, revealing a rare, gentle smile. "Trust me, you can definitely do it." This smile instantly calmed Guina's heart, and she anxiously stomped her feet. "Teach me swordsmanship, right now. I can't wait to get stronger." Loning suddenly became serious. If you want to learn my swordsmanship, the first step is to become my disciple and then join the army. I will teach you to become a great swordsman. But whether you reach the top of the world depends on your own effort. Guena puffed out her cheeks and said fiercely, just wait and see. I will make you understand that I, Guena, am not someone who only talks big. Time will prove everything. The scene cuts back to the Shuangyue village Isin dojo, where Zoro was carrying a boulder taller than himself, trembling all over, his face flushed, yet he refused to put it down, roaring towards the sea. Guena, I will definitely become a great swordsman before you and claim the throne of world number 1. In a corner not far away, Gung Shiro squinted and smiled, nodding slightly. He hadn't expected Guena's departure to push Zoro to such extremes, but he still had a stubborn thought in his heart. A woman might become a great swordsman, but the throne of world number 1 would never belong to a woman. This wasn't entirely wrong, with Loning, the king of hanging, and Mihawk around. Guena's quest for the top would be incredibly difficult. Back on the pirate ship, Loning instantly switched to strict teacher mode, his gaze sharp. If you want to touch the edge of becoming a great swordsman, or even dare to think about being number 1 in the world, you must first build a solid body. Your father said women are not capable, and the root of this belief is that women have a natural disadvantage in physique. But I just happen to be able to help you make up for this gap. He didn't want to pour cold water on her right away. At least he gave Guena hope for reaching the peak. Then he changed his tone, heavy with gravity. Now I'm asking you one last time. Are you ready to endure training that is more terrifying than hell? You absolutely cannot imagine. Loning not only recruited a future powerful subordinate with this move, but also tailored a training plan for her. As long as Guena can endure it, she will definitely become the ace of the army in swordsmanship in the future. Even if she can't reach the top of the world, she will be able to carve a bloody path in this sea, and the rise of the army will take off directly. So, Guena, are you ready to accept that incredibly painful training, even more terrifying than hell? Pay attention. The smile on Luaning's face instantly disappeared, as if he had become a different person, leaving only a stern expression and indifference to everything. Guena looked up and met his deep black eyes for a second, trembling on the spot, no longer daring to look. The coldness and solitude in his gaze made her question whether this was the Luaning she knew, her own master. Next, the intensity ramped up. On the deck, Guena was posing in a strange way, her whole body trembling, beads of sweat dripping down like beans. Her body already exhausted to the limit, but she dared not stop. Luaning stood by, adding fuel to the fire. If you can't hold on, take a break. How nice. Want to become a great swordsman? If you don't have that willpower, give up early. Guena gritted her teeth and remained silent. A flicker of hesitation in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. She had made a pact with Zoro to strive for the world's number 1, and no one could back down. She simply closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and endured, even afraid to open her eyes to conserve energy. An hour later, Luaning finally relented. All right, take a break for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Guena collapsed to the ground, her strength completely drained, sustained only by her obsession with becoming a great swordsman. The dragon elephant 9 heavens that Luaning practiced was incredibly intense, capable of drastically increasing physical strength and power. But the entry level was hellish. One had to experience suffocation, exhaustion, and the taste of being on the brink of life and death. Initially, out of 3,000 soldiers, only 10 reached the entry level after a month of training, 3 made it to the second level, 1, Costa, reached the third level, and only Luaning himself reached the fourth. Now, Luaning showed no mercy to Guena. After all, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. 5 minutes later, he directly pulled up the collapsed Guena. Is that it? You still want to be the world's number 1 swordsman? Don't be ridiculous. His voice was filled with coldness. Guena held back her tears, biting her lip, and continued to train. For the next 3 days, regardless of the wind and sun, there were always 2 people at the bow of the ship, Luaning shouting with a cold face, and Guena enduring with all her might. Training almost continuously except for eating and sleeping. You would never believe it. Guena actually withstood the hellish training, reaching the threshold of Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens in just 3 days. This progress was even more intense than that of the elite soldiers back then. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she unlocked her extraordinary combat power, and the army would gain another fierce swordsman, the thrill completely filled. Finally, after 3 days, Guena reached the entry level. Although she had not yet achieved the first level of Dragon Elephant, she had just barely entered the threshold. Pay attention. Guena trembled all over. clenched her fists tightly, and clearly felt a powerful force surging within her. This power had doubled compared to before, leaving her so astonished that she couldn't speak. Next, high energy. Goena was completely shocked by Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens. She had just started, and her power had skyrocketed by a factor of 2. This body refinement technique was insane. She couldn't help but imagine if she practiced to the first heaven, second heaven, all the way to the legendary 9th heaven. Wouldn't she be able to open mountains with a punch and calm seas with a punch? Then she looked at the smiling Luo Ning beside her. Her heart pounding. She had only gained 100 pounds of strength, but her master could easily defeat the great swordsman, old Dad Gong Silang. How terrifying must his power be? Luo Ning suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, stand ready. Assemble the whole team. Return to the army headquarters." 100 soldiers of the army responded in unison, their voices shaking the surface of the sea. The ship slowly approached the shore, and Luo Ning was the first to jump onto land. Stepping on the solid ground, he felt a sense of relief, no matter in this life or the previous one. The army's roots were on land. The sea was ultimately not a home. But just a few steps in, hundreds of soldiers suddenly surged from all directions, each one strong and fierce-looking, holding shiny steel knives and fine firearms. The leading major stepped forward and shouted at Luo Ning and his group, "Stop right there. We are the army, and this is army territory. According to the rules, put down your weapons." The major could sense that Luo Ning's group was not easy to deal with, but he was not the least bit flustered. After all, just a few days ago, 100,000 mountain bandits had come, but they were all subdued by the army. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Luo Ning heard the words the army, nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with the vigilance of his own troops. However, Goena behind him was dumbfounded. Her master was a marshal of the army. How dare these people point weapons at the highest commander of the army? Following closely behind Luo Ning were the 3 brothers, Tiger Chi, Tiger Ba, and Tiger Xing, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is too funny. They actually don't recognize our army leader." The major's face darkened instantly. "What are you laughing at? I warn you, if you dare to cause trouble on army territory, it's definitely a dead end. You absolutely wouldn't believe it." Luo Ning returned with his upgraded troops and was unexpectedly confronted by his own soldiers. This scene was like a flood washing away the Dragon King temple, leaving people both crying and laughing. Next, a large-scale family recognition scene was definitely going to unfold. Once the major learned that the person in front of him was a marshal, he would probably be stunned on the spot. The army's operation was both impressive and humorous, and the exhilaration was off the charts. "What are you laughing at? I tell you, daring to cause trouble on our army's territory is definitely a dead end. Pay attention." The tiger enthusiast laughed so hard he couldn't stand up, shouting at the road-blocking army major, "Kid, you're killing me with laughter. Do you know who this person in front of you is?" Next, high energy. The major stared at Luo Ning's white military uniform. His pupils suddenly constricted. His whole body shook. His face turned pale as if drained of blood, and cold sweat broke out. "You on, Marshal?" Only then did he realize that he was blocking the army's god of death, Luo Ning, who had once issued an order that wiped out 100,000 mountain bandits, and his ruthless reputation had spread throughout the territory. The mountain bandits and pirates were terrified of him to their bones, while the common people regarded him as their protector. The major was so scared he could hardly speak, but Luo Ning patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "You're very competent, just too weak in strength. Let us first remove your major position and send you to Costa for special training. In a month, your strength will increase tenfold." After saying this, he brought his men straight to the army headquarters, leaving the major ecstatic, shouting, "The marshal praised me. Let me do my best." All the soldiers nearby were envious to the point of madness. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Luo Ning was directly stunned. This place, which had previously been too poor to pay military expenses, now had skyscrapers rising from the ground, with luxurious decorations that were almost unrecognizable. He immediately called upon his capable aide, Costa, who was crying and complaining. "You said you'd be back in 7 days, but you disappeared for 10. Fortunately, when we dealt with 100,000 mountain bandits, we forced them to reveal their treasure trove, with mountains of gold and jewels, counted in billions. That's how we got the current headquarters and even paid out military salaries." Luo Ning looked at the aggrieved Costa in front of him, feeling both amused and helpless. This was a tough guy whose strength was on par with a naval vice admiral, yet he looked like a punching bag in front of him. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. In just 10 days away, Luo Ning not only brought back an extraordinary army and the future great swordsman, But the headquarters also achieved financial freedom by raiding the bandits' home. The army transformed from a poor little nobody into a wealthy and powerful force, poised to stir things up on the sea, with satisfaction levels skyrocketing. All right. Look, I'm back now, right? I'm already a general in the army. So stop acting like this all the time. Pay attention. Luo Ning looked helpless. Costa is already the second in command of the army, capable of crushing a naval admiral. Apart from relying on him to support the scene, there's no other choice. Next comes the high-energy part. As Luo Ning sighed, he suddenly thought of the smile he encountered in Xuanyue village and calculated in his heart. If he could come, the army's top combat power would soar directly, and the pressure would be halved. But he also knew that bringing in Yixiao wasn't that easy. After returning to headquarters, Luo Ning took over all affairs and had already sold the heads of the Fierce Tiger for 50 million berries to the Navy. This money could do quite a bit. The army headquarters is built at the junction of the four seas, on the edge of the world government's rule. In the square, 500 soldiers whispered, "Why did the Marshal summon us? I heard it's for special training to make us stronger, to protect the civilians." Just as the words fell, Hu Qi, wearing a black military uniform emblazoned with the word justice, rushed over and shouted, "Stand straight. Move around, and you'll know what pain is." Looking at this group of people in front of him, he felt overwhelmed. Compared to the elite trained by Luo Ning, these 500 were simply vulnerable. It turned out that Luo Ning had assigned Hu Qi to be in charge of the Hell training camp, aiming to retain 100 elites. Hu Qi grinned wickedly. "Little ones, are you ready to undergo training that's more painful than death?" Soon, screams echoed from the training area every day, and the entry-level and first-level cultivation methods of Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens began to spread within the army, while the rest remained confidential. Luo Ning didn't want the Navy and the world government to steal the knowledge. Even a simplified version of ancient martial Tai Chi was only passed on in the Hell training camp. Those who hadn't gone through the rigors of the Hell training camp or gained Luo Ning's trust wouldn't have access. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While Luo Ning was planning to recruit Yixiao to strengthen his forces, he was also running the Hell training camp to mass-produce elites, while strictly preventing the leakage of the secret manuals. The army, which once had no one to use, quickly rose by batch training soldiers with extraordinary abilities, gaining confidence to confront the Navy in the future. As for the simplified version of ancient martial Tai Chi, this profound martial art is only circulated in the Hell training camp. Even the high-ranking officers of the army, who hadn't experienced the training there or gained Luo Ning's trust, wouldn't have access to it. Attention! To obtain the simplified version of ancient martial Tai Chi training qualifications, one must undergo the Hell training class and gain the trust of Luoning. Otherwise, there is no chance at all. If the techniques leak out, Luoning will take lethal action. Not a single one will be spared if they are not from the army. Next up, high energy. At Mary Geos, Steelbone Kong is pondering the direction of the army headquarters. When did Luoning become so fierce? He actually took down a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. In his impression, Luoning was at most a level of a rear admiral. He became a marshal solely based on qualifications and a sense of justice. But now he is shocked. However, Steelbone Kong quickly dismisses it. At most, he has the strength of a vice admiral, and the army is just the military of the world government. Not worth mentioning. After all, in his eyes, the Navy is the pinnacle, and no one can compete with them. Luoning, unable to tolerate the office trivialities, shifts the blame to Costa and runs off to the Hell training class to become a swordsmanship instructor. This training class is basically a purgatory on Earth. But the results are explosive. Last week there were 500 rookies, and now only 400 are left, but their strength has doubled, clearly the future elite of the army. Luoning's own strength hasn't increased much, as he has reached a bottleneck. But the ancient Gina he brought back is directly leveling up. Practicing Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens for a week has raised her strength, speed, and physical intensity dramatically, increasing her power by 10 times or more, and her understanding of swordsmanship has also made rapid progress. Luoning teaches her Wuji swordsmanship, which is simply a dimensional strike. While strolling through the army territory, Luoning looks at the common people on the street. Once numb, now filled with hope for the future, and he smiles broadly. He internally complains. The world government has ruled for hundreds of years. The Navy engages in dirty deeds under the guise of justice. And the celestial dragons proclaim themselves as sons of gods. Let us see how they live without protection. He turns to Hu Xing and Hu Ba. Look, aren't the people happy now? You would never guess. While Luoning is on high alert against the leakage of techniques, he is also turning the training class into a war god factory, and Gina is getting stronger at lightning speed. The army not only has soaring combat power, but also wins the hearts of the people. At this rate, they will sooner or later challenge the Navy and topple the world government, and the thrill is overwhelming. Behind the awning, the two look at the ordinary people coming and going beside them and blurt out without hesitation. Look! Tiger Xing and Tiger Ba pointed at the pedestrians on the street and shouted in unison. Marshal, they must be super happy now. However, Luo Ning stared at the distant, luxurious manor with a deep gaze. It's better than before, but it's far from enough. Next, the intensity increased. Luo Ning hit the nail on the head. The mountain bandits are gone, but the local nobles haven't been dealt with. How can the common people's lives truly improve? He turned and walked into a rice shop. This was a business of the local minor noble, the Ross family. He reached out to touch a rice bag. The rice was rough, yellow, and had a moldy smell, definitely inferior grain. The shop owner approached with a sly grin. Brother, you have a good eye. This is the best rice in town. Only 1,000 belly per pound. Luo Ning's pupils shrank instantly. Ordinary people spend only 10,000 belly a month. Selling rice for 1,000 a pound is outright robbery. A killing intent radiated from him. The ferocity accumulated from slaughtering tens of thousands of pirates. The shop owner was so scared his legs turned weak, yet he still retorted. This is the Ross family's shop. Do you dare to move? Even if the army comes, they have to weigh our family's influence. The Ross family? Never heard of them. Luo Ning sneered and ordered on the spot. Tiger Ba, take care of this guy. Tiger Xing, bring 100 elite troops here to assemble within half an hour. Tiger Ba cracked his knuckles and approached the owner menacingly. While Tiger Xing dashed towards the military camp, Luo Ning stood on the street, contemplating the passing pedestrians. Simply eliminating the mountain bandits is useless. Unless we get rid of these nobles riding on the common people's heads, good days are merely talk. We must make an example out of them. So everyone knows, on the army's territory, even a true dragon must behave. Soon, outside the Ross family's territory, 100 elite soldiers in black cloaks lined up, each with sharp eyes and a menacing aura. Luo Ning raised his hand and said solemnly, Army, listen up. Once inside, plunder all valuables. And anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Before he finished speaking, the soldiers charged in like unsheathed blades, their faces showing no hesitation. The Marshal's orders are an ironclad rule that must be fulfilled. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Luo Ning's move not only sought justice for the common people, but also aimed to seize the nobles' wealth, establishing authority while enriching the army's reserves, truly killing two birds with one stone. The army is now both powerful and earns the people's favor, and in the future, they will have the final say in this territory. The momentum of their rise cannot be stopped, and the thrill is at its peak. What are you doing? Attention! Within the territory of the Ross family, the guards roared in defiance. Stop! This is the territory of the Ross family. If you dare to intrude again, we will use force to suppress you. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 guards assembled, and even the mountain bandits dared not provoke this force. Next comes the high-energy scene. Faced with an army of 10,000, 100 elite soldiers remained unfazed and marched straight ahead. They were ruthless characters who had followed Luo Ning to sea and slaughtered tens of thousands of pirates. They weren't afraid of 10,000 guards, let alone 100,000. As the two armies clashed, the 100 soldiers of the army plunged into the crowd like a sharp knife, blood splattering with every blow, turning the territory into a battlefield in an instant. The air stained a dark red, with 100 people falling every second. When the guards were reduced to 5,000, this rabble completely collapsed and fled in all directions. In the end, 5,000 guards were killed, 4,000 were injured, and only 1,000 managed to escape. While the elite soldiers of the army suffered not a single casualty, looking as calm as if nothing had happened. The countless killings had forged their iron will. The Ross family, once the overlord of a 100-mile radius, fell at the hands of Luo Ning. On army territory, disobedience would never be tolerated. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall man with a fierce expression in white jumped out. He was AI from the underground forces, arrogantly shouting, "The Ross family is one of us. The army doesn't deserve to act. If you know what's good for you, get lost, and we'll let you go. You must know that the underground forces have loan sharks, media tycoons, and other big shots. Their influence spread across the seas, and even the Navy struggles to eradicate them." AI completely disregarded the army. But Luo Ning, seeing his ugly face, was immediately enraged. Daring to insult the army? Seeking death. He didn't care about any underground forces. on his own turf. Even a king of heaven wouldn't matter. You absolutely can't imagine. 100 soldiers of the army confronted 10,000 guards with 0 casualties, and their combat power directly shook the ground. Now they are also confronting the underground forces head-on. Luo Ning is establishing his authority on army territory, crushing anyone who dares to stir trouble, whether nobles or underground forces. His dominance is unmistakable. Luo Ning could not tolerate being insulted by such a small character. Pay attention. The army is still under the control of the world government on the surface. It's not time for independence yet. So we can't confront the big shots of the underground forces head-on. Next up, high energy. Luo Ning, with a face full of killing intent, shouted at the eager Tiger Ba, "Go, smash that guy." Tiger Ba had long been itching for a fight, his whole body radiating ferocity as he charged toward the provocative AI Bai. AI Bai laughed arrogantly. "A little minion like you? You think you can fight me?" He wasn't at the top of the underground forces, but he didn't take the army's small soldiers seriously at all. He tightened his grip on his long sword, waiting for Tiger Ba to get closer, intending to establish his authority with a single strike. But Tiger Ba stopped 10 meters away from AI Bai and directly unleashed a charge punch. AI Bai was stunned. Is this big idiot brainless? What good is a punch from 10 meters away? Little did he know, Tiger Ba had already perfected the Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens to the peak of the 3rd level, just one step away from the 4th level, with physical strength that even a naval vice admiral couldn't withstand. Even more astonishing, Tiger Ba had also comprehended the power of ancient martial Tai Chi, and the combination of the two powers created a devastating impact. With a punch thrown, the air was compressed with a loud bang, and a terrifying airflow rushed straight at AI Bai. AI Bai's face turned pale in an instant, as the fear of death gripped him. This feeling was something he had only experienced when facing the big shots of the underground forces. Before he could even beg for mercy, the airflow struck his head, exploding into a mist of blood that mingled with the bloody air. Luo Ning looked up, his gaze cold and profound. Underground forces? Daring to extend their hands into the army's territory. They must be tired of living. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Tiger Ba, from 10 meters away, killed a member of the underground forces with a single punch, his combat power crushing the entire scene. The army now not only has elite forces capable of taking on 100,000 guards, but also ruthless characters like Tiger Ba, who can kill with one punch. Even when facing the underground forces, they are not afraid, and the momentum of their rise cannot be stopped, bringing immense satisfaction. Luo Ning originally didn't want to bother with the chaotic matters of the underground forces, but since they have brought trouble to his doorstep, it really isn't in Luo Ning's character to not retaliate. Pay attention. Luo Ning's gaze was cold. The time has not come. Let you live a few more days. But on the army's territory, the underground forces are absolutely not allowed to step further. Next, high energy. Luo Ning ordered a major purge. Any forces not belonging to the army that dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Within a week, soldiers in black leather coats, armed with firearms and steel knives, patrolled the streets, directly slaughtering nearly 10,000 resistors, clearing out all outsiders from the territory. At this time, although the army had a structure of 10,000, only the 3,000 trained by Luo Ning were truly capable fighters, with only 100 elites. After expanding the territory, Luo Ning decisively decided to expand the army. Relying on his prestige, he recruited 50,000 people in half a month, while also filtering out many useless individuals. Subsequently, Luo Ning established the army's Imperial Guard, an elite of 100 all-season killers who followed only his orders, while the remaining 400 from the Hell training class became reserves. For the next 3 years, the army held back on major actions, focusing entirely on training. 3 years later, when they reappeared, they made a huge impact. The structure of 50,000 remained unchanged, but the soldiers' strength surged. The Imperial Guard expanded from 100 to 500, with 400 practicing Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens to the 3rd level, able to contend with naval vice admirals. 95 to the 4th level, capable of matching naval generals, and the final 5 surprisingly reaching the 5th level, able to overpower generals. Even more impressive were the Tiger Crazy 3 brothers, who reached the peak of the 5th level, with physical strength capable of crushing generals, solidifying their status as veteran-level combat power in the army. Costa, as a current army general, has been with Luo Ning the longest since he joined the army, and is also Luo Ning's right-hand man, with strength that is already unfathomable. Now, The army has no less than 5 fighters who can directly contend with generals, being dozens of times stronger than 3 years ago. Even having the confidence to compete with the Navy in an arm wrestling match. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. After 3 years of restraint, the army transformed from being inconspicuous to a combat power monster, with elites everywhere and the ability to easily gather general-level strength. This wave of development directly led to their ascension, ensuring they would dominate the seas in the future with an exhilarating sense of power. Costa, as the current army general, is the person who has been loyal to Luo Ning the longest since he entered the army, and is also Luo Ning's right-hand man, making him an extremely important presence. Look closely. Although Costa seems carefree, only those who have truly fought against him know that this only general of the army is terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. All the trivial matters of the army fall on his shoulders, while the nominal Marshal, Lanin, only handled affairs during the week. He returned to headquarters and then threw all the political matters to Costa. Next, things get intense. Costa complains every day. The army doesn't even have a department to help me with trivial matters. Lanin is also quite helpless. The army's territory is small, and it's already good to recruit 50,000 soldiers. Those who understand political affairs look down on this obscure team, even though the army carries the title of the world government. In the martial arts training ground, Lanin crouches down and performs a seemingly slow and flawed set of punches, which is the ancient martial Tai Chi. It appears simple, but hides profound meanings. After 3 years, his dragon elephant 9 heavens has directly advanced from the 5th heaven to the early stage of the 7th heaven, with internal power surging like a tide, capable of shattering mountains and calming seas with a single punch. The air compressed by his punch can cause terrifying damage. He is even contemplating challenging the 4 Emperors Kaido one-on-one, to see whose body is tougher and whose power is more explosive. Now, Lanin can take down any Navy admiral with a single punch. However, half a year ago, Lanin hit a bottleneck and struggled to break through to the early stage of the 7th heaven. Fortunately, he still has other trump cards. The Wuji Sword Dao has been thoroughly mastered by him, and the essence of the Void Flash has been perfected over 3 years, greatly increasing its power while significantly reducing consumption, usable even in the 4th heaven of Dragon Elephant. Even more impressive is that he comprehended the second essence of the Sword Heart. This is a high realm of swordsmanship that doesn't consume physical strength like a passive skill, capable of slashing through the sun and moon, breaking all laws, and clarifying the mind, even more powerful than armament hockey, able to directly confront the elemental bodies of natural fruit users. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Lanin, acting as a hands-off manager, can still go crazy and power up, reaching combat power on par with the 4 Emperors. With him as the war god stabilizing the army, plus Costa managing internal affairs clearly, they are sure to stir up waves on the sea, and in the future, face the Navy head-on and challenge the 4 Emperors with ease, bringing an immense sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Lanin's strength is already not weaker than that of the 4 Emperors in the New World. As for who would win in a real battle against the 4 Emperors, it remains to be seen. Pay attention. The army has been holding back for 3 whole years, and Luo Ning's eyes are fierce. It's time to make a big scene. I want all forces in the world to know that the army is about to rise. Next, high energy. Luo Ning rushes to the Army Affairs office, where Costa is buried in a pile of documents with a face, dealing with all sorts of matters and almost going mad. Luo Ning throws down the words. The army's strength is countless times stronger than 3 years ago. We can't hide anymore. Everyone must know that this world has not only the Navy, but also our army. Costa suddenly looks up, trembling with excitement. Marshal, are you saying we should gather the troops, starting with the weakest 4 seas, and expand our territory? Luo Ning turns to leave, but looks back to add, can our army's Imperial Guards support this expansion? You should know that the Imperial Guards are a monstrous legion of 500. Those capable rise, the mediocre fall, each with a body refinement technique of at least 3 realms. 1/5 reaching the 4th realm, and 5 can even hold their own against a naval admiral, all obeying Luo Ning's single command, with status and power at their peak. Costa is ecstatic on the spot. He has been waiting for this day for 3 years, not only for the army's rise, but also because he can finally throw away the administrative tasks and reclaim his identity as a general in battle. No longer having to deal with documents every day, Luo Ning heads straight to the Imperial Guards camp, and before he arrives, he hears the booming voice of Hu Chi shaking the ground for miles. Everyone, get moving. You are the army's top elite. if you are surpassed by ordinary soldiers. Get out of the Imperial Guard and become a common soldier. Luo Ning laughs and shouts stop. No more practice, assemble the troops. We are here to settle old scores from 3 years ago. Back then, underground forces dared to bully the army, and now it's time for them to pay back tenfold. In the blink of an eye, 500 Imperial Guards are lined up, clad in fiery red armor, wielding weapons comparable to great blades, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. This is the ferocity born from battle. This equipment is not ordinary. It is crafted from the purple reward blood raw crystal mine that Luo Ning won through the system lottery over the past 3 years. These weapons can be upgraded infinitely, as long as they drink enough blood and absorb enough fear from the dead. Don't think about just a supreme great blade. There is a possibility of even stronger versions. You absolutely can't imagine. The army has been holding back for 3 years and has come up with a trump card. Every Imperial Guard is fierce, equipped with weapons that can evolve infinitely, their strength capable of directly confronting the Navy. This wave of expansion and revenge is bound to create a bloodbath in the 4 seas, making all forces remember the name of the army, ensuring that no one dares to underestimate it on the seas again, with satisfaction reaching its peak. The Army's Imperial Guards are the elite among the elite, directly under the Marshal's command, and their strength is as formidable as monsters, with even the weakest matching the strength of a rear admiral in the naval headquarters. Pay attention. Luo Ning, leading 500 elite troops, is overflowing with confidence. Even if he stirs up the underground forces across the seas, it's no problem. It's important to know that even the lowest-ranking soldier in the elite troops has strength no less than a brigadier general in the army headquarters. Next, here comes the high-energy part. These 500 elite troops, even when placed in the weakest of the 4 seas, can uproot the deeply entrenched underground forces that have ruled for decades. What's even better is that the underground forces' monthly business of 1 billion Bailey will all fall into the hands of the army. Luo Ning 1T let anyone else have this juicy profit. Soon, a fiery red warship headed straight for a certain island in the East China Sea. This warship is made of blood rock crystal or in rare materials. And even Luo Ning's full-strength punch can't break it. It's 5 times faster than Navy warships, leaving the shipbuilders dumbfounded. This island is an important branch of the underground forces. Luo Ning commands, elite troops, listen up, slaughter everyone on the island, leave no one alive. As soon as the elite troops land on the island, they're surrounded by nearly 2,000 black-clad gunmen, and the numbers are still rising. A cadre of the underground forces, Ima, jumps out, laughing maniacally and mocking. Only 500 people? Dare to cause trouble? They must be here to seek death. He is a subordinate of the king of usury, having swallowed the sharp demon fruit, which allows anything to become sharp. Even a blank sheet of paper can kill. And his long sword is indestructible, rivaling great sword masters. He completely disregards the elite troops and mocks their fiery red armor as ridiculous. But Ima doesn't know that these 500 elite troops are all ruthless characters who have experienced countless killings, and their equipment can be infinitely upgraded. When they engage in battle, he will surely find out who is truly seeking death. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning, leading a top-tier legion and an invincible warship, is not only seeking revenge, but also aiming to seize the underground forces' cash cow. This operation is both ruthless and profitable, signaling the complete rise of the army, and the 4 seas are about to change. The excitement is off the charts. Thinking of this, Ima feels like laughing hysterically, perhaps due to the long period of silence. Some small fry dare to bring a few people to the branch of the underground forces? Look closely. Ima stared at Ronin and his group, laughing uncontrollably. How ridiculous. Truly too funny. These 500 people dare to cause trouble in my underground faction's territory? Next, high energy. Ima wore a disdainful expression. In his eyes, even the Navy had to give the underground forces some face. This little team that popped up from nowhere was simply seeking their own doom. Ronin walked at the forefront of the Imperial Guard, watching the number of thugs increase from 5,000 to 20,000, and shook his head helplessly. How can you be so arrogant with such weak strength? I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. You should know, these 500 Imperial Guard are not to be underestimated. If the Navy doesn't send all 3 admirals, Karp, Sengoku, and Zifa, even if they send 10,000 elite troops, they would still be killed in retaliation. The army now is no longer the soft persimmon that feared the underground forces 3 years ago. Ronin suddenly pointed at Ima and said to Kuina behind him, "Can you deal with him using your sword? Is there a problem?" Kuina stepped forward with a fierce gaze. Master, in 5 minutes, he will definitely be dead. Over the past 3 years, Kuina had faced hardships tougher than the Imperial Guards, teetering on the edge of life and death multiple times. Not only had her swordsmanship made tremendous progress, but she had also trained the dragon elephant ninefold heaven to the early stage of the 4th level. In terms of strength, she could already go head-to-head with a Navy Rear Admiral, but she had never had the opportunity to show it. Amal looked at the approaching Kuina, his eyes instantly becoming lecherous. Little beauty, you look quite striking, but what a pity, weak strength is the original sin. Relying on his position as the highest official of the Lone Shark King and the enhancement of his sharp devil fruit, capable of making anything sharp. He had grown accustomed to walking all over the seas and didn't take Kuina seriously at all. He even began to fantasize about how to handle this proud little beauty. But he could never have imagined that this seemingly delicate woman had already mastered the skills to pin him down and beat him. You would never guess. The army had been holding back for 3 years, and when they finally struck, they unleashed a king-level attack. The combat power of the Imperial Guards crushed the Navy's elite. And Kuina was the hidden trump card. With just these 20,000 miscellaneous soldiers from the underground forces in Ima, there was simply not enough to contend with. This wave was definitely going to be ground into the dirt, and the Army's revenge and expansion would kick off with a resounding success, bringing immense satisfaction. As a weakling, one can never truly comprehend the terror of a real strong person. Pay attention. Luo Ning slowly turned his head and ordered the 500 army guards beside him. Slaughter all the henchmen of the underground forces. Don't make me wait too long. Next up, high energy. Upon receiving the order, the guards responded in unison and instantly sprang into action, completely ignoring the battle between Guyana and Ima. In their eyes, the Marshal's command was destiny, and they would fulfill it even if it meant death. They firmly believed that by following Luo Ning, they would witness the rise of the army, even surpassing the Navy to become the strongest in the world. In the ranks of the guards, the military flag emblazoned with the Chinese dragon fluttered in the wind, a reminder of Luo Ning's obsession as a descendant of Yin and Huang, constantly reminding himself that he is a descendant of the dragon. At the same time, Guyana rushed towards Ima at an incredible speed. This was her first time battling a swordsman other than Luo Ning, and she had to give it her all, not only to announce her arrival, but also to prove to her father that women could also become great swordsmen and reach the pinnacle of the sword path. She was determined to tear apart Ima's disgusting gaze. The dark red longsword at her waist was handcrafted by Luo Ning using blood rock crystal, ore, taking 81 days to make, capable of infinite growth, and far surpassing the strength of the Dao E character. Only Luo Ning and she and the entire army were qualified to wield it. A week ago, Guyana had just broken through to the great swordsman realm, her strength skyrocketing several times, and she had developed her own understanding of the sword path taught by Luo Ning. The moment she drew her sword, a terrifying sword intent surged towards Ima. It's important to note that Ima was at the swordsman level and relied on the sharp devil fruit to match the destructive power of a great swordsman. However, under Guyana's overwhelming momentum, he had already lost his previous arrogance. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army guards transformed into killing machines, and Guyana, armed with a divine weapon and enhanced great swordsman power, made her entrance. This double-line operation was off the charts. The 20,000 henchmen of the underground forces in Ima were simply no match. The army's revenge battle was destined to crush the entire scene, delivering an exhilarating experience. Moreover, Ima himself was already at the swordsman level, and with the enhancement from the sharp devil fruit ability, his strength had reached a new level, allowing him to possess destructive power comparable to a great swordsman in a short period. Pay attention. Ima was so frightened that his heart raced. He had personally experienced the terror of the great swordsman, the overwhelming understanding of swordsmanship, and the fearsome attacking power that was beyond imagination. But how could such a formidable great swordsman emerge in a place like the Four Seas, where even the New World rarely sees one? Before he could ponder this question, the Grim Reaper was already before him. Next up, high energy. Guyana drew her sword, her eyes instantly sharpening like blades, the dark red long sword striking an odd posture as she unleashed swordsmanship's secret technique, Void Flash. Although this move couldn't achieve the ultimate power of traversing time and space like Luo Ning, it was more than enough to deal with Imo. In the next second, her figure blurred and disappeared, her speed soaring to half the speed of light. When she reappeared, she was already standing behind Luo Ning, the long sword swiftly sheathing itself. Completely clean, the blood had already been absorbed by the blood rock crystal sword, serving as nourishment for growth. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on Imo's neck, his head rolling off onto the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. This top executive of the underground loan shark king's family didn't even have time to grunt before being taken out in an instant. This scene left the 20,000 henchmen dumbfounded, collectively stunned. What the hell? The boss is gone just like that? What were we even fighting for? They were all too aware of the great swordsman's power. A mere sword energy could topple thousands, and their 20,000 rabble were not even enough to be a snack. Turning their heads to look at the 500 army guards, each over 8 meters tall, clad in dark red armor, wielding long knives glowing with red light, exuding a murderous aura, looking like monsters crawling out of hell. The henchmen instantly lost their nerve, clattering to the ground, kneeling with their hands raised high, fearing that if they were even a second slower, their heads would be next. After all, they were all in the underground forces for money, with the boss dead, who would still fight hard. But the army guards were instead dumbfounded. They'd been waiting for 3 years to have a good fight, to unleash their accumulated desire for slaughter, only to find that the battle was over before it even began. This fight was too frustrating. They didn't even get a chance to show off their skills. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Guayna killed a powerful enemy with one sword. The 20,000 henchmen were so scared they surrendered, and the army guards had 0 casualties while winning the battle. This crushing victory tremendously boosted the army's deterrent power, and the underground forces in the Four Seas would probably lose sleep that night, feeling exhilarated. This branch of the underground force was considered relatively important among all underground force branches. Pay attention. This underground faction branch is crucial. It's hidden in the environment and controls 50% of the arms trade across the seas, with profits so terrifying that even the Navy is envious. Next, high energy. Taking this place without losing a single soldier is not a concern for Luoning. After all, in the world of One Piece, battles happen every day, and the Imperial Guard has plenty of opportunities to act. He knows very well. The Imperial Guard currently has no chance to showcase their combat power, and when they reach the headquarters of the underground faction, the 6 major leaders will definitely not surrender easily. There will be plenty of hard battles to fight then. Luoning immediately ordered, Huchi, have cost to send someone to take over. The arms trade cannot be interrupted. Then he stood in the center of the island and sighed. It's been 3 years. From today on, this island belongs to the army. It can only be the army's. The takeover went smoothly. The thugs understood that they had latched onto a bigger thigh than the underground faction. In just a week, the army's territory increased tenfold, but new problems arose. There weren't enough soldiers to fully control the new territory. Luoning simply decided to expand the army again, this time with full confidence. The territory is large, and the recruitment can directly meet the demand. Even better, the army became famous across the seas. And on the edge of the world government's rule, its influence even surpassed that of the Navy and the world government. Pirates panicked at the mention of the army, even more than when they saw the Navy. In the holy land of Mariewa, Admiral Sengoku was completely bewildered. How did the army, which was even weaker than the Navy 3 years ago, become so formidable? He used to look down on the fringe areas, but now the army's territory had increased tenfold. And its power soared. Sengoku's heart raced. This is going to compete with the Navy for territory. It's important to know that the world's territory is limited, and the army's expansion would definitely clash with others' interests. But Luoning wasn't afraid at all. His strength was frightening enough that any disputes were not an issue. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The army took control of the arm's lifeline at 0 cost, with both territory and power skyrocketing, even causing the Navy admiral to panic. This surge and rise is simply extraordinary. In the future, they will definitely walk sideways on the seas, and the thrill is completely maximized. However, no matter how many disputes arise, as long as the strength reaches a level that instills fear, these will no longer be problems. Pay attention. When strength reaches a certain level, it can break all rules and trample everything underfoot. The army should have stepped into the world's spotlight long ago. Next, high energy. After 3 years of restraint, the army is fully unleashing its power, with territory expanding tenfold and recruitment speed maxing out, growing from 50,000 to 200,000 in just 3 days. Although it may not be much when spread across the territory, it's enough to make a strong impression right now. The 20,000 underground force members previously recruited are stationed in place, with a major leading 500 men to monitor them, firmly controlling the arms trade. On the other side, on a mysterious island in the Four Seas, the 6 major heads of the underground forces gather. Morgan drops the news. Our arms division has been taken out by the army. What should we do? The king of usury explodes in anger. How dare they kill my family's members? We must destroy the army. Otherwise, where we put our faces? The other heads nod in agreement, gathering their strongest fighters to head straight to the army's headquarters to settle the score. This wave is meant to show the army what. As the news spreads, everyone is in an uproar. Admiral Sengoku holds a newspaper, troubled. The army is officially under the world government, but in reality, they don't listen to anyone funding themselves, which is no different from being independent. He is conflicted about whether to get involved, as the underground forces are not weak. Although they're not even a third of the Navy's strength, the Navy has to guard against the four emperors and catch pirates, leaving them with no energy to completely wipe them out. This murky water is not easy to wade through. But Sengoku doesn't know that the army has long since changed. 500 elite guards can stand up to the Navy's best, and Luoning can even match the four emperors. The underground forces coming knocking is purely sending themselves to their doom. They're just waiting to be crushed. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. The army has just risen and is already being confronted by the underground forces, while the Navy watches from the sidelines. This three-way power struggle is at its peak. But with the army holding the trump card in combat power, they are sure to rub the underground forces into the ground, achieving legendary status in one battle, with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. In the new world, with the threat of the four emperors, countless ferocious pirates on the seas, and the need for Navy soldiers to suppress chaos everywhere. Attention! The Navy is too busy dealing with the four emperors and pirates to have the capability to eliminate underground forces. Even the wise strategist Sengoku is at a loss, not knowing what to do. Next, high energy. After much deliberation, Sengoku finally decided. Let Akiji go help the army maintain some presence, protect if possible, and if not, at least put on a show. After all, the army is still officially part of the world government's forces, and the Navy cannot ignore them. On the other side, Akiji, dressed in a white Navy coat, is riding an ice bike on the sea, yawning and complaining. Where exactly is the army headquarters? Sengoku only gave him a vague location, and he's wandering around aimlessly, feeling frustrated. On the underground forces side, the 6 major leaders directly mobilized 200,000 elite fighters, over 1,000 small warships, and hundreds of large warships, with a fleet blocking out the sun, heading aggressively towards the army headquarters. In their eyes, this formation is overkill for dealing with the army. They want the whole world to know. Anyone who dares to provoke the underground forces will surely die. Inside the army headquarters, Costa rushed into the office in a panic. Marshal, the underground forces are coming to attack us. The news is spread everywhere. What should we do? Looking at his flustered expression, Luoning felt helpless. The army is no longer the weak team it used to be. After recruiting soldiers, they now have 200,000 soldiers, with 50,000 battle-ready troops, all trained in Dragon Elephant Ninefold Heaven. Their strength is not much different from the Navy's elite. Not to mention they have 500 elite guards as their trump card. Among the elite guards, 400 can take on Navy rear admirals, and 95 can withstand Navy vice admirals. Their combat power is definitely not to be underestimated. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The underground forces think they can easily handle the army, but they don't know the army has already upgraded their firepower, hiding overwhelming combat strength. When the two sides clash, the underground forces will definitely know who the real boss is, and this counterattack will be absolutely exhilarating. The army's elite guards, the cream of the crop, have all improved their body refining technique, Dragon Elephant Ninefold Heaven, to the 3rd level, capable of matching Navy rear admirals, while 95 mid-level fighters can battle against Navy vice admirals. Pay attention. The last 5 members of the Army's Imperial Guard have all reached the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant body refining technique, each qualified to face the admirals of the Navy headquarters head-on. With such a powerful force in hand, Luoning is not afraid of the underground forces, no matter if they have 200,000 subordinates, 1,000 small warships, or 100 large warships. What can they do? Next, it gets intense. You must know that in the world of One Piece, strength is paramount, no matter how many troops they have. They can't withstand a few punches and swords from Luoning. He looked at the flustered Costa and said solemnly, "You are now the only admiral of the army. Mind your image. The army is no longer the soft persimmon that can be bullied a few years ago." He then ordered the gathering of 50,000 elite troops. Let's fight this battle well. After this battle, the name of the army will surely resonate across the seas, letting the whole world know that we have risen. Hearing this, Costa felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart, excited to the point of being speechless, only able to say, "Marshal, understand," before bowing and retreating to relay the orders. Luo Ning walked to the window, gazing at the sea 100 miles away, his eyes sharp as a knife. "You probably plan to come through the gate of our territory to capture us all, right? Unfortunately, there won't be that opportunity." In his view, with him stationed there, plus 500 Imperial Guards and 50,000 elites, the underground force's 200,000 subordinates wouldn't return alive. Luo Ning had no intention of recruiting these 200,000 subordinates. They were all die-hard loyalists of the 6 major underground forces, completely different from the 20,000 miscellaneous troops he had previously recruited. In this battle, what he wanted was to firmly establish the name of the army, creating a deterrent power that could rival the Navy. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire army territory was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Even the 500 Imperial Guards were on high alert, all waiting for this battle, waiting to show the world the true strength of the army. Soon, a massive fleet as dark as a ghost appeared at the gate of the army territory. Over 1,000 small warships and hundreds of large warships, their hulls deep and eerie, enough to chill one's bones. Any discerning eye could tell it was the fleet of the underground forces. If it were any other force, facing such a formation would have paralyzed them with fear, but the army was fully prepared, just waiting for the opponent to deliver themselves to be crushed. You would never have imagined. The underground forces thought that relying on sheer numbers of people and ships could control the army, not knowing the army had hidden trump cards capable of challenging admirals. This battle was destined to be a one-sided massacre. The army was set to achieve legendary status in one battle, ensuring that no one would dare to underestimate them on the seas again, the thrill directly skyrocketing. The battle was about to begin. Attention! The underground forces have formed a siege with nearly 200,000 thugs armed with fine firearms and sharp steel knives landing and rapidly spreading in all directions, determined to occupy the army's territory, eliminate all soldiers, and make the army completely disappear from the pirate world. Next, it's high energy. The 6 major leaders personally lead their teams, and the highest-ranking officials of their families are all mobilized, almost emptying their nests, not only to destroy the army, but also to declare to the world, the underground forces are not to be trifled with. Before the army could react, the 200,000 thugs charged in, and the siege began instantly. Tiger Chi rushed into the Marshal's office. "Marshal, they have broken in. Should we counterattack?" Luo Ning looked at the territory's entrance, his eyes deep as stars. "Is everything ready? Just waiting for your order." This week, Luo Ning had already set the stage, waiting for the underground forces to enter. Soon they would realize that the army is not a soft persimmon, but a fierce beast capable of swallowing 200,000 people in one bite. 5 minutes later, a heavy smell of blood emanated from Luo Ning, staining the air dark red. "It's been 3 years since I've tasted the warmth of blood. How nostalgic." He touched the dark red, long sword at his waist, a flash of blood-red light in his eyes. He then took Tiger Ba, Tiger Xing, and Guyana out, while Tiger Chi commanded the Hell training class of over 1,000 people. These reserve soldiers had their body refining techniques at the 2nd heaven or above, with many at the 3rd heaven, all eyeing the position of the Imperial Guards, eager to transform on the battlefield. Luo Ning calculated in his heart. It's time for them to see blood and feel the cruelty of the world. The underground forces, seeing no resistance from the army, advanced smoothly, capturing 2/3 of the territory in just 1 hour, leaving only the central army headquarters unseized, all of them feeling proud and oblivious to the fact that they had walked into a dead end. You would never guess. The army intentionally showed weakness to lure the enemy deeper, hiding the Imperial Guards and the Hell training class as their 2 trump cards. When Luo Ning gives the order, he intends to make the 200,000 thugs have no return. This counterattack will definitely be explosive, and the army's reputation will echo across the sea. The final 1/3 is the very center of the army's territory, where the army headquarters is located. Pay attention. At the front line, the 6 major leaders of the underground forces have successfully gathered. Although the 200,000 lackeys are scattered in all directions, they still have 150,000 assembled at this moment. In their eyes, the army's attempt to resist with such meager strength is nothing but a pipe dream. Next comes the high-energy moment. The King of Loan Sharks is staring in the direction of the army, gritting his teeth in hatred. The army killed his family's core member, Elmo, and this debt must be settled. He immediately announces a bounty. Anyone who kills Luoning will be rewarded with 100 million Bailey and directly become the highest-ranking member of the family. As soon as these words were spoken, the 150,000 lackeys went wild, shouting and charging forward, all believing that taking Luanning's head would be a piece of cake. After all, the army is just a nobody they have never heard of. Just then, a path of ice suddenly appeared on the sea, and Akiji leisurely rode in on an ice bike, looking at the underground forces' warships all over the place. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, have they emptied their nest?" He suddenly remembered the order from the warring states, and, while yawning, complained, "Why didn't they provoke me earlier or later, but chose to mess with this pack of rabid dogs, making it hard for me to sleep?" Before he finished speaking, his figure moved so fast it left an afterimage, rushing towards the battlefield. Although it was just for show, he had to arrive before the army was wiped out. At this point, the battle situation was completely one-sided, with the army's territory reduced to 100 miles around their headquarters, and the outside world had already deemed that the army would completely disappear. But Luanning remained calm, turning to Kostar and ordering, "Start the counterattack." Kostar was so excited his eyes turned red, jogging to pass on the orders. Over the past 3 years, the 5,000 elite troops trained by Luanning had been itching to show their skills, just waiting for this moment. Just as the underground forces were about to storm into the army's headquarters, they were suddenly blocked by a powerful force. Realizing that they had not even seen the true strength of the army, you would never expect. The army deliberately feigned weakness to lure the enemy in, just waiting to launch a stunning counterattack. With 5,000 elite troops and 500 guards, their strength already crushed the underground forces, and this wave would definitely leave the 150,000 lackeys with no way back. By the time Akiji arrived, he would probably only witness the crushing scene. The rise of the army was completely ignited, and the exhilaration was off the charts. In the pirate world, strength speaks volumes. Why can the Navy suppress the four seas? And why can they control those ruthless pirates on the sea? The answer is simple. The Navy possesses the strength that instills fear in those pirates. Look, the 3 great generals of the Navy are all monstrous characters. Hero Carp's strength crushes the 4 emperors, and, at his peak, he could chase the pirate king around the world. Marshal Sengoku is equally a tough character on par with the 4 emperors, not to mention the mid-level officers like the Spider and Fire Mountain, any one of whom could scare pirates out of their wits, coupled with countless elite soldiers. The Navy is undoubtedly a force at the top of the world. Next, high energy. Over at the Army headquarters, soldiers dressed in pure black military uniforms tightly grip their weapons, their eyes cold and fearless. They have an almost insane trust and loyalty towards Luanning. They know very well that the Army has a trump card, the 500 Army Guards. Even the weakest soldier in this unit can stand up to a Navy Rear Admiral. And once they strike, they will definitely turn the tide of battle. Just as a great battle is about to break out, Akiji arrives on an ice bike, but shows no intention of intervening. He yawns and mutters, "I'll take a nap first. And when the army is truly at a life-and-death juncture, I'll step in to put on a show for the world government." After all, in his eyes, the army fighting against underground forces has nothing to do with him, so there's no need to exert any effort. In the next second, the 50,000 elite army soldiers collide with 150,000 underground henchmen, and the battle instantly begins. Blood splatters on the battlefield, severed limbs are everywhere, and the air is stained dark red, suffocatingly oppressive. Neither side dares to show mercy or retreat. Losing means death. This is a no-retreat death battle. After half an hour of fighting, the 6 major leaders of the underground forces are completely panicked. They originally thought that 150,000 men could easily crush 50,000 army soldiers, but instead, they were severely slapped in the face. The army only lost 2,000 men, while the underground forces lost a full 10,000. At this casualty rate of 1.5, even if the underground forces wiped out all 150,000, the army would still have 20,000 left, and in the end, the army would definitely win. The leaders' faces turned pale, forcing themselves to stay calm. They underestimated the army. Their soldiers are stronger than our most elite henchmen. You would never have imagined. The army's 50,000 elite are grinding the 150,000 underground forces into the ground. Their combat power is simply explosive. When they unleash the 500 guards as a trump card, they will surely crush the underground forces completely. Akiji might not even have a chance to put on an act. This wave of the army's rising battle has left the whole world dumbfounded, an exhilarating experience. Yes, I really didn't expect the army's resistance to be so strong. But our underground forces' strength is not just this. Watch out. The underground forces are hiding something fierce. In addition to the 15,000 elite fighters on the surface, the 6 major families also conceal several top officials comparable to Navy vice admirals, dozens of ordinary officials who can hold their own against Navy rear admirals, and even 6,000 private soldiers. These private soldiers possess 10 times the combat strength of the elite fighters and are their prized assets. Here comes the high-energy part. Previously, the underground forces were pressed down by the army, suffering casualties at a ratio of 1:5, forcing them to play their trump card of private soldiers. As soon as the 6,000 private soldiers entered the battlefield, the balance shifted instantly, and the casualty ratio changed to 1:1. In just 10 minutes, the army lost 5,000 men, while the underground forces' private soldiers had fewer than 100 casualties. Kostar's eyes turned red with anxiety, his chest heaving. "Marshal, if this continues, our brothers won't be able to hold on much longer. We need to take action." Luo-Ning, however, wore a calm expression, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "No rush. It's time to reveal our trump card. Kostar, let the Hell Training class come in." The Hell Training class is the reserve of the Army's elite guard, with over 1,000 fierce characters. The weakest among them has reached the 2nd level of Dragon Elephant, and many have soared to the 3rd level, their strength nearly on par with regular elites. Kostar immediately issued the order, and this team, which had been itching to get on the battlefield for 3 years, surged forward in an instant, their eyes blazing with fire, morale soaring, eager to showcase their full strength. The underground forces had just regained some face with their private soldiers, but they were caught off guard by this move from the army. With over 1,000 troops entering the fray, their previous advantage was about to vanish. Standing at the headquarters, Luo-Ning watched the battlefield with a slight smile. What he wanted was for the army to transform in actual combat. The loss of 5,000 men was nothing. The real crushing moment was yet to come. As soon as the Hell Training class entered the scene, they displayed terrifying combat power, unleashing a furious assault on the underground forces fighters, and the casualty ratio began to tilt back in favor of the army. You would never guess. The underground forces thought they could secure victory by deploying private soldiers, only to be counterattacked by the army's reserve forces. This wave of the Hell Training class entering the battlefield was a dimensional strike, specifically aimed at making the underground forces cry. And the army's rise in battle became increasingly explosive, leaving everyone stunned. Finally, they were able to step onto the battlefield and fight. Pay attention. The soldiers of the Hell Training class have been eager to charge in a battle alongside their comrades half an hour ago. But the high command of the army had not issued the order. Now that the command has finally arrived, this group of pent-up fighters immediately rushes to the battlefield. Next, high energy. The Hell Training class is determined to prove to Luo-Ning, we are no worse than the army's elite guards. Without the elite guards needing to intervene, this battle is in the bag for us. In a flash, the bodies of the underground forces pile up like mountains, and their losses soar. With their addition, the army launches a stunning counterattack, and the scales of victory quietly begin to tip in favor of the army. The king of usury darkens his face on the spot, his eyes blazing with fury. The army has killed the highest-ranking officials of his family and still dares to slap him in the face on the battlefield. He can't tolerate this. He roars and orders. All the highest officials of the family go. Completely eradicate the army that doesn't understand the rules. All 6 major powers exert their strength, initially planning to crush the army with sheer numbers and elite forces. But they did not expect the army to have this trump card. Luo-Ning finally opens his slightly squinted eyes, his killing intent unabashed, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After holding back for 3 years, the army should have been at the pinnacle of world power long ago. Eradicating the underground forces is the first step to the army's rise, and now the army has the advantage of timing, location, and human resources, plus the protection of the world government. Their rise is simply a piece of cake. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, Akiji's laziness completely disappears, replaced by shock and seriousness. The army can actually confront the underground forces head-on. He knows too well the strength of the underground forces. Even the Navy struggles to completely eliminate them, yet the unheard-of army can actually compete with them. He quickly pulls out his phone bug and calls Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. In the Marshal's office in Marineford, Sengoku's expression freezes instantly after receiving the call. The army, which was previously even weaker than the Navy's divisions, can now contend with the underground forces. He can't believe that the Army's strength has multiplied dozens of times in such a short time. You would never have guessed. The Army's hidden trump cards are explosive. and the Hell training class has just entered the scene and turned the tide of the battle. If they release 500 elite guards next, they will definitely rub the underground forces into the ground. Akiji and Sengoku are left dumbfounded. This wave of the army's rise in battle has left the whole world in shock, an exhilarating experience. The great battle continues. Look, the underground forces have sent all their private soldiers and ordinary cadres to the field, and despite their all-out efforts, they barely gained a slight advantage. And they were forced into such a predicament by only over 1,000 soldiers from the Army's Hell training class. These 1,000 or so people are merely the reserve troops of the Army's Imperial Guard. Next comes the high-energy moment. The battle lasted a full hour, with the Army suffering 6,000 casualties. Luo Ning's eyes narrowed. Enough. The blood price is enough to transform them into true elite troops. He then issued a command: Imperial Guard, attack. 500 Imperial Guards clad in dark red armor moved instantly, wielding gleaming long swords, charging towards the battlefield like an unstoppable red tide. The 6 major leaders of the underground forces sneered at this display. Only 500? They dare to change the course of the battle? They underestimate us. They immediately played their trump card, sending all the highest-ranking members of their families to the front lines, with even the 6 major leaders personally joining the fray. It should be noted that their strength far surpassed that of a naval vice admiral, and they had grown accustomed to dominating the seas, completely disregarding these 500 men. But as soon as they engaged, the 6 major leaders were taken aback. When an Imperial Guard's fist struck, their hands went numb, and their palms split, almost dropping their weapons. It turned out that there were fierce characters hidden among the Imperial Guards. 5 of them had reached the 5th level of body refinement, capable of taking on a naval admiral head-on, and they immediately pressed the 5 leaders to the ground. The remaining leader was besieged by 10 peak 4th level Imperial Guards. Facing immediate danger, on the outskirts of the battlefield, Qingji was completely dumbfounded. The laziness on his face vanished, leaving only shock. Is this army cheating? They can actually crush the underground forces. He had initially thought of stepping in to help, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. The army was simply delivering a dimensional strike. With the arrival of the Imperial Guards, the tide of battle turned completely. The army suffered almost 0 losses, while the underground forces faced heavy casualties. Out of 150,000 thugs, only 50,000 remained, and 6,000 private soldiers were reduced to 1,000, with the remaining fighters completely demoralized, losing even the courage to resist. It should be noted that these Imperial Guards had all experienced countless battles, with blood on their hands from thousands of lives. In their eyes, the underground forces didn't even qualify to be taken seriously. Only the Navy and the 4 emperors were worthy of their attention. You would never have expected it. The 500 Imperial Guards took the stage and ended the battle, completely overpowering the underground forces. This crushing victory instantly elevated the army to divine status, ensuring they would dominate the seas in the future, with the thrill reaching its peak. In fact, just half an hour ago, the underground forces were still able to barely cope with the army. Attention! Luoning dispatched over 1,000 people to the Hell training camp and easily defeated 6,000 private soldiers of the underground forces. But once the army's Imperial Guard appeared, they turned into tanks on the cold weapon battlefield, leaving the opponent with no chance to resist. Those who were fearless could only deliver their heads. Next, the intensity increased. The Imperial Guard pushed through effortlessly, scattering the underground forces without any losses and entering bloodbath mode. As soon as that dark red armor appeared in sight, the thugs and private soldiers of the underground forces were terrified and retreated in fear. The Imperial Guard was merciless, and of the nearly 100,000 troops lost by the underground forces, over half were taken down by these 500. On the battlefield, they wore dark red armor and wielded blood-dripping long knives, looking like demons straight out of hell, striking fear into anyone who saw them. Only then did the 6 major leaders realize something was wrong. But there was no turning back. 50,000 elite soldiers surrounded them, making escape impossible, and they could only brace themselves for a desperate fight. The numerical advantage was gone, and the underground forces were just one step away from annihilation. As the army rampaged, the number of their elite thugs plummeted. 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000. Half an hour later, only a little over 100 remained. All family private soldiers, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Watching the battlefield resembling a scene from hell and seeing the monstrous Imperial Guard, the 6 major leaders were filled with despair. If they had known the army was this fierce, they would never have declared war. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. The underground forces, who had just been dominating the seas moments ago, were about to disappear from existence. Soon, the army soldiers and the Hell training camp withdrew, leaving only 500 Imperial guards to hold the battlefield. Facing the remaining 1,000 or so, the Imperial guard scoffed. This number is not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. With bloodshot eyes, the Imperial guard charged, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was left only with army personnel. Even the 6 major leaders had no power to resist. It's important to note that even the weakest among the Imperial guards had the strength of the dragon elephant third heaven, capable of going toe-to-toe with a Navy rear admiral. The strongest dared to confront a Navy admiral head-on, able to trade blows purely with their physical prowess. How could the underground forces withstand such overwhelming pressure? You would never have imagined. The 500 Imperial guards directly ground the underground forces into the dirt, going from a push to total annihilation in a spectacular fashion. This victory completely deified the army, allowing them to dominate the seas going forward, with satisfaction hitting a peak. Faced with those 500 terrifyingly powerful army Imperial guards, even a Navy headquarters admiral would have to dim their light. Watch closely. Even the strongest Navy admiral can fall when surrounded. Luo Ning dares to claim that such an elite force is something even the Navy might struggle to produce. Next, it's high energy. After the battle, the underground forces were almost wiped out by the army, with only a few lucky ones escaping. The territory was easily reclaimed, and the remaining thugs were so scared they hid away and didn't dare to show their faces. The army achieved a decisive victory. The underground forces' money-making businesses, such as human trafficking, casinos, and usury, were all taken over by the army. Luo Ning is not old-fashioned. Since others can do it, why not make the money himself? The profits are simply astronomical. He even hopes other forces will come to, just to show off a bit more muscle and make the army famous. What's even better is that the army is rising with all the advantages of time, place, and people. On the surface, they're the soldiers of the world government, and the Navy cannot act for now. That's the advantage of time. Their headquarters is in a no-man's land where the Navy and the world government can't intervene. That's the advantage of place, and everyone in the army only listens to Luo Ning. All are die-hard fans. That's the advantage of people. With all 3 advantages, how could they not rise? After cleaning up the battlefield, Luo Ning handed over the follow-up to Costa and chased after Hu Qi, Hu Ba, Hu Xing, and Gu Yaina. Akiji must have run this way. During the Great War, he noticed Akiji sneaking a look from the side, and now it's just right to use this Navy admiral as a touchstone to test his own strength. Luo Ning's combat power is off the charts. His body-refining technique, Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens, has reached the early stage of the 7th heaven. Wuji Sword Dao is fully unlocked. And with the boost from ancient Marshal Tai Chi, he estimates that he is much stronger than a Navy admiral, maybe even more formidable than the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, Akiji is running for his life, thinking the army is too terrifying. Their combat power is simply over the top. He never expected that he just came to pretend to support, only to witness a crushing defeat. And now he is being targeted by Luo Ning, making it hard to escape. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army not only annihilated the underground forces, but also took over all the illegal businesses. And now Luo Ning wants to find Akiji for a spar. This move directly maxes out the army's deterrence, ensuring they can walk horizontally on the seas in the future. With an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, the army is truly terrifying. Pay attention. Just thinking about the 500 soldiers clad in dark red armor in the army left Akiji's scalp tingling with shock. He never dreamed that the army hid such terrifying combat power. Among these 500, even the weakest could rival a Navy rear admiral, and the strongest were qualified to take on a Navy admiral head-on. If this troop surrounded him, even a powerful Navy admiral like him would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Next comes the high-energy part. Akiji made up his mind. He needed to leave the army's territory quickly and report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. The army's strength must be reassessed. But while he was pondering, a few people suddenly appeared beside him. Luo Ning, along with Hu Qi, Hu Ba, Hu Xing, and Guina, directly blocked his path. Akiji, since you're here at the army headquarters, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Can't you stay a little longer? Akiji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Although he was somewhat moved, he was not flustered at all. After all, he was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, wielding a top-tier Logia fruit. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would still be a piece of cake, right? The two exchanged smiles and idle chatter when Luo Ning suddenly threw out an olive branch. How about leaving the Navy and joining the Army? Without a second thought, Akiji refused. Forget it, the Navy is a top power in the world. It's quite good to stay here. Luo, however, did not hold back and directly hit a sore spot. Have you forgotten the O'Hara incident? The Navy is just the lapdog of the world government. Can't you see that? As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature around them dropped by more than 10 degrees, and the ground instantly froze with white frost. Half of Akiji's face was covered in ice, and anger ignited in his eyes. Luo, don't say any more about this. The O'Hara incident was a thorn in his heart. He had personally killed his friend and slaughtered innocent residents back then, and he still couldn't let go of it. He suppressed his anger and stared at Luo. Let me see how much stronger you become over the years. In his eyes, no matter how strong the Army's elite guards were, Luo might not possess monster-level combat power, and as a top-tier Logia user, he didn't take the other party seriously at all. However, he was unaware that Luo had long since changed. His body refinement, swordsmanship, and ancient martial arts were all maxed out, and his strength had already crushed Navy admirals, just waiting to test his skills against Akiji. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Akiji actively provoked, but he didn't know he had hit a ceiling of combat power. In this battle, Luo would definitely be able to rub him into the ground, allowing the Navy to fully witness the terror of the Army, and the thrill would be off the charts. The Army? Pay attention. Akiji looked disdainful, believing that no one in the Army could threaten him with strength. After all, he is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, a symbol of top-tier combat power. Next, things get intense. Akiji, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and unleashed his ice bird, filled with chilling aura, charging directly at Lu with terrifying impact. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze, and the air was almost frozen, just as Hu Qi was about to step forward to protect his master. He was stopped by Lu. This battle, I will fight personally. Lu raised his fist and directly smashed the ice bird into countless ice shards, leaving not a single whole fragment. Then he grasped his dark red long sword at his waist, and a sharp sword intent erupted violently. Akiji stiffened on the spot. A strong sense of death crisis surged to his mind. Lu smirked coldly. Let me show you what a true powerhouse is. The current Army is no longer inferior to the Navy in the slightest. Before he finished speaking, he directly executed Sword Path Essence. Void Flash. This move can ignore the constraints of time and space. Truly a bug-level killing move. Akiji panicked completely, no longer daring to be arrogant. He quickly crouched down, slammed his palm fiercely against the ground, and roared as he unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Age. In an instant, the temperature within 100 miles plummeted by dozens of degrees, and the snowstorm spread wildly, freezing the earth and the air, as if even the light was frozen. Akiji exhausted all his strength, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the frozen world before him, he bitterly smiled and murmured, "Did I win? But I can't feel any happiness." He thought Lu had already been frozen into an ice sculpture, yet he didn't notice the eerie silence surrounding him. Suddenly, Lu voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern his position. "Akiji, stop deceiving yourself. You think you can win me just with Ice Age? Too naive." It turned out that Lu had already used Void Flash to slip into the time-space gap. This move not only perfectly evaded, but was also a speed 1,000 times faster than light, something Akiji couldn't even touch. At the same time, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing, who were frozen in the ice, suddenly exerted their strength and broke free from the ice. And even Lu disciple Guina managed to escape smoothly under the cover of the 3. It should be noted that these 3 had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, capable of matching the Navy's admirals with sheer physical power. Akiji's freezing technique was nothing more than a tickle to them. Akiji was completely dumbfounded. His ultimate move, which he had exerted all his strength on, seemed like a joke in the eyes of Lu and his subordinates. He finally realized that his previous confidence was a joke. The Army's strength had long since crushed the level of Navy admirals, and today he had kicked an iron plate. You would never have guessed. Lu kept the Navy admiral pinned down, showcasing his sword skills ridiculously. This battle directly established the Army's divine reputation, making the Navy avoid them in the future. An exhilarating feeling indeed. Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing had all reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, able to contend with the 3 admirals of the Navy solely with their physical strength. Watch out. The 3 of them are physically powerful to the point of explosion, their blood energy soaring to the sky. The Ice Age is originally an area attack. They haven't even focused on attacking yet. And the three of them easily break through the ice, as if they're playing. Although Goena has reached the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant. She's just one step away from the 5th level, but the gap in this body refinement technique becomes increasingly absurd, comparable to the difference between heaven and earth. They could only escape thanks to the protection of the three. Next, it's high energy. Akiji was stunned on the spot, his heart roaring wildly. How is this possible? He exhausted all his strength to unleash the Ice Age, yet he didn't even graze the corner of Luoning's clothes. A few years ago, Luoning was even inferior to a Navy Rear Admiral, and now he can actually ignore his Admiral-level ultimate move. Akiji was about to unleash another Ice Age to escape, but found he had no chance. Luoning directly activated Sword Path Essence, Void Flash, ignoring time and space, appearing right in front of him, with a dark red longsword swiftly positioned at his neck. The blade hadn't even touched his skin, yet the terrifying sharpness had already sliced open a wound, with blood being absorbed into the sword. This sword was forged from blood rock crystal, more ferocious than the supreme great knife, not only indestructible but also capable of infinite growth, definitely the #1 sword in the pirate world. Akiji's whole body went stiff. He didn't even see how Luoning got there and could only smile bitterly in defeat. Luoning, you hid too deep. With one sword, you took down this Navy Admiral. And now, even the Yonko probably aren't your match. Luoning's expression changed instantly. Just a moment ago, he was filled with killing intent, and in the blink of an eye, he became warm and gentle like a spring breeze, the contrast so great that Akiji couldn't believe it. He seized the opportunity to persuade Akiji to join the army. But Akiji laughed it off. We'll talk about this later. I just got slashed by you. Shouldn't you treat me well? Saying this, he casually draped his arm around Luoning's shoulder, as if they hadn't just fought. Luoning frowned and shot him a disdainful look. And Akiji immediately exploded. What kind of look is that? Don't forget, you could become an army marshal, and I played a part in that. You absolutely can't imagine. Luoning killed a Navy Admiral in one move, and that divine sword can even absorb blood. His battle power is off the charts. Akiji went from arrogant to instantly humbled, completely crushed throughout, and the army is now confidently striding across the sea, feeling incredibly good. Akiji glanced at Luoning, wondering if there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Pay attention. Akiji, while brainwashing himself that Luoning became a marshal thanks to his contributions, casually put his arm around Luoning's shoulder and chatted. Although they had met before, he was as familiar as an old friend. Next up, the excitement. Akiji suddenly changed the subject. As a marshal of the army, you must be super rich, right? Can I stay here for a few more days? Luoning immediately refused. But he kept pestering. After all, we haven't seen each other for many years. Shouldn't you treat me well? It's worth noting that Akiji usually doesn't talk much. But when he meets someone he clicks with, he turns into a chatterbox and a clingy person. After the Great War, the army gained a solid reputation. And the world government, Navy, and pirates of the New World all recognized this rising force. The underground forces black business was completely taken over by the army. Who dare to come and snatch it? Luoning directly stated, if one comes, take one down. If two come, take two down. He struck fear into his opponents. And no one dared to reach out anymore. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Yet Akiji refused to leave. Luoning looked at Akiji lounging in a chair, basking in the sun with a lazy expression, feeling helpless. You've been here for several days. Shouldn't you go back to the Navy? He even took the opportunity to persuade him to join the army. The Navy is strong now, but who knows who will be strong in the future? No one knows that the army hides many fierce individuals. The Tiger Trio can take on Navy admirals head-on, and Admiral Costa is even fiercer than the three admirals. He has already been captured by Luoning, just waiting for the right moment to be revealed. Akiji, however, waved his hand to refuse. It's all soldiers of the world government anyway. It doesn't matter where. Luoning's expression changed instantly. It's different. The Navy is a lapdog. The army is not. When the day of confrontation comes, which side will you choose? Akiji dodged the topic. If it really comes to that, I might stand on the opposite side, unable to help myself. After a week of procrastination, Akiji finally rode his little bike back to the Navy at a leisurely pace. Never in a hurry when he could slack off, but he knew in his heart, the justice of the Navy is completely different from what he wants. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The army not only crushes underground forces, but also hides a bunch of admiral-level fierce individuals. Even Navy admirals can't leave. This rise directly leads to legendary status, and in the future, they will walk through the seas with confidence and exhilaration. At times, the justice upheld by the Navy has zero compatibility with the justice that Akiji holds in his heart. Pay attention. Green Pheasant is wobbling on a bicycle over the sea, feeling a crazy entanglement in his heart. Joining the army seems really appealing. Thinking back to the days in the army's territory, the common folks were all full of hope, and life was much better than those in the Navy's domain. More importantly, the army's sense of justice aligns perfectly with his own. Next, high energy. It took Green Pheasant 2 weeks to return to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. As soon as he entered the Marshal's office, he dropped a bombshell. That guy, Loning, could cut me down with a single sword. Sengoku was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out, unable to believe it. Impossible. You're one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, a natural system user of the ice fruit, a monster-level powerhouse. He knew too well about Green Pheasant's strength. He could firmly hold the position of admiral and nearly swagger across the sea. But Loning was just an ordinary person a few years ago, and now he could crush an admiral. His power had skyrocketed as if he was cheating. The more Sengoku thought about it, the more anxious he became, breaking out in a cold sweat. Besides Loning, the army has 50,000 elite soldiers and 500 fierce warriors in dark red armor. Their strength already on par with top-tier forces. What's worse is that the army is ostensibly under the control of the world government, and they're on the same side as the Navy. If the army comes to seize territory in the 4 seas, the Navy won't be able to fight back at all. Surely we can't fight against a military force that belongs to the world government, right? That would be slapping the world government in the face. After finishing, Green Pheasant left, leaving Sengoku alone in the office, scratching his head. Even though he was known as the wise general, he was at a loss at this moment, muttering to himself. How did things develop into this? He knew very well that the army's strength was booming, and they definitely wanted to stir things up in the 4 seas. Perhaps even aiming to bypass the Navy and directly control the 4 seas. The originally calm 4 seas was about to be shaken up, but Sengoku could only anxiously wait, unable to think of a single response. After all, the army's rise speed was truly explosive. You would never guess. Not only did Loning crush the Navy's admiral with a sword, but he also made the Navy's Marshal worry to the point of balding. The army's operations have maximized their deterrent power, and in the future, they could swagger through the 4 seas without anyone daring to stop them. The thrill was simply overwhelming. In the endless sea, a small boat was swaying slowly forward. On the boat stood a person. Look closely. This person's gaze is sharp enough to split mountains. With short black hair standing on end, dressed in a loose black trench coat and wearing a small cross knife on his chest. He carries the world's most recognized, strongest black sword on his back. It's none other than the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Next, high energy. Mihawk catches sight of a newspaper headline about Ronin slashing Blue Pheasant with a single sword, and a smile suddenly curves at the corner of his mouth. Good guy. The weakest of the 4 seas actually hides a ruthless swordsman. He touches the black sword on his back, his eyes filled with suppressed excitement. I've been lonely at the peak of swordsmanship for years. Ronin, hurry up and come out for a fight. Let me see just how valuable your one sword slashing general ability really is. The world's #1 swordsman actively issues a challenge, and this scene instantly stirs up a storm. On the other side, Ronin holds the newspaper with a helpless expression. Is this really making headlines? It's hard to keep a low profile, but he quickly tosses this worry aside. Never mind the trouble. Focus on expanding territory, fully grasp the underground forces business, and let the army rise to the top. Saying this, he dives into the training ground, watching Kuina practice her swordsmanship, mercilessly pointing out her issues. Your strikes are a beat too slow, and your aim is off. With this level, you can't even beat an entry-level swordsman, and you still want to be #1 in the world? Kuina grits her teeth and remains silent, wielding her dark red long sword and swinging it frantically, practicing from sunrise to moonrise, a full 10 hours without stopping, until her arms tremble and she can no longer hold the sword, her body collapsing straight to the ground. Ronin rushes over to support her, looking at her pale face and bloodied hands, feeling heartache but not softening. If you want to be the world's #1 swordsman, it's already harder for women than for men. If you don't get it your all, you won't even touch the top-tier threshold. You have to know that the sword in your hand is fiercer than the supreme great sword, has spirit, and chooses its master. Although Kuina has touched the threshold of a great swordsman, prolonged use will still cause backlash from the sword's energy. Lasting 10 hours is already quite fierce. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Mihawk actively comes to challenge Ronin, who is simultaneously leading his team in business and training the future great swordsman. The army's rise seems like it's on fast forward. If Ronin accepts Mihawk's challenge, it's bound to be another legendary battle, bringing an exhilarating experience. Even for a great swordsman, as long as the long sword does not recognize them, they will experience some backlash from the sword's energy while using it. Watch out! Luoning held the fainted Guinan in his arms, his eyes filled with heartache as he sighed. Silly girl, why push yourself so hard? Wanting to be the world's greatest swordsman is not that easy. You must know, aside from himself, there's also Mihawk, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the pirate world, who even Marine admirals have to be wary of. For Guinan to want to catch up, or even surpass him, the road is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Next, high energy. Luoning carefully placed Guinan on the pink bed full of girlish dreams, gently closed the door, and stood alone in the courtyard in the deep night. The evening breeze carried a chill. He looked at the crescent moon in the sky, his heart filled with mixed feelings. When he first sought her out, it was for a system task and that one chance of a lottery, but over time, he truly cared for this girl. Guinan's tenacity and pure kindness made even Luoning, who had seen life and death, unable to harden his heart. But he quickly clenched his fists. First, focus on the career. Having crossed over to the pirate world in this life, he must ensure the army stands at the pinnacle of the world, and personal feelings must take a back seat. Inside the room, Guinan was unconscious, her brows tightly furrowed, tears sliding down the corners of her eyes, still murmuring, "Master, I can keep up with you. I'm not a burden." For her, being the world's greatest swordsman was no longer the ultimate goal. Being able to stay by Luoning's side without being left behind was her driving force to give it her all. Watching Luoning's strength grow day by day, she feared she wouldn't be able to keep up, so she practiced swordsmanship desperately. Even if her hands were worn and bloody, she never stopped. A week passed quietly. The army was focused on development, with a momentum that was frightening. Recruitment was in full swing. Surrounding territories were gradually being encroached upon. And after taking over the underground forces' businesses, military funding skyrocketed, no longer worrying about money. Luoning's mind was as clear as a mirror. At this rate of expansion, it wouldn't be long before the army would confront the major forces in the pirate world, and the first to deal with would most likely be the Marines. But he was not worried at all, full of confidence. The army should protect the land, and even if it clashes with the Marines' interests, that is only natural. Other forces dare to block the way. Bring it on, and crush them one by one. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. While Luoning was being a strict teacher, rigorously training his disciple, he was also leading the army to crazily grind dungeons and expand, rising at a rocket-like speed. Regardless of the future confrontations with the Marines or other tough characters, with his current strength and the army's momentum, they would definitely crush everything in their path. Branding the word cheat on their faces, the exhilaration directly maxed out. The army is destined to rise to the pinnacle of the world. Pay attention. All obstacles encountered on the road to the rise of the army will be cleared one by one without mercy. Those powerful army guards are the strongest trump cards for clearing obstacles. Anyone who tries to block the way will be crushed. Next, high energy. On the sea, a small boat is drifting slowly, and standing on it is Eagle Eye, his expression cold and proud, with the so-called world's #1 black knife stuck in his back. He stares ahead and mutters, "Is this the army headquarters?" Luoning, the ruthless one who cuts the green pheasant with one sword, finally gets to meet you. For this fight, he traveled a week from a new world. After all, as a great swordsman, he has long stood at the peak, driving him mad with loneliness. Having no rivals across the world, Luoning is his only hope. But just as he steps through the gates of the army headquarters, Eagle Eye's pupils tremble. Hundreds of army guards instantly surround him, their dark red armor gleaming coldly, long knives in hand exuding an eerie red glow, their steps as synchronized as an iron plate, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. It should be noted that among these 500 guards, even the weakest can match a Navy rear admiral, and the strongest dare to clash head-on with a general. This sheer force alone is enough to make Eagle Eye sweat. Not to mention the hidden trump cards of the army, the Tiger Crazy Trio's strength rivals, or even crushes generals. And General Costa's body refinement technique has reached the mid-stage of the Dragon Elephant's sixth heaven, with physical strength terrifyingly outrageous. Eagle Eye instantly feels a sense of death crisis and quickly draws his black knife, his gaze sharp as if to split the mountain. It has been a long time since I felt this kind of life-and-death pressure. I must show my true skills today, or I will pay the price here. Although he is the world's #1 swordsman, Being surrounded by 500 top guards is a luxurious hunting ground. Any slight negligence could turn him into minced meat. There is no fairness here. It is purely a dimensional suppression of the army's strength. For Eagle Eye to win is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You would never expect it. Eagle Eye took the initiative to challenge. But as soon as he stepped in, he was forced into a desperate situation by the army guards. Before Luo Ning even made a move, his subordinates had firmly grasped the world's #1 swordsman. The army's strength is simply on another level. The upcoming battle is bound to blow everyone away, with excitement reaching its peak. Thus, a fight without any notion of fairness begins. Pay attention. The half-hour battle has just ended, and Hawkeye has already lost the prestige of being the world's #1 swordsman. He is covered in injuries, with more than 10 wounds still bleeding, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. In contrast, the army's elite guards only have a few injured, with no casualties. You must know that their armor and long swords are forged from blood rock crystal, or with maximum attack and defense that can be infinitely upgraded, eventually crushing the supreme great knife. This equipment is simply cheating. Next comes the high-energy part. Hawkeye is dizzy and will collapse completely in less than an hour. He looks at the unscathed elite guards and bitterly scolds himself. I was really too arrogant. I thought I could walk all over them just because of my status as a great swordsman and one of the 7 warlords. But I ended up being rubbed against the ground by the army. The pirate world only recognizes strength. All his titles are meaningless in the eyes of the army. Just as he is about to meet his end here, he tightly grips his black sword, Knight, planning to fight until the last moment. At that moment, the encircling elite guards suddenly parted to make way, and Loning walked out with the Tiger Crazy Trio and Kuna. Hawkeye stared at Loning, unable to see through the other's strength. But Loning looked at him like a clown and said, "Who gave you the guts to invade the army headquarters? You can't even beat my 500 elite guards, and you dare to call yourself the world's #1 swordsman? It's purely laughable." Hawkeye, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth in pain and shouted, "Loning, I challenge you with the black sword, Knight. I bet my title as the world's #1 swordsman. Do you dare to accept?" Loning scoffed on the spot. "With your level, you don't even have the qualification to challenge me. Don't waste my time here." Kuina, standing behind, clenched her small fists. Before her is the swordsmanship pinnacle she once looked up to, but now her master is being crushed without any power to retort, leaving her speechless in shock. Hawkeye is both angry and anxious, his wounds bleeding even more profusely, trembling all over but helpless. Loning's aura and strength far exceed his understanding. Not only did he fail to achieve a peak battle today, but he also became a laughingstock for the army, losing utterly. You would never expect it. The world's #1 swordsman was crushed by the army's elite guards and publicly humiliated by Loning, who said he had no qualification to challenge. The army's strength is simply outrageous, dominating the scene, and the satisfaction is off the charts. Loning doesn't care, but Kuina, standing behind her, has moved. Pay attention. Kuina struggled for a long time, suddenly gritting her teeth and drawing her dark red, long sword from her waist, charging straight at Hawkeye. In her heart, the title of the world's greatest swordsman should belong to her master, Ronin, and Hawkeye was simply unworthy of it. Next comes the high-energy moment. Kuina rushed in front of Hawkeye in an instant, her long sword glowing with a strange red light. Although her swordsmanship still seemed immature, it exuded a fierce determination. "If you want to challenge my master, you must first get past me." Hawkeye glanced at her disdainfully, sheathing his black blade, on his back, and picking up the small cross-shaped sword in front of him. "For you, this broken sword is enough. There's no need for Yoru to come out." In his eyes, Kuna had just touched the threshold of the great swordsman and was still unstable in her realm, unworthy of him going all out. Kuina was so furious that her eyes turned red, her grip on the sword turning white as she fought back tears and madly attacked. But no matter how hard she fought or how fierce her moves were, Hawkeye could easily counter them. Even when he was dizzy, losing too much blood, and nearly out of strength, he still handled Kuina with ease. In no time, Hawkeye seized her flaw and unleashed a terrifying sword aura straight at her, stubbornly stating, "If it weren't for being ambushed by those 500 elite guards, I wouldn't be so embarrassed." Little did he know, the ruthless people in the army had not been fully revealed. Anyone the Tiger Crazy Trio could easily overpower him with brute force. And then there was the army general, Kostad, whose terrifying strength was overlooked by the entire world. Definitely a hidden powerhouse. Just like the naval hero Garp, who could chase after the pirate king with sheer physical strength if the ruthless characters of the army really decided to make a move. Hawkeye wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Ronin watched calmly from the side, his mind as clear as a mirror. Hawkeye's so-called title of the world's #1 is just a joke in front of the army. Although Kana was temporarily at a disadvantage, this was just practice. If it came down to a real fight, the army could make Hawkeye disappear in an instant. You would never expect it. The world's greatest swordsman looks down on Ronin's disciple, not knowing that he has already been crushed to pieces by the army's strength. The hidden cards of the army are more explosive than each other, and this overwhelming combat power is simply exhilarating. It is precisely the strong man who has hardly ever made a move, overlooked by the whole world, the current only general of the army, Kostad. Look, if Costa takes action, Hawkeye won't last 3 moves before kneeling. His physical training has reached the mid-stage of the Dragon Elephant's 6th layer, combined with the marvelous techniques of ancient martial Tai Chi. His strength is nearly on par with the 4 emperors. As for the army, they are not afraid to confront any of the 4 emperors in the New World head-on. Next, it's high energy. The Navy poses no threat to the army. After all, both are openly the enforcers of the world government. The world government still relies on the army's reputation to suppress the increasingly rampant era of great pirates. Relying solely on the Navy cannot control the fierce pirates of the 4 seas and the New World. You must know that the New World has long become a playground for pirates, where the 4 emperors and their forces dominate openly, while secretly. There are many terrifyingly powerful, ambitious individuals hidden away. Without real strength, one cannot maintain order, and the army is the toughest nail in this situation. The scene shifts back to the army headquarters, where Kuina is locked down by Hawkeye's terrifying nearly 2-meter sword aura, unable to move. Her heart instantly chilled. Is the gap this big? She doesn't even have the qualification to dodge. She thought Hawkeye would be exhausted after half an hour of battling 500 guards, but to her surprise, he casually unleashed a sword aura that pushed her to the brink. Kuina closed her eyes and gave up resisting, filled with unwillingness and regret. Master, after 3 years of relentless training, I still can't keep up with you. Meeting you, even if I die, it's worth it. At this critical moment, Luo Ning suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as the winter wind, with a killing intent that seemed to overflow. Glaring fiercely at Hawkeye. You want to wager the title of the world's greatest swordsman to challenge me? I will grant you that. It's normal for there to be casualties in battle, but no one can touch Kuna. She is not only his disciple, but also someone he holds dear. If Hawkeye dares to harm her, he's merely dancing before the King of Hell. So what if people say he is protective? Those he Luo Ning protects, no one can touch. You absolutely cannot imagine. The army's strength is explosive enough to confront the 4 emperors, and Luo Ning is a protective madman for his disciple. Seeing his disciple in danger, he immediately enters a frenzied killing mode. Next, Luo Ning will take action. Determined to press Hawkeye to the ground until he questions his own life, this godlike combat power is incredibly satisfying. Protecting his own, so what? Watch out, Luo Ning boldly declared on the spot. I'm protective, so what? If anyone dares to have murderous intentions against my people and acts on it, they must bear the wrath of the entire army. It's important to know that not long ago, the army uprooted the underground forces, proving with their strength that they are not to be trifled with. Nowadays, no one dares to provoke the army. Next, the intensity rises. Luo Ning sneered at Hawkeye, his eyes filled with disdain. Hurry up and draw your black blade, knight. Your so-called swordsmanship is nothing more than child's play to me. Not worth mentioning. Although Hawkeye was injured all over and barely hanging on, he was driven by his obsession and immediately equipped his cross-shaped sword, drawing the black blade knight from his back, his eyes shining with excitement. Luo Ning, today I bet the honor of being the world's greatest swordsman against you. If I win, I remain at the peak. If I lose, I'll accept death. He firmly believed that no one in the world could match his swordsmanship, not even Luo Ning. Luo Ning stepped forward decisively, tightly embracing Kuna with his left arm while slowly drawing the long sword, Sha, from his waist, which glimmered with a dark red light. This sword, like Kuina's weapon, was forged from blood rock crystal mines that do not exist in the pirate world. From the moment it was born, it possessed the power to rival the Supreme Great Blade 12, and it was even sharper and sturdier than the Supreme Great Blade. The most terrifying aspect was that it could absorb the emotions of enemies just before they die as nourishment, upgrading its strength infinitely, making it a godly artifact. As the long sword was drawn, the 1.2-meter blade emanated an eerie dark red glow, chilling like congealed blood. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying sword aura erupted from Luo Ning, a presence only a great swordsman could possess. Even Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, was momentarily stunned. His face filled with shock. How is this possible? His sword aura is even stronger than mine. There really is someone who has traveled further on the path of swordsmanship than I have. Hawkeye gripped the black blade tightly, sweat trickling down into his eyes, causing discomfort. But he dared not wipe it away. This battle was too crucial. Losing would mean not only relinquishing his title as a great swordsman, but possibly losing his life. What concerned him even more was that the swordsmanship Luoning displayed was a powerful style he had never seen before, making him both anxious and unwilling to back down, forcing him to give his all to hold on. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luoning, fiercely protective, not only stood his ground, but also wielded a godly sword capable of infinite upgrades. And as soon as his sword aura erupted, it left the world's greatest swordsman in shock. In the upcoming duel, Luoning was sure to crush Hawkeye, permanently welding the notion of being overpowered onto his face, delivering an exhilarating experience. Who is it? Notice. As Goena opened her eyes, she felt the warm and reassuring embrace. Looking up, she saw Ronin, and her little face instantly flushed, her heart racing, completely flustered. Looking at Ronin again, his expression was as cold as frost, holding a dark red long sword, exuding a sharp and terrifying sword intent. Goena suddenly realized the master swordsmanship is likely powerful enough to crush the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, into the ground. Next, the high energy. Ronin didn't even move, just relying on the sword intent emanating from him. He completely dissipated the sword chi that Mihawk had previously unleashed, not even allowing it to travel 100 meters before it vanished. Mihawk felt like he was standing on the edge of an abyss, experiencing despair for the first time. How can I fight like this? I must go all out. He suddenly closed his eyes and then opened them again, unleashing an even stronger sword intent, using the haki of armament. The black sword instantly wrapped in black energy. It's worth noting that very few can use this haki across the seas, and even in the New World. It's considered a rare skill. But Ronin didn't even glance at it, sneering. The haki is quite strong, but you're only at half health, still not enough to fight. He mastered the complete inheritance of the limitless sword path, and his understanding of swordsmanship was leagues ahead of Mihawk. Just this sword path essence, Void Flash, would be enough to make Mihawk drink a pot. This move is faster than light and can traverse time and space, reaching the enemy in an instant, something Mihawk simply couldn't catch. Ronin set Gunna down and walked toward Mihawk step by step, his aura fully unleashed, the battle about to begin. Mihawk panicked, wildly swinging his black sword, instantly slicing out nearly 100 sword chi several meters long, powerful enough to seem like it would shatter space. Ronin didn't even lift his head, leisurely waving his dark red long sword a few times, and a miraculous scene occurred. All the sword chi disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Mihawk was completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded. The gap is too big. I seem like I'm just playing around in front of Ronin. You absolutely can't imagine. Ronin didn't need haki. Just relying on sword intent and casual movements crushed Mihawk. His swordsmanship seemed to have been turned up to 11. Mihawk's all-out effort was still not enough, and the next moments would definitely have him pressed to the ground, questioning his life, the thrill reaching its peak. Ronin's strength made Mihawk once again recognize the terrifying gap between them. Pay attention. The gap between Luoning and Mihawk is like the difference between heaven and earth. One stands at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, while the other is losing the qualification to even look up. Next, high energy. Mihawk watches helplessly as the sword chi he exhausts all his strength to unleash is effortlessly erased by Luoning, leaving him shocked and numb all over. Although he is currently in a half-health state, with his stamina continuously draining due to blood loss, he firmly believes that his swordsmanship is not inferior to anyone's. After all, he is recognized as the world's greatest swordsman, but reality harshly slaps him in the face. Those sword chi that could make even a Navy Vice Admiral pay a heavy price to handle are treated by Luoning as if they were child's play, not even causing him to furrow his brow. However, this crushing defeat ignites Mihawk's long-dormant fighting spirit. He grips the black blade, Yoru, and shouts, "Luoning, show your true skills. Today, I am still the world's greatest swordsman." Saying this, he gathers all his strength, pouring his lifelong understanding of swordsmanship into the blade, and slashes out a terrifying sword chi nearly 5 meters long. This sword chi moves faster than light, capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. With an attack power skyrocketing to the level of the 4 emperors, truly a move he keeps in reserve. Luoning looks at the incoming sword chi and coldly smiles. casually slicing with his dark red longsword. Just this one move shatters Mihawk's ultimate technique that could shake the four emperors, dissipating it into thin air. The next second, the sword intent surrounding Luo Ning suddenly disappears. Mihawk, momentarily stunned, is hit by a sudden eruption of an ancient, sharp, and relentless aura. Remember, this is my limitless swordsmanship, made to crush you. Luo Ning slowly raises his sword, his pitch-black pupils filled with a destructive sword intent. Swordsmanship insight. Void flash. With a low shout, Luo Ning assumes a bizarre, yet imposing stance and strikes. In an instant, he breaks through the constraints of time and space, appearing right in front of Mihawk from 10 meters away. Mihawk's pupils constrict. A strong sense of deathly crisis alerts him frantically, but he has no time to dodge. Only able to use his haki to protect his chest, Luo Ning shows no mercy, bringing down his longsword violently, and a deep wound, visible to the bone, instantly opens up on Mihawk's chest, blood gushing out as he flies backward like a kite with a broken string. He struggles to reach out, touching the blood that continuously pours from his chest, looking at the horrifying wound, with only one thought left in his mind. I lost? Before he can finish his sentence, he completely loses consciousness and falls heavily to the ground. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The world's greatest swordsman unleashes his ultimate move with all his might, yet is casually crushed by Luo Ning, who uses time-space teleportation followed by a single strike to defeat him, making his combat power seem ridiculously overpowered. The actions of the army marshal directly weld the haki onto his face, leaving the audience dumbfounded, the thrill reaching its peak. Finally, he falls into a coma. Pay attention. Luo Ning glanced at the fallen Mihawk 100 meters away, his gaze still icy. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood splattered on his cheek, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The strong in this world haven't disappointed me. Next, the excitement escalates. Just a single warlord like Mihawk possesses such strength, and Luo Ning instantly felt a surge of anticipation for the four emperors of a new world. Can you withstand my self-created Sword Dao Ultimate? Void Flash. You should know, this move is faster than light, and can even break through the laws of time and space. For the four emperors, trying to receive it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. He also set his sights on Kaido. They say you have the strongest body in the world. Once I train my dragon elephant 9 heavens to the peak, I'll see how many punches it takes to turn you into pulp. This battle ended with Mihawk's crushing defeat, triggering an explosion throughout the pirate world. The title of the world's greatest swordsman changed hands, and Luo Ning firmly established a new benchmark. Major forces overnight raised their assessments of the army's strength, and those who initially wanted to snatch underground business all backed down. No one dared to confront the army under the world government head-on. Mihawk's fate was even more tragic, sentenced to a year in prison by Luo Ning. The once glorious great swordsman could only languish in the army's prison, which had an exceptionally strong defense. The prison warden's strength was comparable to that of Admiral Costa, and most of the 500 guards came from the Hell training class, their strength nearly matching that of the army's elite guards, making escape nearly impossible. Luo Ning turned to the dazed Kuna and smiled as he ruffled her hair. Silly girl. What are you daydreaming about? Losing to Mihawk isn't shameful. He is a great swordsman, and his strength is already overwhelming. As he spoke, he naturally took her hand and walked toward the marshal's office. Kuina kept her head down, her little face flushed, but she was filled with determination. She vowed to train hard, pushing herself to the limit, squeezing out half the time for body training to practice swordsmanship like crazy, promising never to experience that feeling of helplessness and despair again. Meanwhile, the army was steadily developing, actively recruiting soldiers, and their numbers had not yet reached the limit. The territorial expansion continued, with vast unclaimed lands in the seas waiting to be annexed, and their momentum of rising could not be stopped. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Not only did Luo Ning defeat Mihawk, but he also directly elevated the army's prestige to a new height, making even the four emperors his appetizers. This rapid rise felt like a cheat code, delivering an exhilarating experience. The territorial expansion had not yet ceased, with many unclaimed lands in the seas still waiting for the army's occupation. Pay attention. The underground forces takeover work is nearing completion. Apart from a few scattered jobs that haven't been taken over, all the core profitable projects are tightly held by the army. The current army is growing in strength at a pace that no one in the pirate world can comprehend. It's like they've launched a rocket. Get ready for high energy. Luo Ning hasn't stopped his quest for strength either. The entire inheritance of Wuji, Sword Dao, has long been engraved in his mind, and he can effortlessly execute any move. This Sword Dao essence, Void Flash, that he comprehended himself has been practiced to the extreme, allowing him to directly break through the laws of time and space, making teleportation feel slow. The newly comprehended Sword Dao essence, Sword Heart, is even more outrageous. Though it lacks the defensive enhancement of Haki, it can break elementalization like Haki and can crazily stack sword energy attack power. If practiced to the peak, he might even be able to split the sun and moon with a single sword strike. The potential is simply limitless. The Army headquarters hides a deadly secret. Located 1,000 meters underground at the junction of the four seas, in the marginal territory ruled by the world government, lies the Blood Moon Hell. This prison was not built by the Army itself. It was a red reward that Luo Ning drew from the system lottery 2 years ago. He was thrilled at first, but upon calming down, he realized it was of no use to him, but a trump card for the Army. It's 10 times more terrifying than the Navy's impelled down. Once you enter, don't think about getting out alive without the approval of the Army's high command. It's a true hell on earth. Luo Ning hesitated in the Marshal's office for a long time, but ultimately decided to take a trip to Blood Moon Hell. Just as he stepped out behind him, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing frowned with faces full of resistance. Upon hearing about going to Blood Moon Hell, Hu Xing quickly found an excuse. Marshal, nature calls. I'll be right back. After saying that, he dashed away. Hu Qi followed suit. There's an urgent matter in the Hell training camp. I need to handle it first. Only Hu Ba was left, anxious and red-faced, struggling to come up with an excuse, standing there scratching his head. Seeing this, Luo Ning laughed. All right, you wait here, I can go alone. This is the Army headquarters. With my strength, no one can harm me. You absolutely can't imagine. The Army appears strong on the surface, but secretly hides the Blood Moon Hell as a killing weapon. Luo Ning's combat power has skyrocketed and shows no signs of stopping. And this rise in strength is directly slapping invincibility on his face, making him feel exhilarated. This is the Army headquarters, and with my strength, you don't need to follow me all the time. Pay attention. Luo Ning turned around and patted Hu Ba's shoulder, a look of helplessness written all over his face. Guiana was busy practicing her sword skills like a madwoman and hadn't followed them. Ever since she was defeated by Hawkeye, this girl had been charging at the sword path, as if she were on a blood rush. She not only stabilized her recently broken, but still shaky Great Swordmaster realm, but also made her sword momentum more fierce. Her sword techniques increasingly exquisite, and her strength skyrocketed. However, the difficulty of breaking through again in a short time had multiplied several times over, making it basically impossible. Next, high energy. The Blood Moon Purgatory is hidden a kilometer underground at the Army headquarters, and aside from the prison defense troops, other Army soldiers fear it like they fear evil spirits. This place is reputed to be a human purgatory more terrifying than hell itself. Army soldiers dare to confront the Navy head-on, but they are particularly intimidated by the Blood Moon Purgatory, which is said to conceal great horrors. The entrance to the purgatory is a mysterious white door, with defenses so outrageous it's explosive. Luo Ning, now at the 7th heaven of Dragon Elephant, could barely land a punch even against a Navy admiral. But when he hit this door, it didn't budge at all, not even leaving a mark. The 2 guards at the entrance were elite individuals selected from the Hell training class, their strength nearly rivaling that of the Army's elite guards. Luo Ning looked at them and couldn't help but feel pained. Such good soldiers, wasted here. Luo Ning ordered the door to be opened, and with a creak, the door slowly opened, releasing an ancient, oppressive, and nauseating aura. The oxygen content inside the purgatory is extremely low. If an ordinary person goes in without gasping for breath, they would suffocate and die in minutes. Even Luo Ning felt uncomfortable entering. Although there was no threat to his life, it was still very irritating. Once the door closed, it became a sealed space. No matter how strong you are, you can't fly out. Inside, there's a nearly 100-meter-long confession bridge. As soon as a person steps on it, their inner guilt will uncontrollably bubble up, and beneath the bridge, terrifying magma rolls, making one's scalp tingle. You absolutely can't imagine. The Army's Blood Moon Purgatory is 10 times harsher than the Navy's Advanced City. The entrance door is so tough that even Luo Ning can't break it. And all the guards are top-notch tough guys. Once this hidden killing weapon is exposed, the Army's strength will directly rise to another level. Feeling like they're on a cheat mode, completely exhilarating. Below the bridge, there is terrifying magma. Look, this magma is different from ordinary magma. It is pitch black. with flames as dark as ink, reaching temperatures over 10,000 degrees, capable of incinerating everything in this world, incredibly ruthless. Those who are extremely wicked can't even stand on the bridge. They will directly fall down and turn to ashes, leaving no bones behind. Next, high energy. Luo Ning walks on the confession bridge, feeling hot all over, with all kinds of terrifying illusions swirling in his mind, like a battlefield. Anyone else would have been scared stiff, but he takes a breath to steady his mind, expressionless and charging straight ahead. Only after finishing the 100-meter bridge does he truly enter the Blood Moon purgatory, shaking his head as he looks back. This oppressive feeling is too uncomfortable. After walking a few hundred meters, Luo Ning shouts into the air, "Old Gray, come out. Take me to the lowest level of the Blood Moon purgatory." Old Gray is the warden, and 2 years ago, he was already among the top 3 in the army. Now, Luo Ning can't even see through him. Ever since he learned Luo Ning's Dragon Elephant Nine Heavens and ancient martial Tai Chi, Old Gray's strength has skyrocketed like he's on a rocket, perhaps even stronger than Luo Ning. Don't be fooled by his hunchbacked and thin appearance. With his murky eyes like an ordinary old man, the power hidden within him is terrifyingly explosive, and in the prison, his reputation is even more effective than Luo Ning's. Old Gray leisurely appears, complaining, yelling so loudly my ears are about to explode. I heard even to the lowest level. He raises an eyebrow. You never mentioned this place before. Is it because of that kid with the black knife, Knight? Luo Ning frowns at his question, inwardly thinking, this old man talks too much. Old Gray takes Luo Ning on a winding path, navigating through countless dangerous areas, until they finally reach the lowest level of the prison, the core area of the Blood Moon Purgatory. No wonder this prison has such a name. It turns out the lowest level is the real place of ruthless living. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Blood Moon Purgatory even has magma with a one-hit kill buff. And the warden is a hidden big shot whose strength has surged, crushing everyone. This hidden prison of the army is simply a cheat-level killing machine. Just bringing it out could stun the pirate world. The thrill is directly maximized. The reason this prison is named Blood Moon Purgatory is largely due to the name of the lowest level of this great prison. Pay attention. Those who have never entered the Blood Moon Hell can never imagine how terrifying the lowest level of this prison is. Even Luo Ning has only been here a few times. He only knows that it's like a small world with a bizarre blood-red crescent moon hanging above, while the prisoners can only feel endless pain and have no time to appreciate it. Next comes the high energy. As soon as Luo Ning stepped into the Blood Moon Hell, 100-fold pressure instantly slammed down on him, like carrying a small mountain. The oxygen level in the air is 10 times lower than outside, and even with his Dragon Elephant 7th layer body refinement strength, he felt a bit strained. Looking beside him at Old Gray, who was surprisingly calm and even smiling, Luo Ning was shocked. This old man's strength is beyond what I imagined. What's even worse is that this place induces a deep sense of oppression, and Luo Ning couldn't help but feel like killing someone. He could only stare at the blood moon to forcibly steady his mind. Luo Ning asked Old Gray, "Is Eagle Eye still alive?" Old Gray nodded. "That kid has a tough life. He has covered in wounds but hasn't died." I was shocked. You have to know, there are blood demons hidden at the bottom of the hell, whose strength is comparable to a Navy Vice Admiral to the 3 Admirals. When the blood moon rises to its peak, they come out to devour people. When the blood moon falls, it plunges into 12 hours of dead silence. That darkness can block all perception, making one's consciousness chaotic and causing doubts about one's existence. If the mind breaks, death is certain. Old Gray even set a rule. If prisoners survive for a year, they can leave, but they must work for the army. Otherwise, they'll all be locked up until death. He even taught the prisoners a castrated version of Dragon Elephant 9th layer and simplified ancient martial Tai Chi, allowing them to train in hell, which not only kills time, but also cultivates combat power for the army. A total win-win. Now the blood moon has risen high in the sky, and the blood demons in the hell are about to appear. A massacre and a great escape are about to unfold. These blood demons are over 2 meters tall, their bodies seemingly drenched in blood, with no facial features, looking extraordinarily fierce. You absolutely cannot imagine. The Army's Blood Moon Hell is like an over-the-top execution ground, with 100-fold pressure, deadly blood demons, and terrifying darkness taking turns attacking. Even Luo Ning has to take it seriously. Once this hidden strength is exposed, the pirate world will surely be left in shock, and the thrill will be completely maximized. The blood demons are nearly 2 meters tall, with no facial features and their bodies appearing as if completely drenched in blood. Watch out! The blood demon is a monster without reason or intelligence, with only one goal in its eyes: to swallow whoever it sees, fighting to the death. And it won't stop until every creature in its sight is devoured. Next, high energy. Luo Ning drew his dark red longsword and casually slashed out a sword chi, its speed rivaling that of light, sharp enough to tear apart space. With a bang, the freshly emerged blood demon exploded into a mist of blood. This blood demon only had the strength of a Navy vice admiral, so dealing with it was like child's play for Luo Ning. After walking another 100 kilometers, he encountered about 100 blood demons, all of which he crushed. After all, with the blood moon present, there are endless blood demons to fight, impossible to kill them all or wipe them out completely. Finally, he saw Hawkeye, covered in blood, holding the Black Knife Knight. He looked exhausted, surrounded by nearly 100 blood demons. These blood demons were ridiculously strong. The weakest were at the Vice Admiral level, and over 10 had reached the Admiral level. Surviving a year among such tough characters, the difficulty was akin to climbing to the sky. But if he could hold on, his strength would absolutely soar, and reaching new heights wouldn't be a dream. Luo Ning hid in a corner 100 meters away, chuckling as he muttered, "Hawkeye, this year in purgatory, let's see how long you can last." Luo Ning turned to ask Old Gray, "How many prisoners are there in this year's purgatory?" Old Gray closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. "Probably over 500. Just see how many are left after a year." He glanced at Hawkeye, then at Luo Ning, whose expression was darkened, and said with a smile, "This kid will definitely survive until the end. I'll pick 5 first, and the rest are yours." Luo Ning twitched the corner of his mouth. "Is that not greedy? You know, if 20 prisoners remain after a year, that would be a lot. And Old Gray asking for 5 is simply a lion's share." On the other side, Hawkeye was anxiously pacing. He opened his eyes and found himself in this hellish place, the 100-fold pressure making it hard to breathe, the air suffocating, along with that eerie blood moon and the blood demons everywhere, completely unaware of why he was there. You would never guess. Luo Ning could casually kill Vice Admiral-level blood demons, and the Army's purgatory had directly pushed the great swordsman to the brink with combat power skyrocketing, the thrill reaching its peak. The 100-fold pressure was annoying, the oppressive atmosphere, the painfully scarce oxygen in the air, and that conspicuous blood moon with the monsters stained in blood that seemed to come from nowhere. Pay attention. The most terrifying thing for Hawkeye is that the blood demon is endless, tireless, unafraid of pain, and madly lunges at him with a gaping maw, roaring, and he simply can't shake it off. Next comes the high energy. Normally, Hawkeye wouldn't be afraid, but in this cursed place, even the weakest blood demons are at the level of Navy Vice Admirals, and the strongest can go toe-to-toe with the 3 Admirals, directly pushing him into despair. Seeing Hawkeye, Luo Ning achieved his goal and immediately slipped back to the Marshal's office. He didn't want to suffer under the 100-fold pressure of Blood Moon Purgatory, the suffocating oppression, and endless darkness anymore. But he believed Hawkeye could hold on. After all, he was someone who had snatched the title of the world's greatest swordsman from countless people, and he was looking forward to the surprise Hawkeye would bring him a year later. Currently, the Army's upper echelon is weaker than the Navy, not counting Luo Ning. It's even inferior to the 4 Emperors, still a bit lacking to reach the top. Luo Ning looked into the distance and muttered, "When will Uncle Yixiao come to the Army? The Admiral position is waiting for you." He had already internally decided on the 3 Admirals. Costa, Yixiao, originally planning to make Old Gray the 3rd Admiral, but Old Gray went to be the warden instead. And Luo Ning had no choice. Blood Moon Purgatory was too important, and Old Gray's unfathomable strength was perfect for guarding the prison. In the Marshal's office, Luo Ning had someone specifically handle the political affairs, and he just stamped documents every day, making it very easy. After all, the entire Army was his loyal followers. Whatever he said was law. Even if he went against the whole world, his subordinates would still listen to him. Hawkeye was imprisoned for 7 days. And the news spread across the seas and the New World, causing a stir. The great swordsman was locked up by the Army. Luo Ning became the new great swordsman. The Army's strength shook the scene, rivaling the Navy. Luo Ning couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that the world government was behind this, trying to use the Army's prestige to solidify their rule. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Army pushed the great swordsman to the brink. Yet the world government used them as a backing to elevate their status. And Luo Ning played his power perfectly clear. This rhythm of rising like a cheat was incredibly satisfying. The goal was simply to solidify the world government's control over this world. Attention! The era of great pirates has begun. The world government can no longer rely solely on the Navy to suppress the ruthless pirates at sea. They're already overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Army has suddenly risen to power, giving them a new opportunity to strengthen their rule. After all, on the surface, the Army is still under the command of the world government. Next, high energy. Luoning is practicing ancient martial Tai Chi in the training ground when Tiger Chi rushes in. Marshal, the military funding from the world government has arrived. Luoning sneers immediately. Now they remember to give military funding? Why were they so stingy a few years ago? Do they think they can win over the Army with this little money? Dream on. He casually asks, 100 billion? 200 billion? Or 500 billion? Tiger Chi's face turns red. Just 10 billion berry. Luoning is stunned. 10 billion? Are they trying to insult someone? Do they think they can just throw us a few coins? It's important to note that the underground forces taken over by the Army have long been self-sufficient, with monthly profits reaching hundreds of billions or even trillions. 10 billion isn't even enough to fill the gaps. The fisherman Arlong from the EC can casually collect protection fees and make hundreds of millions in a year. The more Luoning thinks about it, the more he despises it. When the Army was down and out, they ignored us and cut the military funding to zero. Now that we've risen, they want to use 10 billion to fool us? It's too late. The current Army, while officially under the world government's name, can't even move a single soldier secretly. Do they really think the Army is still the soft persimmon it once was? A week later, the world government finally took action. 3 strangely shaped, powerful individuals burst into the Marshal's office and coldly said, "The 5 lords want to see you. Come with us." Luoning immediately recognizes that these 3 are CP members directly under the world government. A smile creeps across his face. Finally willing to send someone? You would never guess. The world government tried to use 10 billion to placate the rising Army, but ended up getting slapped in the face by Luoning. Now they even dare to send CP to act all high and mighty. They clearly recognize the Army's strength. Next, Luoning is determined to let them know who the real boss is, and the thrill is about to reach its peak. After watching for a while, a smile gradually forms on Luoning's lips. Pay attention. A week ago, the world government allocated 1 billion berries to the Army, and Luoning immediately concluded, they're going to take action. The Army's rise has been too rapid, and its explosive power has already alarmed the world government. Next, it's going to get intense. There are already many forces in the world that threaten the world government's rule, and they absolutely cannot allow another uncontrollable one to emerge. The Army is ostensibly their force, and now that its strength has taken shape, it can easily crush even underground forces. The world government wants to keep the Army in its grasp, enhancing its own strength while suppressing the fierce pirates at sea. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This time, they sent CP's direct troops with 2 calculations. If Luoning obeys, he can continue as Marshal. If he doesn't, they will immediately replace him with their own. As soon as the 3 CP members entered the office, they acted arrogantly, their tones soaring. Luoning, come with us obediently. Otherwise, the 5 lords will blame you. A mere Army Marshal wouldn't be able to withstand it. The arrogance in their eyes was unmatched. In their view, even the Army Marshal had to bow to the world government's direct troops. This immediately ignited the fury of Luoning's personal guards. Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing had red eyes, their fists clenched and cracking, itching to rush up. Are the world government people so arrogant? They're simply asking for death. You must know that surrounding the Marshal's office are 500 Army elite guards, each as terrifying as demons. Not to mention 3 CP members. Even if the 3 Admirals of the Navy came together, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to break through the elite guard siege. If they don't escape, they would lose their lives. Even more ruthless, the elite guards are all equipped with blood rock crystal mines, which are more powerful than sea stone, easily dealing with nature-type ability users without fearing elementalization. Luoning glanced at his furious guards and calmly ordered, Hu Qi, go teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. Just mess them up. Hu Qi's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands as he charged forward, a sinister smile creeping on his lips. Little brats. Let you experience how the Army rises. Feel what it means to wish you were dead. He had been holding back a lot of anger, and now he could finally justify taking action, feeling ecstatic inside. The 3 CP members were instantly dumbfounded, shouting at the top of their lungs, "We are the world government's direct troops. Do you Army dare to take action?" As they spoke, they drew their weapons and charged. But they had no idea what kind of terrifying opponents they were about to face. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The world government wanted to control the Army, and the people they sent dared to show off. only to be clearly handled by Luoning on the spot. This wave of arrogance backfired, and the army's strength was directly showcased, the thrill reaching explosive levels. However, the three did not know what kind of terrifying opponent they were about to face. Look, Tiger Crazy's body refining technique has skyrocketed to the 6th level of Dragon Elephant, and his combat power has exploded to an outrageous level. He can even clash head-on with the 3 generals of the Shanghai army and directly crush them with sheer brute force. His strength is terrifying beyond measure. Next, high energy. Faced with the 3 CP members sent by the world government, Tiger Crazy didn't even break a sweat. Relying solely on his iron fists, he knocked them to the ground in just a few moves, leaving them unable to get back up. His current power can shatter mountains and rivers, shake the heavens and the earth. If he were to compare with Iron Fist Carp, it would be hard to say who is stronger. Luoning looked at the 3 people being beaten to the ground and couldn't help but shake his head. In the world of pirates, strength is what matters. The world government sent these 3 weaklings, thinking they could take me away from the army headquarters? How arrogant. Do they really think Luoning will listen to them? Don't be ridiculous. It wasn't until the 3 were beaten to the brink of death, barely clinging to life, that Tiger Crazy stopped his bloodied fists, stepped back behind Luoning, and with a slight shake of his fists, the bloodstains instantly evaporated, clean as if he had never fought. Luoning's gaze was as cold as frost as he glanced at the 3 on the ground and turned to leave. World government, I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He then ordered, Tiger Crazy, immediately assemble the army's Imperial Guards. Tiger, Overlord, make sure to bring these 3 along. He was heading straight for the world government's home base, Mariehua, to confront the elders face-to-face about what they intended to do. The army had long been Luoning's own force, with no ties to the world government, and it was definitely not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Once Luoning left, the army's administrative duties were temporarily handed over to Admiral Costa. Costa was his loyal follower, just a step away from the level of the 4 emperors. Absolutely reliable. Moreover, the army already had dedicated personnel to handle daily affairs, so Costa only needed to stamp documents, which was quite easy. As for the security of the army headquarters, Luoning was not worried at all. The headquarters was located at the intersection of the 4 seas, with geographical advantages, and there were 200,000 elite soldiers stationed, not to mention the Blood Moon Hell located 1,000 meters underground, with 500 defense troops whose strength was second only to the Imperial Guards, and the prison warden, Gray, was a ruthless character who found pleasure in killing. His strength was even beyond Luoning's comprehension. Anyone daring to launch a sneak attack would be courting death. Soon, the 500 army Imperial Guards assembled just 1,000 meters outside the headquarters, exuding a murderous aura like that of Azuras. Standing there, they resembled a moving hell, instilling fear in anyone who laid eyes on them. It's important to note that the army Imperial Guards are Luoning's direct troops and the strongest combat force of the army, selected through the ruthless rule of the capable rising and the incompetent falling, each one capable of taking on 100. You would never expect it. The army's personal guards can crush the 3 generals, and the Imperial Guards are even more terrifying. Luoning dares to confront the world government head-on with his men, and this godlike strength directly slams arrogance into their faces, the thrill reaching explosive levels. The capable rise, the incompetent fall. This is the rule of the army Imperial Guards. Pay attention, these 500 army guards, any one of them has strength no less than a naval vice admiral, and the strongest can even stand up to 3 admirals. Their combat power is maxed out. Next, high energy. Luoning, with these 500 tough men, along with the top 3 fighters Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing, plus himself, is heading to the Holy Land, Mary Geos, with full confidence. Not to mention the world government and the 5 elders, even with the navy added. He is completely unafraid. As long as the world government doesn't want to bleed heavily and fall from grace, this trip is guaranteed to be smooth. The world government still wants to control the army and strengthen its rule. Luoning sneers. It's purely a daydream. His purpose this time is to awaken the world government and show them the true strength of the army that can instill fear in them. The current army can walk sideways even without the world government's title. Luoning turns to Hu Xing and asks, "Is the warship ready?" Hu Xing immediately replies, "Your dedicated ship is ready. It's not afraid of storms or sea kings, and it even has anti-magic effects. This anti-magic is stronger than sea prism stone. If a devil fruit user boards the ship, they become weak and useless." Luoning heads straight to the port, watching as the towns and army territory become more prosperous along the way. with smiles on the faces of the common people. After all, Luo Ning has zero tolerance for crime, and anyone who dares to cause trouble is sent to the Blood Moon Purgatory. Although there was resistance when implementing the policy, the strength of the pirate world speaks for itself. Luo Ning's fist is hard, and his words are justice. All rebels have been dealt with, and now the towns are safe at night, with gambling houses and human trafficking completely eradicated, all thanks to him. Upon reaching the port, Luo Ning's warship is immediately visible, dark red all over as if stained with blood, crafted from rare blood rock crystal ore with terrifyingly absurd defenses. Even if Luo Ning strikes with all his might, it wouldn't harm it in the slightest. When this ship docks, its presence directly overwhelms the entire scene. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army guards have an average strength of a vice admiral, and the warship is an extraordinary artifact. With such a configuration, Luo Ning can confront the world government head-on. This lineup, this strength, is simply invincible written all over it. The exhilaration is off the charts, with extremely terrifying defensive power. Even if Luo Ning strikes with all his might against this warship, it would cause no damage at all. Look, Luo Ning's exclusive warship is incredibly stable at sea. Even in the face of raging storms, it sails as smoothly as if on flat ground. When the ship was first built, Luo Ning was astonished, never imagining that such a powerful ship could exist in the world of pirates, all thanks to the mysterious material. Blood rock crystal mine. Almost the entire ship is made from this treasure, maximizing its attack, defense, and stability. Next, high energy. Tiger Xing respectfully approached Luo Ning. Marshal, the warship personnel, and supplies are all ready. When shall we set off? Luo Ning glanced at the intimidating dark red warship on the shore, then looked back at the army headquarters, feeling inexplicably empty inside, but instantly his expression turned fierce. Set off. Let those people in the world government understand that the army is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. He jumped onto the deck, staring coldly at the Holy Land, Mariewa. World government, celestial dragons, Gorosei, your days of tyranny are over. After giving a loud order, the warship slowly sailed away from the port. Suddenly, from afar, Kuina came running, waving at the warship. Luo Ning had anticipated this. She was obsessed with sword training, and given that this trip to Mariewa would be time-consuming and dangerous, he deliberately didn't bring her. The 500 guards quickly slowed down. Everyone knew she was the Marshal's only disciple, and there were rumors of their ambiguous relationship. Who would dare to offend her? Kuina dashed onto the warship and directly leaped into Luo Ning's arms, choking back tears. Master, why didn't you take me? You promised to take me wherever you go. Luo Ning panicked on the spot. He was skilled in fighting but clumsy in comforting, so he could only awkwardly return the hug. I didn't consider it well. I'll take you wherever I go from now on, and I won't leave you behind again. Kuina immediately stopped crying and smiled. Luo Ning teased, we're going to the world government stronghold. We might have to confront the Gorosei head-on. Aren't you afraid? She buried her face in his embrace. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything, even if the sky falls. You absolutely can't imagine. Luo Ning, with his incredible warship and top-notch combat power, confronts the world government head-on. And Kuina sweetly pouts and complains about not being taken along. This fiery yet heartwarming scene, combined with overwhelming strength, brings an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. I'm not afraid. As long as I have my master with me, I'm not afraid. Look closely. Kuina squinted her eyes, her face adorned with a sweet and blissful smile, as if she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky were to fall as long as Luo Ning was by her side. Next comes the high-energy moment. Luo Ning pretended to exaggerate to tease her. Silly girl, that's the world government that rules the entire world, and you dare to look down on them? Kuina immediately lifted her little head, blinking her big, watery eyes, and retorted with a smile. So what if it's the world government? Our army's strength is also formidable. If war really breaks out, we won't back down. Even if we can't win, at worst, it's just death. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Ning raised his hand on the spot and lightly tapped her head. As my disciple, you must understand the importance of respecting your teacher. How can you speak to your master like this? When he let go of her, looking at Kuina's rosy, delicate little face, and her youthful figure that was beginning to take shape, Luo Ning couldn't help but swallow hard and quickly turned his head to hide his embarrassment. You can come along, but you absolutely cannot cause me any trouble, understand? Kuina didn't mind at all and secretly felt pleased, obediently replying, Master, don't worry. I'll definitely be super well-behaved and won't cause any trouble. After resolving this little episode, Luo Ning's dark red warship finally accelerated toward the sea. But the sea was vast and boundless, and it would take a long time to reach Mariehua. On the ship, Guena transformed into a curious child, her little mouth never stopping. Master, the sky is so blue. Master, look over there, that fish is so big. Master, why is our warship dark red? Like it's stained with blood? Loning was so annoyed that his eyelids twitched, standing at the bow of the ship feeling hopeless. Did I lose my mind back then? Why didn't I just leave this girl at headquarters instead of bringing her out? He originally wanted to pawn her martial arts and improve his strength during the voyage. But now he was so distracted by her chatter that he had lost interest in practicing swordsmanship. Just when Loning was about to be driven to the brink of collapse, Guena suddenly shouted, Master, that ship ahead, is it a pirate ship? Loning was taken aback, squinted in the direction she was pointing, and indeed saw a ship flying the skull and crossbones pirate flag. To know that this was still in the vicinity of the army's territory, and there were actually pirates daring to swagger around like this. Loning's heart stirred instantly. Shouldn't the army form a dedicated naval force? This idea had been swirling in his mind, and seeing this pirate ship made it even more certain. Let's call it the Army Marine Special Operations Team. That name is powerful enough. Just as Loning had made up his mind, the pirate ship also spotted their dark red warship. The crew hurriedly ran to find the captain. Captain, there's a ship ahead that looks like a warship. Should we take a deeder? The captain leaned out to take a look and surprisingly became stubborn. Oh, there really is a ship, but whether it's a warship or not is another story. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army leader took his disciple out to sea, was driven to doubt life by a cute girl, and encountered an unsuspecting pirate ship. This wave not only allows for stylishly crushing weaklings, but also has sweet and pet-like moments, bringing maximum satisfaction. Oh, there really is a ship, but whether it's a warship or not is debatable. Look, the pirate captain sneered at the dark red military ship staring at Ronin and said disdainfully, even if it's a warship, it's at most used by some unknown small crew. Not the Navy. What is there to be afraid of? Next, high energy. The captain directly switched to arrogant mode. We're working for the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, with da Flamingo as our backing. Even if we really run into the Navy, we can still walk sideways without fear. His subordinates quickly reminded him, Captain, this is near the army's territory. Shouldn't we be more cautious? As soon as the words army were mentioned, the captain frowned instantly. After all, the army has been on a roll lately, rumored to be terrifying, with soldiers said to be like Ajuras, killing without blinking, their strength monstrous. He shook his head vigorously and squinted his cunning little eyes to observe carefully. The warship was entirely dark red, flying the dragon flag, and all the soldiers on board wore dark red armor. The captain felt suspicious. He had some understanding of the army and remembered their uniforms were pure black. Never seen dark red before. Thinking of this, he immediately became tough, raised his steel knife, and shouted to the hundreds of fierce pirates, Boys, charge for me. This is the sea, not the land. The army can't act wild here. The pirates instantly erupted, howling, Kill. The sea is our pirates' world. Let these worthless soldiers know who the real master is. The two ships quickly approached, and battle was imminent. The result was no suspense. The 500 Army Elite's combat power was fully unleashed, completely crushing the pirates, making them cry for their mothers. As for that arrogant pirate captain, he didn't dare to charge forward at all. Hiding on the pirate ship and realizing the situation was wrong, he immediately thought of running away. Just a paper tiger. Just after the battle had brutally crushed the weak, someone complained. The main character's strength is rising too fast, and his personality is still arrogant. Without a system, he's just an ant. The author retorted fiercely. The system is just a facade of the protagonist's halo. So what if there's no system? I'm the author. If I want the protagonist to become stronger, I can throw a piece of meat to raise a divine pet or drop him off a cliff to pick up a world-class secret manual. Anything is possible. The author is the most hidden golden finger. Don't you understand this? Some were worried that the fast pace would lead to a premature end. The author laughed. As long as the results are good, writing a few 100,000 words is easy. Premature endings only happen because of poor results. And the author is lazy, so don't worry about it. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The pirates, relying on the warlord's support, acted arrogantly in the army's territory, only to be pressed to the ground and rubbed by the elite guards. And they also witnessed the author directly confronting haters online, making this wave both exciting and relieving, igniting the whole scene. That's about it. Attention! The author is online asking for recommendations. Can I get a recommendation spot this Friday? I really don't want to complain. We accept that some people pay to boost their scores, but how come those with worse scores can still get on? What is going on? And then they stubbornly argue. Will I admit I can't get recommendations because of fewer updates? No way. Finally, they frantically seek support. Please vote for recommendations. Please bookmark. No need for tips, just a subscription when it's on the shelf will do. Next, it gets intense. On the pirate ship, the cunning captain is stunned at the battlefield. The soldiers on that warship are too powerful. Anyone with eyes can see that the army's elite guards are crushing everything, sending just a dozen people to defeat hundreds of bloodthirsty pirates without giving them a chance to fight back, and they're about to be wiped out. The captain is sweating cold, nearly losing his mind, and decides to run away. Smart pirate captains always have an escape boat ready, and he had prepared one, thinking it wouldn't be needed in such a weak area of the seas. But he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. He hurriedly lowered the small boat, tucked away some food and treasure, and tried to sneak away, still mustering courage to shout threats. Wait for me. I'm working for the 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. You're digging your own grave. It won't be long before you regret this. But just as he was about to row away, Luo Ning was already watching him from the bow of the warship, a wicked smile on his face. Want to escape? No way. He turned to order Hu Chi behind him. Do you see that guy? Go and kill him. Throw the body into the sea to feed the fish. Hu Chi immediately responded. He is a tough character at the 6th level of the body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens. His physical strength is outrageous, and his control over his body is perfect. Walking on water is as easy as walking on land. He instantly sped up to catch up, shouting, "The commander wants you dead, don't struggle. Just die obediently, and it'll be quicker." The pirate captain was so scared he almost fell into the sea, screaming, "Don't come over. I'm with Lord Doflamingo. If you kill me, he won't let you go." He knew very well that Hu Chi's strength was even more terrifying than when he first met Doflamingo, and he couldn't resist at all, so he could only risk his life to row away. Hu Chi played a game of cat and mouse for 5 minutes, and when he felt it was enough, he decisively killed the captain. By the time he returned to the warship, the battle on the deck was already over, and there were pirate corpses everywhere. It was time to clean up the aftermath. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The pirates, relying on the name of the 7 warlords, were arrogantly seeking death, only to be crushed by the Army's elite guards. And while trying to escape, they were mercilessly hunted down and slaughtered by Hu Chi. Even the author's complaints exude a sense of satisfaction. This wave of showing off ended up being a humiliation. It's exhilarating. Back on the warship by this moment, the battle had ended and the deck was covered with corpses. It was time to wrap things up. Pay attention. The tiger enthusiast quickly returned to Luaning's side, cupping his fists and reporting in a deep voice, "Marshal, I have fulfilled my duty. The pirate has been dealt with." Luaning nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the pirate ship not far away, not shifting for even a second. Next comes the high energy. Luaning pondered. How could such a powerful pirate emerge in this weakest sea area at the junction of the 4 seas? It should be noted that without the 500 army guards, these guys would have been running rampant in this sea, and no one could control them. Logically, there shouldn't be such powerful pirates in this impoverished place. He was certain there must be something hidden on that ship, so he immediately led his men toward the pirate ship. As soon as he got close to the ship's hull, Luaning heard a faint sound of breathing from a corner, and he instantly understood, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. No wonder they were so arrogant. It turned out they were involved in human trafficking. Subsequently, Luaning brought Hu Chi, Hu Xing, Hu Ba, and Guina into the cabin, and the scene before them instantly made the 4 of them explode with rage. The dimly lit cabin was filled with a nauseating stench, and countless iron cages occupied all the space, filled with imprisoned people. Guina was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, tugging at Luaning's sleeve and asking, "Master, why are they locked in cages? What wrong have they done?" She practiced swordsmanship every day, focusing only on the way of the sword and her master, and had never encountered the dark side of this world. She simply couldn't understand why so many people, even children, were imprisoned like livestock. Luaning gently patted Guina's head, his tone heavy. "They haven't done anything wrong. The wrong lies with those bastards who trample on laws and humanity for profit. Silly girl, the cruelty of this world is far more terrifying than you think. Human trafficking is quite commonplace in this world, and there are even more brutal things. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist." After hearing this, Guina was left stunned, her little face pale, her worldview about to be overturned. Luaning looked at her bewildered expression and continued, "This world is vast. The army cannot manage everything. As long as we protect the people in our territory, and prevent them from suffering. That's enough. Don't get caught up in matters that don't concern you. It's useless. You would never have guessed. The army leader originally intended to deal with the pirates, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a human trafficking den, and at the same time, gave his disciple a lesson in reality. This wave was both thrilling and satisfying. The feeling was directly filled to the brim. Look, Guayna finally smiled and directly jumped into Luanning's arms, closing her eyes and tightly hugging him with her little hands. Luanning, feeling helpless yet gentle, raised his hand to stroke her head and back. Next, things got intense. At some point, Guayna's courage grew, and although she would still blush, she dared to do things she used to shy away from. Beside them, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing immediately turned their heads and stepped back 5 meters. 3 minutes later, the two separated, Guayna's little face slightly flushed as she avoided eye contact. Adorably cute. Luanning quickly shifted his focus and walked deeper into the pirate ship. He had no time for flirting now. As soon as he entered the cabin, cries of help. "Let me out. I don't want to be sold as a slave," echoed one after another. Luanning glanced around in shock. The ship was filled with sturdy young men, young women, and children, but there were no old people or women. He immediately ordered, "Hu Qi, call someone to smash the cage and rescue them." Hu Qi's eyes turned bloodshot. Although he loved killing, he had principles. He would never harm good people, civilians, or the weak, only those who crossed Luanning's moral line. Luanning's words were his absolute justice. Soon, nearly 100 army guards arrived and quickly smashed the steel cages to rescue the people inside. Only then did Luanning see that these slaves were skin and bones, pale and emaciated, and even the strong young men looked incredibly weak. Clearly, the pirates had deliberately starved them to prevent rebellion or escape. After being rescued, the slaves were extremely cautious, lowering their heads and not daring to breathe. After all, in this world, a slave's life was worth less than paper. Killing them was pointless, and they had no idea what they would face next, even thinking it might be better to stay in the cage. The army guards gathered the slaves 3 meters away from Luanning, and the scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make a sound. No one could guess what this big boss would do. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army boss had just finished tormenting the pirates, and then took down the slave den on the spot, with his subordinates being both ruthless and principled. This wave was both exhilarating and satisfying, the thrill reaching its peak. As slaves, this was an undeniable fact. No matter how unwilling they were, there was no room for choice left. Look, the slaves all have a shameful slave mark engraved on their backs, a mark that will last a lifetime and can't be removed. Next comes the high energy. Luo immediately ordered, recruit the young men into the army, arrange jobs for the young women, and train all the children. He specifically pointed to a little boy. Leave him behind. The guards immediately sprang into action. Luo was about to change the fate of the slaves. Why keep this boy? Because while everyone else bowed their heads in submission, he held his head high, his eyes showing no fear, hiding a tremendous killing intent and boundless silence, which piqued Luo's interest. The scene shifts to the Holy Land Mary Geos conference hall, where the 5 elder stars are chatting arrogantly. The bald old man in a white robe asks, "Have you arranged everything?" Another person dismissively replies, "If you can't handle such a small matter, how can you rule the world?" The others wear proud expressions. Even if the army is strong, they are still under the world government's control. Dreaming of escaping that control is pure fantasy. You must know that the 5 elder stars hold great power. Their strength is terrifying, and even the Navy Marshal must treat them with utmost respect, completely disregarding the rising army. Back on the warship, Luo stared at the little boy he had kept behind, finding him increasingly interesting. Even when faced directly, the boy's gaze did not flinch. His eyes were filled with silence, completely indifferent to life and death, and he wouldn't resist even if he were to be killed right now. Luo suddenly spoke. "Do you want to have power?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the boy's lifeless eyes flickered. He desperately wanted power. With power, he wouldn't be captured as a slave, and his parents wouldn't have to die. He looked up with red eyes. "Can you give it to me?" Luo laughed. He initially just wanted to find a good seedling, but unexpectedly discovered a treasure. You would never have guessed. The army's big shot casually rescues a slave and finds a potential little boy, while the 5 elder stars are still arrogantly digging their own graves. This setup is directly maximized, just waiting for Luo to lead the army to crush the world government, bringing an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Originally, he was just thinking of finding some good seedlings for the army to cultivate, but Luo seemed to have discovered a great prospect. "Look out! For those who are extremely eager for strength, as long as they can survive the lows without giving up, they will most likely become top-tier powerhouses in the end. This is the law of the strong. Next, high energy. Luo Ning turned to Hu Qi and issued an order. This kid is under your care. Train him hard. Don't stop until he can't breathe. After saying that, he walked towards the bow without looking back, completely ignoring the boy's words and gaze. Hu Qi immediately responded, "Yes, Marshal." In his eyes, Luo Ning's orders were like destiny, and soldiers must execute them unconditionally. He stared at the boy, a wicked smile on his face. "You little brat. Get ready for hell-level training. If you're not ready to risk your life at any moment, you might as well give up early. Don't waste my time." After all, according to the intensity required by Luo Ning, even a strong man couldn't bear it, and he really didn't want to waste energy. But the boy responded firmly with 3 words, "I can do it." He then locked his gaze on Luo Ning's receding figure, his eyes extremely determined, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I will definitely succeed. Just wait and see. I will prove it to you." Luo Ning heard this youthful yet stubborn voice and secretly smiled. Who can't talk big? Let's see if he can get through Hu Qi first. As he reached the bow and looked at the boundless sea, he added in his heart, "Once you earn my recognition with your strength and effort, I will give you the chance to become a true powerhouse." The boy became even more excited after hearing this and shouted his name. "My name is Lotus." Luo Ning raised an eyebrow. "Luo Ning, Lotus, this fate is quite interesting." Sailing in this weak sea area, Luo Ning indeed felt bored, not knowing how long it would take to reach Mary Geos at the top of the Red Earth continent. But just thinking about seeing the celestial dragons he had never encountered, as well as the 5 elders, Steelbone Kong, and possibly even the Navy, made him feel that this trip was definitely worthwhile and promising. At this moment, Kuina came over, tugging at his arm and complaining, "Master, how much longer until we arrive? I'm going crazy on this ship, it's so boring." Previously, she was full of curiosity about the sea, but once the novelty wore off, all that was left was tedium. Luo Ning smiled and tapped her on the head. "Who told you to insist on coming along? Now you know it's boring? Serves you right." Kuina puffed up her cheeks in anger, her little face turning red, but in Luo Ning's eyes, she was cuter than ever. He changed the subject. "Since you're so bored, how about I teach you a unique sword technique that only I know? You definitely wouldn't expect this." An army big shot casually picks up a promising boy, throws him to a tough guy for hell training, and can also give his disciples secret techniques while building his career and spreading sweetness along the way. This wave is both exciting and sweet, a complete thrill. Swordsmanship? Pay attention. Upon hearing the words swordsmanship, Guena's eyes instantly lit up, shining like they held tiny stars. Next, things get intense. For Guena, who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman, learning a new powerful sword technique is simply an irresistible temptation. It's important to know that her master, Ronin, is the fierce person who shattered the previous world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, with a single strike. His swordsmanship is outrageously explosive. Guena immediately tilted her little head and exclaimed, "Learn. I must learn. I want to surpass you in the way of a sword." Ronin intentionally tried to discourage her. "My sword technique is extremely difficult to learn. Not everyone can master it." But Guena completely ignored his remarks, grabbing his hand and rushing towards the center of the warship. "Master, stop dragging your feet. Hurry and teach me." Ronin felt the softness in his palm and secretly rejoiced. This feeling is really nice. On the other side, Tiger Chi took Lotus to a secluded corner and said harshly, "It's not too late to give up now. If you hesitate after we start, you'll experience true death." Lotus, with unwavering determination in his eyes, hoarsely replied, "My name is Lotus. Don't underestimate me." Seeing this fierce spirit, Tiger Chi couldn't help but smile wickedly. He had been worried that this kid wouldn't be able to handle the special training, but it seemed he was overly concerned. The conviction in the boy's eyes was strong enough to withstand anything. The scene shifts to 3 days later in the Dressrosa Palace, where Torpol, with snot dripping from his nose, excitedly shouted, "Doflamingo! The army has taken our slaves." Doflamingo sat on a pure gold chair, laughing heartily. They're just slaves, so what if we give them up? The army is part of the world government." Changing the subject, a glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. "However, I do want to meet that army general Ronin. There's a perfect opportunity coming up. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." While the military bigwig is giving his disciple special training in unparalleled swordsmanship, he is also having his subordinates train potential candidates, and has even caught the attention of the warlord Doflamingo. This setup is reaching its peak. just waiting for Ronin to explode onto the scene and deliver a face-smashing moment, providing immense satisfaction. It seems there is indeed an opportunity coming up. Pay attention. Doflamingo stares ahead, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, plotting some bad idea in his mind. The high-energy moment is coming. As night falls, the sea is eerily quiet. Luoning and Guena have just finished their sword training, and the army's elite guards have stopped their training except for patrolling. In the past 3 days on the warship, there hasn't been any major event, nor a shadow of a pirate in sight. Luoning is both surprised and frustrated. Even if the seas are weak, it shouldn't be to the point where they can't encounter any pirates, right? With nothing to do, he plans to ponder ancient martial Tai Chi to enhance his strength. Although he is already at the level of the 4 emperors, and even stronger, he still feels that something is lacking in making waves in the pirate world, inexplicably sensing a crisis. Standing on the deck, gazing at the vast starry sky, Luoning thinks to himself, this world is definitely not simple. There must be many terrifying forces hidden in the shadows. He suspects that the world government must have trump cards more formidable than the Navy. Otherwise, how could they have ruled for hundreds of years? The countries on land, the mountain bandits cannot be weak either. They're just hiding and not showing themselves. It's not that easy for the army to rise. On the other side, on the warship deck, Lotus is flushed, covered in sweat, veins bulging, yet he is still stubbornly holding on to a strange posture for training. After a while, he collapses to the ground, his eyes red but roaring, I can do it. Gritting his teeth, he continues to practice, the pain comparable to the depths of hell. Without extraordinary willpower, one simply cannot endure it. Luoning watches quietly from a corner, his eyes shining. The dragon elephant first level of body refining can actually last this long. Lotus, I'm looking forward to the day you meet the standard. You must know that hatred is a ruthless catalyst for strong individuals, allowing them to grow rapidly and recognize the brutal world where strength is paramount. Being weak here is the original sin. You absolutely can't imagine. The 4 Emperors level powerhouse is still crazily enhancing himself. The potential stock youth is enduring hellish pain training, and there are forces in the shadows watching closely. This buildup is simply intense, just waiting for Luoning to lead the army to explode onto the scene, with overwhelming excitement. In the pirate world, after all, strength is what matters most. Look closely. The pirates with red eyes roared. There's no way out. Kill. Slaughter this group of people. Fight to the death. In an instant, someone was paralyzed with fear, crying out, Don't come over. They're demons that crawled out of hell. The sea was stained dark red with blood, so eerie it made one's scalp tingle. Next comes the high-energy part. Luoning stood on the deck of the warship, arms crossed, coldly watching the battle. Not moving at all. These small fry were not worth his effort. Hu Qi, wielding a weapon, led the charge with a roar, fighting fiercer than hungry wolves. Hu Ba stayed close to protect Luoning, his personal guard not daring to slack off for a moment. Hu Xing leaned against the ship's railing, looking disdainful, finding the opponents too weak to bother with. The most unexpected was Guena. The little girl rushed out with her sword, using the fight against the pirates to hone her swordsmanship. One must know that to reach the pinnacle of the sword path, one must struggle through slaughter and real combat. Without the baptism of blood and fire, no matter how talented one is, it is useless. The battle quickly came to an end. The Imperial Guards swiftly emptied the pirate ship of treasure and threw the bodies into the sea to feed the fish, completely crushing them and winning effortlessly. Luoning noticed that the closer they got to the new world, the stronger the pirates became. But for the Imperial Guards, anyone below the level of the 4 Emperors was just a head to be collected. After nearly a week at sea, they hadn't seen any pirates for the first 3 days, but afterwards encountered them every day. The pirates went crazy running away upon seeing the dark red warship and the dragon flag. This week the Imperial Guards had killed over 10,000, with dozens of million-level pirates, and those with stubborn heads had already become lost souls. After sailing for 2 weeks, they finally arrived at the Holy Land, Mariehua. Guena excitedly jumped off the warship, wide-eyed as she tugged at Luoning's clothes. Master, is this the headquarters of the world government? It's so spectacular. Luoning looked at the land and smiled. Having grown weary of drifting at sea, he turned to tease her. Should we take a stroll first and see the territory of the world government? Guena nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Yes, of course. You absolutely can't imagine. The army leader, with his subordinates, slaughtered the pirates like cutting vegetables, scaring them out of their wits. And now they had made it to the doorstep of the world government, just waiting to crush the celestial dragons and the elders. This build-up was directly filled to the brim. The thrill was overwhelming. I have yet to see the headquarters of the world government. Pay attention, Luo Ning thought to himself. Being chosen by the world government means this place is definitely not ordinary. However, his plan to stroll around with Guina was instantly ruined. Next comes the high-energy part. As soon as they landed, thousands of elite Navy soldiers surrounded them from all directions, holding fine firearms and steel knives. All tall and muscular with cold faces and a hint of murderous intent. Clearly here to assert dominance over the army, wanting the army to understand the rules and know they are under the world government. From the crowd stepped out a great swordsman, sword at his waist, with a disdainful expression and an arrogant tone. Are you Luo Ning? Come with me. The 5 gentlemen want to see you. Luo Ning chuckled at that moment, with a playful expression. Those 5 old men should indeed meet me. After all, the world government hasn't been doing well lately. He wondered to himself, where does this guy get the courage to act so arrogantly? He should know that I am a marshal of the army, with 500 elite guards and 3 fierce men, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing, who are even more formidable than Navy generals. I'm also on par with the strength of the 4 emperors. Does the world government want to move against me? That's simply seeking death. They might end up facing my crazy counterattack. Luo Ning's expression turned cold, and a murderous aura instantly erupted, warping the very space around him. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Just based on your ridiculously weak strength? The great swordsman, however, was not intimidated and drew his sword, pointing it directly at Luo Ning. I heard you defeated my hawk. There are many fierce people in this world. Today, you'll learn that you must abide by the rules of the world government here. He was overly confident, believing that defeating my hawk was easy and completely disregarding Luo Ning. Luo Ning stared at him with icy eyes. Here, you must abide by the rules of the world government. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, just waiting for him to raise his hand and eliminate this ignorant fool in an instant. You definitely wouldn't expect this. The army big shot just arrived at the world government's doorstep, got surrounded by elite Navy soldiers, and encountered a proud great swordsman provoking him. This wave of showing off and slapping faces was about to reach its peak, just waiting for Luo Ning to unleash his power and crush the weak. A feeling of exhilaration overflowing. Here, you must abide by the rules of the world government. Watch closely. After hearing the swordsman's words, Luo Ning let out a cold laugh filled with disdain, sending chills down the spines of those around him. Next, things get intense. Luo Ning's mind was as clear as a mirror. Mary Geos is the headquarters of the world government, where the celestial dragons reside, hiding countless powerful figures in the shadows. Even if a 4 emperor-level power were to emerge, it wouldn't be surprising. But this swordsman before him, purely a weakling. At a glance, he saw through it. Though this guy was a great swordsman, his swordsmanship was leagues below Mihawk's, and his strength was at best on par with a Navy admiral. Unable to even defeat a fool like Tiger, let alone himself, a ruthless individual with strength surpassing that of the 4 emperors. Luo Ning directly confronted him, his aura fully unleashed. In this world, strength speaks for itself. Hurry up and show your true abilities. Don't just put on an act here. As he spoke, he reached for the dark red longsword at his waist, and in an instant, a terrifying sword aura shot into the sky, causing the surrounding Navy personnel to hold their breath. He unsheathed his sword and charged forward. After all, Luo Ning had inherited the Wuji swordsmanship, having already crushed Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, and now he just wanted to find someone to fight for fun. His sword swung so fast, it created afterimages, and ordinary people couldn't even see its trajectory. He shouted at the swordsman, "Give it your all. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to strike." The swordsman, enraged by these words, had murderous intent flash in his eyes. You asked for this. Don't blame me if you die. He had completely disregarded the orders from the 5 elders to capture Luo Ning alive. His mind solely focused on killing Luo Ning and seizing the title of the world's greatest swordsman, feeling inexplicably confident that he would win. The swordsman suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing steel-like muscles and a body covered in shocking battle scars, which looked quite intimidating. He shouted loudly, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot, tightly gripping his long sword in front of him, fully unleashing his ultimate secret technique. In the next moment, an even sharper sword aura erupted, his muscles quivering and bulging, veins surging and writhing, his strength skyrocketing several times with physical power, strength, and speed all going into overdrive, making him feel exhilarated to the extreme, believing he could easily pin Luo Ning to the ground. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The arrogant swordsman provoked a powerhouse of the four emperors while dreaming of seizing the title of the world's #1, not realizing that in Luo Ning's eyes, he was just a target waiting to be taken down. This act of bravado was about to backfire, and it was just waiting for Luo Ning to raise his hand and take him out, the thrill reaching its peak. In this moment, he felt exhilarated to the extreme. Watch out! The swordsman is harnessing the surging power, feeling the blood rushing within. He clenches his fist and swings his long sword. Exhilarated. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Next, it's high energy. The swordsman shows off to Luo Ning. Come on. My sword doesn't recognize people. If you die, don't blame me. His mocking demeanor is like a cat playing with a mouse. Extremely arrogant. Luo Ning's eyes snap open. Everything around him slows down several times. His gaze is cold as ice. The great swordsman can be arrogant, but he must have real skills. Do you really think I've gone all out? As soon as the words fell, the dark red long sword in his hand sensed the killing intent, trembling wildly. The world-destroying sword energy shooting straight for the top of the head. Luo Ning shot back. Your sword doesn't recognize people. Mine doesn't either. Don't cry for injustice when you're in hell. With a bend of his legs, he instantly dashed in front of the swordsman, their swords clashing with a loud clang. At this level of battle, no one else can intervene. The swordsman, relying on secret techniques, soared to half-step emperor-level combat power, several times more ferocious than a Navy admiral. But the more he fought, the more panicked he became. The secret technique consumed mana too quickly. He simply couldn't sustain it. He had to end this quickly, or he would be finished here. He was completely mad. Even if it meant exchanging injuries, he had to win. Roaring for you to die, his speed doubling again. The long sword scraping through the air with a piercing screech. One slash aimed to shatter space, locking down all of Luo Ning's escape routes. But Luo Ning looked utterly disappointed. Is this it? In his eyes? This swordsman is not even close to being as good as Hawkeye. His swordsmanship is so poor it's frustrating. Flashy, but impractical. You must be a fraud posing as a great swordsman. Luo Ning's left hand was behind his back, while his right hand gently waved out a sword energy. At first, it was slow, but in the next second, the speed surged dramatically, the power directly maxing out nearly 100 times, rushing towards the swordsman, leaving everyone in the audience dumbfounded. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The arrogant swordsman using secret techniques to act like a big shot ended up looking like a clown in front of Luo Ning. This crushing display of arrogance was exhilarating, just waiting to see the swordsman get taken out. Initially, the sword energy wasn't fast, but as time passed, its speed became faster and faster. It seemed that in just an instant, the power contained within the sword energy had nearly 100-fold increase. Watch out! The sword energy unleashed by Luo Ning rushed towards the swordsman, carrying destructive killing power that made the swordsman tremble all over, his breath stopping, as if his soul was about to fly out of his body. Next comes the high-energy moment. The swordsman had nowhere to hide and could only risk his life to roar. Break for me. His arm gripping the sword instantly bulged, his blood vessels all over his body swelling to the point of almost bursting, strands of fresh blood seeping from his skin, making him look like he had just been pulled out of a blood pool, the heavy smell of blood rising to the heavens. But even at this point, he could only barely weaken the sword energy a little, unable to stop the terrifying force. What was even more deadly was that the side effects of the secret technique erupted wildly, causing his combat power to plummet from a half-step to the four emperors level to that of a Navy rear admiral, his body completely overloaded, unable to stand steady, as if his bones had been pulled out, leaving him unable to move. The swordsman looked at the rapidly approaching sword energy, bitterness at the corners of his mouth, filled with despair in his heart. It turns out the world's #1 swordsman is this fierce, far stronger than my Hawk. I have no regrets in losing. At this moment, he finally realized, ever since joining the world government, blinded by power, he had long lost his original intention, thrown aside the pure heart of the sword path, becoming arrogant and overbearing, no longer worthy of being called a great swordsman. As death approached, he finally understood that if he could survive, he would definitely focus on practicing swordsmanship. But it was all too late. He could only close his eyes and wait to be torn apart by the sword energy. The thousands of elite Navy soldiers nearby were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe in a battle of this level. Charging him would only mean sending themselves to their deaths. They weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. They could only watch helplessly. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just as the sword energy was about to hit the swordsman, Luo Ning suddenly raised his hand and gently shook it, weakening the killing power of the sword energy. He saw through the swordsman's return to the heart of the sword path before dying, his gaze devoid of the previous hypocrisy and arrogance, filled with genuine repentance. And he decisively showed mercy. This move by the big shot was both cool and grand, leaving the entire Navy dumbfounded, completely impressed by Luoning's strength and vision. Moreover, Luoning believed in his judgment. Pay attention. Luoning's heart was as clear as a mirror. This is the territory of the world government, and his previous actions were definitely seen clearly by the five elders. Next up, high energy. The weakened sword energy slammed hard into the swordsman, its lethality still terrifying. But it didn't take his life. In the next second, the situation changed drastically. A large number of people suddenly surged in from all directions. Among them, 5 old men stood out especially. These were the 5 elders. They looked old, each with a different appearance, but they all emanated a terrifying aura. Their strength absurdly powerful, holding a higher status than the Navy in this world, wielding supreme power. The 5 elders surrounded Luoning on the spot, their eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Glancing at the bleeding swordsman on the ground, they immediately confronted him. Luoning, to act in the headquarters, you are too reckless. The elder Yuan Buki narrowed his eyes, a horrifying aura erupting from him. The army is the military of the world government. Do you dare to act here? Do you want to rebel? As he spoke, he subtly reached for the first-generation Onakiri at his waist. That was the Great Blade 12. Instantly, the overwhelming aura of a great swordsman erupted from him, several times stronger than the fallen swordsman, tightening the atmosphere to a breaking point. Luoning tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. He knew very well that the 5 elders were the backbone of the world government, their status higher than that of the 3 army marshals, and on the surface, he had to listen to them. What was even more pressing was that each of these 5 old men possessed the combat strength of a 4 emperor level. Facing all 5 at once, even if he was stronger than a 4 emperor, he felt a hint of pressure for the first time, a feeling he had never experienced before. But the 5 elders showed no mercy and directly pushed him. Step down from the position of Marshal of the army, and we will ensure your safety. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here today. They had come to kick Luoning off the stage, wanting to take away the army he had built from a minor power to a first-rate force. Luoning exploded on the spot, his killing intent surging. The army is what I have raised from a minor force to a first-rate one. I have invested so much effort into training elites, creating 500 Imperial Guards, and having powerful masters like Hu Qi, who are even fiercer than Navy Admirals. How much effort have I spent? The world government has contributed nothing, and now they want to reap the rewards. This is clearly forcing me to rebel. Even more ruthless was that the world government had already set up a trap, deploying thousands of Navy soldiers and a dense mass of Central Army troops rushing in from all directions, fully prepared to confront him head-on. You would never expect it. The 5 elders, relying on their numbers to pressure him, thought they could control Luoning, but they didn't know that Luoning was never a soft persimmon. This big shot was ready to confront the upper echelons of the world government head-on, just waiting for a spectacular counterattack, the thrill reaching its peak. From this point, Luoning could already see the attitude of the world government. Pay attention. All 5 elders are out. Thousands of elite Navy troops are on high alert. And the central army of the world government, numbering no less than 10,000, is surrounding them in a dark mass. This situation is clearly meant to force Luoning into a corner, pushing him to rebel. Next up, high energy. Luoning furrowed his brows, fully aware that although he possessed the strength surpassing the 4 emperors and held the strongest swordsmanship in the pirate world, facing 5 4 emperor-level elders all at once was the first time he felt such pressure. He angrily retorted on the spot, "Are you openly forcing me to rebel? You should know that the army is officially under the world government, yet the elders are directly intent on killing him, clearly wanting to eliminate him at headquarters and seize control of the army." It turns out the elders had already devised a little plan. The Navy is powerful, yet obedient. They dare not act against it. The recently risen army has no foundation, just right for them to use as a scapegoat. They plan to pin a disobedience label on Luoning, remove him, and take over the army, which would enhance the world government strength while intimidating other factions. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This plan was unanimously approved by the elders, and their calculations were precise. Yuan Buki immediately shouted the verdict. Luoning, for disobeying the orders of the world government. The sentence is death. As he spoke, he suddenly drew the original demon slayer from his waist. That was the supreme blade of the 12 crafts. In an instant, a sword force that shook the heavens and the earth erupted. He was not only one of the elders, but also a swordsman whose strength surpassed that of Hawkeye. With an utterly terrifying sword intent, he pointed his sword at Luo Ning and boasted wildly, "Surrender, and you might live. Otherwise, this sword does not recognize people." The other 4 elders, seeing this, had their killing intent surge, gradually closing in the encirclement, determined to seize control of the army. Luo Ning tightened his grip on the dark red longsword, a fierce aura surging through him. Enough of a nonsense. In the pirate world, the one with the strongest fist has the final say. He lowered his head and gently spoke to the longsword. "Shah, today you have a feast." A 4 Emperor-level powerhouse is not something you encounter every day. As soon as he finished speaking, the longsword suddenly trembled violently, as if responding to him. In the next second, strands of dark red aura seeped out from the sword body, fierce and wild, filled with an overwhelming bloodthirst, wrapped in a sword intent capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, scaring the surrounding soldiers into silence. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The elders thought that their numbers could control Luo Ning, but they were unaware that Luo Ning and his Shah had long been eager for a fight. This big shot was about to unleash a massacre, just waiting to rub the elders into the ground, with the thrill reaching its peak. At the same time, in the next moment, strands of dark red aura seeped from that dark red longsword. "Watch out!" Luo Ning stared at the 5 elders and threw out harsh words. "Want to seize the army's power and sentence me to death? Come and kill me. If you can't kill me, wait for a fate worse than death." Next, the energy escalates. Luo Ning completely tears apart his relationship with the world government, and his determination to hold onto the army's power is unwavering. He turned around and shouted wildly at the 500 Imperial guards behind him. "Now, we're going to confront the world government head-on. Are you afraid?" The guards shouted in unison, "Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid." The sound shook the air. To them, Luo Ning is like the sky. Even if they die on the battlefield, they will never back down. Luo Ning felt his blood boiling and waved his hand fiercely. "Imperial guards, obey orders. Fight with all your might." Yes. At the moment the guards drew their swords, the cold light flashed, and their eyes were determined. Even facing thousands of elite navy and nearly 10,000 central troops, they dared to charge forward. It should be noted that none of these 500 guards were weaklings. The weakest had the combat power of a Navy rear admiral, while the strongest were on par with Navy generals. Definitely the trump cards among trump cards. The battle erupted instantly. The 500 guards were like a sharp blade, directly stabbing into the enemy's formation. Although they were few in number, their combat power was explosive, creating chaos among thousands of Navy and nearly 10,000 central troops. On the other side, the 5 elders dared not be arrogant. After exchanging glances, they rushed forward without regard for their status, fully unleashing their combat power. They had heard that Luo Ning had defeated Hawkeye and had a lightning-fast killing move that even the 4 emperors found difficult to handle. Even if they were reluctant to believe it, they could only put forth their best effort, fearing they would stumble in the gutter. Luo Ning watched as the 5 emperor-level opponents approached, and his momentum soared wildly, his gaze sharp as a knife. He knew this was the toughest battle since his debut, and he had to show his true skills. Once he fell into a disadvantage, it would be difficult to turn the tide. You absolutely cannot imagine. The 5 elders, relying on their numbers, wanted to take down Luo Ning, but they did not know that Luo Ning and the guards were already bloodthirsty. This wave of fighting with fewer against more to confront the upper echelons of the world government was exhilarating. Just waiting to see Luo Ning unleash his ultimate move to dominate the battlefield. Therefore, even if the 5 elders were unwilling to believe it with their personalities, they could only unleash all their strength. Watch out. 5 Emperor-level fighters are teaming up to beat up Luo Ning alone, even at the cost of losing all their dignity. They are secretly calculating. As long as they eliminate Luo Ning, take control of the army, and then deal with the 500 elite guards, they will have a super strong army in their grasp, and they can keep this under wraps. After all, dead men tell no tales. Next, high energy. Luo Ning instantly engages with the 5 old stars. Faced with 5 ruthless Emperor-level fighters, he is not intimidated. Instead, his blood boils even more, his eyes shining frighteningly with excitement. Although he faces life and death crises every second, the greater the pressure, the more ferocious he becomes, his strength skyrocketing like a rocket, and his combat experience surging up. Even the swordsmanship that had been stuck for who knows how long breaks through its bottleneck, and his physical strength rises as well. Luo Ning is ecstatic. This battle could actually push his dragon Elephant 9 Heavens to the early stage of the 7th heaven. It's important to know that the later stages of this body refining technique are as difficult as climbing to the sky. The early stage of the 7th heaven is tough enough to withstand an emperor. If he reaches the mid-stage, he could rely solely on brute force to crush an emperor into the ground. Luo Ning directly sheathes his sword, takes a deep breath, suddenly opens his eyes, and the immense power within him begins to operate wildly, striking a seemingly bizarre yet profound pose of ancient martial Tai Chi. This technique is simply unbeatable. With just one punch, it can shatter mountains and rivers, tear space apart, and with soft techniques, it can use force against force, turning a little strength into 1,000 pounds. When mastered to the peak, it can ignore defenses and directly shatter the enemy's cells. Other martial arts in this world are nothing but younger brothers in front of it. Seeing this, the 5 old stars are immediately enraged and charge again. This time going all out. Luo Ning, as the world's greatest swordsman, sheathing his sword is seen by them as a blatant humiliation, as if he doesn't even regard the 5 emperor-level fighters. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The 5 old stars thought they could take Luo Ning down with their numbers. But it turned into his upgrade dungeon. Even the ultimate Tai Chi was brought out. This wave of big shots is leveling up and demolishing the weak. The thrill is off the charts, just waiting to see the 5 old stars getting beaten to the point of questioning their lives. This is an insult to the 5 old stars. Look closely. Such blatant insults can only be washed away with warm blood. The 5 elders all have faces as dark as a pot bottom, roaring to the battlefield. Luo Ning, you will undoubtedly die today. As the rulers of the world government and ruthless figures of the 4 emperors level, they can't stand being looked down upon like this. Next, it gets intense. The battlefield instantly transforms into a hellish arena, with the smell of blood rising to the clouds. 500 elite army guards charge into thousands of elite navy troops and nearly 10,000 central army formations, like a sharp knife slicing through mud, crazily harvesting enemies. In just 10 minutes, they have taken down nearly 1,000 foes. If the opponents were an ordinary army, the casualties would have multiplied several times. It's important to note that there isn't a single weakling among the guards. Even when facing the top military forces in the world, they still crush their opponents with overwhelming force. On the other side, Luo Ning is fighting 5 against 1, hard-hitting the 4 emperors level 5 elders. And he is having a blast. He swings his indestructible iron fist, striking intricate and incomprehensible poses, using the combined techniques of ancient martial Tai Chi to unleash earth-shattering power with his strikes and to counterattack with finesse, pushing the 5 elders back several meters time and again. Suddenly, Luo Ning closes his eyes, maximizing his perception to the extreme, as he attempts to forcefully break through in this life-and-death battle. He sets his sights on the observation haki of the pirate world. It's known that there are 3 god-level haki in the pirate world. Observation haki can predict opponents' movements, and at higher levels, it can read minds. Armament haki can break defenses and counter natural-type devil fruits. Conqueror's haki is innate and can stun weaklings. And Luo Ning insists on pushing for observation haki in the dangerous situation of fighting 5 opponents. This move completely stuns everyone present. The 5 elders grow increasingly anxious. Not only are they being suppressed by Luo Ning, but they also watch him break through, which makes their eyes turn red with anger. They attack fiercely, doubling their efforts. But Luo Ning becomes steadier, his aura skyrocketing, just waiting to pin the 5 elders to the ground after his breakthrough, making them question their lives. You absolutely can't imagine it. While Luo Ning is beating the 5 elders 5 against 1, he is also brushing up on skills and charging his haki on the battlefield. This operation is simply extraordinary and exhilarating. This time, what Luo Ning wants to try is one of these 3 types of haki. Observation haki. Watch out! At the brink of life and death, Luo Ning directly blocked his vision and relied solely on his hearing to forcefully unlock new skills using observation haki, boldly operating on the edge. Next, high energy. Opportunities are always hidden in danger, and Luo Ning thrives on this. He flashed a wicked smile at the 5 elders. Don't let me down. The fist-to-fist combat made his blood boil, and his fighting spirit soared to its peak. An hour passed, and the 5 elders went from shock to numbness. One person single-handedly withstood 5 formidable opponents at the level of the 4 emperors, completely breaking common sense. What crushed them even more was that Luo Ning's immense power and swordsmanship left them gasping for breath, unable to even touch a single hair on Luo Ning, let alone kill him. On the other side of the battlefield, chaos erupted. Thousands of elite Navy troops and nearly 10,000 Central Army soldiers were beaten to over half casualties by 500 Army guards, with bodies piled up like mountains. It is important to note that the guards were clad in dark red armor and wielded sharp blades, maintaining a formation as solid as a rock. Although there were only 500 of them, they fought as if they were on steroids, making the enemy cry for their mothers with no ability to fight back. The five elders looked at the casualty numbers with a heavy heart. These elites were the foundation of the world government. Losing one was a significant blow. But what truly broke their defenses was that such devastating casualties were caused by only 500 people. It was an outright crushing. Luo Ning scanned the battlefield and saw over 50 guards lying in pools of blood, his face instantly darkening. Since the establishment of the guards, they had never suffered such a huge loss. The Tiger 3 guards and Quina were still fighting desperately among the enemy, facing danger at any moment. And he couldn't swallow this anger. Meanwhile, in the hidden conference hall of the Celestial Dragons, more than 10 people sat around a rare wooden round table, each emanating an imposing aura, exuding an air of superiority. Someone proposed, looking at the battlefield, should we deploy the Guardian Guards? But the elegantly dressed man sitting in the center scoffed on the spot. Why bother deploying the Guardian Guards against mere army troops? It should be known that the Guardian Guards are exclusive ace bodyguards for the Celestial Dragons, and in their eyes, Luo Ning and the army are not even worthy of the Guardian Guards' intervention. They are merely insignificant characters. You would never expect it. While the five elders were being rubbed against by Luo Ning, the Celestial Dragons were still underestimating the situation, unaware that Luo Ning was already furious to the extreme, and was about to unleash a big move to blow this arrogant group to pieces, reaching a peak of satisfaction. The Guardian Guards exist solely to protect the noble Celestial Dragons of the world. Pay attention. The man in the elegant attire spoke decisively. There is no need to deploy the Divine Guards just yet. He looked towards the battlefield, his face full of surprise, as he never expected that 5 Emperor-level fighters couldn't take down a mere army marshal, Luo Ning. Next, the excitement escalated. After a moment's thought, the man in elegant clothing directly ordered, let one of the 3 generals of the Central Army, Liuka, go in a battle, along with the Iron Guards of the Central Army. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 10 people in the conference hall were left dumbfounded. It should be known that the world government has ruled the pirate world for hundreds of years, relying not only on the visible 3 armies, but also on the hidden Central Army, which is the real trump card. Liuka is far more powerful than a Navy admiral. Even the emperors would break a sweat facing him, and the Iron Guards of the Central Army are the elite among the elites. Someone questioned on the spot, is it really necessary to send Liuka and the Iron Guards to deal with just the army? Isn't that a bit excessive? The man in elegant attire's gaze instantly turned sharp as he scanned the questioner. Then why don't you go to the battlefield and confront Luo Ning yourself? This retort left the other person speechless. Everyone knows that Luo Ning is suspected to have strength comparable to an emperor, and going up against him would be like handing over one's head. Seeing that no one dared to oppose him anymore, the man in elegant attire made the decision. Unanimously approved, let Liuka lead 10,000 Iron Guards to set off immediately. On the battlefield, the 5 elders were once again beaten back by Luo Ning, barely holding on as they threatened, Luo Ning, you will surely die today. The power of the army will eventually return to the world government. The remaining soldiers below, hearing this, were pumped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. But the 5 elders were already in a state of panic. After an hour of siege, they not only failed to gain any advantage, but were instead subtly falling behind. This was not how a strong, Emperor-level fighter should behave. They could only grit their teeth and hold on, hoping for reinforcements to arrive quickly. Yuenbu Kichi secretly glanced at the gathering place of the Celestial Dragons, his heart beating anxiously. If no one comes soon, we really won't be able to hold on. At this moment, the 5 elders were all injured, and Yuenbu Kichi's hands were feeling numb, with his palms on the verge of cracking and bleeding, reaching a state of extreme distress. You would never have guessed. The 5 elders were being bullied by Luo Ning to the point of longing for reinforcements. And the Celestial Dragons indeed sent out Liuka as their trump card, seemingly to turn the tide of battle. In fact, Luo Ning had long been waiting for a new opponent to deliver themselves, just wanted to take the opportunity to showcase another round of operations. This time, the big boss was about to create a scene, and the thrill was about to be maximized. At this moment, after enduring an hour of battle, the 5 elders were all carrying significant injuries, and even Yuenbu Kichi felt a slight numbness in his hands, with the risk of his palms cracking and bleeding looming. Look, in battle, Roning's fists are ridiculously hard, and his strength is so terrifying that even Marine Admiral Kazuru is stunned. Even the mighty Garp, who chased the Pirate King around the world, might not have more strength than him. Next, the intensity rises. Looking at the battlefield, there were originally thousands of Marines and nearly 10,000 elite Central Army troops. But after an hour, nearly half have fallen, and the remaining ones are all injured, unable to hold out much longer. However, among the 500 army guards brought by Roning, over 400 are still alive. This terrifying kill rate and extremely low casualty rate make the Five Elders feel uneasy. If this unit continues to exist, the world government's rule could be shaken. The Five Elders took a breath, exchanged glances, and knew they had to charge forward. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. As top-tier powers of the world government, retreat means death, while charging forward offers a slim chance of survival. There's no choice. You must know that the world government has been able to rule for hundreds of years, hiding many trump cards. Just the 3 admirals of the Central Army are all monsters, stronger than the 4 emperors, yet they haven't shown up at all. The 5 elders can only endure, hoping for reinforcements to save them. The battlefield has become even crazier, with both sides fighting fiercely, but the 500 guards firmly hold the initiative. The 3 Tiger brothers and Queen are wreaking havoc, pushing the enemy to the ground. Seeing that only a third of his men are still able to fight, the 5 elders are sweating anxiously, but they're almost out of strength to counterattack. Suddenly, Roning violently repels the 5 elders and then stops. Turning to look in one direction, his expression serious. Why does he always feel that place is dangerous? He squints to take a closer look, sees nothing, but then instantly realizes it's the gathering place of the celestial dragons. Roning twists his stiff neck, a cold smile creeping across his lips, and draws his dark red longsword. Since his physical strength can't increase any further, then let's finish this quickly. The sword energy erupts, scaring the surrounding enemy troops so much that their legs go weak. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The 5 elders are holding on as cannon fodder, while Roning is about to draw his sword and unleash a big move to turn the battlefield upside down. This big boss move directly blows up the scene, creating maximum excitement, just waiting to see the enemy get wiped out in one go. Anyway, since there's no way to continue enhancing physical strength, let's go for a quick resolution. Watch closely. The moment Luoning drew his dark red longsword, a terrifying sword aura erupted around him, intertwined with the unique sword intent of the pirate world. The limitless sword Tao, both powerful and mysterious, utterly unfathomable. Next comes the high energy. Luoning held the longsword upright before him, squinting his eyes to sharpen his focus. The sword intense sword again. The long sword buzzed loudly, and the sword aura shot up to the sky. 5 elders, I originally didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on being troublesome. Can't the army and the world government coexist peacefully? You could have relied on us to suppress the pirates and the rebels without any worries. But now it's too late. He declared, those who kill will always be killed. In this world, strength speaks for itself, and whoever is strong is just and right. The faces of the 5 elders turned dark to purple. The earlier assault by the 5 of them had been fraught with peril, and now, with Luoning showcasing his swordsmanship that could easily defeat Hawkeye, even 4 more Yonko wouldn't hold up. They turned their heads to stare at the gathering place of the celestial dragons, feeling a rush of anxiety. Hurry up with the reinforcements. We really can't hold on any longer. They knew that the 3 generals of the Central Army they were hoping for were all top-tier, ruthless figures at the Yonko level. Just one of them could turn the tide. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot in Mariehua, a middle-aged man with a transparent long sword at his waist smiled. Luoning defeated Hawkeye? Interesting. He was accompanied by 10,000 Central Army Iron Guards, touching his cool sword, reflecting. Standing at the pinnacle of the sword path is so lonely. Finally, I waited for a worthy opponent. This man was the general of the Central Army, immensely powerful, especially coming to meet Luoning. On the battlefield, it was even crazier. Over 400 elite guards looked at their fallen brothers, rage surging to the sky, their battle power multiplying several times, roaring, crush all the bastards of the world government. Leave none alive. It should be known that this was the first casualty since the elite guards had begun their journey. They had never lost before. Luoning also secretly marveled. The elite of the world government's Central Army are indeed extraordinary, although they can't match the elite guards individually. The strength of nearly 10,000 troops shouldn't be underestimated. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While the 5 elders were waiting for reinforcements to save their lives, Luoning was fully prepared to kill, and a new opponent was bringing an army of 10,000 right to his doorstep. This wave of battle was directly filled with excitement, just waiting to see Luoning dominate and crush his foes. Although the individual strength still couldn't compare to the army's elite guards, the elite level of the nearly 10,000 Central Army guarding the headquarters of the world government was self-evident. Attention! The Army's Imperial Guard has suffered nearly 100 casualties, which is enough to prove that the elite of the world government's Central Army is not to be underestimated. Next, high energy. The battle has been deadlocked for 2 hours, and both sides are nearing their breaking point. On the world government side, thousands of Navy and nearly 10,000 Central Army troops are now down to 1/3 and continue to suffer losses. Luoning's 500 Imperial Guards have also lost nearly 100, and if this continues, they won't be able to hold out with just 400. But Luoning has gone insane, wielding the limitless sword art. With fury, his sword flowers dancing wildly, and in no time at all, he has left the 5 elders covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. The 4 Emperor's level 5 elders have been rendered powerless, and Luoning hasn't even had to use his ultimate move, sword art profound truth, void flash, and they are about to collapse. It should be noted that Luoning is now stronger than when he crushed Hawkeye. He is toying with his former self. Suddenly, large numbers of troops surged in from all directions, instantly surrounding Luoning. Although Luoning noticed, he was deeply entrenched in battle and unable to escape. At the world government headquarters, he could only mobilize a little over 400 Imperial Guards. A middle-aged man in a white cloak stepped out of the crowd, holding a transparent longsword, exuding a powerful aura. I am the Central Army General, Flowing Sword, Lyoka. I am ordered to kill you and take over the army's power. This Lyoka's strength is terrifying. A top-tier 4 Emperor's level warrior, his swordsmanship comparable to Hawkeye's, making Luoning wary. The trump card hidden by the world government is too fierce, and this strength far exceeds his expectations. Luoning retreated to the side of the Imperial Guards, feeling uneasy. He originally thought the army could contend with the world government, but now it seems that the opponent has the power to destroy the army without using their full strength. If all their trump cards were unleashed, the world would tremble. But Luoning's gaze sharpened, and he remained unfazed. After all, he is the newly crowned #1 swordsman in the world, and this Lyoka, who has come to his doorstep as an opponent, is just perfect for him to practice against. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The 5 elders had just been beaten to the point of collapse, and now a top general has surrounded him. Yet Luoning shows no fear. Instead, he waits for the new opponent to start the battle, and this aura of a big shot is absolutely exhilarating. The Central Army of the world government, one of the 3 great generals, Flowing Sword, Lyoka. Pay attention. Luoning stared at the top-tier 4 Emperor's level wind, sword flow, crake in front of him, then glanced at the army of over 10,000 behind him, and a hint of retreat unexpectedly arose in his heart. Not because he was afraid, but because he couldn't bear to lose the 500 Imperial Guards here. Next, it's going to get intense. Luoning's mind was as clear as a mirror. He could slip away anytime he wanted, but it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for the Imperial Guards to break through. The 10,000 troops brought by Crake, although not as elite as the Imperial Guards, were at least 10 times fiercer than the previous troops of the 5 elders. If they went head-to-head, the Imperial Guards would be completely wiped out, a loss he could never afford. He immediately lowered his voice and ordered, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, Hu Xing, prepare to lead the Imperial Guards to charge out. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 were stunned. The Imperial Guards were the pinnacle of combat power in the pirate world. The weakest had the level of a Navy lieutenant commander, and the strongest could match a Navy admiral. When had they ever needed to run away? Hu Qi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, looking at the fallen brothers on the ground, then glancing at the densely packed enemy troops, his teeth grinding together, and finally managed to spit out a single word. He was very clear in his heart. Even if they shattered these 10,000 enemies, the Imperial Guards would still suffer over half casualties. Without this trump card, the army's ambition to rise during the pirate era would be nothing but a pipe dream. You must understand that the great pirate era had long gone mad. Without the Imperial Guards as a trump card, let alone surpassing the Navy, even standing firm in the chaotic world would be difficult. Luoning's retreat was not cowardice. It was the mindset of a tough person who believed in leaving the Green Mountains behind, not fearing the lack of firewood. He would come back later when he had enough power to press the world government down and take back everything, with interest. Crake sneered upon seeing this. What? The world's greatest swordsman is about to run? Luoning, however, was too lazy to respond, his gaze firmly fixed on the escape route. His aura still fully charged. Retreating now was strategy, not surrender. Anyone who dared to block the way would still be crushed. You absolutely can't imagine. Luo Ning, who could clearly take on the entire scene alone, chose to temporarily avoid the spotlight for the sake of his brothers. And this move directly shattered the situation. It seemed like he was backing down, but in reality, it was for a more ruthless counterattack in the future, laying down a super foreshadowing. Today has been quite busy. I'll take a day off to rest and sort out my thoughts, and organize the subsequent plot of the Marshal's book. Pay attention. There will be mountain bandits. There will be strong nations, and the army is bound to rise. At this moment in Mary Geos, Luoning and 500 elite guards are surrounded by nearly 10,000 elite troops of the world government. Next up is high energy. Luoning looks at the fully equipped, battle-ready army of 10,000 and thinks to himself, there's also the Central Army General Lyoka, whose power is comparable to that of the top 4 emperors. It's going to be very difficult to retreat unscathed. You must know that the world government has ruled for hundreds of years and will never tolerate a strong force emerging under their noses. The 4 emperors are already enough of a headache for them. The army wants to rise? No way. Luoning originally came to flex his muscles, wanting the world government to know that the army is not to be trifled with. But things have gone awry, and the situation is completely out of control. He grips his dark red, long sword tightly, the sword's momentum suffocating. Fully aware that to take the elite guards away, he can only unleash a massacre. Luoning quickly calculates. Lyoka is too strong. He can't break through the 5 old stars. Although at the level of the 4 emperors, only have about 50 to 60% of their combat power left, making them the perfect breakthrough point. He must seize this only opportunity. Suddenly, Lyoka charges forward with a transparent long sword, looking arrogant. Luoning, you're going to die here today. Let me see your swordsmanship. As he speaks, he swings his sword, summoning a violent wind, with terrifying sword energy rushing towards Luoning and the elite guards. Lyoka is incredibly arrogant, claiming he can easily defeat Hawkeye, completely disregarding the current world's #1 swordsman. Luoning's eyes sharpen, not the least bit flustered. Be as arrogant as you want. I have my own killing moves. Even surrounded by thousands of troops, even facing a top general, he still has confidence in tearing open a gap and leading the elite guards out, along with teaching the world government a harsh lesson. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luoning originally intended to make his presence known, but was forced into a desperate situation. However, a big shot is still a big shot. The more critical the situation, the more excited he becomes, just waiting to draw his sword and smash the encirclement. This wave of exhilaration is directly maxed out. It all depends on how Luoning will crush the weak. The wind sword of Lyoka swings, and suddenly a fierce wind arises, with terrifying sword energy being birthed from his hand, attacking the position of the army's elite guards, where Luoning is located. Watch out! Luoning looked at the incoming gusts of sword energy, his eyes calm and collected, secretly thinking, the world government's general, Wind Sword Flow Krek, indeed possesses terrifying battle power on the level of the top 4 emperors. Next up, high energy. Luoning confidently. Krek. Let me show you my complete understanding of the sword path. My boundless sword path is not something just anyone can withstand. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force from his calves, shooting towards Krek like a bolt of lightning, casually unleashing several powerful sword energies that shook the battlefield. His momentum maxed out. Krek sneered on the spot. Is this it? You really think too highly of yourself. The two clashed instantly, a loud bang shaking the heavens and earth, causing the ground within 100 meters to crack, and even the space was about to twist and deform. You must understand, when top 4 emperors clash with all their might, the aftermath can destroy the world. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. The 5 elder stars nearby dropped their jaws. Luoning can actually trade blows with Krek. Krek is even more fierce than the 4 emperors of the New World. They reached a consensus on the spot. Luoning must be killed. If this ruthless person escapes, the world government will have a headache. After all, the pirate world is so vast, with hiding places everywhere in the New World, the 4 seas, and the Red Land. If Luoning hides away to cause trouble, it would be as easy as pie. The 5 elder stars gritted their teeth and charged in. Go. Today, Luoning must die, and military power must be reclaimed. Now it's done. 6 4 emperor-level powerhouses are besieging Luoning alone. Such a scene is unprecedented in the pirate world. But Luoning was completely unflustered. The boundless sword path surged with power, feeling secretly pleased. Just you six? You dare to surround me? You should know. He had already crushed Hawkeye in swordsmanship. To him, Krek and the 5 Elder Stars were nothing more than targets to gain experience. The more they fought, the more excited he became, the fiercer his sword moves grew, not putting the 6 powerful figures in his eyes at all. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. 6-4 Emperor-level fighters ganging up, yet Luo Ning seemed to be on a power-up, fighting harder and harder. This wave of showing off and slapping faces was exhilarating, just waiting to see him crush all his opponents, performing a classic 1-against-6 scene. Regardless, on the surface, they were the leaders of the world government, the 5 highest combat powers of the world government. Watch out! The 5 elders are just the watchdogs of the celestial dragons in the world government. There are plenty of people stronger than them lurking in the shadows. The 3 admirals of the Central Army could easily suppress them, and even the top vice admirals of the Central Army could stand their ground without losing, with a chance to crush them outright. Here comes the high-energy moment, seeing the 5 elders charging at him. Luo Ning grinned and his eyes sparkled. Can't hold back any longer? I've been waiting for you. He knew the situation wasn't great. Although he could kill Lyoka with his strength, it would take at least 10 minutes, even an hour. On the other hand, the army's Imperial Guard had to withstand an elite force of 10,000 Iron Guards. How many would be left if it really came down to a fight? If the army wanted to rise during the pirate era, this ace Imperial Guard must not be severely injured, or the difficulty of rising would multiply several times. 10 minutes passed, and Luo Ning and Lyoka were still evenly matched. He had already exhausted all his strength without revealing his ultimate move, the Sword Dao Profound Meaning. Lyoka's Sword of Wind was truly explosive. His sword moved with the wind, his body moved with his heart, and his heart borrowed the sword's momentum. After a series of combos, Luo Ning was astonished. Someone in the pirate world actually wielded the sword to this level. Lyoka couldn't help but praise. You deserve to be called the world's greatest swordsman. I underestimated you before. But praise aside, Lyoka had a death order to fulfill. He had to kill Luo Ning to regain control of the army, and his attacks became increasingly ruthless and lethal. Now, Luo Ning was caught in a tough situation, enduring the ferocious assault from the top Emperor-level Lyoka, while also having to watch out for the 5 Elder sneak attacks. He finally felt a sense of pressure, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, he became more excited, secretly resolving, it can't remain a stalemate any longer. It's time to unleash my big moves and clear the field. After all, his limitless Sword Dao hadn't shown its true power yet. If he truly unleashed his full firepower, let alone 6 Emperor-level foes, even a wave of reinforcements wouldn't be enough to take him on. You wouldn't believe it. The 5 elders, acting like dogs, dared to jump around, and even with all his effort, Lyoka couldn't take down Luo Ning. Next, Luo Ning was about to unlock the Sword Dao Profound Meaning, to create a scene where he single-handedly took on 6 opponents, pressing this group of adversaries into the ground for a satisfying finish. The battle could not remain at a stalemate any longer. Watch out! 500 Imperial Guards are clashing head-on with nearly 10,000 soldiers of the world government and remnants, and the casualties are skyrocketing. Every Imperial Guard is injured. Not a single one is unscathed, and the death toll is rising rapidly, with less than 400 remaining in the blink of an eye. Next comes the high-energy moment. Luo Ning's eyes are blazing with fury as the dark red long sword hums incessantly, its power terrifyingly explosive. He roars in his heart, we must break through immediately, or the Imperial Guards will be wiped out. He holds his sword in a strange yet profound posture, instantly unleashing a heart-stirring sword aura. The sword energy strong enough to shatter the void. Lu Ku's face turns as black as a pot bottom, roaring for his men to retreat. Get back. He feels a deadly crisis from Luo Ning, his heart pounding. This wave will definitely cost lives. Luo Ning's gaze is as cold as ice, suddenly shouting, Sword Dao Mystery. Void Flash. The sword aura instantly surges several times, shooting straight into the sky, scaring the surrounding enemy troops into trembling legs. He is clear in his mind. To break through, he must kill the 5 elders and create chaos. After all, the 5 elders represent the world government's authority. If they are killed, the enemy will surely be thrown into disarray. Lu Ku, a top-tier emperor level, is not so easy to deal with, and the only option is to target the 5 elders. Lu Ku dares not hold back, his right arm suddenly swelling thickly, the aura shifting dramatically. Roaring, Sword Dao of Wind, absolute breath slash. The transparent long sword is infused with mysterious power, fiercely slashing out a terrifying sword energy. This move can sever the wind elements in the void and harness the wind's momentum to increase its power, making it a top-tier killing move. But just as he unleashes the attack, Luku's face turns as pale as paper, clearly having expended most of his energy, almost unable to stand. Luo Ning remains unflustered. Raising the sword aura again, a cold smile curling his lips, Luku's move looks intimidating, but in the face of his void flash, it's like child's play. After receiving this sword, he will retaliate and smash the 5 elders, carving a bloody path for the Imperial Guards, making the world government understand who the real boss is. You would never expect it. Luku is using all his strength to unleash a big move, while Luo Ning plans to counterattack and break through. This operation is directly showcasing the entire scene. The thrill is maximized, just waiting to see the Imperial Guards follow their leader and slaughter their way out, grinding the enemy into the ground. After this sword, Luku's face suddenly turns a bit pale, seemingly having expended a significant amount of energy from that sword aura. Pay attention. Luo Ning stared at the terrifying sword energy rushing towards him, his eyes shining. Absolute breath slash, finally willing to unleash a big move. Ever since he crushed Hawkeye and became the world's #1 swordsman, he hadn't encountered an opponent who could match him in the sword path. Luku's move directly ignited his fighting spirit. Next, high energy. Luku's absolute breath slash can be described as a killing move, capable of severing the void's wind elements and greatly increasing its power by harnessing the wind's momentum. Most people simply cannot withstand it, but Luo Ning remained completely calm, shouting, "Sword path essence, sword heart." He suddenly closed his eyes, introspecting his true self, feeling the aura of the long sword, and even grasped the rules of time and space. The moment he opened his eyes, his sword intent surged into the skies, doubling the sword's power, ignoring defenses, and outputting with zero consumption, leaving everyone stunned on the spot. Luku watched as Luo Ning's figure became increasingly illusory, and in the next second, he completely vanished, leaving him bewildered. Bang! With a loud explosion, his absolute breath slash was shattered on the spot, the energy instantly dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Before he could react, Luo Ning had already flashed in front of the 5 elders, raising his hand to instantly kill 2 of them, cutting down the Emperor-level powerhouses like chopping vegetables. Back in the Imperial Guard camp, Luo Ning suppressed the bloody taste in his throat, swallowing the churning blood, taking a hit from the top-tier Emperor-level moves, and simultaneously crushing 2 Emperor levels. Even he had to pay a price, but this was a huge profit. He pointed to the weakest point in the enemy's defense and ordered the 3 Tiger Madmen. "Break through from here. Charge." Luo Ning secretly complained. "I thought I could walk sideways in the pirate world, but I didn't expect Luku to bring pressure. But now it seems, does Luku think he can keep me? Far from it." The battlefield instantly fell into a strange silence, and then someone roared. "The 5 elders are dead. 2 Emperor levels have been killed." The enemy's formation was completely thrown into chaos, and the Imperial Guard took the opportunity to charge forward with Luo Ning, the sword energy clearing a bloody path. The tempo of the breakthrough directly maxed out. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Luo Ning closed his eyes to unleash a big move, instantly breaking the killing move and even counter-killing the big shots. This operation directly showcased his prowess. The thrill of showing off and slapping faces was off the charts. Just watching him crush his way out with the Imperial Guard. The 5 elders are dead. Watch out. Once the 5 elders are dead, the world government will be in complete chaos. These 2 top-tier fighters in the open, the strongest rulers have fallen, leaving the Iron Guard and the remnants dumbfounded. Even their actions to surround the army's elite guards have come to a halt. The scene is as chaotic as headless flies. Next up is high energy. Lyoka is staring at the bloodied 5 elders on the ground, completely frozen. 2 Emperor-level figures just vanished. The world government will surely erupt in fury. But more than accountability, he is deeply shocked by Luo Ning. This world's #1 swordsman truly knows how to dominate the stage. Just now, Luo Ning's elusive sword techniques made even him, a top swordsman, feel a deadly crisis, instantly admitting defeat. "This #1 swordsman, I Lyoka acknowledge you." Lyoka's mind is racing with calculations. He is a top-tier Emperor-level fighter. The world government still needs him to keep the crazily expanding pirates, the restless 7 warlords, and the annoying revolutionary army in check. They wouldn't dare touch him. Besides, Luo Ning is a rare opponent, having stood at the pinnacle of the sword path for too long, rather than capturing him for a report. It's better to keep him as a sparring partner, simply letting things be, smiling and thinking. Having you as an opponent makes this life worthwhile. By the time the enemy finally reacts, roaring to hold the line. Don't let the army escape. It's already too late. Luanning's gaze sharpens. Ordering, charge at full speed. We must break through. We can't stay in Mariehua any longer. He knows it well. He has already exhausted a lot of energy against the 5 elders. And now he must face a fully powered Lyoka, while also guarding against the remaining 5 elders' harassment. He simply can't confront them head-on. The elite guards have already exceeded their limit of casualties. If they don't withdraw now, when will they? Luanning clenches his fist secretly. Once back at the army headquarters, he will practice fiercely to enhance his combat power. Next time he encounters the world government, he will absolutely not retreat in such a disgraceful manner. He will crush this group of guys into the ground, making them know the might of the army. The elite guards follow him, charging fiercely, their sword energy sweeping away the enemy blocking their path, creating a direct route for breakthrough, leaving the enemy dumbfounded. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Lyoka disregards the mission and acknowledges Luanning as an opponent on the spot. Luanning seizes the opportunity to lead the elite guards in a stylish breakout. This maneuver is both exhilarating and impressive, raising the stakes dramatically, just waiting to see Luanning charge back next time. Next time, if he meets the world government again. Luanning believes it will definitely not be like this time, being forced to flee. Look, even though the Imperial Guard has suffered considerable losses, they can still heavily injure and even potentially wipe out 10,000 world government Iron Guards. However, Luanning doesn't dare to gamble. The Imperial Guard is his heart and soul. The elite troops directly under the army marshal, and every death pains him. With over 100 already lost, continuing to fight hard would lead to unbearable losses. Retreat is the only option. Next, things get intense. The Imperial Guard roars and charges towards the Marshal, willing to die in battle, their momentum overwhelming the entire field. They move in unison, are uniformly equipped, and their will is as strong as steel, leaving the world government Iron Guard stunned. Luanning stands at the rear to support, while Hu Qi, Hu Ba, Hu Xing, and Gu Yaina surge forward, quickly tearing a gap in the enemy's encirclement. Although it's not wide, it's enough for everyone to escape. Their movements so swift that the enemy can't even react. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Ku just watches the army retreat without making a move. Suddenly, he senses something with a twitch of his ear, draws his transparent sword, and swings it casually. Wind sword technique, absolute breath slash. The sword energy howls towards Luanning, but Luanning sees through it at a glance. This thing is purely for show, not even a tenth of its true power. He knows Lu Ku is deliberately holding back and thinks to himself, I'll remember this. Lu Ku looks at Luanning's back, a smile spreading across his face. Luanning, from now on, you are my only opponent in swordsmanship. Standing at the peak of swordsmanship has been lonely for too long, and finally encountering someone who can excite him. He wouldn't truly want to stop him, but before he can savor the moment, a furious roar comes from behind. A nearly 3-meter-tall, muscular man strides over, his black skin and bulging muscles making him look like a moving mountain. Lu Ku, have you forgotten the Marshal's orders? How dare you let them go? Seizing the opportunity, Luanning accelerates the Imperial Guard's breakout, feeling secretly pleased. Lu Ku's deliberate leniency is fantastic. Once back at the army headquarters to train hard, next time, he will definitely push the world government down to the ground. The Imperial Guard charges ahead like a knife through butter, leaving the still-dazed enemy far behind. The breakout rhythm reaching its peak, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. You would never guess. Lu Ku, in order to keep a rival in swordsmanship, dared to disobey orders and deliberately let them go. Luanning took the chance to make a stylish escape. This move was both exhilarating and impressive, blowing the situation wide open. Just waiting to see Luanning return with a vengeance next time. From behind Lu Ku, a massive man, nearly 3 meters tall with terrifyingly bulging muscles and slightly dark skin, approaches him. Pay attention. That mysterious man exudes a terrifying aura that intimidates everyone around him. Just by standing there, the sense of oppression is overwhelming. And his strength is clearly explosive, definitely a top-tier tough character. Next up, high energy. This man is none other than M.O. Sure, one of the 3 generals of the world government's Central Army. He confronts Lu Ku with anger. Do you dare to treat the Marshal's orders as mere whispers? 2 of the elders are dead. How are you going to handle this? Lu Ku, however, remains calm and leisurely argues. Luanning's strength is even stronger than mine. If he wants to leave, who can stop him? Even 6 emperors can't keep him here. Do you think I can? His words imply that he didn't go easy on his opponent, but rather that the opponent is too formidable, and deep down he is secretly pleased. Finally, he has encountered a worthy adversary in swordsmanship, and his peak loneliness is instantly erased. Marshal grinds his teeth in anger. He is loyal to the world government to the core and has his eyes set on the Marshal's throne, so he can't stand Lu Ku's nonchalant attitude. But Lu Ku is unyielding and continues. Pirates are causing chaos. The revolutionary army is rising, and the world government lacks my top-tier emperor-level strength. If you dare to move against me, it would be purely self-destructive. Marshal, left speechless, can only storm off in anger, cursing Lu Ku in his heart 800 times. On the other side, a dark red warship speeds across the sea, and Luoning finally can't hold back and spits out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Huji, Huba, and Hu Xing's eyes turn red with rage as they roar. It's all our fault for being too weak. We couldn't even protect the Marshal. Their retreat from the world government headquarters was already a source of distress for them, and seeing Luoning injured makes them hate their own lack of strength even more. Their fists clenching tightly, Luoning waves his hand, forcing a smile. It's just a small injury, it's nothing. But inside, he secretly marvels. The world government is hiding too deeply. Lu Ku's swordsmanship and strength are almost on par with mine. If my hawk encounters him, he will definitely be crushed, with no chance of winning. He secretly resolves to train hard at the army headquarters, and next time he faces the world government, he must dominate the entire scene and double the retribution for this humiliation. You would never expect it. Lu Ku openly defied orders to keep a swordsmanship rival. And although Luoning retreated with injuries, he has figured out the enemy's cards. This seemingly disadvantageous situation actually lays a super foreshadowing for a future counterattack. With excitement reaching its peak, just waiting to see Luoning charge back next time. Even my hawk would have no chance of winning if he faced Lu Ku's windsword style. Pay attention. Luoning stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the world government headquarters in Mary Geos, not far away. He fell into deep thought, his eyes revealing a determination not to be defeated in this battle. Next, the energy intensified. Master, a crisp voice tinged with tears rang out. Kuina's eyes were filled with tears, biting her lip, her big eyes full of concern for Luoning, almost crying on the spot. Luoning instantly switched to a gentle mode, smiling as he opened his arms to embrace her, softly reassuring. It's okay, just a little injury. It'll heal in half a day. Now that we've withdrawn from Mary Geos, we should return to the army headquarters to recuperate. Next time we meet the world government, we definitely won't be as passive as this time. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he silently vowed, I've taken note of the world government this time. When we meet again, the army must stand on equal footing with them. Luoning was well aware. Now that the great pirate era has fully erupted, the new world is firmly occupied by the four emperors, and the world government doesn't dare to confront them head-on. The major powers on land are also stirring, no longer taking the world government seriously. Various forces are challenging this big brother status, and the world government is too preoccupied to deal with the army, which is the golden time for the army to develop. As long as they focus on becoming stronger, when their strength is sufficient, they can confront the world government directly, and the rise of the army is a sure thing. But thinking of the losses, Luoning felt a pang in his heart. 500 army guards, only over 300 remained after the battle, all seriously injured. Some even unconscious, and even those lightly injured had their combat power reduced by 30% in a short time. This loss had already exceeded his limit. However, he didn't wallow in sorrow. He turned and shouted to everyone on the warship, full speed ahead, return to the army headquarters. Although we lost this battle, next time we meet the world government, we will win without a doubt. His words instantly ignited the crowd, with 300 guards shouting in unison, follow the Marshal. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will fear nothing. The shouts echoed across the sea, and the pain from the sacrifice of their comrades and the loss in battle transformed into fierce fighting spirit. This group of battle-hardened soldiers had only determination in their eyes, becoming the solid foundation for the army's future rise. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luoning, retreating while injured, seized the opportunity to develop. Although the guards suffered losses, their morale soared. This seemingly embarrassing retreat was actually to build momentum for the next return to press the world government down to the ground, maximizing the thrill, just waiting to see the army rise and take revenge in a dramatic scene. If they could turn sorrow into strength, then these 300 would undoubtedly become the cornerstone of the army's future strength and rise. Look closely. Lotus clenched his fists, his teeth chattering. As one of the survivors from the great battle, he fully realized. In this world, only power is truth. Only power is justice. With power, one can protect those they want to protect and accomplish what they want to achieve. Next, high energy. The dark red warship sped back to the army headquarters after 2 weeks of frantic racing. Ning had just settled the wounded when he immediately summoned Army General Costa and ordered, "Select people from the Hell training camp to fill the 200 vacancies in the Imperial Guard." Costa gasped in shock. The Army Imperial Guard is a trump card directly under the Marshal, with top-tier combat power. Losing 200 people at once shows how perilous Ning's battles were with the world government. As soon as the news reached the Hell training camp, over 2,000 soldiers erupted in excitement, as if they were on steroids. You must know that the Army Imperial Guard is the ultimate dream of all soldiers. Not only can they stay close to the Marshal, but they're also a representation of the Army's combat power. Previously, the quota was capped at 500, making it nearly impossible to get in. Now, with 200 spots suddenly opened up, 2,000 soldiers were scrambling to get in, and the competition skyrocketed, turning it into a top event across the entire army. At the same time, newspapers in the New World were flying off the shelves, and all factions were left dumbfounded. The headlines were explosive. 2 elders of the 5 elders are dead. 3 heavily injured. The culprit is actually the army. The army, previously under the control of the world government, now dared to kill the 4 Emperor's level 5 elders, clearly indicating a complete betrayal and intent to establish their own independence. All factions were shocked. How precious is 4 Emperor's level combat power? With the world government losing 2, the army is clearly ready to confront them head-on. Ning's operation was extraordinary. He withdrew from the world government while simultaneously launching a strong military plan, replenishing the Imperial Guard while declaring the army's independence to the world. He was clear in his mind that in the pirate world, strength is the only way to go. Once the Imperial Guard is fully replenished and combat power maximized, he would directly lead his elite corps to crush the world government into the ground. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Ning seemed to be retreating, but in reality, he was biding his time for a big move. Fully gearing up for the army's rise, just waiting to see them sweep across all factions and become the new overlords of the pirate world. The same goes for the world government, as well as the navy. Look, Ning also believes that having a strong fist is justice. But he is completely different from the world government and the navy. He has his own bottom line, and his own sense of justice serves as the absolute benchmark for the army. To go against him is to commit evil, and only by obeying him can one be called justice. Next, high energy. In the territory of the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard slams the newspaper against his thigh, erupting with a terrifying aura that could overturn the sea, laughing heartily. Gulalalala. This kid Ning has his bounty skyrocketing to 2 billion. He killed 2 elders in Mariehua and led the army to defect from the world government, rubbing their faces in the dirt. As the world's strongest man, he can't stand the arrogance of the world government, and he is laughing so hard he can't close his mouth. Nearby, Marco curiously leans over, takes the newspaper, glances at it, and his eyes widen in shock. Oh my god, 2 elders are dead? Did Ning do it all by himself? This is too explosive. Once he processes the information, he starts laughing so hard he can't stand up straight. The world government really messed up this time, getting slapped in the face by their own marshal of the army and losing such a strong force. They suffered a huge loss. After ruling for hundreds of years, who would dare to confront them like this? Ning has completely broken all the rules. The news spread like wildfire throughout the New World, and the other 4 emperors all learned about it, each laughing even more raucously than Whitebeard. After all, opportunities to see the world government take a hit are rarer than climbing to the sky, and Ning's actions have made them all overjoyed. At the same time, all 4 emperors are keeping a close eye on Ning. This kid can single-handedly kill elders and confront the world government. He is definitely a tough character, and he must be closely monitored from now on. Ning doesn't care about any of this. He only has one thought in his mind: to strengthen the army as quickly as possible so that the next time they confront the world government, they can crush the opponent and make the army a true overlord. Now the whole world knows his name, and this wave of showing off has gone viral, instantly boosting the army's deterrent power, making all factions think twice. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Ning killed the elders, defected from the world government, and not only did he not get taken down, but he also made the 4 emperors collectively laugh at the world government, becoming the focus of the globe himself. This wave of operations is both exhilarating and showy. The situation has exploded, and everyone is just waiting to see him continue to dominate the scene. As for this Marshal of the army, Lanin, he has also caught their attention. Look closely. Those who can make the world government look foolish and successfully escape from Mariehua with soldiers are definitely formidable characters. The four emperors are well aware. If they can befriend them, they will. If not, they must not provoke them. Next, it's going to get intense. The world is in chaos, and although the four emperors occupy a large territory in the New World, they can still sense the taste of crisis. Meanwhile, the army headquarters has opened up 200 slots in the Imperial Guards, and the Hell training class has over 2,000 people in frenzy. They don't care about the heavy losses in the Imperial Guards. All they can think about is following Luoning. After all, Luoning is someone who can truly deliver. Following him not only makes them stronger, but also protects the common people. Under Luoning's leadership, the lives of the people in the army's territory have visibly improved. They no longer have to be exploited by unscrupulous merchants or plundered by mountain bandits. Although they aren't rich enough to eat meat every day, compared to the previous days of working like oxen and horses, it's simply paradise. The people's satisfaction is at an all-time high, and the army's reputation has skyrocketed. Luoning doesn't have to worry at all about recruiting soldiers. In the Marshal's office, Luoning gazes into the distance, contemplating. Uncle Yixiao, the army has risen independently. When will you join us? Meanwhile, in the gambling houses across the seas, Yixiao, wearing wooden clogs and carrying a short knife, laughs out loud while reading the newspaper. This kid Luoning has a bounty of 2 billion. The world belongs to the young people now. He looks towards the army headquarters, his eyes shining. It's about time the world had a new ruler. I want to do something for the common people too. Luoning has played his cards perfectly. On one hand, he makes the four emperors wary and unwilling to provoke him, while on the other hand, he garners public support through his reputation and attracts top combat power like Yixiao. The momentum of the army's rise cannot be stopped. The next time they meet the world government, they will definitely be able to pin them down and rub their faces in the ground. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luoning has taken the act of playing the pig to eat the tiger to the extreme. He seems low-key and is actually laying plans in secret, even attracting Yixiao. This move is both refreshing and impressive, and the situation is completely explosive. The uncle looks into the distance, a faint smile on his lips, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Pay attention. This person is called Yixiao. Not only a user of the gravity fruit, but also one of the world's top swordsmen. Even Army Marshal Luoning has to respectfully call him Uncle Yixiao, his strength directly shattering the ceiling. Next, high energy. Yixiao looked into the distance for a while, put away the smile on his face, and returned to that inscrutable expression. Then turned to shout at the casino owner. Change me 10,000 berries and chips. I'm going to dominate this gambling house today. After saying that, he plunged into the gambling scene, seemingly obsessed with his hobby. But in reality, he had already grasped the situation of the pirate world. Meanwhile, the town of Rogu outside the army headquarters went completely crazy. Young people gathered and chatted, each voice louder than the last. Have you heard? The army is recruiting heavily, aiming for 500,000. Let us go. Together, we can be soldiers who uphold justice, following Marshal Luoning. Everyone wants to join the army. After all, the team led by Luoning not only protects the people, but also makes the lives of the territory citizens better and better, earning a divine reputation. In a corner of the crowd, 10-year-old Chong Luan clutched the hem of his clothes, full of envy yet hesitant. I want to enlist too, but would someone like me, a poor kid, be wanted? His home was barren, with only a broken table and 2 rickety beds. He ate stale, yellowed leftovers and had to pretend to enjoy it, afraid his mother would worry. What made him feel worse was that his father had his legs broken by mountain bandits and lay in bed all year round, leaving all the family burdens on his mother. Learning that enlisting could provide a settlement fee and a high monthly salary to help treat his father's legs, Chong Luan gritted his teeth and walked to his father's bedside. Dad, I want to enlist. Once I'm a regular soldier, I can help treat your legs. His father's eyes instantly turned red, opening his mouth but unable to say a word. He should have been the pillar of the family, but now he had become a burden. Watching his son, so young, take on responsibility made his heart ache. Luoning's recruitment strategy was brilliant, relying on his reputation for protecting the people and loving the soldiers. He not only attracted passionate youth, but also gave hope to unfortunate kids like Chong Luan. The army's numbers surged as if on steroids, and it wouldn't be long before they amassed top fighting strength, ready to confront the world government head-on and decisively crush them. You would never guess. Yixiao seemed to be casually slacking off, but in reality, he was a hidden powerhouse. The army's recruitment struck a chord in people's hearts, even making young boys willing to charge forward for their families. This developmental rhythm is off the charts. Just waiting to see the army sweep through the pirate world in the future. As the head of the family, he had now become a burden. Look, over the years, Grandpa Chong has been under tremendous pressure, not even daring to think about death. If he's not around, his son and this family will completely fall apart. Next, it's high energy. Seeing his son wanting to enlist to treat his leg, Grandpa's heart aches with helplessness. Although the army has a great reputation, being a soldier means dealing with death every day. But he can only force a smile. Go ahead. Don't die. I don't want to send a white-haired person to a black-haired one. The bitterness hidden in his smile tugs at everyone's heartstrings. Chong vows with red eyes. I will become a big figure in the army, heal your leg, and let you live a good life. After saying that, he left without looking back, and Grandpa couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face. This parting might be a final farewell. Meanwhile, in the office of the Army Marshal, Costa reports, "We won't stop recruiting until we reach 500,000. Luo Ning calmly asks, "Is the military budget sufficient?" Costa boasts, "All the underground forces have been taken over by us, with a monthly profit of nearly 100 billion belly. Expanding to 1,000,000 is easy." Luo Ning destroyed the underground forces back then to make money and gain fame, and now the money bag is swelling, ready to be seized. Then, Luo Ning gazes into the distance and boldly declares, "There are plenty of unclaimed territories in the world. Prepare to take them." Costa instantly feels a surge of excitement. Once we take the unclaimed territories, the next step is to deal with the Navy. They are close to our headquarters, just perfect for an attack. You must know, Costa has watched the army grow from weak to strong and has long wanted to sweep through all forces with Luo Ning. And this move has filled his ambition to the brim. Luo Ning's strategy is incredible, attracting tough individuals like Chong to enlist through reputation while crazily making money from the underground forces, and setting a ruthless plan to first occupy unclaimed territories and then tackle the Navy. The rise of the army is unstoppable. The next time they meet the world government, they will definitely pin the other side to the ground. You definitely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning has taken development and expansion to the extreme, controlling money, people, and territory, just waiting to see him lead the army to sweep through the pirate world and become the new overlord. I understand. Attention. Luo Ning suddenly stopped the retreating Costa and said in a deep voice, "Right, make arrangements. The army must rise. We need to establish an army academy. Let's get started now." This single statement directly determined a key step for the army to become stronger. Next, the intensity increased. After returning from Mary Geos, Luo Ning had a thorough understanding of the situation. In the eyes of the world government, the Navy is merely a pawn, while the Central Army is the real trump card. However, to the Celestial Dragons, the Central Army is at most a watchdog. These descendants of the creators must be hiding even more terrifying forces. Luo Ning couldn't just sit and wait. Building the academy was about mass-producing top-tier combat power to confront them head-on. Before long, 100 army academies flourished across the army's territory, with only one main academy established as the headquarters. Want to enter the main academy? You must be the top genius from various local academies. Even more astonishing, upon graduation, students from a main academy could directly land high positions in the army, with lower-tier positions available at will. This treatment drove all soldiers mad with envy, desperately wanting to get into the academy. At the same time, the selection for the 200 vacant positions in the Imperial Guard turned into a battlefield. Over 2,000 elite soldiers from the Hell training class were eyeing these spots. After all, the Imperial Guard is directly under the Marshal, allowing them to fight alongside Luo Ning on the battlefield, symbolizing strength and honor. Being in the Imperial Guard means you can walk proudly in the army. The 50,000 strong army was also mobilized, with ample supplies, military salaries, and pensions. Now the army was making a fortune from underground forces and had no worries about money. In the barracks, Costa, clad in black military attire, roared at the vigorous army of 10,000. Set off. This was his first time leading an army, and his ambition soared. You lot wait. Before long, this area will only echo with the voice of the army. Luo Ning had great plans in mind. First, to take all unclaimed lands, occupying all borders of the four seas. Once his influence expanded to the limit, he would confront the Navy head-on. He understood clearly that although the Imperial Guard was strong now, winning a total war depended on overall strength, and steady development was necessary to rub the opponent's face in the ground. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. While building the academy to cultivate combat reserves, Luo Ning was also mobilizing troops to seize territory, executing a duel strategy that could not be stopped. The rise of the army was unstoppable. They were just waiting to see them sweep the navy, confront the world government, and become the new overlord of the pirate world. Before long, this area would only resonate with that one voice. Watch out! Co-Star roared at his army of 10,000, his voice echoing across the battlefield. That voice is called the army. This statement ignited the morale of the entire army, and the anthem of the army's expansion resounded completely. Next, the high energy. Luaning had long set up a net. General Co-Star led 10,000 troops charging south. His personal guard, Tiger Chi, led a team to the north. Tiger Ba charged directly east, and strategist Tiger Xing swept through the west with his forces. The four armies launched a simultaneous attack, truly blooming in all directions. He himself stayed behind to guard the army headquarters, ready to support the four fronts at any time while firmly deterring the neighboring navy. This layout was brilliant. The army's 50,000 elite troops were not to be underestimated. Military rations, pay, and supplies were piled high, ready to crush those small powers in unclaimed territories. It was simply a dimensional strike. On the southern battlefield, Co-Star pushed forward relentlessly. Just after taking a town, he grinned wildly. Wherever the army goes, that's our territory. This liberation war was exhilarating. It was a complete crushing situation, with the opponents having no chance to fight back. The northern battlefield was even more brutal. Tiger Chi was covered in blood, his eyes fierce like a demon crawling out of hell. Staring coldly at the kneeling enemies begging for mercy. Stop talking about having someone behind you. From today on, within 10,000 miles of the headquarters, everyone must bear the surname Liu. After saying this, he struck with his knife, and the opponent didn't even finish their harsh words before losing their breath, scaring the surrounding enemies into immediate surrender, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The same happened on the east and west fronts. Wherever the army went, small powers either obediently submitted or were directly crushed, with no room for resistance. Tiger Ba charged fiercely, taking territory faster than drinking water. Tiger Xing relied on wisdom to easily subdue forces, and reports of victories from the four armies flooded in. Luaning stood on the city wall of the headquarters, watching the continuous stream of victory reports, his eyes revealing a hint of weariness. But his heart had already made plans. This wave of liberation war aimed to swallow up the surrounding territories in one go, and once the forces were stabilized, the next step would be to deal with the navy and confront the world government head-on. Now the army was gaining momentum. Crushing these small characters was just an appetizer. You would never expect it. Luaning's four fronts expanded simultaneously. The army swept across all directions, as if they were on a cheat. This operation was both ruthless and impressive. The pace of expansion was directly maxed out, just waiting to see them spread their territory across the seas, becoming the new overlord of the pirate world. Time passed, and a week went by in the blink of an eye. Attention! The army's frenzied expansion has directly alarmed the world's top powers. The most anxious among them is the Navy. After all, the Army's headquarters is right next to the Navy's maritime domain. With the Army set to cover more territory, a confrontation between the two forces is inevitable. Next, it's high energy. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the three admirals gathered in the Marshal's office, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Akainu was the first to explode. The Army declared war a week ago, and now they're sweeping across thousands of miles with no rivals in sight. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Marshal Sengoku looked troubled, thinking to himself, I've seen the army grow from weak to strong. Initially, I thought that area was barren land, but I never expected it to become a treasure trove for the army. I regret it deeply. Sengoku spread his hands and sighed. The new world is occupied by the four emperors, and the seas are not peaceful. The navy simply lacks the manpower to stop them. The army is so fierce now, what can we use to fight back? Akainu slammed the table. Damn it, we must stop them. As a hawkish bigwig, he can't stand anyone being arrogant under the Navy's nose. He was already planning. If we don't suppress the army now, they'll surely take over the maritime domain later, and it will be even harder to deal with. Sengoku stared at Akainu, and, after a long silence, finally relented. Fine, you go. Take 10,000 elite troops. But remember, absolutely do not confront the army head-on, and definitely do not engage with Luaning. Akainu agreed without thinking, but Sengoku suddenly added, Luaning is much stronger than you. Fighting him is just sending your head to the guillotine. This left Akainu speechless, but it only strengthened his resolve to dampen the army's momentum. While the Navy was in a state of chaos, the army continued to expand wildly, with four armies moving as if they had cheat codes. wherever they went. Small forces either surrendered or were crushed. Luoning had long anticipated the Navy's panic and secretly laughed. Once we take down the surrounding territories, it will be time to deal with the Navy. Then they will know who the real boss of the seas is. You would never have guessed. The Army's expansion forced the Navy into a frenzy, with Akainu volunteering for battle only to be warned by Sengoku not to provoke Luoning. This wave of Luoning's expansion alone scared the Navy into avoiding a direct confrontation, and the Army's rising momentum is unstoppable. The Army's Marshal, Luoning, far surpasses you in strength. Pay attention. The warring states stared at Akainu, his expression extremely serious. The 5 elders have already been killed by Luoning. His terror is beyond imagination. Even the fleet admiral cannot see through Luoning's strength. As these words left his mouth, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Next comes the high-energy part. After hearing this, Akainu gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and suddenly swung his white coat, his face filled with hostility towards the army, striding out the door. Akiji, watching his back, sighed helplessly and shook his head. Luoning is his confidant, but the Navy is his foundation. He really doesn't want to see both sides tearing each other apart. But he knows very well that in this world, the weak are prey to the strong, and hard fists are the truth. The two armies will inevitably clash, and no one can escape. Soon, Akainu made a big commotion, leading 10,000 of the Navy's most elite soldiers, along with the Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman. He set out on 3 warships, charging towards the army with killing intent. This formation could shatter half of the pirate world in normal times. But in the eyes of the army, it was merely a small skirmish. It's important to know that the army's elite guards, after the battle at Mariewa, had their strength skyrocketed. There are 10 with admiral-level combat power and over 50 with vice admiral level, let alone Akainu's 10,000 troops. The army's elite could easily crush them with just a small team. Even more ruthless is Luoning himself. Initially besieged by 6 of the world government's top experts, Central Army General Floke 5 elders. He not only didn't get captured, but also killed 2 of the 5 elders and retreated unscathed. This strength has already terrified the world government. Now they're entangled with the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the land bandit forces, and have no energy to manage the army, only able to watch as the army grows wildly, not even daring to let out a peep. Akainu thought he was leading an ace legion, not realizing that in front of Luoning, he was merely delivering his head. Luoning had already figured out the Navy's movements through his informants, secretly laughing. Just try to test you guys, let the Navy fully understand that the current army is no longer something they can provoke, and in the future, they should stay in the seas and not cause trouble. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Akainu came with great momentum to stir up trouble. Yet he had no idea he was facing a dimensionality reduction attack. The army could easily handle him. This wave of Luoning only relied on his strength to intimidate, scaring the Navy and the world government into not daring to act recklessly, flaunting and slapping faces directly to the max. And the momentum of the army's rise cannot be stopped by anyone. It must be noted that the land is the origin of humanity, the mother of mankind. Look, the people on land who are oppressed by the world government, pirates, and various major forces can no longer survive and end up becoming mountain bandits. The number of mountain bandits is terrifyingly high. Even though they haven't shown up yet, they have already frightened the world government into restlessness. Next, it's going to be intense. Besides the mountain bandits, the affiliated nations and non-affiliated strong countries are also starting to stir, all wanting to seize the title of world ruler. They have long forgotten the terror of the world government. After all, the Central Army hasn't shown up in a long time, but they don't realize that without absolute strength, how dare they rule the world for hundreds of years? In the seas of the 4 oceans, Akainu stands at the bow of a warship, wearing a white coat and a cap, with the word justice glaring behind him. He suddenly yells at the ghost spider, "When will we reach the army headquarters? I can't wait." As soon as he finishes speaking, high-temperature magma flames erupt from his body, distorting the air around him, exuding a monstrous aura. The ghost spider is so scared that his heart races and quickly responds. Full speed ahead. 1 week. Akainu suddenly grins with a cruel smile. Then let the army live for another week. He is already intoxicated by his own strength, completely disregarding Luoning killing the 5 elders and the 2 billion bounty, even fantasizing. If I were to face Luoning, I would have crushed him already. He even dreams of ending the pirate era himself and allowing the Navy to dominate. On the other side, the Sorrow Kingdom around the army headquarters is completely panicked. This country has 100 000 soldiers and 5 small cities, originally the boss of a radius of thousands of miles, but now that the army has risen, they are utterly terrified. How could they allow others to sleep soundly beside them? When the army declares war, the Sorrow Kingdom knows they can't escape, and everyone is engulfed in fear, afraid of being crushed by the army in one fell swoop. Luo Ning has been watching all this, sneering internally. Akainu is simply overestimating himself, and the Sorrow Kingdom is just a piece of cake. After dealing with the surrounding forces, he will let Akainu know the power of the army, and by then, even the world government will have to obediently stand aside. You would never expect it. While Akainu is still arrogant and self-satisfied, the Sorrow Kingdom is trembling in fear, yet the army is steadily expanding as if they have a cheat code. This crushing situation is directly escalating, just waiting to see Luo Ning sweep through all sides and become the true overlord. The current king of the Sorrow Kingdom is very clear about this. Attention! In the most magnificent architectural complex of the Sorrow Kingdom, the king is gathered with a group of ministers, all looking anxious as they hold a meeting, pondering how to respond to the army's expansion. Next comes the high-energy part. King Saruochiman speaks first, his voice trembling. The army wants to swallow all powers within a radius of 10,000 miles, and our Sorrow Kingdom is within this range. It won't be long before they come to attack us. Everyone, think of a way. As soon as he finishes speaking, the room falls silent. The ministers look at each other, and no one dares to speak. Everyone knows how fierce the army is and can't come up with a countermeasure. Finally, the Minister of Military Affairs stands up with a hard face and says with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty, our Sorrow Kingdom claims to have an army of 100,000, but fewer than half can actually fight. The army's 50,000 are all elite troops, each capable of taking on 10 men, and some can even take on 100. We simply can't withstand it." As soon as he finishes, the Minister of Political Affairs sighs as well. It's not just the troops that are inadequate. Our country is poor and nearly unable to pay military salaries. We can't support a large-scale war at all. The Sorrow Kingdom is likely to be finished. Upon hearing the words of these two high-ranking officials, the king's face turns pale. His eyes lose focus as he collapses to the ground, pounding his chest and shouting, "The Sorrow Kingdom has been passed down for 11 generations, and it is going to perish in my hands. I have let down my ancestors." After shouting, he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, his eyes roll back, and he faints, causing chaos in the palace. On the other side, a week passes in the blink of an eye, and the army is advancing as if on steroids. The eastern, southern, and northern fronts have all been breached, and wherever they go, small powers either surrender obediently or are crushed and wiped out, with territories expanding dozens of times. Only the western battlefield remains in a stalemate, led by the personal guard of Luo Ning, Tiger Xing, who is commanding 10,000 elite troops, eyeing a small country ahead with a cold smile. You have two choices, either surrender to save your lives, or resist and die. He completely disregards his opponents, as the army's strength makes fighting such battles as easy as cutting vegetables. Luo Ning, watching the good news at the army headquarters, can't help but smile slightly. This wave of expansion is just the beginning. Once the surrounding powers are integrated, the next step will be to deal with the Navy and the world government, and then the entire pirate world will have to listen to the army. You would never expect. While the Sorrow Kingdom is struggling for survival and bleeding, the army is sweeping through the 4 directions. This wave of dimensional reduction strikes is exhilarating. Just waiting to see Tiger Xing take the last piece of land, and the army will completely control the 10,000 miles radius, entering domination mode. In this world, strength is respected, and one speaks with power. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is just. Look closely. Only the victors have the right to write history. 100 years from now, who will remember that the army was the attacking side? By then, the army will be synonymous with justice, the liberators of the people, the true kings of the battlefield. Next, high energy. Outside the Sorrow Kingdom, Hu Xing stands quietly with an army of 10,000, like a beast fixated on its prey. He suddenly commands, "The entire army, move out." In an instant, the army moves like a precision machine, with synchronized steps, dressed in black cloaks, armed with excellent weapons, advancing at a steady pace, and soon surrounds the Sorrow Kingdom so tightly that not even a drop of water can escape. The Sorrow Kingdom's troops are so frightened that they dare only to defend, lacking even the courage to resist. Everyone knows that this 10,000-strong army is elite forged through bloodshed. Not even afraid of the Shanghai army, the Sorrow Kingdom simply can't compete. In the palace, The Minister of Military Affairs and the Minister of Political Affairs are anxiously stomping their feet. King, the army has already entered the city. We have no chance of winning. They both know full well that the 100,000 troops of the Sorrow Kingdom are just for show. If a real fight breaks out, it would only give the army more heads, and it would enrage them. The only way to survive is to surrender. Otherwise, the royal family will be wiped out. King Chiman walks to the door, looking in the direction of the army, his eyes filled with despair. 11 generations of heritage, surviving pirates, and the navy, only to fall at the hands of the army in the end. It's unbearable. But he also knows that in this world, the weak are prey to the strong, and he can only accept his fate. In a corner, the eldest prince of the Sorrow Kingdom looks at his father, his face full of pain. Though young, he is perceptive and understands that the Sorrow Kingdom has only 5 small cities, 100,000 weak soldiers, and as poor as a church mouse. Compared to the army that can challenge the world government, it's like an egg hitting a rock. But he can't understand how they suddenly came to this point. Luo Ning at the army headquarters has already seen through everything, sneering coldly. The surrender of the Sorrow Kingdom is only a matter of time. This wave of territorial acquisition will further enhance the army's strength, bringing them closer to crushing the navy and directly confronting the world government. You would never have guessed. The army forced the Sorrow Kingdom into a corner with just 10,000 troops, crushing them effortlessly throughout the process. This operation is both ruthless and skillful. The momentum of their rise cannot be stopped by anyone, just waiting to see the army unify the lands and become the new overlord of the pirate world. For the army, this war is to liberate the territories within a radius of 10,000 miles, to expand their own territory, strengthen their own power, and increase their influence in this world. Watch out. For the army, this battle is an expansion war for liberating territory, but for the small Sorrow Kingdom, it is a catastrophic disaster. Who told them to be too close to the army headquarters, becoming a stumbling block on the army's path to rise? Next, high energy. In the corner of the palace, the Sorrow Kingdom's eldest prince, Ningyu, stares at his despairing father. His small fist clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, and he roars in his heart. In this world, being weak is the original sin. His eyes are filled with bloodshot veins, tears hitting the ground, and he vows on the spot. If the army destroys my Sorrow Kingdom today, I will make your entire army pay in the future. I, Sorrow Ningyu, swear here that if I can't do it, I will descend into the 18 levels of hell and never be reborn. Suddenly, a shadow twisted in the void beside him and emerged, expressionless, saying, "Young master, Hu Xing has brought thousands of elite soldiers from the army to kill. The Sorrow Kingdom is doomed. The Lord said before that being close to the army has no good ending. Now come with me." Ningyu anxiously stamped his feet. "Can we take my father with us?" The shadow directly poured cold water. "No, I can only take you if you delay any longer. I will forcibly bind you. No one dares to disobey the Lord's orders." Ningyu looked at his father's back, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood flowing down his arm without him feeling it. He stared at his father for a long time, as if trying to engrave his appearance into his bones. Finally, his face darkened, his eyes cold as ice. "All right, I'll go, but the revenge for the Sorrow Kingdom, I will repay tenfold. Army, in this lifetime, I will not rest until one of us is dead." You must know how arrogant the army is now. Luo Ning could kill 2 of the 5 elders and still retreat unscathed from Mary Geos. This time, the one leading the team, Hu Xing, is even more ruthless, a solid strength at the level of 3 admirals, rumored to have already broken through to the semi-empowered level of the 4 emperors. The Shadow knows this well, and if they don't leave now, when the army rushes into the palace, let alone taking Ningyu away, he himself would be in danger. Ningyu's heart is filled with hatred, but he currently lacks the strength to confront them head-on, so he can only admit defeat and escape. He is calculating in his heart. For now, I will endure, and when I cultivate the power to crush everything in the future, I will uproot the army and make them pay the price for destroying my kingdom. You absolutely cannot imagine. Even before the army officially strikes, they have forced the prince of the Sorrow Kingdom to flee, shattering the opponent's mentality solely through intimidation. This wave of dimensional suppression is too ruthless. Hu Xing stands there with his elite troops, winning without a fight, and the momentum of the army's rise cannot be stopped by anyone. Therefore, even he will find it increasingly difficult to take Sorrow Ningyu away. So now, time must be fought for to leave. Otherwise, not only will the Sorrow Kingdom fall, but Sorrow Ning, you will also step into peril. Pay attention. Sorrow Country is the only small nation within the vast territory of the army headquarters. Rumor has it that it controls 5 cities with a population of 100,000, along with several villages and towns. Regardless of the truth, it has already caught the army's attention. Now comes the high-energy part. At the border of Sorrow Country, Hu Xing, dressed in a black military uniform, is followed by 10,000 fierce soldiers of the army, grinning coldly at the small nation ahead. To ensure the rise of the army, hand over your territory. If you know what's good for you, surrender your land. Otherwise, we'll kill without hesitation. In his eyes, the world is a jungle where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As long as it strengthens the army, he believes that waging war is worth it, even if it means facing punishment. After all, with the 4 emperors of the pirates and the navy gathering power, if the army doesn't expand quickly, it will eventually be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Xing waved his arm and led the charge towards Sorrow Country. Quickly encountering the first line of defense, King Chiman of Sorrow Country, commanding an army of 100,000. Chiman raised his long sword and roared, "The army is the rebel of the world government. Fight them to the death. Do not let our country be bullied." He was prepared for death. As the 11th king, even if he couldn't hold the line, he would fight alongside his nation. Moreover, his son had an escape plan, so there was nothing to fear. The 100,000 soldiers of Sorrow Country were ignited with fighting spirit, wielding an array of weapons, long swords, broadswords, firearms, and even spike clubs, charging towards the army with battle cries, believing they had the advantage of 10 to 1. But on the army's side, the 10,000 fierce soldiers remained calm and collected, their eyes showing no signs of wavering. This group was a battle-hardened iron army, and to them, Sorrow Country's poorly equipped, disorganized troops, gasping for breath after a few steps, were nothing more than easy prey. With only 100 meters left, the soldiers of Sorrow Country continued their charge, while the army remained as steady as a mountain. Hu Xing secretly laughed. "It seems I need to show you just how explosive the army can be." The 100,000 troops might seem numerous, but in reality, they were easily crushable. The army could easily wipe them out with a single move. You would never expect it. The 100,000 soldiers of Sorrow Country appeared fierce. Yet the army was completely unperturbed. The gap in strength was simply a dimensional strike. Just wait to see how the army crushes its opponent in one fell swoop, seizing Sorrow Country's territory and continuing its reckless expansion. Sorrow Country, I think you have yet to witness the true terror of the army. Pay attention. Tiger Xing's eyes were icy as he stared at the approaching army of 100,000 from the Sorrow Kingdom, his gaze full of mockery. Originally wanting to leave a way out for the Sorrow Kingdom, it now seemed that unless he revealed his true abilities, the other side wouldn't be able to see the difference at all. Next, high energy. Tiger Xing slowly raised his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Follow my orders. To the 100,000 troops ahead, leave no one to resist. Kill them all." As soon as the words were spoken, the thousands of soldiers who had been like statues suddenly moved. Their steps were in unison, actions synchronized. With steel knives and firearms glinting coldly, the murderous aura on them instantly changed the atmosphere of the battlefield, creating overwhelming pressure. Who doesn't know that the Sorrow Kingdom is just a small player? 5 small cities with a population of 100,000 and 100,000 soldiers could normally live peacefully, but they just happened to encounter the rapidly rising army. This time, the army directly employed 4/5 of its forces for expansion, and with the Sorrow Kingdom being the only nation within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was destined to be crushed. The army would never allow uncontrolled forces within its territory, even if it meant slaughtering cities. What is even more absurd is that the citizens of the 5 cities in the Sorrow Kingdom have long been looking forward to the arrival of the army. After all, 90% of the countries in this world exploit their citizens, making their lives worse than death. To them, the army is the light of justice, coming to liberate them. In contrast, the king of the Sorrow Kingdom, Chiman, was feeling anxious as he led his 100,000 troops to resist. He knew that even 10,000 soldiers from the army could easily crush his 100,000 troops. But even if he surrendered, could he really survive? The army didn't even regard their opponent as a threat. The 10,000 fierce soldiers were all battle-hardened veterans, while the poorly equipped and untrained army of the Sorrow Kingdom was nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Tiger Xing coldly laughed to himself. "Today, you will know that in this territory, the army is king." You would never imagine. The charge of 100,000 troops looked intimidating, but in front of the army, it was a joke. This dimensionality reduction strike was directly overwhelming, just waiting to see the army crush the Sorrow Kingdom and continue its expansion to dominate. However, even if they didn't resist, could they truly survive? Look closely. King Chimin of the Sorrow Kingdom, as the ruler of a nation, understands the darkness of this world too well. In his eyes, resistance means death, and not resisting also means death. It's better to take a gamble. Perhaps he can save the country. Next, things get intense. He gazes at his 100,000 troops, still harboring fantasies. The army claims to be a righteous force. And if they really had to kill 100,000 soldiers, they might hesitate. But this idea is pure self-deception. The army has never shown mercy on its rise. And how could they spare anyone just because there are many of them? At the same time, 3 naval warships are racing across the sea. Akainu, dressed in a white military cloak, stands at the bow, his expression as cold as ice. Suddenly, he shouts at Doberman, "It's been a week. When will we reach the army headquarters?" Doberman quickly replies, "At this speed, we'll arrive by noon." Akainu grins wickedly. "All right, let the army enjoy a few more hours. When I bring this elite 1,000, it will be their day of doom." He has no idea how ridiculous he is. He thinks that his magma fruit and the title of a monstrous admiral can go unchecked. But he doesn't know the army already has the means to counter him. Ancient Marshal Tai Chi, which can directly break his natural abilities. The army of today is no longer what it used to be. Even a random guard under Luaning can easily crush him. If he dares to be careless, he might just fall at the edge of this world. On this side of the battlefield, things are even more explosive. After General Hu Xing ordered the kill, 10,000 soldiers of the army moved instantly, their steps uniform, their formations mysterious and unpredictable. The murderous aura they exuded made the Sorrow soldiers' legs tremble. This army is genuinely elite. Since its formation, they have trained intensively every day and have fought countless times against pirates, mountain bandits, and noble private soldiers. They have been forged into an iron army by blood, charging in a battle without blinking, their resolve harder than steel. Now, looking at the 100,000 troops of the Sorrow Kingdom, equipped with a mishmash of gear, having never undergone real combat, they are merely filling numbers. As soon as the two armies clashed, the scene tilted overwhelmingly. The army cut through the Sorrow soldiers like chopping vegetables, who had no chance to fight back, crying and fleeing in all directions. You would never expect it. Akainu is still dreaming of annihilating the army. While the 100,000 troops of the Sorrow Kingdom are easily overwhelmed, and the army operates seamlessly on 2 fronts, crushing them in a cheat-like manner, just waiting to see the army finish off the Sorrow Kingdom, and then teach Akainu a lesson on how to be a person. However, this battle seems to be a bit too dramatic. Attention! The Sorrow Kingdom wields an army of 100,000, but the ground forces only number in the thousands. The soldiers of Sorrow are all confident, believing they can easily crush their opponents, dreaming of defeating them and then annexing the surrounding unclaimed lands, turning their small country into a medium-sized one, and then into a major power. But then the high-energy moment arrives. As soon as the two armies meet, the soldiers of Sorrow are left dumbfounded. What they thought was an ordinary army instantly transforms into hellish warriors, cutting down thousands with flashes of blades. On the ground forces side, the losses are almost zero, with only a few injuries. This absurd casualty ratio leaves the Sorrow soldiers stunned in place, but the ground forces show no mercy, instead ramping up the slaughter. After all, the order is clear: leave no one alive who resists. Being merciful to the enemy is cruel to oneself. And this is a hard rule ingrained in the army's bones. In the center of the battlefield, King Chimin of the Sorrow Kingdom watches as his 100,000 troops are cut through like cake by the ground forces. His eyes turn red in an instant, and he screams at the top of his lungs, "Kill!" The ground forces are rebels of the world government. Drive them out. Every combatant today will receive 1 million berries. But everyone knows that the Sorrow Kingdom is so poor it can barely equip its army properly, let alone offer such a sum of money. He is merely panicking and trying to scare his soldiers into fighting desperately, as if they don't struggle, he will become a prisoner. Unexpectedly, this incentive of 1 million berries really works. The previously dazed soldiers of Sorrow suddenly seem to be on adrenaline, their fighting spirit skyrocketing. After all, this amount of money is enough for a family to live comfortably for a lifetime. The soldiers immediately roar and charge forward, with just 10,000 ground forces. What are we afraid of with our 100,000 army? Charge! For 1 million berries, crush them. In an instant, the previously one-sided battle becomes genuinely tense. But the ground forces are not worried at all. These soldiers have gone through countless bloody battles and are elite warriors forged in blood, following Luaning to uphold justice. having long since thrown life and death behind them. They are fully aware that Sorrow Kingdom is at its last gasp. Morale propped up by money won't last long. As long as they hold their ground, they will soon crush them back again. You would never expect this. The Sorrow Kingdom temporarily regained some ground by painting a picture of wealth, but the strength of the ground forces is undeniable. This stalemate is merely a halftime break. It's just a matter of waiting to see how the ground forces unleash their full firepower to completely shatter the Sorrow Kingdom, seizing territory and continuing their rush toward dominance. The war has once again entered stalemate. Pay attention. The cost of Sorrow Nation struggling to hold the battlefield is too severe. 100,000 troops barely lasted 10 minutes, and only half remain. Among the remaining, 60% are injured, and 40% are so frightened that they lack the strength to wield their weapons, completely losing their combat effectiveness. Next, high energy. In this battle of 10,000 against 100,000, the army directly crushed the enemy. On our side, the casualties were only 100, while Sorrow Nation's surviving troops numbered 50,000, but only 20,000 are unscathed and capable of fighting. Tiger Shing, leading 10,000 elite soldiers, took over 5 cities and all villages of Sorrow Nation, walking into the palace with a cold smile. This broken little country, 5 cities, 100,000 cannon fodder, dares to challenge the army? It's purely self-humiliation. It's important to note that the army's 50,000 soldiers are all elite forged in battle, while the 100,000 troops of Sorrow Nation, in his eyes, are at best slightly better than armed civilians, let alone fighting the army. They would easily be taken down by pirates or bandits. After leaving the palace, Tiger Shing looked towards the army headquarters, his usually cold face rarely showing a hint of warmth. The Western Territory has been completely taken. I wonder how my elder brother, third brother, and General Costa are doing. Only the army's brothers can make him let go of this fierce demeanor. But the next second, his expression suddenly turned cold again. Is there really someone who can escape under the siege of tens of thousands? He distinctly felt a terrifying aura of a peak general and wondered, how could there be such a ruthless person in the fringes of this world? If it were in Mariehua, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, that is the stronghold of the world government, where even emperor-level combatants could emerge. However, the other party has already run far away, and he was too lazy to chase. It wasn't worth the effort. Soon, a soldier ran over to report, General Tiger Shing. Our army only suffered 10 deaths, 20 severe injuries, and 50 minor injuries. On Sorrow Nation's side, only 40,000 survived. The rest are all gone. Tiger Shing immediately decided, pay 5 times the compensation for the deceased and take good care of their families. Pay double for the severely injured, and according to regulations for the lightly injured. Just as the soldiers were about to leave, another came to ask, General, all the remaining soldiers of Sorrow Nation have surrendered. How should we handle these people? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army won against the odds so easily, and their combat effectiveness was off the charts. Even if a strong opponent escaped, it didn't affect the territorial acquisition at all. This wave of expansion was simply smooth sailing, just waiting to see how Tiger Shing would deal with the surrendered soldiers, completely grasping Sorrow Nation in his hands. Upon hearing this question, Tiger Shing answered without hesitation. Attention! General Hu Shing directly ordered. Soldiers of the Sorrow Kingdom who surrender will have all young and middle-aged men detained, while the old, weak, sick, and disabled will be dispersed. He then instructed that all young and middle-aged men be incorporated into the army to bolster their forces. With one sentence, he clarified the arrangement for the surrendering soldiers. Next, the excitement continued. Another soldier reported, they have plundered the royal assets of the Sorrow Kingdom, totaling nearly 1 trillion bailey. Should we transport it back to the main base? Hu Shing decisively approved. Yes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had long known the royal family was wealthy, but didn't he expect them to be so rich? It should be noted that the Sorrow Kingdom appeared to be extremely poor, normally struggling to even have 100 billion in savings. This trillion fortune was undoubtedly extracted from the common people. Hu Shing suddenly changed his mind. Wait, take 100 billion from the trillion and return it to our army-s citizens. This move would undoubtedly win over the hearts of the people. Subsequently, tens of thousands of elite troops were deployed across 5 cities in the Sorrow Kingdom. Although the forces were dispersed, they were more than enough to handle minor troubles. At first, the citizens were terrified, as in this world. Might makes right, but the subsequent actions of the army completely overturned their perceptions. They saw hundreds of soldiers rushing to the gates of the prominent families, shouting as they smashed the doors. General Hu Shing commands. Arrest all nobles, merchants, and prominent families. Those who resist will be crushed on the spot. In an instant, the Saruo kingdom was engulfed in a storm of blood and violence. Hu Xing was the smartest and most composed among Luo Ning's guards. He understood clearly. To control the territory, one must manage the forces that can influence the city. After all, one should never underestimate anyone, as the strong have all emerged from the weak. He would remember this for a lifetime. This move by the army terrified the various powers in the Saruo kingdom. After all, the army had killed 2 of the 5 old stars and still returned unscathed. No one dared to confront them directly. Even more astonishing was the army's principle of justice. Treat the people well and crush the oppressors. This principle was so novel that the citizens wholeheartedly supported it, but it also forced all powers in the world into opposition. You would never expect it. While Hu Xing was incorporating troops and reaping great rewards, he was also winning the hearts of the people and cleaning up local tyrants. The army's takeover of the territory was textbook-level explosive. They were just waiting to fully digest the Saruo kingdom and elevate their strength to a new level. However, such a principle also almost guaranteed that the army would create an opposing force against all powers in the world. Pay attention. The world government, the navy, the celestial dragons, as well as mountain bandits, pirates, and major powers, all believe in the supremacy of strength, where everything is settled by fists. Whoever can fight is justified. If there's anyone whose ideology aligns with Loning, it would be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. However, the Revolutionary Army and the Army are on 2 different paths, and once their power grows, the higher-ups will each hold great authority, making it impossible to merge. The Army wants to carve its own path. It won't succeed without at least 10 or 8 years. Next, brace yourselves. After this battle, the kingdom of Saru will be completely erased from the world. King Chiman died in battle, and Hu Xing ordered the entire royal family of Saru to be slaughtered, leaving none alive. After all, they occupied someone else's territory, and if they don't eliminate the root, they could face retaliation in the future. But he calculated everything and didn't expect that Prince Ningyu would be rescued by a mysterious person with peak Admiral-level combat power, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the army is still clearing out the nobles and merchants in Saru, and someone, terrified, shouted, "You are the rebels of the world government. If you dare to act, the navy and the world government will never let you go." But the army doesn't buy this at all. Hu Xing's orders are the iron law of the military. And no matter how tricky it is, they must be executed. Who would have thought that, just as the army was wrapping things up, Akainu led tens of thousands of elite navy troops, along with the elite vice admirals, Ghost Spider and Doberman, straight towards the army's headquarters. This navy force in the 4 seas is undoubtedly a catastrophic presence, with a monster Admiral Akainu, 2 top vice admirals, and seasoned elite soldiers. Ordinary powers simply can't withstand it. But Akainu has no idea that this trip is a path to death. As soon as he jumped off the warship, he clenched his fists, his eyes filled with cruelty. Army headquarters, finally here, today, let you know that this world is not a place for you to act recklessly. He deeply looks down on Sengoku's claims about the army being terrifying, believing he can definitely push the army down to the ground. You would never have guessed. While Akainu is dreaming of easily defeating the army, he doesn't know that the army has already become strong enough to easily handle him. They're just waiting to see how the army teaches him a lesson face to face, making him fully realize the gap in strength between them and extinguishing his arrogance. In any case, today, Akainu will confront the army head-on. They say that one cannot sleep soundly beside a bed, and the navy should be the same. Attention! The rise of the army has already made the navy, which controls the seas, feel a sense of crisis. Although the overall strength of the army is currently inferior to that of the navy, the speed of its rise makes Akainu feel uneasy. He is convinced that he will eventually command the navy and will not tolerate any threats to his position from the army. Next, things get intense. Akainu charges towards Berman, and Ghost Spider shouts, "Stay behind me. Today, let the army taste my power." Full speed ahead for the entire fleet. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers immediately line up and rush towards their target. 1 hour later, they're only 100 miles from the Sorrow Kingdom. And Ghost Spider reminds him, ahead is the Sorrow Kingdom. Should we notify the royal family? Akainu scoffs. Just a small peripheral country. What is there to be afraid of? In his eyes, this small country, which is not qualified to join the world government and does not receive the protection of the Navy, is not worthy of his attention. He is only here to curb the army and does not care about the fate of the Sorrow Kingdom. But the closer they get to the Sorrow Kingdom, the more Akainu feels that something is off. The country is in disarray, and they haven't seen a single soldier from the Sorrow Kingdom even within a kilometer. A normal country, no matter how weak, would have some form of defense. This situation is too abnormal. He immediately orders, accelerate the entire army, feeling a secret panic. If the army has already taken the Sorrow Kingdom, it would be a big problem, though he doesn't care about the Sorrow Kingdom. This small nation could at least restrain the army. The navy's speed increases tenfold, and they quickly encounter a military force, dressed in black uniforms, equipped with advanced weapons. Exuding en Ilitoha. They are not the Sorrow Kingdom's people. They are the army. This scene stuns Akainu and his subordinates. But Akainu doesn't take it seriously at all, still thinking. Even if the army has killed a couple of elders, they're just slightly stronger ants. Nowhere near the navy. You would never guess. Akainu, still arrogantly looking down on the army as small ants, has no idea that the army has long since changed. Soon he will witness what true dominance looks like. Just wait to see how the army slaps Akainu in the face, making him fully recognize the power gap between them. The army has already rebelled against the world government, becoming an existence as evil as the pirates. Attention! Akainu issued orders on the spot. All troops, obey my command. All the army units in sight. Exterminate them completely. Leave not a single one alive. The expressions of the 10,000 elite Navy soldiers instantly tightened as they grabbed their advanced weapons and surrounded the unsuspecting 100 army soldiers, completely annihilating them before the enemy could react. Even more outrageous, the Navy suffered 0 casualties. It was like cutting vegetables. Next, high energy. After finishing off this wave of army soldiers, Akainu raised his chin and continued to issue orders. Advance at full speed. Crush all the army troops in the territory of Sorrow Nation. It should be noted that these 10,000 Navy soldiers are not a ragtag army. They are all top elites from Marineford, the ruthless characters capable of defending the Navy headquarters. Akainu dared to bring them along with the elite Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman, because he felt confident. He may be reckless, but he wasn't foolish enough to take on the army alone. On the other side, in the largest palace of Sorrow Nation, General Huxing was waiting for his subordinates to report. Soon, a soldier rushed in. General Huxing, 90% of the nobles, aristocrats, and merchants of Sorrow Nation have been controlled by us. Huxing nodded. Good, but this is just the first step. However, the soldier hesitated and stammered. But some army squads haven't returned, and now only 8,000 can be assembled. 2,000 soldiers missing? Huxing's heart sank instantly. A wave of unease surged within him. It should be known that the 100,000 troops of Sorrow Nation have been crushed by the army, and there shouldn't be any forces in this territory that could threaten the army. So why had so many suddenly disappeared? He immediately said solemnly, "Send the order. All available army units, assemble and prepare for battle immediately." The soldier dared not ask further, quickly bowed and retreated, shouting, "General Huxing has issued an order. All soldiers, quickly assemble and prepare for battle." Upon hearing this command, the army soldiers near the Sorrow Nation Palace, regardless of what they were doing, rushed to the assembly point at the first opportunity, whether they were counting supplies or guarding prisoners. Upon receiving the order, they acted immediately. This is the true Iron Army. Huxing walked out of the palace and looked at the 8,000 soldiers lined up in front of him. His expression instantly became serious. Originally a 10,000-strong army, now directly reduced by 1/5, this matter is definitely not simple. There must be tough opponents coming. You absolutely cannot imagine. Akainu was still complacently thinking that dealing with the army was as easy as pie, unaware that Huxing had already sensed danger and was ready for battle. When the two armies truly clash, it will be interesting to see how the army retaliates, making Akainu understand who the real king of the battlefield is. This is equivalent to a direct reduction of 1/5 in numbers. Pay attention. The army's numbers have sharply decreased by 1/5, and Tiger Xing is feeling uneasy. This is the edge of the world near the army headquarters at the junction of the 4 seas. Who would dare to move the army here? A mysterious crisis is rapidly approaching, suffocating everyone. Next, high energy. Akainu leads thousands of elite Navy troops deep into the Sorrow Kingdom, stealthily taking out over 1,000 army soldiers, feeling triumphant. Is that it? The army is nothing special. He floated in confidence, thinking that even if the army's numbers were 2 or 3 times his, he could still crush them into the ground if he charged straight to the army headquarters. But he never considered that his success relied entirely on sneaky tactics. And he was completely unaware that just one Tiger Xing was enough to give him a run for his money. Army Marshal Luaning possesses half-step Yonka-level combat power. The army has become strong enough to confront the world government and navy that have ruled the world for hundreds of years head-on. In the blink of an eye, they covered 100 miles, and the navy rushed to the Sorrow Kingdom's palace, but not a single shadow of the army was seen. The ghost spider approached. "General, should we just attack the army headquarters directly?" Akainu didn't think twice and decisively ordered, "All forces, listen up. March at full speed to the army headquarters." He believed that with 2 elite vice admirals and 10,000 top-notch troops, this configuration would be storm-level worldwide, and few could withstand it. The newly emerged army didn't deserve to be a rival. But just as the navy turned to march, an unexpected change occurred. From all directions, the previously empty areas suddenly overflowed with dense army soldiers, dressed in black military robes, armed with excellent weapons, their faces cold as ice, but their eyes were harder than steel. 8,000 army soldiers took advantage of the navy's unpreparedness, instantly entering the battlefield and catching them off guard. Tiger Xing stood at the front line, his eyes icy and piercing, a murderous aura radiating from him, his face grim. Nearly 2,000 brothers were silently taken out without even noticing the enemy's approach. This time was truly an outrageous oversight. You would never have imagined. 1 second Akainu was arrogantly confident, and the next second he was surrounded by the army. This reversal came swiftly and brutally. It was just a matter of watching how the army would unleash its full firepower and completely crush this arrogant navy, making Akainu realize who the true battlefield overlord is. However, reality slapped him hard, stinging his face. Watch closely. Tiger Xing stared at the 10,000 navy soldiers in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Just 10,000 Navy soldiers dare to storm the army headquarters and challenge our authority? It seems the army is still too merciful, not making the world completely remember our might. Next, high energy. Tiger Xing's voice was as cold as ice, comparable to a hellish Azura. Since that's the case, let the lives of these 10,000 Navy soldiers teach the world a lesson, making them remember firmly. The army's majesty must not be touched. As soon as he finished speaking, 8,000 army elites pounced like tigers on prey, directly breaking into the navy formation, splitting the battlefield in half. Taking advantage of the ambush, the army crazily harvested. The navy's elite fell like wheat, and in the blink of an eye, thousands were injured and killed, with the death toll still rising. Akainu's eyes widened in anger, almost spitting fire, as he shouted, "Kujira, Doberman, lead the elite to counterattack. We must make these 8,000 army soldiers pay today." Relying on his status as a Navy Admiral, enhanced by the magma fruit, and still at the peak of Admiral-level power, he believed he had few rivals in this world. But he had no idea that Tiger Xing was no longer at the level he was a year ago. Last year, he could easily suppress the 3 Admirals, and after the Battle of Mariewa, he had directly broken through to half-step Yonko. Now, beating Akainu was as easy as squashing an ant. While Akainu was still feeling good about himself, thinking he could turn the tide with his strength, he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, flames surged in the void, a terrifying force shooting into the sky. As he roared and unleashed his move, Great Eruption, his right arm was instantly enveloped in magma, and then a giant magma fist, larger than his body, smashed toward the weak point in the army's rear with a world-destroying momentum. But he didn't know that this move was just a flashy trick in Tiger Xing's eyes, and the army had long been prepared to respond. You would never guess. Akainu thought this move could turn the tide of the battle, but he was unaware that the strengths of both sides were not even in the same league. This was purely showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong, just waiting to see how Tiger Xing would easily take this move and press him to the ground, making him thoroughly understand how foolish it was to provoke the army. Clearly visible from Akainu's fist wrapped in magma, a larger, more terrifying right fist made of magma separated out, exuding a horrifying deterrent force. Attention! In the battlefield of the Sorrow Kingdom, a giant magma fist suddenly smashed down from the sky. Flames licked wildly, and the air temperature soared instantly, the heat wave making it impossible to open one's eyes. This was Akainu's great eruption of fire, rushing straight towards the army's rear with a menacing force. Next comes the high-energy moment. Akainu grinned sinisterly, his face full of malice. With this little army, they're already dead in my eyes. He calculated his strikes carefully, afraid of accidentally injuring his own navy and affecting his future bid for the position of admiral, deliberately avoiding the chaotic area. Relying on a magma fruit and his peak admiral strength, he felt invincible, thinking that apart from Army Marshal Ning, no one in this world could withstand a single blow from him, completely disregarding Hu Xing. Little did he know, Hu Xing had already broken through to the half-step of the four emperors. Watching Akainu's arrogant demeanor, Hu Xing was infuriated but completely calm, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Today, I'll use your life to accompany the 2,000 army brothers to the grave. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered strength in his legs and leaped, his fist whistling through the air, crashing into the magma fist. Crack! With a crisp sound, Akainu's proud magma fist was shattered on the spot, magma splattering everywhere, not even touching the corner of Hu Xing's clothing. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Hu Xing shook his military uniform and charged towards Akainu like a gust of wind, coldly shouting, "I am Hu Xing, one of the 3 elite guards under Army Marshal. Come and see how much you, a Navy Admiral, are really worth." Akainu stared at the shattered magma fist, his face stiffened, yet he still tried to save face, forcing himself to remain calm. Inside, he was panicking, but on the surface, he had to act composed. He never expected that his killing move would seem like paper to the opponent. You would never believe it. Just after Akainu made a fierce remark, he was publicly slapped in the face, and this wave of arrogance turned into a crushing defeat. It was simply exhilarating, just waiting to see how Hu Xing would seize the victory, pressing Akainu to the ground, making him fully understand the cost of provoking the army. Upon hearing this title, Akainu's expression remained unchanged. "Look," Akainu sneered and muttered, "a mere marshal's guard dares to challenge the 3 admirals of the Navy?" He couldn't understand it all, but was determined. Today, the army must witness the true strength of an admiral. In his eyes, only if Ning came personally would he be worth his caution. Characters like Hu Xing were simply not worth mentioning. Next, the energy spiked. Akainu twisted his stiff neck and charged at Hu Xing, roaring, "Armament hockey, activate." Hellhound. His arms were instantly enveloped in dark hockey, and his fists ignited with terrifying magma flames, crashing towards Hu Xing with a destructive aura. Hu Xing's face turned icy. "Is that it? Can you be serious? Do you really think you could defeat me? Or do you think that aside from the Marshal, no one in the army can handle you?" Akainu's inflated ego completely angered Hu Xing. How could a peak admiral be so arrogant as to underestimate the army? Hu Xing's gaze turned fierce. "Today, I'll let you experience the true strength of the army. Don't cry and regret later." While these 2 masters were set for a head-on clash, the battlefield on the other side was in chaos. Ghost Spider and Doberman had finally stabilized the morale of the troops and launched a counterattack, but when they looked up, they were dumbfounded. The Navy had already lost 3,000 men, with bodies piled like small mountains, and casualties were still rising rapidly. Even more outrageous was the fact that aside from Hu Xing, a half-step emperor, the army actually had 2 more half-step admiral-level fear soldiers, who were brought in from the army's elite guard and were significantly stronger than ordinary half-step admirals. They easily handled Ghost Spider and Doberman, overpowering them in the fight. The army soldiers roared as they charged. "General Hu Xing has issued orders. Slaughter the Navy, leave no one alive." Although the army only had a little over 8,000 men left, with the advantage of ambush and the 2 half-step admirals leading them, they quickly turned the tide of their numerical disadvantage, having more capable soldiers than the Navy. At this rate, the Navy would eventually be wiped out, with no chance to escape. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Akainu was still acting tough and showing off, completely unaware that his side had already been thoroughly overwhelmed. The army, whether in high-level combat power or grassroots soldiers, was pressing the Navy down to the ground. This wave of Akainu was purely self-sabotage, just waiting to see how Hu Xing would crush him with one punch, completely ending this farce. What is going on? Why is there such combat power among this army? Pay attention. The Ghost Spider is enduring the attack of the army's half-step general while observing the battlefield, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The battle situation has long been one-sided, and he is completely stunned. He previously thought the army was a minor player, but now he realizes how wrong he was. Next, the intensity rises. The Ghost Spider feels uneasy. The army's overall strength and elite combat power are far superior to ours. If they truly send their entire force, our navy of 10,000 will be wiped out in one go, with no chance to fight back. On the other side, Deo Bowman is in worse shape, being beaten by the army's half-step general until he is sweating cold, his fists aching, and his palms nearly cracking. He can only defend desperately. not daring to counterattack. He fears that if he strikes, he will be taken out in an instant. Dying in this godforsaken place would be too frustrating. It's important to know that the army has trained in Dragon Elephant 9 layers and ancient martial Tai Chi, maximizing their physical strength, even without eating a devil fruit. The combat power of a rear admiral or admiral is much fiercer than that of the Navy. Just like Carp, who can chase the Pirate King relying solely on his physical strength. The army is pursuing the ultimate realm of transcending the physical plane, and this power is simply explosive. In the center of the battlefield, Hu Xing is using Tai Chi's soft energy, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, and he punches towards Akainu. Akainu, putting away his disdain, realizes he is up against a tough opponent, roaring as he unleashes all his power. Dogtooth, Red Lotus. His fists are enveloped in magma and haki, creating multiple phantoms. Determined to take down Hu Xing, he is full of confusion. Wazati had said that only Luoning from the army could fight. Why is Hu Xing so fierce? Akainu stares intently at Hu Xing, wanting to see how he will respond, but the next second, he is completely dumbfounded. Hu Xing's moves are strange and do not resemble any fighting style he knows. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The two major admirals of the Navy are being ground into the dirt, and even with all his strength, Akainu cannot decipher Hu Xing's techniques. The army's overwhelming dominance is exhilarating. Just waiting to see how Hu Xing will thoroughly crush Akainu, making the entire Navy pay the price here. However, the reality once again leaves Akainu feeling shocked. Look, although Akainu's dog-tooth Red Lotus is not the strongest move, even a peak admiral would have to exert considerable effort to withstand it. However, what follows from Hu Xing immediately tightens Akainu's nerves, as if facing a formidable enemy. Next, high energy. Hu Xing smirks coldly, his tone full of mockery. Akainu, is this all there is to being a Navy admiral? Just flashy but impractical tricks. Before he finishes speaking, the ancient martial arts Tai Chi within him rapidly switches to a powerful mode, his fists instantly becoming harder than diamonds. Looking like divine weapons capable of shattering anything. He then throws a punch, and Akainu uses all his strength, adding haki to his dog-tooth Red Lotus. But it gets crushed into ashes on the spot, as if it had never existed. Akainu stands dumbfounded, his heart churning with shock. He used all his power for this move. How could it be so easily countered? He finally has to accept reality. The army is completely different from what he imagined. Even without Luo Ning's intervention, just Hu Xing alone can easily contend with him, even overpower him. Akainu's chest rises and falls violently, his eyes turning as cold as ice. After a moment of blankness, a strong fighting spirit erupts from his body. Sengoku was not wrong. The army is indeed strong. But I'm one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, a magma fruit user, and I will never lose to a mere bodyguard. As soon as he finishes speaking, a light blue transparent flame rises from Akainu, powerful enough to distort the surrounding void. He roars, "Today I represent the Navy and will cut you down here. Rebels, there is no escape." Yet deep down, he knows that he has no way out. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers are surrounded by the army, trapped in a quagmire. Ghost Spider and Doberman are held back tightly, and without support, they could die at any moment. If he retreats now, not only will he lose any chance of vying for the position of Fleet Admiral, but he will also become the laughingstock of the entire Navy. Akainu grits his teeth, his arms slightly bent, the haki on his arms deepening further, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through. Hu Xing, you do have some skills, but can you withstand this move? The next moment, he suddenly roars, "Meteor Volcano!" His eyes burn with fierce flames, and his fists carry a world-destroying momentum as they smash towards Hu Xing. This is his ultimate move, and he has bet all his hopes on this strike. You would never expect it. Akainu puts all his effort into this ultimate move, yet he is unaware that in the eyes of Hu Xing, who is half a step into the level of the 4 emperors, this is still just child's play. Just wait and see how Hu Xing easily counters it again, pressing Akainu down to teach him a thorough lesson, making him understand that the terror of the army is far beyond this. Akainu shouts, his eyes burning with fierce flames, as his fists strike towards Hu Xing's position. Pay attention. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless magma erupted like a volcanic explosion, the heat wave causing the air to tremble. The scene terrifying to the point of suffocation. Akainu was finally going to show his true power. Next, it's high energy. Tiger Xing tore off his black military uniform, his face as cold as eternal ice, his eyes filled with disdain. It's about time to go all out. Today, let you see clearly, the difference between a half-step emperor and a peak admiral is a chasm. As his words fell, he leaped up, his fists channeling the powerful essence of Tai Chi. Without wrapping haki, but hard enough to shatter gold and stone. Facing the overwhelming magma, Tiger Xing didn't dodge at all, smashing each magma blob with a punch. His movement stylish and decisive throughout. In the blink of an eye, Tiger Xing rushed in front of Akainu, grinning coldly. The dignity of the Marine headquarters is not something you can provoke. If you dare to come, you must pay the price. As he spoke, he changed his stance, switching to his most proficient Tai Chi soft power. One must know that the army is full of musclemen like Garp, and the Imperial Guards have all practiced ancient martial Tai Chi to perfection. As the martial bodyguard, Tiger Xing had mastered this skill to an extraordinary level. Akainu was stunned on the spot. His proud magma fruit was completely useless. His punches felt like hitting cotton. All his strength dissipated cleanly. Instead, he was forced back repeatedly by Tiger Xing, getting more and more wounds, feeling so frustrated he wanted to curse. In his entire life, he had never fought such a pathetic battle, the feeling of irritation burning through his whole body like fire. But Akainu knew he had no way out. Tens of thousands of Marines were surrounded by the army, impossible to escape. Ghost Spider and Doberman were firmly held back. If they didn't break free soon, they would meet their end here. What was even scarier was that if the other two Imperial Guards of the army arrived, he wouldn't even have a chance to run. He gritted his teeth and retreated violently, exhaling a mouthful of scorching breath, his hands once again wrapped in thick magma. His eyes turning red as he roared. It must be a quick battle. Meteor Volcano. Once again unleashing his killer move, he staked all his hopes on this one strike. You would never expect. Akainu kept using this move repeatedly, but in Tiger Xing's eyes, it was like child-esque play. Just waiting to see how Tiger Xing easily dissolved it with Tai Chi soft power, pressing Akainu to the ground and rubbing him in, making him fully realize that the terror of the army was far beyond what he could see. After retreating, Akainu once again unleashed his big move, Meteor Volcano. Pay attention. Akainu is giving it his all this time, summoning every ounce of strength, with no trace of disdain left in his heart, only a belly full of anxiety and panic. He knows better than anyone that if he loses this battle, the 10,000 elite Navy troops he leads, along with the 2 elite Vice Admirals Doberman and Fujitora, will all fall at the Army headquarters, and the Navy Hawks will suffer heavy losses. What's worse, this loss will directly affect his competition with Akiji for the position of Fleet Admiral, which he absolutely cannot accept. Next, intensity rises. Akainu unleashes his Meteor Volcano. Its power nearly doubled from the last time, with lava erupting more violently, intimidating in its momentum. But Tiger Xing doesn't even blink. His face calm. The gap between a half-step Emperor and a peak Admiral is not something this level of power can bridge. As his words fall, he charges forward, activating his Tai Chi soft energy, mysterious energy swirling around him, and his momentum instantly surges. No matter how dense Akainu's lava is, he punches through it one after another effortlessly, not even pausing for breath. You must understand, the army's ancient martial Tai Chi is practically a bug-level martial art. The hard style focuses on direct confrontation, growing stronger with practice, capable of shattering anything. The soft style specializes in overcoming hardness with softness, using force against force, with damage that can ignore defenses and pierce through targets. Akainu is thoroughly suppressed by this soft style, his punches feeling like they are hitting cotton, unable to exert any strength, only passively taking hits, feeling frustrated to the point of wanting to go mad. To make matters worse, the other 3 branches of the army have noticed the commotion here and are rapidly dispatching troops. They will arrive within 5 hours, and by then, Akainu will be trapped with no way to escape, certain to die. On the other side, a special warship is racing across the sea, carrying the 2 admirals Kizaru and Akiji. Kizaru squints his eyes, looking displeased. What's going on? Just 1 army, and 3 admirals have to join the fray? The fleet admiral must have lost his mind. He is well aware that the army could kill 2 elders in Mariehua and still retreat unscathed, definitely a hard opponent. Even 3 admirals might not win. Akiji knows even better. He has fought against loaning and understands just how terrifying loaning strength is. Not to mention 3 admirals. Even if they gathered a few more, they might not be enough for loaning to handle alone. Akainu is still holding on, but the more he fights, the more panicked he becomes. He knows he can't hold out until reinforcements arrive. Tiger Xing, on the other hand, is becoming increasingly relaxed, using Tai Chi's soft energy to toy with Akainu, each punch causing Akainu deep pain, yet he has no chance to fight back. You absolutely can't imagine. Akainu is desperately unleashing his ultimate moves, yet he can't even break through Tiger Shing's defenses and will soon be surrounded by the 3 army branches. This wave is purely self-inflicted suffering, just waiting to see how he gets completely crushed with no time to call for help. Don't mention the 3 admirals of the Navy. Even if there were 3 more admirals, they probably wouldn't be enough for Loning to handle alone. Pay attention. The gap between the peak of the 4 emperors and the peak of the admirals is stark, almost like a difference between heaven and earth. Even if a bunch of peak admirals gather together, they're only worthy of taking a punch from a peak 4 emperor powerhouse and will be crushed in seconds. Next, high energy. Akiji said to the reluctant Kizuru. After supporting Akainu, we retreat. There's no need to actually storm the Marine headquarters. What's there to panic about? Kizaru frowned upon hearing this and simply lay flat on the warship. Don't create a big deal that brings Loning over, or we'll definitely be in big trouble. He knows very well that the army can confront the world government head-on and is definitely not a soft persimmon. If they really face Loning, even 3 admirals combined wouldn't be enough to fight. On the battlefield, Akainu was retreating while wildly swinging his magma fist, his throat choked with blood but still pushing on, wanting to exhaust the strength of the Tiger Shing. However, every move was shattered by a punch from Tiger Shing, unable to generate even a ripple. Tiger Shing sneered and chased after him. This is the army's territory. The area within 10,000 miles is my home ground. Can you escape? Akainu was completely furious. Tearing off the justice-embroidered military uniform, his eyes red with rage, his momentum suddenly soaring. This frustrating battle actually forced a slight increase in his strength. But this little boost was no different from a tickle in the eyes of Tiger Shing, who was half a step into the 4 emperors. Tiger Shing retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. Want to make the army suffer heavy losses? First, see if the navy you brought can leave alive." The 2 instantly engaged in high-intensity combat, deliberately moving far away from the main battlefield. The shockwaves from their fight could kill hundreds of soldiers in seconds. If it really affected the battlefield, the navy would suffer heavy casualties. An hour passed, and Akainu was pushed to the brink of death multiple times. Still filled with questions, Tiger Shing hasn't used haki. How can he penetrate my elemental body? Is it all relying on that mysterious martial art? The more he fought, the more anxious he became. His proud Logia abilities felt useless, and he couldn't even understand the principles of his opponent's attacks, only passively taking hits, teetering on the edge of life and death every second. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Akainu, using all his strength to unleash his power, was still completely crushed by Tiger Shing, unable to even comprehend how he was being hit. This was a pure dimensional suppression, just waiting to see how Tiger Shing thoroughly handled him, allowing the Navy to fully witness the explosive strength of the Army. Without haki, how could Tiger Shing still harm his elemental body? Watch out. Akainu felt 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, but the dozens of fist marks densely covering his body harshly slapped him in the face. He stepped back while suppressing the blood rising in his throat. The taste of rust filling his mouth and rushing to his head, his expression cold enough to freeze a person. This feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Next, it gets intense. After just 1 hour of fierce battle, Akainu was exhausted, his muscles sore and trembling, his combat power dropping from peak admiral level to ordinary. In contrast, Hu Xing was still as fierce as when he first entered the arena. Akainu stole a glance at the battlefield, his heart sinking. The Navy had decreased from tens of thousands to 6,000, with bodies piled up like small mountains. Vice Admirals Doberman and Ghost Spider were beaten to the brink of death. At any moment, they could be finished. He felt bitter in his heart. The army was truly a battlefield. I underestimated them, but secretly calculated. I must fight for the position of Marshal. I cannot die here. Akainu gritted his teeth and fought fiercely with Hu Xing, unaware that a warship was speeding toward them across the sea. Akiji and Kizuru saw the army's corpses scattered across the road and immediately realized, this is bad. Akainu is definitely going to clash with the army. Both of them felt a chill in their hearts, fearing that the army would reveal all their trump cards. By then, not to mention the 2 of them, even Sengoku and Garp might not gain an advantage. Shortly after, 20,000 naval reinforcements rushed onto the battlefield, only to be stunned. The army had the Navy pinned down, beating them to the point of crying for their mothers. Even Admiral Akainu was powerless against a nameless soldier. Kizaru squinted, completely bewildered. Who is this? So strong? Akiji, however, was shocked to the point where his eyes nearly fell out. That is Hu Xing, one of the army's 3 elite guards, with combat power absolutely on par with a peak admiral. The reinforcements were dumbfounded, originally thinking they could turn the tide, only to realize they were merely delivering their heads. Akainu saw the reinforcements and was about to ignite hope, only to be knocked back 3 steps by a punch from Hushing, leaving him in despair. This battle was completely unwinnable. You would never expect it. Akainu fought desperately, but the arrival of reinforcements could not turn the tide of the battle. Hushing single-handedly suppressed the Admiral, and the army's combat power soared to divine levels. This time, the Navy had truly fallen into a trap. Under the command of the army's Marshal, Hushing, one of the 3 elite guards, absolutely possessed peak Admiral-level combat power. Pay attention. Akiji stared at the battered Akainu and glanced at Tiger Shing, slowly letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to the nearby Kizaru and explained, "Look at Akainu's miserable state. Tiger Shing's strength has long surpassed that of a peak Admiral. Definitely at the level of a half-step Emperor's." As he spoke, he tore off his military uniform, took a stance, and prepared to fight. Next, it got intense. Kizaru squinted his eyes, looking lazy, with no change on his sly face. The Army Marshal's personal guard, Tiger Shing? Haven't heard of him, but I want to see if a half-step Emperor can catch up with the speed of light. In his view, with the 3 Admirals together, even a half-step Emperor would be pressed to the ground by them. After all, the 3 of them were the pillars of the Navy that could stabilize a sea area. On the battlefield, the fight was fierce. Suddenly, 20,000 fully armed, energetic elite Navy troops surged in, instantly surrounding the battlefield, making the scene chaotic. Before Kizaru even charged into battle, he started to taunt. "Akainu, you're really pathetic? As a Navy Admiral, you can't even defeat a personal guard of the Marshal. It's a disgrace to the Navy." Hearing Kizaru's voice, Akainu was overjoyed but didn't dare to show it. He held back his anger and shouted, "Stop with the cold remarks. If you have the ability, fight him one-on-one. If you don't, hurry up and get in the game. Kill him so we can retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, rushing at Tiger Shing at the speed of light, his expression suddenly serious. Feel the speed of light. He activated his haki, wrapping it around his hands, and unleashed his ultimate move, the H-Shaku KG, with dense light bullets smashing toward Tiger Shing with terrifying force. Tiger Shing looked up at the incoming light bullets, a hint of seriousness flashing across his face. 2 peak Admirals teaming up, their combat power was not simply additive. But the next second, he grinned wickedly. "Just 2 Admirals want to kill me? You really underestimate the army." With a quick wave of his hands, an enigmatic aura erupted from his body, his combat power skyrocketing, and he instantly engaged in battle with Kizaru and Akainu, showing no signs of falling behind. Akiji struggled for a long time on the sidelines, urged by Kizaru, "If you don't get in the game soon, if Akainu and I fall here, you wait to be held accountable by the Marshal." He could only shake his head helplessly and laugh bitterly before rushing into the fray. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Tiger Shing was able to hold his own against 2 opponents and even seemed to be pushing them back. The 3 Admirals gathering did not gain the upper hand and instead appeared somewhat flustered. The army's combat power was explosive, just waiting to see how Tiger Shing would completely crush the 3 Admirals and let the Navy know who the real overlord was. At this moment, the 3 Admirals of the Navy headquarters had truly gathered together. Attention! The 3 major nature-type devil fruits have gathered, and the peak combat power of the 3 Admirals has teamed up. This situation is enough to make even a legitimate Yonko sweat and feel apprehensive. Next, it's going to get intense. As soon as Akiji rushed onto the battlefield, he activated his haki, instantly wrapping his hands in dark, oppressive energy. He then crouched down and exhaled a chilling air that could freeze the very air itself. Slamming his right hand onto the ground, he coldly shouted, "Ice Age." In the blink of an eye, the battlefield within 100 miles turned into a frozen world, with thick ice covering the ground, and the cold penetrating deep into the bones. As the primary target, Hushing immediately stiffened, but then clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Akiji truly lives up to his name. But to try and take me down with this move is still not enough. He quickly began to circulate his energy frantically, controlling every muscle in his body to resist the cold, but he knew clearly that the longer he dragged it out, the deeper the cold would penetrate, leading to even greater trouble. Akiji looked at Hushing and secretly sighed. Each for their own master. I can only go all out. After all, it was an order from the Wano country, and he had to obey. While Hushing was locked in a fierce battle with the 3 Admirals, the army soldiers on the other side were struggling to hold on, originally relying on their advantage to crush thousands of Navy soldiers. But with the arrival of 20,000 elite Navy reinforcements, the army, after hours of fierce fighting, suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage. The soldiers were exhausted, and if this dragged on, they feared they would completely collapse. Fortunately, the other 3 divisions of 10,000 soldiers in the army had sensed the crisis and were rushing to provide support, hoping to arrive before the army broke down. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle had reached a boiling point. Hu Xing had just broken through to a half-step Yonko not long ago, and his realm hadn't had time to consolidate. Surrounded by the relentless attacks of the 3 admirals, the pressure was overwhelming. He fought with all his might to repel the 3, but when he looked down, he found that his limbs were growing increasingly stiff. Akiji's cold had long since infiltrated his entire body, which was a fatal blow for someone like him, who trained in physical enhancement. But he had no way to retreat. The 3 admirals were clearly intent on killing him, and he had to fight to the bitter end, either win or die. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were also fighting fiercely, unleashing their lethal moves one after another, with magma, light speed, and cold air intertwining, turning the battlefield into chaos. Hu Xing held on with his indomitable will. Every time he blocked an attack, it consumed a lot of energy, and his wounds multiplied, but his gaze remained sharp, fixated on the 3 admirals, waiting for the moment the reinforcements arrived. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Hu Xing held on for so long against 3 opponents. Anyone else would have been crushed by now, just waiting for the army reinforcements to arrive. At that point, the 3 admirals would find it impossible to escape, and they would turn the tide of battle, pressing the navy to the ground. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Now, all that can be done is hope that the support from the other 3 divisions of the army arrives quickly. Pay attention. Without reinforcements arriving, Hu Xing not only faces his own demise, but nearly 10,000 elite troops under his command will also be lost. The power gap is already not significant, and 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Not to mention the 3 top natural fruit users are gathered together, their combat power and damage multiplying several times. Hu Xing is completely trapped in a bitter battle, and the threat of death is quietly approaching. Next, the intensity ramps up. Just over 2 hours later, Hu Qi, leading thousands of elite troops, charges into the heart of the Sorrow Kingdom, his eyes blazing as he roars. Second brother, hold on. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on you, I'll make sure the 3 generals pay with their lives. On the other side, the only general of the army, Costa, and his bodyguard, Huba, also receive the news and are rushing to the battlefield at all costs. They know very well that if the 3 generals join forces, their combat power will rival that of a half-step emperor. If they're even a moment late, Hu Xing will be beyond saving. On this side of the battlefield, chaos has already erupted. Nearly 10,000 army soldiers are surrounded and attacked by 20,000 elite navy troops, their stamina depleted, and the defense on the verge of collapse. Hu Xing is bombarded in turn by Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, covered in wounds, having to rely on Tai Chi's soft strength to forcibly suppress his body stiffness. Akainu, with bloodshot eyes, roars, Akiji, don't hesitate. Akiji sighs helplessly, half of his face instantly covered in frost, and coldly shouts, Ice Age. A wave of cold air envelopes ice spikes that rush towards Hu Xing, who can only smash the ice with his fists, his mouth filled with the taste of rust, his eyes misty. Could it be that today I will truly not see the glory of the army? In the next moment, Hu Xing suddenly raises his head, his eyes ignited with a desperate determination, his clenched fists cracking. Navy's 3 generals. Even if I, Hu Xing, fall today, I will drag one of you down with me. He instantly switches to Tai Chi's hard strength, completely abandoning defense, and a violent aura erupts from him, drawing upon his understanding of hard strength. He forcibly unleashes 10 times his combat power. The half-step emperor's desperate stance frightens the 3 generals into instinctively retreating. This is no longer a battle, but a fight for life. Akainu grits his teeth and roars, don't give him a chance. Join forces and crush him. Kizaru also puts away his laziness, launching light bullets at lightning speed, while Akiji uses his cold air to seal off Hu Xing's escape route. Yet, Hu Xing, like a madman, charges directly at Akainu despite the attacks, each punch carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even as blood flows from his wounds, he does not stop. You would never expect it. Hu Xing is pushed to fight for his life, while reinforcements are already close to the edge of the battlefield. Just waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, they will directly stage a counterattack in a desperate situation, pinning the 3 generals to the ground. making the Navy understand how painful the price of angering the Army can be. According to Hu Xing's understanding and insight into the concept of hard strength, he is still able to unleash 10 times his power. Attention! The 3 admirals of the Navy unleash their deadly moves simultaneously, roaring and shaking the battlefield. Yada no Kagami. Ice Age. Meteor Volcano. 3 terrifying attacks sweep in, but Tiger Xing remains unfazed. His gaze is steadfast as steel. Fists clenched as he charges at Akainu. Regardless of the freezing chill and explosive blasts, he doesn't dodge. Next, the high energy. Tiger Xing's fists move so fast they leave afterimages, igniting flames as they rub against the air, and with a loud bang, he strikes Akainu's chest fiercely. The sound of breaking bones is excruciating, and Akainu is sent flying, spewing dark red blood, crashing heavily to the ground, barely able to breathe. But just as Tiger Xing steadies himself, he's locked onto by Aokiji and Kizaru, covered in blood. Wounds still bleeding, his body stiff as ice, he can't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Turning to look, he sees that out of nearly 10,000 ground troops, only 3,000 can still fight, the rest all fallen under the Navy's blades, completely trapped in a deadlock. The battlefield has long turned into a hell on earth, with rivers of blood flowing over ankles, bodies piled like small mountains, and the air thick with the stench of blood. The 3,000 ground troops are still being crazily encircled by 20,000 elite Navy soldiers, falling faster and faster. Tiger Xing looks at his unresponsive limbs and gazes towards the Army headquarters, filled with sorrow. To die on his own turf is too ridiculous. He's been forced down from half-step Emperor-level strength to barely maintaining peak Admiral level, the freezing chill already penetrating his limbs and bones. He can only kneel weakly on the ground, clenching his fists and murmuring, "I really can't hold on anymore." The Army soldiers watch with eyes about to burst, screaming in frustration. It's not that the commander is weak. It's the 3 admirals colluding, and those 20,000 reinforcements launching surprise attacks. But in the world of pirates, only strength matters. There are no what-ifs. Seeing Tiger Xing half-kneeling, the 3 admirals' eyes gleam with ruthless light, waiting to completely eradicate the Army and claim victory. Akainu takes a long time to get up, clutching his chest and angrily shouting, "Leave no survivors. Slaughter the entire Army." Kizaru and Aokiji nod, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Tiger Xing grits his teeth, trying to get up, but finds his body completely unresponsive, helplessly watching as the Navy closes in. Filled with despair. Could it be that the Army is really going to fall today? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just as Tiger Xing is pushed to the brink, the Army is on the verge of annihilation, and it seems all hope is lost. A turnaround is about to happen. Just wait to see how reinforcements descend like divine soldiers, pinning down the 3 admirals and making the Navy pay a painful price for their arrogance. The thrill will be off the charts. Kill them. Erase all the traitorous ground troops of the world government. Leave not a single one. Attention! Navy Elite Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Doberman shouted excitedly. 1 second they were on the brink of death. The next they saw the Army in a state of disarray as 20,000 elite Navy forces, led by the Vice Admirals, launched a final assault on the Army. Next, high energy. Tiger Xing was pushed to the brink of life and death by Kizaru. While Aokiji stood still, he hesitated to strike hard against the Army due to his bond with Luoning. But Kizaru's peak Admiral combat power easily dealt with the immobile Tiger Xing. The scales of victory were tipping entirely towards the Navy, and no one noticed that an elite army was quietly entering the fray. Kizaru leaped into the air, his hands forming countless light bullets. Tiger Xing, feel the terror of light speed. 8 Sun Cheonghook Jade. The light bullets shot towards Tiger Xing, and, at that critical moment, the battlefield changed unexpectedly. Tiger Chi roared in anger. "Dare to harm my second brother. All 3 admirals will accompany me to the grave." His eyes turned blood red. Channeling Tai Chi's powerful energy, his fist carrying the might to destroy the heavens and earth, smashing towards Kizaru. Tiger Chi's strength was 10 times more vigorous than Tiger Xing's. As a half-step 4 Emperor, with 1 punch, Kizaru's haki shattered like paper. A gaping bloody hole was left in his chest, and had it not been for Aokiji instantly freezing the wound, Kizaru would have been eliminated on the spot. The entire arena was stunned. Lightspeed was simply not enough in front of the enraged Tiger Chi. Tiger Chi picked up the severely injured Tiger Xing, his voice trembling. "Third brother, hold on." Tiger Xing weakly smiled. "Brother, it's worth it to see you." After saying this, he closed his eyes, but the smile remained on his face. Looking at his brother's condition, Tiger Chi felt his chest about to explode, and he howled to the sky, his rage soaring to the clouds. The Navy instantly panicked. The advantage they had just gained vanished. The joy on Ghost Spider and Doberman's faces froze. Kizaru lay seriously injured. Akiji hesitated, and only Akainu held on. This reversal came too quickly, leaving the Navy completely bewildered. You would never expect it. Just as the Navy was about to win, they were brutally slapped in the face. Tiger Chi came out and directly crushed Kizaru, and the army was set to turn the tide. Now, they just had to see how to pin the Navy down and rub them into the ground, feeling exhilarated. Holding Tiger Shing, Tiger Chi shouted to the sky, "Watch out! The Tiger Fool wants to vent his inner rage, but can't hold it back." He stops roaring, staring at the 20,000 elite Navy troops. His killing intent thick enough to be tangible, and he's on the verge of going completely berserk. Next comes the high energy. A half step to the four emperors is already a top-tier powerhouse, even more ferocious than the peak combat power of the three admirals. Now, after being severely injured and provoked by his brother, the Tiger Fool has completely lost control, and his strength skyrockets to a terrifying level. He clenches his fists, cracking loudly. With killing intent that could freeze a person, Navy, if you come, don't think of leaving, you almost die. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger Fool roars out an order. Soldiers of the army, listen. Slaughter every Navy soldier in sight. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. As soon as he finishes speaking, the temperature on the battlefield plummets, a chill piercing to the bone. With the arrival of 10,000 fresh army troops, the tide of battle instantly turns. The Navy is already heavily depleted, and now they're being beaten down by the army. It's a certain loss. The Tiger Fool tears off his black military cloak and rushes towards the three admirals, moving so fast that he creates friction with the air, like a monster crawling out of hell. The three admirals panic on the spot. Akainu has already been knocked down, Kizaru has a huge hole in his chest, and only Akiji remains standing, still at the late-stage admiral level. Akiji's face turns pale, and he internally cries out that it's over. This blackened half-step to the four emperors could crush me with a single punch. He quickly shouts, "All Navy, retreat at full speed." The Navy vice admirals are taken aback for a moment, but immediately execute the order. Soldiers must follow commands. But the Tiger Fool 1T give them a chance, increasing his speed even further, and is about to catch up. The army soldiers are like they've been injected with adrenaline, chasing and hacking at the Navy, with screams from the Navy echoing everywhere on the battlefield. Akiji drags Akainu and Kizaru, running without looking back, filled with bitterness. The army hasn't even deployed the Imperial Guards or Luo Ning, and they've already crushed the Navy. The army will likely surpass the Navy in the future, even overthrow the world government, becoming the true overlord. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just when the Navy wanted to escape, they were chased and beaten by the rampaging Tiger Fool, while the army crushed them throughout. This reversal is exhilarating. Just wait to see how the Tiger Fool drives the Navy to extinction, making them understand the cost of provoking the army. The military is like this. Soldiers must treat orders as their duty. Look carefully. This is not a joke. The naval elite general, though unwilling, had no choice but to grit his teeth and execute Akiji's retreat order. However, once the 10,000 elite army troops stormed in, escaping became nearly impossible. Next up, high energy. Tiger Crazy chased for a while, caught a glimpse of Tiger Shing lying on the ground. Hesitated for a moment with veins bulging, but gritted his teeth and stopped. He did not continue to chase the three admirals, but rushed back to stand silently beside Tiger Shing. With his strong mental fortitude and willpower, he suppressed the urge to darken, as he sensed that Tiger Shing still had a glimmer of life. But it was difficult to awaken him. With no chance to take down Akiji and the others, Tiger Crazy unleashed all his fury on the 20,000 elite Navy troops. Roaring, "None of you will survive today." Once he entered the battlefield, the situation turned completely one-sided, and the Navy did not even have the qualification to fight back. His half-step four Emperor's combat power was like a walk in the park amidst the thousands of troops, with a single punch multiplying his strength by dozens of times. Exuding an aura of ferocity, the elite naval vice admirals like Ghost Spider and Doberman could not withstand even a single punch in front of him. Directly turned into blood mist, leaving no bones behind. Other vice admirals also became his victims under his fists. Tiger Crazy was drenched in blood, harvesting lives like a hellish Azura, while the Navy soldiers were terrified and kept retreating, yet still could not escape the fate of death. An hour later, Tiger Crazy finally stopped, All 20,000 elite Navy troops have been slaughtered, with not a single survivor. Only the severely injured Akainu, the yellow monkey with a hole in his chest, and the exhausted Akiji. These 3 admirals had narrowly escaped with their lives. They exchanged their lives for the lives of 20,000 elite soldiers and several vice admirals. Tiger Crazy was willing to let them go to protect the unconscious Tiger Xing. Anyone who threatened his brother had to be destroyed. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The 3 admirals of the Navy came with heavy troops to provoke, but ended up almost losing their lives, with only 3 of them fleeing in embarrassment. Although the Army lost nearly 8,000 soldiers, they achieved a crushing victory, and this attempt to show off backfired, leaving the Navy utterly humiliated. Just in this battle, the losses of the Army soldiers reached nearly 8,000. Pay attention. Although the Navy suffered far more devastating losses than the Army, in the eyes of Marshal Luoning, it still hurt deeply. The Navy is an old powerhouse, with resources that seem bottomless. The Army is a new force, and while its high-level combat capability can stand up to the Navy, in terms of soldier numbers and hidden trump cards, it still falls short by a large margin. Next comes the high-energy part. 8,000 Army soldiers died, equivalent to 1/5 of the Army's total strength evaporating. Although the Army is desperately recruiting, aiming for 500,000, the elite forces they can truly deploy originally numbered 50,000, but now they are down to just 42,000. Even if they win this battle, Luoning can't smile at all. The price the Army has paid for this victory is simply too great. In the Army headquarters hospital room, Hu Chi's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Luoning's arm, his voice trembling. Marshal is my second brother. Okay? Not being there when his brother needed him the most, and letting 3 major generals escape, the guilt and pain were etched all over his face. Luoning stared at Hu Xing, who lay on the hospital bed with his eyes tightly closed, and after a long silence shook his head. He has held on through body refinement and martial arts without falling, but he has fallen into a deep coma. With the Army's current medical capabilities, it's impossible to wake Hu Xing up. We can only barely stabilize his condition. Luoning patted Hu Chi's shoulder and sighed. Without finding top-notch medical expertise, it will be hard for him to wake up. Hearing this, Hu Chi felt as if his heart was being twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held it in. As long as my second brother is still alive, with this vast world, we will definitely find a miracle doctor. From now on, besides following the Marshal into battle, he had one more thing on his mind: to search the world for someone who could save his brother. Luoning returned to his office, looking out at the sunset with an eerily calm expression, but inside he was roaring, Navy, world government. The damage you have brought to the Army, I will repay tenfold. With only 2 of the 3 personal guards left, he could not afford to lose face. This grudge must be avenged. In the hospital room, Hu Ba, who is even stronger than Hu Chi but as innocent as a child, asked in a deep voice, Big brother, is second brother asleep? When will he wake up? Hu Chi forced out a smile. Your second brother is too tired. He just needs to sleep, but I don't know how long this sleep will last. As soon as he finished speaking, tears welled up in his eyes. You would never expect it. The Army won the battle, but was filled with heaviness. Luoning was holding back a big move for revenge, and Hu Chi was running around to save Hu Xing. This calmness hides a storm that will eventually overturn the Navy and the world government, and the sense of satisfaction will definitely be overwhelming. However, the speed of recruitment is clearly much faster than before. Look, the Army headquarters has taken over a vast territory, now fully under Army control. Even the only nation in this area, the Sorrow Kingdom, has been completely captured by the Army. Recruitment speed has skyrocketed, and they now hold 5 cities with populations of over 100,000 each. This move has directly put the Army on the fast track to becoming the world's #1 power. Next, high energy. The population in these 5 cities varies significantly, with the city housing the Sorrow Kingdom's palace having the most people, nearly 800,000. The least populated city still has 200,000. It's important to note that in the pirate world, a city with a population between 100,000 and 1,000,000 is considered a major city. These 5 cities have brought the Army over 3 million citizens, making it a huge profit. After all, in this chaotic world, population is hard currency. With people, there's no worry about troops or productivity. Luoning has long been harboring a strong ambition. The world government is brutal. The Navy is overbearing, and the mountain bandits are rampant. This broken world needs a reliable ruler. He came here with this goal in mind. and now he has directly renamed the Sorrow Kingdom to West State, dividing it into East, South, and North states, plus the core Central State, forming 5 major regions. Central State is the top, the largest in area, and the most densely populated, with 10 million citizens, double that of the other 4 states. Each of the other 4 states has 5 million citizens, making the territory and population scale far surpass many established powers. As soon as the Great Battle ended, Luo-Ning immediately arranged for the main event, building 100 army academies. Central State will have 40, while East, South, West, and North states will have 60, perfectly matching the population in each area. He wanted to be involved in every detail. He leave the specifics to his subordinates to refine, focusing on efficient delegation. Once these 100 academies are established, the Army's future talent reservoir will be fully stocked, with pathways for training from bottom-level soldiers to top-tier combatants, ensuring a stable rise. Previously, the Navy provoked the Army with heavy forces, only to be pressed down and rubbed into the ground, losing nearly 30,000 elite troops. Although the Army lost 8,000 men, they gained territory, population, and deterrence, effectively crushing the situation. Now, the Army's territory is expanding, the population is surging, and the talent program is launching. Their strength is visibly skyrocketing. The world government and the Navy will probably lose sleep at night, regretting provoking the Army. You absolutely wouldn't have expected it. The Army won a battle and directly took off from the ground, controlling territory, population, and future development. Luo-Ning's layout is explosive. At this rate, it won't be long before they overturn the world government and become the true maritime overlord. After the Great Battle, the Army lost 8,000 men, while the Navy lost nearly 30,000 elite soldiers. Pay attention. Luo-Ning is issuing compensation to the 8,000 fallen Army soldiers, directly doubling the amount without hesitation. After all, the Army controls underground forces with nearly $1 trillion in pure profit each month. The current Army is definitely wealthy and extravagant. Next up, high energy. At sea, a small boat is slowly drifting under the blazing sun, yet exuding a bone-chilling coldness, quite eerie. On board are the 3 generals who escaped from the Army headquarters, having set out with 30,000 elite troops and several elite vice admirals, but now only the 3 of them remain. They lost so badly that they're almost in their underwear. Kizaru has a hole in his chest. Akainu is covered in injuries. And the Navy has been completely awakened. This sea is no longer their domain. The Army has risen, strong enough to confront the Navy and the world government head-on. Just 2 personal guards have beaten the 3 generals so badly. If Luo-Ning had personally intervened, they would have become cannon fodder long ago. Back in Marineford, Akiji reports the battle situation to Sengoku with a mournful face, leaving Sengoku stunned and speechless for a long time. 30,000 elite troops wiped out, 2 generals severely injured. This strategist is left powerless. A few years ago, the Army was just a small character they could easily handle, but now they have become an unshakable hardbone. He looks out the window and sighs. Don't provoke the Army, or the world will fall into chaos. After all, the Navy has enemies everywhere, including the 4 emperors, pirates, and the 7 warlords, all of whom are not to be trifled with. Continuing to clash with the Army would be pure self-destruction. On the other side, in a secret room in Mariehua, a group of people is gathered around a round table for a meeting, including the 3 surviving elders. Now should be called the 3 elders. A mysterious big shot exuding an aura of authority slams the table. How is the infiltration into the Army going? A trembling subordinate responds. Only one person has barely caught Luo-Ning's eye. The big shot immediately issues a harsh order. Regardless of whether it takes 3, 5, or 10 years, he must be made a core member of the Army. The best outcome is for him to become a general. If it cannot be done, bring his head to me. The Navy is too scared to confront them head-on, and the world government can only resort to underhanded tactics for infiltration. In contrast, the Army is both issuing money to appease the troops and closely monitoring their opponents' movements. Luo-Ning's strategy has firmly grasped the situation. The speed of the Army's rise is explosive. At this rate, it won't be long before they can rub the Navy and the world government into the ground, achieving total satisfaction. If it cannot be done, then bring his head to me. Look, the mysterious figure casually waved his sleeve, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire venue. One of the 3 generals of the Central Army, the Sword of Wind, Liuka, felt this aura, and his pupils trembled in shock. Such momentum could never belong to a peak 4 emperor, unless it was at the level of a super 4 emperor. He suddenly remembered that during his previous encounter with Marshal Luaning had already touched the threshold of the super 4 emperor half a step into that realm. Could it be that this mysterious figure had also reached such a terrifying level? Leoka's eyes were filled with both confusion and fervor, unable to hide his desire for stronger combat power. Next, the high-energy events unfold. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and 100 army academies planned by Luaning were completed and established across the 4 states of Zhongzhou, east, west, south, and north. On the first day of enrollment, it was completely explosive, with citizens crowding to sign up. Why? Not only was tuition free, but graduates received a direct reward of 100,000 belly. And if selected by the army, a million reward would be theirs. Who wouldn't go crazy over such benefits? More importantly, the army's discipline was remarkably strict. Soldiers treated citizens better than family and never took a single needle or thread. The citizens of the territory had long lost their initial fear, now filled with gratitude. Living in the army's territory was like living in paradise. Outside, rumors spread wildly. The army's territory was safe at night, free from bandit raids, and free from noble fraud. If anyone was wronged, the army would immediately support them. Wasn't this the life the citizens had always dreamed of? Of course, there were also detractors who smeared the army, claiming it was a blood-sucking monster more terrifying than the celestial dragons. But the common people knew very well in their hearts who was good and who was bad. They understood their own lives the best. At the entrance of an academy in the West State, a ragged, emaciated boy stared at the school gate with complex emotions, full of expectation yet hiding despair. Orphaned and alone, surviving in this chaotic world was already difficult. How could he dare to hope to enter the academy? Just then, a simple-looking old man walked out of the academy, looking at him with a kind face. "Child, do you want to join the Army Academy?" The boy swallowed nervously and looked around before quietly asking, "Sir, are you talking about me?" "It's you." The old man smiled and nodded. "Now, can you tell me, do you want to join the army?" The boy suddenly looked up, his face flushing red, and the expectation in his eyes was about to overflow. Who wouldn't want to enter the Army Academy? Not only could he study there, but he could also earn rewards through hard work, and if his grades were good, he could enter the Army's main academy and completely turn his life around. But he couldn't help but feel inferior. Do I really have the qualifications? The old man laughed heartily after hearing this. The word qualification is not for me to decide. You would never have guessed. The army relies on welfare and the people's hearts, turning the academy into a hot commodity, giving even a lonely boy the chance to turn his life around. Luaning's actions are explosive. Not only has he built a talent reserve, but he has also completely won the hearts of the people. The army's rise is as fast as a rocket. It will soon press the Navy and the world government to the ground. The word qualification is not defined by me. Pay attention. The old man said firmly to the boy, as long as you're willing to fight, refuse to live a mundane life, and want to rise through the army to become someone important, you have the qualification. As soon as these words were spoken, the boy trembled all over. His heart raced like a rabbit, unable to calm down for a long time. Next came the high energy. The boy clutched his clothes nervously, stuttering. My parents are both dead. I sometimes don't have enough to eat. Can I still get into the academy like this?" The old man smiled and patted his shoulder. "The Army Academy is free for everything. Just come." The boy was instantly overjoyed, not knowing where to put his hands, and followed the old man to the academy. On the way, the old man asked for his name, and the boy quickly replied, "My name is Bowl." The old man simply said, "You have no family, so just live with me." Bowl nodded vigorously, his eyes shining like stars. As they walked, he was attracted by a large dark stone, which was inscribed with the words "Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it," and curiously asked what it meant. The old man instantly became serious. "These are the words of Marshal, and also the motto of all army academies. You must engrave this in your mind." Bowl quickly nodded, thinking to himself, to survive, have a place to live, and go to school. This is simply a dream come true. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Not only in the Western state. Such things are happening every day in the army academies across the 5 states. In a world torn by pirate wars, there are countless orphans. And the Army Academy welcomes everyone. As long as they are willing to fight, they are given a chance. On the first day of enrollment, nearly 200,000 students packed the academy, and the Army also recruited 300,000 soldiers. Although the subsequent recruitment slowed down a bit, the momentum was explosive. Lonan was clear in his mind. Among the 300,000 troops, only 40,000 could truly fight with real weapons, while the remaining 200,000 were still green recruits. They couldn't be sent out until they were properly trained. These people were the future trump cards of the army. Although the army slowed down its expansion after the Great War, it was secretly brewing a big move. Once the new recruits developed combat effectiveness, they would take off directly and crush the Navy and the world government. It is important to know that these more than 200,000 people represent the Army's future combat capabilities. Sending them out before they formed a powerful combat force would only be digging their own graves. Lanin, as the Marshal of the Army, was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. Look, on a certain island in the four seas, piercing screams of fear shattered the sky. A naval rear admiral collapsed on the ground, retreating frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop him! Don't let him come over! If I die, your whole family will be buried with me." But nearly 1,000 naval soldiers were so frightened that they kept retreating, their weapons trembling like chaff, not daring to advance at all. Next comes the high energy. The feared man glanced at the rear admiral, his gaze as cold as ice. Just a naval rear admiral. And he thinks he can act tough? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and grasped the air. Golden flames instantly surged, rushing toward the naval camp with terrifying might. In less than a breath, 1,000 naval soldiers and the terrified rear admiral were all burned to ashes. Not even a remnant left. The man stared at the sky, filled with ashes, clenched his fists, and cursed angrily. The Navy's justice for the people is all a load of deceptive nonsense. His eyes filled with hatred, he murmured, "Who can help me destroy the Navy? Guyu Montaksuan will be willing to recognize him as my master and be loyal for eternity." Was there really such a person or force in this world? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a news bird flew by, dropping a newspaper. He picked it up casually, and instantly his eyes lit up. The newspaper boldly stated, "The army has rebelled against the world government, labeled as evil and ruthless. A bounty of 10 billion berries for the rebel leader Luo Ning, dead or alive." Guyu Mo Xian grinned. "Interesting. The world government also has forces it can't handle? A 10 billion bounty. This army must be extraordinary." It's important to know that Guyu Mo Xian is not an ordinary person. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. A user of the ancient type Golden Crow fruit ability, and his combat power is on par with the Navy's 3 admirals. He specifically targets the Navy, but due to his cunning, he always manages to slip away from their encirclement, leaving the Navy helplessly staring. However, he knows very well that trying to destroy the Navy single-handedly is just a dream. He must find a force that can confront the world government head-on. The army is his hope. He immediately boarded the naval ship left behind and set sail towards the junction of the 4 seas where the army is located. With only one thought in his mind, "Luo Ning, you better not let me down. As long as you can help me take revenge, my life belongs to the army. This trip is destined to empower the army. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." The ruthless person the Navy was pursuing actually wanted to ally with the army. Luo Ning attracted a powerhouse on par with an admiral with just 1 bounty, and this operation directly shook the scene. With such a trump card in hand, the army will eventually press the Navy and the world government down to the ground and rub them in. The thrill is off the charts. However, this person is extremely cunning and very concerned about his own situation, making it difficult for the Navy to form a siege. Therefore, the Navy often finds their handling of this person to be inconclusive. Look closely. Even the Navy, a formidable force that can intimidate the seas, finds it tough when facing top-tier admirals. It's important to note that the Navy's opponents aren't just the 4 emperors of the New World, but also the rapidly growing pirates in the 4 seas, the warlords of the sea who are itching to cause trouble, and a bunch of strong nations that defy the world government, leaving them constantly overwhelmed. Next, high energy. Guyu Mo Xian is driving a Navy warship straight toward the army, and while the army's rise is on the right track, they still need to fight hard to reach the world's top powers and crush the Navy's dominance over the pirate world. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated little house in the army's headquarters in Zhongzhou, a middle-aged man with a shattered leg is gripping a transponder snail, hesitating for a long time before finally pressing the call button. On the other end of the line comes a voice. This is the royal secret line of the Saint and Empire. What is your command? Don't underestimate the Saint and Empire. It's a classic formidable player lurking in the shadows, with strength so terrifying that it makes the world government and Navy shudder. Even the celestial dragons have to act respectfully when they see its royal members. fearing that this big shot might turn against them and create chaos in the world. The middle-aged man takes a deep breath, suddenly exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, and says to the transponder snail in a deep voice, "I am Saint and Spender, the Grand Prince of the Saint and Empire. Now, I want to return to the Empire." As he says this, his clenched fist slowly relaxes. He knows very well, there's no turning back once these words are spoken. With the Saint and Empire's capabilities, finding him will be as easy as pie. And he can't stay in this broken house any longer. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just as the army has brought in Guyu Mo Xian, a force comparable to an admiral, there lies the Grand Prince of the Saint and Empire in Rogatown. If this Grand Prince returns and can persuade the Saint and Empire to support the army, the world government's rule will directly collapse. It's important to know that there are many powers eyeing the world government's throne. The Revolutionary Army has long been restless. The army is gaining momentum. And with the 4 emperors, pirates, mountain bandits, and other ambitious empires, the world government will be besieged from all sides. The current army is practically a magnet for powerful figures, developing quietly while picking up formidable individuals who can shift the world's balance. Luo Ning's operations are directly on point. At this pace, it won't be long before the army gathers top-tier combat power and strong allies, rubbing the navy and the world government into the ground, leading to an exhilarating experience. Saint and Spender, pay attention. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned when they heard the name, and the next second they were overjoyed to the point of breaking their voice. The Crown Prince. Please hold on. The Holy Empire will immediately send someone to bring you home. But as Spender listened to this, his expression instantly darkened, his eyes filled with desolation. This was his home, and he really didn't want to return to the Holy Empire. Next comes the high-energy part. Spender was calculating in his mind. He couldn't continue to burden his son, who had joined the army. His son was risking his life every day to take care of him, a man with shattered legs. If he continued to be selfish, he would be harming his son. In the past, he was a prodigy of the Holy Empire, the clear next successor, and he escaped because he didn't want to be constrained. Yet now he had to return in disgrace. This contrast was simply too ironic. But he didn't know that this phone call would directly cause a massive upheaval in the Holy Empire. Once the news of the Crown Prince's return spread, the whole nation went wild with excitement. After all, he was the Empire's former hope. Before long, a group of mysterious people arrived in Rogatown, each exuding an overwhelming presence. The weakest among them had the combat power of a general. Even if the 3 great generals came in person, they would be instantly crushed. This group headed straight for Spender's dilapidated house, and upon seeing him, they were so excited that they stumbled over their words. "Crown Prince, you." But Spender waved his hand to interrupt. "No time for nonsense, let's go. By the way, how is father?" However, the mysterious person's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. His Majesty the King passed away several years ago. Now the empire is divided among several princes and ministers, and has long lost its former glory. You absolutely can't imagine. The Holy Empire, which once stood up to the world government and made the celestial dragons wary, has now split into a pile of scattered sand. Spender clenched his fists on the spot, his eyes blazing with fury. Father treated them like brothers, yet they betrayed and seized power. The empire cannot end like this. Instantly, the once runaway prince transformed into a vengeful powerhouse, exuding the pressure of a ruler. This plot twist is simply explosive. Spender's return is bound to stir up a storm in the Holy Empire, and his connection with the army might just give the army a powerful ally. After all, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Once Spender consolidates the empire's power, the army's confidence in crushing the world government and the navy will be fully restored. This is a sure win. Let's go back to the Holy Empire. Look, Saint and Spender's gaze was fierce, his voice resolute. As the designated successor of the empire, I will make those traitors understand what regret and fear truly mean. The mysterious person beside him immediately bowed and responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Next, the plot thickens. The little incident in Rogatown did not affect the flourishing army at all. The army was focused on development, building a foundation through the Army Academy, while remaining vigilant against hidden forces, strong nations, pirates, and yet-to-emerge mountain bandits. This world seemed calm. But in reality, turbulent waves were rising, and a storm was coming. In the Marshal's office, Luo Ning caught sight of Hu Qi and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the surprise attack by the 3 generals, Hu Xing would definitely be by my side. He asked Hu Qi, "Has Lotus been arranged to join the army headquarters?" Hu Qi instantly beamed with joy. "It's already arranged. This kid will definitely contribute to the army in the future." Luo Ning nodded. Train him well. With his temperament, he could become a 4-emperor-level powerhouse. He just needs an opportunity. Then Luo Ning picked up a newspaper and saw himself being offered a bounty of 1 billion berries. The corner of his mouth curling up. 1 billion berries is no small amount, but who in this world has the ability to collect it? A year passed in the blink of an eye. The army was hiding its brilliance, quietly accumulating strength at the intersection of the 4 seas. While piracy continued to run rampant, the Navy and the world government proclaimed dominance on the surface. But Luo Ning felt this calmness was too strange, like the silence before a storm. During this year, Hu Xing's injuries had mostly healed, yet he remained unconscious, leaving Luo Ning worried. Among the nearly 30 million citizens under the army's command, he couldn't find a doctor capable of waking Hu Xing. Although the territory was much better than before, compared to the World Center, the medical standards were too far behind, which became a persistent worry for Luo Ning. You would never have guessed. The army was quietly developing and holding back its big moves while secretly harboring future 4-emperor-level potential stocks. And Luo Ning treated the 1 billion bounty as a joke. He was just waiting for the right moment to reveal his trump card, crushing the Navy and the world government. But Hu Xing's awakening still lacked a key opportunity. This was a source of distress for Luo Ning. Pay attention. In Luo Ning's mind, the only capable doctors in the pirate world are Chopper, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat crew, Law, the user of the surgery fruit, Poison Q from Blackbeard's crew, and Chopper's mentor, Kureha. Although there might be other great doctors, he only acknowledges these few. Next comes the high-energy part. Luo Ning considers each one. Law is always elusive. Finding him is harder than climbing to the sky. Poison Q looks sickly and unreliable. Chopper is a good seedling, but his medical skills are still inferior to his mentor Kureha's. However, if he can recruit him into the army, it would definitely be a full score. After all, the army needs all kinds of talents. As long as they are useful for development, they welcome anyone. He suddenly brightens up while staring out the window. Kureha is on Magnet Drum Island. That place is known as a medical powerhouse. If he can bring back a batch of great doctors, not only can they save Hu Xing, but they can also elevate the army's medical standards to the max. It will be a huge profit. He immediately calls for Hu Qi. Bring 500 army guards, and come with me to Magnet Drum Island. Hu Qi is stunned. Magnet Drum Island? I've never heard of it. After all, his mind is filled with fighting and training, and he has no concept of the islands in the pirate world. Luo Ning explains, there are top doctors there. Maybe they can wake Hu Xing up. Hu Qi instantly becomes red-eyed, excited to rush out and make arrangements. He has been eagerly waiting for his brother to wake up for a year and is already frantic. You could never imagine. Luo Ning dares to leave the headquarters with confidence, all because the army's combat power has exploded. Hu Qi and Hu Ba both broke through to the level of the 4 emperors, and Admiral Costa has even soared to peak 4 emperors combat power. The army also boasts a force of 500,000 troops. Not to mention the Navy, even the world government dares to confront them head-on. Not to mention there's also the hidden big shot Gray, who controls the Blood Moon Hell prison, ensuring the stability of their forces. Soon, the army guards gathered outside the headquarters. Hu Qi and Hu Ba stood proudly in the ranks, and Kuina was also well prepared. As soon as Luo Ning gives the order, they will immediately set off straight for Magnet Drum Island. This trip is not only to save Hu Xing, but also to equip the army with medical support. Luo Ning's layout directly writes the script for the army's rise clearly. Naturally, Kuina is also fully prepared, and the moment Luo Ning leaves the army headquarters, she closely follows behind him. Attention! Guiana was determined not to let Luo Ning leave her sight for even a moment. Once everything was ready, Luo Ning and his group boarded the dark red warship, heading straight for the depths of the sea to Magnetic Drum Island. Next comes the high energy. The movement of the army has put all global forces on high alert. After all, the current strength of the army is explosive, and both open and covert forces have to weigh their options. Navy Admiral Sengoku frowned in his office, worried. What big thing is this kid Luo Ning up to again? Last time, Luo Ning betrayed the world government, killed 2 of the elders, and escaped unscathed, which had already scared the world government out of their wits. Now with the army even stronger, no one dared to be careless. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Serening Yu was staring at the army headquarters, her eyes blazing with anger. Luo Ning destroyed my country and killed my father. I will make you taste despair. Her grandfather, Long Yin, is the emperor of the mountain bandit world, a natural type earth fruit user, and nearly unbeatable while standing on the ground, with strength comparable to the peak of the 4 emperors, and he commands 300 10,000 elite soldiers. Ningyu begged to join the battle, and Long Yin, unable to refuse her, could only agree. I will give you 10,000 soldiers during the Great War. But you must keep your life safe. Ningyu's gaze was fierce. Wait for me. I will bring 1,000,000 troops to trample the army and skin Luoning alive. You absolutely can't imagine. The army was just on a normal outing, yet it made the navy and the mountain bandit overlords collectively nervous. Luoning's deterrent power was simply explosive. The navy feared he would cause another earth-shattering event, while Ningyu and her grandfather wanted to take the opportunity for revenge. But little did they know that the current army was no longer what it used to be. Not to mention 300,000 mountain bandits. Even if the navy came out in full force, they might not gain any advantage. Luoning and his group did not take these threats seriously at all. The warship raced ahead, and everyone was waiting to find the Divine Doctor on Magnetic Drum Island to cure Huxing. This trip of the army not only aimed to solve medical problems, but also to declare to the world, whatever the army wants to do, no one can stop it. Over the sea, a dark red warship sailed for nearly a week and finally approached a place known as a medical powerhouse, Magnetic Drum Island. Look out! Tiger Crazy is standing at the bow of the ship, staring wide-eyed at the snow-covered island ahead and shouting, Marshal, Magnetic Drum Island is right in front. Should we speed up and arrive before noon? This extreme cold is nothing to Luoning and the 500 army guards. Next, high energy. Luoning glanced at the nearby Magnetic Drum Island, then looked at the lazy guards, sighed, and complained. The army has been quiet for a year, but our reputation has exploded. Pirates flee when they see our warships. This journey is so boring. After all, being able to rebel against the world government, kill 2 elders in Mariehua, and escape unscathed. There are not many in the entire sea who can do that. He immediately ordered, full speed ahead, heading straight for Magnetic Drum Island. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom on Magnetic Drum Island is ruled by the current king, Walpo, a tyrant who extorts and oppresses, finding pleasure in killing, leaving the people in misery. But today he is in a panic, even losing interest in oppressing his subjects. His trusted head guard, Dalton, hurriedly reported, Your Majesty. Luoning is speeding towards us with 2 elite guards and the army guards. Walpo became anxious. Contact the Navy and have them send a general to protect me. I support the world government. You wouldn't believe it. Dalton's words directly broke Walpo's composure. The Navy refused and told us to fend for ourselves. Walpo was instantly shocked, exclaiming that it was impossible. He had no idea that the current army was already feared by the Navy, who would dare to provoke them easily. Meanwhile, Dalton secretly delighted in this, as he had long been thoroughly disappointed in Walpo and was hoping for the army to come and rescue the people. After all, the citizens in the army's territory live in a paradise-like existence. The army's warships sped along, and Luoning was only thinking about finding Kuraha to save Tiger Shing, completely disregarding Walpo. For the army, if this tyrant knows what's good for him, it would be fine. If he dares to block the way, he would be crushed in no time. The people of Magnetic Drum Island will soon welcome better days. And Luoning's plan to find the Divine Doctor is about to take shape. Indeed, the army is a force that carries the name of justice in the world. Pay attention. Although the army is called the righteous force, on the sea, pirates and oppressive noble merchants bring nothing but disaster when they fall into their hands. In Valpo's eyes, the army is not righteous at all. They are clearly executioners, bringing only overwhelming fear and ruthless slaughter. He can only pray to heaven that the army's target is not the Drum Kingdom, or else he will definitely lose his throne. Next, high energy. In the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku and the 3 admirals frowned, troubled by the news from Drum Island. A year ago, a single Tiger Shing, one of the 3 elite guards under Luoning, had already severely injured the 3 admirals. Now Luoning personally intervenes, bringing along his 2 elite guards, Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba, plus 500 army elite guards. This combat power is explosive, let alone sending the 3 admirals. Even if Sengoku and Carp teamed up, they would likely suffer defeat. The Navy doesn't dare to wade into this murky water and can only pretend not to see it. Valpo is still in the dark, completely unaware that the 3 admirals have already been frightened by the army and is still wondering why the Navy hasn't sent reinforcements. He doesn't know that the army has been developing quietly this year. Their strength is already unfathomable. Now, with the 4 emperors of the New World, pirates from all over the seas, and various national forces all stirring up trouble, the Navy is struggling to protect itself and doesn't dare to provoke Luoning. At noon, the army's warship clanged to a stop at the shore of Drum Island. As soon as Luoning stepped onto the island, Dalton and 1,000 guards blocked his way. But these 1,000 people, although looking intimidating, are no match for the 500 army elite guards. They're all fierce characters who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The weakest among them can take on 1,000. Luoning immediately released the accumulated murderous aura from countless battles, instantly enveloping the entire area. The guards were so scared their pupils shook, their hearts felt like they were being squeezed, and even Dalton couldn't help but take a step back. Luoning's gaze was icy as he spoke with intimidation. Is this a provocation against the army? Have you forgotten that even the world government has been ground beneath our feet? Dalton quickly forced a smile and explained, Marshal, don't misunderstand. We are here to welcome you. Wanted to show you hospitality and ensure you have a pleasant time on Drum Island. Upon hearing this, Luoning grinned. I didn't expect this tiny island nation to understand hospitality, which is quite rare in this chaotic world. You would never guess. The army hasn't taken the Drum Kingdom seriously at all. Luoning casually released a bit of his aura. And the other side was already scared into submission. Valpo is still in the palace waiting for the Navy to rescue him, completely unaware that the Navy has long hidden away in fear. This trip to Drum Island, Luoning's plan to find Kureha to save Tiger Shing, is just a minor objective. If Valpo knows his place, it's fine. If he dares to act up, he will be kicked out in no time, giving the people of Drum Island a better life. Since that's the case, lead the way towards the Drum Kingdom, to the largest city. Look out! Luoning raised an eyebrow at Dalton. Lead the way to the biggest city. This little task shouldn't be too difficult for you. The captain of the guards, right? After saying this, he patted his left shoulder, tugged at his exclusive dark military cloak, and charged straight ahead. Dalton quickly agreed, a small matter. I promised to satisfy the Marshal. Next it got intense. Luoning, accompanied by 500 elite guards, Huchi, Huba, and Guena, swaggered into the heart of the magnetic Drum Kingdom. It's important to note that the kingdom's interior was originally a forbidden zone, but Luoning's audacity and Valbo's fear of the army made it so that the military could enter and exit as freely as if they were strolling through their own backyard. Who would have thought that just a day earlier, Valbo was in the palace issuing threats? Before the army arrives, grant me a full pardon from taxes. Tell the soldiers to keep their heads down, and anyone who dares to disrupt my plans will be dealt with severely. His confidants knelt on the spot, their faces hiding strange smiles, while Valbo displayed a bloodthirsty expression. This was clearly not about soothing the people, but rather about preparing for something big. That very day, the soldiers of the magnetic Drum Kingdom acted like mountain bandits, blood splattering across the snow, cries of anguish echoing. Even the snowflakes turned blood red. A sight too horrific to bear. On the march, Dalton was still introducing the biggest city to Luoning, but suddenly Luoning frowned and squinted, shouting ahead, elite guards. Speed up. The 500 elite guards immediately quickened their pace, their steps still perfectly synchronized. With this kind of aura, toppling a nation seemed like child's play. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city, and Luoning's expression turned icy. The temperature around him plummeting by several degrees. The city was filled with bloodlust and resentment. Even with eyes closed, one could tell a massacre had just occurred. You would never have guessed. To please the army, Valbo orchestrated such a horrific event. It was utterly insane. Luoning had come to seek medicine, but now he was thoroughly enraged. Given the situation, he would have to press Valbo into the ground. This army's journey to Magnetic Drum Island was not only to rescue Huxing, but also to uphold justice and seek accountability for the people. The army is coming, run. Hurry home. If we don't get back, we're all going to die. Pay attention. On the streets of the largest city in the kingdom of magnetic drums, a few pedestrians caught sight of Luoning and the 500 army guards behind him, and were instantly so frightened that they trembled all over and dashed home in a panic. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was deserted, leaving only the distant sound of a little girl's clear yet despairing cries, which tugged at the heartstrings. Next, high energy. Following the sound of crying, Luoning strode forward, while the guards immediately set up layers of defenses throughout the city. Despite the kingdom of magnetic drums being weaker than the kingdom of Shaluo and having experienced the injury of Huxing, Luoning showed no slack in vigilance and defense. Soon he saw a porcelain doll-like little girl, with shiny black hair, a chubby little face, and big eyes filled with tears. She cried while muttering, "Daddy, Mommy, Yuan is so scared. The bad soldier uncle is coming again." Seeing Luoning and his group approaching, the little girl was so frightened that she fell onto the snow, scrambling backward with her hands and feet, crying for mercy. Don't come over. Yuan will be good. I won't say anything. Please don't hurt me. At that moment, the door of a house was suddenly flung open, and a man rushed out like mad, trying to shield the little girl behind him. But before he could reach her, he was pinned to the ground by the guards lurking in the shadows, unable to move. With red eyes, the man roared, his throat hoarse. You beasts! If you have the guts, come at me, don't bully a child. Luoning watched this scene with a face dark enough to drip water, but suddenly a smile crept onto his lips, revealing the demeanor of a friendly older brother. Everyone understood that beneath this smile lay a rage capable of overturning the entire city. He quickly stepped forward, bent down to pick up the trembling little girl, wrapped her in his military cloak, and used his body heat to warm her. In this freezing cold, the little girl, who had been shivering, gradually stopped shaking. She cautiously opened her eyes and looked at Luoning's face, timidly mumbling, "Why? Is it so warm? Am I not dead?" Sensing an unprecedented feeling of safety, her fears slowly dissipated, and she whispered, "Brother, you are a good person, the best person Yuan has ever met." It turned out that this child was terrified by the soldiers of Valbo, mistaking the army for the bad people committing violence. You would never guess. To pose as a good king in front of the army, Valbo actually ordered the massacre of the civilians to cover up his crimes, resulting in a counterproductive effect that thoroughly angered Luoning. With the army guard's strength of 1 against 1,000, dealing with Valbo and his ilk would be as easy as squashing ants. Luoning's trip to Magnetic Drum Island to find a divine doctor to save Hu Xing was a minor matter. Dealing with this tyrant for the sake of the people would be the main event to come. Brother, you are a good person, the best person Yuan has ever met. Look closely. The little girl's round eyes are filled with tears, like beads that have fallen off a string. She chokes out, "Why are some soldier uncles so bad? My mom and dad will never come back." Luoning squats down, softening his voice. "Your name is Yuan, right? From now on, follow your brother, and I will protect you, okay?" Yuan immediately stretches out her little finger, her face serious. "Okay, let's make a pinky promise." Luoning smiles and hooks her little hand, their fingers interlocking like they have made the most solemn promise. Next, the intensity rises. 10 minutes later, Luoning hands Yuan over to Guyana for care, while he stands alone on the empty street, staring at the largest city in the so-called Magnetic Drum Kingdom, his surrounding hostility nearly overflowing. A country like this doesn't need to exist at all. He turns to the 500 elite soldiers and roars, "Listen up, within half an hour, take down the entire Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Can you do it?" The elite soldiers draw their dark red steel blades, glinting coldly, and respond with a deafening roar. "Yes, sir." The war breaks out without warning. But at this moment, the captain of the guard, Dalton, is still on his way, and King Valbo is lost in grandiose dreams in the palace. He slumps on his golden throne, foolishly calculating, "Once the army leaves, I'll kick out all the useless doctors and keep only the 20 best, bestowing them the title of 20 doctors. From now on, when the common people fall ill, they'll have to beg me, and then I can make a fortune off them. I'm truly a genius." Who would have thought that the 20,000 soldiers of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom would be utterly defeated in front of the 500 elite soldiers? Each elite soldier is a fierce character who has fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The weakest among them can take on 100 foes, while the 20,000 rabble are crying out for their mothers, suffering repeated defeats. The screams from outside the palace grow closer, and before Valbo can react, a trusted aide rushes in, rolling and crawling, drenched in cold sweat, trembling. "Your Majesty, it's bad. The army has broken in. We're going to be annihilated." You would never imagine. Just a second ago, Valbo was still dreaming of plundering the common people. And the next second, he faces a national crisis. The elite soldiers' crushing advance is explosive, 500 people shattering 20,000 troops, moving so fast that it leaves people unable to react. Luoning originally came to Magnetic Drum Island to find a divine doctor to save Hu Xing, but ended up taking down the tyrant in the process, and this operation brings immense satisfaction. Below, Valbo's trusted aide is terrified, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Pay attention. Valbo's trusted confidant pressed his ear close, faintly hearing the clanging of weapons outside the palace. His heart exploded with anxiety. If they delayed for another 10 minutes, the army would definitely break through the Grand Hall, and nobody would survive. Next came the high-energy moment. After hearing his confidant's words, Valbo's once fiery heart turned cold. He swallowed hard, and his hands and feet instantly felt as cold as iron. Even he, as foolish as he was, understood that Luanning's combat power was explosive. Along with his two elite bodyguards, Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba, plus 500 army guards capable of piercing steel plates. Those 20,000 soldiers from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom would be just delivering food. He was so anxious he could hardly stand still. Hurry, pack up the palace treasures. Take the most elite soldiers, and let us escape. At worst, we can become pirates and live freely. The Confidant took the order and rushed to the treasury. As he pushed the door open, he was momentarily blinded. Mountains of gold, dazzling jewels, along with devil fruits and 36 master swords. He instantly calmed down chillingly. The pressure from the army vanished completely, and he coldly ordered, "Only take the most valuable items, and move quickly." In 5 minutes, they emptied more than half of the treasury, then turned to the 1,000 elite soldiers and shouted, while the army is held up by those 20,000 cannon fodder, "We'll slip away and become pirate captains at sea. Isn't that better than being a subordinate in this broken place?" The leader among the 1,000 soldiers exploded with rage, drawing his sword and shouting, "The king is still waiting for us. Do you dare to betray?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the Confidant swiftly struck, and the leader's head thudded to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The other soldiers were all stunned, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Confidant grinned with a cruel smile. "The king is just a waste. Now I'm the biggest, and anyone who dares to defy me will end up like him." You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Valpo wanted to abscond with the money, but was instead set up by his own Confidant. This Confidant was ruthless enough, killing colleagues to seize treasures, and now he wanted to establish himself as a pirate. But he forgot that the army guards were like crushing ants against those 20,000 soldiers. Once they finished dealing with the remnants in the palace, he would be next. This was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, with Luanning being the oriole behind, and the thrill was directly maximized. The king is dead. Now I'm the biggest. Whoever dares to oppose will face the same consequences as him. Pay attention. The trusted aide is covered in blood, with a terrifyingly brutal gaze, shouting at the top of his lungs, "If I say go now, who dares to object?" 1,000 soldiers are so frightened that they don't dare to breathe. The country is doomed, and the king is usually ruthless. Following the pirates seems like a good deal, and no one dares to resist, clutching their weapons and fleeing in the opposite direction. Next, the high-energy moment. In the Great Hall, Valpo is still slumped on the golden throne, foolishly waiting, completely unaware that his trusted aide has already rolled away with the treasure, and has no idea that what he is waiting for is a death warrant. Just over 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps comes from outside the hall, orderly to the point of making one shiver, but Valpo grins. It must be the trusted aide bringing treasures and elite troops to pick me up outside the palace. Lannan has just led the Imperial Guards to crush all the resistors, and Tiger Chi approaches to ask, "What should we do with the surrenderers? Kill them or let them go?" Lannan helplessly thinks, if it were Tiger Xing, there would be no need to ask this. He directly orders, "Let Costa send someone to take over the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Lock up all the surrenderers under military supervision. And anyone who dares to resist should be killed immediately. No need to report." Tiger Chi immediately takes his orders and runs off, leaving only Tiger Ba and 100 Imperial Guards following Lannan. Lannan leads his men into the royal palace and is stunned on the spot. Valpo is still sitting on the golden throne, with an expectant look, waiting for someone. And there isn't even a guard to block the way. It should be noted that the Magnetic Drum Kingdom has more than 20,000 soldiers, and not a single one of the most elite royal guards is seen. Lannan sneers, raising his hand to point at Valpo. "You are King Valpo?" Without waiting for the other to speak, he directly pronounces, "You have committed tyranny, imposed heavy taxes, and conscripted soldiers, causing the people to live in hell. I sentence you to death. Do you accept?" You absolutely can imagine. Valpo finally reacts, trembling in fear. Beads of sweat as big as beans streaming down from his forehead and back, his eyes blurring, mumbling. "Is it the army? Impossible. I must be mistaken." He never understood until his death where his elite troops had gone and why his trusted aide hadn't come to save him. Lannan's move is simply a dimensional strike. Dealing with the tyrant like squashing an ant, a complete crushing, the thrill is directly full. Impossible. How could this be? I must be mistaken. I must be mistaken. Pay attention. Valpo sat on the golden throne, his eyes red and teary, rubbing them hard in disbelief. Clearly, I order my trusted aides to bring treasures to pick me up. Why is it so different from what I imagined? Until he saw Luanning, he was completely panicked, crying out for mercy. "Don't kill me. The kingdom of Magdrum is yours. The Navy and the world government 1T let you go. Next comes the high-energy part. Luoning shook his head at him. The last king was so wise, and everything was ruined in Valpo's hands. Valpo was still crazily shouting for help. "Where are my elite troops? Where are my trusted aides? Save me." He had no idea that his trusted aides had already taken half of the treasury and fled with 1,000 elite troops. Luoning was too lazy to waste words and ordered Hubba, "Deal with him." The others went to the treasury to count the gains. Hubba drew his sword, stepped forward, expressionless, and shouted, "Valpo's crimes are unforgivable, sentenced to death." With one slash, blood splattered, Valpo's head rolled far away. The kingdom of Magdrum was directly destroyed, and all the territory returned to the army. For the common people, this was simply great news, finally free from the tyrant's rule. Luoning was clear in his heart. In this pirate world, the strong have the say, and his justice needs no explanation to anyone. 100 guards rushed straight to the treasury, leaving only Hubba and the smiling Guina by Luoning's side. Half an hour later, a guard rushed in to report, "Marshal, we captured 1,000 soldiers from the kingdom of Magdrum and found a large amount of berries. How should we handle them?" Luoning glanced at Valpo's still open eyes on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These 1,000 soldiers are most likely the ones that the trusted aides took away, truly falling into their own trap. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Valpo died without knowing he was played by his trusted aides, still hoping for someone to save him. The army's operation was explosive, not only crushing the tyrant to take over the country, but also intercepting the fleeing rebels, reaping abundant rewards. Luoning's execution of justice was truly satisfying. Hearing this, Luoning glanced at Valpo's head that had fallen to the ground, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Attention! The former king of the Drum Kingdom, Valpo, was once a ruthless figure with immense power, only to be brutally betrayed by his trusted confidants. The worst part is that he was completely oblivious to his impending doom, waiting foolishly for his confidants to bring 1,000 elite soldiers to rescue him, unaware that those 1,000 soldiers were not even enough to fill the gaps in front of the army's guards. Next, high energy. Luoning, tired of wasting words, directly ordered, "Put all those 1,000 soldiers under military custody. Execute the ringleaders of the rebellion directly, as a burial gift for this tyrant Valpo." In this battle, the army crushed the Drum Kingdom, taking over all its territories. Luoning was generous, giving 1/3 of the treasury to the people and investing 2/3 into national construction, allowing the army soldiers to take over first and handing over to professionals once they were in place. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. In the largest city of the Drum Kingdom, the situation took a complete turn. Army soldiers dressed in dark military uniforms went door to door distributing food and supplies, ensuring that even if the food wasn't delicious, the people were well fed. What's even more remarkable is that they were polite to the citizens, not hitting or scolding them, and patiently solving various problems. The words "the army" instantly spread throughout the city, with the people firmly equating the army with justice. You must know, the Navy and the world government shout about justice every day, but when the people were oppressed and slaughtered by Valpo, those two were nowhere to be seen. The people were clear in their minds. Who truly gets things done and who is just fooling around, they could see through it at a glance. Even if the army was labeled as evil demons by the world government, in the eyes of the people of the Drum Kingdom, the army was the only force worthy of justice. Guard Captain Dalton stood on the street, watching the cheering citizens and the patrolling army guards. Confused, is the Drum Kingdom gone? Has it all been taken over by the army? He couldn't grasp the situation, as in less than an hour, the army had shattered the entire nation. Although he felt complicated inside, seeing the scene before him, he thought, what's the point of being entangled when the facts are already like this? The army's actions were explosive. Not only did they rely on hard power to seize territory, but they also won the hearts of the people with genuine intentions, achieving both combat effectiveness and a good reputation. This is the true posture of a strong man. However, the facts have already happened, so why bother being so entangled? Look closely. Dalton patted his chest, feeling secretly pleased. I have long wanted to rebel against Walpo, and now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the new scene in the Kingdom of Drums and immediately found a military guard, telling him all about his situation, even voluntarily handing over control of his 1,000 guards and obediently joining the military surveillance team. His face beaming with joy, he had seen the good days of the army's citizens and knew that the Kingdom of Drums was about to make a complete turnaround. Next up is high energy. Walpo is definitely the most miserable king in the pirate world, no exceptions. He ruled with tyranny and offended everyone. When the army came, his confidants fled with the treasures, yet he waited foolishly for them to bring 1,000 elite soldiers to rescue him, never realizing he had been betrayed until his death. Who wouldn't say serves him right after witnessing such a tragic situation? In contrast, the army took over the entire country with just 500 guards, and the citizens all raised their hands in cooperation, with not a single person resisting. This level of control is simply explosive. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. A major incident suddenly occurred at the border of the Kingdom of Drums. More than 10 army guards on patrol encountered a 1,000-strong troop carrying large and small bundles. Fleeing like thieves in a panic, the guards immediately shouted to intercept. "Stop! This is army territory. If you keep running, we won't be polite." But the other side not only didn't stop, they ran even faster. The 100-strong guard drew their swords, filled with murderous intent, shouting, "The commander has ordered. All resistors will be slaughtered. Charge!" Not a single one left. The ferocity that emerged from a sea of corpses and blood scared the fleeing troops into disarray. The leader of the fleeing 1,000-strong troop, trembling like a sieve in a fur coat in the snow, was terrified upon seeing the guards and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run! Those are army guards. Even the weakest can take down 10,000 of us. Don't resist, or we'll all be dead." He knew full well that his 1,000-strong troop was just a rabble. The army guards dared to confront even the world government. Killing them was like crushing ants. There was simply no way to fight back. The army's operation was too impressive. Taking over the country went smoothly. Capturing traitors was effortless. And whether in terms of public sentiment or combat power, they had their opponents pinned to the ground. Dalton voluntarily surrendered. The citizens cooperated fully. And even the fleeing traitors couldn't escape. This was truly a scene of a strong man crushing the opposition, with his satisfaction level maxed out. As for his own side, he still had some understanding of the strength of that 1,000-strong troop. "Look out!" The young leader shouted anxiously, urging his subordinates, "Run! Run for your lives! Throw away all the bundles on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." The 1,000-man troop was terrified and immediately discarded their backpacks on the ground, hoping the army's elite guards would show them mercy. After all, the terrifying reputation of the army's elite guards had spread across the seas, and everyone knew that confronting them head-on was a death wish. What followed was intense, but the army's elite guards were not in the least swayed. Even as the enemy discarded their bundles, they still wielded their glistening blades and charged forward like a gust of wind. In the snow, dozens of guards clad in dark red armor chased after the 1,000-man troop, the scene looking somewhat comical, yet concealed a suffocating aura of murder. Within a few minutes, the guards caught up, and with the rise and fall of their blades, the 1,000-man troop fell in droves. In just 10 minutes, their numbers had been halved. The survivors were completely frightened, collapsing to their knees, crying out for mercy. "Don't kill us. We surrender. We surrender." The elite guard commander sneered disdainfully, waving his hand. "Bind them all, and take them back to the palace to await the Marshal's orders." The remaining 500 hung their heads, not daring to lift them. The ruthlessness of the army's elite guards had been thoroughly etched into their bones. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. In the largest palace of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Luo Ning frowned upon hearing the report from the young commander. The army of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is under strict guard, and Valpo is dead. Where did this 1,000-man troop come from? The young commander hurriedly replied. They said they came from the East Sea to seek medical help. Luo Ning burst out laughing on the spot. Seeking medical help of 1,000 people? They must be here to kidnap a doctor. Luo Ning didn't take this seriously at all and turned to leave the blood-stained Grand Hall. He came to Magnetic Drum Island for one purpose, to find the divine doctor. And dealing with the tyrant and taking over the country was just a matter of convenience. The current strength of the army was already overwhelming, let alone an unknown 1,000-man troop. Even if the world government and the Navy teamed up to confront him, he wouldn't be the slightest bit intimidated. These minor incidents could not affect his plans at all. In this world, ultimately, it is strength that speaks. Pay attention. The army is no longer what it used to be. It has the strength and qualifications to confront the Navy and the world's top 2 powers head-on, without fear at all. Next, high energy. The matter of the Drum Kingdom has just been settled, and my subordinates keep reporting. Marshal, 1/3 of the treasury's belly has been distributed to the people. General Costa said he would send someone to take over immediately, and they will arrive soon. The announcement has been made, and the people know that the army has taken over Drum Island. Luoning waved his hand to let them retreat, then turned and led 500 elite guards to rush towards the nearby Snow Mountain. The people said that the best doctor on the island lives at the top of the snow mountain, known as the witch. And it's obvious it's Kureha, Chopper's mentor, the miraculous doctor who has lived for over 100 years. Luoning immediately ordered, "Take 100 people with me. The remaining 400 will stay to guard the surrendered soldiers and assist the follow-up troops. You must know that the pirate world is very dangerous. Drum Island has just changed hands, and if there are no people left to guard it, the people are bound to suffer from pirate harm. Those 100 elite guards are the best of the best, rushing towards the snow mountain with Luoning, while the remaining 400 immediately entered a state of alert, guarding the people without any negligence. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. On the snow mountain, a blizzard was raging, making it impossible for ordinary people to move an inch, but Luoning and the 100 elite guards moved forward as if nothing was wrong. Luoning looked up at the peak of the snow mountain and grinned. With Kureha's medical skills, it's definitely no problem to revive Tiger Shing. Turning around, he saw Guina's little face slightly reddened, and his eyes instantly softened, but the army is still in the rising stage, with strong enemies everywhere. So he temporarily didn't have the heart for romantic feelings, shouting, "Speed up, charge to the top." Hearing this, Tiger Chi immediately became excited. Everyone, accelerate. On the way, they encountered the ferocious carnivorous giant rabbit, Rabong, which was fat and had blood-red eyes, but before Luoning could make a move, the elite guards took it down in seconds. An hour later, Luoning and his group finally reached the peak of the snow mountain, and after walking for another 10 minutes, a simple little wooden house suddenly appeared before their eyes. The miraculous Dr. Kureha is inside. The army's operation, this time, is explosive, taking over the country smoothly, fulfilling their duty to protect the people, and crushing obstacles to find the miraculous doctor. Their strength and responsibility are fully on display. This is the confidence to compete with top powers. After walking for about 10 more minutes to the peak of the snow mountain, a slightly simple little wooden house appeared in front of Luoning. Look closely. The small wooden cabin at the peak of the snow-capped mountain is brightly lit, with its door tightly closed, looking simple yet exuding an extraordinary aura. Luoning saw it and immediately broke into a genuine smile. This must be the residence of Master Chopper and Kureha. At this moment, the anxiety he had carried along the way finally eased. Kureha's top-notch medical skills would definitely save Hu Xing. Next comes the high energy. Luoning immediately ordered 100 army guards to quietly surround the small wooden cabin so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. He took 2 steps forward with Hu Chi and Guina, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp voice quickly came from inside. "Who is it?" "Chopper, go open the door and see if it's someone seeking medical help." The wooden door creaked open, and the 1-meter-tall, adorable reindeer Chopper poked his head out, looking enthusiastic. "Are you here for medical help? Come in quickly, it's freezing outside." As soon as Luoning and the others entered, Chopper hurriedly closed the door, completely unaware of the guards hiding outside. As soon as Guina saw Chopper, she bent down and picked him up, rubbing his soft fur. "You must be Chopper, right? You're so cute." Chopper laughed as he was rubbed. "Ha, that tickles." "Stop it." Guina even forgot to ask how he knew her name. Suddenly, the witch Kureha slowly walked out, her gaze sharp as a knife, fixating on Luoning. After staring for a long time, she retorted, "Rebel of the world government, Army Marshal Luoning, infamous for killing without blinking, bringing 100 guards to my shabby wooden cabin. What are you trying to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent, and Chopper also put away his smile, his small face filled with hostility. "You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Luoning curled his lips into a cold smile and retorted on the spot. "Kureha, you've lived for over 100 years. How can you still be fooled by the world government? Do you really think the army is as they say?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura of a strong man erupted from him, distorting the air. "Even if the army is as you say, what can you do about it? In this place, I, Luoning, have the final say." Just as Guina was about to persuade him and Chopper also wanted to speak, Luoning shouted for them to shut up, and they immediately dared not say a word. Although Kureha had some strength and noticed the guards outside, in the face of Luoning's absolute power, it was simply not enough. The army dares to confront the world government and the navy head-on. Dealing with this small wooden cabin in the snow-capped mountains is a piece of cake, right? Luoning's overwhelming aura directly controlled the scene. Wanting to invite the divine doctor to save someone, he didn't need to bow down at all. "Shut up. Attention!" Luoning shouted to silence anyone who wanted to speak, then immediately fixed his gaze on Kureha with a fierce look in his eyes and an attitude that left no room for rebuttal. Right now, the wooden house is surrounded by 100 army guards. Do you really think you can escape today with your abilities, Kureha? Next, the tension escalated. As soon as he said this, Kureha's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and Chopper, standing beside her, flared up, showing his most ferocious look. However, in Luo Ning's eyes, this expression was no different from a child's play. Luo Ning was too lazy to waste words and directly issued an ultimatum. You have two choices, either die here today or come back to the army headquarters with me. I believe you will make the right choice. After all, Hu Xing was still unconscious, and he had no time to waste on useless talk with Kureha. In this pirate world, strength is the absolute truth. If you don't obey, you confront it head-on. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze, and Chopper bared his teeth in hostility. But he didn't dare move in front of Luo Ning's absolute strength. Guina stood by with a helpless expression, knowing that the army was the true force of justice. Yet they were said to be more ruthless than pirates. Hu Qi and Hu Ba stood straight behind Luo Ning, exuding a terrifying aura of the first level of the four emperors. This kind of combat power would be an overwhelming force on Magnetic Drum Island. Any one of them could sweep the entire area. Kureha stared at Luo Ning, gritting her teeth and asking, "Are you forcing me?" Luo Ning smiled broadly. You can think of it that way. He had already calculated that Kureha, who had lived for over 100 years, would definitely choose to save her life. After all, surviving in this chaotic world for so long, she knew who was strong and who was weak. You absolutely wouldn't have guessed. After hesitating for a few seconds, Kureha admitted defeat. Fine, I'll go with you. Chopper, pack your things, we're going on a long trip. She had already guessed that only 2 of Luo Ning's 3 personal guards had come. Someone must need her help. Luo Ning instantly revealed a carefree smile. And Hu Qi was even more ecstatic. After a year of unconsciousness, Hu Xing was finally going to wake up. This show of strength directly brought the top-notch doctor into the fold, adding more firepower to the army. The scene shifted to the border of Magnetic Drum Island, where surrendered soldiers cried out for mercy. Let me go. I really won't cause trouble. I'm no threat at all. The guards on duty were so annoyed by the noise that they drew out their dark red long knives, crossed them in front of their chests, and glared with murderous intent. Stop screaming. The Marshal has ordered that all armed forces on Magnetic Drum Island must be supervised. Stay honest, or don't blame me for acting. The moment he drew the steel knife, the entire world instantly quieted down significantly. Pay attention. The young man under strict surveillance by the army is actually the leader of that 1,000-man troop at the border of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. As the top subject of scrutiny, he is filled with anger but dares not unleash it. After all, the cold gleam of the steel knives of the army's elite guards is much harder than his temper. Confronting them head-on would be courting death. Next, high energy. The young man squats on the ground, brainwashing himself. It's a small problem. How can one accomplish great things without enduring some suffering? Endure it. But as soon as he looks up and catches the gaze of the guard watching him, he immediately shrinks back, lowering his head, while his mind is in turmoil. Why is he staring at me? Could it be that he's tempted by my looks and wants to take action against me? The guard has no idea about this absurd assumption. If he did, he would immediately draw his dark red long knife, and, even if punished by Luoning, would still chop this kid down. Both of them harbor ulterior motives, creating a scene that is both awkward and amusing. You would never expect it. The scene suddenly cuts to the New World, where the mysterious Yue Empire is directly showcasing the wrath of the Emperor. In the palace, the Emperor clad in a yellow robe glares at the kneeling servant, his brows furrowed. Where is the third prince? Why hasn't he returned to the Empire yet? The servant trembles in fear, struggling to speak. The third prince said he wanted to go out to train, said that flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow big, and he will come back after enough training. The Emperor erupts in anger. Dare to conceal and not report? Someone, drag him out and beat him to death. As soon as he finishes speaking, several burly soldiers in armor rush out, grab the servant, and drag him to a corner, raising wooden clubs to smash him fiercely. Within a few blows, the servant breathes his last. This Yue Empire is truly ruthless. The saying to serve a monarch is like serving a tiger is practically etched into their bones. After the Emperor has killed, he stands with his hands behind his back, his expression still icy, clearly not intending to let the matter of the third prince's disappearance rest. Now back to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's detention center. The young man can no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and approaches the guard with a grin. Big brother, can we discuss something? If I join the army, can you let me go? Don't keep a cold face all the time. Saying a word is fine, right? Little does he know that the army's elite guards are Luoning's personal troops. Each one a top-notch soldier who has crawled out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Want to join? You'd better get past Luoning first. On the army's side, any detention point can easily handle an enemy leader, while the Yue Empire spills blood at the Emperor's wrath. Both sides are equally ruthless. But the army's strength is more imposing. After all, being able to make the enemy leader actively seek to join is a form of intimidation that is not to be underestimated. Big brother, if I join the army, can you let me go? Big brother, don't keep a cold face. Why aren't you saying anything? Watch out. The young Yueyu is acting adorably in front of the army guards. Big brother, I want to join the army. Let me go. We're all brothers. How can you bear to see me tied up? He keeps shouting, directly annoying the guards. Next, it gets intense. The guard swiftly draws a dark red long knife and places it in front of Yueyu, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. Do you think this knife is rusty? Want to try it with your blood? Yueyu immediately shuts up. He's here for training, not to lose his life. The guard snorts coldly. Want to join the army? It's not up to me. You have to wait for the Marshal's command. Yueyo's face darkens at this, cursing his bad luck in his heart. As they chat, the guard suddenly asks, I still don't know your name? Even if you die, I'll remember you. Yueyu is momentarily stunned, rolling his eyes as he reports his name. Yueyu. The guard adds insult to injury. This name sounds like a girl's. Yueyu retorts, your mouth is too sharp. But he's secretly calculating. Getting familiar with the guard will be a good support in the army later on. You absolutely can't imagine. Luoning, accompanied by Kaleha and Choba, comes down the mountain and, hearing that Yueyu wants to join the army, immediately decides. If you have ambition, then you're in. The army welcomes all. He knows very well that as long as Yueyu enters the army, he will eventually brainwash him to wholeheartedly fight for justice. After finishing up trivial matters on Magnetic Drum Island, Luoning returns to headquarters on a warship with 500 guards. And the news of the destruction of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom spreads across the seas. On a pirate ship in the New World, someone exclaims, the army crushed the Magnetic Drum Kingdom? That's rubbing the world government's face in the dirt. This ship is no ordinary one. The captain is the notorious red-haired Shanks, a formidable character with the peak power of one of the 4 emperors. Even he has to pay attention to the army's movements, showing just how explosive the army is right now. This pirate ship has an extraordinary background, holding significant influence even in the New World. And the captain, known to the world as one of the 4 emperors in the New World, is red-haired Shanks, a terrifying powerhouse with at least the peak combat strength of one of the 4 emperors. Pay attention. On the deck of the red-haired pirate ship, Sniper Yasop couldn't help but ask Shanks, who was staring blankly at the bow of the ship, Captain, the army dares to directly crush the Drum Kingdom. Can the world government just sit back and watch? Are they just going to let them create chaos? Next, the energy escalates. Shanks turned his head, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The world government? They wouldn't dare to act rashly. He shifted his tone, a hint of seriousness creeping in. The army has developed explosively in recent years. Their strength is worlds apart from a few years ago. Now, confronting the world government and the Navy is like child's play. As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand to touch a straw hat, but suddenly stopped mid-air, clearly remembering something. Shanks simply lay back on the deck, squinting at the blue sky. This world has too many variables. There are many forces eyeing the position of the world government. The army is now a top force. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. Finally, he muttered softly, little guy, I'm putting all my hopes on you. Hurry up and get stronger. Don't let me down. You absolutely expect this. The scene instantly cuts to Mary Geos, where the central military meeting of the world government is taking place. The round table is filled with big shots. Sengoku, Fleet Admiral of the Navy, along with Admiral Kazu, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu are all present. A central military general suddenly stood up, banging the table and shouting angrily. The army has taken the Drum Kingdom. If we don't handle this, the face of our world government will be trampled on. Another frail general immediately retorted, think it through. How many forces are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves? The mountain bandits on land want to claim the throne. The 4 emperors at sea, hidden powerful nations, and the revolutionary army are all restless. If we truly go to war with the army, if we show weakness, how can we stand in this world? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. No one dared to speak out of turn. After all, they had already experienced the terrifying combat power of the army. In the end, Steelbone Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly, gather 200,000 troops from the allied nations, and have a central military general lead the team. We don't need to win. We just need to restrain the army and prevent them from causing chaos. He was well aware that trying to suppress the army was simply impossible. The scene of the army confronting the world government was still fresh in his mind. If they could manage to restrain them, it would be a blessing. The army's recent performance was a complete overpowering of the scene. Even the world government could only resort to small maneuvers, and the four emperors had to be wary. This deterrent effect was at its peak, marking them as strong candidates for the new overlord of the pirate world. The mountain bandit forces, pirate forces, major powerful nations around the world, and the revolutionary army began to stir in response to the world government's notification. Look, in the waters of the pirate paradise, a man dressed in the uniform of the central army of the world government has a fierce expression, exuding a terrifying and violent power as he charges forward madly. Ahead, another man, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, is desperately fleeing for his life. If he slows down even slightly, he might die on the spot. Next, the high-energy moment. The pursuer is none other than Mose, one of the three generals of the Central Army. As he chases, he shouts in an extremely arrogant tone, "The Marshal has ordered your head. Stop running." The Central Army is not something you can withstand. In this world, the world government has the final say. Even if you hide in the pirate paradise, what can you do? You think you can escape from me? The man being chased, Ishwan, hears this and a bitter smile appears on his face. He turns and shouts angrily, "Is that how the world government operates, burning bridges after crossing? After using me, you want my life? If I survive today, I will never let you go." As he speaks, he slowly raises his hand, generating a terrifying aura. This move is not fully developed, and I didn't want to use it, but you forced me. Mose, receive my true trump card, Dark Moon. As soon as he finishes speaking, a dark moon rises from his hand, instantly changing the colors of the world. The originally bright light disappears, leaving only boundless darkness. The atmosphere becomes suffocating. Even the sound of breathing is eerily clear, and it feels like the whole world is left with only Mose, an eerie sensation to the core. Ishwan knows very well that his combat power doubles in the darkness, but this move is not perfected, and Mose is a ruthless character with peak 4 Emperor's level power. Unable to kill him, using this move is meant to buy time. Hoping to escape, fighting head-on is a dead end. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Suddenly, a cold laugh from Mose breaks the darkness. Dark Moon? The Dark Emperor Ishwan, you've hidden quite deeply. But do you really think this move can trap me? Don't be ridiculous. I am Mose, one of the 3 generals of the Central Army. Peak 4 Emperor's level power, a top-tier powerhouse in this world. If you get away, where will the world government's face go? How can I fail the Marshal's orders? You will die today. Struggling is useless. As he speaks, Mose roars. Armament Hockey, activate. Wind, Thunderwolf, half-wolf form. In the next moment, he steps out from the darkness, his entire body wrapped tightly in Armament Hockey, partially transformed into a wolf, fangs bared. His fierce aura directly breaking through the darkness, looking like a beast ready to devour. Mose stares at Ishwan with cold and disdainful eyes. Ishwan, you should know the power of my half-wolf transformation. Now, do you think you still have a chance to escape from me? This wave of Mose is simply a dimensional strike. Ishwan's trump cards can only buy time, as the peak power crushes everything. The deterrent force of the Central Army's general reaches its maximum. Ishwan, I think you should know the strength of my half-wolf transformation. Do you think you still have a chance to escape from my hands? Watch closely. As Mose finished speaking, his entire being seemed to be bound by the wind, his figure flashing until only after-images remained, like he had split into multiple selves. Ishwan was overwhelmed on the spot, gasping for breath, despair rising in his heart. This gap was just too ridiculous. Next, the high-energy moment. Mose's phantom beast, the wind thunderwolf fruit, was simply explosive. His half-wolf transformation not only pushed his speed to the extreme, but also allowed him to manipulate lightning at will. With the combination of wind and thunder, his combat power doubled instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Ishwan, throwing a punch that roared with the sound of wind and thunder, shaking the space to a buzzing tremor. Just the punch's wind alone carved deep wounds on Ishwan's body, blood gushing out. At the brink of life and death, Ishwan exerted all his strength to unleash the dark moon again, but this time it was illuminated by light, and its power was halved. Mose didn't take it seriously at all. He unleashed a punch with wind and thunder that, even without a direct hit, sent Ishwan flying 1,000 meters away with a violent energy. Ishwan landed heavily, severely injured, his back mangled by wind blades and lightning. With his combat power reduced to less than half, gritting his teeth, he could only escape into the distance, cursing the world government in his heart. A bunch of hypocrites, more disgusting than pirates and bandits. He knew this was his last chance. If he couldn't escape, he would die, and if he did escape, he would have to settle accounts with the world government. But the more he ran, the weaker he felt, his combat power plummeting and his speed slowing down. Just as he was about to be caught, he suddenly caught sight of a dark red military ship ahead, the dragon flag fluttering in the wind. He couldn't care less. He deliberately fell towards the warship. Anything was better than drowning in the sea. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. 100 miles away, Mose was leisurely pursuing, savoring the scent of blood with a look of disdain. A peaked general still thinks he can run from me? Dream on. He had no idea that Ichwan was heading straight for the army's territory. On the warship, Luoning was already standing at the bow, staring at the falling figure in the air, his expression cold, daring to cause trouble on the army's territory. Mose was walking straight into a trap. It's important to note that the army dared to confront the world government head-on. To Luoning, Mose, a general of the Central Army, was just a younger brother. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ichwan crashed heavily onto the deck of the warship, blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the deck red. Mose was still leisurely chasing, completely unaware that he was about to face a ruthless character capable of crushing the four emperors. Blood splattered. The central part of the ship's deck was stained with his blood. Watch out! Ichwan fell onto the warship, his body shattered and injuries adding up, his strength plummeting to almost nothing. His consciousness was so blurred he couldn't even control his own body. With only one thought left in his mind, what is the origin of this dark red warship? It can't be from the world government or the Navy. He hasn't avenged himself against these two hypocrites yet. How can he die? With all his might. He opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of a cold-eyed man standing in front of him, filled with confusion, and the next second, he completely fainted. Next, it gets intense. Luoning stared at Ichwan, who was bloodied and still oozing blood on the deck, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It's not surprising for it to rain, but I've never seen a half-dead person fall from the sky. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up towards the distance. A terrifying force was rapidly approaching. Goodness, this weakest sea area in the four seas actually harbors peak emperor-level combat power? This is truly a stroke of luck. Luoning stood at the bow of the ship, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, the sword aura around him surging wildly, becoming increasingly frightening. Aside from having seen this level of powerhouse in Mariewa, this was the first time encountering one elsewhere, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it be another world government person? If so, the grudge would deepen. He then shouted to Karaha, "Hurry and treat this kid's injuries." To Luoning, this level of threat was nothing at all, at most just a distraction on the way. Peak Emperor level? Don't let me down. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Miles away, Moss was still showing off, licking his lips with a disdainful smile. Ichwan, it really takes effort to find you. It's like playing cat and mouse. No need to worry about you escaping. He glanced around, caught sight of the direction of the army headquarters, and instantly floated. If it weren't for the Marshal urging him to return quickly, I would really want to rush in and cause a scene at the army headquarters. I heard that Army Marshal Luoning is also peak Emperor-level combat power. I really want to see how many moves he can take from me. That arrogant demeanor. Truly the epitome of how lonely it is to be invincible. Moss was still lost in thought. I heard Luoning only brought 500 elite guards and dared to cause a ruckus in Mariewa, and he managed to escape unscathed. Even our Central Army General, Fang Swordstyle, couldn't stop him. TSK. Quite interesting. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that he could finally find a decent opponent to spar with, completely unaware that the Luoning he was eager to challenge was waiting for him on the warship ahead. You should know, Luoning dares to confront the world government head-on, and Moss's so-called peak Emperor-level combat power would barely be considered a qualified sparring partner in his eyes. Just waiting to be crushed. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Moss's face. Look closely. Mose cursed while chasing. Lyoka is really useless. He has embarrassed the Central Army. If it were me, not a single one of the army would escape. He stared ahead and roared. Ichwan, I've already beaten you to a pulp, and you still want to run? I made a vow in front of the Marshal. I must catch you and bring you back. Saying that, his speed surged several times, charging forward like a cannonball, relentlessly pursuing the scent of blood. Next, high energy. In the blink of an eye, Mose chased out for 100 miles, accurately locking onto Ichwan's position. He wasn't dead yet, just unconscious. But in the next second, he was completely stunned. A dark red warship blocked his path, the dragon flag fluttering in the wind. And standing on the ship was a terrifying presence that made his heart race, along with an army clad in dark red armor, exuding a fierce aura. He quickly took out the bounty notice, clearly seeing the name of Army Marshal Luoning and the words offering a bounty of 100 billion berry, and then glanced at the person at the bow of the ship, his face instantly turning as black as a pot bottom. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. When Mose recognized Luoning, along with the nearby Huqi, Ba, and the legendary 500 army guards capable of exterminating the 4 emperors, his legs went weak on the spot. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, turned around, and said fiercely, "Luoning, consider yourself lucky this time. If it weren't for my business, you would definitely fall today." He even stubbornly said that the Marshal claimed the army was a toy of the world government, and it wouldn't be fun to destroy it. But in reality, he was panicking. As soon as he finished speaking, Mose unleashed his ultimate move, fully activating armament haki and observation haki. His whole body transformed into a wolf-like figure, wind and thunder steps, instantly turning into a giant wolf shrouded in black, with wind and thunder swirling around its feet. His speed surged tenfold as he ran wildly in the opposite direction without looking back, shouting as he ran, "Yishuan, I'll take your life next time. Army, you win this time, but next time I will definitely wipe you out." At that moment, he looked nothing like a peak 4 emperor, but rather like a panicked escapee. Luoning stood at the bow of the ship, watching Mose fleeing, a cold smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. The deterrent power of the army had even scared the central army generals into a panic. This was true strength crushing down. Without caring about any image, Moses' movements seemed a bit comical, his fur standing on end as if exploding, and his speed appeared to be increasing even more with the passage of time. "Look," Luoning stands at the front of the warship, his eyes filled with amusement. He immediately notices that the peak level 4 Emperor's level fighter is wearing the exclusive military uniform of a general in the central army of the world government. What he never expected was that this guy actually didn't dare to show up, and just slipped away. Who would exclaim how ridiculous this operation is? Next, the excitement ramps up. Luoning secretly laughs. Previously, when he fought with the Sword of the Wind, the opponent at least put up a fight for a while. But this general is good. He directly admits defeat and runs away, truly embarrassing the world government. But he knows very well that the other side's retreat is quite wise. This year, his own strength has skyrocketed, and both Huqi and Ba have made significant breakthroughs. Not to mention that the 500 army guards have already reached a level where they can crush the 4 emperors. If a single peak for emperor dares to provoke him, it's purely a sign of a fool, and the outcome will definitely be death. Watching the fleeing Yishuan, Luoning becomes more and more curious. This kid must be extraordinary to make a general of the world government personally pursue him. And the thought of being able to disrupt the world government as plans is just delightful. You would never guess. In the warship's medical room, Kureha is extremely polite to Luoning. "Marshal, his injuries will heal in 3 days." After Luoning leaves, Kureha stares at his back in contemplation. She had previously heard from the world government that Luoning was a bloodthirsty demon and that the army was a group of rebels. But after the army took over Drum Island, the people are living 100 times better than before, all filled with hope for the future. She turns to Chopper and asks, "Is the army considered just? What use do they have for this world?" Chopper tilts his head and thinks for a long time, then straightforwardly answers, "I don't know what justice is, but the people of Drum Island are very happy now. Isn't that enough?" These words directly awaken Kureha, and the confusion in her eyes disappears instantly. She immediately makes a decision. "Chopper, let us settle in the army's territory and see how they govern." Chopper knows his master is stubborn, and once a decision is made, it can't be changed, so he can only obediently nod. This time, Luoning has completely subdued the enemy without a fight, without expending a single soldier, making the top-notch divine doctor willingly stay, directly elevating both strength and vision to the maximum, dominating the scene. Meanwhile, in this world, the countless bandit forces, which are numerous, also begin to show signs of restlessness. Pay attention. On the vast sea of the New World, the 4 emperors' powers are suppressing countless pirate crews, making it impossible for them to even raise a splash. But on land, the mountain bandits are in an uproar. Without a true big boss to maintain order, everyone thinks they are the strongest, and the title of the 5 emperors has emerged, with no one willing to back down. Coming up is the high-energy part. Just as the world government and the Navy are being restrained by various forces and have no time to deal with the mountain bandits, This ruthless group has directly initiated an internal competition. On a mountain somewhere in the world, a mountain bandit faction is the first to make a move. Led by a nature-type user of the mud fruit, possessing peak for Emperor's level strength, commanding an army of 200,000 fully armed bandits. Vowing to unify all the surrounding bandit groups. The mountain bandits in other places are not willing to be left behind, all gearing up for battle, competing for the position of the 5 emperors. Not caring if rivers of blood flow or mountains of corpses pile up, their madness reaching a peak. Even more thrilling is yet to come. At the foot of the mountain, an army of 10,000 bandits stands in formation, and a young man stares in the direction of the army headquarters, his eyes filled with hatred. Luo Ning, the army, the suffering you inflicted on me, I will repay tenfold. But he is not foolish. He knows that with his 200,000 army, they are not yet qualified to confront the army. He declares that he will first secure the position of the 5 emperors, integrate all the bandit forces, and then lead his army to the army's territory to seek justice. His ambition terrifyingly grand. You absolutely won't believe it. 3 days later, that dark red warship successfully returns to the army headquarters, and the rescued Ixien has fully recovered from his injuries. He strides into the main hall with determination, kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists, his tone pious yet firm. Marshal, I wish to join the army, and I humbly request your approval. He has already calculated everything. Luo Ning saved his life, and the army is a fierce character that dares to confront the world government head-on, having previously killed 2 elders in Mary Geos and escaped unscathed. Following such a strong figure not only allows him to repay his debt, but also to take revenge on the world government for the pursuit. It's simply a win-win situation. Luo Ning looks at Ixien before him, feeling secretly pleased. This is a fierce person being hunted by the world government's Admiral Moss, with strength that is definitely on point. Joining the army means adding a powerful warrior. The army itself already possesses the strength to crush the 4 emperors, and now with the addition of a fierce general. Those mountain bandits competing for the 5 emperors' position, and even the world government, if they come looking for trouble, will have to think twice about whether they are qualified. In this world, there are not many forces with such strength. Pay attention. Luo Ning put down the document in his hand, raised his head, and stared at Ixien with eyes so deep that one wouldn't dare to meet his gaze. In an instant, he erupted with a terrifying, murderous aura, compounded by the pressure that surpassed the peak of the 4 emperors. The 2 forces smashed down on Ixien like Mount High pressing down on him. This aura would have scared anyone else into a panic. Next came the high-energy moment. In the face of this suffocating pressure, Ixien remained as steady as an old dog, kneeling on one knee with his back straight, his gaze unwavering, and he held firm. Seeing this, Luo Ning immediately retracted his aura and decisively said, "Approved. You have the peak combat power of a general, and I grant you command over 1,000 troops. But to rise high in the army, you must earn enough merits. Can you accept this condition?" Ixien replied in an instant, "My life was saved by you, so whatever you say goes. I accept all conditions. I only asked to select 10 from the Hell training camp as core members. You absolutely wouldn't expect this." Luo Ning laughed on the spot. "You figure out the army in just 3 days? The Hell training camp is the elite force apart from the 500 Imperial Guards. Approved." Then he shifted his tone and threw out a harsh task. "Do you know about the army's great prison, Blood Moon Purgatory? That place is extremely terrifying, but it can help you perfect your trump card and has the potential to break through to the 4 Emperor level. Are you willing to take the challenge?" Ixien didn't think twice. "As long as I can become stronger, I dare to charge through mountains of knives and seas of fire. If you want me dead, I won't even blink." Luo Ning directly opened the door to the Blood Moon Purgatory for him, but didn't mention how terrifying that place was. Ixien still didn't know that he was about to step into a death instance. The scene shifts to the central military base of the world government, where the bigwigs have gathered. The Marshal slammed the table and shouted angrily, "The land bandits are about to fight for the throne of the 5 emperors. I'll give you 3 minutes to come up with a solution." This group of bigwigs, who usually walk around with confidence, were all frowning and mumbling at this moment. Even the 4 emperors could be handled by them, yet they were completely overwhelmed by the bandits, making the situation incredibly frustrating. In contrast, the army, with Luo Ning easily accepting powerful generals and even allowing Ixien to level up in the Blood Moon Purgatory, was crushing the entire scene with their strength. While the world government was busy and frantic, the army remained as steady as an old dog. The disparity was simply ridiculous, a clear case of a dimensionality reduction attack. At the same time, After he sat down, several high-powered leaders at the round table began to discuss quietly. Look, this world is ridiculously vast, with pirates stirring up trouble in the sea and bandits occupying the land. In the past, although the bandits had numbers, they never formed a Yonka-level force, and the world government didn't take them seriously at all. But now that the title of the 5 Emperors of the Bandits has emerged, these self-proclaimed avatars of justice are panicking. Even the celestial dragons, who pride themselves as the sons of gods, are anxious, declaring that the bandit forces must be closely monitored. Next, high energy. The world government's central army held an emergency meeting, with the Marshal banging the table and giving 3 minutes to discuss the bandit issue. As a result, the big shots argued like a market full of vegetables, with no conclusion at all. The Marshal's face was dark enough to drip ink, and he called for a stop to the chaos. After all, he was just the watchdog of the celestial dragons, who had already given instructions. So why let these people babble on? He immediately named Talon. You handle the bandit issue. Remember, keep your hands clean. Don't let other forces find out. Especially the army of the 4 seas. Talon, dressed in the Central Army uniform, was as thin as a bamboo pole but had an icy gaze, with a face that showed disdain for everything in the world. After receiving the order, he vanished in an instant, a true embodiment of cold and powerful combat strength. The Marshal was at a loss. Among the 3 generals, Ryuk had already become a star, more famous than even the Navy admirals. And Moss had long been sent out on a mission. Calculating the time, he should be back soon. Now, only Talon had the strength and brains to clean up the bandit mess. After arranging everything, he strolled back to his office, waiting for Moss to return triumphantly with the target's head. After all, he was an admiral with peak Yonka-level combat power. How could he possibly fail? It was simply impossible. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just a minute after sitting down, there was a knock on the door, and Moss walked in with his head down, empty-handed, looking as if he had been robbed, his face as grim as if he had eaten something foul. The Marshal exploded. Where's the mission? Where's the target's head I told you to bring back? Why are you empty-handed? Moss buried his head almost to his chest, and, after a long pause, finally squeezed out a sentence. Marshal, I messed up. As soon as those words were spoken, the office fell silent. You must know, Moss had previously pounded his chest and made a bunch of bold claims, saying he would definitely bring back the target, but now he had completely failed. This was a face-losing moment on a grand scale. Ultimately, it was because he had run into that great deity of the army, Loning, and was scared into a retreat that the mission was ruined. The deterrent power of the army was enough to rub the world government's admiral into the ground. Thinking back to when he was here, talking big with the Marshal, but now he had failed. Now Moss had lost all face. Watch out. Mose is dramatically crying in front of the Marshal of the world government. I encountered Lonin on the way, along with his subordinates Hu Chi and Hu Ba, plus 500 army guards. I did my best to complete the task you assigned, fighting for 3 days and nights, almost killing Lonin. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and the guards and those 2 personal guards held me back, so I couldn't complete the mission. Next, high energy. The Marshal looked at Mose. This guy was unscathed, his spirit even better than before he left, and he cursed the awkward acting in his heart 800 times, but could only maintain his martial demeanor. I see. You can leave now. Next time we go to war with the army, I'll let you be the vanguard, giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Mose pretended to thank him, but as soon as he turned around to leave, his face fell, almost crying on the spot. I'm done for. The boast has to be fulfilled. If we really fight the army, I might lose my life there. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Mose was already scared out of his wits by Lonin. When he first met Lonin years ago, the latter's eyes were as deep as the starry sea, and the sword aura on him could tear through space, making him admit defeat on the spot. Not to mention those 500 army guards who killed 2 elders in Mary Geos years ago and escaped from the windsword flow with 10,000 iron guards, losing only 200 men. With such combat power, he would just be sending his head to them. As a general of the Central Army, holding great power and having his own faction, isn't it nice to enjoy a comfortable life? Who would be foolish enough to fight the army? Meanwhile, the bandit circle was in complete uproar. As soon as the title of the 5 Emperors of Bandits came out, countless bandits sharpened their knives, waiting to grab a position. Many forces were also lurking in the dark, watching. After all, the rules in the bandit world are harsh. Once you pledge allegiance to a bandit faction, you can't go back. And if you betray, all the bandits in the world will hunt you down, and you'll be laughed at for it. Who would dare to choose sides recklessly? The scene shifted to a certain mountain peak, where the dragon crocodile emperor wore a cold smile, staring at the tall, thin figure dressed in Central Army uniform. His terrifying aura making it hard for people to breathe. Edu, the world government is panicking seeing us competing for the 5 emperors. Sending you here to make small moves? This time the world government sent Talon to deal with the bandits, but ran into the tough dragon crocodile emperor, afraid it would be a case of losing more than they gain. Meanwhile, the army, with Lonin firmly in control, had fierce generals under him. And compared to the world government's chaotic situation and the bandits' disorder, the army's strength was overwhelming, like a dimensional strike. Edu. The birth of the position of the 5 emperors of bandits made the world government feel a sense of crisis. Pay attention. Turn is staring at Odu and says, "The world government wants you to be the mountain bandit emperor. Do you care about this title?" This statement directly hits Odu's thoughts. What mountain bandit wouldn't want to compete for this top title? Next comes the high energy. Odu puts away his cold smile and retorts on the spot. "If you want me to be the emperor, what can you help me with? What I have to give?" He even boldly declares, "Even without your help, my 300,000 troops can still secure the position of emperor." Turn immediately scoffs. 300,000? They're all worthless. The underground forces are now controlled by the army. Without weapons or resources, how can you compete? This statement directly undermines Odu's confidence. Filled with a sense of threat, Turn then throws out a condition. "Submit to the world government, and I'll provide you with advanced weapons, guaranteeing that you become the emperor." You have 3 minutes to consider. Odu's face turns ashen. Becoming the dog of the world government? He can't stand this humiliation. But after a moment's thought, realizing he can't compete without resources, he grits his teeth and agrees. "I submit. But don't mention any excessive demands." Turn immediately paints a picture. If things go well, you can even be the top emperor. Odu puts on a smile on the surface, but secretly harbors malice. First, he will borrow the power of the world government. And in the future, who will be the boss is still uncertain. You absolutely can't imagine. Behind all this, the army has already firmly grasped the situation. The underground forces are held tightly by the army, and if the mountain bandits want to fight, weapons and resources all depend on the army's mood. The world government is struggling to win over Odu, but to put it simply, under the army suppression, they can only play this kind of knife-throwing trick, not daring to confront openly. Turn thinks he has Odu under control, but he doesn't know that the army has long seen their little maneuvers clearly. When the mountain bandits stir up trouble, the army will reap the benefits, and by then, whether it's the world government or the bandits, they will both be pressed to the ground. This wave of army's deterrence is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. After completing the task assigned by the Marshal, Turn turns around, his expression cold, planning to return the same way. Take a look. As Tron stepped out the door, he suddenly began to tremble violently, his veins bulging and writhing like earthworms, beads of sweat splattering down his forehead. His breath became coarse, as if he were pulling a bellows, and his eyes instantly turned blood red, creating an eerie sensation that made one's scalp tingle. Next comes the high-energy moment. He forced his body to stop, turned his head, and fixed a fierce stare at Edu, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. "Find me a stunning, clean, young woman. This little task. You can handle it, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure slammed down on Edu. Even the Peak Four Emperors felt a tightness in their hearts, sensing the threat of death. Facing Tron's blood-red eyes, Edu immediately caved in, nodding and bowing. "Rest assured, Mr. Tron, I guarantee to arrange it perfectly for you." Even his address was filled with flattery. Tron followed the servant into a luxurious room that sparkled with golden light, then turned and issued a stern warning. "Tell Edu to move faster. If there's any delay, he will definitely regret it." The servant, caught in Tron's blood-red gaze, instantly envisioned a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scared to the point that his throat tightened, his head nearly touching his chest, and he hurriedly retreated, trembling. Once the door was closed, Tron's face twisted in an instant, his veins jumping wildly beneath his skin. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, why did I have to act up at this moment? Luckily, he could rely on his rationality to suppress it. Otherwise, not only would he fail the Marshal's mission, but Edu and his group would also be turned upside down by him. Saying this, he quickly closed his eyes and desperately suppressed the surging desires within him. You would never expect it. Just 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and a stunning young girl timidly walked in. She was petite, extremely beautiful, but her eyes hid fear while she tried to appear calm. Everyone knew that if she dared to refuse, her family would suffer greatly. With a bang, the door was closed by an invisible force, and the room instantly fell into an eerie silence. The next second, Tron suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, staring intensely at the girl, his desire threatening to overflow. The girl had never been looked at like this by a man. Her face turned bright red. Even her ears burned. Her big eyes misted over, pure yet timid. This appearance ignited Tron's desire directly, and he stood up and walked towards the girl, forcing a wicked smile on his pale face. But to the girl, this smile was scarier than a demon. However, Tron had no idea that his little tricks had been clearly seen through by the army. The army could stand up to the world government, and the underground forces were firmly in their grasp. Tron, who relied on suppressing his transformation to maintain his facade, was nothing more than a small fry in front of the army. As soon as the army made a move, they could easily pin him down and rub him into the ground. This overwhelming strength was already a done deal. However, that smile appeared to be terrifying in the eyes of the fragile girl. Look closely. The girl bit her lip tightly, her breath quickening as if she were about to explode, her face red like a ripe apple, her snowy neck glowing with a pinkish hue, exuding an enticing allure. Next comes the high-energy moment. Tai Long walked up to the girl, his bony hand wrapping around her slender waist, feeling her delicate body, his nose buried in her faint fragrance. The girl closed her eyes, going limp in his embrace, trembling as she pleaded, "Please, sir, have mercy." Tai Long lowered his head to kiss her snowy neck, but suddenly stopped, sharp fangs emerging from his mouth as he bit down hard on the girl's neck. Blood oozed out, and Tai Long crazily sucked it in. The previously bulging veins gradually receded, and his blood-red eyes returned to normal, but the girl became weaker and weaker, her complexion as pale as paper. Tai Long threw the girl onto the bed, staring at the bite mark on her neck with a wicked smile. At this point, "I won't hold back." Saying this, he tore off his military coat, and the two faced each other bare. The room was instantly filled with unbearable sounds. The girl's pain intertwined with Tai Long's pleasure. An hour later, Tai Long walked out of the room looking refreshed, a smile on his face. The smell of blood and his fangs all gone. He instructed the servant on the spot. "Idu has done well. I'll give him 2 weeks to help him fight for the position of the 5 emperors. Whether he can succeed depends on him." You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The scene shifted to the military headquarters ward, packed with high-ranking officials, including Luo Ning. Just 5 days after Kaleho was brought back to the headquarters, the comatose Hu Xing, who had been in a coma for nearly a year, showed signs of awakening. It's important to note that Hu Xing is a powerful force in the army. Once he awakens, the army's strength will directly rise to another level. In contrast to Tai Long, who relied on sucking the girl's blood to maintain his state, the army's bigwigs were gathered, with top doctors in attendance, and their combat power was continuously soaring, truly a dimensional strike. While Tai Long was still feeling pleased about helping Idu fight for the 5 emperors, he had no idea that the army had already seen through his little tricks. By the time Hu Xing fully awakens, when the army takes action, not to mention Tai Long and Idu, even the world government would be pressed to the ground and rubbed. This wave of the army's presence and strength was explosive. After 5 days of treatment, Hu Xing, who had been in a coma for nearly a year, finally showed signs of awakening. "Pay attention," Kureha announced. "Unless something unexpected happens, Huxing will definitely wake up today, at most within an hour." Luo Ning stared at Huxing, whose complexion was gradually improving on the hospital bed, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Next, it's going to be high energy. The 3 elite guards of the army have been missing Huxing for a year, and now they're finally about to reunite. Luo Ning, Hu Qi, and Hu Ba could hardly contain their excitement. Luo Ning turned to Kureha and asked, "Are you sure he can wake up today?" Kureha patted her chest and guaranteed, "With my medical skills, it absolutely can't be wrong." As soon as this was said, Luo Ning's heart became even more unsettled. He had never been this excited even when he killed the 5 elders in Mary Geos. After all, he had been through life and death with Huxing, their bond deeper than that of biological brothers. The hospital room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Luo Ning's gaze had not left Huxing. Just over an hour later, Huxing's tightly closed eyes, which had been shut for a year, suddenly trembled and slowly opened. The dazzling light made him squint, and as he saw Luo Ning, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and the others, he was instantly stunned, his eyes blank. "Aren't I dead? Why are you all here?" In an instant, he realized he had been in a coma for a year, and now he was alive again. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Huxing gritted his teeth, forcing his weak body to get out of bed, and with a thud he fell to the ground, his face flushed and hot, tears in his eyes as he shouted, "Marshal, I request to return to the team." I'm not afraid to die for the army to clear all obstacles. Luo Ning looked at him, holding back tears, and nodded. Approved. He turned and left, giving Huxing enough private space. Guena, Chopper, and Kureha also followed suit, leaving only Hu Chi and Hu Ba behind. Huxing embraced his two brothers and cried on the spot. I didn't expect to still be alive to serve the Marshal. This is so great. No matter how aloof a person is, experiencing the ups and downs of life and death can break them. Once he finished crying, the hospital room finally quieted down. With Huxing's awakening, the 3 elite guards of the army gathered, and their combat power soared directly, even more ferocious than if they had gained a buff. While the world government and the mountain bandits were still messing around, the army had quietly become stronger, and they were definitely going to crush the battlefield next. Looking at Hu Chi in front of him, Huxing's eyes gradually became calm as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and asked, Look closely. Tiger Xing stared at Tiger Chi, his eyes sharp as a knife. Back then, I fought to the limit and heavily injured Akainu. Is that old bastard still alive? Tiger Chi immediately replied seriously, Not dead. All 3 admirals of the Navy are doing fine. Next comes the high-energy part. After hearing this, Tiger Xing sneered coldly, a flash of blood color crossing his eyes. It doesn't matter if he is not dead. I'm sure I've left an indelible shadow in his heart. The army is not something that Akainu can casually provoke if he dares to challenge, even if it costs me my life. I will make him understand what fear truly is. As the words fell, a terrifying, murderous aura erupted from him like a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Even after a year of coma, this bloodthirst still made people's scalps tingle. After all, he has blood on his hands from at least 100,000 lives. Definitely a battlefield Shura. Tiger Xing waved his hand to let Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba leave, staying alone in the hospital room to ponder ancient martial arts Tai Chi, becoming more and more anxious. There is something wrong with the softness technique. All the moves have flaws, but I just can't find out where the problem is. He grabbed his hair, feeling extremely frustrated, and forced himself to close his eyes and take deep breaths, holding in for a full 5 hours. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a gleam of light bursting forth. He finally figured out. It turns out that Tai Chi's softness technique must borrow strength to yield strength. Flowing with the mind, and strength comes from the heart. Only then can one touch the threshold of minor success. You absolutely wouldn't expect. In the middle of the night, ordinary soldiers had long fallen asleep, but the army's elite substitutes and those in the Hell training camp were still frantically training harder. After all, to become elite, one must put in 10 times, 100 times more effort than others. Tiger Xing rushed to the isolated training ground, starting a self-destructive form of training, correcting his mistakes ruthlessly, not caring about himself at all in order to become stronger. With such determination, it's no wonder he could become one of Luo Ning's top personal guards. But who could have anticipated that there was a traitorous youth hiding in the army's shadows? He was secretly writing a letter, filled with ambition. I have already gained Luo Ning's trust, and it won't be long before I secure a place in his heart. In a few years, the position of Army General will be mine. It's just that I lack manpower on my side. I hope the Marshal can send more potential people to help me strengthen my faction. This kid thinks he has hidden well, but he doesn't know that Luo Ning has already forged the army into an ironclad unit. His little schemes have probably long been noticed by Luo Ning, just waiting for the day to net him. On one side, Tiger Xing is desperately trying to grow stronger, and the entire army is crazily improving their combat power. On the other side, the youth is plotting little schemes to take advantage. In comparison, the army's strength is simply a dimensional suppression. While the world government and mountain bandits are still floundering, the army has already secretly been holding back a big move, and next, they will definitely crush the whole field. Marshal, please make more arrangements and send some potential people to serve as part of my faction. Pay attention. After the young man finished writing the letter, he signed off with, leaving the pen, folded the letter, and stuffed it onto the back of a gaunt yet sharp-eyed old eagle. After releasing it, he quietly slipped back to his residence to sleep. This entire operation took nearly an hour, and despite the tight security at the army headquarters, internal traitors can always outsmart the guards. The letter ultimately got sent out. Next, things get intense. A week later, in the office of the Central Army Marshal at the Holy Land Mary Geos of the world government, someone intercepted that eagle, took out the letter, and read it carefully before letting the paper burn to ashes without fire. He shouted to the outside, select a batch of promising individuals, ensuring they have clean backgrounds and are unknown to the army. His subordinates took their orders and left. The Marshal leaned back in his chair and thought. This kid managed to gain Luo Ning's trust and even dared to covet the position of army general. Using schemes to undermine the army is much less labor-intensive than facing them head-on. Even if it doesn't work out, planning a pawn is still worth it. But then he became troubled. Sending one person in is difficult enough. Now he needs to send a group. This task is simply as hard as climbing to the sky. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. At the same time, the bandit circles went completely crazy. The title of Emperor of the Five made countless bandits green with envy. The Dragon Crocodile Emperor, ODU, commanded an army of 200,000, equipped with excellent weapons provided by the world government, unified uniforms, and various supplies backed by Trailong, and immediately expanded his army. In just one day, his territory doubled. Although 50,000 bandits died in battle, he recruited 300,000, and the name of the Dragon Crocodile Emperor spread far and wide. Other bandit factions also followed suit and started fighting, as if they had agreed upon it. The stronger bandits emerged wildly, while the weaker ones were eliminated. The entire world was captivated by this chaos. You must know that in the pirate world, bandits are everywhere. Wherever there are people, there are their shadows. Only in front of top powers do they dare to act cautiously. But they had no idea that the army had already taken all of this in. Luo Ning was protected by 3 elite guards and had 500 elite soldiers as trump cards, along with the support of the top-tier doctor, Kureha. Whether it was the internal conspiracy of the world government or the bandits' farce of the 5 emperors, in the face of the army's absolute strength, it all seemed like child's play. When the army truly takes action, they will effortlessly crush these monstrous beings into the ground. This wave of dimensionality reduction strike is already a done deal. Although near some powerful factions, bandits dared not show themselves. Notice, the mountain bandit rebellion has swept across most parts of the world, with rivers of blood flowing on the battlefield, mountains of corpses piling up, and the air thick with blood and restless souls. Well-informed individuals have directly listed the rising mountain bandits. The Dragon Crocodile Emperor, Edu, commands an army of 300,000. The Rock Demon Emperor, Longyan, wields 400,000. The Evilwood Emperor Parker has 200,000. The Life and Death Emperor Mako controls 350,000. And the Emerald Emperor Lodi boasts an army of 500,000, creating a spectacular scene. Next, high energy. At the army headquarters, Hu Xing solemnly asks Luo Ning, "The Mountain Bandit Rebellion is too fierce. Should we intervene?" It is known that Hu Xing has returned to his peak after a week of awakening and has even made breakthroughs with a deeper understanding of Tai Chi soft arts. His strength several times stronger than a year ago, capable of easily defeating his former self with one hand. However, Luo Ning counters, "Has the mountain bandits affected the army?" Upon learning that the army's might has made the mountain bandits dare not approach, he decisively decides, "Hold our troops and watch the changes." Luo Ning gazes into the distance, reflecting, the world is becoming more and more exciting. The world government, the navy, the 5 mountain bandit emperors, the 4 pirate emperors, the army cannot fall behind. He turns to Hu Xing and asks, "How's the medical school coming along?" After receiving the response that it will take another week to complete, he heads straight to the Army's General Hospital. Today is the day when talents are being sent from 500 branch schools. Countless prodigies are gathering. And this is the foundation for the Army's dominance in the world. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Army's General Hospital is grand and imposing, with a dark red giant stone at the entrance inscribed with the motto, "Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it," which is also Luo Ning's principle of justice. The entrance is guarded by fierce soldiers from the Hell training camp, and nearby are hidden a large number of elite troops, ensuring maximum security. After all, this place aims to cultivate top-tier combat power that can give everything for the army, and security must be fail-proof. In contrast to the mountain bandits fighting fiercely for territory and the world government busy with scheming, the army is quietly accumulating talent and strengthening its power, with Luo Ning's vision directly crushing the competition. When the talents from the Army's General Hospital grow up, not to mention the 5 mountain bandit emperors, even the world government will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. At the entrance, several fierce soldiers selected from the Hell training camp stand guard, with numerous elite soldiers hidden nearby within the army. Notice, Luo Ning glanced over the soldiers at the entrance of the Army General Hospital and casually remarked, "Well done. Keep it up." The Army General Hospital must not have any mistakes. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers became so excited that their faces flushed and veins bulged. In the army, Luo Ning is an absolute authority. Receiving praise from him is more exhilarating than achieving military merit. Next comes the high-energy part. Luo Ning turned to Hu Xing and asked, "How many students came to the General Hospital today?" Hu Xing flipped through the booklet in his hand and replied rapidly, "Nearly 2,000. All are tough characters who fought their way out of the branch hospitals, with explosive talent and strength." He then reported the list of top students. Boval, who accidentally ate a devil fruit as a child. The physically extraordinary body cultivator, Lotties. Luo, who was saved from Magnetic Drum Island and given the surname Luo Yuan, with a high IQ and perfect memory. Alsace, who excels in both physical techniques and fruit development and has the potential to reach the peak of a general. And Carl, who is extremely skilled in fruit development, reckless to the extreme, with the potential to become one of the 4 emperors. Even more impressive is that among these 2,000 students, 500 have the qualifications of a general, and Boval, Lotties, and Carl can even challenge the 4 emperors. Luo Ning's eyes lit up at once. This wave of talent transfer exceeded expectations. "You absolutely wouldn't expect it," Luo Ning decisively declared. "The General Hospital needs a director, so I'll take on the role temporarily." He was well aware. These students fought their way up from the branch hospitals, and their pride was sky high. They must be firmly suppressed. Otherwise, no matter how great their talent, it would be hard for them to achieve greatness. It's important to know that this world is never short of talented prodigies, but those who can truly grow into generals or 4 emperors are extremely rare. Luo Ning intends to personally forge these promising seedlings into the sharp blades of the army. Once the news spread, the Army General Hospital was completely in an uproar. All 2,000 students were so excited they couldn't sleep, inquiring about the news everywhere. Not only did the Marshal come personally for inspection, but he was even going to serve as the director himself. This treatment was simply out of this world. Looking at the army's territory, the common people were enjoying peaceful nights with their doors unlocked, every household filled with joy, contrasting sharply with the chaotic scenes of bandit battles outside and the intrigues of the world government. It was like 2 different worlds. Luo Ning's actions were nothing short of a game-changing strategy. On one hand, he stabilized the territory, allowing the people to live and work in peace. On the other hand, he personally stepped in to cultivate future combat power, solidifying the army's foundation. Compared to other factions still squabbling among themselves, the army had long been quietly developing and hoarding talent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could crush the bandit emperors, defeat the world government, and dominate the entire pirate world. As the Marshal of the army, Luo Ning unexpectedly came to the Army General Hospital with Hu Xing, one of his 3 personal guards, and it seemed he had no intention of leaving. This news was known by countless people. Pay attention. The 2,000 cadets at the Army General Academy are like they've been injected with adrenaline, staying up late at night to chat excitedly. You have to understand, they are in the presence of Luo Ning, the tough character who transformed the army from a minor force into one capable of standing up to the world government. In the hearts of the people in the army's territory, only the army deserves the word justice. How can the cadets not be excited and unable to sleep when he appears? Next, it's about to get intense. In one dormitory, Boval leaned towards Alsace with a big grin. "Brother, what do you think the Marshal came to the academy for?" "I bet it's to see us geniuses who fought our way out of the 500-point academy." Turning to Carl, he tried to engage him, but Carl didn't even lift his eyelids. He was too aloof to bother with anyone. Lotus shot him a glance, but fell silent. Only Alsace could chat with him for a bit, leaving Boval feeling coldly rejected, his smile disappearing in an instant. Everyone is a genius here. No one is lacking in connections. This 4-person dormitory quickly divided into a warm group and a cold group, pride written all over their faces. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. After a night passed, just as dawn broke, the Army General Academy was still quiet, with all the cadets fast asleep. After all, they'd stayed up excited until midnight and were used to waking up 2 hours later in their previous academy. Luo Ning decided to take decisive action and ordered Hu Xing, "Notify everyone. Gather all new students at the training ground within 10 minutes. If anyone dares to be late on the first day, they must bear the consequences." He said this with a charming smile, filled with ideas on how to handle these arrogant geniuses. He was clear in his mind that the General Academy is the foundation of the Army's future, and it must adhere to military regulations. Instilling the notion of orders early on is his duty. He cannot let these geniuses become complacent and ultimately turn into failures. You have to know, the 500-point academy is a tough competition. Anyone who makes it to the General Academy is not simple, but too much pride can easily lead them astray. Luo Ning's sudden move is meant to give them a wake-up call. They must be tempered to become great. In contrast to the bandits outside fighting over territory and the world government busy with schemes, the army has long begun to rigorously train its future combat power, crushing everything in its path. Once these cadets are trained by Luo Ning, the army's strength will rise several levels. By then, don't even mention the bandit emperors. Even the world government will be pressed to the ground. With Luo Ning's orders in mind, Hu Xing slowly walked towards the dormitory area. Pay attention. Hu Xing looked at the dormitory building, his eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and a wicked smile. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "The Marshal has issued an order. Everyone, gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. Latecomers will bear the consequences." His voice, imbued with the pressure of a half-step emperor and the killing intent of the battlefield, instantly shattered countless people's sweet dreams. Next came the high energy. The trainees woke up as if thrown into an ice cellar, suddenly startled, with cries of despair filling the air. 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? One trainee, furious, shouted, "Who called this? Bring them out for a beating." A roommate added quietly, "That's the Marshal's personal guard, Hu Xing." The trainee who just threatened immediately cowered. 100 of me wouldn't be a match for him. Good thing I didn't act impulsively. It's worth noting that even after a year of unconsciousness, Hu Xing's reputation still loomed large. No one in the army dared to provoke him. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the trainees at the training ground were yawning and listless. After all, they got up 2 hours early, and their biological clocks were all messed up. But some had bright eyes, overly excited. "We get to see Marshal Luo Ning. This little hardship is nothing." Boval pulled Alsace aside, saying, "We're the top students of our division. The Marshal will definitely nurture us." Alsace quickly covered his mouth. "Stop chatting nonsense. The Marshal's face is dark. Be careful, or you'll suffer." When Boval saw Luo Ning standing silently, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. You would never guess. Luo Ning's sudden assembly was intentional. The main academy is the future foundation of the army, and these geniuses must be honed with iron rules. Compared to those who were late and slacking off, the trainees who had already stood up energetically had already won at the starting line. Luo Ning's goal was to filter out those who truly obey orders and can handle tough situations. As for those who were overly proud, they would eventually be dealt with severely. Outside, the mountain bandits were still seizing territory. The world government was plotting, and the army had already begun a devilish selection process, fundamentally forging an iron army. Once these trainees were trained up, the army's combat power would soar, crushing everything in sight was just around the corner. Hearing Alsace's words, Boval squinted, carefully observing Luo Ning for a while, and suddenly felt a chill run down his back. "Watch out." Boval suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying aura pressed down on him. Ning was coldly staring at him, his gaze sweeping over before retracting. After all, with nearly 2,000 students in the training ground, Ning couldn't focus on each one individually. Next comes the high energy. Ning fixed his gaze on the students, his expression growing darker, and complained to Hu Xing, "Is this the genius sent by the 500-point academy? With this kind of quality, the army is bound to collapse sooner or later." His words were unfiltered, and all the students heard him clearly, causing an uproar on the spot. Hu Xing added fuel to the fire. "The quality of this year's division is too poor. Otherwise, these people wouldn't even make it into the top 100 of the division." These two statements directly angered the students to the point of their scalps tingling, and the training ground instantly became restless. After all, they were all ruthless characters who had fought their way out of the divisions, and they couldn't stand this kind of insult. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Seeing the students getting riled up, Hu Xing released a killing intent from the battlefield, causing the temperature in the training ground to drop by 10 degrees. As if it were an ice cellar, he coldly shouted, "Can't withstand this little pressure? If you fall before growing up, who will remember you? If you are not worthy to stay in the main academy, then roll back to your division." Ning also added, "I really overestimated you. If the army is going to confront the world government and the navy head-on, you would have been disbanded long ago." After saying this, he closed his eyes, unwilling to look any further, and directly ordered, "Tomorrow, select 2,000 young soldiers to enter the main academy. They might be stronger than you." Ning's extreme suppression was ruthless. On the surface, he was scolding the students, but in reality, he was grinding away their arrogance. Without rules, even a genius is useless. Compared to the chaos outside with mountain bandits and internal strife within the world government, the army had already begun to forge its combat power with ironclad rules. This pattern directly crushed the entire scene. Once the students were stripped of their sharp edges, they would definitely become the army's sharp knives. By then, forget about the mountain bandit emperors. Even if the world government came, they would be pressed to the ground and rubbed. After finishing, Ning slowly closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see those 2,000 so-called geniuses any longer. Tomorrow, let the army headquarters select 2,000 young soldiers to enter the army academy for study. What geniuses? Perhaps. They might be even more formidable than any random 2,000 picked from the army. As Ning's words fell, he slowly walked toward the outside of the army academy. Watch out. Xing stayed at the army general hospital, keeping an eye on the 2,000 trainees, and declared, "If you want to return to your branch, feel free. But if you don't leave within an hour, the general hospital will implement military management, and then you won't be able to leave." After saying that, he turned and left with Ning. Next up is a high-energy situation. Ning was already very satisfied with this group of trainees. 500 of them had the potential to become great generals, and 3 could challenge the 4 emperors. However, seeing their proud faces, he could only resort to suppression tactics. Fortunately, Xing understood him and cooperated. If it were Hu Qi or Hu Ba, they wouldn't be able to keep up. An hour later, his subordinate reported, "Marshal, not a single person has left." Ning smiled. The general hospital is a sacred place in the hearts of the trainees, and graduating means they can directly become officers. Who would be foolish enough to give that up? He had already arranged for 2,000 juvenile soldiers to enter the general hospital, just to stimulate these proud geniuses. Let them know that there are always people better than them, and to not be blindly arrogant. As soon as the juvenile soldiers entered the general hospital, it caused an uproar. The trainees panicked on the spot. These kids were so elite that they were on par with them. Then the general hospital implemented military management, allowing only entry but no exit. Anyone who made a fuss would face military law, and no one dared to challenge authority. You wouldn't believe it. The next day, the assembly time was moved up by another 2 hours, still limited to 10 minutes. This time, the trainees didn't dare to complain. But the comparison was too heart-wrenching. The juvenile soldiers stood neatly in formation in 3 minutes, with determined expressions and crisp uniforms. While this group of geniuses dawdled for nearly 10 minutes to arrive, all of them looking sleepy and disheveled. Without comparison, there is no harm. Ning stood on the stage with his 3 personal guards, his expression cold, and this slap in the face directly humiliated the geniuses. Ning's maneuver was brilliant. Using the juvenile soldiers as a whetstone, he effectively knocked down the arrogance of the geniuses while allowing both sides to compete with each other and grow rapidly. Compared to the chaos of bandits outside and the internal strife of the world government, the army had long been cultivating combat power using a cheat-like method, and this pattern directly crushed the competition. Once this group of trainees is thoroughly honed, the army's strength will definitely reach new heights, and world domination will be just around the corner. On one side, they stood with determined expressions, serious, dressed neatly, and in proper posture. On the other side, they looked sleepy, in disarray, and stood casually. Pay attention. Ning looked at the 4,000 people in the training ground, feeling a chill in his heart. The main academy is a holy place for training future army officers, and it seems that being merciless is unavoidable. Next, high energy. Ning took a deep breath, widened his eyes, and shouted, "From now on, you will live a hellish life worse than death. You cannot quit. You cannot refuse. If you want to leave now, it's still not too late." The 2,000 young soldiers showed no change in their expressions, while the 2,000 trainees lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Seeing no one quitting, Ning said harshly, "Then let the endless despair and suffering begin." The young soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." The sound was deafening, and the trainees were even more frightened to lift their heads. With a single command from Ning, "Run around the training ground," the young soldiers immediately started running, and the trainees could only follow behind. Xing and others watched this scene, filled with fear. After all, they had experienced it too, and the pain was indescribable. As long as they could endure, even if they couldn't become strong like Xing, they could still stand shoulder to shoulder with the army's elite guards. You can't even imagine it. Circle after circle, endlessly. The young soldiers kept running no matter how tired they were, while the trainees were slowing down, with more and more people falling down. Ning watched the entire scene, clearly seeing who still had energy, and only called a stop for everyone to rest after nearly half had collapsed. For the trainees, this was hell. But Ning knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. Even more shocking was that in the blood moon hell of the Army's maximum security prison, Eagle had already been there for a whole year. The air here is thin, the pressure is 100 times that of the outside world, and there is endless darkness, a terrifying blood moon, and bloodthirsty demons. He remained vigilant and dared not rest, and every time he endured the darkness, his state of mind would improve a bit. The Army was honing its future combat power through devilish training while allowing the strong to break through in dire situations. This dual-line operation directly crushed other forces. The world government was still plotting conspiracies, and mountain bandits were still seizing territory, while the Army had long been quietly preparing a big move. Once these people grew up, dominating the world would just be a matter of time. However, every time the darkness passed, Eagle Eye's state of mind would improve slightly. Pay attention. Hawkeye's exclusive swordsmanship is rapidly advancing with time. The years spent in the blood moon purgatory, although maddening, bitter, and lonely, has allowed him to dramatically increase his strength, from the peak of a general to the early stage of a 4-emperor, and his swordsmanship has also broken through its limits. Now, he is more than 10 times stronger than he was a year ago. With a single sword, he can annihilate his past self. High energy ahead. But Hawkeye has long had enough of this damn place. The endless night is suffocating, blood demons are everywhere biting at him. The air is so thin he can barely breathe, and the intense pressure makes his bones ache. While these conditions force him to grow stronger, they are also quietly distorting his character. As the blood moon rises, the sky instantly turns dark red, and 10 early-stage blood demons, along with hundreds of general-level blood demons, suddenly emerge from all directions. Hawkeye swiftly draws his black blade, the Black Dow. Night. This supreme great knife vibrates in response to him. In an instant, sword energy tears through the air, and blood demons fall in droves, their bodies piling up like small mountains, but there is no end to the blood demons. Over the year, Hawkeye has killed at least 80,000 blood demons, but their numbers have not decreased, and they even seem to multiply. As he fights on, mid to late-stage blood demons appear, and seeing the peak blood demons about to make their entrance, Hawkeye feels uneasy. He can't withstand this level of combat. He needs to change the battlefield. After 3 hours of fighting, the blood demons suddenly dissolve into blood mist and vanish, and the prison warden, Gray, suddenly appears, throwing out the same question as a year ago. Do you want to join the army? A year ago, Hawkeye, full of arrogance, didn't he even think before refusing? But now he is in a dilemma. On one side is the chance to escape this hell, and on the other is the binding of joining the army. As the former world's #1 swordsman, his inherent pride makes him unwilling to be controlled. You would believe it. The army's maneuver is perfectly calculated. Throwing Hawkeye into the blood moon purgatory was precisely to force him to break through and grind away his sharp edges. Once he can't hold on any longer, they extend an olive branch. If Hawkeye nods, the army will directly gain 4 Emperor-level combat strength, coupled with the genius trainees they have been honing at the headquarters. Their power will soar, compared to the world government still scheming and the mountain bandits fighting over territory. The army is simultaneously hoarding geniuses and recruiting top-tier powerhouses. And this double-line boost will crush everything. It won't be long before the army aims to dominate the pirate world, making it an easy task. As the previous world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye has his own pride and an unwillingness to be bound by anyone. Pay attention. A year in the blood moon purgatory has worn down most of Hawkeye's arrogance, and joining the army is no longer impossible in his heart. More importantly, the army has the goal he has always wanted to surpass. Luo Ning, who easily crushed him a year ago, is now the world's #1 swordsman, terrifyingly strong at the peak of the 4 emperors. Next up, high energy. A sudden sense of crisis that made Hawkeye's hair stand on end hit him as the warden of the army's prison, Gray, quietly appeared. This old man looked hunchbacked with white hair and murky eyes. But Hawkeye did not dare to be arrogant at all. He knew Gray was the most mysterious and ruthless person in the army, with strength absolutely no less than Luo Ning. Definitely at the peak of the 4 emperors. Seeing Gray, Hawkeye actually breathed a sigh of relief. He had waited too long for this day. Gray squinted and smiled, asking, "A year ago, when I asked you if you would join the army, you said no. Now I'm asking you again. Give me a straightforward answer." Hearing this made beads of sweat form on Hawkeye's forehead, even though he was already at the early stage of the 4 emperor strength. He felt like a chick in front of Gray. Hawkeye looked up at the eerie blood moon and helplessly smiled. The army and this prison are too outrageous. My answer will definitely satisfy you. Gray's eyes lit up as he pressed on. So you're saying you want to join the army? Hawkeye sheathed his sword and stepped forward. His gaze firm. As you wish. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Gray immediately made the decision to take Hawkeye out of the purgatory and even said he would take him to meet Luo Ning. After all, he is the Marshal of the army and the only person in this world qualified to talk about justice. Hawkeye readily agreed, just as he was gaining 4 Emperor's-level strength. On the other side at the army's headquarters, Luo Ning was staring coldly at nearly 4,000 trainees, focused to the point of being frightening, while recruiting top-tier powerhouses. He was also honing future combat power. The army's duel operation was directly full, compared to the world government still scheming and mountain bandits still seizing territory. The army had quietly amassed so many trump cards, and their strength had long since crushed the entire field. Once Hawkeye officially rejoined the team, combined with the geniuses trained at the headquarters, the army's ambition to dominate the pirate world would be simply within reach. At this moment, in the army's headquarters, Luo Ning remained in the training field, his expression cold, his eyes sharp, fixated on the nearly 4,000 trainees before him, incredibly focused. Pay attention. Luo Ning has never been this serious, even when training the army's elite guards. It's not that he wants to be strict, but the academy's trainees are just too infuriating. 2,000 young soldiers don't need to worry, but those 2,000 geniuses are only thinking about playing tricks and slacking off, which ignites Luo Ning's anger. Next comes the high energy. Luo Ning is clear in his mind. This world only recognizes strength, and the stability of the army's territory relies entirely on the military's hard work. If even the academy responsible for cultivating talent lacks a sense of crisis, the army is bound to collapse sooner or later. On the surface, there's a world government and the navy is watching, but there are still many hidden enemies. When interests are at stake, anyone could turn traitor. He decided on the spot. These people must be taken out to sea so they can see how cruel the world is. After all, the saying born in worry, die in comfort is not said for nothing. Luo Ning turned and returned to the marshal's office, his mind filled with the plan to go to sea. Looking at the documents on the table, he felt overwhelmed and directly tossed them to Hu Xing. This task is yours. I trust you. Hu Xing reluctantly accepted the responsibility, while Hu Qi chuckled aside, and Hu Ba also smiled foolishly. The scene was quite amusing, but the trainees were even more outrageous once Luo Ning left. 80 of the geniuses collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, with only a few still persisting in training. Compared to the discipline of the young soldiers, it was simply worlds apart. You absolutely won't believe it. At that moment, from the direction of the most secure marshal's office in the army headquarters, a hunchbacked old man walked in with a man carrying a black knife on his back. The man was radiating sword energy, and what he had on his back was the supreme great knife, the 12 Works black knife, Knight. Along the way, the army's elite guards didn't dare to stop them. The two headed straight for the marshal's office. There's no need to guess. It must be Gray bringing Hawkeye. Just as the army was about to show the trainees a new perspective, they welcomed a 4-Emperor-level powerhouse. And this operation was simply over the top. Compared to other forces still squabbling among themselves, the army is honing future combat power while also recruiting top-tier strong individuals, already overwhelming the entire scene. Once the trainees see a real battlefield with real weapons, plus Hawkeye returning to the team, the army's dominance in the pirate world is as good as guaranteed. After a while, they arrived at the marshal's office. Attention! In the office of the Marshal of the army, Luo Ning sat by the window, gazing into the distance. Hu Qi and Hu Ba stood beside him, while Hu Xing, with a face, dealt with documents. After all, he was the smartest and most understanding of Luo Ning among the 3 personal guards, making him adept at handling affairs. Next, things got intense. Luo Ning's mind was filled with concerns about the academy students. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. The academy was the foundation of the army's rise. Yet these students were complacent, forgetting how cruel the world could be. If this continued, it would be as difficult for the army to grow stronger as ascending to the heavens. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps were heard outside the office, and a powerful aura mixed with the bloody scent of sword energy swept in. Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing instantly tensed up, entering battle mode as the aura of the 4 emperors reached its peak. Luo Ning turned and smiled, calling out, "Uncle Gray, your arrival has scared my personal guards. They rarely saw him, so why was he free today?" Upon hearing this, the 3 personal guards relaxed, their faces filled with embarrassment. After all that, it was just Gray, the prison warden of the army, almost mistaking their own for enemies. Gray walked in with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense. I often come out." I'm here today to tell you that that kid Eagle I has agreed to join the army. He is serious and will never betray us. You absolutely won't believe it. Following Gray was a man in black, radiating sword energy, with the supreme great knife, the 12 black blades of night. On his back, it was none other than the former world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye. Luoning saw through his strength at a glance. Early, 4 emperors. Not bad. Joining the army, you will definitely be glad about this decision in the future. He immediately decided. First, go to the Army Academy to be a swordsmanship teacher. The army had just resolved the students' complacency and gained a 4 Emperor's level combat power, and now they had Eagle Eye to train the next generation. This operation was simply game-changing. Compared to the world government plotting schemes and mountain bandits seizing territory, the army was quietly accumulating strength, already crushing the competition. It wouldn't be long before the army dominated the pirate world. It was a foregone conclusion. Well, since you've joined the army, then follow me to the Army Academy to be a swordsmanship teacher. Notice, Luo Ning asked Mihawk to become a swordsmanship teacher, and Mihawk was stunned. The former world's #1 swordsman, and you're asking me to teach? Are you kidding me? But he immediately set a condition. Teaching is fine, but I want to spar with you first to see how much our swordsmanship differs. This year, I've made explosive progress. Next, high energy. Luo Ning squinted and smiled. Coincidentally, I've also made significant breakthroughs in swordsmanship this year. Let's go to the main academy's training ground for a duel. After saying that, he left with his 3 main guards. Mihawk's eyes glinted with excitement. He had killed countless blood demons this year and was eager to see if he could counter Luo Ning's signature move from back then. Back at the Army Academy, Luo Ning was furious. 4,000 trainees are training, but only about 60% are genuinely focused. After removing 2,000 young soldiers, only 1/10 of the remaining talents are serious. He immediately ordered Hu Xing and the others. Keep an eye on them. Note down all the slackers, and we'll settle the score in a week. Turning to Mihawk, he said, these people will be under your instruction from now on, but teaching is just a side job. The main focus is still fighting enemies, pirates, bandits, the Navy, the world government. There are plenty of battles to fight. Mihawk instantly felt relieved. He didn't want to be a teacher every day. You definitely won't expect this. Luo Ning took Mihawk to a quiet training ground that no one used, where he released the aura of the infinite swordsmanship, filling the atmosphere instantly. Mihawk did not hold back either, unleashing his sword aura straight to the heavens. Once these two started sparring, it was definitely a clash of titans. You should know that Luo Ning is the current world's #1 swordsman, and Mihawk is the former. This sparring match had an aura strong enough to crush the entire audience. While the army dealt with the lazy trainees, they arranged for top powerhouses to spar and increase their combat strength, letting Mihawk also train the next generation. This kind of cheat-like operation left other factions far behind. While the world government was still plotting conspiracies and bandits were still seizing territory, the army had already stacked their strength to the max. And dominating the pirate world was just around the corner. Entering the training ground, Mihawk closely followed behind. Looking at Mihawk, Luo Ning did not hide the unique aura of his infinite swordsmanship, which gradually spread through the air. Pay attention. Hawkeye is unleashing his full power on the spot. The intense smell of blood mixed with a year's worth of explosive sword energy is wildly leaking out as Luo Ning engages in a peak duel at the army training ground. The current world's #1 swordsman versus the former world's #1 swordsman. The two top-tier swordsmen are clashing purely based on the sword path, and even in a friendly match, the aura is suffocating. Next, high energy. This competition is simply a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, Luo Ning has his dark red, long sword pressed against Hawkeye's neck. With a retraction of the sword momentum, Hawkeye immediately concedes. Lost again. Your swordsmanship has become several times stronger than last year. That move void flash is too outrageous. Directly breaking through time and space, I didn't even have a chance to defend. But his eyes instantly ignite with determination. I will definitely challenge you again in a year. I won't consider it over until I crush you. Luo Ning raises an eyebrow with a smile. I'll be waiting, but if you want to win, it might be harder than reaching the sky. Turning back to the training ground, Tiger Xing reports with a roster in hand. Marshal, nearly 1,800 students are slacking off. Luo Ning's heart sank upon hearing this. The Army Academy, known as the Holy Land of the 500 points, the foundation of the Army's rise, is now in a state worse than an ordinary military camp. He turns to Hawkeye. Looking at these 4,000 people, if this continues, can they help the Army overthrow the world government and dominate the world? Hawkeye bluntly points out, 2,000 young soldiers are capable. They will definitely be top elite in the future. The other 2,000 are all slackers, cheating and being arrogant. If they keep slacking off like this, they will all be useless sooner or later. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning grins wickedly, his eyes filled with fierce intent. It seems they need to taste the real flavor of the world. How can flowers in a greenhouse withstand hardship? Without seeing blood or suffering losses, they can never become strong fighters who can handle tough battles. Clearly, he intends to throw these slacker students into real combat to face trials, directly starting a hell-level grinding mode. It should be noted that while the army has just stabilized its combat power ceiling with top-notch experts, it is now cracking down on slackers, solidifying its foundation while training newcomers. This dual line operation is leaving other forces far behind. While the world government is still plotting schemes and mountain bandits are fighting for territory, the army has long been quietly accumulating enough trump cards. Once the real combat begins, they will definitely shake the pirate world, and domination is just around the corner. Looking at the more than 4,000 people in front of him, a glimmer of light flashes in Luo Ning's eyes, and a slightly strange smile gradually appears on his face. Pay attention. Luo Ning has decided to implement a new system at the Army General Hospital. Relying solely on militarized management is not enough. It is essential to let the trainees experience the harsh reality of combat and mature their naive hearts. Only then can the army rise and bring down the long-standing world government. Next, the energy ramps up. The next morning, 4,000 trainees gathered on time at the training ground. Although they were used to getting up early, many were still slacking off. Luo Ning directly asked Hu Xing, "Have the warships and groups been arranged?" Hu Xing immediately replied, 40 warships are ready, with groups of 100, evenly matched in strength. Luo Ning looked out at the sea, knowing full well that there would be casualties among the trainees when they set sail, but without experiencing blood and fire. These people would never amount to anything. He immediately ordered, "Set off." Then, Luo Ning, accompanied by his 3 personal guards, 500 elite guards, and 10,000 top-notch troops, rushed to the port. The dedicated Marshal's warship was already on standby. He had made plans in advance. He would not intervene with opponents that the trainees could handle. But if they encountered a naval-level enemy, he would step in immediately. The 40 warships, carrying the trainees, sailed towards different destinations. A day later, they had exited the Army's 1,000-mile maritime territory, and unexpected events were about to unfold. One trainee's warship collided head-on with a pirate ship. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Boval stood at the bow, his face flushed with excitement. Finally encountered a pirate ship. I've never seen a real pirate before. Next to him, Alsace's eyes also gleamed. These trainees, who had grown up in a greenhouse, had no idea of the ruthlessness of pirates, and they treated it as a spectacle. Little did they know, the real life-and-death test was already looming. The Army's operation was ruthless. They directly threw the trainees into the sea for real combat, to hone their combat abilities while screening for elites. A truly cheat-like training method, in contrast to the world government, which was still scheming and mountain bandits fighting among themselves. The Army had long been preparing for a big move in the most hardcore way. Once this group of trainees emerged from this life-and-death situation, the Army's strength would definitely take off, and it would be only a matter of time before they overthrew the world government and dominated the pirate world. Looking beside him, Boval's face was slightly flushed, his eyes shining with excitement, becoming increasingly thrilled. Look closely. Alsace became excited, completely losing his vigilance against the pirates. He drew his dark red steel knife and grinned, saying, "This pirate ship is really unfortunate. Daring to charge at us from the Academy is truly looking down on people. Next, it's going to be intense." Alsace was calculating in his mind. Lonin said that good performance in the trials would lead to full benefits in the Academy, while the weak could only survive. The Army's warship instantly accelerated. Everyone drew their knives and stood ready, determined to grind the pirates into the ground. But the pirate ship also sped up madly, with the captain standing at the bow, laughing wildly. "If we kill these Army students, our fame and bounty will soar." Hundreds of pirates were like they had been injected with adrenaline, exuding murderous intent. They thought it would be easy to slaughter these sheltered flowers who had never seen blood. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Both sides believed they were sure to win, but they didn't realize how vastly different their confidence was. The students relied on the pride and potential of the Academy, while the pirates relied on their ruthless, real combat experience. Even more explosive was the fact that Army warships in other directions also encountered pirates. and death was silently approaching those students who were still excited. They had no idea that this outing was not child's play, but a real life-and-death struggle. Lanin's practical training was too harsh. Intentionally letting the students encounter pirates was meant to shatter their naivety. This world recognizes only strength, without experiencing life and death. No matter how talented one is, they are just a facade. Compared to the pirates' ferocity, the students' current excitement would soon turn into despair. And this was the necessary path for growth. The army was letting the students face life and death trials while holding their cards close, ready to back them up at any time. This kind of cheat-like training was far ahead of other forces. By the time the students crawled out of the sea of blood, they would definitely transform into true combat power, and then the army's dominance over the pirate world would be a certainty. Full speed ahead, kill the enemy. Leave no pirate alive, kill them all. Encountering our army, they dared not retreat, but instead dared to advance. Look, Carl stood on the warship and shouted angrily. Any pirate who dares to provoke the dignity of the army must not be allowed to live. He immediately ordered everyone to move forward at full speed, determined to wipe out the pirates. Next, the energy skyrockets. Carl is not an ordinary person. He is a potential stock among the 4,000 students of the main academy, and he's also a devil fruit user, already surrounded by a group of followers. In his eyes, pirates are the scum of the sea, just a perfect appetizer for his journey. But as soon as the battle began, the situation took a dramatic turn. Blood splattered everywhere, and the students fell one after another, with the pirates actually overpowering the students. These self-important elites were stunned. How could this be? We came from the main academy and can't even defeat pirates? You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Carl watched as those around him kept falling, gritting his teeth with closed eyes. Just when a pirate raised his knife to attack him, Carl suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating intimidation. He snapped his fingers, and a mysterious force erupted, causing the pirate to bleed from all 7 orifices and fall straight down. The whole place was dumbfounded. Carl then swiftly took down the strongest pirate on the ship, but spared the ordinary pirates. He understood Ronin's intention to leave enough opportunity for other students to experience training. This reversal was explosive. The students went from being confident to being crushed, and then to Carl's instant counterattack. It was like riding a roller coaster. Ronin's brutal hands-on training was meant to shatter the students' arrogance, making them realize, without the baptism of blood, no matter how strong the potential, it is all in vain. On the army's side, while letting the students experience life and death trials, having someone as ruthless as Carl backing them up, they trained soldiers and filtered out elites simultaneously. This cheat-like cultivation method far outpaced other forces. By the time the students crawled out of the sea of blood, they would definitely transform into real battlefield killing machines. By then, the army's dominance over the pirate world would be a done deal. As long as the losses among the students on this warship are not too heavy, everything would be acceptable. Even if injured, it would be worth it. Attention! Another army warship has encountered a special vessel at sea. It's actually a warship from the Central Army of the world government. Lotus's gaze wavered before becoming resolute. After all, the two sides are deadly enemies. As the warship approached, another fierce battle was about to erupt. Next, high energy. A day passed, and the trainees were completely bewildered. The brutality of the pirates, the blood everywhere, had exhausted these sheltered geniuses both physically and mentally. Luo Ning's dark red Marshal ship followed behind 40 trainee ships. Hu Xing reported with a notebook. Marshal, over 200 of the 4,000 trainees are gone. Most of them came from the branch academy, while the young soldiers lost less than 20. Luo Ning was taken aback. Over 200? That's more than expected. But the training must continue. This world is just that harsh. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning turned to Hu Xing and ordered, "The training continues for another week. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. As long as we don't lose too many lives, serious injuries are fine." He had already brought in a group of top doctors from Magnetic Drum Island. Treating injuries was a piece of cake. The key was to let the trainees learn to grow amidst bloodshed. No matter how high their talent, if they couldn't survive, they would just be a pile of dirt. Only those forged in real combat could be called strong. Hu Xing immediately went to keep an eye on the trainee ships, firmly believing that with Luo Ning leading the army and divine assistance, they would definitely be able to overthrow the world government. Meanwhile, Luo Ning sat back calmly, allowing the trainees to face life and death challenges while holding both medical and combat insurance. This cheat-like training method was leagues ahead of other factions. Compared to the world government still scheming and the pirates focused on burning and looting, the army was honing its elites through real combat, secretly crushing everyone else. By the end of the week of training, the surviving trainees would undoubtedly transform into killing machines. At that time, the army would sweep through the pirate world and topple the world government in no time. I really hope time can pass a little faster. That way, we can see the rise of the army and become the #1 power in this world until we overthrow the rule of the world government. Look closely. Hu Xing, leading 2,000 elite soldiers, gazes at the direction of 40 army ships in the distance, his face blooming with a smile, filled with anticipation for the future. Next, it's going to be intense. This world has already turned into a chaotic mess. Mountain bandits are causing trouble everywhere. Countless forces are rising. Although they can't compare to the army, navy, and world government, they have become a first-class force. If this continues, they will inevitably become top, ruthless characters. In the mountains, two groups of bandits are fighting fiercely, with 200,000 people chopping at each other, nearly 100,000 dead, and fewer than 100 survivors from the losing side. The scene is explosively tragic. You absolutely can't imagine. A blood-soaked bandit leader, with grotesque wounds, madly rushes to the palace of the dragon crocodile emperor, shouting, "I want to see the emperor. I have urgent news to report." The bandit guarding the door sees that this is the leader of the 50,000 bandits and immediately takes him inside. The dragon crocodile emperor, seeing his miserable state, turns dark-faced on the spot. Are 50,000 people almost dead? Only less than 100 left. The leader, with a mournful face, says, "It's the people of the northern Emperor Lade who did it. They ambushed us with 150,000, but we also took down 50,000 of them." The dragon crocodile emperor erupts in anger, his killing intent shooting up to the ceiling. "Dare to touch my people? This is slapping me in the face." But he's also feeling apprehensive inside. Lade is stronger than him. If it were someone weaker, he would have already led his men to flatten their territory. While the bandits are fighting to the death here, the army has already sent trainees into the sea for training, holding top combat strength and medical resources. Compared to them, the bandits are simply playing small games. The army situation is directly set to full throttle, while others are still fighting among themselves. The army is already focusing on developing the whole world, training new recruits while plotting big moves. Who can compete with this kind of explosive rhythm? When the trainees return from their training, along with top combat powers like Luo Ning and Eagle Eye, the army will find it easy to deal with the bandits and confront the world government, making domination of the pirate world just around the corner. If it were someone weaker, then the situation would have been handled without hesitation. Pay attention. Faced with a ruthless Red, Odu dared not confront him head-on. Currently, the situation among the mountain bandits is chaotic, and things are still unclear. He does not want to engage in a mutual destruction with Red, which would only benefit others. Instead of seeking revenge, swallowing up the surrounding minor bandits and growing stronger is the way to go. Next comes the high-energy moment. Odu fixed his gaze on Red's territory to the north, his eyes glinting. "Red, I will remember the grudge for ambushing my 50,000 brothers. Sooner or later, I will make you beg for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly called for someone, and a shadow appeared in the hall. Kneeling on one knee, it was his mysterious assassin. Odu coldly threw down a sentence. "Dispose of that defeated general. I do not keep useless trash under my command. If they are not at the general level, they are garbage in this world." Without saying a word, the shadow turned and disappeared outside the hall. Just under 10 miles away from the palace, the mountain bandit leader was still rejoicing at having escaped with his life when he suddenly felt a chill around his neck, and blood spurted 3 feet high. He clutched his neck, disbelief on his face, and looked up to see the black-robed shadow. The leader collapsed and screamed, "Odu, I fought for you, and you actually killed the donkey after it has carried the load. I am not willing to accept this." Before he could finish his words, his body twitched and he lost his breath. The shadow's eyes were hollow as it turned and slipped back into the palace, as if nothing had happened. Hiding in the shadows, you absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just as Odu finished dealing with the leader, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the palace. One of the 3 generals of the world government central army, Trollin, swaggered in, smiling and teasing. "Brother Odu, I heard that Red in the north is quite formidable. His strength is on par with yours?" Odu's heart tightened, forcing himself to appear calm. "General Trollin, feel free to speak your mind." Trollin grinned. "Simple. I will help you crush Red. Can you take over his territory and forces afterward?" Odu's eyes instantly lit up, patting his chest and boasting, "Don't underestimate me. Once Red is dead, his little assets, I can swallow them clean in no time. By then, the position of the 5 emperors of the mountain bandits will be mine for the taking. In the future, as long as you don't send me to my death. I will absolutely obey. Trollin suddenly leaned in closer, with a half-smile, added, remember, it's listening to me, not the world government. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing a conspiratorial smile, their plans audible to the whole world. While the mountain bandits and the world government are still playing their little game of mutual exploitation, the army has already thrown the recruits into a hellish training at sea, with top combat powers like Lana and Eagle Eye stationed, medical and troop support at maximum. The army is focused on building hard power while the opponents are still scheming against each other. This overwhelming advantage has no suspense. When the recruits return from training, the army will be able to sweep away the mountain bandits and directly confront the world government. Dominating the pirate world is just around the corner. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look closely. North of the Dragon Crocodile Emperor, there's a fierce character, the Thunder Emperor. He is leading a large army of mountain bandits to challenge the position of the Mountain Bandit Emperor, smoothly expanding his territory tenfold. With over 1 million bandits under his command. However, he runs into the rapidly rising Iadu, instantly feeling a sense of crisis. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and neither wants a strong enemy nearby. Next, the action intensifies. Thunder didn't back down at all and launched a surprise attack. Yesterday, he ordered his subordinate commander to lead 150,000 bandits to ambush Iadu's 50,000 troops. Although he lost 50,000 himself, he nearly wiped out Iadu's entire 50,000, and Thunder couldn't stop grinning. Making Iadu suffer like this is a huge profit. He immediately ordered his subordinate, Scarface Commander, keep a close watch on Iadu. If there's any mistake in defense, bring your head to me. Scarface patted his chest on the spot. Unless he steps over my dead body, he won't set foot in my territory. You absolutely wouldn't expect. On the other side, the 3 generals of the world government's central army, Lu Ku, are heading straight to the allied nations with 50,000 iron guards and 10 warships. He mutters, focusing on the army. That kid Luoning actually made the army this strong and became the world's #1 swordsman. But then he frowns again. It's too difficult to gather 200,000 anti-army troops from over 100 allied nations and lead them to fight the army. But then he gets excited again. Just right to compete with Luoning, let's see how explosive his Kongshan attack really is. While the mountain bandits are fighting among themselves and the world government is engaging in small maneuvers, the army has already entered cheat mode. Luoning is taking his students for practical combat training, with Eagle Eye and other Emperor-level powers in charge, and both medical and troop strength fully ensured. The army is focusing on building hard power while the opponents are still playing petty tricks. The gap is simply vast. Once the students return from training, the army will be able to sweep through the mountain bandits and confront the world government directly, with domination of the pirate world just around the corner. Most importantly, that sword technique known as Kongshan, the Sword of Wind, Lu Ku still wants to experience it thoroughly. Pay attention. If you want to reach the peak of swordsmanship, you have to fight fiercely. Training diligently every day won't get you anywhere near the summit. Only by clashing head-on with countless fierce opponents can you grow rapidly. Next, high energy. The wind sword style stared blankly into the distance for a long time, suddenly revealing a lonely smile, drawing out the transparent long sword at his waist. His fingertips gliding across the blade, standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Life is as lonely as falling snow. Luoning, you better not die early. I'm still waiting to crush you in the realm of swordsmanship. Even though I don't know when that day will come, the fighting spirit in his eyes remains full. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. In the seas of the 4 seas, the atmosphere on 40 army warships has drastically changed. Previously, the students were filled with joy, but now the warships are filled with a chilling atmosphere, the air almost solidifying. These people used to disbelieve the cruelty of the world, thinking they could walk freely. But when they encountered pirates, they were completely stunned. At first, they could still swing a few swords. But as the pirates became bloodthirsty and the smell of blood filled the ship, many were so scared they trembled, unable to withstand it. Those who couldn't handle it perished on the spot, and only those with resolve survived. Carl sat on the iron mast of the warship, looking at his surviving companions, laughing self-deprecatingly. What genius or prodigy. If you can't become a strong warrior, who will remember you? He looked up at the crescent moon, filled with bitterness. I used to think that with the power of the devil fruit, I could easily become a major or admiral. But now I realize how naive I was. If I can't even deal with pirates, how can I not get annihilated by the world government? It wasn't until experiencing this life-and-death battle that he understood how right Luo Ning was to let them go to sea for training. All his previous arrogance was a joke. The Army's current real combat trial is too ruthless. They directly threw the students into a life-and-death situation, filtering out the cowards and leaving the fierce ones. It's practically a cheat-level training. While Lyoka is still waiting for an opportunity to challenge, the students are transforming into killing machines in blood. And the Army's strength is rising rapidly. By the time the training ends, these people will definitely be able to serve as sharp blades. And then the Army will sweep through the pirates, clash with the world government, and dominate the pirate world will be just around the corner. However, after experiencing such a battle, I realized that I was wrong. Pay attention. Carl suddenly stood up on a mast, closed his eyes to feel the waves of the sea and the tranquility of the night, and grinned. I know what to do from now on. Marshal, you're definitely following behind, right? The moment he opened his eyes, he was like a different person, completely transformed. Next, high energy, 100 miles away. Luo Ning suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising. That kid Carl, after his training, has completely undergone a rebirth. The future 4 emperors are set. I'm waiting for him to grow. Although he felt pained by the loss of more than 200 students on the first day, seeing Carl's transformation made it all worthwhile. This is a future 4 emperors level combat power. Even the world government would treat him as a treasure. Luo Ning immediately ordered Hu Xing, send 10 elite guards to secretly protect Carl. Don't act unless there's a life-threatening situation. After returning, give him exclusive training. Ordinary training is just child's play for him. Hu Xing understood instantly and displayed a knowing smirk. You would believe it. That night, not a single one of the 4,000 students dared to sleep deeply. After experiencing the bloody battle during the day, the brutality of the pirates had already etched itself into their bones. Even if they were exhausted, they could only close their eyes and take a brief nap. When dawn broke, the sea breeze washed away the bloody scent on the ship, but the warship remained eerily quiet. Yesterday's casualties and their own inadequacies were not so easily reconciled. Carl leaned against the mast, glanced at the remaining 90 or so team members, and suddenly smiled. A new day, new training, this feels pretty good. The word companion took root in his heart for the first time. The Army's hellish training this time was simply on another level. While selecting and transforming students in life-and-death situations, they also precisely targeted and cultivated future top combat power. Compared to other factions still playing schemes and infighting, the Army had long figured out how to cultivate strong individuals. Once Carl and his group fully matured, with the Army holding Luo Ning, Eagle Eye Carl, and other fierce individuals, sweeping the pirates and standing firm against the world government, dominating the pirate world would be a sure thing. Everyone, listen to me, listen to me. Look, Boval is shouting on the warship, his voice penetrating hearts. What if we lost 5 brothers yesterday? The world is inherently cruel. It's always about humans adapting to the world. We are the Army, carrying the banner of justice. If we fall, there will be no justice in this world. Next comes the high-energy moment. As soon as he shouts this, the warship erupts in excitement. The recruits respond in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Yes, we are the Army. Can we expect those celestial dragons and their lackeys from the world government? Dream on. But after shouting, Boval immediately hides in a corner, patting his chest. That scared me. Alsace, did I have a demeanor of a marshal just now? Alsace immediately calls him out. A marshal wouldn't hide away and enjoy himself. And you made that up, didn't you? Boval stubbornly insists. The marshal told me that himself. Follow me, and I'll make you a general officer in the future. His cool act makes Alsace stifle a laugh. You absolutely wouldn't expect. Alsace is plotting in his mind. Carl and Lotus are both tough characters. If I can get along with them, it will be easier to get by in the Army. If not, even if I try to curry favor, it will be in vain, and I'll still be looked down upon. After all, in the Army, strength is the hard truth. Relying solely on words is useless. At this moment, the recruits, inspired by Boval, have long shed their previous lethargy, their eyes shining brightly, just waiting for the new training to begin. The Army's training buff is fully stacked. Not only do we have fierce characters like Carl, who will transform into one of the future 4 emperors, but also Boval, who can elevate the atmosphere. The recruits are growing while battling in life-and-death situations, experiencing rapid development. Meanwhile, the world government is still scheming and fighting among mountain bandits, while the Army is united. Their combat power soaring. When this training ends, these recruits who have crawled out from blood will undoubtedly become the Army's sharp blade, sweeping away pirates, confronting the world government head-on, and planting the banner of justice throughout the pirate world will be a matter of minutes. If they cannot get along well, then even if he tries to curry favor, it will be of no use. On the contrary, it will only lead to being looked down upon. Why bother? Pay attention. Boval suddenly turned to ask Alsace, "Do you know what my ultimate goal is?" Alsace stared at him and bluntly replied, "Army Major General? A Lieutenant General is barely within reach. Don't even think about General. You're too far from that level. No chance." Next comes the high energy. After hearing this, Boval's face darkened, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and he almost couldn't hold back from hitting someone. What does strength matter? As long as I want to train, I can improve in no time. But leadership is innate. I was born with the charisma to be your leader. The general's position is mine for sure. While saying this, he looked into the distance with a silly smile, imagining the glorious scene of himself as a general. Army General Boval. That title sounds so exciting. Alsace didn't respond verbally, but he had doubts in his heart, yet his gaze remained resolute. No matter if it can happen or not, you're my recognized leader, and I will follow you to the end. After all, everyone needs dreams. Even if it feels like daydreaming now, it's better than being a useless fish without aspirations. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The mountain bandits were in chaos, but Edu and Red acted as peacekeepers, avoiding conflict. Red had his subordinates keep an eye on EDU's territory every day, calculating in his mind, "Edu must be afraid of me." Just right to take the opportunity to swallow the surrounding small bandits and strengthen himself. But he didn't know that Edu was secretly pleased in the palace. Once I swallow Red's territory and his forces, the position of the bandit emperor will be secured. And I might even break into the top 3 of the bandit power rankings. At that time, let's see who still dares to underestimate me. Just as he was daydreaming, someone suddenly walked into the palace, draped in the robes of the 3 generals of the world government's Central Army. It was Trollin. Edu was so scared that he immediately stood up, a smile plastered on his face. "General Trollin, what brings you here? You said the time wasn't right before. Can we act now?" Trollin's face was as cold as ice, showing no goodwill, and directly said, "The time has come. Lead the troops north immediately. Don't dawdle." On this side, Boval was shouting slogans for the general, while the mountain bandits and the world government were secretly plotting, and over there, the army had already entered cheat mode. Loning was leading students through hellish training on the sea. Carl had directly transformed into a future emperor-level combat power. And top experts like Eagle Eye were stationed, with medical and troop strength fully guaranteed. The army was working hard on its real strength. While the opponents were still playing petty tricks, the gap was simply like heaven and earth. By the time the students emerged from the life and death trials, each could become a battlefield weapon, and by then, the army would hold a bunch of ruthless people, sweeping away pirates and directly confronting the world government. Planting the flag of justice throughout the pirate world was a certainty. The time has come. You can send out the mountain bandit army to attack northward. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention, Trollin said coldly. "I will deal with Red personally. Don't interfere." A cruel smile instantly appeared on EDU's face, and a bloody aura surrounded him as he replied loudly, "All right." With General Trollin's words, millions of mountain bandits will strike immediately. That guy Red will be taken care of by you. But he was secretly calculating in his heart, hoping these 2 would fight to the death. Best if they both perish, so he could sit back and reap the benefits. Next comes the high energy. Just as Trollin was about to step out of the palace door, he suddenly stopped. A chilling and intimidating voice exploded in the hall. "Edu, with your little schemes, you almost made me eliminate you on the spot. One must have self-awareness. If you don't understand, I can replace you with another bandit emperor at any time. Do you really think the peak of the 4 emperors are all on the same level? That's ridiculous." After saying this, he left directly. EDU's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. His expression twisted, but he dared not voice his anger and could only curse inwardly. "Fine, Trollin, just wait. We'll see tomorrow who is stronger between you and Red." He even secretly hoped Red could defeat Trollin. Even if he couldn't gain territory, he would accept it. In one day, millions of bandits under Edu quickly gathered, dense and imposing, startling the surrounding bandit forces. In the north, Red learned of the news. Sitting at the top of the palace, his face darkened, blood boiling. That old man Edu really dares to provoke? Does he think I, Emperor Red, am easy to mess with? At this moment, a burly bandit leader drew his sword with a swish, emitting a 4 Emperor's-level aura. "Rest assured, Emperor, the mountain bandits we gathered last night outnumber Edu by 1,000,000. If he dares to come, we will beat him to the ground, making him know who the real boss is." Other leaders echoed, "Exactly. Let him kneel and beg for mercy. You must know, without Trollin's intervention, Red side already vastly outnumbers Edu, giving them plenty of confidence. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. At noon, with the blazing sun overhead, the two major bandit forces set up a battlefield in the wilderness. The Dragon Crocodile, Emperor Edu, and the Emperor Red each led millions of followers. Nearly 10 million people instantly clashing, with blades flashing, battle cries shaking the heavens, and the smell of blood wafting far away. This shocking scene made the entire pirate world boil, all eyes focused here. But they didn't realize that the army had secretly laid out plans, ready to reap the benefits. Loning was conducting hellish training with the students at sea. Carl had transformed, possessing future 4 Emperors-level combat power, and top experts like Eagle I were on standby. On one side, the mountain bandits were fighting fiercely, while the world government was watching from the sidelines. On the other side, the army had entered cheat mode, with students rapidly growing and their combat power skyrocketing. Loning held a group of strong individuals, their strength far surpassing their opponents. By the time the mountain bandits were both injured, the army could easily clean up the aftermath at a moment's notice. Whether it was the remnants of the bandits or the world government, they would be crushed by the army. The army's dominance over the pirate world was just around the corner. The number of participants in the war approached the tens of millions. This level of battle was known throughout the world. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. The names of the Dragon Crocodile Emperor and the Emperor Red completely shook the bandit circles. Once these two finish fighting, the winning side will definitely be able to walk proudly among the bandits. With influence at an all-time high, even the world government was shaken. Next comes the high energy. The Marshal of the world government's central army called Trollin, angrily scolding. I told you to support a bandit emperor. Who told you to make such a big commotion? You dare to act on your own? Trollin retorted defiantly. This is the fastest way, and it will show Edu our strength. The Marshal dropped a harsh remark. You can only act once. Don't provoke the celestial dragons, or even you at your peak will die. After hanging up the phone, Trollin wore a bitter expression. After all, we're just slaves of the celestial dragons. But he turned around and headed straight for Red's territory, only thinking about controlling Edu, completely throwing the government's orders to the back of his mind, and secretly determined to save his master. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. On the sea, Loning's dark red army ship was sailing, and the newsbird dropped a newspaper. He looked at it and laughed. Goodness, the two major bandits are fighting with nearly 10 million people, and they are fighting for the position of bandit emperor. Now the world government will have a headache. He casually tossed the newspaper to Hu Xing, who immediately reminded. Marshal, the key point is that the Wind Sword Flow K is leading 50,000 Iron Guards to over 100 affiliated countries to gather 200,000 troops to deal with our army. While the world government was embroiled in infighting and the bandits were locked in combat, the army had already entered cheat mode. Loning sat back and relaxed, while students underwent intense training at sea, rapidly transforming, with Carl heading straight for 4 Emperors level and top combatants like Eagle Eye ready at any moment. Wind Sword Flow K wants to gather 200,000 troops to counterbalance. That's simply a joke. Any of the ruthless individuals from the army could crush them. By the time the mountain bandits had both suffered losses, the army could directly clean up the aftermath and easily crush the world government's 200,000 troops. Dominating the pirate world would be a matter of minutes. This rhythm, the army had it firmly in grasp. Currently, the most important matter is that Wind Sword Flow K, one of the 3 generals of the world government's central army, is leading 50,000 Iron Guards to over 100 world government affiliated countries to gather a total of 200,000 troops preparing to counterbalance our army. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Hu Xing's expression was serious as he directly told Loning. This is what you should be focusing on, Marshal. The turmoil among the bandits hasn't affected our army at all, so we can set it aside for now and not worry about it. Next, it's high energy. As time goes by, the armies of the Dragon Crocodile Emperor and the Red Emperor gather more and more, creating a mighty force. But ordinary people are suffering greatly. Their homes are trampled, their lives are worthless, and many can only abandon their homes and flee in unbearable pain. In the tavern, 2 people discuss with worried expressions. Let's escape. If we don't run now, when the 2 bandit leaders come, we won't even have a chance to flee. Another person sighs. Escape? Where can we go? The world government and the navy are just the dogs of the celestial dragons. If we go there, we will still be bullied, and life will still be hard, just as everyone falls into despair. Someone at the neighboring table suddenly lowers their voice and says, I heard there's an army that treats ordinary people very well, never robs them, and doesn't forcibly conscript. Why don't we try escaping to the army's territory? Immediately, someone asks, is that true? Is there really such a conscientious force in this world? The person slaps their chest and guarantees, absolutely true. My uncle lives in the army's territory and has never lied to me. A few people immediately make a decision, pay for their drinks, and rush towards the army's territory, afraid of being caught by the bandits and losing their lives. You would never have guessed. In the shadows, someone is watching all of this with a smile. Interesting. The army's reputation has actually reached this poor and remote place. This kid, Lo Ning, what he said back then was indeed not just to fool me. While the common people see the army as a lifeline, the army has long entered cheat mode. Lo Ning is leading trainees in hellish training at sea. Carl has already transformed into a future emperor-level combat power. And top experts like Eagle Eye are stationed, directly crushing all forces. What is more ruthless is that the army is wildly gaining popularity by caring for the common people, winning hearts and minds, which is an ace even more powerful than combat strength. In contrast, the bandits only care about burning, killing, and plundering, treating the people like ants. The world government and navy are busy being dogs for the celestial dragons, completely ignoring the people's lives. Only the army is quietly building hard power while reaping the people's hearts, leaving their opponents far behind. When the trainees return from their training, the army will hold top combat power and the support of millions, easily dealing with the bandits and smashing the world government, spreading the flag of justice throughout the pirate world in no time. After all, in this chaotic world, only those who gain the people's hearts can truly dominate. Hee, interesting. Really interesting. I never expected the army's reputation to have reached here. Lo Ning, it seems your words back then were not just to deceive me. The rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. In the tavern, a middle-aged man with a weathered face suddenly laughs heartily. Then I'll go to the army. I can do something for the people of the world. How delightful. After finishing his drink, he walks out of the tavern slowly, heading towards the direction of the army. He looks towards the distant gathering of bandits, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and mutters to himself, Lo Ning, is that general position still open? Next, it's high energy. The uncle has long been unable to tolerate the bandits killing the common people, but as a lone individual, he has no way to intervene and can only place all his hopes on the army. On the other side, Red calls all the leaders to the palace, slamming the table and shouting, if we win against Edo, I will be the emperor of the bandits, and you will enjoy the blessings with me. If we lose, then we die. Are you daring to follow me? His subordinates immediately explode with excitement. One big leader shouts, what are we afraid of? We crawled out from piles of corpses. What hard battles haven't we fought? This battle is ours to win. The whole room instantly cheers for the Red Emperor's victory. The roar shaking the palace. You would never have guessed. Edo has long figured out Red's details and also called his subordinates to make fierce declarations. Anyone who dares to run away in battle will be killed on the spot and fed to the dogs. If we win, everyone will have riches and glory. If we lose, we're all finished. Then he leads millions of bandits to confront. Secretly delighted, with Talon holding Red back, I can crush his army in no time. Without peak combat power, this battle is ours for sure. The two large bandit forces, numbering nearly 10 million, clash like two waves, with blades flashing and cries of battle shaking the heavens. The scene explosive enough to shake the entire region. But they have no idea that the army has long entered cheat mode. Lo Ning is leading trainees in hellish training at sea. Carl has transformed into future emperor-level combat power, and top experts like Eagle Eye are on standby. Now, with a mysterious uncle coming to join, the strength is skyrocketing. In contrast to the bandits who exchange lives for hollow names and fight to the death among themselves, the army is simultaneously training elite soldiers and recruiting talent, while also wildly gaining popularity by caring for the common people, achieving both public support and combat strength, leaving their opponents far behind. When the bandits are mutually weakened, the army will directly step in to clean up the mess. At that time, whether it's the defeated bandits or the world government wanting to stir trouble, they will all be crushed to the ground. The army dominating the pirate world is simply a matter of time. In a great battle, if the peak combat power is absent, then the war will end at an extremely fast pace. The rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. The two large bandit armies are marching rapidly. At the current distance, it won't be long before they clash head-on. The winner will take the position of Bandit Emperor, commanding nearly 10 million subordinates. The loser can only face death and completely disappear from the world. This world only remembers the winners. Next, it's high energy. Just an hour later, nearly 10 million bandits collide directly, fighting until the sky darkens. The strengths of both sides are similar, making it difficult to determine a winner for the time being. But Edo sneers, "Red, today you will undoubtedly die. Attack!" Saying this, he leads several peak Emperor-level experts to rush forward, intending to quickly eliminate the opponent's top combat power. Red, not to be outdone, shouts to kill and sends out more than 10 peak Emperor-level experts. When it comes to top combat power, he has more than double Edo's. And unless something unexpected happens, victory is assured. You would never have guessed. Talon suddenly bursts out from the shadows, blocking Red and sneering. "So what if you're a peak Emperor? Today, you will die, and the Emperor's position must belong to Edo." Red is instantly stunned. "Who are you? Where did Edo find such a subordinate?" Talon instantly transforms, his nails turning black and long, fangs growing, military uniform slipping off, terrifying blood energy rushing to the sky. Don't think that all peak Emperors are on the same level. The gap between us is huge. The two exchange blows hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, with Red sweating profusely, feeling immense pressure. This feeling is exactly the same as when I challenged the peak Emperor back in the day. While the bandits are fighting to the death, Talon is overpowering Red, and on the other side, the army is secretly preparing a big move. Ning leads trainees in Hellish training at sea. Carl transforms into future Emperor-level combat power, and now a mysterious expert comes to join. The strength is directly explosive. In contrast to the bandits fighting among themselves and relying on schemes to win, the army is training elite soldiers while building connections, leaving their opponents far behind. When the bandits are mutually weakened, the army will step in to clean up at that time. Whether it's the defeated bandits or the world government trying to cause trouble, they will all be crushed to the ground. The army dominating the pirate world is just around the corner. This feeling, Red has not experienced for a long time, just like when he challenged the peak realm of generals during his later stages. The rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. Red is barely maintaining the fight with all his might. Wanting to win? Wanting to fight a protracted battle? It's simply a fantasy. Talon, however, teasingly says, "Red, your title of Emperor is not for nothing. Without me, you would have won this battle. But now that I've entered the fray, you will undoubtedly die today. Remember the one who kills you." Talon, one of the 3 generals of the world government's central army. Next, it's high energy. Nearly 10 million bandits are still killing each other on the battlefield. And this battle won't end anytime soon, but upon hearing Talon's words, Red is stunned on the spot, his heart surging with waves of shock. The 3 generals of the world government's central army? How could they intervene in the bandits' affairs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Talon's overwhelming strength is right there, leaving him no choice but to believe. The world government has really entered the game, and they are helping Edo deal with him. Reed's heart sank instantly. He thought it was an opportunity for a rise, but it turned out to be a death warrant. His eyes turned red, and he roared out orders. "Everyone, charge. Even if we die, we must make them pay the price." In the blink of an eye, 1,000 elite mountain bandits surrounded them, each with considerable strength. If it were a general-level powerhouse, they would have panicked long ago. But Talon only showed disdain in the face of the situation. Reed was desperate, throwing out all his trump cards, wanting to fight Talon to the death. Even if he could bite off a piece of flesh, it would be worth it. You would never expect it. Talon bent slightly, his dark and sharp nails glinting coldly in the sunlight. And with a gentle swipe forward, nearly 100 of the elite bandits fell to the ground instantly, blood splattering on his face. Yet he acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "Reed, your strength is much stronger than that fool Edo, but unfortunately, your luck is too bad. Who told me to encounter him first? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life." Reed immediately retorted angrily, "You want me to surrender? Dream on. Even if I die, I will not bow my head." But anyone with discerning eyes could see that the gap between him and Talon was as vast as the sky. On one side, Talon was crushing Reed, while in the bandit den, the battle was leaving corpses everywhere. And on the other side, the army had already entered a mode of effortless victory. Ning was leading the trainees through hellish training at sea. Carl was transforming into future Imperial-level combat power, and mysterious experts were coming to join, their strength directly maxing out. Compared to the world government's conspiracies, the bandits were sacrificing their lives for a false reputation, while the army was both training elite soldiers and building popularity, completely outclassing their opponents. When the mountain bandits were mutually destroyed, the army would directly step in to clean up the mess. By then, whether it was the remnants of the bandits or the world government trying to stir trouble, they would all be pressed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world was a done deal. Let me surrender and submit to you? Ha, don't dream. Even if I die, what of it? The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Reed's veins bulged as he screamed in a frenzy. I, Reed, will never submit to the world government. I certainly won't be your dog for the celestial dragons. Saying this, he prepared to fight Talon to the death. If he didn't fight, he would undoubtedly die today. Next, high energy. Talon licked his lips with not a shred of pity in his eyes. If that's the case, then go die. With all his strength. He shattered 1,000 elite bandits in just 3 minutes. Reed was beaten to a bloody pulp, his full strength reduced to half. And when he turned to look at the battlefield, he panicked even more. Of the more than 10 Imperial-level subordinates he had brought, 70% were lost. And the remaining ones couldn't hold out for 10 minutes. Without help and facing Edo, he was completely out of options. You would never expect it. Just as Talon's black nails were about to poke Reed's forehead, Reed suddenly knelt down with a thud, his head touching the ground as he shouted, "Master, spare me. I, Reed, am willing to submit and be your dog for all eternity." Just a moment ago, he was defiant, but to save his life, he immediately surrendered. Throwing away all dignity, Talon was stunned, retracting his nails, with a face full of disdain. "You really want to submit?" Reed quickly bowed his head. "I do. Even if I become a dog, I willingly accept. Just ask the master to spare my life." On one side, Reed went from defiance to kneeling in seconds, while Talon crushed the entire scene and the bandit den was in chaos. On the other side, the army was already brewing a big move. Loning was leading the trainees through hellish training at sea. Carl was transforming into future Imperial-level combat power, and mysterious experts were coming to join, their strength directly maxing out. Compared to the world government's conspiracies, the bandits were struggling for their lives, while the army was both training elite soldiers and building connections, completely outclassing their opponents. When the mountain bandits were mutually destroyed, the army would directly step in to clean up the mess. By then, whether it was the surrendering Reed, the troublemaking Edo, or the world government trying to control the situation, they would all be crushed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world was imminent. "Will you submit to me?" Talon, expressionless, put on the military uniform that belonged to one of the 3 generals of the world government's central army. A hint of surprise on his otherwise pale face. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Talon had originally intended to deal a fatal blow to Reed, but he never expected that someone would be willing to recognize a master to save their life. After a brief pause, a cold smile appeared on his face. Next, high energy. Talon asked Reed, "If you recognize me as your master, you won't have any complaints even if I kill you?" Reed immediately pledged loyalty. "Absolutely no complaints." Talon directly stated, "Then you will be my guard dog slave." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately accelerated, his eyes glowing red, fangs bared, and lunged at the kneeling Reed, biting fiercely into his neck. Reed was caught off guard. Even with armed hockey for defense, it was as if he was made of tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. And he screamed in agony, blood splattering everywhere. You would never expect it. 3 minutes later, Reed suddenly stood up, his fist creating a wind that compressed the air, causing explosive destruction. He felt the power surging within him, more than double what it was before. It turned out that Talon's bite was not meant to kill him, but to give him strength. Reed immediately knelt down, his eyes filled with respect and loyalty. Shouting, "I understand, there is no more Reed, only T1. Talon glanced at the chaotic battlefield of nearly 10 million mountain bandits and ordered T1. "Go to the east and rise again. Even if you can't become one of the 5 emperors of the bandits, you must create a faction." T1 pounded his chest in guarantee. "This small matter is on me." After saying that, he rushed towards the east, secretly delighted. "Following the boss, I will definitely be able to stir up waves in this world." On one side, Talon was playing the game of recruiting underlings and giving out boosts, while the bandit den was an endless conflict. On the other side, the army was already brewing a big move. Loning was leading the trainees through hellish training at sea. Carl was transforming into future Imperial-level combat power. And mysterious experts were coming to join, their strength directly maxing out. Compared to the world government's conspiracies, the bandits were engaged in infighting, while the army was both training elite soldiers and building connections, completely outclassing their opponents. When the mountain bandits were mutually destroyed, the army would directly step in to clean up the mess. By then, whether it was Talon's underlings or the world government trying to control the scene, they would all be crushed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world was just around the corner. Reed believed and he could feel it, that in the future, he would definitely be able to stir up a storm in this world. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. On the battlefield where nearly 10 million mountain bandits were fighting, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out. Reed is dead. Lay down your weapons, and those who surrender will live. The shout echoed throughout the scene, instantly stirring the situation. Next, high energy. Reed was a peak Imperial-level emperor, commanding 1 million troops. With his death, Reed's camp would collapse directly. Without the balance of peak power, if Edo made a move, no matter how many mountain bandits there were, it would be in vain. Not long after, the timid bandits directly threw down their weapons and surrendered. Even Reed's die-hard loyalists had to admit defeat in the face of the overwhelming situation. In less than an hour, this world-shaking battle ended, with losses on both sides not exceeding 1 million. You would never expect it. Edo swiftly incorporated the surrendered soldiers, taking over Reed's territory, and his number of mountain bandit subordinates surged to nearly 10 million. Even though most were old, weak, sick, or disabled, the title of a 10 million-strong army frightened countless powers. The position of the 5 emperors of the bandits was directly internalized by Edo. When this news broke, all mountain bandits went crazy, mobilizing troops to seize territory, swallowing small factions, also for the remaining 4 emperor slots, plunging the entire world into chaos. But Edo was not smug for long. As soon as Talon entered the palace, he immediately couldn't smile anymore. He originally wanted Talon and Reed to mutually destroy one another. But unexpectedly, Talon had crushed Reed without a scratch, his strength several times greater than his own. Edo hurriedly expressed his loyalty. General, if you need anything in the future, just command me. I will never say no. After hearing this, Talon's expression grew colder, and the killing intent emanating from him pressed in, causing Edo to not even dare to breathe. On one side, the bandit den finished fighting and feared being controlled by the world government. On the other side, the army had already entered a mode of effortless victory. Loning was leading the trainees through hellish training at sea. Carl was transforming into future Imperial-level combat power, and mysterious experts were coming to join, their strength directly maxing out. Comparing various factions, tearing each other apart, the army quietly builds its strength and wins the people's hearts, outclassing its opponents by a wide margin. When the mountain bandits and the world government fight to mutual destruction, the army will step in to clean up the mess. By then, whether it's the millions of miscellaneous troops under Edo or fierce characters like Tron, they will all be crushed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world is just around the corner. It even emanates a chilling aura. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Edo was almost provoked into action by Tron's imposing presence, feeling a wave of fear himself, let alone others. Next, high energy. Tron stepped forward, his black pupils suddenly turning red, and he sternly shouted, "I'll say it one last time. This is my order, not the world government's. If you can't remember, you don't need to live anymore. Kill you? There are plenty of people who want to be the mountain bandit emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a shadow, and his icy voice echoed in the palace. The next second, Tron appeared behind Edo, sharp claws gliding across his neck. Even with Edo using haki, it felt like paper, and he bled on the spot. Edo's face turned pale with fright, and he quickly nodded. "What the general commands. I will obey. Even if it means going to war with the world government, I will not hesitate." You absolutely wouldn't expect it. After hearing this, Tron suddenly revealed a strange smile. "You're willing to go to war with the world government?" The commanders under Edo all panicked. The world government has ruled for 100 years, instilling terror in people's hearts. What the boss said was too crazy. As Tron left the palace, he threw down a harsh remark. "Dare to deceive me? Even if you hide in hell, I will drag you out and torture you. You know I have that strength." Edo, holding nearly 10 million mountain bandits, didn't even have the courage to retort. He knew the gap between the peak 4 emperors couldn't be compensated for by numbers. A small commander beside him, not understanding the situation, whispered, "Emperor, are we just going to let him threaten us? Why don't we kill him?" Edo snorted coldly on the spot and glared at him. "You go kill him? Without Tron? Could I have become the emperor so quickly?" He looked at Tron's departing figure, filled with annoyance, but could only endure, who told him his strength was inferior. Over here, Tron was crushing Edo, firmly grasping the mountain bandit emperor's position, while over there the army was quietly preparing a big move. Lonin was leading his students through hellish training at sea. Carl transformed into a future 4 emperor-level powerhouse, and mysterious experts came to join, directly shaking the scene. Compared to the world government's play for hegemony, The mountain bandits were being suppressed, while the army trained elite soldiers and built popularity, outclassing their opponents by a wide margin. When Tron and the mountain bandits and the world government fight to mutual destruction, the army will step in to clean up the mess, and by then, whether it's Tron or Edo, they will be crushed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world is just around the corner. However, Edo's attitude made him feel increasingly restless. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Edo stood at the top of the palace, his face hideously fierce, with a ghostly light in his eyes murmuring, "Though you are a general of the world government, your tone hides secrets I do not know. The days are long. I want to see what tricks you play next." Next, high energy. On Cake Island in the New World, Cracker bent down in front of Charlotte Linlin, his face full of flattery. "Mom, the matter you asked me to keep an eye on has yielded results." Edo crushed red, held nearly 10 million mountain bandits, and swallowed all the opponent's territory and business, securing his position as the mountain bandit emperor. Upon hearing this, Linlin grabbed a cake and stuffed it in her mouth, chewing disdainfully. "It ended so quickly? I thought it would take 1 or 2 weeks. 10 million troops? Most of them are just a bunch of useless rabble. Only Edo, with his peak 4 emperor strength, can barely catch my eye." After finishing, she put down the cake, her tone arrogant. "Cracker, send someone to propose a marriage alliance with Edo. It's best if he agrees. If he dares to refuse, he shouldn't embarrass our Charlotte family. I am the 4 Emperor Linlin, who doesn't fear me." Cracker immediately smiled. "Don't worry, Mom. Edo, a mountain bandit emperor, is far weaker than you, and he will surely be sensible. The world revolves around the sea. What's the point of him being strong on land? The power you hold is feared even by the world government and the navy." This made Linlin laugh heartily, temporarily forgetting her obsession with desserts. "You absolutely wouldn't expect it." A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the boundless sea, Lonin's dark red army ship led the way, with 40 army warships lined up in an orderly array, sailing with great momentum. His subordinates quickly stepped forward to report, "Marshal, we had 0 losses yesterday. Over the entire week, the total losses were only about 400. The army's achievements were simply at a cheat-level existence, compared to other factions that suffered thousands of casualties. The gap was absurdly large. Over here, Linlin was flaunting her power as a 4 emperor, while Edo secretly plotted small moves. Over there, the army had already started to develop in a lying win fashion. Lonin was leading his students through hellish training at sea. Carl transformed into a future 4 emperor-level powerhouse, and the warship fleet was well-equipped with soldiers at peak quality. Compared to the pirate 4 emperors playing for hegemony and the mountain bandits fighting among themselves, the army was steadily training elite soldiers while minimizing losses, yet their strength kept soaring, outclassing their opponents by a wide margin. When the pirates and mountain bandits fight to mutual destruction, the army will step in to clean up the mess, and by then, whether it's Linlin's multinational forces or Edo's millions of mountain bandits, they will all be crushed to the ground. The army's dominance in the pirate world is just around the corner. Marshal, the number of losses yesterday was 0. The total number of losses this week reached about 400. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention, Tiger Shing reported. Except for the first day's loss of 200 men, there were very few casualties among the students afterwards. And yesterday ended the week of training with 0 casualties. Next, high energy. After hearing this, Lonin's voice was hoarse as he ordered, "The 400 sacrificed men will receive 3 times the compensation of ordinary soldiers. Others, after counting, return to the headquarters to continue training. The training is over." On the 40 army warships, the students instantly erupted in excitement, some celebrating and some in tears. This week they had hovered between life and death, their strength skyrocketing by 2 to 3 times. Though there were sacrifices, the overall harvest was maximized. On the return journey, with 10,000 elite troops and 500 guards escorting, the pirates didn't dare to approach at all, and the army fleet sailed smoothly. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Lonin already knew about Edo crushing red and holding 10 million mountain bandits, yet he looked disdainful. What SA peak for emperor? Most of those 10 million mountain bandits are just for show. The capable elites can at most number 100,000. My 50,000 elites are enough to crush them. In his eyes, the mountain bandits were just a mob of robbers and killers, daring to wreak havoc in the army's territory would be crushed in no time. But just as the army fleet was nearing the headquarters, the speed suddenly slowed to a stop. Lonin walked to the bow, and his expression instantly turned cold. A killing intent erupted from him. There were countless warships blocking the way ahead. Judging by their appearance and the people on the ships, Lanin immediately concluded, they are from the world government's Central Army. To dare block the fleet of the Army Marshal. Are they tired of living? Over here, the Central Army foolishly attempted to intercept, while over there, the Army had already activated its cheat mode. After the students' life and death training, their combat power skyrocketed, with 50,000 elites fighting 10, and with hidden powerhouses like Lanin sitting in the command. Compared to the Central Army's oppression through power, the Army speaks with strength. This interception is practically a death wish. When Lanin gives the order to strike, the Central Army will definitely be crushed to the ground, not even knowing how they lost. This time, the Army not only aims to break through the interception, but also to let the world government know who the true ruler of the pirate world is. Looking at the style of the ships ahead, and the people on the ships, if Lanin's guess is correct, those people must be the troops of the world government's Central Army. The rise of the Army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Lanin stared at the massive fleet blocking the way ahead, full of confusion. I can't understand why they brought so many warships here to block me. Next, high energy. 1,000 warships suddenly opened up a passage, and a giant warship surged forward, with a figure of Fengji Jian Luku, clad in a general's robe. Standing on its deck, a transparent, long sword gleaming coldly at his waist. Luku grinned. Luo Ning, it's been a year since we last met. Isn't this a surprising way to reunite? Just as his words fell, the 1,000 warships quickly tightened their encirclement, trapping 40 Army ships so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Luo Ning's expression darkened. Luku, are you representing the world government to wage war against the Army? He was worried. He wasn't afraid for himself, but he couldn't let anything happen to the 4,000 students around him. You would never expect it. Luku suddenly changed his demeanor, his aura shifting from gentle to sharp, like a knife. Wage war? I'm just here to restrain you. But now you're isolated. Even if we go to war, what can you do? Saying this, he jumped into the air, drawing his sword to strike. A sword energy infused with the essence of wind sliced through the air, powerful enough to cut through space. Luo Ning didn't hold back either, drawing out his dark red long sword, the sword energy shooting straight into the sky. Luku, your swordsmanship is strong, but I haven't been idle this past year. While these two top swordsmen clashed head-on, the Army students were no longer soft targets. After hellish training at sea, their combat power soared, with 50,000 elites capable of taking on 10. Did Luku think he could control them with 1,000 warships? That was simply wishful thinking. The Army had already activated their power mode, and Luo Ning, the world's #1 swordsman, along with the ruthless legion that had returned from training, could easily crush the Central Army. Once Luo Ning made his move, Luku's sword energy wouldn't even breach his defenses, and 1,000 warships would be reduced to scrap by the Army. This wave of the Central Army actively delivering their heads on a platter was just what the Army needed to establish their authority. It's time for the Army to call the shots in the pirate world. Leaping into the air, Luo Ning hovered, watching Luku, who was filled with the essence of wind sword intent, his expression gradually becoming serious. The rise of the Army in the pirate world was noteworthy. Look closely. A year ago, Luo Ning could easily crush Luku, and now he had the confidence to win again. But with nearly 4,000 Army students by his side, they became the biggest restraint. If Luku ordered the 1,000 warships to fire, those students would likely be annihilated. Next, high energy. Luo Ning, holding his long sword, casually swung a sword toward Luku. With the peak strength of the 4 emperors and the dual enhancement of the great swordsman realm, a terrifying sword energy instantly took shape, rushing toward Luku. Luku didn't hold back either, raising his hand to counter with a sword. And the two sword energies collided in midair, exploding with energy before dissipating. Onlookers exclaimed it was a tie. But Luku's heart sank. The power of Luo Ning's sword was clearly stronger than his. Before Luo Ning could react, Luku suddenly exerted force, his figure transforming into a phantom in midair, moving at an eerie speed. Luo Ning's eyes widened, struggling to catch a glimpse of him, unable to help but exclaim, "Your strength has more than doubled since last year. Your understanding of the way of the wind is completely profound." He quickly activated his observation haki, trying to predict Luku's movements, but to no avail. The opponent's way of the wind could actually interfere with his observation haki, making it impossible to predict the next moves. You would never expect it. Seeing Luo Ning panicking, Luku laughed triumphantly. "Stop wasting your effort. Even if your observation haki can predict the future, it's useless against my way of the wind." If you don't want the 4,000 students behind you to die, then give it your all. With that, he unleashed a chilling sword intent, charging at Luo Ning with his transparent longsword. The peak strength of the four emperors, the bizarre way of the wind, and the terrifying sword intent combined, leaving Luo Ning momentarily unable to cope, only able to barely fend off the sword energy coming from all directions. Fortunately, Lu Ku was too focused on his confrontation with Luo Ning to give orders to his subordinates, and the 1,000 warships and countless soldiers didn't dare to act rashly, keeping the students temporarily safe. But Lu Ku was indeed too arrogant. He forgot that the army had already activated their power mode. After hellish training at sea, the students' combat power had increased by 2 to 3 times, and the 50,000 elites were capable of taking on 10, fully equipped and ready for battle. As the world's #1 swordsman, Luo Ning also had hidden trump cards he hadn't revealed. Once Luo Ning broke free from the restraints and unleashed his full power, Lu Ku would truly understand what it meant to encounter the peak of swordsmanship. The 1,000 warships looked intimidating, but the firepower from even a single army ship could turn them into scrap metal. This wave of Lu Ku actively offering himself up was just what the army needed to establish their authority. It's time for the army to redefine the rules of the pirate world. However, one good thing was that without the command of Lu Ku, the 1,000 warships and the countless vast army under him did not act rashly. The rise of the army in the pirate world was noteworthy. Look closely. 1,000 world government warships surrounded over 40 army ships so tightly that not even a mosquito could escape. This display was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Next, high energy. The 3 elite guards of the army, Hu Qi, Hu Ba, and Hu Xing, instantly darkened their expressions. There were at least 1 million enemy troops facing them, with 1,000 warships providing support, making a head-on confrontation extremely difficult. But they weren't afraid of death. They feared that if they died on the battlefield, the hope for the army's rise would be completely shattered. Hu Xing made a decisive call, placing his hand on his dark red longsword. A murderous aura brewing instantly. All army, listen up. If the enemy does not move, we will remain still. If they dare to attack, we will kill them mercilessly. Even if we die, we want the world government to know that our army is not to be trifled with. As soon as his words fell, 10,000 army soldiers drew their long knives in unison, their expressions solemn as iron, a murderous aura permeating the air, their military spirit fully ignited. Even facing 1 million enemy troops, they showed no fear, their momentum unwavering. Immediately after, Hu Xing shouted at the general's ship, 500 army elite guards, listen up. Protect the general at all costs. If the general is in danger, kill the enemy general at any cost, even if it means only delaying for a few seconds. You would never expect it. In the next second, 500 elite guards clad in dark red armor appeared instantly. Their hundreds of pounds heavy dark red steel, knives gleaming coldly. These knives could break through the elementalization of devil fruits. They roared in unison. For the general, we will fight to the death. For the general, we will fight to the death. The sound reverberated across the sea, shaking the waters, and the murderous aura and momentum emitted by the 500 merged into a breath of terror that was suffocating. On the opposite side, 200,000 Central Army soldiers were already shaken before the battle had even begun, many of them trembling in fear. Even Lu Ku, who was engaged in battle with Luo Ning, was distracted, unable to help but praise. Indeed, the world's finest elite, their reputation is well-deserved. He quickly shouted to his subordinates, Bak, the army is under your command. I'll deal with this kid, Luo Ning, myself. It should be noted that Bak was a mid-level 4 emperor strength, and in terms of army command and mobilization abilities, he surpassed Lu Ku by several times. But Lu Ku and Bak didn't know that the army had already activated their power mode. After training in the sea, the combat power of the 10,000 soldiers soared, and the 500 elite guards were capable of taking on 100. Luo Ning, the world's #1 swordsman, still had hidden cards he hadn't played. Did Bak think he could control the army through command? That was pure wishful thinking. Once Luo Ning fully exerted his strength to defeat Lu Ku, the elite guards would charge in, and with the firepower of 10,000 soldiers unleashed, the 1,000 warships would soon be turned into scrap metal. This wave of the Central Army, though seemingly numerous, was actually just delivering their heads on a platter, perfectly allowing the army to establish their authority. The rules of the pirate world needed to be redefined by the army. Although he was only at mid-level 4 emperor strength, His ability to command and mobilize troops was several times stronger than that of Lu Ku, the Windsword. The rise of the army in the pirate world was noteworthy. Look closely. If Lu Ku was a fierce general charging in a battle, then Bach was the top strategist orchestrating the entire operation. This combination pushed the army to the edge of a cliff. Next, high energy. Lu could drop the line about the army being under Bach's command and charged at Luo Ning with terrifying speed, his long sword cutting through the wind with every strike. The sword intent blinding. Luo Ning was immediately suppressed, forced into a passive position. Just as he fell into the struggle, Bach immediately made a bold command. All troops, listen up, charge, crush the army into dust. 2 million troops and 1,000 warships instantaneously sprang into action, with clear divisions of labor for the assault team, blockade team, and defense team, moving like a precision instrument toward 10,000 ground troops, 4,000 trainees, and 500 elite guards. The army was caught in a deadlock in the blink of an eye. Luo Ning found it not difficult to break out, but the 4,000 trainees would probably suffer half losses. Hu Xing roared on the spot. All army personnel heed my command. Prepare to face the enemy. 10,000 soldiers drew their swords with a whoosh, their momentum soaring to the heavens, their eyes filled with fierce determination. Even if they die, they want the world government to know that the army is not to be trifled with. They were well aware that if they lost this battle, the army would have no chance to rise again, and they believed in Luo Ning's ability to turn the tide. You would never have expected it. Carl on the mast looked at the approaching enemy troops, feeling both angry and pained. So many comrades were about to fall, but the world government was clearly targeting them. There was no way to dodge. Boval grabbed Alsace, his voice trembling. 2 million troops. Can we even make it back alive? But they had all forgotten that the army had long activated its cheat. 10,000 soldiers, having undergone hellish training at sea, doubled their combat power. 500 elite guards donned dark red armor, their steel blades capable of breaking the elementalization of devil fruit, easily taking on 100, and Luo Ning, the world's greatest swordsman, was hiding his ultimate trump card. Bach thought that relying on sheer numbers would allow him to crush them. Purely a dream. Once Luo Ning shook off Liuka with a glance, the army immediately launched a counterattack. The elite guards led the charge, their steel blades making the central army cry out for mercy. 10,000 soldiers unleashed their firepower, bombarding the enemy's ships as if they cost nothing. Luo Ning drew his sword, unleashing sword chi that directly sank several warships. 2 million miscellaneous soldiers were just fodder, and 1,000 warships were instantly reduced to scrap metal. Liuka and Bach's operation was simply handing experience and heads to the army. Once the army won this battle, they would directly establish their reputation in the pirate world. And who would dare provoke them in the future? The world government's conspiracy would ultimately be trampled underfoot by the army. Boss, I don't know if we can survive this time. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Alsace patted his chest and said to Bovarl, Boss, I want to follow you for a lifetime. Even if you never become a general officer in the army, I am willing to be your deputy. Bovarl was both moved and amused. What do you mean I can't become one? I'm aiming for the position of army general. General officers are nothing to me. Next, high energy. Bovarl stared at the densely packed 1,000 enemy ships and the countless world government coalition forces ahead. His eyes suddenly filled with unwavering determination. If we can survive this encirclement, I will fight tooth and nail for one of the 3 general positions in the army. No matter how difficult it is, I won't be satisfied unless I give a try. Alsace looked at his serious expression and also got fired up. Boss, wanting to become a general can't rely on just me as a little brother. This battle is the best opportunity. As long as we survive and make a name for ourselves, there will be plenty of people willing to follow you. Let's start paving the way for the future from this battle. The two exchanged determined glances, filled with an unwillingness to back down. You would never have expected it. On the other side, Bach was shouting slogans madly on the world government's flagship. Brothers, charge! It's just over 10,000 army troops. Let's crush them in one wave. Kill an army soldier and get 10,000 berries. Kill an officer and the bounty doubles. If you make a contribution, you can even become an officer of the world government. This opportunity won't come again. But inside, he was in a panic. 2 million troops and 1,000 warships were hard to mobilize, and they were too close to the army headquarters. They had to resolve the battle quickly, or once army reinforcements arrived, there would be no chance to eliminate Luo Ning and the 500 elite guards. Bach quickly called over a subordinate, radiating the aura of a peak 4 emperors. Ordering, You take 10,000 world government iron guards and 200,000 troops to the rear to set up defenses. Remember, just hold off the army reinforcements. Don't engage directly. The subordinates scoffed at once, full of disdain, probably thinking that dealing with the army reinforcements didn't require such a large setup, purely making a big deal out of nothing. But they all underestimated the army's cheat-like power. Vows and Alsace were eager to establish their reputation on the battlefield. 10,000 army soldiers had doubled their combat power through hellish training, and 500 elite guards donned dark red armor. Their steel blades, capable of breaking the elementalization of devil fruit, while Luo Ning, the world's greatest swordsman, was hiding his ultimate trump card. Bach thought he could make soldiers fight for him with bounties? Purely wishful thinking. Once Luo Ning shook off Lyoka with a signal, the army immediately launched a counterattack. Vows and Alsace led the charge, cutting down the central army. The 500 elite guards formed a spearhead team, directly penetrating the enemy's core. 10,000 soldiers unleashed their firepower, bombarding enemy ships. Luo Ning drew his sword, unleashing terrifying sword chi that directly sank several main ships. 2 million troops were just fodder, and 1,000 warships were instantly reduced to scrap metal. After this battle, the army directly established its authority in the pirate world. And who would dare provoke them in the future? The world government's conspiracy to restrain the army would ultimately be trampled underfoot. As Bach's voice fell, the man radiating the aura of the peak four emperors showed a hint of disdain, curling his lips. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. That mysterious person with peak four emperors' strength vanished into thin air after hearing Bach's orders. Although he deeply felt that defending the rear was not as satisfying as chopping down people on the battlefield, he didn't utter a word of dissent. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders, and command authority rests with Bach, so he had to comply. Next, high energy. In the aerial battlefield, Luo Ning was almost driven mad. Lyoka's speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, turning into a phantom and surrounding him. His dark red longsword was knocked around to the point where he couldn't exert power, and his proud infinite sword path was completely suppressed. While dodging, Luo Ning forced a smile. What my ancestor said, only speed can break, is indeed not wrong. Lyoka's progress this year is explosive. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't win against Lyoka, the army was bound to lose this battle. Pushed to the brink, Luo Ning suddenly closed his eyes. Maximizing his sensory perception, everything around him felt engraved in his mind. He took a deep breath and extended his right hand, pressing into the void. I have no choice. I can only use this incomplete trump card. In the next second, a kilometer radius domain instantly unfolded around Luo Ning, bringing oppressive weight, murderous intent, and balancing power. While isolating everything, directly enveloping Lyoka, you would never have expected it. Lyoka was momentarily stalled by the tenfold pressure, but suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his eyes bursting with sword intent. Luo Ning, you really have hidden a move. No wonder you are my lifelong rival of the wind sword. Only you can keep up with me in the sword path. Not only was he not flustered, but his fighting spirit was also ignited, feeling that this kind of battle was exhilarating. But both Lyoka and Bach were unaware that the army had long activated its cheat. Luo Ning's domain was just the beginning. Next, he would be able to counter-suppress Lyoka. The 500 elite guards donned dark red armor, their steel blades capable of breaking the elementalization of devil fruit, were already charging with momentum, and the 10,000 soldiers, having honed their skills at sea, had doubled their combat power, and their shells were already loaded. The defenses set up by Bach were like paper in front of the army. Once Luo Ning completely subdued Lyoka with a signal, the army immediately launched a full counterattack. The elite guards led the charge, shattering the enemy formation, soldiers unleashing firepower to sink enemy ships, and 2 million troops were just fodder, while 1,000 warships instantly turned into scrap metal. After this battle, the army directly established its authority in the pirate world, and in the future, anyone who saw them would have to steer clear. The world government's conspiracy to restrain the army was completely extinguished. If it weren't for the battle with Luo Ning a year ago, the rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. If it weren't for losing to Luo Ning in that battle a year ago, Lyoka would never have comprehended the profound meaning of the wind sword path, nor would he have been able to master the wind path so thoroughly, and he would never have become the top ruthless character he was today. Next, high energy. Lyoka, wielding a transparent longsword, moved like a phantom, unleashing dozens of meters long terrifying sword chi toward Luo Ning. The sea was instantly split in half. The sword chi was fast enough to tear through the void, carrying a destructive momentum straight for Luo Ning. But Luo Ning stood his ground, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile. Tenfold pressure is just the appetizer. In the realm of Tai Chi, you haven't seen true ferocity yet. He instantly expanded the domain to a kilometer, closing his eyes. Without needing to look, everything within the domain felt engraved in his mind. Ryoka panicked, launching hundreds of attacks in a single breath, the sword light dense as rain. But Luo Ning raised his hand to block, every move precise, not a hint of panic. Ryoka's heart sank, his speed dropped by 20%, and he was completely seen through, clearly having the speed advantage. Yet in the Tai Chi domain, he felt useless. The frustration reminiscent of a year ago when he was controlled by Luo Ning. Cornered, Ryoka roared, sword of wind, absolute breath slash. As the words fell, a terrifying whirlwind swept across the sea, boiling the water, his long sword trembling as if about to crack. The power of this move increased tenfold compared to a year ago. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow, and in the next second, a soaring sword intent erupted from him, matching Ryoka's sword energy without losing ground. Just in time. Let me see how powerful this move really is. He tightly gripped his dark red long sword, power humming as it gathered upon the blade, his eyes filled with confidence. Ryoka's tricks were nothing to worry about. It's important to note that the army had long since powered up. Luo Ning's Tai Chi domain was a bug-level existence, no matter how fast or fierce Ryoka was. Entering the domain was futile. Bach was still counting on Ryoka to turn the tide. Pure delusion. Once Luo Ning finished gathering power, he would strike back with a single sword, instantly taking down Ryoka's so-called absolute breath slash. At that time, the entire army would launch a full-scale assault. 500 elite guards would slice through the enemy lines like a sharp blade, steel knives making the central army cry out. 10,000 soldiers would unleash their firepower, raining shells on enemy ships as if they cost nothing, turning 1,000 warships into scrap metal in an instant. 200,000 soldiers were just there to offer their heads, with no chance to escape. After this battle, the army would directly become legends in the pirate world. And from then on, everyone would keep their distance. The world government schemes to restrain the army would be completely thwarted. Power slowly gathered, the sword intent condensing on the long sword. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Terrifying power surged. The sword intent on Luo Ning's long sword becoming increasingly explosive, and as time passed, its might seemed ready to shatter the heavens. He and Ryoka swung their swords almost simultaneously, two terrifying sword energies instantly tearing the sky apart, each occupying half the heavens, faster than light, carrying a momentum that could destroy everything as they crashed into each other. Next comes the high-energy moment. At the moment of collision, the sea erupted into towering waves, violently surging up and down. In the distance, 1,000 world government warships creaked as if they would fall apart at any moment. Even the void couldn't withstand this force. Twisting like a pretzel, a second later, a deafening explosion erupted, the sound piercingly loud. Everyone below the level of the four emperors covered their ears, their faces turning red from the pain, rolling on the ground as if their eardrums might burst. Bach stared at the battlefield, both shocked and delighted. Ryoka's power was top tier even among the peak four emperors. Luo Ning could actually force him to use absolute breath slash. This rebel general was too explosive. Fortunately, Ryoka was holding him back. Otherwise, even I combined with that peak four emperor subordinate wouldn't be enough to take him on. The more he thought, the more pleased he became, grinning sinisterly. Seized this opportunity to annihilate the army. Then not only could he restrain the army, but he could also erase them from the world, ensuring the world government's rewards would be plentiful. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Bach suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Brothers, charge! Kill an army soldier and earn a reward. Kill an officer and gain military merit. How hard is it to earn military merit from the world government? This opportunity is rare. Upon hearing this, the coalition soldiers instantly turned bloodthirsty, their eyes filled with desire, roaring as if they were on a drug. Annihilate these traitorous scum. Not a single one left alive. Their minds were filled with bounty and military merit, never considering. If the army were so easy to crush, they would have been wiped out long ago. How could they survive to this day? But they didn't know that the army had long since powered up. Luo Ning had just taken Ryoka's strongest move head-on, and now he was about to counterattack. 500 elite guards clad in dark red armor, their steel knives capable of breaking through elemental transformations were charging up with energy. 10,000 soldiers, tempered by the sea, had doubled their combat power, and the shells were already loaded. Did Bach think he could grasp the army just by offering bounties? Pure delusion. Once Luo Ning crushed Liuka, a signal would be given, and the army would immediately launch a counterattack. The elite guards charged like sharp blades, cutting through the enemy lines, their steel knives making the coalition cry out. 10,000 soldiers unleashed their firepower, raining shells on the enemy's ships, turning 1,000 enemy warships into scrap metal in an instant. 200,000 coalition soldiers were just there to offer their heads, with the slow ones becoming snacks for sea monsters. After this battle, the army would directly become legends in the pirate world, and from then on, everyone would keep their distance. The world government schemes to suppress the army would be completely thwarted. The million-strong world government coalition kept shouting, using it to vent their inner desires. At the same time, it also strengthened their resolve, the determination to stand firm between life and death. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Tiger Xing suddenly drew his dark red long sword, his voice booming. Soldiers of the army, our enemies are the million-strong coalition of the world government. Even if we end up with only dead ends, are you afraid? While Luo Ning was held back, as the Marshal's personal guard and an army general, he took up the banner of command without hesitation. Next comes the high-energy moment. 10,000 soldiers of the army roared in unison, shaking the sea. Not afraid. Fight for the Marshal. No regrets in death. They fixed their eyes on the seemingly endless coalition, their gazes fierce. Behind them were their wives, children, and parents, people they needed to protect. They couldn't afford to lose this battle. They must not lose. The great battle erupted in an instant. 10,000 army soldiers charged towards the 200,000 coalition soldiers, their steel knives swinging like windmills, each strike carrying a deadly resolve. Though the coalition was numerous, they were all just miscellaneous troops. In terms of elite forces, they were no match for the army. But sheer numbers kept coming in waves, like a tide, playing a war of attrition, and the army gradually found it hard to breathe. Tiger Xing watched in fury, slashing out 1/2 meter of sword energy, and a large number of coalition soldiers fell instantly. Some were cut in half, some fell directly into the sea, only to be instantly swallowed by the emerging sea kings. Dozens of them, not even enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Tiger Xing's brow furrowed. They want to drag us down to death. But they were completely surrounded by the coalition, and with Luo Ning still tightly entangled by Liuka, retreating was harder than climbing to the sky. He turned to Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba, exchanging glances. The three brothers shared a deep understanding, leaping onto the enemy's ship, immediately entering a slaughter mode. Tiger Xing's sword light swept across, causing the coalition to collapse in waves. Tiger Chi, immensely strong, swung his steel knife horizontally and vertically. Tiger Ba, swift of foot, specifically targeted enemy leaders, the three of them cutting through the enemy ship like chopping vegetables, causing chaos. Did the coalition think they could win just by numbers? Pure delusion. The army had long since powered up. 10,000 soldiers, tempered by the hell of the sea. Each could take on 10, growing fiercer as they fought. The three brothers of Tiger Xing had the combat power of the four emperors, cutting through the miscellaneous troops like playing. Luo Ning was also about to shake off Liuka, ready to return for support. Bach thought he could play a war of attrition. Once Luo Ning pulled back, he would immediately lead the army to launch a full-scale assault. 500 elite guards charged forward, their dark red steel knives capable of breaking through elemental transformations, plunging straight into the heart of the coalition. The army's warships unleashed their full firepower, shells raining down on the enemy's ships, 1,000 enemy vessels instantly blown to scrap metal. 200,000 coalition soldiers were just there to offer their heads, the slow ones becoming snacks for sea kings. After this battle, the army would directly become legends in the pirate world, and from then on, everyone would keep their distance. The world government's schemes to suppress the army would be completely thwarted. Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba jumped onto the world government warships, crazily wreaking havoc and slaughtering the coalition forces. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. In less than 5 minutes, more than 10 world government warships sank like stones, plunging straight into the boundless sea. The three brothers, Hu Xing, Hu Qi, and Hu Ba, entered a rampage mode, and the coalition forces suffered a loss of over 100,000 troops, though most of these were sailors who fell into the sea after their ships were sunk, becoming food for sea creatures. In reality, Only about 10,000 were truly killed by the three brothers. Next, things get intense. Bach couldn't sit still on the main ship, watching the ship sink and troops being wiped out, cold sweat pouring down. If these three keep chopping like this, the coalition will be slaughtered into fear, and I, as the commander, will lose my head. He suddenly drew his long sword, and the sword energy of a great swordsman erupted. A terrifying aura of mid-level emperor level surged towards the heavens. The soldiers beside him were so frightened they quickly lowered their heads and made way, not daring to breathe. Bach raised his hand and unleashed a 5-meter-long killing sword energy, charging straight at Hu Xing, who was chopping. You would never have guessed. Hu Xing instantly sensed the crisis, turned his head and laughed. Oh, finally stop pretending? I thought you could wait until the coalition was wiped out. He leaped off the enemy ship, walking on the water as if it were solid ground, and slashed out a sword energy that collided with Bach's. However, Bach was a mid-level emperor, and the residual power of his sword energy was still strong. Hu Xing added another strike, and only then did the two sword energies completely dissipate. Hu Qi and Hu Ba immediately stopped, their eyes fixed on Bach. This was the real challenge, the true helmsman of the coalition. But Bach had no idea that the army had long activated their cheat. The three brothers looked like they were at the early emperor level, but they had worked together for many years. Their synergy was off the charts, and they could fight head-on against a mid-level emperor. Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ku and could return to assist at any moment. The 500 royal guards had been holding back their strength, their steel knives almost sparking from sharpening, just waiting for the command to charge in. Did Bach think he could turn the tide by himself? That was pure delusion. Once Luo Ning arrived, he would directly team up with the three brothers to beat Bach to the ground in no time. By then, the entire army would launch a general attack, with the warships firing at full power, shells raining down on the enemy ships like they were free, and 1,000 coalition ships would be blown to scrap in an instant. The 200,000 coalition soldiers were just there to serve as cannon fodder, and the slower ones became snacks for sea creatures. After this battle, the army would ascend to godhood in the pirate world, and anyone who saw them would have to steer clear. The world government's schemes to suppress the army would be completely thwarted because they knew that their real enemy was Bach, under Lu Ku, a powerful figure with mid-level emperor-level combat power. Similarly, he was also the commander of this coalition force. The rise of the army in the world of pirates. Pay attention. As long as Bach is crushed, the coalition will immediately be leaderless, even with 200,000 soldiers. Without coordination, they would be a scattered mess, directly having the threat to the army. Next, things get intense. The three brothers, Hu Xing, Hu Qi, and Hu Ba, charged forward to beat Bach, sparking flames on the battlefield. Those below the emperor level dared not approach. Bach had been arrogant before, thinking his mid-level emperor combat power could easily handle three early emperor level opponents. But once the fight started, he was completely stunned. The three brothers' power was off the charts, especially that immense strength, beating him to the point of misery. The rhythm of the battle was entirely controlled by the three brothers, and Bach could only shrink back in defense, with no chance to counterattack, feeling so frustrated that his face turned green. But the coalition, relying on their numbers, engaged in a war of attrition, waves of troops charging in one after another. Even the most elite army soldiers couldn't withstand the strain, and casualties began to soar, from 1 down to 10 to 100, and soon they lost 1,000. The situation was dire, and it looked like they couldn't hold on much longer. Hu Xing watched his brothers fall one by one, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. These were all veterans who had fought alongside the Marshal for many years. They could not just disappear like this. You would never have guessed. Hu Xing suddenly took a step back, raised his right hand, and roared, 500 royal guards, kill for me. As soon as he finished speaking, 500 guards clad in dark red armor charged out, each with fierce eyes, showing no fear in the face of 1,000,000 coalition troops. As the army's top elite, they struck with critical hits, their steel knives swung, and the coalition fell in droves, bodies dropping into the sea like dumplings, with sea creatures below going mad to devour them. The scene fierce and exhilarating. These 500 men directly turned the tide of the battle, causing the coalition to collapse. Bach was completely panicked. He never expected the army had this trump card, but he didn't know that the army's cheat wasn't over yet. The three brothers were about to break through Bach's defenses, and Luo Ning was also close to crushing Lu Ku, ready to assist at any moment. Did Bach think he could rely on numbers to turn the tide? That was pure delusion. Once Luo Ning arrived, he would team up with the three brothers to take down Bach, and the entire army would launch a general assault. Warships would fire at full power, shells blowing enemy ships into fireworks, and the 200,000 coalition soldiers were just there to serve as cannon fodder. After this battle, the army would ascend to godhood in the pirate world, and the world government would have to obediently concede. The so-called numerical advantage was a joke in front of absolute elite forces. Haha, don't joke around. The rise of the army in the world of pirates. Pay attention. There is only one rule in this world. Strength is paramount. Those with strong fists get to speak. Only true skills can establish a foothold and remain unyielding. Next, things get intense. A small commander in the coalition looked at the 500 royal guards in dark red armor and trembled all over, mumbling, "Impossible. How could you be army people? Where did the army get such a terrifying unit?" Fear clouded his mind, and he dropped his weapon and turned to run. As soon as he escaped 100 meters, a steel knife pierced through his body, blood spraying high, and his corpse fell into the sea, instantly devoured by small sea creatures. At this moment, 40,000 Iron Guards suddenly charged out from the coalition. This group was notorious for their brutality, specifically hunting down deserters. When the coalition commanders saw the Iron Guard arrive, they immediately became energized and crazily charged towards the army. The Iron Guard commander stared at the royal guards slaughtering the coalition, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. 500 royal guards, long time no see. Let us see you all fall today. With a wave of his hand, 40,000 Iron Guards surged out, arrogantly shouting, "We are the strongest elite in the world. Army trash, die for me." Bach, being surrounded by the three brothers, was barely holding up his defense when he saw the Iron Guards mobilize and grin maliciously. The army is finished now. These 40,000 Iron Guards are the last straw that will break you. Trapped among 1,000 ships and 200,000 coalition troops with no reinforcements. I want to see how long you can hold out. He thought this was a great opportunity to annihilate Luo Ning, the royal guards, and the three brothers. Dreaming with a smile, you would never have guessed. They all thought wrong. The army's royal guards had long activated their cheat, each one a top-tier fierce warrior, handling 100 like child's play, and their steel knives could even cut through devil fruit elementalization. As soon as the 40,000 Iron Guards charged in, the royal guards counterattacked, their steel knives swinging, and the Iron Guards fell in droves, their bodies piling up like small mountains, blood dyeing the sea red. The three brothers seized the opportunity to intensify their assault, and Bach was forced back repeatedly, struggling to maintain his defense, cold sweat soaking his clothes. What is even worse? Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ku, ready to return at any moment. Once Luo Ning arrived, he would directly team up with the royal guards and the three brothers, rubbing the coalition into the ground. The 200,000 coalition soldiers were just there to serve as cannon fodder, and 1,000 enemy ships would be blown to scrap in an instant. After this battle, the army would ascend to godhood in the pirate world, and the world government would have to obediently concede. The so-called Iron Guards and coalition were just a joke in front of the army. If it weren't for this time, the rise of the army in the world of pirates. Pay attention. The army's strength exploded to an outrageous level, and their development speed was like it was on a rocket. Don't say these 200,000 world government coalition troops in front of us. Even if they doubled the coalition's numbers without real top-tier elites, they would still be ground into the dirt by the army. Next, things get intense. The more Bach thought about it, the more afraid he became, his face dark like a snake hiding in the shadows, grinning coldly. Heaven is not helping the army. So I will follow heaven's will and completely resolve you here. He swung his sword fiercely, sharp sword energies filled with murderous intent charging straight at the three brothers, revealing the strength of a great swordsman. Tiger Xing, Tiger Qi, and Tiger Ba, the three brothers, followed the world's #1 swordsman, Luo Ning, and had long mastered the swordsmanship. The three of them focused their energy, and the dark red steel knives in their hands instantly glowed, easily dispersing the sword energy, leaving no energy remnants. Tiger Xing stared at Bach with icy eyes. "Bach, once we crush you, the coalition will lose its command. No matter how many people there are, they will be like a scattered sand. You still want to annihilate our army? That's pure wishful thinking." Bach exploded on the spot, roaring, "You three, who are at the early stage of the four emperors, dare to shout about killing me. Who is at the mid-stage of the four emperors? Do you really think I can command solely by luck?" He originally wanted to use the battle with the three brothers to improve his strength, but he couldn't hold back anymore. His only thought was to eliminate these three and preserve the face of the world government and himself. He could not let this emerging force, the army, step on him. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Bach closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only the silhouettes of the three brothers remained, filled with murderous intent. He tightly gripped the long sword against his chest, A terrifying aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in pitch-black armed color hockey, and his observation hockey was instantly fully charged. In the next second, the long sword in his hand transformed into nearly 1,000 phantoms, as if thousands of swords were under his control, and then he struck fiercely, unleashing a power that could shake the void. This sword directly used 4 layers of energy. Bak roared as he unleashed his ultimate move. Luo Ning's 3 dogs. Taste this move. Swordsmanship of slaughter. 1,000 blades. But what Bak didn't know was that the army had already activated their ultimate cheat. The 3 brothers seemed to be at the early stage of the 4 emperors, but they had worked together for many years. Their tacit understanding was at its peak. And when they teamed up, they could withstand the late stage of the 4 emperors. Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ku and could arrive for support at any moment. The 500 army guards were still in the coalition's formation, crazily slaughtering enemies, harvesting heads like cutting vegetables. His 1,000 blades looked intimidating, but it was simply not enough against the 3 brothers. Once the 3 brothers broke this move, they could immediately crush Bak. When Luo Ning arrived, the army would launch a full-scale attack, with warships unleashing firepower, shells raining down on enemy ships as if they were free, and the 2 million coalition forces were just there to give away heads, with 1,000 enemy ships being blown to scrap metal in an instant. After this battle, the army would become legendary in the pirate world, and anyone who saw them would have to avoid them. The world government's dream of suppressing the army would be completely shattered. Swordsmanship of slaughter. 1,000 blades. Pay attention. Bak's 1,000 blades is no joke. As the long sword fell, nearly 1,000 terrifying sword energies suddenly exploded, each carrying a suffocating deterrent power that made people's scalp tingle. Next, high energy. The Tiger Xing 3 brothers frowned on the spot, their pressure reaching its peak after being besieged for so long. They clearly felt that Bak had pulled out the real deal. Tiger Xing said solemnly, "Use all your strength. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand this move." The 3 of them were clear in their hearts. If they lost, the army would completely collapse. Luo Ning was entangled with Lu Ku. The guards had just confronted the Iron Guard, and tens of thousands of soldiers were still holding their ground against the coalition. This battle could only be won, not lost. The 3 brothers half-squat, unleashing a terrifying aura. Tiger Xing used Tai Chi's soft force to find weaknesses. Tiger Chi unleashed brute force to increase lethality. And Tiger Ba's veins bulged, his power surging toward the heavens. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army didn't rely on the Navy's 6 forms and hockey. They relied on the unique dragon elephant 9-fold heaven body, refining technique, and ancient martial Tai Chi. Once these 2 cheats were activated, even the early stage of the 4 emperors could withstand the mid-stage. Thousands of sword energies covered the sky and blocked the sun as they surged toward them. But the 3 brothers remained completely calm. Tiger Chi's brute force erupted. The steel knife struck with the power of splitting mountains. Tiger Xing's soft force flowed, using strength against strength to deflect the sword energy. Tiger Ba's immense power directly collided with the sword energy. The 3 worked together seamlessly, forcing the sword energy to retreat step by step, debris flying everywhere. Bak was stunned on the spot. This is impossible. How could the early stage of the 4 emperors withstand my 4-layer energy killing move? He had no idea that the army's cheat was already stacked to the max. On Luo Ning's side, he was about to crush Lu Ku, and the guards were about to break through the Iron Guard, waiting for the 3 brothers to crush Bak before launching a full-scale attack. Once the 3 brothers broke this move, they could immediately kill Bak. By then, the entire army would counterkill, and the 2 million coalition forces would just be giving away heads, with 1,000 enemy ships turning into scrap metal in the blink of an eye. After this battle, the army would become legendary in the pirate world, and the world government would have to tremble. The so-called mid-stage of the 4 emperors was just a joke in front of the army's cheat. The world government, even the celestial dragons at this moment, did not dare to make any major decisions lightly. Pay attention. The celestial dragons did not dare to easily make big moves. Once the world order was changed, a bunch of troubles they didn't want to see would come knocking. Next, high energy. Thousands of sword energies traversed the sky, moving at an absurd speed, the murderous aura staining half the sky red, charging toward the Tiger Xing 3 brothers. The 3 barely resisted, facing life-threatening situations. But Bak did not pursue the victory. Instead, he retreated 100 meters, planted his sword on the deck, clasped his hands together, his fingertips trembling, and a strange aura that could control people's minds emerged from him. When he opened his eyes, a red light flashed, and he ominously stared at Tiger Xing. You are the smartest. Without you, let's see if they can still suppress me. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Bach shouted the mind control. Lock on. The 1,000 sword energies that had just consumed 4 layers of energy instantly dissipated. He had no intention of fighting hard. He relied on the mind control ability granted by the devil fruit. Seeing Tiger Xing lower his head, Bach laughed maniacally. The 3 major guards, today is your death day. Then he roared at Tiger Xing. Kill Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba. This is an order. The army soldiers were all stunned. No one believed that Tiger Xing would betray them, but the next second they were directly broken. Tiger Xing looked up, a wicked smile on his face. His pupils shifting between red and black before turning completely red, his voice cold and hoarse. Yes, master. The ones you want to kill will never live. Even Luo Ning, who was fighting Lu Ku, shuddered all over, realizing that Tiger Xing's blood-red, dull pupils meant that Bach, this mid-stage for Emperor, actually had a mind control ability from a devil fruit. The army's plan was completely disrupted, but Bach was too early to be happy. The army had already activated their counter-kill cheat. Luo Ning was the world's #1 swordsman and would soon break free from Lu Ku, ready to deal with various flashy mind control techniques. Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba were not pushovers either and would never sit still. The 500 guards, after defeating the Iron Guard, were rushing to provide support. Once Luo Ning acted to break the control, the 3 brothers would join forces to crush Bach, and the army would launch a full counterkill. The 2 million coalition forces would just be giving away heads, and 1,000 enemy ships would turn into scrap metal in an instant. After this battle, the army would become legendary in the pirate world, and the world government would have to kneel. Bach's mind control technique was just a joke in the face of absolute strength. However, upon seeing the changes in Tiger Xing, especially the blood-red and lifeless, spiritual pupils, Luo Ning understood everything. Bach, this existence at the mid-stage of the 4 emperors, unexpectedly possessed such an ability. It was probably an ability granted by the devil fruit, but Tiger Xing's actions completely disrupted the army's plans. Pay attention. Tiger Xing was controlled and turned against them, and the 3 brothers' siege instantly became a 2-on-2. Bach was relaxed, but Tiger Xing's attack made Luo Ning's heart tense. Can Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba hold on? They must end the battle quickly. Otherwise, something big would happen. He unleashed a terrifying aura all over, but facing Lu Ku, a fellow peak for Emperor and great swordsman, wanting to end it quickly was nearly impossible. Next, high energy. 10,000 meters away, a merchant ship was sailing steadily, and on the bow stood an old man with wooden clogs and a short knife at his waist. It was Yi Shao. As the sea breeze brushed his face, he suddenly noticed something was off in the sea ahead. 1,000 world government warships were clustered together, screams and the sounds of weapons clashing echoed. The seawater was stained blood-red, and there were dark shadows all over the seabed. The merchant ship slowed down in fright, but Yi Shao directly jumped into the sea, walking on the water surface, leaving everyone on the merchant ship dumbfounded. This old man can walk on water? That's ridiculous. As Yi Shao walked on the waves, he pondered, is the world government making such a big deal to target the army? Just in time, I came to meet with Luo Ning to see if the position of the army general was still vacant. But just as I reached the rear of the allied forces, 200,000 troops and 10,000 Iron Guards suddenly surged in from all directions. Hart, at the peak of the 4 emperors, grinned widely. Defending is too boring. Finally, someone has come to deliver themselves. This situation clearly aimed to use their numbers to bully others. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Facing over 200,000 troops and a peak 4 emperors powerhouse, Yi Shao didn't even raise an eyebrow, squinting his eyes and sneering coldly. Relying on numbers to make a show? You must not know that numbers mean nothing to me. He seemed ordinary, but in reality, he was a hidden ruthless character. The army had long activated its cheat mode, and Luo Ning was fully breaking through Liuka's restraint. Once Yi Shao arrived as reinforcements, it directly gave the army a trump card. Hart was still being arrogant, thinking he could easily handle Yi Shao. But little did he know he had kicked a metal plate. Yi Shao could raise a huge wave with just a hand, and with a swing of his knife, there was terrifying sword energy. To him, the peak 4 emperors were just like younger brothers. When he made his move, the 200,000 allied troops were instantly cut down into disarray, and the Iron Guards fell like paper. Meanwhile, Luo Ning finally broke free from Liuka and countered Hu Xing's control. Reuniting with his 3 brothers, joining forces to charge towards Bach. The 500 Imperial Guards also broke through the enemy's defense line, and 10,000 army soldiers opened fire. 2 million allied troops became lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and 1,000 warships were blown to bits. After this battle, the army directly became legendary in the pirate world, and Yi Shao smoothly took the position of general, shattering the world government's dream of suppressing the army. However, perhaps you don't know one thing. No matter how many people there are, it means nothing to me. In the rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. Yi Shao declared that numbers were useless, and the army commander Hart immediately exploded with rage, showing a cruel smile. Whether it's useful or not, I'll decide. Dare to boast? Come and try. He ripped off his military uniform and waved his hand. All troops attack. Next comes the high-energy moment. 200,000 Allied troops 10,000 Iron Guards charged fiercely towards Yi Shao, but Yi Shao remained steady as a mountain, drawing his short knife and slamming it down. In an instant, a terrifying weight swept across the battlefield, pressing warships into the sea, and the soldiers at the front were directly crushed into the ocean, losing 1/10 of their forces in the blink of an eye. Yi Shao's peak 4 Emperor's aura exploded, leaving Hart dumbfounded. What the hell? Just casually bumping into an old man, and he's actually a peak 4 Emperor's powerhouse? What terrible luck. Hart swallowed hard, trying to persuade the enemy to surrender. It's not too late to leave now. Yi Shao sneered. Want me to leave? Unless the world government rolls away. Hart's face darkened, refusing a toast and instead drinking a punishment wine. Then let's fight. The two instantly collided, but in their first encounter, Hart frowned tightly. He couldn't match Yi Shao's strength. His overall power was lacking, and Yi Shao was still a capable user. He simply couldn't win. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Hart, while fighting, complained, I originally thought this would be an easy job, but I ended up hitting a metal plate. This old man is more than twice as strong as me. How come there are so many ruthless people in the army? Could it really overthrow the world government? The more he thought, the more flustered he became, but he didn't dare to lose focus. After all, his strength was already weak, and if he got distracted, he would be smashed. But Hart didn't know that the army's cheat mode wasn't over yet. Yi Shao was there to serve as reinforcements for the army, and Luoning was quickly finishing off Liuka, with Hu Xing about to be rescued. Once Yi Shao defeated Hart, the 200,000 Allied troops would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and the Iron Guards would fall like paper. Once Luoning broke free, he would directly bring his 3 brothers and the Imperial Guards to counterattack, and the 2 million Allied troops would instantly collapse, with 1,000 enemy ships exploding into fireworks. After this battle, the army would directly become legendary in the pirate world, and the world government would have to tremble. Hart, this peak 4 Emperors, would be a joke in front of the army's reinforcements, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Hart focused all his attention on Yi Shao in front of him. In itself, his strength was already a notch weaker, and if he continued to lose focus, it wouldn't be long before he lost. In the rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. If Hart lost, the defense of the 2 million Allied troops behind the world government would directly collapse, and he would become the scapegoat for the Great War's failure. Although he didn't care much about the world government, it was better to mix in with his top force than to be a defeated general. Next comes the high-energy moment. After clashing with Yi Shao, Hart immediately retreated 100 meters, shouting, You all hold the rear. I will deal with this old man. 9,000 Iron Guards 100,000 Allied troops immediately set up defenses, blocking the retreat path tightly. Yi Shao was indeed twice as strong as Hart, but they were both at the peak of the 4 Emperors, and for the time being, Hart couldn't shake him off. Just then, a loud explosion reverberated across the battlefield, and a terrifying sword intent swept in from a kilometer away, almost splitting the void. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Luoning stared at Liuka, raised his hand, and swung his sword. The dark red long sword vibrated, and the momentum of the infinite sword path erupted, directly suppressing Liuka's wind sword path until it vanished without a trace. Liuka's pupils trembled, his whole body shaking. Only a year. How did your sword path progress so quickly? This is impossible. He had never seen anyone able to wield sword intent to this extent, and couldn't even guess how explosive Luoning would be next. With sword light flashing in his eyes, Luoning coldly shouted, Infinite sword path, sword saint's will. Take this. He closed his eyes to empty his mind, as if a mysterious power possessed him, instantly connecting the channels of the sword path, and his strength surged. When he opened his eyes, his pupils glimmered gold, and his sword intent shot out, lightly slicing and unleashing world-destroying sword energy that rushed straight at Leoka. Leoka, frightened, quickly raised his hand to block, roaring as he unleashed his ultimate move. Winesword Path, absolute breath slash. But Leoka didn't know that Luoning's move was far beyond the level of a year ago. The army had long activated its cheat mode. Luoning's sword strike reduced Leoka's absolute breath slash to nothing. Once Luoning crushed Leoka, he could turn around and rescue Hu Xing, helping Yishao deal with heart. By then, the army would fully counterattack, and the 2 million allied troops would be giving away their heads, with 1,000 enemy ships exploding into fireworks. After this battle, the army would directly become legendary in the pirate world, and the world government would have to kneel. Leoka, this peak 4 emperors, would be a joke in front of the activated Luoning. Windsword Path, absolute breath slash. In the rise of the army in the pirate world, pay attention. Leoka took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long sword, and slashed back at Luoning's incoming sword energy. The wind momentum instantly condensed, forming a sword energy wrapped in violent airflow. But as soon as it collided with Luoning's sword energy, the absolute breath slash was shattered like paper. Luoning's sword energy didn't stop at all, rushing towards Leoka with the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Next comes the high-energy moment. A huge explosion reverberated across the battlefield, and even the sea area 1,000 miles away could hear it. Nearly 1,000 sea kings in the depths of the sea were shaken to the point of rolling their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, floating motionless on the surface. The remaining sea kings were so frightened they fled, no longer daring to linger beneath the warships. Leoka was blasted backward nearly 1,000 meters by the sword energy, his hands trembling uncontrollably, blood seeping from his body, and his palms were shattered. He stared at Luoning, gritting his teeth. A single sword energy has beaten me to this state. Is this your true hidden power? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the long sword, letting the blood from his forehead flow into his eyes, unleashing an even stronger wind sword intent. Having lost once at Mariejo a year ago, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose so miserably again. Leoka roared as he charged forward. Luoning, take my full force battle. The wind momentum crazily wrapped around him, and the transparent, long sword vibrated, brewing a razor-sharp sword energy several times stronger than before, charging straight at Luoning. When their sword energies collided, countless terrifying sword energies exploded, and energy fragments flew everywhere. Even peak general-level individuals would be blown away by the aftermath of this collision, unable to withstand it. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. On the other side, Hawkeye, who was fighting against 40,000 Iron Guards of the world government, caught sight of the battle between Luoning and Leoka and was instantly stunned. His eyes filled with shock. He once thought he was the world's greatest swordsman, with unparalleled swordsmanship, only to discover that Luoning could easily crush him. Now, seeing Leoka's swordsmanship level, he realized he was miles apart from the top masters. Hawkeye's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "This is such a slap in the face. I was just a frog at the bottom of the well." But Luca didn't know that Luoning was just getting warmed up. The army had already activated the crushing mode, and Luoning had taken his swordsmanship to a new height in just 1 year. The move he just used didn't even use 30% of his strength. Once Luoning got serious, Luca wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Plus, with a smile, he could easily shake off heart, and Hu Xing was also about to break free from control. Once the army reinforcements arrived, they would launch a full counterattack. The 200,000 allied forces were just sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and 1,000 enemy ships would be blown to pieces in an instant. After this battle, the army would be deified in the pirate world, and the world government would have to admit defeat. Luku, this peak 4 emperors, was just a little brother in front of the activated Luoning. It's really a bit ridiculous. Pay attention. Hawkeye once thought that there were few people in this world who could compete with him in swordsmanship. But now he realized that Luoning, Luku, and even Bach were all stronger than him. His narrow vision was directly slapped by reality. Next, it's going to get exciting. Hawkeye touched the black blade, Knight, and after a bitter smile, his eyes ignited with fighting spirit. It's good to have rivals. It saves me from loneliness. The black blade buzzed, as if responding to him. But the battlefield was becoming increasingly brutal. 10,000 soldiers lost 2,000. And although 500 Imperial Guards suffered casualties, they were still pressing the 40,000 Iron Guards. Hawkeye was in the center of the battlefield, fighting against dozens of Admiral-level opponents. Luoning, with the will of the Sword Saint, was suppressing Lu Ku. But things were grim for Hu Qi and Hu Ba. Hu Xing was controlled and turned against them, turning a 3-on-1 into a 2-on-2, and they were caught in a tough battle, with the army unable to help due to exhaustion. Bak grinned maliciously, swinging his sword energy at Hu Qi. Hu Xing thought the army had no future and switched sides to the world government. Hu Qi was so angry he trembled, roaring, "Nonsense! My second brother would never betray us." His blood surged, and his power grew more terrifying with each strike. Bak suddenly felt a chill down his back, his mind spinning. On the other side, Hu Ba looked at Hu Xing, his eyes reddening. "Second brother, why have you changed like this?" Hu Xing's blood-red pupils flashed with a hint of darkness, and his attack intensity quietly weakened. But unfortunately, no one noticed. "You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Bak was panicking, thinking, "I need to quickly crush Hu Qi, or something unexpected will happen." But he didn't know that the army had already activated the counterattack mode. Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ku, then would turn to save Hu Xing. Yishao was also about to shake off Heart and rush over with reinforcements. Hu Qi seemed to be struggling, but was actually preparing a big move, waiting for Luo Ning to arrive to launch a counterattack. Once Luo Ning broke Hu Xing's control, the three brothers would reunite, and Bak would be pressed down and rubbed into the ground. The 500 Imperial Guards would crush the Iron Guards, and the entire army would launch a counterattack. The 200,000 allied forces were just giving away heads, and 1,000 enemy ships would explode into fireworks. After this battle, the army would be deified, and the world government would have to kneel. Hawkeye also gained new insights, taking his swordsmanship to the next level. It seems like it's time to end this quickly. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Pay attention. Bak charged towards Hu Qi with his sword, blood-red sword energy bursting forth, killing intent reaching its peak. He was clear in his mind. I must crush the 3 Imperial Guards now, or it will change. Next, it's going to get exciting. Hu Qi swung his fists hard against the sword energy. Although he dispersed several attacks, he was still shaken, his chest churning. Fighting a peak 4 emperors in the early stages was incredibly difficult. The battle quickly became intense. Bak swung his sword again, and the blood-red killing sword energy rushed towards Hu Qi. Hu Qi crouched down to gather strength, his eyes cold like a wounded beast, and his fists slammed into the sword energy, causing energy to explode everywhere. But his fists were also cut to shreds, revealing his white bones. Bak remained expressionless. "Your gaze is really annoying. Take this move and see if you live or die. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Bak raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying killing intent as his long sword trembled, enveloped in a layer of dark red, emitting a pungent smell of blood, and roared as he unleashed his ultimate move, Sword of Slaughter, 1,000 blades. The long sword transformed into a phantom, and 1,000 sword energies rushed towards Hu Qi. This move consumed 3 layers of strength, and Bak sneered. 3 people could block it before, and now it's just you alone. You are undoubtedly dead. Hu Qi knew he couldn't dodge, so he could only brace himself, turning to look at the controlled Hu Xing, and bitterly smiled. "Second brother, it seems our 3 brothers are going to part ways forever." 1,000 sword energies instantly bombarded Hu Qi, and he crossed his fists, a transparent, ancient power emerging on his arms, frantically countering the damage and pain inflicted by the killing sword energy. Pay attention. Hu Qi endured the sword energy, his head feeling like it was being battered by a tidal wave of pain, and his defenses were about to collapse. Next, it's going to get exciting. With a loud bang, the battleship's deck couldn't withstand the power of the sword energy and broke apart, and Hu Qi sank into the center of the battleship, continuously falling down. Only 30% of the 1,000 sword energies had dissipated when the battleship was pierced, and Hu Qi sank to the seabed, his eyes tightly closed, consciousness fading. Fortunately, the Sea Kings at the bottom were affected by the aftermath of Luo Ning and Lu Ku's battle. 1/3 were dizzy, 1/3 were dead, and 1/3 fled. Hu Qi was temporarily out of life-threatening danger, but if it dragged on, he would still be in trouble. Bak watched as Hu Qi sank without any movement and finally breathed a sigh of relief, grinning. The 3 Imperial Guards are nothing special. Now that Hu Qi is gone and Hu Xing is under my control, only Hu Ba is left, easy to deal with. He twisted his neck and walked towards Hu Xing, grinning maliciously. "Hu Ba, kill him for me, you? Just commit suicide." Hu Xing stiffly replied, "Yes, master," and took a few steps back, not even looking at Hu Ba. Bak stared at the exhausted Hu Ba, laughing wildly. "You're exhausted, aren't you? Don't struggle. It's a waste of time." Saying this, he swung his sword, unleashing killing sword energy. Although the sword energy was somewhat weaker, it was more than enough to deal with an exhausted Hu Ba. But at that moment, something was off with Hu Xing. His body trembled, his pupils swirling red and black. And in the next second, he turned to stare at Bach, a cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth, so fast that no one noticed. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Bach was still being arrogant, raising his sword to gather sword energy, waiting to deliver the final blow to Hu Ba. He had no idea that Hu Xing's control was about to fail. This was the army's hidden counterattack mode. Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ku and would soon return to reinforce. Yi Xiao was also about to shake off Heart and rush over with reinforcements. Hu Xing was about to perform an undercover operation and counterattack Bach. Once Hu Xing made his move, Bach was caught off guard and was hit unexpectedly. As soon as Luo Ning arrived, he would immediately rescue Hu Qi, and the three brothers would join forces to crush Bach. The entire army would launch a counterattack, with the 200,000 allied forces just giving away heads and 1,000 enemy ships exploding into fireworks. After this battle, the army would be deified, and the world government would have to kneel. Bach thought he was in control of everything, but he was counterattacked by Hu Xing and ended up with a swollen face. Seeing this, Hu Xing, who was behind Bach, finally made his move. Pay attention. Hu Xing and Hu Ba were locked in a struggle until exhaustion. But he seized the perfect opportunity to ambush Bach. He was clear in his mind. Even without strength in a surprise attack, not even a peak 4 emperors could withstand this deadly strike. Next, it's going to get exciting. Hu Xing suddenly drew his dark red steel knife from his waist, pouring all the remaining energy in his body into the blade. He must strike to kill. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no hope. The sound of the steel knife slicing through the air was piercing, moving at incredible speed, and it was about to slash into Bach's back, just 1 meter away. Just at that moment, Bach's sword strike suddenly paused, and the long sword sharply turned to block the deadly blow. Although he managed to block it, Bach was violently knocked back 100 meters, a gruesome sword mark carved into his back, blood spraying out. Stumbling, he planted his sword on the deck of the warship, his chest churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at the Tiger Xing 100 meters away, Bach first showed a face full of shock. Then his eyes were filled with raging fury. Tiger Xing, you actually broke free from control and dared to launch a sneak attack? Bach gritted his teeth, killing intent surging. You could have taken the opportunity to escape, but you chose to save Tiger Ba. Truly deep brotherly feelings. Fine. Today, I will eliminate all 3 of you to save trouble. He gripped his long sword tightly, his murderous aura even more terrifying than before he was injured. His eyes bloodshot and frightening to behold. Even if he had to fight 2 against 1, he was still arrogant. Just 2 weakened early 4 emperors. And you still want to escape from my hands? As he spoke, he slashed out several blood-red sword energies, shooting rapidly toward Tiger Xing and Tiger Ba. Tiger Xing stared blankly at the sea, only coming to his senses when the sword energy approached. A bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This old man Bach, not only is he a great swordsman, but he also has the mind control fruit. Really well hidden. I'm out of strength, but if you want to kill me, don't think you can do it without paying a price. He exchanged glances with Tiger Ba, gritting his teeth and squeezing out the last bit of power from his body, tightening his weapon to meet the attack. You would never guess. Although the 2 were about to collapse, they still managed to work together to disperse the incoming sword energy. Seeing this, Bach went even crazier. You're both on the brink of death and still dare to fight back? Seeking death. But he had no idea that the army's counterattack was already primed and ready to go. On Luo Ning's side, he had already pressed Lu Ke down to the ground, rushing over with terrifying sword intent. Yi Xiao had dealt with Heart and was charging this way with reinforcements. And the submerged Tiger Qi had also been rescued by army soldiers and was slowly regaining strength. When Luo Ning arrived, he raised his hand and unleashed a world-destroying sword energy, directly suppressing Bach. With Tiger Qi returning to the team, the 3 brothers joined forces. Along with Yi Xiao and 500 elite guards, the army immediately entered a mode of chaotic slaughter. 2 million allied forces fell like wheat being cut down, and 1,000 enemy ships were blown to pieces. After this battle, the army would be enshrined as gods in the pirate world, and the world government would be trembling in fear. Bach thought he had the victory in hand, not knowing he was about to be pressed to the ground and brutally rubbed in the dirt. The blood-red sword energy approached, and Tiger Xing and Tiger Ba stepped forward, forcibly dispersing several sword energies in front of them. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Tiger Xing and Tiger Ba, covered in wounds, their fists soaked in blood, were pushed back by Bach and still charged forward. After a stalemate of nearly 5 minutes, their fists had long since become bloody and mangled. yet they still pushed themselves to charge into the air, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Bach. Next, high energy. Bach saw the two charging towards him, grinning with a sinister smile. Finally can't hold back? Two exhausted fighters. Dealing with you will just take a bit of effort. His tightly gripped, long sword suddenly trembled, a terrifying killing aura enveloping him, the sword stained with dark red blood, looking eerie and chilling. Bach roared as he unleashed his ultimate move. Sword of Slaughter, 1,000 blades. The long sword instantly transformed into countless phantoms, nearly 1,000 sword energies condensing and forming, directly crashing toward the two. Bach landed back on the warship's deck, sheathing his sword with a proud expression. Enjoy being buried by sword energy. Sure enough, Tiger Xing couldn't hold on after the 300 sword energy, crashing heavily onto the deck, allowing the sword energy to continue bombarding him. Tiger Ba gritted his teeth and held on to 400, also collapsing on another warship, his breath growing weaker. Bach licked his dry lips, full of disdain. The 3 elite guards are only this level. What a waste of effort. You would never guess. At that moment, in the endless deep sea, Tiger Chi suddenly opened his eyes, a burst of explosive energy erupting from his body. He had actually used the opportunity of sinking into the sea to break through to the mid-4 emperors. The power within him surged wildly, his killing intent so thick it couldn't be dissolved, and even the cold, bone-chilling deep sea couldn't suppress the rage in his chest. Tiger Chi tightly clenched his fists, suddenly swinging them, using the impact of the seawater to rocket toward the surface like a rocket. Second brother. Third brother are still waiting for me. The army cannot lose. Bach was still reveling in his victory, completely unaware that death was already closing in. The army's counterattack had long been primed. Tiger Chi returned with a breakthrough, his combat power doubling. Luo Ning was about to crush Lu Ke. Yi Xiao had dealt with heart and was rapidly rushing over with reinforcements. By the time Tiger Chi reached the battlefield, seeing his fallen brothers, his fury soared to its peak as he charged at Bach. 1,000 sword energies? In front of the mid-4 emperors Tiger Chi, it's childish play. He raised his hand and dispersed the sword energies, quickly beating Bach into a state of confusion. When Luo Ning and Yi Xiao arrived, the army directly entered a mode of chaotic slaughter. 2 million allied forces fell like wheat being cut down, and 1,000 enemy ships were blown into scrap. After this battle, the army would directly be enshrined as gods, and the world government would have to kneel. Bach wanted to make a name for himself. In the end, he could only become a joke. Since he did not choose to fight to the death, he could only flee. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Bach was calculating in his heart. As long as he could hold on until Lu Ke crushed Luo Ning or escaped to the rear guarded by Heart. No matter how strong the opponent was, it would be in vain. There were not many peak 4 emperors in this area. Thinking of this, a smile actually appeared on his panicked face. Next, high energy. As soon as Bach turned and ran 1,000 meters, a blood-soaked arm suddenly pierced through his chest. Bach's pupils constricted, and the intense pain flooded his head like a tide, blood gushing out of the gaping hole in his chest. He unwillingly roared, "I'm the commander of the Allied forces, Lu Ke's man. How can I die here?" But as that hand withdrew, he convulsed and fell into the sea, completely lifeless. Tiger Chi looked at his bloodied hands, channeling his power to wipe away the blood, then turned and charged towards Tiger Xing and Tiger Ba. Anyone who dared to approach his injured brother would be killed. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The news of Bach's death hadn't even spread when the battlefield erupted again. Luo Ning unleashed a suffocating sword aura, his eyes shining brightly in excitement. He had finally broken through. This was the realm beyond the great sword master. It turned out that his fierce battle with Lu Ke had allowed him to reach the realm he had longed for. Luo Ning looked at Lu Ke and grinned. "I owe you one. Without you I couldn't have broken through. The sword path must be forged through combat. Those who shut themselves away are cowards." He raised his hand and swung his sword, a terrifying sword energy exploding outward. The sword momentum more than double what it had been before. Lu Ke was dumbfounded. He had no idea that Luo Ning would break through battle. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Tiger Chi dealt with Bach. Luo Ning broke through and crushed Lu Ke, and Yi Xiao quickly brought reinforcements. By the time Luo Ning made his move, Lu Ke didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed. The army's counterattack was complete. 2 million coalition forces fell like cut wheat, and 1,000 enemy ships exploded like fireworks. After this battle, the army became legendary in the pirate world. Even the world government had to kneel. Lu Ke, the Central Army General, was like a little brother in front of the newly awakened Luo Ning. The sword on Luo Ning's hand exuded a sword energy, the sword momentum radiating from him. The rise of the pirate army was evident. Look closely. The sword momentum erupting from Luo Ning was far beyond what a great sword master could achieve. Lu Ku's face turned pale. As he locked eyes with Luo Ning, he was stunned by the pitch-black pupils like stars in the sea. A terrifying sword momentum surged towards him, making him tremble all over. Next, the energy ramped up. Lu Ku gripped his transparent, long sword tightly. Disbelief in his eyes. This is impossible. After the great sword master, there could be a higher realm? Why did Luo Ning break through after just one fight with me? While I remained oblivious, he was completely on the defensive, his eyes gradually turning blood red. His mindset shattered. The pride of standing at the pinnacle of the sword path was brutally crushed by Luo Ning's breakthrough, driving him nearly insane. After all, he had never imagined that he would experience the despair of looking up at the strong like when he first started learning swordsmanship. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just as Lu Ku was going mad, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in Luo Ning's mind. System activated. Task released. Defeat the World Government Coalition. Kill no less than 1 million coalition soldiers. Task success reward. God Demon Thousand Faces technique. Failure punishment. Revoke the realm achieved after becoming a great sword master. And never be able to touch it again. Luo Ning was stunned. Wow. The system that has been missing for so long is finally back. This punishment is too harsh. But then he thought, after breaking through to a new realm, his strength has multiplied several times. The flaws of the great sword master realm were clear to him. Crushing Lu Ku and killing enough million soldiers would be a piece of cake. Luo Ning complained to the system a few times, then turned and charged towards Lu Ku with his dark red long sword. At this moment, his swordsmanship appeared incredibly strange and ethereal in Lu Ku's eyes. Every move exuded the essence of the sword path, leaving Lu Ku dazzled. Lu Ku struggled to swing his sword in resistance, but found that his attacks felt like mere tickles in front of Luo Ning, completely unable to break through. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning had system support realm breakthrough. Yi Shao brought reinforcements quickly, and Tiger Chi's three brothers also regained their combat power. While 500 elite guards were slicing through the coalition ranks like cutting vegetables. 2 million coalition forces fell like cut wheat, and 1,000 enemy ships exploded into the sky. Lu Ku was beaten by Luo Ning with no chance to fight back. He could only watch helplessly as he was suppressed, filled with unwillingness but powerless. After this battle, the army directly walked across the pirate world. The world government had to hide in fear. 1 million kill task. Luo Ning easily handled it. The God Demon Thousand Faces technique was at his fingertips. Lu Ku, the Central Army General, was just a background character in front of the powered-up Luo Ning. With a swing of a long sword, a sword energy was cleaved out. And at the same time, at the edge of the sword, a sword energy gradually condensed in the void. The rise of the pirate army was evident. Look closely. The sword energy Luo Ning cleaved out was only 1 meter long. But its deterrent power made Lu Ku dare not be careless. This thing was even more terrifying than his absolute breath cut, sensing a crazy warning. Danger. Next, the energy ramped up. The breakthrough Luo Ning directly became legendary, not caring about the 4 emperors, 5 emperors, navy, or celestial dragons. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The sword energy tore through the air and charged towards Lu Ku, its speed increasing as if it were about to cut through space. Lu Ku wanted to raise his sword to resist, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. Even his mind was shaking. Can't be cowardly. I can also break through, just not enough accumulation. He forced himself to stabilize his mind, aligning with the wind sword path. Swinging his sword to unleash the absolute breath cut, the fierce wind even moved the warships. But as the two sword energies collided, Lu Ku's absolute breath cut shattered like glass, while Luo Ning's sword energy showed no sign of diminishing, continuing to charge forward. Lu Ku was scared and jumped up. The sword energy brushed past him, his back drenched in cold sweat. The gap in realms was too great. I can't win, I have to run. The once proud, peak swordsman now only wanted to escape, focusing on cultivating and breaking through before returning. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Lu Ku didn't know that by retreating, he had completely lost the opportunity to break through. The sword path emphasizes no retreat. Retreating means no hope for the peak. Luo Ning looked at Lu Ku trying to run and grinned. Don't rush to leave. Try my long-sealed ultimate move. After the breakthrough, It was finally time for it to make its appearance. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning's realm crushed. Yi Xiao brought reinforcements to wipe out the coalition. And Tiger Chi's three brothers dealt with the remaining enemies. 2 million coalition forces fell like cut wheat, and 1,000 enemy ships exploded into fireworks. Luca wanted to run. Luo Ning could easily stop him, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him. After this battle, the army directly strode across the pirate world. The world government had to hide and tremble. Lu Ku, the central army general, was just a joke in front of the powered-up Luo Ning. Lu Ku, come feel the move I sealed for so long. Until today, after the breakthrough, this move is finally revealed. The rise of the pirate army is evident. Look closely. Luo Ning stared at Lu Ku, his face instantly serious, his eyes narrowing slightly, an enigmatic aura emerging from him. He and the long sword, space, and time merged together, eerie and frightening, causing Lu Ku to panic on the spot. Next, the energy ramped up. Lu Ku was already terrified and wanted to run away from Luo Ning's breakthrough. But now seeing this spectacle, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "World Government Coalition, retreat from the battlefield." As soon as this was shouted, the entire place went silent, clearly in an advantageous position. Why retreat? But soldiers must obey orders. The coalition was about to move when they found themselves in complete chaos. Commander Bok was crushed by Tiger Chi, Lu Ku was entangled by Luo Ning, and Hart was in dire straits against Yi Xiao. 2 million coalition forces turned into headless flies. Luo Ning didn't give them a chance. With a swing of his long sword, his figure flickered in and out, finally becoming transparent. He coldly shouted, "Infinite sword path, void flash." He instantly vanished without a trace. Lu Ku's face turned pale, his pupils constricted, his heartbeat paused for a moment, and he didn't know how to wield the sword in his hand. I saw this move a year ago. Now that he has broken through, it's going to cost me my life. He tightened his body, scanning his surroundings, his heart racing. I must dodge, or I'll be done for today. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Luca knew that void flash could traverse time and space, and there was no way to stop it. He could only grit his teeth and shout, "This time I'll let you win. When I break through, I'll settle the score with you." But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized he was locked on, unable to move. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning played with time and space. Yi Xiao pressed hard, and Tiger Chi's three brothers charged into the ranks, creating chaos in the coalition, instantly reversing the advantage. 2 million coalition forces were like headless sheep, being cut down by the army, and 1,000 enemy ships exploded into fireworks. Ryoka wanted to escape, but there was no way out. Luo Ning appeared in front of him with a flash and pressed him down on the ground. After this battle, the army would be deified, and the world government would have to kneel. Did Ryoka think he could wait for a breakthrough to take revenge? That was pure fantasy. Although Luo Ning had not yet revealed himself, the terrifying deterrent of the flash made Ryoka feel as if he was locked in place, unable to move. In the critical moment of life and death, one often breaks through their limits, and people can achieve things they normally cannot. Next, high energy. Luo Ning used the flash to instantly appear behind Ryoka, swinging his dark red long sword directly at his neck. The sword's aura carried a wave of destruction, scaring Ryoka out his wits. Under the pressure of death, Ryoka abruptly shifted to the left, but still could not evade, though the sword did not cut his neck. It directly severed his right arm. Blood gushed out, and his severed arm fell into the sea, as Ryoka's screams echoed across the battlefield, freezing the entire scene. Ryoka endured the excruciating pain, retreating 1,000 meters to the enemy's ship, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Luo Ning, his killing intent almost freezing his blood. "Luo Ning, I will make you die without a burial place." He held the sword with his left arm, ignoring the blood from his severed arm, and shouted 3 times for everyone to retreat. Without Luo Ning's interference, the allied forces finally began to withdraw. But Ryoka had no idea that Luo Ning would not let them escape easily. You absolutely cannot imagine. Luo Ning was well aware. The system's mission required killing 1 million allied forces, and failure would result in being sent back to the great swordsman level. The strength he had finally broken through to could not be lost. Moreover, with Ryoka's right arm severed, even if he practiced swordsmanship with his left hand, he would find it difficult to return to his peak. So Luo Ning was not worried at all and did not pursue. He turned to look at the 40,000 iron guards still entangled with the 500 imperial guards, his face revealing cold, killing intent. You can only blame yourself for following the world government and the celestial dragons. The army was in full cheat mode. a smile while pressing down hard. The Tiger brothers charging with their soldiers, and Luanning's combat power exploding after his breakthrough. The allied forces retreated in chaos, being chased and hacked down by the army, as if they were cutting wheat. The 40,000 Iron Guards were like paper in front of the Imperial Guards, being crushed in minutes. After this battle, the million-kill mission was easily completed. Luanning firmly maintained his new realm, and even obtained the divine demon thousand-face technique. The army was directly deified, while the world government was completely beaten down. Did Leoka think about revenge? That was pure daydreaming. Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your masters, the world government, and those celestial dragons. You must pay attention. In this world, right and wrong are determined by strength. The existence of the weak is merely to highlight how terrifying the strong are. Next, high energy. Luanning walked on water, charging 1,000 meters directly to the 500 Imperial Guards. He raised his hand to unleash the terrifying deterrent power exclusive to the strong, roaring, annihilate the enemy. The Imperial Guards instantly boiled over, their morale skyrocketing. Luanning had already been deified in the army. He was justice, he was a god. With him leading, their combat power soared 2 levels. On the opposite side, the 40,000 world government Iron Guards were making a fuss. Is this it? A 1-meter-long sword aura has the nerve to show off? Any swordsman could outperform him. If it weren't for Leoka ordering a retreat, they would have taught him a lesson already. They didn't even recognize Luanning, as his military uniform was shredded by sword aura, and were still mocking that inconspicuous sword aura. You absolutely cannot imagine. The next second, the sword aura rapidly charged towards the Iron Guard group, instantly transforming into a ferocious beast. With a single wave of sword aura, nearly 1,000 Iron Guards were directly bisected, like cutting chives. The Iron Guards were dumbfounded on the spot, their eyes blank as they watched their comrades fall one after another, fear sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. This was no ordinary sword aura. It was simply the Grim Reaper's scythe. The army was in full cheat mode. Luanning alone pierced through the enemy formation with sword aura. The Imperial Guards, charging fiercely with steel knives, and the Tiger brothers along with a smile, were also harvesting the allied forces elsewhere. The morale of the Iron Guards plummeted to the bottom, and they had no thought of resisting, their minds filled with one word: escape. The 200,000 allied forces were already in disarray, being chased and cut down by the army, bodies piling up like mountains, and the sea was stained red. Luanning did not stop, continuing to swing his sword and release sword aura, each wave taking away large groups of enemies. The system mission required 1,000,000 kills, and it was about to be easily completed. After this battle, the army could walk horizontally in the pirate world, and the world government was completely subdued. Those Iron Guards who mocked Luanning never understood until their deaths why a 1-meter-long sword aura could be so explosive. In this situation, the only result for wanting to survive was to escape. You must pay attention. General Leoka had long ordered the complete retreat of the world government allied forces, which gave the Iron Guards a way out. Next, high energy. After experiencing Luanning's terror, the 40,000 Iron Guards instantly changed their faces, each of them running away. The army marshal is too explosive. Even Leoka can't beat him. We must run. All their previous arrogance was gone, and they just wanted to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. After all, they were the face of the world government and could not afford to lose too many here. Under the leadership of their commander, the Iron Guards swarmed towards the rear, running faster than rabbits. But Luanning would not let them escape easily. He had long since become mortal enemies with the world government, and let alone 40,000 Iron Guards. Not even 200,000 allied forces could expect to retreat unscathed. If you dare to target the army, you must be prepared to die. With a command from Luanning, the attack horn sounded, and the 500 Imperial Guards followed him as they charged towards the fleeing Iron Guards, directly entering crushing mode. The Iron Guards were so frightened they did not dare to fight back, knowing full well they might have had a chance against 500 Imperial Guards, but with Luanning, this godly figure, fighting back was just courting death. He was an existence that surpassed even the great swordsman. And even Leoka had his arm severed. His own strength was simply insufficient. Thus, the 40,000 fled even faster, fearing they would be the last to be slaughtered. You absolutely cannot imagine. Luanning swung his long sword, sending wave after wave of sword aura towards the Iron Guard group, each wave capable of reaping lives. The 500 Imperial Guards, clad in dark red armor, wielding steel knives like hellish demons, continually harvested the fleeing Iron Guards. The entire battlefield turned into a scene of slaughter, warships stained blood red, the smell of blood permeating the air, terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even with only 6,000 soldiers left on the army side, they continued to chase and kill the Allied forces. Ordinary soldiers, in the eyes of the Allied forces, were like elites. Luoning's cheat mode was fully activated. Sword aura pierced through the enemy formation. The Imperial Guard slaughtered like cutting vegetables. The Allied forces were beaten to tears. Bodies piled up like mountains, and the sea was stained red. After this battle, the 200,000 Allied forces suffered heavy losses, and the 40,000 Iron Guards were slaughtered into disarray, while the army was directly deified. Did the world government think they could suppress the army with the Allied forces? That was pure daydreaming. Luoning proved with strength that those who dare to provoke the army must pay a painful price. In Luoning's hands, even the ordinary soldiers he brought out were considered elites among the world government Allied forces. You must pay attention. The world government Allied forces were just a rabble, completely unable to contend with the army. Their previous advantage was entirely due to their numbers supporting the scene. Now that the advantage was gone, their disadvantages were fully exposed, and defeat was inevitable. Next, high energy. The army soldiers roared as they charged. Kill. Let the world government know we are not to be trifled with. 1,000,000 troops besieging us? That's just a joke. 10,000 soldiers, 500 Imperial Guards, 4,000 students, fighting back against 1,000,000 Allied forces and even counter-killing. This record is unmatched worldwide. The army directly creating a miracle. Luoning was well aware that the surviving students, after this battle, would surely become strong and would definitely have a place on the world stage. But now was not the time for celebration. Luoning's gaze was cold. Want to run? No way. For the fallen brothers, they must be killed quickly. Those who offend my army must die. The Allied forces were completely panicking. After Lyoka's arm was severed, he lost his will to fight, standing on the flagship and roaring, "Retreat. Return to the world government. We cannot afford to stay in this sea any longer." The Allied forces had already lost 500,000, and the soldiers were so scared they just wanted to escape, with no one daring to turn back to fight. Hart in the rear received orders and hurriedly retreated with over 100,000 troops and thousands of Iron Guards. Passing by a smile, he looked at the old man holding a short knife, exuding a terrifying pressure, and no one in the army dared to look twice. This seemingly ordinary old man was fiercer than anyone in a fight. You would never expect it. The army pursued relentlessly. Luoning's sword energy continuously reapplied the enemy troops, and the Imperial Guards and soldiers hunted down the Allied forces like cutting vegetables. The once invincible 1,000,000-strong Allied forces now resembled stray dogs. Their ships sped away, but could not shake off the pursuing army. Luca's eyes turned red with anger, but he had no way to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as the Allied forces were continuously devoured. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luoning's combat power exploded. A smile restrained the rear, and the soldiers and Imperial Guards were in high spirits. After this battle, the army would become legendary, and the world government would be completely subdued. Dare to besiege the army? In the end, they could only end up fleeing in panic, abandoning their helmets and armor. This old man, seemingly without any threat, was only recognized through battle. The rise of the pirate army. Look carefully. That old man's smile was simply explosive. Just with the terrifying pressure radiating from his body, he knocked down 1/10 of the Allied forces. He even single-handedly beat Hart, dominating the fight as if it were child's play, his strength comparable to Luoning. Next, the high-energy moment. The smile looked at the fleeing 100,000 Allied forces and Hart, then turned to the approaching Luoning, a smile creeping on his lips. Luoning. Back then you said you would rise amidst the cracks, and you truly did. Now your strength surpasses this old man. Even Lu Ku has had his arm severed. Does that promise still count? He did not approach to disturb, knowing Luoning still needed to hunt down the Allied forces. Now was not the time for reminiscing. On Lu Ku's side, after hearing Hart's report, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom, staring at the disheveled Hart and roaring. You say that old man is at the peak of the 4 emperors? Or a devil fruit user? Stronger than you? He never dreamed that such a fierce character was hidden in these marginal seas, so openly helping the army. Touching the wound of his severed arm, Lu Ku felt cold all over. Having Luoning, a peak 4 emperor, was already terrifying enough, and now there's another one. Revenge was utterly hopeless. He knew very well that the army could now truly contend with the navy and the world government, becoming a top-tier power. You would absolutely never expect it. The battlefield was so absurd. Hundreds of ships from the million-strong Allied forces were being chased and attacked by just dozens of ships from over 10,000 army troops. This was a first in the entire pirate world. The Allied forces had initially wanted to do their utmost to escape back home, but the next second, Luku's pupils shrank suddenly. His face filled with fear. 200 imposing black-hulled army ships suddenly appeared on the escape route, completely blocking their way. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning severed Luku, cutting off the backbone of the Allied forces. A smile restrained a rear, scattering the morale of the Allied forces, and now reinforcements were encircling and blocking the road. The Allied forces found themselves trapped in a deadlock. Previously, they could rely on their numbers to hold on, but now they were being stuffed like dumplings, and the soldiers were so scared their legs went weak, losing all will to resist. Luku was anxious, stamping his feet, but had no way out. The high-end combat power was being crushed, and no matter how many troops they had, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Luo Ning stood at the front of the ship, his gaze as cold as frost, shouting to the soldiers and Imperial guards behind him. Anyone who offends our army, not a single one shall escape. Today we'll let the world government see what happens when they provoke us. The 500 Imperial guards and soldiers were in high spirits, gripping their weapons tightly, just waiting for Luo Ning's command to rush forward and completely crush the Allied forces. After this battle, the army would undoubtedly become legendary, and the world government would no longer dare to provoke them casually. Just ahead, on their escape route, 200 imposing black-hulled army ships appeared. The rise of the pirate army. Look carefully. Luku clenched his left hand into a fist, his brow furrowed. Those 200 army ships ahead dealt a deadly blow to the Allied forces. The Allied forces had long lost their fighting spirit, and now with their escape route blocked, they couldn't run. He cursed inwardly. If I hadn't lost my arm, how could these ships be a threat? Heaven is helping the army. Next, high energy. Luku steeled himself and turned to heart, saying, "You take the Iron Guards and break through. How many of the Allied forces can survive depends on fate." To save his own life, he directly sacrificed 1,000,000 Allied forces, being selfish to the extreme. Hart looked at his severed arm and could only respond in a deep voice. This 100,000 Allied forces were likely to be wiped out here. On the other side, Kostar, leading 200 army ships, was being questioned by his subordinates. Can we block the Allied forces with a detour? Don't waste your effort. He felt anxious too, but the next second, hundreds of enemy ships appeared ahead, and Kostar straightened his back instantly. What are you shouting about? I had already calculated they would come this way. Now do you believe it? Acting cool without a flaw. You would absolutely never expect it. The army had long laid out a trap. Luo Ning led the chase from behind. Kostar blocked the front, and a smile was restraining from the side. The Allied forces were caught in the middle, completely trapped. Luku wanted to lead the Iron Guards to break through, but the army soldiers were already on high alert. As soon as the Iron Guards charged out, they were beaten back step by step. Seeing this scene, Luku panicked completely. He had lost an arm. His subordinates had lost their fighting spirit, and the army was everywhere, leaving him no chance to escape. The Allied soldiers were scared and scattered, but the army harvested them like catching chicks. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Under the front and back encirclement, the Allied forces collapsed completely. After this battle, nearly all 1,000,000 Allied forces would be annihilated. Even if Luku could escape, he would become a stray dog. The army would become legendary, and the world government would be completely subdued. Dare to provoke the army? In the end, they could only end up like dumplings being stuffed. What are you shouting about? Haven't they come? Really, I had already calculated that the world government as Allied forces would inevitably pass through this route. You still didn't believe it and were doubting. Now, do you believe it? The rise of the pirate army. Look carefully. After Kostar finished speaking, he looked up at a 45-degree angle to the sky, his hands behind his back, radiating a powerful aura, instantly commanding the whole scene. Next, high energy. The army's generals and colonels on the ship stared ahead, their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. They never doubted Luo Ning could win. After all, the Allied forces were just a numbers game. The army's Imperial guards could fight 100, and Luo Ning was a monster-level existence. But Kostar actually guessed the Allied forces' escape route. This move directly left everyone jaw-dropped. A crowd immediately surrounded him, praising, "The general is amazing. Before we were myopic, from now on, whatever you say we will believe." Kostar cleared his throat, continuing to act cool. "Now you know, I could be a general not just because of my strength, but also because of this brain that even the Marshal can trust. In terms of strategy in the army, who can compare to me?" After boasting, he squinted at the enemy ships, pondering how to wipe out the million allied forces in one go, though the enemy was in defeat. To annihilate them completely still required careful planning. The three forces continued to close in, and the encircled allied forces were completely in a panic. Some began to shout slogans. If the army gives no way out, we will fight to the death. We have the numbers. We may not lose. For a moment, the morale of the allied forces actually rose quite a bit, and they really seemed to be in a stalemate with the army. But they did not know that Luca had long been calculating. With Luo Ning, this killing god, behind them, they could only break through from the front, not caring about their survival. You would absolutely never expect it. The army had already laid a trap, just waiting for the allied forces to jump in. Kostar led 200 ships to block the front. Luo Ning pursued from behind, and a smile was still restraining from the side. The allied forces seemed to have risen in morale, but in reality, they were just holding on. When it came to fighting, they would be giving away their heads in front of the army. Luo Ning stood on the ship, sword energy ready to unleash. Want to break through? Have you asked my sword? The Imperial guards and soldiers rubbed their fists, just waiting for the order to charge. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Under the front and back encirclement, the allied forces would soon be completely shattered. After this battle, the army will be directly worshipped as gods, and the world government will no longer dare to act recklessly. Therefore, if they want to break through the encirclement, the only path ahead is the way out. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. In the army, only Luo Ning and his 3 elite guards are strong enough to fight. There's been no news of any other powerful beings. Oh right, that old man who just appeared, if he counts as part of the army. Then they might have one more. Next, high energy incoming. Lyoka disregards the million allied forces and charges forward with Heart and the remaining 40,000 Iron Guards, attempting to break through and escape. After all, there are only 50,000 elite Iron Guards in the allied forces, and now there are only 40,000 left. The rest are just fillers. After charging 1,000 meters, they run into the 200,000 troops led by Costa, and the two sides clash hard. Costa looks at the 40,000 approaching and grins. Lyoka wants to sacrifice pawns to protect the queen? Dream on. If you think you can escape from me, you're mistaken. He takes off his military coat, hands it to a soldier, stretches his muscles, and charges forward, filled with determination. The army is not just about Luo Ning. I, Costa, can also dominate the battlefield and show the world my power. Lyoka panics on the spot, gripping his sword with his left hand, his face pale. What is going on? This dangerous aura is almost as strong as Luo Ning's. Does the army have another peak emperor among the 4 emperors? He knows his condition is poor, having lost his right arm and his strength dropped significantly, making the difficulty of breaking through double. He quickly shouts to Heart, I'll hold him off. You make a way out. Heart immediately leads the Iron Guards into a charge while Lyoka meets Costa's attack. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Costa throws a punch, and the terrifying force travels through the sword and shakes Lyoka's entire body, almost sending the sword flying into the sea. Lyoka is completely stunned. This physical strength is even more terrifying than Luo Ning's. When did the army hide such a fierce character? He stares fixedly at Costa, not daring to breathe. Any distraction will lead to his defeat. The army enters full cheat mode. Costa entangles Lyoka. 200,000 soldiers surround 40,000 Iron Guards, and Luo Ning is still chasing after the million allied forces. The Iron Guard are being pushed back steadily, and Lyoka is being suppressed by Costa, having no chance to break free. After this battle, even if Lyoka doesn't die, he will be severely injured, and the army will prove to the whole world that they have more than just Luo Ning as their trump card. With his right arm broken, Lyoka's strength has already plummeted by nearly 5 levels. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Faced with a peak emperor among the 4 emperors in his prime, Lyoka, with a broken right arm, has no chance of winning. And only one thought occupies his mind. I must escape. He doesn't even care about the Iron Guards anymore. Next, high energy incoming. Lyoka retreats 100 meters, but Costa relentlessly pursues, not giving him a chance to escape. Lyoka suddenly stops, and a fierce wind rises around him as he swings his sword to its limit. Shouting, Sword of the Wind, absolute breath slash. The sword energy, carrying terrifying destructive power, rushes toward Costa, while his gaze shifts toward Heart and the Iron Guards, clearly intending to use this attack as a distraction to escape. Costa's eyes brighten with excitement. Let me see how much weight a broken-arm general has. He clenches his fists, his muscles bulging, veins popping, and mysterious transparent energy bursts forth from his body as he charges toward the sword energy. With a bang, he shatters the sword energy with a punch, sending energy flying everywhere. The fierce wind creates huge waves, and a gap is opened in the army's encirclement. Heart and the Iron Guards, seeing this, charge wildly, trying to break through. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just as the sword energy dissipates, Costa looks down and is stunned. Leoka has already taken advantage of the chaos to escape 1,000 meters away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Costa is so furious he feels pain in his liver. This guy actually ran away without caring about his face. Just as I was about to fight, it ended. How frustrating. I accounted for everything, but never expected Leoka to be so cowardly. However, the army is not panicking at all. Costa immediately turns around and blocks the gap in the encirclement, and 200,000 soldiers unleash a furious assault on the 40,000 Iron Guards. Without Leoka's presence, the Iron Guards are instantly at a loss, and no matter how strong Heart is, he can't withstand the overwhelming numbers, soon becoming trapped with no way out. Luo Ning also arrives with his men, entering slaughter mode against the million allied forces. The army is in full cheat mode. Costa blocks, Luo Ning harvests, and with a smile, the allied forces and Iron Guards are being beaten to tears. Although Leoka escaped, the allied forces and Iron Guards are basically annihilated, and the army establishes its godlike status in this battle. Leoka's escape operation has completely embarrassed the world government. But now Costa realizes he is wrong, and very wrong. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. To survive, Leoka doesn't care about losing face. It is precisely because of this that he has survived in this cruel world until now and has become one of the 3 generals of the world government's central army. Next, high energy incoming. Costa looks at the direction Leoka fled and stomps his feet in anger. The cooked duck has flown away. How could I be so careless and let the broken arm Leoka escape? He retracts his bulging muscles and turns his gaze to Heart and the 40,000 Iron Guards. His eyes lighting up. Leoka ran away, so I'll take it out on you, Heart. Let us see how weak you are as a peak emperor. Heart is still unaware and leads the charge, killing army soldiers while shouting, "We need to break out to survive." The 40,000 Iron Guards desperately charge, finally tearing open a gap in the army's encirclement. Heart grins sinisterly. "Leoka, you'll trade your life for our escape. It's a blood profit." But just as he is about to break through, Costa suddenly blocks his path, the aura emanating from him causing Heart's heart to tremble. How is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be held back by Leoka? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Costa looks at the bewildered Heart, mocking him. Your buddy Leoka has already slipped away, selling you all out clean. Now, it's your turn to die for him. Heart is stunned on the spot, realizing he has been abandoned. The smile on his face freezes instantly, and cold sweat pours down. The army is in full cheat mode. Costa entangles Heart, and 200,000 soldiers instantly tighten the encirclement, trapping the 40,000 Iron Guards tightly. With no hope of breaking through, the Iron Guards' morale plummets, and they're being pushed back by the army. No matter how strong Heart is, he can't withstand Costa's pressure and soon find himself only able to defend, with no power to counterattack. Luo Ning also brings his men to join in, entering slaughter mode against the encircled allied forces and Iron Guards. After this battle, the 40,000 Iron Guards are basically annihilated, and Heart is very likely to meet his end here, establishing the army's godlike status. Although Leoka has escaped, he has become a coward who abandoned his subordinates, completely embarrassing the world government. Wasn't he supposed to be held back by General Leoka? The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Heart stares at Costa, and a bold thought suddenly springs to mind. Growing more certain, he suddenly turns to look back, but there is no trace of Leoka in sight, instantly feeling as if struck by lightning. I was sold out by Leoka? How could this happen? Next, high energy incoming. Heart completely breaks down, screaming madly, "Why? I had everything planned for Leoka to die for us, to help the Iron Guards escape, and maybe even take his place as one of the 3 generals of the Central Army in the future. Now it's all over." He knows very well that with Costa blocking the way and Luo Ning bringing the army from behind, he has no way to survive. In no time, Heart is crushed in a fierce struggle with Costa. After all, he has blood on his hands from thousands of army soldiers, leaving him with no chance of survival. Luo Ning stands on the warship, roaring at the entire army. "All army personnel, obey orders, kill. Leave not one alive." The soldiers, who have been holding back for so long, explode in fury, charging toward the allied forces as if they've been injected with adrenaline. The more than 1 million world government allied forces, with the 40,000 Iron Guards leaderless, tremble like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, even if they want to resist. Without high-end combat power to support them, they can only watch helplessly as they are harvested. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. About an hour later, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly echoes in Luo Ning's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: God Demon 1000 Change Technique. This indicates that the casualties among the allied forces have exceeded 1 million, and even though the remaining troops are nearly 1 million, without fighting spirit and command, they can't stir up any waves. Luo Ning tried out his new skill on the spot. The muscles and bones in his face shifted, instantly transforming into a completely unfamiliar face, grinning widely. This skill is too explosive. From now on, with this face, who would recognize me as the Army Marshal? Even my 3 loyal guards might not see through it. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning acquired a new skill, while Costa finished off hard and led the troops to eliminate the remaining enemies. The soldiers fought fiercer and fiercer, leaving the Allied forces and Iron Guard crying for mercy. The once invincible million-strong Allied forces had now become easy prey, their warships destroyed, corpses piled high, and the sea stained blood red. Luo Ning reverted to his own face, gazing at the blood-soaked battlefield before him with cold eyes, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The world government thinks they can crush us with the Allied forces? Now they have lost 1 million troops and heart as well. They lost their pants with this move. After this battle, the Army will be legendary, making the world government understand that no one should mess with the Army. World government, this move of yours has truly backfired. Pirates, the rise of the Army, pay attention. Luo Ning looked at the Crimson Sea with a cold smile. Luca lost his right arm, and now, with the complete annihilation of these 200,000 Allied forces, the world government can expect to bear the pressure from over 100 member states. Here comes the high energy. Heavy footsteps approached, Tiger Chi, drenched in blood, with eyes red as if they were about to bleed, approached Luo Ning and said in a deep voice, "Marshal, the world government's allied forces have been completely wiped out. Not a single one escaped. What should we do with the bodies?" Luo Ning smiled coldly and eerily. "Throw them into the sea. No need to worry. After we leave, the things in the sea will clean it up for us. By the way, Tiger Xing, how are Tiger Ba and Tiger are doing?" Mentioning his 2 guards, Luo Ning's expression softened instantly. Tiger Chi quickly replied, "Second brother and third brother have been treated by Kaleha and Chopper. Their injuries are stabilized, and they will recover in 3 days." Luo Ning nodded, looking at Tiger Chi, who had broken through to the mid-level of the 4 emperors, and smiled with satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to be the first among the 3 to reach the mid-level of the 4 emperors, but this world is becoming more chaotic. It took a lot of effort to defeat the Allied forces this time, and with your current strength, it's far from enough to confront the world government directly. Hurry up and train hard. A major upheaval is coming soon, and without reaching the peak of the 4 emperors, you won't stand a chance at the top of the world." Tiger Chi's expression stiffened. He hadn't seen the Marshal so serious in a long time and immediately bent over in response. "Yes, I will definitely train hard and strive to reach the peak of the 4 emperors as soon as possible." After speaking, he turned to handle the follow-up. Now, he was the only one uninjured among the 3 loyal guards and had to shoulder the responsibility for defense. The Army was busy wrapping things up, with over 200 warships hurrying back, towing the captured enemy ships. Luo Ning looked at those somewhat damaged enemy ships and calculated in his mind. Although they are a bit broken, they can still be repaired and used. Bring them back to headquarters for modifications, either for our own use or to sell to the underground forces we control. It's all berries. In this world, you can't do without money. Many things rely on money to sustain. The soldiers were also overjoyed, having won the battle and collected so much loot. They were all full of energy. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. As the fleet sailed into the Army's waters after docking, Luo Ning stepped off the warship and looked at the citizens coming and going on the streets, their faces carrying calm smiles. His tense expression finally softened, and a genuine smile appeared on his lips. In this cold and cruel pirate world, only the Army's territory could make him feel this rare warmth. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. Not only did they crush the 200,000 Allied forces and capture a large number of warships, but they also achieved a breakthrough in core combat power, laying down a bomb of dissatisfaction among the member states for the world government. The world government's attempt to steal success backfired, while the Army used this battle to grow stronger, firmly establishing a foothold in the pirate world. Luo Ning looked at the bustling streets, knowing that this was just the beginning. There would be greater storms in the future. But with this reliable group of brothers in this warm territory, he could overcome any obstacle. Indeed, this world is cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty, but returning to the army's territory, Luo Ning could still feel a bit of warmth. Pirates. The rise of the army, pay attention. At the dock, a small boy suddenly ran out and collided straight into Luo Ning's feet. The boy's mother almost fainted from fright. After all, he had bumped into the army marshal, the most esteemed person in this land. This was simply a catastrophe. Here comes the high energy. Everyone thought something was going to happen, but Luo Ning suddenly squatted down, picked up the little boy, and the murderous aura that had just been stained with the blood of 1,000,000 allied forces instantly vanished. The little boy blinked his big eyes and asked in a childish voice, "Marshal brother, did you come back after beating the bad guys?" Luo Ning pinched his cheek and smiled. "Yes, but there are too many bad guys. I can't finish them all." The little boy immediately waved his small hands. "I want to join the army in the future to help you beat the bad guys." Luo Ning smiled and set him down, returning him to his mother, before leading the army back to headquarters. The citizens at the dock were all stunned, their eyes instantly moist. In this world where the strong oppress the weak at will, only the army deserves to be called justice. The name of Luo Ning's mercy spread throughout the territory that day, and the citizens regarded him as a god. Even if the world government and the navy came, they couldn't take their hearts away. Here, their hearts were set on only the army and Luo Ning. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Over at the holy land of the world government, someone was shaking with rage as he ripped the newspaper to shreds. Luca lost an arm. 200,000 allied forces annihilated. Who arranged this? A servant nearby bent down and chuckled. It was arranged by the current Central Army Marshal. The mysterious man snorted coldly, his killing intent rising. Losers are useless. Kill him, and you can become the Central Army Marshal. The servant immediately agreed, leaving with a wide grin. "Thank you, Army, for letting me become Marshal." The army had completely won big this time. Not only did they crush the allied forces, but they also earned the unwavering support of the citizens, and in the process, they disrupted the upper echelons of the world government's Central Army. Luo Ning was both the guardian deity in the hearts of the citizens and a source of chaos for the enemies. This operation was simply explosive. I never expected that I would have a day to serve as the Marshal of the world government's Central Army. Army, oh Army, perhaps I really owe you my gratitude. Pirates. The rise of the army, pay attention. The man stared at the Central Army's base of the world government, his eyes filled with bloodlust. The previous one was both conservative and brainless, which messed everything up. When I take office, I will make the whole world feel the fear of the world government again. Here comes the high energy. 3 days later, at the army headquarters, Tiger Xing stood straight in front of Luo Ning and reported, "Marshal, all the students from the General Academy have been arranged properly, and the new system has been implemented. These students, washed by blood, will definitely grow rapidly." Luo Ning nodded while flipping through the materials, suddenly looking up and asking, what was the reaction of the more than 100 member states to the annihilation of the 200,000 allied forces? Tiger Xing immediately replied, "There are grievances, but no one dares to defect. After all, the world government is still a top power." Just as Luo Ning nodded, he frowned when he flipped to the underground forces income report, slamming the table. Only 800 billion berries? Usually, the minimum is 1,000 billion, and at high points, it breaks 2,000 billion. Someone must be daring enough to compete with the army. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Anyone who dares to touch the army's interests is a mortal enemy. I hope they won't regret it. He immediately ordered Tiger Xing. Let Yi Xiao not just go out to sea. Also find out who is causing trouble. Tiger Xing immediately agreed and turned to leave the office. Then Luo Ning activated the fund allocation mode, looking at the documents and muttering, "The medical college needs 100 billion. Let us allocate that first and add more later. The drought relief in the East Continent needs 500 billion. This is life-saving money, so it must be allocated. 100 branch schools need 300 billion. For the future of the army, I'll grit my teeth and allocate it." For hours passed, and only a third of the documents on the table had been processed. Luo Ning stretched and looked distressed. Making money is hard, but spending it is so fast. At this rate, I'll empty the treasury. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army has just crushed 2 million coalition forces, and someone dares to stir up trouble and seize underground interests. Luo Ning directly sends Yi Xiao, a Peak 4 Emperor's powerhouse, to investigate. The other party is likely to face disaster. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Central Military Marshal still wants to cause trouble, unaware that the army has long since changed. Luo Ning is steadily managing internal affairs while laying down a net to deal with enemies, showing no fear at all. The army's mode is fully activated. Their combat power can crush 1 million coalition forces, and they can manage their territory efficiently. Anyone who provokes them will be crushed. The new marshal wants to make trouble? Those who seek to seize interest better watch out. It's purely a path to self-destruction. Luo Ning holds a strong army, controls resources, and has top-tier powerhouses at his disposal. The rise of the army is unstoppable. Money. Oh, money. Why is it so easy to earn but even easier to spend? In the rise of the army against pirates, pay attention. Luo Ning coldly snorted at the report. It's already hard enough to make money. Yet someone dares to touch the army's underground interests. They really must be tired of living. He pondered. Is it the Navy, the world government, or the pirates? He couldn't guess who was so bold. Next, high energy. In the boundless sea, Yi Xiao, dressed in a general's robe, stood at the bow of the ship, while his deputy, Guiyuemo Xian, hurried over. General, the marshal ordered a thorough investigation of the forces seizing our underground interests. If we can catch them, we will. If not, we will crush them directly. Yi Xiao chuckled. Having just taken down 2 million coalition forces, is there still someone who dares to provoke us? Interesting. He glanced ahead, his eyes widening slightly. Isn't that a pirate ship? They dare to invade the Army's waters. Guiyuemo Xian immediately replied. This is definitely our territory. Yi Xiao patted him. I heard you're a Jinwu fruit user, peak general level. Just a step away from being a 4 emperors? Leave this group of pirates to you. Let me see your skills. Guiyuemo Xian grinned. These little pirates are nothing to worry about. Flames sprouted from his back, and he soared into the air, his hands igniting with golden flames. The temperature distorting the void. Fire dragon, double dragons entwined. Blow them up. 2 golden fire dragons surged toward the pirate ship, and in an instant, the massive pirate ship turned to ashes. The pirates on board didn't even have time to scream. Guiyuemo Xian landed, looking relaxed. Done. These small fry are not worth mentioning. Yi Xiao nodded in praise. Not bad. You didn't embarrass the army. You absolutely wouldn't expect that right after the army crushed the world government coalition, someone dared to seize interests. Luo Ning directly sent Yi Xiao to take action. And before even finding the main culprit, he effortlessly crushed a group of pirates invading their territory. Guiyuemo Xian, with his peak general combat power, was incredibly explosive, taking out the pirate ship with a single move. The army strongmen are simply numerous to the point of absurdity. The army's mode is fully activated. Luo Ning commands the headquarters to control the overall situation. Yi Xiao leads the investigation and clears out the riffraff. And every subordinate officer has explosive combat power. Who dares to provoke the army? No matter if it's the coalition or small pirates, they will all be crushed. This operation directly made the entire scene know that the army's territory is not to be touched. Even, one could say there's no. In the rise of the army against pirates, pay attention. On the warship, Yi Xiao watched Guiyuemo Xian eliminate the pirate group without saying a word. But inside he was overjoyed. This kid is a good material. He has the qualifications to be a general of the army. Luo Ning really knows how to pick people. Next, high energy. Guiyuemo Xian returned to the deck, and Yi Xiao approached and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad strength, but it's still not enough. Being at the peak of general level isn't enough in this world. You need to push to the peak of the 4 emperors to be considered top tier. Guiyuemo Xian immediately bowed. I will do my utmost to break through. He already had a plan in mind. Once I become a peak 4 emperors and become a general, I can take revenge on the world government and also find her. Thinking of that childhood friend, known as the son of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million berries, Guiyuemo Xian's desire for power surged. Yi Xiao noticed him lost in thought and suddenly had a bold idea. Let him try the Blood Moon Purgatory. That place can quickly enhance strength and temper one's character. You absolutely wouldn't expect how terrifying the Blood Moon Purgatory of the army's great prison is. Thin air, terrifying pressure, boundless darkness, along with the high-hanging blood moon and flesh-eating blood demons. Those who haven't been there can hardly imagine. This place is simply a hell-level training ground. Yi Xiao calculated. Let little Gu train there, and it won't be long before he can reach the 4 emperors. The army's mode is fully activated. Not only does it have top-tier combat power like Luo Ning, but also potential stocks like Guiyuemo Xian, and the Blood Moon Purgatory as an extraordinary training ground. Want to get stronger? Enter the purgatory for tempering. Want to rise? Speak with strength. Does the world government and navy want to suppress? The army is full of talent and is not afraid at all. Guiyumo Xian was filled with anticipation for the challenge of the Blood Moon Purgatory, just waiting to get stronger and settle accounts with the world government, while Yishao awaited to nurture the next general. The army's power would only grow stronger, and no one could stop it. The snotty guy is one of the top cadres in Doflamingo's hands, Toripol, a user of the sticky fruit. In the rise of the army against pirates, pay attention. Toripol's strength isn't top tier, but he is Doflamingo's confidant, the one he trusts the most. Next, high energy. Toripol, with snot hanging, panicked. Doflamingo, what if we touch the army's underground interests and get discovered? Doflamingo sneered. What are you afraid of? It won't be discovered in a short time. And even if it is, does the army dare come to the new world to eliminate me? He glanced toward the army, his face full of disdain. With Kaido backing us, why should we fear the army, this marginal force? The underground interests are so vast. Why should they monopolize them? Relying on the four emperors Kaido as his backing and taking pride in his celestial dragon status. He arrogantly believed that the world government and the navy would secretly assist him. He was so overbearing. No matter what tricks he used, he had to seize the benefits. He only cared about results. Toripol immediately agreed, grinning with an ugly smile. On the other side, aboard the army's warship, the General Yishao ordered Guiyumo with a smile. Full speed around the sea area. Look for any unreported pirate groups. Don't use lethal force. Capture them and throw them into Blood Moon Purgatory to let them suffer. Guiyumo was stunned. General, the Marshal asked us to investigate forces robbing benefits. Yishao waved his hand. No time to waste. Clear the pirates first, then handle the main business. It won't take long. Guiyumo's mouth twitched and could only comply. Who made Yishao a general? After all, you would never expect it. Doflamingo thought he was secure with Kaido's support, but was unaware that the army had already laid a trap. Yishao seemed to be clearing the pirates, but was actually gathering clues along the way. By the time the investigation reached him, even with Kaido's help, he would still be crushed by the army. The army was efficiently clearing pirates and capturing the Black Hands on both ends. The army was in full swing. General Yishao was in command. Guiyumo was on standby, clearing pirates and investigating enemies at the same time. Doflamingo was still dreaming of monopolizing the benefits, completely oblivious that he had already caught the army's attention and would soon pay the price for his arrogance. This operation directly showcased the army's dominance. No matter who the opponent was, anyone who dared to provoke would not have a good outcome. At the army headquarters, in the Marshal's office, the rise of the pirates and the army. Pay attention. Luo Ning sat behind the desk, quickly flipping through documents. Without looking up, he asked the nearby Hu Xing, has there been any trouble in the 5 major continents recently? How much is the monthly tax revenue for each continent? Next, it's high energy. Hu Xing immediately leaned closer. Marshal, all 5 major continents are stable. The mountain bandits have been cleared, but the tax revenue is disappointing. The central continent earns 50 billion berries monthly, while each of the 4 other continents only earns 10 billion. Luo Ning frowned and tapped the desk. In a year, I want the tax revenue of the 5 continents to double. I don't care about the process. I only want results. This is an order. Just as Hu Xing was about to say was difficult, he was shot down and could only brace himself. Understood. About an hour later, steady footsteps approached outside the office, followed by a knock on the door. Luo Ning called for the person to come in, and a man, unscathed but radiating an overwhelming aura, pushed the door open and knelt on one knee. Marshal, I have broken through to the early stage of the 4 emperors, and the Dark Moon technique is several times stronger than before. Luo Ning looked him over and nodded. Not bad to break through to the early stage of the 4 emperors in a short time. But remember, the early stage of the 4 emperors isn't top-notch. You must reach the peak. When I saved you from the world government, I now give you 2 choices. Join the army's elite guard as a small leader, or lead an army independently. Which do you choose? You would never expect it. The man, named Yishuan, answered without hesitation. Marshal, I choose to lead an army independently. I request to select 100 elite soldiers from the Hell training camp to form my unit. It's worth noting that the army's elite guard is the most elite unit, and the position of small leader is coveted by countless people. Yet Yishuan decisively abandoned it. Showcasing his boldness, Luo Ning was instantly interested, leaning slightly forward. You're giving up a cushy position to lead your own troops? That is interesting. The army was in full swing. Luo Ning set a hard target for tax revenue and one of his subordinates broke through to the four emperors, even daring to give up a good position to build a team from scratch. The talent pool and speed of combat power enhancement were unmatched by the world government and the Navy. Yixuan lowered his head, waiting for a response, already preparing to bring ruthless individuals from the Hell training camp to create a unit capable of hard battles. Luo Ning was also thinking that having another four emperors powerhouse leading a team would give him more confidence against the world government and the Navy. The Army's elite guard consists of the most elite and formidable soldiers. The position of small leader is coveted by countless people. The rise of the pirates and the Army. Pay attention. With the cushy position of elite guard in front of him, Yixuan still chose to lead an army independently. Luo Ning watched him thoughtfully. This kid is quite interesting. Next, it's high energy. Luo Ning's face turned cold as he stared at Yixuan, who was kneeling on one knee, and asked, Yixuan, do you know what the Hell training camp means? Yixuan looked up and answered sincerely and firmly. I understand. It is upgraded from the Hell training class, and the soldiers are the Army's most elite, with 10 times the training compared to ordinary soldiers. There are also quality sources for elite guards and prison guards. After speaking, he straightened his back. Even so, I still want to select 100 elite soldiers to build my unit. I request the Marshal's support. Beside him, Hu Xing's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of hostility flashing in his gaze. This Yixuan was giving up a good position to lead an army independently. Could he be an undercover agent sent by the world government? But he knew the rules. If Luo Ning didn't speak, he couldn't say more. In the office, Luo Ning's fingers continued to tap on the desk, staring at Yixuan for a long time. The atmosphere was as stiff as if it had solidified. Luo Ning was calculating in his mind. Is this kid part of the world government's conspiracy? Or does he really have a grudge against the world government? Suddenly, he stopped tapping, got up, and helped Yixuan up. I grant your request, but you must let me trust that you are loyal to me and to the Army. Yixuan was taken aback and immediately drew his long sword with both hands, looking extremely serious. My life was saved by the Marshal. If you don't trust me, you can kill me with one sword. I, Yixuan, swear that if I betray the Marshal and the Army, I will be struck down by heaven. You would never expect it. Luo Ning looked at his unmasked sincerity and suddenly smiled, patting his shoulder. To choose people, you have to rely on real ability. If you can make the soldiers from the Hell training camp obey you, then take 100. If no one obeys, then forget it. Yixuan was so excited that his face turned red, veins bulging, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, Marshal. In this life, I, Yixuan, will only follow the Marshal's orders. After speaking, he straightened up and quickly left the office, heading towards the Hell training camp. Luo Ning watched his departing figure, a smile creeping onto his lips. He knew he might have struck gold. Yixuan could potentially grow into a general capable of standing alone. The Army was in full swing. Luo Ning's keen eye for talent, Yixuan's daring and determination, giving up a cushy position to make a name for himself through strength. With such a ruthless individual joining, the Army's confidence against the world government and the Navy had increased significantly. He also knew that in this world, people do not trust oaths, nor do they believe in fate. However, Luo Ning chose to believe in Yixuan. The rise of the pirates and the Army. Pay attention. Luo Ning chose to trust Yixuan against the crowd's opinions, with no reason other than his own intuition. Next, it's high energy. As soon as Yixuan stepped out of the office, Hu Xing couldn't help but speak up. Marshal, Yixuan was saved by you from the world government, but this might be a trap set by them. Why do you trust him so much? Luo Ning stared at Yixuan's receding figure, waved his hand to interrupt him. I've already considered what you said, but it's also possible that everything he said is true. Hu Xing, trust my intuition this once. Hu Xing had no way to refute and could only shake his head helplessly, thinking, rather than worrying about whether Yixuan is an undercover agent, it's better to think about how to double the tax revenue of the 5 major continents. That's much harder. On the other side, Yixuan walked out of the Marshal's office, heading towards the Hell training camp. His earlier excitement gradually cooled, and his face showed no signs of emotion. He patted his military uniform, and, as he stepped into the territory of the Hell training camp, 100 soldiers instantly surged from all around, surrounding him in an instant, each with fierce eyes, exuding a murderous intent that seemed ready to devour him. Soon, a fully armed captain of 100 men stepped out from the ranks. It was the formidable Wasteland, who possessed the strength of half of 4 emperor. He emanated an intimidating aura and coldly asked Yixuan, "Are you the Yixuan that the Marshal mentioned? You want to pick 100 fierce soldiers from here?" Yixuan nodded, yes. Desolation waved his hand, and the encirclement formation of 100 soldiers instantly tightened, the killing intent growing stronger. If you want to take them away, you must first subdue us. If you have the ability, we will listen to you in the future. If not, don't wander around this military stronghold. Our people from the Hell training camp are not meant to be commanded by just anyone. Desolation took 2 steps back, and the battle intent on him erupted fiercely. Don't think that just because you are at the early stage of the 4 emperors, you are impressive. Our 100-man team is skilled in formations and can trap even those at the mid-stage of the 4 emperors. As for ordinary early stage 4 emperors, we can crush them directly. The 100 soldiers quickly formed a killing formation, the sharp killing intent directed at Yi Xian, as if they were about to strike at any moment. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Yi Xian looked at the killing formation before him, and not only did he not panic, but he instead grinned. His unique aura of the 4 emperors instantly spreading and enveloping the entire area. The Hell training camp truly lives up to its reputation. This 100-man team is all elite. I'm very satisfied. With them, it is enough to form a team with explosive combat power. While releasing his aura, he secretly observed the formation. Desolation was testing him, and he was quietly gauging the strength of this team. The stronger the team, the more excited he became. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning could intuitively identify potential stocks, and Yi Xian, instead of taking the easy route, dared to confront the top killing formation of the Hell training camp. That courage is astonishing. Desolation thought he could take Yi Xian down, but little did he know that Yi Xian had long been holding back a surge of energy, wanting to prove himself through this confrontation. Once Yi Xian subdued this 100-man team, the army would have another trump card, making them more confident in opposing the world government and the navy. In fact, while Desolation was testing Yi Xian was also testing this 100-man team. Pirates, the rise of the army. Pay attention. Yi Xian glanced at the 100-man team and instantly concluded, no need to test anymore. They are definitely the elite among elites. Top soldiers in the world. After all, being a substitute for Luo Ning's personal guards means there are no weaklings in the Hell training camp. Next, high energy. Yi Xian didn't want to dawdle and decided to reveal the killing moves perfected in the army's grand prison. He raised both hands, and a dark, eerie round moon appeared in his palms, the darkness devouring the surrounding light like a living creature. In the blink of an eye, the area within a kilometer fell into silence. Sound could not escape. Vision was deprived. And the hearts of the 100 soldiers felt like they were crushed by a giant stone, instantly disrupting their formation. The numerical advantage was nullified, and the formation could not be used at all. This confrontation was over before it even began. If it weren't for Yi Xian's devil fruit ability being so strange, it would not have been this easy to subdue this 100-man team. When the dark moon dissipated and light returned, the 100 soldiers simultaneously sheathed their weapons and knelt on one knee. Desolation quickly walked to Yi Xian, bowed his head, and said solemnly, General, you have the right to command us. We voluntarily submit, and will follow your orders. The 100 elites behind him roared in unison, shaking the ground. We will follow the general's orders. Yi Xian finally revealed a satisfied smile and stepped forward to help Desolation up. Get up. From now on, you will be my deputy. Don't worry, we will eventually establish ourselves at a high position in the army. He had already made plans in his heart. Although the position of army general was far, as long as one dared to fight, there would always be opportunities. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. As Desolation stood up, his breathing was rapid, and he firmly believed, with this skill, Yi Xian is definitely secure as a lieutenant general. The 100 soldiers also had fiery eyes, staring intently at Yi Xian. Following such a ruthless person, they would surely benefit in the future. This 100-man team had emerged from the Hell training camp, having undergone countless life-and-death trials, their minds harder than steel, their combat power unrivaled in the entire pirate world. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Yi Xian raised his hand to crush the elite 100, easily forming a trump card team. Luo Ning's vision was simply extraordinary, with such a ruthless person leading. Combined with this top elite, the army's confidence against the world government and the navy would be fully bolstered. Yi Xian clenched his fists, silently chanting, Marshal Luo Ning saved my life. From now on, I will be the sharpest knife of the army, killing gods when I meet them, killing Buddhas when I meet them. The 100-man team, emerging from the Hell training camp, had undergone countless blood baptisms and trials, their minds incredibly firm. Absolutely the elite among elites, the finest soldiers in the world. Pirates, the rise of the army. Pay attention. After subduing the 100 elites, Yi Xian, along with his deputy Delegation, headed straight for the task reward hall at the army headquarters, while the other soldiers were placed elsewhere, not because he didn't want to take them, but because they weren't qualified yet. Next, high energy. On the way, Delegation couldn't help but ask, "General, isn't this 100-man team too small? You are at the early stage of the Four Emperors." Ishin glanced at him. 100 is enough. I only pick the elite. Ordinary soldiers are just cannon fodder. What use are they? As he spoke, he looked toward the key military area with a strange smile. In the future, when selecting soldiers, we'll go to Blood Moon Purgatory. Delegation was stunned. That place? Are there really talents inside? Ishin grinned. I stayed there for a month. Not only breaking through to the Four Emperors, but also knowing that there are quite a few ruthless characters hidden inside, including generals and Four Emperors level ones. Delegation instantly understood and hurriedly asked, "When are we going?" Ishin paused. "Not now. First, let's complete the task to earn military merits. The position of Lieutenant General is mine for the taking, and then I will aim for General." Delegation looked at him with admiration. "I swear to follow you." The two entered the task hall, and Ishin stared at the wall full of tasks, his eyes shining. "The position of General is mine for sure. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." On the other side, on a small wooden boat in the East Sea, Luffy, wearing a straw hat, laughed heartily, while Zoro beside him had a blank expression, exuding the aura of a swordsman. Zoro looked at Luffy and suddenly spoke. "Can you really make me the world's #1 swordsman? If you can't, I'll cut you down with one sword." This sudden shift in tone was completely different from the passionate energy on the army's side. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Ishin held the elite and had his eyes on the strong ones in Blood Moon Purgatory, leveling up and expanding the army at the same time. It was like hitting the accelerator. In contrast, Luffy and Zoro were still joking on their small boat, and compared to the rise of the army, they were moving at a snail's pace. Ishin's actions were sure to create a storm in the army, and the future position of general was secure. "Hey, can you really make me the world's #1 swordsman? If, in the end, I can't become the world's #1 swordsman, I will cut you down with one sword." Pirates, the rise of the army. Pay attention. Zoro sat on the small wooden boat, looking displeased as he stared at Luffy, asking once again, "Can you really make me the world's #1 swordsman?" Next, high energy. Zoro had asked this question countless times, but Luffy showed no impatience. Standing at the bow of the boat, lowering his straw hat, and excitedly shouting, "Absolutely. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. If you follow me, you will definitely succeed." Zoro looked at the shabby wooden boat beneath him, shaking his head helplessly. "Why do I feel like I've been tricked onto a pirate ship? But it's better than wandering alone." He closed his eyes and silently thought, "Luo-Ning, wait for me. I will crush you one day and become a #1 swordsman." On the other side, in the army headquarters office, Luo-Ning was telling Hushing, "We must establish 100 branches next to 100 sub-colleges. Having just one headquarters is too embarrassing. Look at how many branches the Navy has. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Hushing immediately poured cold water on him. "Expanding the army by 200,000 and building branches, we can only choose one. The money is running out fast. If we keep building blindly, we'll go bankrupt." Luo-Ning was left speechless, staring at the documents in a dilemma for a long time, before finally gritting his teeth. "First, expand the army. This world speaks with strength, but we must keep a close watch. Don't let enemies infiltrate." Hushing immediately took orders. Understood. He turned around to handle the military expansion matters. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Just after the army crushed the world government coalition, Luo-Ning started the expansion plan, aiming for a 200,000-strong army, ready to directly confront the world government and the Navy. In contrast, Luffy and Zoro were still on their small boat making plans, and compared to the rise of the army, they were moving at a snail's pace. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo-Ning had a clear goal, first gathering enough troop strength before laying out plans, steadily advancing step by step. Tiger Xing can still control the situation precisely and avoid wasting money. With this combination of tactics, the world government and the Navy must be feeling anxious. Zoro wants to challenge Ronin. Once the army expands, Ronin will have many powerful allies by his side, and Zoro might not even get a chance to strike. Tiger Xing slightly nodded, then followed Ronin's orders to expand the army to 2 million and walked outside. The rise of the pirate army is noteworthy. Ronin mentioned that the expansion should try to exclude people from other forces because he knows very well that this world has too many unexpected elements. It is impossible to keep all spies outside the door. Next, the intensity increases. Even knowing it's difficult, Roning remains calm and confident. So what if there are people with ulterior motives mixed in? I have the strength to control the situation. The army will definitely rise strongly in this world, and the navy and the world government, these old forces, should have made way for newcomers long ago. He sees it clearly. In the end, the world belongs to those who win the hearts of the people. Relying on military force to suppress the populace may bring temporary satisfaction, but it absolutely won't last. After finalizing the expansion to 2 million, Roning's gaze directly locked onto the 4 seas. The army's territory has already expanded to its limit, and to move forward, they can only compete with the navy for control of the 4 seas. Our territorial waters are almost connected to the navy's, and this battle is unavoidable. He walked to the window, looking towards the distant Holy Land, Mary Geos of the world government, a smile creeping onto his lips. It won't be long before I meet the 3 admirals of the navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and the barely considered friend, Akiji. I wonder if they're in the mid, late stages, or have reached their peak among the 4 emperors now. This battle will definitely be thrilling. While handling documents, Roning sighed at the account books. I used to think that the underground forces earning 1,000 billion berries a month would be enough to support the rise. But now I realize how naive that was. Looking at the revenue report, his expression darkened. Now the income is only 1/3 of what it used to be, and it's still declining. Staring at the declining numbers, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Anyone daring to touch the army's interests, whether it's the world government or the navy, must die. At worst, I'll kill a few celestial dragons to wake them up. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While Roning prepares a 2 million strong army to confront the navy for territory, he is also keeping a close eye on the mysterious forces vying for benefits, even daring to threaten the celestial dragons. This boldness is explosive. The momentum of the army's rise is unstoppable, and the navy and the world government should have already lost their composure. Roning is fully in the zone. He understands that winning the hearts of the people is fundamental, dares to confront old forces head-on, and can accurately grasp the situation. With such a general at the helm, it's hard for the army not to rise. Once the 2 million troops are formed and the 4 seas are secured, they can stand on equal footing with the world government and the navy, completely rewriting the world's landscape. After several hours of sitting still, his body gradually stiffened. Thus, he needed to go out and stretch his muscles. The rise of the pirate army is noteworthy. Roning thought to himself, if I sit any longer, not only will my body stiffen, but my strength will decline too. Saying this, he stood up and intended to go out for some activity, and Tiger Shing immediately followed closely behind him. Next, the intensity increases. Roning's 3 personal guards each have their roles. Tiger Shing knows his thoughts best, always staying close. Tiger Chi leads an army dedicated to training elite soldiers. Tiger Ba is constantly on the battlefield, fighting tirelessly to rack up achievements, knowing that over time the strength of the 3 will diverge. There's nothing to be done. Their areas of expertise are completely different. It's impossible to let Tiger Shing lead troops or have Tiger Chi act as a bodyguard. That's simply 1T work. As Roning walked, he arrived at the army headquarters, a crucial location. There aren't many soldiers at the entrance, but he can feel that many elite soldiers are hidden in the surrounding areas. However, as the army's marshal, no one dares to stop him. So he directly entered the courtyard. The headquarters was empty at night, and Roning headed straight for the training ground, but unexpectedly found a martial arts room still lit. Upon closer inspection, it was the student Carl. This kid left an impression on Roning, possessing the potential of a 4 emperor and being a devil fruit user. Definitely a candidate for a future admiral. Carl was gritting his teeth, doing push-ups one after another, his face turning red, veins bulging. After completing 1,000, he was trembling all over, gasping for breath, nearly unable to stand. Roning couldn't help but laugh. This kid used to be so arrogant. Relying on his devil fruit powers, he completely disregarded physical combat, and now he's actively training his body. Clearly, he learned a lesson during his last experience and finally got a clue. After all, relying solely on fruit abilities isn't enough. A strong body can better complement those abilities, making it easier to protect oneself and defeat enemies. As Carl was resting, he suddenly sensed something was off, turned his head to look at the corner, and upon seeing Roning, he was instantly stunned. He quickly adjusted his breathing and walked over, his voice filled with excitement. Marshal, what are you doing here? In the army? Roning is a legendary figure, and seeing him, Carl's eyes were filled with admiration, excitement spilling over. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Roning looked at Carl, took 2 steps forward, hands behind his back, and smiled. You actually noticed me? Not bad. It seems your devil fruit ability is getting more and more proficient. The army is about to go into overdrive, with potential stocks actively filling in gaps. The 3 personal guards each excelling in their roles, and Ronin being able to spot promising talents. This pace of rise is unstoppable. The army is fully in the zone. His subordinates are either fighting fiercely on the battlefield or intensively training, each one charging toward becoming top-tier powerhouses. Ronin has a sharp eye, able to see through everyone's potential and offer opportunities. With such a general at the helm, the army can not only defeat the navy, but also confront the world government head-on without flinching. Karl's awakening will definitely make him a trump card for the army, and following Ronin, he will achieve great things. Oh, you actually noticed me? Well, your devil fruit ability is indeed enough to detect my presence. The rise of the pirate army is noteworthy. Ronin saw Karl walking towards him, his brow furrowing slightly, and suddenly understood. Karl's devil fruit ability can capture subtle sounds. No wonder he could notice me. Next, the intensity increases. Ronin directly declared, the body is fundamental. No matter how strong the devil fruit, it ultimately relies on physical power. Since we've met, I'll teach you the army's secret body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens. Karl's eyes widened on the spot, breathing rapidly with excitement. Marshal, I want to learn. This is a technique that can rapidly increase strength and elevate power. A night passed, and as dawn broke, Ronin walked out of the martial arts room, but Karl was exhausted on the ground, filled with trepidation. Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens was too intense to enter. This night was practically a hellish training session. Although it disrupted Ronin's plans, finding a potential stock was worth it. Just as he exited the martial arts room, Mihawk, who was practicing his sword, rushed over, the black blade, Yuru, slightly trembling, his tone urgent. Marshal, is it a special mission for me? Or are the Navy or world government sending people? Let me go and smash them. Ronin patted him on the shoulder. You've just broken through to the initial stage of the 4 emperors. Consolidate your cultivation first. There will be plenty of battles in the future. Mihawk instantly felt dejected and turned to leave. This top swordsman had been itching to teach swordsmanship. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. With a casual teaching, Ronin nurtured a future admiral for the army. Mihawk is still holding back, ready to jump into battle. The talent pool and lineup of strong individuals in the army are explosive. The army is fully in the zone. Ronin has a keen eye for talent and effortlessly provides secret techniques. His subordinates either train fiercely or are eager to fight. With such a setup, not to mention the 3 admirals of the Navy, even if the world government sent all its forces, they would be crushed. With Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens, Karl will soon reach the peak of battle power, and Mihawk is ready to hack down strong enemies. It's hard for the army not to rise. Taking one last look at Hawkeye's back, Luo Ning shook his head helplessly. This world is just like that. Many things are just like that. In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. Now that the world is barely at peace, since Hawkeye has joined the army, he can't just wander around the pirate world like before. He needs to act like a soldier. Currently, being a swordsmanship teacher at the army headquarters is the best choice. Next, high energy. As Luo Ning was walking, he suddenly called out to Hawkeye. How about you go train at the Army's Grand Prison for a month? You can increase your strength and 1 TB board. As soon as he said this, Hawkeye stumbled and ran off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luo Ning laughed and shook his head. That place, Blood Moon Purgatory, has 100-fold pressure, terrifying blood demons, and boundless darkness. Who would want to go there often? You might gain strength, but you could also become neurotic. Back in the office, Luo Ning yawned at the mountain of documents. I didn't sleep last night. I'll take a break first and deal with the documents later. Saying this, he closed his eyes and dozed off. For him, handling documents every day was more torturous than fighting. He would procrastinate as much as possible. On the other side, in the Army's territory, the 5 states had entered harvest season. But while the people had hope on their faces, they were hiding their struggles. In the rice fields, Guzi poked at the locusts, complaining. Dazi, in previous years at this time, we just wait for the harvest. Why are we fighting locusts every day this year? Dazi shot back. You think you can slack off and make me do the work? No way. If you keep blabbering, I'll tell your wife, and you'll get a beating. Guzi had no choice but to obediently get back to work. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army has a commander like Luo Ning who can fish for leisure while still controlling the overall situation. While the common people are complaining about work during their stable lives, and Hawkeye is afraid to run from Blood Moon Purgatory. This scene is both passionate and down-to-earth. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning seems to be laid back, But in reality, he manages the strong and the territory clearly. The fact that the common people can complain while working shows that the Army's rule is stable enough. Compared to the chaos under the Navy's rule, the Army has already won the people's hearts. Hawkeye may run, but sooner or later, Luo Ning will send him to increase his strength. And the number of strong individuals in the Army will only continue to grow. Crushing the world government is just a matter of time. Listening to Dazi's words, Guzi glared at him and shook his head helplessly. In Pirates, The Rise of the Army, pay attention. Guzi threw all the oddities before him out of his mind, thinking it was probably just his overthinking. As the locusts in the field decreased, he finally relaxed. But no one knew that in a hidden corner of a rice field, countless locust eggs were already concealed. These things are too small for anyone to notice. And even if discovered, there is no way to completely eradicate them. Next, high energy. Luo Ning was sleeping soundly in the Marshal's office when suddenly, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding dong. Mission released. Mission, food collection. Description, a worldwide locust disaster will break out in the pirate world, and food will be scarce in the future. Collect food from around the world to help the Army survive the crisis and assist in challenging the world's rulers. Reward, 500 red fire horses. The mechanical voice repeated itself 3 times before disappearing. Luo Ning was startled awake, looking confused. A worldwide locust disaster? The system isn't joking with me, right? The system immediately responded. The information is absolutely true, and the mission rewards will satisfy you. Luo Ning regained his composure and became more and more excited. Red fire horses. If these are given to the Army's elite guards, we can directly form a cavalry unit. Wouldn't our combat power soar? The Army is currently in need of cavalry, and 500 horses are simply tailor-made. Just as he was getting energized to handle the documents, he glanced at the last document. Most of the farmland in the 5 states has discovered locusts and is suspected to be at risk of a locust disaster. Luo Ning was stunned. No one reminded us, and we actually discovered it? Is this a real skill, or just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While others are foolishly waiting for the harvest, Luo Ning, relying on the system, directly opened the heavenly eye, grasping the locust disaster warning in advance, and can also get 500 divine steeds to enhance combat power. The Army's operation here has fused foresight with combat power enhancement, leaving the Navy and world government far behind. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. The system provides early warnings and equipment, allowing Luo Ning to stockpile food steadily, while also seizing the opportunity to form a cavalry unit to boost combat power, without delaying either front. In contrast, the Navy and world government are still blindly expanding. When a locust disaster strikes and food is completely lost, they will definitely be in a panic. With this system buff, the Army can not only easily overcome the crisis, but also crush the old powers, with only the final step left to rule the world. If it weren't for the system's hint, Luo Ning wouldn't have known that a locust disaster was about to occur this season, and food would be nearly completely lost. In Pirates, The Rise of the Army, pay attention. Luo Ning discovered that someone in the pirate world had already sensed the signs of a locust disaster, and he secretly praised. Not bad. Such perceptive individuals must be heavily utilized. Even if they can't be used right now, they will definitely be of great use in the long run. Next, high energy. Luo Ning put down the documents and called for Hu Xing, speaking with a serious tone. There is something crucial that only you can handle. If you get it done, the time for the Army's rise can be shortened by at least a few years. Hu Xing was taken aback, then solemnly replied, Marshal, just give the order. Luo Ning revealed a mysterious smile. This matter, very few people in the world could foresee. I want you to gather food from all over the pirate world. Luo Ning stated directly. Hu Xing was immediately baffled. Gather food? Such a common task, a few people could easily handle it. Why do I have to do it personally? Luo Ning instantly withdrew his smile, his gaze sharp. This matter really requires you. Normally, gathering food is indeed ordinary, but have you thought about it? This year, farmland worldwide will yield nothing. By then, if we hold the food while the Navy and world government have none, what will the situation look like? Just thinking about it is exciting. I trust you with this. Hu Xing suddenly understood and immediately took the order. Understood. He turned around and began a plan. To gather food quickly, we must raise the price. Offering 20 higher than the market price will definitely make everyone willing to sell food to the Army. Just as he was about to step out of the office, Luo Ning suddenly spoke. By the way, promote Merc and let him manage a city with a population of 100,000. Hu Xing paused, feeling puzzled. He had never heard of Merc, but he didn't ask further, responding affirmatively before hastily leaving. Luo Ning picked up the document, noting the discovery of locusts in the 5 states, and smiled to himself. Merc's intuition is truly sharp. Now it's just a matter of whether he has the ability to manage a city of 100,000. In the army, capable people are promoted while the incompetent are demoted. Rank and status are not important at all. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While others are still waiting for the harvest, Luo Ning has already laid out 2 major strategies, sending Hu Xing to gather food worldwide, grasping the future food lifeline, promoting Merc to uncover potential talents. The Army's operation here has truly opened a divine perspective, leaving the Navy and world government far behind. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning accurately predicts the crisis, using food gathering to grasp the lifeline of other powers. At the same time, he identifies and promotes potential individuals to strengthen the team. When a locust disaster strikes, the Navy and world government can only watch helplessly as the Army holds the food, recruits soldiers, and rises rapidly. If Merc can stabilize the city, he will definitely become a core force of the Army in the future. Luo Ning's eye for talent is simply extraordinary. After Hu Xing left for a long time, Luo Ning suddenly lifted his slightly bowed head, his eyes shimmering with a greenish glow. In Pirates, the rise of the Army, pay attention. Luo Ning suddenly remembered that the celestial gold from the world government was set to be transported from the member countries to the headquarters this month. If the Army intercepts all this celestial gold, they will never have to worry about money again. Next, high energy. The more Luo Ning thought about it, the more excited he became. The celestial dragons are so greedy, they will definitely have plenty of celestial gold. If we intercept it, not to mention building 100 branches, we could build another 100 with enough. He immediately shouted for someone. Bring Hu Qi here. The sentry soldier didn't dare to delay, and quickly ran to find Hu Qi. At that moment, Hu Qi was at the drill ground, just about to address the tens of thousands of new recruits, when he was stopped by a messenger. Upon hearing that Luo Ning was looking for him, he left the new recruits without hesitation and rushed to the Marshal's office. Thinking to himself, if we can't even hold on for this little time, how can we be an army? How can we confront the world government head-on? The new recruits were instantly in an uproar. Why did the general leave? Could it be that he was called in for a criticism session by the Marshal? In the chaos, Hu Qi's deputy, Hu Wei, jumped onto the stage and shouted, "Silence!" A terrifying aura immediately filled the air. He had blood on his hands from countless lives. And the new recruits fell silent at once, not daring to breathe. Hu Wei then angrily retorted, "Do you even deserve to be an army? The army is the only military in the world that can talk about justice. The main commander leaves, and you all descend into chaos. What does that look like?" The atmosphere was thick with bloodlust, and the new recruits were so scared that they held their breath. No one dared to chatter anymore. You would never expect it. While Luo Ning was plotting to intercept the heavenly gold for funding, his subordinates and deputy were all hardcore. Hu Qi left without a second thought, and Hu Wei's shout quelled tens of thousands of new recruits, showing the army's execution power to the max. The army's cheat mode was completely activated. Luo Ning had his eyes on the heavenly gold, which was equivalent to holding the world government's purse strings, with all his subordinates being tough characters. Even the new recruits' training was so hardcore. Once they intercepted the heavenly gold, with money, troops, and strong individuals, the army would soar. Crushing the Navy and overpowering the world government would be just around the corner. Hu Wei's display of authority ensured that the new recruits would never dare to slack off again, and the army's combat power would surely increase. Looking down at the tens of thousands of new recruits, Hu Wei shouted at them, a terrifying bloodlust radiating from him, instantly enveloping the entire barracks. The rise of the pirate army, pay attention. The void turned dark red, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The bloodlust emitted by Hu Wei swept across the field, causing tens of thousands of new recruits to shut their mouths in fear, not even daring to breathe. Filled with guilt. With our laxness, do we deserve to be an army? Do we deserve to confront the Navy and the world government? Next, high energy. Hu Qi hurriedly burst into the Marshal's office, and the soldiers behind him were stunned. Luo Ning didn't even look up from his paperwork, leaving him hanging. 5 minutes later, Luo Ning finally raised his eyes and coldly said, "This is the army's core area. Next time, understand the rules better." If it were someone else who dared to barge in like this, their body would have been cold long ago. Hu Qi hurriedly forced a smile, spitting words everywhere. "Marshal, is there movement from the Navy or the world government? Or is another force planning something?" Luo Ning disdainfully wiped his face. "Step back. Don't splash me. The atmosphere was awkwardly silent for a minute before Luo Ning finally spoke. Hu Qi, are the military funds sufficient? Hu Qi's eyes instantly lit up, immediately switching to a pitiful mode. Marshal, the funds are running low. If we don't add more, we won't be able to sustain even the regular training, let alone expand the army by 200,000. As he spoke, his face turned red and his neck thickened, struggling to get out the rest, anxiously scratching his head. Luo Ning frowned. When did this guy become so good at acting? He used to work hard without complaint. Seeing Luo Ning's lack of response, Hu Qi simply gave up. Anyway, we just don't have money. Marshal, you figure it out. Luo Ning took a deep breath to suppress the urge to hit him. Suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Qi, the reason I called you here, there really is a huge opportunity. Are you in? You would never expect it. The army was taking a duel approach. Hu Wei used his bloodlust to instantly subdue tens of thousands of new recruits. Raising military discipline to the max, Luo Ning, knowing the funds were tight, was obviously planning something big. This operation directly welded hardcore military management and money-making tactics together. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. As soon as Hu Wei made a move, he intimidated the new recruits, ensuring that no one would dare to slack off in training in the future. Luo Ning's hidden good news was likely a money-making artifact. And once the funding issue was resolved, expanding the army, building branches, and strengthening equipment would all be arranged. By then, the army would be strong and robust, and the navy and the world government would have to step aside. Hu Qi's act of playing the victim was likely to bring unexpected surprises. Hu Qi, this time, I really have good news for you. So what do you say? The rise of the pirate army, pay attention. Luo Ning adjusted his mindset, looking at Hu Qi with a calm expression, ready to reveal the so-called good news. Next, high energy. Hu Qi's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, are we going to crush the navy and those scum from the world government? Or take down the fat merchants in our territory? Luo Ning's previously stable mindset instantly broke. How could he focus on his own wealthy merchants right now? If they're going to do something, it should be against the heavenly gold of the world government. With a dark face, he said, neither. Hu Qi instantly wilted, muttering softly, if it's not a war or taking down fat sheep, how is that a good thing? Luo Ning's face darkened further. You've been getting more and more rebellious lately. Do you dare disobey orders? Hu Qi immediately shut up, standing at attention. The Marshal's orders are like the heaven's decree. No matter how unwilling, he had to accept. Only then did Luo Ning speak. Do you know about the heavenly gold? It's the tribute offered by the world government's member countries to the celestial dragons. Hu Qi looked confused. I know, but what does that have to do with the mission? Luo Ning almost couldn't help but hit him. This brain, even less sharp than Hu Ba. He thought for a moment. Since Hu Xing had been sent out, he might as well find someone else. The army general smiled. Costa could do, and he could also put the mission up in the mission hall, allowing the student from the main academy and those who wanted to go to sea, like Hawkeye, to participate. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, completely ignoring Hu Qi beside him. Hu Qi felt a tightness in his chest, fearing that the good opportunity was going to be snatched away, anxiously calling out softly, Marshal, what exactly is the mission? Can you tell me? You would never expect it. Luo Ning didn't expect Hu Qi at all, turned around and assigned the mission to others, directly maximizing the resources. The army's strong characters were like clouds. Any one of them could handle big matters. It was simply a cheat. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning's vision was sharp. He didn't compete with his own wealthy merchants, but specifically targeted the heavenly gold of the world government, while also mobilizing various forces. This layout was exceptional. Once they intercepted the heavenly gold, the funding would explode, expansion, building branches, and strengthening combat power would all be arranged at once. The Navy and the world government would cry without time to react. Hu Qi's missed opportunity might make him regret it deeply. Marshal? Marshal. Beside Luo Ning, Hu Qi stared at him intently, softly calling out. Because, for some reason, at that moment, Hu Qi suddenly felt a pain in his heart, as if a good thing that belonged to him had suddenly been given to others. Marshal, why did you call me here? Marshal, tell me, okay? The rise of the pirate army, pay attention. Luo Ning glanced at Hu Qi, who wore a fake smile beside him, and frowned, asking, what do you want to say? Next, high energy. Hu Qi rubbed his hands, a face full of smiles. Marshal, when you say there's good news, it must be good news. I absolutely believe you. Quickly tell me about the heavenly gold. Luo Ning said straightforwardly. The member countries of the world government will soon send the heavenly gold to Mary Joa. Got it? After saying that, he didn't say anything more. This matter could be handled without Hu Qi. With a smile, Costa, or Hawkeye could be chosen. Chi was stunned for 5 minutes. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Damn. Is the Marshal telling me to go steal the heavenly gold from the celestial dragons? I'm truly a genius. He patted his chest and guaranteed. Don't worry, this matter is on me. I will definitely do it beautifully. However, Luo Ning squinted, pondering. Is this guy really reliable? Solo might just mess it up. Luo Ning waved his hand. The task is too big. You can't do it alone. There will be colleagues to help you. As for the funding, it all depends on how much heavenly gold you can steal. Upon hearing the word funding, Chi's eyes sparkled with green light, overly excited. The funding is definitely mine. Stealing heavenly gold is a piece of cake for me. After saying that, he turned and left, cheerfully muttering. Funding secured. Heavenly gold is easy pickings. The member countries are simply not enough to fight. You would never expect it. Luo Ning made Chi understand the task of robbing the heavenly gold in an instant, and cleverly used funding to motivate him to work. His ability to manipulate people is extraordinary. The army dares to rob even the tributes of the world government. This kind of boldness is explosive. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning accurately understands people's hearts, using funding as bait to make Chi work hard. While arranging helpers to ensure stability, it's all well planned. Once the heavenly gold is in hand, the funding will skyrocket, allowing for military expansion, new branches, and equipment upgrades, all arranged. The world government and the Navy are probably going to cry. If they can't even protect their tributes, how can they claim to be a top power? Chi is full of enthusiasm this time. He is expected to bring back a considerable amount, providing further support for the army's rise. Looking at the distant, gradually setting sun, Chi feels that today is truly a delightful day. Today, he not only discovered his own cleverness, but also managed to secure another military funding from the stingy Marshal. In the pirates, rise of the army, pay attention. Uki, increasingly excited, floated the thought. I'm truly a little genius. My mind works fast, and my strength is explosive. In a few years, without the Marshal lifting a finger, I alone can conquer the pirate world. World government, Navy, they might as well go home and play in the mud. Next, high energy. Chi hurried back to the new recruit camp, where tens of thousands of new soldiers stood tall, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Seeing this, Hui on the command platform immediately smiled and approached. Deputy General, you're finally back. The Marshal has something important to discuss with you. Quick, tell me. Chi glanced at the spirited new recruits, his lips curling up. Not bad. Not bad. They are indeed my troops. This momentum is impressive. Then he leaned closer to Hui and said mysteriously, do you know about the heavenly gold? Recently, the allied countries are sending this thing to Mariewa, understand? Hui was instantly confused, scratching his head and muttering. Heavenly gold? Does that have anything to do with us? Are we sending money to the world government? That's impossible. Chi rolled his eyes, looking disdainful. You're so dumb. Of course, we're going to rob it. How can you not understand this? What a waste, you're still my deputy. Hui's eyes widened in excitement, rubbing his hands together. Wow. Deputy General, you're amazing. You're well-rounded. This idea is brilliant. Chi felt even prouder, standing tall and shouting. Hurry up and gather the troops. Once the Marshal gives the order, we'll start. The more we rob, the more funding the Marshal will allocate, and then we'll have plenty of food and drink without being stingy. Hui, full of admiration, immediately replied, yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Elite soldiers, sufficient supplies. I guarantee nothing will be lacking. Although the new recruits didn't speak, their eyes were full of excitement. Robbing the celestial dragon's possessions could also improve their rations. This battle is worth fighting. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While Chi dreams of single-handedly taking on the world, he is also busily preparing with his subordinates to rob the heavenly gold. The Army's operation is both bold and daring, directly embedding arrogance into their DNA. Even the new recruits are benefiting from this, and morale has skyrocketed. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Robbing the heavenly gold not only solves the funding problem, but also severely weakens the world government's spirit, while providing welfare for the military, a threefold gain. Chi seems lofty, but is decisive in action, with such a commander leading and the soldiers roaring. The heavenly gold will definitely be within reach. Once the funding is secured, the army will expand, and equipment upgrades will be fully arranged, leaving the Navy and world government with no time to cry. In the Four Seas region, an army warship is slowly sailing. At the bow, a man wearing the general's robe of the army, with wooden clogs on his feet and a short knife tied around his waist, gazes into the distance. looking as if he has experienced the vicissitudes of life. In the Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention. A smiling general stands at the ship's bow, and behind him, Guillermo Xian, dressed in military uniform and with a serious expression, approaches. The Marshal has ordered that the allied countries are sending heavenly gold to Mariejois soon, and we need to find an opportunity to intercept it and bring it back to the army headquarters. Next, high energy. The murky eyes of the smiling general instantly sparkled with interest as he chuckled. Heavenly gold? How interesting. If we intercept a lot, won't the world government go crazy? Unfortunately, I can't see this excitement. He turned and commanded, full speed ahead. Let us intercept the heavenly gold from the East Sea. Guillermo Xian immediately shouted, full speed ahead. The warship instantly accelerated, charging toward the East Sea border. On the other side, in the fields of the 5 continents, Air Danzy was slapping locusts and complaining. That dog Air Guzzi tricked me. He said he wouldn't tell my wife, but I got beaten badly last night. He tapped his back and suddenly fell to the ground, screaming in pain. This woman is too ruthless. Air Guzzi, I want let this go. But he didn't notice that although today there were fewer locusts than yesterday, there were still several times more than in previous years. And hidden away were large quantities of locust eggs. A global locust disaster has quietly begun. In the kingdom of Jitan in the Four Seas region, 100 fully armed mysterious figures wearing straw hats arrived yesterday. This should have caused panic, but their actions made everyone laugh. Not long after, a murderous 100-man squad rushed into a rice shop, scaring the shop owner out of his wits. Don't rob, and don't kill. My small business can't withstand such turmoil. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The army is intercepting the heavenly gold while a locust disaster quietly unfolds and a mysterious force is deployed in Jitan, executing a dual line operation. This layout is simply from a god's perspective. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Once the smiling general makes a move, the heavenly gold from the East Sea will definitely be within reach. The mysterious troops in Jitan are clearly up to something big, even if the locust disaster breaks out. With the previous grain storage plans in place, there's nothing to fear. In contrast, the world government is still waiting to collect the heavenly gold, completely unaware of the locust disaster, and will inevitably be crushed by the army. Air Danzy's personal grievances are nothing compared to the army's major actions. Such a group of people is clearly not to be trifled with. If they directly rob something, what should he do? Robbing things might allow him to survive. But if they directly resort to killing, wouldn't that be the end? In the Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention. The rice shop owner looked at the 100 armed men rushing into the store and trembled. Don't force it. This is a big city in Jitan. There are tens of thousands of guards. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. It's not worth it to trade my cheap life for yours. Next, high energy. A slender man with an incredibly terrifying aura stepped out of the crowd. It was Hu Xing. He coldly stared at the shop owner, making the latter's heart chill, thinking he was doomed. Instead, Hu Xing spoke. I'll buy all the rice in your shop. I'll pay market price plus 20. The owner was dumbfounded. By grain? And add 20? Are you kidding me? Hu Xing waved his hand, and his subordinates brought over boxes, opening them to reveal stacks of berries piled high, almost blinding the shop owner. The owner screamed internally. This must be 10 billion berries. What a spendthrift. But I like it. This big spender will let me profit. But Hu Xing suddenly released a killing intent, causing the temperature in the shop to drop over 10 degrees. This is a deposit. I'll take however much grain you have. If you dare run off with the money, you'll face the consequences. The owner was so scared he didn't dare to breathe, only nodding vigorously. After Hu Xing left, the owner stared at the money box, grinning. Daily grain collection? This little person is about to turn his fortunes around. Adding 20 will make the grain merchants release their stock, and the rest will all be mine. That day, the grain merchant circle in Jitan exploded. News spread wildly. Someone is buying grain at a 20 premium. The more the better, all are welcome. The grain merchants went crazy, counting their stocks, fearing they would miss this opportunity to get rich, even planning to sell the grain they usually hoarded. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hu Xing seems to be acting as a big spender, but in reality, he is quickly stockpiling grain with his ruthless pricing strategy, manipulating the greedy grain merchants while secretly accumulating food for the army to combat the locust disaster. This operation is simply a clever FAAD. The army is so domineering even when buying grain. It's no wonder they dare to challenge the world government. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. While one side sends out a general to intercept the heavenly gold, The other side has Tiger Shing throwing money to stockpile grain for disaster relief. Operating on two fronts as steady as an old dog, the grain merchants are still happily calculating their profits, completely unaware that they have become the tools of the army's disaster relief efforts. When a locust plague breaks out and other forces collapse due to lack of food, the army will have plenty of grain and win effortlessly. Tiger Shing's spending on grain may seem extravagant, but in reality, it's a huge profit, paving the way for the army's rise. He knows how to play the game. Compared to market prices, the price is slightly higher. It may not sound like much, but if they really purchase grain at this price, the extra profits are very obvious. In the country of Jitan, a major grain merchant's middle-aged boss is so excited he rubs his hands together. The grain in the warehouse is about to go bankrupt. Yet someone is offering a 10% premium for grain and accepting all buyers. This is going to make a fortune. The grain collection storm lasts for a week, and the market grain prices start to become unstable, but everyone is focused on the autumn harvest and doesn't pay much attention. Tiger Shing sees that he has collected 80% of the grain in the area and immediately stops. Luoning has already instructed him not to push too hard, leaving opportunities for the next time. In the palace of Jitan's king, the king asks his confidant, how much grain has been sold at the 10% premium? The confidant flatteringly replies, 60% has been sold, but the grain collectors suddenly disappeared, which is a bit of a pity. The king, however, is overjoyed. 60% is enough. This profit can arm the army to the teeth, and a national power will soar. He looks out at the land beyond the palace and arrogantly declares, it's all mine. The country of Jitan is going to become stronger. You would never guess. Tiger Shing appears to be a fool paying a premium for grain, but in reality, he quietly monopolizes 80% of the grain, while the king and grain merchants happily send it. The army's operation has taken the act of playing dumb to the extreme. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. On one hand, they're monopolizing grain to prevent locust disasters, and on the other, they're letting their opponents blissfully deliver resources. While Luoning's layout is absolutely brilliant. When a locust plague breaks out and the country of Jitan runs out of grain while facing reduced production, they will definitely be panicking and crying. Meanwhile, the army will have plenty of food, directly controlling the lifeblood of other forces, with a clear path to rise. The king is still dreaming of strengthening his country, completely unaware that he has fallen into the army's trap. It's so embarrassing. Mine, al mine. As long as I use this harvest to fully equip the army of Jitan, the national power of my country will surely become incredibly strong. In the country of Jitan, the king grows more and more excited, trembling all over. All the neighboring countries will have to bow down under the iron hooves of my army. I can't believe there are such foolish people in the world, paying a 10% premium for grain. I'm making a killing. Next, high energy. Having completed the grain collection task, Tiger Shing hurries back to the army headquarters and knocks on the marshal's office door. Marshal, the grain I collected is enough for 10 million people for 3 months. But Luoning waves his hand. This is just the beginning. The minimum standard must be enough for 10 million people for 3 years. Tiger Shing is stunned, his body shaking. 3 years? This is only 1/10 completed. Luoning's gaze is icy, his tone firm. Money is not a problem. Even if it exposes our identity, we must clear all the grain in the world. The army welcomes all, the more the better. Tiger Shing instantly realizes, the marshal is going for a big gamble. No matter what, I'm in. He bows slightly and turns to lead his team worldwide, vowing to squeeze every last bit of grain from the market. In fact, Tiger Shing doesn't know that Luoning is not gambling at all. The system has long revealed that a global locust plague is about to break out in the pirate world. This grain collection move, while seemingly risky, is actually a surefire win. The king of Jitan is still dreaming of a strong nation, completely unaware that selling grain is digging his own grave. You would never guess. The army is both having Tiger Shing sweep the globe for grain, tightening the lifeline for disaster relief. Meanwhile, the opponents are still blissfully counting their money, mistaking the trap for an opportunity. This act of playing dumb while eating the tiger's food has directly branded the army with a cheat. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luoning's vision is explosive, not caring at all about the 500 red fire horses as a task reward. He calls for soldiers, build a horse farm outside the headquarters. It should be able to accommodate 10,000 horses, and it must be far away from areas where people gather. For him, ensuring that his people have enough to eat is the foundation for crushing the world government and the navy. This vision is leagues ahead of other forces. When the locust plague breaks out, countries without grain will only be able to cry and plead with the army. while Luoning has already arranged everything clearly. Every step Tiger Xing takes in sweeping grain globally is paving the way for the army's rise. The king of Jitan's small schemes are simply insignificant in the face of absolute strength and foresight. The soldiers lower their heads, not daring to look at Luoning, and after bowing, they retreat. In the country of Jitan, the army soldiers pay special attention to Luoning's instructions, and as soon as they leave, they immediately start preparing to build the horse farm. Building the horse farm doesn't cost much money, and besides, it's currently the time when the world government member countries are sending heavenly gold, so money is not a problem at all. Luoning looks at the telephone bug beside him, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Next, high energy. On the borders of the East Sea, the army ships have been swaying for nearly a week. Gu Yumo Xian quickly walks up to Yi Xiao. The Marshal is calling. We can intercept the heavenly gold and transport it all back to headquarters, and we can proceed according to our capabilities, avoiding risks. Yi Xiao's murky eyes brighten. Heavenly gold is going to be sent to Mary Geos in the next few days? This is way more interesting than catching pirates. Gu Yumo Xian secretly breathes a sigh of relief. If they don't act soon, the modified prison on the ship will soon be unable to hold any more pirates. And they're afraid of attracting the Navy's attention. In the South Sea, on another army ship, Tiger Chi is excited with wide eyes and rapid breathing. Tiger Way. Full speed ahead. If we intercept enough heavenly gold, we can get more military funds, and we won't have to be stingy in the army anymore. Tiger Way's face is flushed, and all the soldiers on board are excited. But only the inexperienced girl Luo Yuan sighs. Why did Big Brother Marshal assign me this task? This big fool really thinks intercepting heavenly gold is easy? Pirates Haven T succeeded in previous years. Luo Yuan pokes Tiger Chi's shoulder, disdainfully saying, Big fool, do you even know where to sail? Do you know which countries are member states? And what route the heavenly gold takes? Tiger Chi immediately blows up. Little girl, don't meddle in adult affairs. Just hide well, we have maps and brothers. What is there to panic about? You would never guess. The army is operating on two fronts to intercept the heavenly gold. Yi Xiao is steady and Tiger Chi is full of passion. Even Luo Yuan is hiding her strength. The world government is still waiting to collect tribute, completely unaware that the army dares to take action. This surprise attack catches them completely off guard. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luoning sits back in the rear, controlling the overall situation, while the two fronts have clearly defined roles, one steady and one aggressive, making the interception of heavenly gold a brilliant performance. Once they transport the heavenly gold back, military funds will directly skyrocket, allowing for troop expansion and equipment enhancement, leaving the Navy and world government unable to react in time. Tiger Chi may seem reckless, but he actually has a team backing him up. Although Luo Yuan complains, she can absolutely fill in at crucial moments. With this army configuration, it's hard not to win. You little girl, just stay on the warship and hide well. What? Is that all you have to say? Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. Got it? In the country of Jitan, Tiger Chi frowns at Luo Yuan. You are the Marshal's recognized sister. If you accidentally get hurt, I'll have to take responsibility. Just hide well, don't give orders, understand? Next, high energy. Tiger Chi's words echo in Luo Yuan's ears, making her, who prides herself on being a lady, nearly explode with anger. She quickly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, a strange smile was on her face. Hee, big fool, just wait for the time when you need to beg me. My brother sent me to this ship, knowing you wouldn't be able to handle it. If you can intercept the gold from the sky, I, Luo Yuan, will take your surname. After saying that, she lay back on the lounge chair, basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze, occasionally glancing at Hu Qi, just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Hu Qi, however, was unaware of Luo Yuan's thoughts and patted his chest, shouting to Hu Wei, bring me the South China Sea map. We're going to intercept the gold from the sky right now. Hu Wei immediately pulled out the map and handed it over, while all the soldiers on the ship stared at Hu Qi, waiting for his orders. Hu Qi pretended to squint at the map, and after 5 minutes, finally spoke. Listen up. Full speed ahead. The gold from the sky is just ahead. The soldiers instantly erupted with excitement, each of them cracking their knuckles. Intercepting the gold from the sky would mean more military funding, and they wouldn't have to pinch pennies anymore. Who wouldn't be excited? Luo Yuan watched this scene, her heart suddenly pounding. Could it be? Did this big fool really understand the map? But the next second, reality hit fast. The warship swayed aimlessly at sea for an hour, not to mention the shadow of the gold from the sky. They didn't even encounter a single pirate ship. Hu Qi was completely panicked, flipping through the map back and forth, scratching his head in frustration. No way. We should have found it by now. Is the military funding going to go down the drain? Luo Yuan nearly laughed out loud at Hu Qi's flustered appearance, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Now was not the time to laugh. She needed to wait for this big fool to come asking for her help. All the soldiers on the ship also went from excitement to confusion, looking at each other, and no one dared to ask more questions. You would never guess. While Hu Qi blindly and confidently made a fool of himself, Luo Yuan was already hiding the answer, just waiting to watch the show. The army's internal contrast was both funny and stable. After all, there was still a capable strategist in the East Sea, executing precise plans with dual line operations. One side would surely be able to grasp the gold from the sky. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning had long anticipated that Hu Qi might drop the ball, which is why he sent Luo Yuan to back him up. It seemed chaotic, but was actually all under control. The strategist on the other side had probably already locked onto the target, and even if Hu Qi couldn't find it temporarily, Luo Yuan would surely be able to handle it. Once both sides brought back the gold from the sky, military funding would explode, the army would expand, and equipment would be strengthened, all arranged, while the Navy and the world government wouldn't even have time to cry. This truly caught Hu Qi off guard. Pirates' army rise. Pay attention. Hu Wei leaned closer to Hu Qi and whispered, "It's been an hour, and we haven't seen anything. The East Sea strategist has already intercepted 3 waves of gold from the sky. It would be too embarrassing for us to go back like this." Next, high energy. Hu Qi felt his face flush with embarrassment, but he had no idea about the route of the gold from the sky and could only grit his teeth and wander aimlessly. After struggling for a while, he finally focused his gaze on Luo Yuan, who was lounging on the chair, and hesitantly walked over, forcing a smile. "Little girl, can you tell me the route for the gold from the sky? We've been wandering for an hour and haven't seen anything." Luo Yuan squinted and teased. "General Hu Qi, you're one of my brother's 3 trusted guards. Why are you asking a little girl like me?" Hu Qi's face turned bright red in embarrassment, and he reluctantly admitted defeat. "Auntie, I'm begging you. The strategist has already intercepted 3 waves. It would be too embarrassing for us to go back. And you wouldn't want to lose face either." Luo Yuan sat up and firmly stated, "Want to know? From now on, you do as I say. If you dare to say no even once, forget about the gold from the sky and the military funding." Hu Qi immediately nodded vigorously. "I'll do whatever you say. You say east. I absolutely won't go west." Luo Yuan pulled out the map, glanced at it, and a devilish smile crept onto her lips. "Head in that direction." Hu Qi looked at the unfamiliar direction and wanted to argue, but a single glance from Luo Yuan frightened him into swallowing his words. Beside them, Hu Wei looked at Hu Qi and then at Luo Yuan, his mouth moving but not daring to speak. Luo Yuan shot him a glance. "What are you looking at me for?" Hu Wei immediately shrank back his neck, not daring to look any longer. All the soldiers on the ship were dumbfounded. Usually domineering General Hu Qi was being completely controlled by a little girl. You would never guess. Luo Yuan had long concealed the route map, just waiting for Hu Qi to bow his head and ask her. The army's act of playing the fool to eat the tiger was taken to the extreme. While the strategist was wildly intercepting gold from the sky in the East Sea, Luo Yuan took complete control of the situation as soon as she made her move in the South Sea, executing dual line operations that directly led to victory. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning sent Luo Yuan as backup, appearing as if Hu Qi was making a fool of himself. But in reality, the army had already figured out the route for the gold from the sky. Not only did the opponents send money, but they also wanted to turn against them. This operation was simply a dimensional strike. Once the gold from the sky was brought back, military funding would directly skyrocket, and the army's strength would rise to another level. The world government and the Navy wouldn't have time to cry. Meanwhile, on that warship, the soldiers were excited to be captured by the army. Pirates' army rise. Pay attention. Hu Qi and Hu Wei, seeing the wealth on the warship, were so excited they were grinning. It's all money. This gold from the sky is worth at least 10 billion berries to start. It's a waste for the celestial dragons. It's better to give it to the army. Next, high energy. Hu Qi slapped his head and shouted, "Quick, move the stuff to our warship." Just as he was about to call for people, Luo Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Move what? Leave a few people to take the whole warship back to headquarters. The gold from the sky in the South Sea is not just this wave. Is this all you aspire to?" Her words were like cold water splashed on Hu Qi, making his face turn red with embarrassment. "You're right." He turned around and scolded Hu Wei. "Hurry back to the warship to protect Miss Luo Yuan, and listen to her arrangements. If anything goes wrong, it's on you." Then he forced a smile and approached Luo Yuan, looking like a little brother. Luo Yuan sighed inwardly. Is this really my brother's strongest guard? PS2, unreliable. She walked to the bow of the ship, squinting and smiling like a little fox. Set sail. The next destination will surely lead us to the gold from the sky. Hu Chi immediately jumped back onto the warship, shouting at the top of his lungs. Full speed ahead. Anyone who dares to slack off will know what pain is. The soldiers responded in unison, but Hu Wei was mumbling at the back. Did I follow the wrong person? Watching Luo Yuan command like a big sister, while Hu Chi acted like a follower. He was completely baffled. This plot was completely different from what he had imagined. You would never guess. Luo Yuan not only intercepted the heavenly gold, but also planned the subsequent route, keeping Hu Chi firmly under control. The army was laughing as they wildly collected in the East China Sea, while in the South China Sea, Luo Yuan entered a continuous winning mode, operating on two fronts and directly winning big. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Lu Ning sent Luo Yuan to execute a dimensional strike, crushing the competition with her intelligence. Hu Chi seemed funny, but in reality, he became Luo Yuan's tool, helping her stabilize the morale. The opponents not only sent money, but the army also managed to capture warships along the way. This operation was simply the pinnacle of free gains. Once all the heavenly gold in the South China Sea was intercepted, the military budget would explode, and the army's rise would hit a new level, leaving the world government dumbfounded. He stood behind Luo Yuan and Hu Chi, glancing at Hu Chi and then at Luo Yuan, who stood at the front like a big sister. Hu Wei shook his head helplessly. He felt like he had followed the wrong person. Pay attention. Hu Wei was mumbling while staring at Hu Chi's back. Is there no future following such a leader? Perhaps following Miss Luo Yuan would be much better. Next, high energy. Half an hour later, Hu Chi threatened a dozen elite soldiers. Bring that warship back to headquarters. Whoever lets anyone on the ship escape will suffer the consequences. Just as the soldiers received their orders, Luo Yuan glared at him angrily. Didn't we say you would listen to me? If you keep giving orders, I won't help you anymore. Let's see how you find the heavenly gold. Hu Chi immediately backed down, forcing a smile. Please don't be angry, Andy. From now on, I will listen to you. I won't say a word. Luo Yuan proudly said, I'll give you one chance. From now on, you are only worthy of being a little brother. If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll let you wander aimlessly in the South China Sea. At this moment, Hu Chi, with a spoke, Miss Luo Yuan, Yi Xiao is bragging on the phone again. We need to hurry up and intercept the heavenly gold. Luo Yuan's eyes twinkled as she revealed her little tiger tooth. Don't worry. With me around, we can definitely surpass that old guy. Just stick with me for protection, and I'll handle the heavenly gold. Little tiger, do you understand? She tiptoed to pat Hu Chi on the shoulder, but could only reach his hand. Hu Chi was stunned. Little tiger? I am a commander-in-chief's personal guard, the main commander of the warship. This title is too ridiculous. Beside them, Hu Wei couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Hu Chi, the big boss, had completely become Luo Yuan's little follower. You absolutely can't imagine. Luo Yuan not only had Hu Chi under control, but also declared she would surpass Yi Xiao, with the Army's South China Sea Division entering a rampage mode. While Yi Xiao was wildly collecting in the East China Sea, Luo Yuan was chasing after the heavenly gold in the South China Sea, and their duel operations directly pressed the world government to the ground. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. Lu Ning sent Luo Yuan to execute a dimensional strike, crushing the competition with her intelligence. Although Hu Chi had explosive combat power, he became Luo Yuan's bodyguard little brother, perfectly complementing each other. Once the heavenly gold intercepted in the South China Sea surpassed that of the East China Sea, the military budget would explode, and the army would expand and strengthen its equipment, leaving the world government and navy with no time to cry. Luo Yuan's small frame concealed great energy. Truly a top-level strategist with combat power. Damn, Hu Chi was the main commander on this ship, one of the 3 personal guards under the commander-in-chief. What a noble identity. Pay attention. Hu Chi's face turned red, feeling embarrassed to the point of digging into the ground with his toes. To be called Little Tiger? This is too humiliating. If the soldiers hear this, where will I put my face as the main commander? Next, high energy. Hu Chi gritted his teeth and begged Luo Yuan. Auntie, can you please stop calling me Little Tiger? After all, I am the main commander. I need to maintain some dignity. Luo Yuan blinked. Not calling you Little Tiger? How about calling you Second Tiger then? Hu Chi panicked on the spot. No, just stick with Little Tiger. Compared to Second Tiger, Little Tiger is simply an honorary title. Luo Yuan patted Hu Chi's arm and laughed. Little tiger, follow me, and you'll have meat to eat. Be good, or else I won't take you to play anymore. Hu Chi felt like he was internally injured, but didn't dare to explode. He still needed Luo Yuan to find the heavenly gold. The military budget relied entirely on her. Then Luo Yuan shouted, "Forward! The heavenly gold is just ahead. Little tiger, little Wei, charge." Hu Wei squatted on the deck, drawing circles. Looking aggrieved. Why am I also called Little Wei? Is one little tiger not enough? Watching the stubborn combination of Hu Chi and Luo Yuan, he was worried. These two don't even take the army general seriously. What will happen next? You absolutely can't imagine. The army not only has Yi Xiao in the East China Sea, but also Luo Yuan and Hu Chi in the South China Sea. And there's a big move hidden in the West Sea. Mihawk, carrying the supreme great sword Blackblade, Knight, stood at the bow of the warship, exuding a terrifying sword intent. Finally back at sea, the army's cheat mode was fully activated. The four seas were all under the army's control, with Yi Xiao, Luo Yuan, and Mihawk attacking on 3 fronts, making it impossible for the heavenly gold to escape. The world government was still dreaming of collecting tribute, completely unaware that the army had already laid a trap, crushing their hopes. With Hu Chi as the little brother, Hu Wei as the follower, Luo Yuan controlling the entire scene with her intelligence, and Mihawk holding down the West Sea with his strength, the army's divisions were all like they were on cheat mode. Once all the heavenly gold in the 4 seas was intercepted, the military budget would explode, and expansion and equipment strengthening would be accomplished in one go, leaving the Navy and world government no time to cry. Soon, Mihawk opened his eyes again, his gaze dark, deep, and accompanied by a chilling sword intent. Pay attention. Mihawk stood at the bow, his eyes sharp as knives. This time, I won't go alone. I represent the army in battle. Steal the heavenly gold, and if possible, run into the 3 admirals of the Navy for some fun. Next, high energy. Mihawk was not particularly interested in the heavenly gold. He just wanted to meet strong enemies. But the world was too big, and there were only 3 admirals in the Navy. It was a dream to encounter one in the West Sea, and he might be disappointed. On the other side, at the North Sea border, Army General Costa led his team to intercept the heavenly gold. Lu Ning didn't expect much from his intelligence, but unexpectedly, his luck was off the charts. Just 10 minutes into the North Sea, he ran into a ship carrying heavenly gold. Costa was excited to the point of blushing. Drive away all enemy soldiers. Anyone who resists will be smashed, not leaving a single one. The army's elite immediately jumped onto the enemy's ship, easily capturing the heavenly gold. While Costa was showing off, his subordinate, Vice Admiral Ryder, approached. "General, the Lotus from the Army HQ is too fierce. His strength is increasing rapidly." Costa was stunned. "Lotus? Who is that?" After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that this was a genius with the potential of a 4 emperor. He immediately smiled. "This kid is a good seed. Let us pull him into our faction. There are only 2 seats occupied by the 3 generals of the army, and having him would be a win." Ryder quickly flattered. "The general is so smart. Why didn't I think of that? I'm so impressed with you. You absolutely can't imagine. The army is fully powered up across the 4 seas. Mihawk holds down the West Sea. Costa relies on luck to win in the North Sea. Yi Xiao wildly intercepts in the East China Sea, and Luo Yuan controls the entire scene in the South China Sea, surrounding the world government with this operation. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Whether relying on strength, Mihawk, Yi Xiao, Luo Yuan, or luck, Costa, all the heavenly gold is flowing into the army's pockets. The world government is still waiting for tribute, completely unaware that the 4 seas are all under the army's control, and this dimensional strike is too explosive. Once all the heavenly gold is transported back, the military budget will explode, and the army's rise will be unstoppable, leaving the Navy and world government stunned. Because this Vice Admiral knew that only by belittling himself could he highlight General Costa's intelligence. Pay attention. Ryder was calculating in his heart. I must make General Costa happy, build a good relationship, and maybe I can become the highest commander of the branch, dreaming of waking up with a smile. Next, high energy. Ryder frantically flattered Costa, who was beaming. "You're such a smooth talker. I'm a general of the army. I still have some skills." Lied talked until his mouth was dry, and the gold from the sky was all intercepted. Costa pretended to wave his hand. All right, just keep it in your heart. No need to say more." Lied immediately bowed. The general truly has the demeanor of a great general. Your subordinate is in awe. No one saw it, but when he lowered his head, his eyes were full of disdain. Yet the moment he raised his head, his face was full of respect. This little grievance was nothing for the sake of hugging a big leg. Costa was flattered and patted his shoulder. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you a place in the army. Lyde's face turned red with excitement. But inside he was secretly pleased. Looks like I can reap benefits without giving too much. You absolutely can imagine. The army was flourishing all over the seas, intercepting more than 10 waves of gold from the sky in just one day. Luo Yuan and Hu Chi's combination secured first place. Costa was firmly in second place, thanks to his luck. Yishao took third, and Ing Yen was busy looking for opponents at the bottom. After all, he only saw strong enemies, and the gold from the sky was just a bonus. The army's cheating mode was fully activated, whether relying on intelligence, Luo Yuan, strength, Yishao, Ing Yen, or luck, Costa. The army had a firm grip on the gold from the sky. The world government was still foolishly waiting for tributes, completely unaware that all their money had been intercepted by the army. This operation was simply a heist at its peak. Once all the gold from the sky was transported back, the army's funds piled up like a mountain. Expanding the military, building branches, and strengthening equipment were all arranged. The Navy and the world government couldn't even cry in time. No one could stop the army's rise, and this was truly a win. After all, for Ing Yen, the first purpose of going to sea was not to intercept the gold from the sky, but to find strong opponents to challenge. Of course, if he stumbled upon the gold from the sky by chance, he wouldn't hold back either. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Luo Ning sat firmly in the Marshal's office, watching batch after batch of gold from the sky being moved into the army's treasury, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The once tight military budget was instantly filled to bursting with these more than 10 waves of gold. Next, it's going to get intense. Luo Ning directly activated his money-splashing mode. Need money to expand the military to 2 million? Allocate 2 billion berries to me. Not enough funds to build a racetrack? Throw 50 billion in. Make it more luxurious. The more domineering, the better. The military medical school lacks specialized equipment? Allocate 200 billion first, and if it's not enough, keep adding. It must be sufficient. Someone advised him to save some money and not to throw around billions carelessly. But Luo Ning shot back on the spot. What is money? Bastard. Earn more after using it. Saving it is what you call waste. We intercepted 300 billion berries in just one day. Am I short on money now? The more he talked, the more confident he became. The ones we sent out are all tough characters. Yishao, Ing Yen, the two powerhouses, plus the combination of Hu Chi and Luo Yuan. How could this luxurious lineup not intercept the gold from the sky? Purely a joke. Only Costa not intercepting can be understood. After all, his brain, just as he was happily imagining the days of intercepting gold from the sky every day. There was a sudden knock at the office door. Luo Ning immediately retracted his smile, patted his marshal's robe, and cleared his throat to shout, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a weak-looking man, who had no aura of a strong person but exuded a strong scholarly atmosphere, walked in. Luo Ning was dumbfounded. Who is this? The marshal's office is a place you can just waltz into? I have no impression of him at all. How did he get in? The man was also sizing up Luo Ning, and the two stared at each other, creating a tense atmosphere for a full minute. Finally, the man clasped his hands and spoke. "Marshal, I have something to report." Luo Ning raised an eyebrow. "Don't be in such a hurry to report. You should first say who you are, right? You should know. The marshal's office is a top-secret place of the army. Not somewhere just anyone can enter. You absolutely can't imagine. The army made a crazy profit of 300 billion in one day. And while Luo Ning was spending money like water, a mysterious strategist suddenly appeared. This wave was a double cheat of financial ability and intelligence, and the army's rise was directly accelerated like a rocket. The army's cheating mode was fully activated. On the front lines, strong teams were intercepting gold from the sky to make money, while in the rear, Luo Ning was splashing money for construction, and now a mysterious strategist was here to fill the strategic shortfall. Everything was perfectly aligned. The world government was still lamenting the lost gold from the sky, completely unaware that the army had already gathered the three major weapons of money, manpower, and wisdom. Next, they were likely to be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. After all, within the army, the marshal's office was a major stronghold. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. The marshal's office, a top-level forbidden zone, was unexpectedly breached by someone Luo Ning had no impression of. This was simply absurd. Next, it's going to get intense. The man looked at Luo Ning, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. "Marshal, the person you promoted actually can't recognize me?" Luo Ning was bewildered, and the man slowly continued. "I am your subordinate, Merc, the newcomer you personally promoted a week ago." Luo Ning suddenly remembered. He was the one sent to manage a small city of 100,000 people as a trial. If he did well, he would be promoted. If not, he would be abandoned. What was even more incredible was that Merc, in the Marshal's office, faced a legendary figure like Luo Ning without flinching at all. His posture was casual, and he dared to make direct eye contact. Luo Ning secretly gave him a thumbs up. This mental quality is better than many generals. Just as he was about to ask how he got in, Merc directly made a bold statement. To establish oneself in this world, one must rely on either strength or wisdom. I have no strength, but wisdom can place me at the pinnacle of the world. Luo Ning instantly became interested. Talking so big? Show me your credentials. Merc took a deep breath, and suddenly an overwhelming aura of wisdom radiated from him. His gaze like a black hole capable of swallowing hearts. Marshal, you should know, right? This year there will be a worldwide locust plague. Luo Ning's pupils trembled. This was a secret unique to the system. No one else knew it at all. Before Luo Ning could regain his composure, Merc added another blow. You must have already arranged for Tiger Xing from the 3 royal guards to secretly collect grain. This has already been going on for a week. Am I right? Luo Ning's heart surged with waves of shock and instantly believed him 5 points. He can even guess this. His brain must be cheating. You absolutely can't imagine. Just as the army was profiting handsomely from intercepting gold from the sky, a strategist who could see through Luo Ning's cards appeared. Merc's ability to foresee was directly crushing wisdom to the extreme, and the army was truly like a tiger with wings. The army's cheating mode was fully activated. On the front lines, there were Yishao, Yingyan, Luo Yuan, and other powerhouses intercepting gold from the sky like crazy. In the rear, Luo Ning was splashing money for military expansion, building racetracks, and strengthening medical facilities. Now, with Merc predicting natural disasters through wisdom and grasping core secrets, the 3 major weapons of money, strength, and intelligence were all gathered. The world government was still pounding their chests and stamping their feet over the lost tributes, completely unaware that the army had already laid a net, and next, they could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Moreover, the grain collection had already been ongoing for a week. I wonder if what I said is true? The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Merc squinted, his eyes seeming to see through people's hearts, and Luo Ning felt uneasy, not because he had been called out about Tiger Xing collecting grain, but because those eyes were too piercing. Next, it's going to get intense. Luo Ning quickly adjusted his mindset, clapping his hands in praise. The army lacks a strategist, and your arrival is too timely. Originally, I had Merc manage a small city of 100,000 people. Now it seems a pure waste. He should be by my side, managing 5 continents to make full use of his talents. The two exchanged smiles, each with their own thoughts. Merc knew he would be heavily relied upon, while Luo Ning secretly rejoiced at finally having someone to help him handle the mountain of paperwork. An hour later, Merc moved a small stool to sit beside Luo Ning, staring at the documents and outputting rapidly. This has been handled incorrectly. It should be like this. Like that. The branch location is not suitable. The plans I designed can better control the territory. After babbling for half an hour, Luo Ning's face turned stiff, and he quickly said, "What you said is all correct. I'll leave all these matters to you." Merc was instantly excited, his eyes shining. Really? Luo Ning nodded vigorously. "I believe in your ability and loyalty." Merc almost cried. "I will not disappoint the Marshal. The matters of the 5 continents are on me." Luo Ning nodded blankly, his heart blooming with joy, finally able to escape the hell of paperwork. Soon, Luo Ning walked out of the office where he had been trapped for more than 10 days, his mind still short-circuiting. If I had known it was this easy, I would have handed the work over to him sooner. The entire army was stunned. The Marshal had actually let a newcomer take over his duties. This plot was too surreal. You would never guess. Merc not only crushed everyone with his intelligence, but also took over the army's affairs in the 5 continents on the spot, liberating Luo Ning from the pile of work. The army hit the jackpot this time. With the think tank in place, they took off directly. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. On the front lines, a strong team was intercepting heavenly gold, while behind, Merc, the superbrain, was managing internal affairs. Luo Ning completely transformed into a hands-off manager, focusing on strategic layout. The world government was still troubled by food shortages, completely unaware that the army had already gathered the trifecta of combat power, financial power, and intellectual power. And the only thing left for them was to be pressed down and rubbed into the ground, with no chance of retaliation. If he had known it was this easy, why bother dealing with paperwork? Just throw everything to Merc to handle. In the pirate world, the army rises. Pay attention. Luo Ning was puzzled before getting acquainted. He thought Merc was quite impressive, but now, why did he change like this? Not all like the person who had just entered the office and pointed out the direction. Next, high energy. Luo Ning stepped out of the office, took a deep breath of fresh air, and enjoyed a minute of relaxation. The next second, his gaze instantly turned cold, with killing intent exposed. He shouted into the void, "Come here." The black-robed secret guard immediately appeared. Luo Ning coldly said, "Keep a close watch on Merc. If he escapes, you will bear the consequences." The secret guard trembled in response and vanished in an instant. Luo Ning was clear in his heart. Although Merc was strong, the more powerful someone was, the more one had to guard against them. If he dared to be disloyal, he would draw his sword without hesitation, showing no mercy. In the office, Merc looked at the documents and suddenly sighed. The Marshal really doesn't trust me. It's normal for him to send someone to monitor. He looked up at the corner and smiled. "Brother, don't hide. Come out and chat." The secret guard was stunned. The Marshal said he has no strength. How'd he find me? After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered the courage to appear. Merc immediately waved, "Sit. You came to protect me, right? Why do you look a bit defeated? What strength do you have to protect me?" The secret guard's mindset completely collapsed, roaring, "Who said I'm here to protect you? I'm here to monitor you. Do you understand monitoring?" You would never guess. Merc, who seemed incapable of harming a fly, could see through the secret guard's south hiding place at a glance. His intelligence was simply on another level. The army not only had a ceiling in combat power, but also had this human radar think tank, directly pressing their opponents down. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning decisively controlled the overall situation. Merc crushed the secret guard with intelligence. And on the front lines, there were strong fighters intercepting heavenly gold. With combat power, intelligence, financial power stacked up, the world government was still living in the dark, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong. And the only thing left for them was to be stylishly beaten down. What? I'm defeated? Have you looked at yourself? Also, I came to protect you? Damn it. Came to monitor you. Monitoring, understand? In the pirate world, the army rises. Pay attention. The secret guard exploded in anger at Merc. How did you know where I was hiding? Didn't you say you were incapable of harming a fly? Faced with the questioning, Merc just smiled and remained silent, making the secret guard grind his teeth in anger. Next, high energy. The secret guard completely lost focus. With only one question in his mind, why could this seemingly incapable guy find me? He completely forgot that he was there to monitor. Seeing him dazed, Merc couldn't help but shout, "Brother, don't be so foolish. You're making me scared." The secret guard instantly exploded. "Who asked foolish? You're the bookworm. Do you believe I'll punch you in the face with my fist the size of a sandbag, causing you to die on the spot?" Merc swallowed hard in fright, quickly lowered his head to handle the documents, and secretly pouted in disdain. So foolish. Why did the Marshal send this guy to protect me? Even the soldiers at the door are better at socializing than him. This remark struck a nerve with the secret guard, who clenched his fists. Bloodthirsty energy surging to the ceiling, but in the end he could only take a deep breath and hold it back, afraid that if he spoke again, he would really be so angry he would smoke. So he simply shut up and became a wooden man. Outside the office, Luo Ning had no idea about the farce inside and was stepping lightly, enjoying his freedom. The days without handling documents were simply heaven. As he walked, he suddenly had a bright idea. Right? The system had given him the divine demon 1,000 transformations technique some time ago, an incredibly awesome face-changing skill. Changing faces and strolling around the army headquarters. Definitely no one would recognize him. Just thinking about it was exciting. Without hesitation, Luo Ning stopped, took a deep breath, and activated the secret technique on the spot. His facial muscles twitched rapidly, and his original appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly transforming into a completely new face, with a different aura as well, looking just like a stranger. You would never guess. Merc had angered the professional secret guard with his intelligence, while Luo Ning had unlocked the face-changing cheat and began to disguise himself. The army was full of players with cheat abilities, either crushing with brains or showing off with skills. This operation was simply winning big. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Merc held down the secret guard. Luo Ning unlocked new skills, and on the front lines, there were powerful fighters like Yi Xiao and Eagle Eye intercepting heavenly gold, stacking intelligence cheat combat power. The world government was still troubled by food and money shortages, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and the only thing left for them was to be pressed down and rubbed into the ground. With no chance of retaliation, Saying and doing, Luo Ning took a deep breath, activated the divine demon thousand transformations technique, and then his facial muscles twitched. In the pirate world, the army rises. Pay attention. 1 minute later, a stranger quietly slipped away from the army headquarters. It was Luo Ning using the divine demon thousand transformations technique. This skill was simply absurd. Even standing in front of the 3 main guards, they wouldn't recognize him. Luo Ning was overjoyed. Finally, he could wander around without restraint, no longer tied down by the identity of the Marshal. Next, high energy. In the central military office of Mariehua, a man opened a secret letter, and after seeing the contents about the army intercepting heavenly gold, he casually crushed the letter, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just when I took office, I encountered this matter. Just in time to test the chess piece I planted in the army. If you dare to disappoint me, even if you don't get exposed, I'll still take you down. The killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed. At this time in the 4 seas, batches of heavenly gold were being transported to the army headquarters. The celestial dragons were jumping in anger, and the allied countries were gnashing their teeth in hatred. But no one dared to act. Since the army could harden against the central military and the navy, no one wanted to be the first to act, fearing they would be crushed directly. Luo Ning was also very confident. The army was so fierce now, no one dared to come knocking. But there really were some who lacked vision. In the small country of Olos, with a population of only 2 million, the king learned that heavenly gold had been intercepted and erupted in anger, immediately reorganizing the army and shouting to challenge the army. But he also knew that in the eyes of the army, he was just an ant, easily crushed, so he was pondering secretly, making small moves. Trying to please the world government while not getting discovered by the army, it was simply like lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. On the other side, Hu Xing was following Luo Ning's orders, frantically sweeping up food worldwide, regardless of how high the prices were. As long as there was food, it would be bought. Whether it was from granaries or farmer stock, everything would be taken, determined to stockpile food until it ran out in the market. The army was intercepting heavenly gold to make money while frantically stockpiling food to prepare for war, grabbing both fronts and locking in their cheat mode. You would never guess. Luo Ning is taking advantage of his face-changing skills to freely slack off, while the army is aggressively hoarding grain and intercepting gold on 2 fronts. The world government still wants to stir up trouble with pawns, which is purely a waste of effort. The army's operation has taken dimensionality reduction attacks to the extreme. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning is playing disguise, Hu Xing is crazily hoarding grain, and the strong on the front line are intercepting gold. They have money, grain, and combat power. All 3 major weapons are in place. The world government and allied countries can only watch helplessly, daring to be angry but not to speak. This wave is a definite win for the army, and no one can stop the rise of the army. Under the orders of Army Marshal Luo Ning, Hu Xing is tirelessly buying up grain from the market. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. Hu Xing initially wanted to control the pace of grain acquisition, but unexpectedly drew the attention of other forces. He immediately decided to stop hiding. If he kept it a secret, he wouldn't be able to acquire much grain. Luo Ning had already given a strict order that no matter how expensive the grain was, it had to be procured. Hu Xing directly declared, "Don't say it's a 2-fold price increase. Even if it doubles, I must acquire this grain." Next, high energy. In the East Sea country of Casting, this major grain-producing nation, Hu Xing and his team are crazily sweeping up grain, and the acquisition efforts are growing stronger by the day. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. "General Hu Xing, we only have 10 billion belly left. Should we continue to increase our acquisition efforts?" Hu Xing frowned and asked, "How much is the next batch of funds? When will arrive?" The subordinate answered, 200 billion belly. It will arrive in 2 days. Upon hearing 200 billion, a flicker of shock crossed Hu Xing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He already knew how much Luo Ning valued grain procurement. This amount could withstand not just double the grain procurement, but even several times the price. He immediately decided, spend all of this 10 billion. From then on, the acquisition efforts would only increase. Let us see if those forces dare to confront me head-on. A smoke-free battle over grain and money was about to unfold. On the other side, in the palace of the Holy Empire, soldiers rushed into the main hall with a secret letter. King Spender finished reading the letter, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. The army is madly raising prices to acquire grain. There must be something behind this. An old minister quickly suggested, "Shall we also raise our prices?" Spender waved his hand to reject. "Don't confront the army head-on. Let us go around to other grain-producing countries to procure. Even if we only get 1/3 of what they have, it will be enough to handle emergencies. The old minister immediately bowed. The king is wise. You would never expect. The army is pouring money like water, directly injecting 200 billion in reserve funds into the grain market, and other forces either dare not compete or can only take detours. This wave of financial dominance has turned grain procurement into a one-sided beatdown. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Huxing is hoarding grain with sky-high military expenses, while the front line has Yi Xiao, Ying Yin, and other top combat powers intercepting gold from the sky. Luoning can still slack off freely with his face-changing skills. They have money, grain, and combat power. The world government and other forces can only watch helplessly, wanting to seize the grain but lacking the confidence, wanting to intercept but fearing being crushed. This wave is indeed a complete win. While the army is madly making money and desperately hoarding grain, their dual operations have fully prepared for war. And no one can stop the army's rise. Subordinate, go do it. Absolutely. Acquire a large amount of grain from the market. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. Spender waved his hand at the bowing old minister, speaking confidently. Even if the grain we acquire is not as much as the army's, it will definitely be enough to handle the situation. We won't run out of grain. Go. The old minister immediately took his leave and turned to arrange cross-regional grain procurement. Next, high energy. In the palace of the Yue Empire, a minister rushed in a panic to report, Your Majesty, the army has raised the grain acquisition price again. We can't compete at all. Should we also raise our prices to confront them? The Yue king immediately darkened his face and shouted, Raise prices? Are you crazy? I don't know why the army is crazily acquiring grain, but as long as we have enough for our own use, raising prices is just wasting money. Only a fool would do that. You think I'm on the same level as that group of rich people in the army? The minister was so frightened that he knelt down, trembling, with cold sweat pouring from his forehead. I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I beg for your mercy. As the two great empires pulled back, the grain acquisition war became a solo performance by the army. Once the 200 billion belly fund arrived, Huxing went even crazier with his spending, 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, all the way up to 1 trillion belly, forcibly acquiring 60 of the grain on the market. Among the remaining 40, 10 was scattered in the market, while 30 was picked up by other forces. Everyone knows the army is financially powerful, and no one dares to confront them head-on. Before long, signs of a global locust plague quietly emerged. In the army's farmland, Erdanzi was frowning while working and pulled on his companion Erguzi. Hey Erguzi, haven't you noticed that there are more locusts in the fields lately? They're everywhere. It's annoying just to look at. Erguzi turned to glance and suddenly widened his eyes. Erdanzi, you're not trying to find an excuse to slack off again, are you? Didn't your wife give you a hard time last time you tried to slack off? Looks like she needs to educate you again, so you know to work hard. Erdanzi instantly exploded with anger, glaring at Erguzi with a hint of murderous intent. Erguzi was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back, pointing at him and stuttering. What do you want? To kill me, to silence me? I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to resort to this just to slack off. Erdanzi looked at him in confusion, filled with question marks. I just mentioned locusts. Why are you overthinking it? You would never expect. The army had long predicted the locust disaster and had previously poured in hundreds of billions to hoard grain, while other forces were still foolishly watching. This wave of foresight, combined with financial dominance, has firmly grasped the initiative in their hands. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Huxing is hoarding grain with sky-high military expenses, while the front line has Yi Xiao, Ying Yin, and other top combat powers intercepting gold from the sky. Luoning can still slack off freely with his face-changing skills. They have money, grain, and combat power. When the locust disaster fully breaks out and other forces are crying out for grain, the army will already be sitting on a full warehouse of grain. This operation is simply a dimensionality reduction attack at its peak, and no one can catch up. Erdanzi looked at Erguzi, remaining silent for a long time, with a sentence in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. Erdanzi clenched his fists, roaring wildly in his heart. I really want to punch Erguzi to death, but he didn't dare. This guy is as petty as a pinhole and would definitely report him to his wife. In the end, he would be the one to suffer. Next, high energy. Erdanzi took a deep breath, maintaining his usual calm, treating Erguzi as a pile of dung, and finally managed to suppress his rage. Unexpectedly, Erguzi directly threatened, Just wait. I'll tell your wife you want to kill me to silence me, and you'll get a beating. This instantly broke through Erdanzi's defenses, He swung his fist and pressed Urguzi down in the field, beating him furiously while cursing. "You're asking for it. You dare to report me?" Urguzi was stunned. He thought Erdanzi wouldn't dare to make a move, but he ended up with a bruised face. Yet this guy still had the guts to talk back. "You dare to hit me? Just wait for your tragic end." Erdanzi laughed. "Come and try." The two fought for an hour, and Urguzi, instead of showing off, was thoroughly beaten. In the end, Erdanzi sat with his legs crossed at the edge of the field, with a straw stick in his mouth, shouting at Urguzi, "Hurry up and work. Dare to slack off, and I'll beat you again." Urguzi wiped his tears, working while grumbling, "Damn it. Just wait and see." But he didn't dare to slow down at all. Erdanzi was like a demon watching him, and if he slowed down even a bit, he would be beaten. You would never expect. The army is not only intercepting gold on the front lines and hoarding grain in the rear, but even the interactions between soldiers are so entertaining. Erdanzi's wave of patience followed by explosion, playing the face-slapping game clearly, left viewers shouting for more. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Above, Luo Ning controls the overall situation, and Hu Xing is hoarding grain like crazy. Below, the soldiers are all not to be trifled with. Whether they are confronting external enemies or fighting among themselves, exuding a fierce pressure, the world government is still worried about food shortages, completely unaware that the army, from top to bottom, seems to be on a cheat mode and will soon be pressed to the ground repeatedly. However, during this time, Urguzi dares not slack off in his efforts. In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. Urguzi works hard while gritting his teeth and threatening. Erdanzi, you better not let me catch a break. Otherwise, I will take revenge on you, and I will share your surname for life. Right now, I am enduring humiliation and bearing the burden. Don't think that winning once means you will win forever. Next, high energy. Hu Xing has long stopped the frenzied grain collection operation. The army has already taken 60 of the market's grain, out of which 30 is divided among various forces around the world, and the remaining 10 is scattered in the market, which no one dares to touch. After all, any move would definitely trigger a surge in grain prices, and by then, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. Although the grain collection has been a huge success, Hu Xing feels uncertain, not knowing if Luo Ning will be satisfied, and with anxiety, he goes to the Marshal's office to report. At the office door, Hu Xing takes a deep breath, adjusts his expression repeatedly until his face stabilizes before knocking. A strange voice from within calls him in, and he immediately frowns. Who is this? When did outsiders come to the Marshal's office? Opening the door, he is stunned. Sitting in the position that should belong to Luo Ning is a man in a white robe, exuding an atmosphere of scholarly refinement, who is engrossed in handling documents, looking so serious that it seems he is the Marshal. Before Hu Xing can speak, the man looks up, his eyes sharp as a knife. You must be General Hu Xing, one of the 3 personal guards, right? I've heard so much about you. My name is Merc. I was promoted by you just a week ago. Hu Xing is completely dumbfounded. This is the small role he casually promoted? The other party's eyes seem to see through his heart, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Just as he is feeling awkward, Merc suddenly grins lewdly and shouts to the soldier on guard outside. Quick, bring a stool. Let General Hu Xing sit. We can't have him standing and getting tired. You would never expect. The army is crushing global forces in grain collection while hiding a contrast character like Merc. One second he exudes a powerful aura like a big shot, and the next second he turns into a familiar and friendly figure, making people exclaim how magical it is. This wave of hidden talents and sudden shifts in tone takes the act of playing dumb to the extreme. The army is in full cheat mode. Hu Xing uses his financial power to dominate the grain market, while Merc uses his intelligence to blend into the core of power. Above, Luo Ning controls the whole situation, and below, soldiers are sparring to add energy, all exuding a fierce pressure. The world government is still troubled by food shortages and rising grain prices, completely unaware that the army has already figured out the situation and will soon be pressed to the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Hurry up. Don't let Hu Xing get tired. Merc grins lewdly and stretches his head, shouting at the soldier on guard outside the army. In Pirates, the rise of the army. Pay attention. The soldier outside, already accustomed to Merc's orders, expressionless, quickly brings over a small stool. Hu Xing sits down stiffly, unexpectedly finding it quite comfortable. He used to stand while accompanying Luo Ning to handle documents, but now sitting and watching Merc work makes him a bit accustomed to this routine. Next, high energy. Merc suddenly looks up, seriously telling Hu Xing, Brother, besides us 2 in this room, there's a 3rd person hiding. Hu Xing instantly becomes alert. narrowing his eyes and scanning the entire room, but he turns the office upside down and finds no shadow of a person. He stares at Merc, secretly cursing. How stupid am I? How could I believe this guy's ghost story? He raises his hand to hit him, but forcibly holds back. Merc is as weak as a chicken. One punch would take him down. And he is at least a big shot in the army. He cannot bully a weak scholar. The hidden guard in the shadows is secretly delighted. Even the top expert Hu Xing hasn't noticed me. I truly am the ceiling among hidden guards. But the next second, Merc stretches and walks straight toward the corner where he is hiding. The hidden guard panics. Impossible. I'm hiding so perfectly. How can a scholar find me? Before the hidden guard can think too much, Merc is already in front of him, reaching out to tug at his black robe, laughing. Stop hiding, brother. It must be tiring to hide all day. Come out and take a break. The hidden guard, forced to reveal himself, makes Hu Xing explode with anger. Instantly entering combat mode, staring fiercely at the hidden guard. Dare to infiltrate the Marshal's office and not be discovered by me? Today you must be crushed. Otherwise, the army's reputation will be ruined. The hidden guard awkwardly digs his toes into the ground, wishing he could disappear on the spot. What was supposed to be a monitoring task has turned into a large-scale social death scene. You would never expect. Merc has no combat power, yet can easily control a top hidden guard. His intelligence is simply extraordinary. The army relies on Hu Xing to hoard grain and control the market while relying on Merc, this human radar, to guard the home. With top players from top to bottom, the army is in full cheat mode. Hu Xing crushes the grain market with financial power. Merc dominates the hidden guard with intelligence. Luo Ning sits firmly at the center, controlling the overall situation. Whatever they need, they have it all. The world government is still troubled by food shortages, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong and will soon be pressed to the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Isn't it funny? The army, a top global force, is being laughed at. In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. The mysterious man can infiltrate the Marshal's office without being detected, making Hu Xing grit his teeth in anger. This is simply a huge joke. The army's reputation has been ruined. He immediately stands up cautiously, blocking all exits, his body exuding a terrifying aura at the level of the four emperors, even knowing he might not be able to defeat the other party for the dignity of the army. He must fight. After all, there are monsters hidden in the army headquarters that are even stronger than Luo Ning, and they cannot allow outsiders to run wild. Next, high energy. In the office, Hu Xing, Merc, and the hidden guard are in a tense standoff, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Suddenly, the tightly shut door is pushed open, and Luo Ning leisurely walks in. Seeing the tense situation, he is momentarily stunned. Hu Xing thinks that the hidden guard has brought accomplices and hurriedly shouts to Merc, "Quick, hide! You can't withstand a battle at the level of the four emperors." Saying this, he exchanges glances with Luo Ning, wanting to join forces to encircle and annihilate the hidden guard here. However, Merc looks at Hu Xing with an expression of disbelief, and Luo Ning quickly realizes. Using the divine demon transformation technique, his facial muscles twitching as he transforms back into his original appearance. Once Hu Xing and the hidden guard see his face, they both exclaim in shock. "Marshal?" Merc grins lewdly, revealing a silly expression. "I knew it was you. You were hiding pretty deep." Luo Ning is confused. "What are you guys doing? You all look like you're about to fight. Are your hands itching?" Hu Xing hurriedly points at the hidden guard and says, "Marshal, this guy infiltrated the office to steal secrets. Let us join forces to crush him." He quickly stands in line with Luo Ning, surrounding the hidden guard tightly, not giving him a chance to escape. Luo Ning immediately smiles bitterly, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and quickly explains, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yes, a hidden guard I sent to protect Merc, not an enemy." As soon as these words come out, Hu Xing is instantly dumbfounded, looking at the hidden guard, then back at Luo Ning, finally realizing he has made a huge mistake, awkwardly retracting his aura and hostility, his face turning almost as red as his neck. You would never expect. Hu Xing, ready to confront the intruder, finds out it's one of his own, leading to an immediate social death. This wave of blunders in the army instead highlights how strong their lineup is. For Emperor's-level personal guards, top hidden guards, and the intelligence ceiling Merc are all present. And even if they make a joke, it still exudes the confidence to crush everything. The army is in full cheat mode. Hu Xing is ready to fight. The hidden guard's invisibility skill is max. Merc's intelligence dominates the field, and Luo Ning's control ability is top-notch. From top to bottom, they're all tough characters, wealthy when it comes to money, powerful when it comes to combat, and clever when it comes to strategy. The world government is still secretly making small moves, completely unaware that the army has already become absurdly strong. Next, they can only be pressed down and rubbed on the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Speaking of which, the Marshal's Dark Guard, that guy. In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. The strength of the Dark Guard is much stronger than Hu Xing. If he wants to assassinate Hu Xing, he doesn't even need to exert all his strength. Using just 50% of his power can severely injure him. If he really wanted to kill him, it would be like playing around. Hu Xing completely awakened. The Four Emperors' realm is nothing. There are always stronger people out there, and his strength is just like a younger brother in front of top-tier powerhouses. If he doesn't reach the peak of the Four Emperors, he won't be able to stand firm. Next, it's high energy. Hu Xing's eyes instantly became incredibly determined, and he clasped his hands towards Luo Ning. Marshal, I want to go to the bottom level of the Army's great prison, the Blood Moon Purgatory, to hone my strength. Please agree. As soon as these words came out, the Dark Guards in the office shivered, swallowing their saliva. Their faces filled with desperation, clearly haunted by terrifying memories of the Blood Moon Purgatory. Luo Ning was also shocked. That place, the Blood Moon Purgatory, is simply a hell on earth. In the boundless darkness hangs an eerie blood moon. The air is so thin it makes you suffocate. And there's a terrifying gravity that makes it hard to breathe, not to mention the endless blood demons that devour anyone they see. Those who've entered say it's worse than death. Hu Xing not only doesn't T-dodge, but actively rushes in. What incredible courage. Luo Ning asked, how long do you want to stay in there? A day? A week? Without thinking, Hu Xing replied, a week. But Luo Ning decisively said, you will stay for a month. I'm looking forward to watching you break through the late stage of the Four Emperors and even touch the threshold of the peak, truly stepping into the ranks of the world's top powerhouses. Hu Xing trembled with fear inside, but held on, gritting his teeth and taking 2 steps back, then turned and charged towards the Blood Moon Purgatory, his steps not dragging at all. What's a little suffering for the sake of becoming stronger? Luo Ning looked at his back, unable to help but feel proud. As expected of one of my 3 personal guards, his courage and decisiveness make me very pleased. Beside him, Merc quickly joined in. Yes. Marshal, Major General Hu Xing's courage is simply explosive. Generally speaking, not to mention staying for a month, just hearing the name Blood Moon Purgatory would scare most people. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Hu Xing, knowing full well that the Blood Moon Purgatory is a death instance, still dares to charge in for a month. That fierce determination is off the charts. The army not only has the financial ability to stockpile food, but also has strategists controlling the overall situation. And even their subordinates are charging forward for combat power. This wave of internal competition for strength leaves other forces far behind. The army's mode is completely maxed out. Hu Xing is desperately grinding in the combat power instance. Merc is crushing the whole scene with his IQ. Luo Ning is steadily controlling the situation. And the Dark Guards are top-notch as bodyguards. From top to bottom, they're all tough characters, each capable of dominating opponents. The world government is still slowly making small moves, completely unaware that the army has become this strong and can only be pressed down and rubbed on the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Yes, the Marshal is right. Major General Hu Xing, commendable courage indeed. In Pirates, the rise of the army. Pay attention. The Dark Guards nodded in agreement towards Luo Ning. And then Luo Ning shifted the topic. Why don't you team up with Hu Xing and go to the Blood Moon Purgatory together to hone your skills? That place may be terrifying, but it's great for quickly increasing combat power. The Dark Guards immediately pretended to be deaf, vanishing without a trace. Whoever wants to take this proposal can take it. I wouldn't go back to that hellish place for all the money in the world. Next, it's high energy. The Dark Guards are seasoned veterans who have endured in the Blood Moon Purgatory for over a year. They know the horrors of that place very well. The eerie blood moon, the suffocating pressure, the blood demons that devour people are nothing compared to the boundless darkness when the blood moon descends. Eyes cannot see, ears cannot hear, even the sense of touch disappears, leaving only a spinning mind, and when willpower collapses, one turns into a mad killing machine. Go through it again with Hu Xing? That's just asking for trouble. While the Dark Guards hide quietly, Merc is incredibly curious about the Blood Moon Purgatory, but unfortunately, he is too weak to do anything about it. He looked at Luo Ning and complained, Marshal, can we get a different bodyguard? This Dark Guard doesn't seem that strong. The Dark Guard in the shadows nearly broke down upon hearing this. almost revealing himself due to the shaking of his hidden state. Luo Ning looked at Merc, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. This Dark Guard is someone he worked incredibly hard to recruit, having honed in the Blood Moon Purgatory for over a year, and his combat power is undoubtedly at the world's top level. But for the sake of the Marshal's prestige, he could only explain tactfully, Merc, his strength is top-notch globally. Protecting you is like child's play. Merc glanced at the corner where the Dark Guard was hiding, sighed, and shook his head. His expression in the eyes of the Dark Guard was nothing short of blatant mockery. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The top Dark Guard is so afraid of the Blood Moon Purgatory that he disappears in an instant, while the strategist Merc actually thinks the world as strong or weak. The big shots of the army have a unique style, yet each hides their fierce skills. This lineup is hard to lose. The army's mode is completely maxed out. Dark Guards have peak combat power. Merc crushes the scene with his IQ. Luo Ning controls the entire situation, and Hu Xing is still desperately grinding through the death instance. From top to bottom, they are all tough characters. Any one of them could easily dominate opponents. The world government is still slowly making small moves, completely unaware that the army has become absurdly strong and can only be pressed down and rubbed on the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. These actions were all quite normal, but in the eyes of the Dark Guards, they felt particularly ironic. In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. The Dark Guard took a deep breath in the shadows, clenched his fists, and then relaxed. He couldn't hit Merc, fearing he would kill him with one punch. He couldn't scold him either, since Luo Ning was right beside him, so he could only glare at Merc in frustration, his little emotions already collapsed. Next, it's high energy. Merc suddenly shivered, turned his head to glance at the hiding place of the Dark Guard, his eyes filled with disdain. As if to say, what are you looking at? If you have the ability, come hit me. The Marshal is here. Do you dare to be arrogant? This is definitely bullying, making the Dark Guard grit his teeth in irritation. Luo Ning looked at the two clowns speechlessly, but fortunately, Hu Xing had completed the food collection task, and he could finally free himself. He said to Merc, you handle the documents here. I'll go take care of some matters. Just as he stepped out the door, he turned back and warned the Shadow, protect Merc well. If anything happens, go spend another year in the Blood Moon Purgatory. The Dark Guard swallowed hard, his eyes full of fear, immediately putting away his emotions and seriously keeping watch. Staying even one more day in the Blood Moon Purgatory could cost him his life, without Luo Ning to keep the peace. Merc became even more mischievous, walking over to the Shadow and kicking the Dark Guard. Did you hear? The Marshal told you to protect me. Seeing the Dark Guard not moving, he kicked 3 more times. The next second, the Dark Guard suddenly opened his eyes, punching Merc against the wall. And a few seconds later, he slid down to the ground. The Dark Guard looked at his fist in confusion. I control my strength. So why was it still so powerful? Did my strength increase again? Saying this, he grinned wildly, laughing more and more crazily, completely forgetting about the unconscious Merc on the ground. After laughing enough, he remembered the serious matter, glanced at Merc, confirming he was just unconscious and hadn't died, before letting out a sigh of relief. If he had really killed him, a year pass for the Blood Moon Purgatory would definitely be arranged. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Dark Guard knocked out Merc with one punch and accidentally discovered that his strength had skyrocketed, achieving a double win of face-slapping and leveling up, feeling ecstatic. The army not only has a strong upper management, but even the people below can trigger power-ups during mutual clashes. It's simply ridiculous. The army's mode is completely maxed out. Luo Ning controls the overall situation. The Dark Guard as combat power skyrockets. Merc thrives with his IQ, and even their mutual clashes can trigger power awakenings. The world government is still slacking off, completely unaware that the army has become incredibly strong and can only be pressed down and rubbed on the ground repeatedly. After confirming that Merc had indeed fallen into a coma, in Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. After the Dark Guard confirmed Merc was unconscious, he immediately stealthily made his way towards the Army Medical Academy, which is opposite the army headquarters, his figure instantly blending into the shadows, moving at an absurd speed. Next, it's high energy. The Dark Guard had just left for a minute when the lifeless Merc suddenly twitched his eyelids, sprang up, and complained in the direction where the Dark Guard had vanished. This Dark Guard is so incompetent. I could easily trick him. If I were a spy, the military secrets would have been packed up and taken away by now. He was about to burst into laughter, but a sudden sharp pain shot through his head, and he rolled on the ground, clutching his head and groaning softly. It hurts like hell. That big idiot hit too hard. If I had known, I would have tested him. I really brought this on myself. Afraid that the soldiers outside would misunderstand, he could only stifle his groans while rolling around, his face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, the Dark Guard arrived outside the Army Medical College, looking at the imposing building filled with a medical atmosphere. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Is this military defense? It's the weakest of the weak. Sneaking in is a piece of cake. He pondered whether to find Chopper or Kureha, but thinking of Kureha's temper, he decisively gave up. That old woman is not to be messed with. Finding Chopper is more reliable. After saying that, he swayed his body and completely blended into the shadows, preparing to sneak in quietly. Feeling secretly pleased, entering through the front gate is too cheap. I must show off some professional Dark Guard skills. The Army Medical College is a sacred place for doctors, contrasting sharply with the militarized Army General Hospital and the free-spirited Medical College. The Dark Guard hid in a concealed spot, watching the people coming and going, calculating. Now that there are fewer people, I can slip in directly and find Chopper to treat Merk's injuries. I can't let loaning hold me accountable later. I can't afford to spend another year in the Blood Moon Purgatory for a year card. You would never guess. Merk toyed with the top Dark Guard using his acting skills, only to be hit by the aftereffects of a punch that made him question his life. The Dark Guard thought he was stealthily sneaking in, but had already been labeled as incompetent by Merk. These two clowns in the army were setting each other up while hiding their fierce abilities, making everyone laugh out loud. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Merk's intelligence crushed the Dark Guard. The Dark Guard's stealth skills were max. Loaning maintained control of the situation. And Tiger Xing was still grinding levels in the Blood Moon Purgatory. From top to bottom, they were all fierce characters. Even their internal sabotage exuded a confidence that crushed everything. The world government was still slow in its petty actions, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and would soon be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Sneak in, sneak in, sneak in. In Pirate, the rise of the army, pay attention. The Dark Guard hid in the shadows, moving as swiftly as a cheetah, quickly breaching the defensive line of the Army Medical College, completely infiltrating without alerting anyone. Next, the high-energy moment. Just as the Dark Guard relaxed and let down his guard, a burly man suddenly appeared on the rooftop. His fierce and menacing face radiated an icy aura, staring intently at him. The Dark Guard felt uneasy. How did this guy sneak in? Is he looking down on the defenses of the medical college? Or has he betrayed the army? As he pondered, the cold aura around the man intensified, and a blood-red, killing intent emanated from him, pressing down on the Dark Guard. The Dark Guard, sneaking in, suddenly shivered and looked up at the source of the killing intent, but found nothing. Impossible. The intuition honed in Blood Moon Purgatory has never been wrong. How could it be empty? He frowned and slowly moved while mumbling, giving up only after 5 minutes. Forget it. I'll find Chopper to treat Merk's injuries first. If that guy gets into trouble, loaning will definitely make me return to Blood Moon Purgatory for another year. He glanced at his right fist, pondering, have I really gotten stronger? Why don't I feel anything? Before he could figure out, the burly man suddenly flashed in front of him, arms crossed. The cold and killing intent intermingling, his aura overwhelming, making it hard for the Dark Guard to breathe. The Dark Guard froze, swallowed hard, and stared at the familiar yet intimidating face of the burly man. What are you doing here? You didn't go to the Army's elite guard, but came to the medical college instead? This is too bizarre. The burly man's face turned cold, exuding a fierce aura as he retorted. Where I go is none of your business. The medical college is a crucial place for the Army. It needs strong guards. Plus the benefits are good, and the work is less. Who wouldn't want such a cushy job? After saying that, he suddenly realized, his eyes sharpening, stop beating around the bush. What do you want by sneaking in here? You would never guess. The Dark Guard thought he was stealthily moving undetected, but he had already been spotted by the burly man. The army even had fierce characters hidden in the medical college, with experts everywhere, their strength simply outrageous. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. The Dark Guard's stealth skills were max. The burly man's combat power was at its peak. Loaning maintained control of the entire situation. And Tiger Xing was still leveling up in Blood Moon Purgatory. From top to bottom, they were all fierce individuals. Anyone picked could easily dominate their opponents, making it hard to lose with such a lineup. The world government was still slowly scheming, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly powerful, and would soon be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Why sneak in here? In Pirate, the rise of the army, pay attention. The mysterious man didn't take the Dark Guard's potential betrayal seriously. Both of them had emerged from Blood Moon Purgatory, and Loning and the Warden were like two mountains. Even if they wanted to betray, they wouldn't be able to withstand the beatings, and with 100 lives, they wouldn't dare to have any ill intentions. Next, the high-energy moment. The mysterious man teased the Dark Guard. "Did you sneak in here because you wanted to see me, but were too shy?" The Dark Guard rolled his eyes, thinking, this guy is still so cocky. He quickly patted the man's shoulder to explain his purpose. Upon hearing that the Dark Guard wasn't there to see him, the mysterious man's face instantly soured, and he scolded, "Just walk in through the front door. Why do you have to act like a dog? Give me a break." After walking 100 meters, the Dark Guard was so angry he was trembling, but then thought, should Dark Guards only sneak around? That idiot doesn't understand anything. He is only fit to be a doorkeeper. But as he walked, he pondered, it seems walking through the front door is quite comfortable. I can even be complimented. So he headed straight for the medical college's research lab. No longer sneaking around, swaggering through the front door. The elite soldiers at the entrance immediately bowed and greeted him. "Hello, sir." The Dark Guard waved his hand, pretending to be authoritative. "Keep up the good work. Keep a close watch on the defenses." He was overjoyed inside. This kind of presence was much better than sneaking around. He remembered that Chopper was in the lab at this time, while that old woman Kureha was in class, as she loved not only medicine but also teaching others. You would never guess. Just a second ago, the Dark Guard was mocking others for not understanding the prestige of Dark Guards. And the next second, he was proudly strutting through the front door. The Army's people were both mischievous and fierce, truly hilarious. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. The Dark Guard was stealthy while showing off. The mysterious man was online with his combat power and witty remarks. Loning controlled the overall situation. And Tiger Xing was leveling up non-stop, from top to bottom. They were all fierce characters. Even slacking off exuded an overwhelming confidence. The world government was still scheming in the dark, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong and would soon be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Well, you all look busy. Remember to ensure that this place is fully defended. In Pirate, the rise of the army, pay attention. The Dark Guard spoke seriously to the elite soldiers guarding the research lab's door. This is the research lab of the Army Medical College, a crucial treasure. You all understand its importance, right? The soldiers instantly felt their blood boil, standing up straight, puffing out their chests, and responding loudly. Yes, we will do our utmost to guard it. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not allow any mistakes here. Next, the high-energy moment. The Dark Guard waved his hand at the soldiers and strode into the research lab. Before anyone could see him, he couldn't help but smile, thinking, as expected, my silly brother didn't deceive me. The feeling of being respected when entering through the front door is much better than sneaking around. He even began to ponder. Being a guardian of the Army Medical College doesn't seem bad. The benefits are good, and I won't have to work too hard. This life is simply blissful. But then he thought again, having already chosen the path of a Dark Guard, he could only give up. In the research room, Chopper stood on a small stool, his round body twisting back and forth, his little paws clutching a test tube as he anxiously muttered to himself. Ginkgo grass, poison flower, black tree root, weasel tail, and maple sap mixed together should clearly create a potion that can wash the marrow and strengthen the body. So why has it failed after so many attempts? Did I make a mistake in the steps? Or was the dosage wrong? So frustrating. He was so absorbed in his worries that he didn't even notice someone had quietly appeared beside him. The Dark Guard stood next to Chopper, patiently waiting for 10 minutes. Seeing that Chopper had no reaction at all, he finally couldn't help but call out softly, "Chopper, look at me. Chopper, hey, look this way." To the Dark Guard, this voice seemed ordinary, but to Chopper, it carried a hint of cold, murderous intent. Chopper froze on the spot, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his heart raced. Oh no, this must be an assassination attempt. They say if you see a killer's face, you'll be silenced. I absolutely can't turn around. I have to buy time until the soldiers outside notice something is off and come to save me. But the more he listened, the more familiar the voice sounded, yet he didn't dare to confirm, so he could only stay frozen in place, sweating and locked in a standoff with the other person. You would never expect it. The Dark Guard transformed from a stealthy expert into a show-off, enjoying the feeling of being respected. Meanwhile, Chopper mistook his own comrade for a deadly assassin, scared stiff and unable to move. This hilarious misunderstanding within the army was absolutely comedic. The army's power mode was completely on. The Dark Guard was both showing off and getting the job done. Chopper's medical talent was on full display. Luaning was firmly controlling the situation, and Huxing was leveling up madly in the Blood Moon purgatory. From top to bottom, everyone was a tough character, and even in the midst of this mix-up, They exuded an overwhelming confidence. The world government was still busy scheming in the dark, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and from now on they could only be pressed down repeatedly without even a chance to fight back. For some reason, Chopper still didn't dare to turn around and could only remain in this stalemate. In the pirates' army rise, pay attention, Chopper didn't dare to shout out loud, fearing that if he did, the assassin would act. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die without understanding why. And he certainly didn't want to miss the chance to research the body-cleansing potion and make history. Next, high energy. After calling out to Chopper for a long time with no response, the Dark Guard was at a loss. If I had known, I would have found that old woman Kureha. Saying this, he directly picked up Chopper and dashed towards the Marshal's office. Chopper was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, but once he saw the Dark Guard's face, he instantly relaxed. So, it's you. He even pretended to be tough, saying he knew it was him all along, feeling incredibly awkward. It should be noted that the Dark Guard was saved by Chopper when he emerged from the Blood Moon Purgatory, so there was no need to be afraid. The soldiers at the entrance were dumbfounded, gossiping together. Lord Chopper and that lord must have a secret relationship, right? Carrying him away is too sweet. The army is about to have joyful news. If the Dark Guard and Chopper heard this, they would probably be so angry they would vomit blood. On the other side, Luoning walked out of the office and headed straight for the newly built horse ranch. A horse ranch that cost 5 billion berries, incredibly impressive, with lush green grass and steel fences, making him extremely satisfied. The horse ranch was just built and still empty, but its defenses matched those of the army headquarters and the medical academy, and the soldiers immediately saluted and shouted Marshal. Upon seeing Luoning, you would never expect it. The Dark Guard forcibly took Chopper away, which surprisingly sparked gossip among the soldiers. Luoning casually spent 5 billion to build a horse ranch, and the defenses were top-notch. The army exuded both cash power and toughness from top to bottom. Who could compare to this? The army's power mode was completely on. The Dark Guard's action was max. Chopper's medical talent was explosive. Luoning was spending money like dirt while controlling the situation, and Huxing was leveling up nonstop. From top to bottom, everyone was a fierce character, and even the gossip carried an air of dominance. The world government was still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and they could only be pressed down repeatedly. Due to Luoning's emphasis on this horse ranch, even though it had nothing in it and was just newly established, its defensive capabilities could already rival those of the army headquarters and the army medical academy, two major strongholds. In the pirates' army rise, pay attention. The defensive capabilities of this horse ranch were personally requested by Luoning. Looking at the scene before him, Luoning felt a sense of satisfaction and was very pleased with the defending soldiers. Next, high energy. Luoning ordered the elite troops of 10,000 army and 100 soldiers from the Hell training camp. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach within 10 miles of the ranch, and anyone who breaks in will be killed. The soldiers instantly became passionate, shouting in unison, "We obey the Marshal's orders." Luoning felt even prouder watching this scene. He had transformed the army from weak to capable of contending with the world government and the navy. His leadership this time was truly explosive. He declared to the soldiers, "The army will eventually unify the world, and following me will not leave you without benefits." The soldiers immediately knelt on one knee, shouting that they would die without hesitation, filling the atmosphere with excitement. Luoning walked into the ranch and was immediately stunned. The scale of 1,000 miles, the top-tier environment, he couldn't help but exclaim how impressive it was. Spending 5 billion berries to build a ranch was, in his view, a great deal, incredibly worth it. After touring the ranch, Luoning stood in the center and called for system rewards. The food is enough, the reward should be given now, right? The system surprisingly started to play tricks. Talking about rewards hurts feelings. Why are you so materialistic? Luoning was dumbfounded. When did this system learn to tease people? Trying to renege on a debt? Stalemated for a long time, the system finally compromised, sending a notification. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward of 500 red fire horses. Do you want to receive them now or later? Hearing this, Luoning's head was filled with black lines. This system was too slow. You would never expect it. Luoning built a horse ranch with defenses rivaling two major strongholds, boldly claiming to unify the world, and the system would still act shamelessly. The army exuded a fierce spirit from top to bottom. Who could compare to this? The army's power mode was completely on. Luoning could spend money like dirt and still fight. The soldiers were loyal and strong in battle. And although the system was cheeky, it wouldn't skimp on rewards. The world government and the Navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and they could only be pressed down repeatedly. Listening to the mechanical voice of the system, Luoning was filled with black lines. In the pirates' army rise, pay attention. Luoning complained to the system. Are you stupid? Can't you see I'm standing on the ranch? I came here to claim my reward immediately to avoid any long-term dreams. After saying this, he directly ordered, claim it now. Next, high energy. The system responded instantly. Reward distribution. Host, please stand aside quickly, or you will be injured. This system will not take responsibility. Luoning scoffed and rolled his eyes. With my strength, how could I get hurt? Is this system looking down on me? He stood still in the center of the ranch. His eyes filled with anticipation. He had specially sent Huxing to gather food from all over the world for this red fire horse, and had long been curious about what it looked like. Just as he thought of this, Luoning suddenly frowned. Oh no, it seems I let something slip, but for now, nothing is more important than the red fire horse. In the next second, countless black figures suddenly fell from the sky, and Luoning was instantly dumbfounded. So the red fire horses fall from the sky. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled as 500 red fire horses landed and scattered in all directions. These horses had bright red fur wrapped in flames, their limbs as strong as iron pillars, looking extraordinarily majestic. What shocked Luoning the most was that each red fire horse had at least the strength of the early 4 emperors. He sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to form an invincible cavalry, but now it seems impossible. Without 4 emperors-level strength, they can't be tamed. But in the blink of an eye, Luoning's eyes lit up again. If I can't form a cavalry, I'll tame one as my mount first. He scanned the area and quickly locked onto a red fire horse engulfed in golden flames. Its fur resembled flowing golden fire, and the aura it emitted was comparable to that of the peak of the 4 emperors, truly the king of horses. Luoning couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This appearance, this strength, is simply the pinnacle among horses. I must capture it. You would never expect it. The system rewards for playing with high-altitude objects, and the weakest of the red fire horses is at the 4 emperors level. Luoning wants to tame a mount, but has to challenge the peak of the 4 emperors. The army's mounts are so outrageous. The level of cheating is off the charts. Who can withstand this? The army's cheating mode is fully activated. Luoning's strength is hardcore, and he dares to play. The red fire horse comes with top-tier combat power, and each of his subordinates can fight and endure. The system may be tricky, but the rewards it gives are all fierce goods. The world government and the Navy are still leisurely making small moves, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. They can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Goodness, just the aura emanating from Luoning is already no less than the peak of the 4 emperors' realm. In the rise of the army, pay attention. Luoning squints in awe at the center of the horse arena. It's terrifying. Who would have thought that a horse could have the oppressive force of a peak 4 emperor? This is definitely one of a kind in the world. He stares at the red fire horse wrapped in golden flames, its fur shimmering with a golden light, becoming more and more satisfied. Grinning widely, this king of horses has indeed not let him down. Next, high energy. Luoning's figure flashes and instantly disappears from his spot, heading straight for the Horse King. The Horse King seems to sense the threat, suddenly raises its head, its eyes filled with vigilance, and the aura of the peak 4 emperors erupts on the spot, exuding strong hostility. It is the proud king of horses and will not allow a human to scrutinize it with such a selecting gaze. It gets furious right away, vowing to show Luoning a lesson. Luoning, on the other hand, is stirred with excitement, grinning wickedly. Want to test my strength? Interesting. No wonder I chose this horse. It's powerful. He twists his neck, and with a movement, the horse arena is instantly filled with phantoms, his true self disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the Horse King's aura becomes even more terrifying. As the lonely and powerful creature, it has never faced such a challenge, and its golden flames burn even brighter. Luoning knows that taming this Horse King is no easy task, but he is not someone who gives up easily. After all, he was able to lead a weak army to become a force that can contend with the world government and the Navy. What is this challenge worth? He suddenly jumps onto the horse's back, his legs tightly clamping around its belly. The power of the peak 4 emperors erupts, enough to crush 100 miles of land and kick down several mountain peaks. But the Horse King only lets out a couple of cries. Going wild and jumping around crazily, its speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, shaking the entire ground of the horse arena. The other red fire horses are dumbfounded, clustering together and staring this way, eyes full of shock. Are you crazy? How dare someone challenge our king? You must know that their horse king not only possesses the terrifying strength of the Peak 4 Emperors, but also has endless stamina. Just relying on its aura can intimidate the whole arena. Who dares to provoke it? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning tamed a mount that directly confronted the Peak 4 Emperor's horse king. This operation is simply explosive. The army's mounts are all top-tier combat power. This level of cheating is unmatched worldwide. The army's cheating mode is fully activated. Luo Ning's combat power is at the ceiling level, daring to fight. The Horse King comes with the combat power of the Peak 4 Emperors, and each of its subordinates can fight and endure, with all the system rewards being tough goods. The world government and the Navy are still slacking off, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. They can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. At this moment, the Red Fire Horse's stamina has reached its limit, standing still, except for its rapid breathing and slightly trembling body. In the rise of the army, pay attention. The Red Fire Horse allows Luo Ning to move freely, showing no sign of resistance in its eyes. And its demeanor has completely changed, from the previous rage and fury to now being docile and obedient, but the pride deep inside remains. After all, it is the king of 500 Red Fire Horses. However, this pride will no longer be displayed towards Luo Ning, only showing off to strangers, and directly exuding hostility towards enemies. Next, high energy. Luo Ning stands up, loosens his grip on the Horse King's belly, reaches out to touch its golden furred coat and the flames that are always burning on it, smiling yet filled with confusion. After riding all day, why didn't I feel any temperature from these flames? Not even a bit of damage. This is unscientific. He tries waving his hand through the flames, and the fire passes through his palm without any sensation, as if it doesn't exist. Could it be that this flame is just a decorative facade? But it's called a Red Fire Horse, so it must have some tricks. Before Luo Ning can ponder this further, the Horse King seems to see through his thoughts, suddenly raising its proud head and opening its mouth to spit out a ball of golden flame. This flame looks no different from the one on its body, but it carries a terrifyingly high temperature. In an instant, the surrounding void twists and distorts as if melted, like a plastic bag being heated. Luo Ning's eyes widen in shock. Wow, this power is too explosive. If it burns a bit longer, it might just create a black hole in the void. He instantly realizes that during the taming process, the Horse King didn't use this killing move against him, clearly not regarding him as an enemy, but as someone who wanted to tame it and become a partner. After all, this flame even makes Luo Ning wary. No one wants to experience being burned. After the shock, Luo Ning is left with joy, stroking the Horse King's smooth fur and laughing. I never expected you had this trump card. Your strength is even more formidable than I imagined. From now on, we will be partners. The Horse King, with its limbs bent and lying on the ground, quietly listens, staring at Luo Ning for a long time, as if it truly understands his words. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The Horse King's flame-hide's destructive power beholds back against Luo Ning. This wave of taming turned into a partnership that ignited explosive excitement. The army's mounts are so intelligent and possess explosive combat power. The level of cheating has reached unimaginable heights. The army's cheating mode is fully activated. Luo Ning can tame mounts with the strength of the Peak 4 Emperors, and the Horse King naturally carries the void-burning flames. With each of its subordinates able to fight and endure, while the system rewards are all hardcore and fierce goods. The world government and the Navy are still idly slacking off, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. Next, they can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. It seems that the Red Fire Horse understands Luo Ning's intentions. The pirate armies rise. Pay attention. The Red Fire Horse suddenly raises its head, eyes full of excitement, neighing at Luo Ning as if responding to a friend's invitation. Incredibly in tune. Next, high energy. Luo Ning looks down at the Horse King, smiling. Since we are partners, I need to give you a powerful name. The Horse King immediately widens its eyes, neighing as if urging Luo Ning to hurry up with the name. After pondering for a while, Luo Ning's eyes suddenly light up, revealing a meaningful smile. How about calling you Xiao Jin? Your fur and flames are both golden. It fits perfectly. Before the Horse King can react, Luo Ning decisively announces, your name is Xiao Jin. The Horse King immediately turns its head, looking at Luo Ning with disdain. This name is too perfunctory, but can't speak human language. Only silently protests, feeling that its master is too unreliable. After staying for another hour, Luoning reluctantly leaves, after all. He is the army's marshal and needs to return to maintain order. He can't just stay at the horse farm. Once outside the horse farm, Luoning orders the commanding officer on duty. This is a crucial area. No one can approach without my orders. If warnings are ineffective, kill them directly. Let the blood stain the ground for miles, and don't let anyone go. Also, take good care of the red fire horse inside. Although the commander doesn't understand what a red fire horse is, he immediately responds, "Understood, Marshal." Luoning walks toward the office, feeling uneasy. Has anything happened in the army after being away for a day and a night? But with Merc around, it should be stable. He's the type of guy who has declared he will use his wisdom to rise to the top of the world. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Horse King at the peak of the four emperors has been named Shao Jin, and can only silently disdain it. Luoning casually orders blood to stain the ground for miles, and the army big shots are both fierce and cheeky. It's too thrilling. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning successfully tames the horse and names it. The Horse King's combat power is off the charts and communicates well. Merc's intelligence crushes the entire scene, and every subordinate is obedient and capable, while the world government and navy are still slacking off. They have no idea that the army has become ridiculously strong and can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Such a character. Can the army's affairs be mishandled? Luoning does not believe that at all. The pirate armies rise. Pay attention. A day and a night have passed, and Luoning's general, Costa, smiles as he brings back a batch of heavenly gold with Vice Admiral Hawkeye and Tiger Crazy. This is most likely the last batch. After all, the army has intercepted over 100 waves of heavenly gold, and the world government only has a little over 100 member countries. Any king who dares to send more is simply asking for trouble. Next, high energy. The army headquarters immediately issues a strict order. The heavenly gold interception mission ends today. The army in all four seas must return quickly. Luoning and Merc are clear in their minds. The world government and navy are about to take action. And if they get caught now, they risk losing troops and resources, losing everything. The army has always embedded obedience into its DNA. So even if someone hasn't fought enough, they must obediently hurry back. On the Sea of the Four Seas, Hawkeye stands at the bow of the army ship, his expression very vacant. Although this outing allowed Pei Jianyu to drink his fill of blood, he hasn't encountered a decent strong enemy, making it incredibly frustrating. He sighs as he looks towards the Navy headquarters. Not encountering a Navy expert is too boring. The deputy suddenly steps forward. "Vice Admiral, the headquarters order has arrived. We need to hurry back." Just as Hawkeye regains his focus, a dark mass suddenly appears on the sea ahead. A dense fleet of pirates directly blocks the way back. If it were someone else, they would have panicked by now, but Hawkeye laughs on the spot, his eyes shining. Just when I was worried about not having a fight. Here comes a live target. His expression is like a hungry wolf seeing meat. He is incredibly excited. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The army intercepting the heavenly gold has made the member countries not dare to show their faces. Hawkeye is worried about not having strong enemies, and the pirate fleet is sending themselves to his door. The army carries a lay-wind pickup buff wherever they go. This luck and strength are simply outrageous. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning controls the situation and issues orders quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, with Hawkeye and other generals being the combat power ceiling. And the soldiers' obedience maximized. While the world government and navy are still dawdling and engaging in small tricks, they have no idea that the army has become incredibly strong and can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. In the army's territory in the Four Seas, due to an order being issued, the Heavenly Gold interception mission is terminated. Hawkeye must return to the army. The pirate armies rise. Pay attention. As a soldier of the army, Hawkeye must comply with the return mission. He had already given up on finding strong enemies, but while passing through the EC, a large fleet of pirates suddenly appears around the warship, igniting the blood of the world's greatest swordsman in an instant, after being at sea for over a week. He finally encounters someone to fight. Next, high energy. The pirate fleet blocks the way, and instead of panicking, Hawkeye's fighting spirit surges. This is exactly the scene he wants to encounter. The deputy requests to fight. "Let me take care of these pirates." But Hawkeye grins, his sword intent suddenly sharp. "Just a bunch of pirates. I can handle it alone. You all just make sure to block the way back." As soon as he finishes speaking, Hawkeye leaps off the warship, and at the moment he touches the water, he stands on the surface, able to walk on water. This realm looks simple, but is something the army simply can't handle. He carries his long sword and steps towards the pirate fleet. his eyes filled with a terrifying sword intent, silently thinking, "Don't let me down. I'm really looking forward to strong opponents." On the other side, among the pirate fleet, a little lackey hurriedly runs to Captain Cliquey. "There's a warship ahead. Should we take a detour or retreat?" Cliquey frowns in deep thought. He commands a fleet of hundreds of pirate ships and originally intended to rampage in the New World. But his subordinates are terrified by a single warship. Could it be that the other side has a Navy admiral or someone from the world government? Just as Cliquey is pondering, the Army warship suddenly stops, and a great battle seems imminent. Hawkeye stares at the fleet, unable to hide his smile. To be able to assemble such a large fleet to break into the New World, maybe I can really have some fun fighting. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Hawkeye worried about not having a fight, and the pirate fleet has come to him. The Army big shots have the boss attraction trait when they go out. Who can compare to this? The Army's power mode is fully activated. Hawkeye's combat power is at its peak. Walking on water is incredibly cool. The deputy can also fight one against 100, and the soldier's obedience is maximized. While the world government and Navy are still slacking off, they have no idea that the Army has become incredibly strong and can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. 1 minute later, the fleet continues to move forward, but the Army warship ahead has stopped. The pirate armies rise. Pay attention. Cliquey ponders over the dilemma before him for a long time, always unsure. He raises his hand and pats the golden armor gleaming on him, asking in a deep voice, "What kind of army is that ahead? Is it the Navy, the world government, or the army that has recently emerged and dares to confront these two giants?" Next, high energy. A little pirate beside him is already so scared that his face turns pale, crying out, "It's the Army. Captain, let us quickly take a detour or retreat directly. We can't afford to mess with that bunch of Army people. It's simply like eggs hitting a stone." Upon hearing the words "the Army," Cliquey's voice instantly rises by 8 degrees, his heart sinking. He knows too well the terror of the Army. They dare to openly rebel against the world government and can confront the two top forces of the Navy and world government head-on. A trace of uncontrollable fear flashes in his eyes. But just a minute later, Cliquey suddenly takes a deep breath and slowly exhales, his eyes suddenly opening with a fierce look, forcing the fear deep down and defiantly saying, "So what if it's the Army? This is the border of the East Sea. It's not their Army's territory. There are hundreds of pirate ships around us, and their strength is not weak. Do they really dare to move against me?" As he spoke, he deliberately twisted his body. The sound of his golden armor clashing echoed, trying to appear confident. The little pirate was so anxious he was stamping his feet. His legs felt weak. "Captain, that's the Army. We really can't hold them off." But Crick's face darkened, filled with killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I am a pirate who will venture into the New World and roam the seas. If I back down when I encounter the Army, how will I stand on the sea in the future? How will others fear me?" After saying that, he immediately ordered, "All troops, full speed ahead. I want to see if that Army ship ahead dares to clash with me. Crick, they better not force me to take action, or they will have no return. You absolutely wouldn't expect it." Crick, knowing full well that the Army is a force to be reckoned with, still stubbornly provoked them for the sake of his so-called face. This operation was simply looking for death. The Army's deterrent power has almost been etched into the DNA of all forces in the sea, and yet someone dares to step up and offer their head, which is truly absurd. The Army's power mode is fully activated. Any single warship can scare the notorious pirates of the East Sea out of their wits, with top-tier commanders like Mihawk and Loning stabilizing the situation at headquarters. While the world government and the Navy are still slowly engaging in little maneuvers, they have no idea that the Army has become overwhelmingly strong, and what follows will be them being pressed down repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. The Army, looking ahead at that slowly advancing warship, Crick couldn't help but lower his head, a murderous intent crawling across his face, hoping, "Please don't force me to kill." The rise of the Army of pirates. Pay attention. Crick suddenly exuded a strong killing intent. Being able to be a pirate captain in the East Sea and commanding a large fleet means he has some ruthless methods and a brutal style. Next, the high-energy moment. Crick ordered, "All pirate ships, full speed ahead, no retreat, no yielding." The pirates looked at his towering figure, fierce face, and intimidating killing intent, instantly boiling over, grinning with cruel smiles. The captain is a ruthless man who roams the East Sea. What is a single Army ship to us? They began to fantasize about defeating the Army and making a name for themselves in the world. On the sea, Mihawk walked on the water with his black sword on his back. and the sea breeze and waves calmed beneath his feet. After a week at sea without encountering a worthy opponent, feeling frustrated, the pirate fleet actively crashed into him, and he couldn't help but smile. Finally, a fight. 5 minutes later, Mihawk arrived 100 meters away from the pirate fleet, locking his gaze on Crick on the most luxurious pirate ship, only to feel the battle power was as insignificant as an ant. And he was immediately puzzled. This level of strength can form a fleet? Did I misjudge? He slowly drew the long sword from his back, a sharp sword aura shooting into the sky. Seeing this, Crick was utterly enraged, his face twisted. The army dares to look down on me. One person wants to take on my large fleet? So arrogant. He immediately ordered, charge at full speed and start a massacre. The sea is our pirates' world. What does the army matter? The pirates followed suit, feeling that if they weren't afraid of the army, they could conquer the heavens. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Mihawk found his opponent too weak and questioned life, while Crick brought hundreds of ships to provoke the army. This operation of acting tough was truly playing with fire. Any army general can make the East Sea Pirate Group collectively lose their minds. The deterrent power is fully activated. The army's power mode is completely maxed out. Mihawk's battle power ceiling found his opponent weak. The soldier's obedience is maximized, and Loning controls the overall situation like a seasoned veteran. The world government and the Navy are still idle, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and what follows will be them being pressed down repeatedly. Hearing their captain, the great pirate Crick's orders, all the little pirates were ecstatic. The army, that is the army, one of the top forces in the world. Now, they actually fear the army no longer. The rise of the army of pirates, pay attention. The pirates have completely gone mad, roaring. If we aren't afraid of the army, we can definitely roam the new world. They shouted about starting a massacre, treating the army, which could confront the world government and the Navy, as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed, their arrogance reaching new heights. Next, high energy. The sea surface was roaring with strong winds and giant waves. But as these winds and waves approached Mihawk's 100-meter range, they were instantly shattered by the explosive sword aura, unable to even come close. Mihawk, with a blood-stained black sword on his back, radiated a fierce aura, staring at Crick and the pirate fleet, his brows knitting tighter. With this level of strength, you dare to provoke the army? Could be you have hidden cards and are pretending to be weak? He couldn't fathom it, so he stopped dwelling on it, halting 1,000 meters away from the fleet, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. The next second, Mihawk suddenly opened his eyes, his sword aura surging, raising his hand to draw the black sword, and struck fiercely at the pirate fleet. A terrifying sword aura, nearly 10 meters long, instantly took shape, carrying the might to crush everything, charging straight towards the pirate fleet. After striking, Mihawk slowly sheathed his sword, a smile creeping onto his lips. Now, you must show your true abilities. In the center of the fleet, Crick looked at the rapidly approaching sword aura, his pupils constricting, his face turning pale. How is this possible? A single sword aura has the power to split the sea? How can there be such a strong person in the world? The earlier arrogance vanished without a trace, leaving only overwhelming fear. Even his breathing was nearly halted. The surrounding pirates were also too frightened to make a sound. All the earlier bravado about starting a massacre completely gone, each one frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The pirates were shouting about crushing the army 1 second, and the next second they were terrified by Mihawk's sword aura. This attempt to show off turned into a frightful experience, truly playing with fire. Any army general can unleash a devastating aura. This battle power is simply absurd. The army's power mode is fully activated. Mihawk's sword struck, confirming his battle power ceiling. The soldier's obedience is maximized, hitting wherever directed. Loning remains steady at headquarters. Like a seasoned veteran, the world government and the Navy are still slowly engaging in little maneuvers, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. And what follows will be them being pressed down repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. He could not imagine how such a strong person could exist in this world. Even just relying on a sword aura is enough to split the sea in half. The rise of the army of pirates, pay attention. Crick can roam the East Sea, but facing the army, especially the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk, he is nothing but a fragile ant. Mihawk's sword aura can crush his entire fleet, yet Mihawk, unaware, has taken Crick for a strong opponent, determined to respond with full force, not daring to be careless. The top swordsman's principle is to give their all against any opponent. Next, high energy. Crick looked at that terrifying sword aura capable of splitting the sea. His legs trembled, not daring to breathe. How can the army be this strong? There are such ruthless people in this world. Previously, he had roamed the East Sea, arrogantly looking down on the three top forces, thinking he was not much different. Now, he realizes he doesn't even have the qualification to resist, fear instantly extinguishing all fighting spirit. He shouted his orders, full speed retreat. We can't afford to provoke the army. After saying that, he bitterly laughed, having once thought the army was nothing. Now he's been severely slapped in the face. Driven by survival instinct, Crick jumped ship, hoping that his golden armor and physique would allow him to survive. Even being captured alive is better than being killed on the spot. But this was all in vain. Mihawk's sword aura was so fast it was absurd. With a locking effect, the pirates couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, the sword aura swept across the battlefield, shattering hundreds of pirate ships, countless pirates perishing. The sea surface stained a deep crimson with blood. Click's struggles, in the face of absolute power, are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hawkeye treating ants as strong opponents, going all out, and Click went from arrogant provocation to jumping ship to escape in just a few minutes. This wave of showing off turned into a disaster along with a dimensional strike. The thrill was off the charts. The army's big shot wiped out the pirate fleet with a casual strike. The combat power was simply absurd. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Hawkeye, the pinnacle of combat power, executed a team wipe. The soldiers' obedience was maxed out, and Loning controlled the entire situation like a seasoned pro. The world government and the Navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously powerful. Next, they could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Countless people died in this place. The sea seemed to be stained a deep red with human blood. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. The rich smell of blood floated on the sea, slowly spreading, attracting the large sea kings lurking beneath. Yet no one dared to show their heads. Hawkeye's terrifying sword aura acted like an invisible deterrent, making no one dare to make foolish moves. Next, high energy. Although the fleet was wiped out, there were still some lucky individuals who survived, and Click was one of them. In a critical moment, he jumped into the sea to escape, bracing himself against the residual sword energy as if he crawled back from hell. He surfaced on the bloodstained sea, gasping for breath, and immediately dove down again, frantically paddling, with only one thought in his mind: run. Previously, he had ambitious plans to venture into the New World, but now he was scared to death by the army, not even daring to think about the New World, let alone revenge. How could he, Click, have the qualifications and ability to provoke such a gigantic force as the army? His lofty ambitions shattered into pieces, only wanting to survive on the eastern sea border. On the other side, Hawkeye looked at the fleet he had destroyed with one sword, sighing helplessly. After a week at sea, the interception of the Heavenly Gold mission was completed, but he hadn't even encountered a decent strong enemy, not even having the opportunity to verify his swordsmanship growth. He took out the transponder snail and said in a deep voice, "Make a move. Don't let a single pirate escape." With the order given, the army's warships instantly sprang into action, blocking the pirates' retreat routes tightly, making it impossible for them to escape. On the warship, soldiers with binoculars continuously reported the locations of the pirates. Deputy Commander, their SA target 100 meters ahead, another one at 300 meters. But he didn't notice that Deputy Commander Ford's face was getting darker and darker, suddenly slapping him on the head, angrily shouting, "Stand behind me and don't move around. Don't shout. Hawkeye is not here. I am in charge of this ship." Saying this, he snatched the binoculars, exuding an aura of "I am the boss," not giving the soldier a chance to argue. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hawkeye wiped out the pirates, but felt the opponents were too weak. Click transformed from ambitious to fleeing for his life, and the army's deputy commander was so dominant. This dimensional strike thrill was off the charts. Who could watch without saying the army is just too awesome? The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Hawkeye's combat power was at the pinnacle. Feeling the opponents were too weak to be challenging, the soldiers' execution was maxed out, hitting wherever they were pointed. The deputy commander's aura was fully unleashed with top-notch control abilities. The world government and the Navy were still slowly making small moves, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong. Next, they could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly without a chance to fight back. Directly, he snatched the binoculars into his own hands. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. Ford, holding the binoculars, surveyed the sea and commanded the soldiers in rapid succession. Pirates 300 meters behind. Capture them quickly. There are targets 500 meters northeast and 250 meters southeast. Don't let any escape. It was quite exhilarating. Next, high energy. Ford suddenly squinted, a wicked smile creeping up his face. There are actually pirates sneaking away 10,000 meters northwest, and they are running further away. If they escape, I want to be able to explain Hawkeye. I have to personally take action. He handed the binoculars to a soldier. Keep a close watch all around. Don't let any pirates slip by. He turned and left the warship. 20,000 meters away, Click, wearing golden armor, was frantically paddling in the water, his face pale with fear. After swimming 1,000 meters with all his strength, he looked back and saw no sign of the army's warship, then collapsed on the surface of the water, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with hatred. Click, will definitely rise again. When I become stronger, I will take tenfold revenge on the army. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. With your stature, do you even deserve to take revenge on the army? How arrogant. Click's hair stood on end in an instant, screaming. Who is playing tricks? Come out. After being frightened by Hawkeye's sword aura, he was already jumpy. Ford stepped out of the water, slowly drawing his long sword and performing a few sword flourishes. Although his sword aura was not as strong as Hawkeye's, it was more than enough to deal with Click. Playing with you is a waste of time. I'll just handle it casually. Saying this, he raised his hand, and a sword aura instantly formed, heading straight for Click. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Click thought he had escaped, only to be intercepted by the army's deputy commander in the blink of an eye. From boasting to being scared out of his wits. It all happened in just a few seconds. This wave of showing off turned into a complete disaster. The army's deputy commander was so fierce. The combat power was simply absurd. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Ford casually struck down the pirate with a sword. Hawkeye's combat power was at the pinnacle, and the soldier's execution was off the charts. The world government and the Navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become boundlessly powerful. Next, they could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. The sword aura was about 1 meter long. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. The sword aura that Ford unleashed was formidable. Its lethality might not be top-notch, but it was enough to crush someone like Click. Click's face twisted in agony, his eyes almost overflowing with hatred. In the eyes of the army, am I just an ant that could be casually crushed? Next, high energy. Click tried to feign calm, wanting to move his body to counterattack, but the sword aura was 10 times faster than him. With a loud bang, it struck his golden armor. The armor shattered instantly, and a deep wound was cut into his chest, exposing bone, blood gushing out. Ford frowned and shook his head. I think I might have gone a bit too hard. Don't die on me. He wanted to throw Click into the army's maximum security prison's blood moon hell, making this arrogant guy experience the taste of hell on earth. Ford grabbed the sinking Click and hurried back to the warship, worried along the way. What was this pirate's name again? Chocolate? Click. Forget it. It's not important. Back on the warship, Hawkeye was already waiting at the bow. Ford, with a grin, tossed Click out. Vice Admiral, it's done. This whatever ran pretty fast, almost let him slip away. Turning around, he shouted, Medic, hurry and save him. The army's maximum security prison is waiting to take him in. Click lay on the deck, filled with despair. Dying would be a relief, but being saved and thrown into prison would be true hell. The harsh words he had spoken earlier now seemed like a joke. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Click went from boasting about revenge to being instantly reduced to rubble. Even his name got mixed up. This wave of showing off turned into a complete disaster. The army's deputy commander could easily handle a big pirate. The combat power was simply absurd. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Ford casually shattered the golden armor with a sword. Hawkeye's combat power was at the pinnacle, and the soldier's execution was off the charts. The world government and the Navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become boundlessly powerful. Next, they could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. By the way, that thing. Medic, come here for a moment and treat this whatever. Absolutely do not let this whatever die. The army's maximum security prison is still wide open, ready to welcome him. The rise of the army of pirates. Pay attention. Ford shouted for the medic, who squeezed through the crowd, and when he saw Click's large wound on his chest, he was stunned. This wound is long and deep, still bleeding, and you want me to save him? This is simply ridiculous. Next, high energy. The medic glanced at the cold glint of the knives in Hawkeye's and Ford's hands, immediately shrank his neck and muttered, All right, I'll give it a try. In his heart, he couldn't help but doubt. The new healing medicine developed by the army is too precious. It's such a waste to use it on this pirate. He pried open Creek's eyelids for an examination, barely stopped the bleeding, and poured a tube of greenish medicine into him. Not long after, Creek's painful expression eased, and his complexion improved a bit. The military doctor sighed and said, "He'll wake up in 3 days. It's really a waste to use this medicine on him." Ford leaned in and grinned at Creek. "You're really lucky. Now you can go touring in the Army's big prison." You should know that Ford had spent a month in that prison to become Hawkeye's deputy, and just thinking about it now made him shudder. After the battle, Hawkeye stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the Navy headquarters with a face full of regret. They set sail and intercepted some heavenly gold, but didn't even encounter a decent, strong enemy. The Army's warship headed towards the headquarters, and along the way, they didn't see a strong enemy. Not even a shadow of a pirate. Hawkeye had anticipated this, yet still felt it was a pity. After a day's journey, the warship finally arrived at the Army headquarters, marking the end of this sea mission. You would never expect it. The dying Creek relied on the precious medicine to extend his life just to be tortured in prison. Finding a strong enemy for Hawkeye was harder than reaching the sky. The Army's strength was simply unmatched. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. The healing medicine's effects were explosive. The general's combat power reached the ceiling, and the soldier's execution ability was maxed out. The world government and Navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the Army had become ridiculously strong and could only be repeatedly pressed down on the ground. After sailing for about a day on the sea, Hawkeye and the Army warship finally returned to the Army headquarters. Pay attention. After Hawkeye's return, Tiger Chi, Costa, and Ishiao successively boarded the warship back to the Army headquarters, and the Army returned to its calm daily routine, except for General Ishiao, who slipped away half a day after returning, wandering around the 5 continents ruled by the Army, not bothering to stroll at sea. Next, high energy. Ishiao ran to a casino in the central continent. Looking at the scene in front of him, he sighed. In less than 10 years, the Army's territory has developed so rapidly. The people's lives are good, their eyes full of hope for the future. This kid Luaning is really capable. Deputy General Guyu Mashwan helplessly complained. "General, you hold an important position, yet are wandering in a casino. Aren't you afraid of affecting the Army's image?" But Ishiao waved his hand. "This way, I can see the true face of the people. What does sacrificing a bit of image matter? Quickly, exchange some money for me. I'm playing here today." On the other side, in the Marshal's office, Luaning scratched his head, feeling troubled. He always felt like he had forgotten something. His head was hurting. He looked at the documents processed by Merck, and he was only responsible for stamping them, looking like a stamping tool. Flipping to the document about increasing the tax revenue of the 5 continents, Luaning suddenly slapped his thigh. Could it be that Tiger Xing applied to go to prison for training to escape this matter? In fact, he was overthinking. Tiger Xing had long since thrown the tax issue to the back of his mind, fully focused on reaching the peak combat power of the 4 emperors. After stamping the documents, Luaning no longer bothered. He would leave professional matters to Merck, and he would just be the combat power, keeping the peace all around. Yet in his heart, he was calculating the impending world locust disaster. After all, most of the food in the world had already been taken by the Army. You would never expect it. The Army's general confidently strolled in a casino. The Marshal acted as a stamping tool, and the subordinate generals were fully focused on combat power. While the Army from top to bottom had a unique style and explosive strength. Who could withstand this? The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. The speed of territorial development was outrageous. The general's combat power reached the ceiling. The strategist Merck's abilities were off the charts. And they had stockpiled enough food in advance to deal with disasters. The world government and Navy were still lazily slacking off, completely unaware that the Army had become ridiculously strong and could only be repeatedly pressed down on the ground. Although at this moment, this behavior seemed ineffective. Pay attention. Luaning, holding a handful of food, was secretly delighted. When the locust disaster arrives, food prices will surely soar tenfold. By then, not only would he make a fortune, but he could also use food to disrupt the world pattern, truly going head-to-head with the world government and Navy. Now is not the time yet. He was stable and not in a hurry. Next, high energy. Just as Luaning was leisurely slacking off, a sudden urgent knocking on the door interrupted him. When he opened the door, his personal guard Tiger Chi walked in with a big smile, and Luaning instantly became alert. This guy must be up to no good. Sure enough, Tiger Chi rubbed his hands and said, "Marshal, I heard the Army built a horse farm with fiery horses. Save one for me." It turned out he had heard Liu's praises and had long been greedy, thinking that as one of the 3 personal guards, getting a horse would be a piece of cake. Luaning raised an eyebrow. "I can give you a red fire horse, but you have to tame it yourself. If you don't have the strength to convince it, don't even think about it." Tiger Chi pounded his chest on the spot, grinning arrogantly. Is that it? I'm a 4 Emperors level warrior. Taming a horse is like playing. After saying that, he turned and rushed to the horse farm, not believing that a horse could be stronger than a 4 Emperor. But as soon as he stepped into the horse farm, he froze in place, his eyes wide open like copper bells. The weakest red fire horses around had the combat power of the early 4 Emperors, each exuding flames and an imposing aura. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished in an instant. Tiger Cheese stood there dumbfounded, with only one thought left in his mind. What are these horses? They are clearly a group of combat monsters. You would never expect it. Luoning was waiting to make big moves while holding food. And Tiger Cheese's confidence in taming horses was brutally slapped in the face by reality. Even the horses in the army's horse farm were at the peak of combat power. This level of cheating was simply outrageous. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luoning's layout was as steady as an old dog. Tiger Chi was top tier in combat power, yet stumbled over a horse, and the red fire horse's combat power crushed regular strong opponents. The world government and navy were still slowly slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong and could only be repeatedly pressed down on the ground. Feeling the surroundings, the weakest red fire horses could rival the early 4 Emperors. Tiger Chi's eyes widened. He stood there dazed for a long time. Pay attention. In the next second, Tiger Chi's eyes suddenly lit up frighteningly, his whole body trembling with excitement. The terrifying combat power of the red fire horses made his blood boil. Next, high energy. He clearly sensed that the weakest red fire horse in the farm had an aura comparable to the early 4 Emperors, and those stronger ones even peaked at the 4 Emperors. It should be noted that Tiger Chi himself was only at the mid 4 Emperors level. If he could tame one, his combat power would absolutely skyrocket explosively. This was a combat power cheat presented right at his doorstep. He was overjoyed on the spot, charging into the horse farm straight towards his target, not daring to touch the peak level, decisively choosing a red fire horse at the late 4 Emperors level, vowing to capture it. 3 days passed in a flash, and the army continued to operate calmly, seemingly without any waves. But Luoning was clear in his mind. The army claimed to have 2 million troops, but it was full of fluff. Over 1 million were newly recruited soldiers, and there were fewer than 500,000 who were truly capable of fighting, with the elite even being less than 100,000. Now, they could only rely on time to accumulate until the lower-level strength caught up, so the army could truly become invincible. But beneath the calm, the world had already turned upside down. The locust disaster had completely erupted, countless locust eggs hatched, overwhelming and devouring farmland, making people's scalp tingle. Major forces scrambled to hoard food, but were dumbfounded. The market was nearly cleared out. 6 layers were already taken by the army in advance, and the remaining 4 layers. 3 were divided among various forces, not much left for each, and only 1 layer was circulating. Food prices skyrocketed like a rocket, doubling, tripling, tenfold. Still climbing. The forces that had previously mocked the army for hoarding food were now being slapped in the face to fight for that little scattered food. They tore their faces and fought fiercely, spending heavily to snatch it up. Luoning, with this wave of foresight, had directly seized the world's food lifeline, truly a layout king. You would never expect it. The army's horses in the horse farm were all at 4 Emperors level combat power, and their food hoarding precisely hit the disaster node. This level of operation was simply outrageous. Other forces are still fighting fiercely over food, while the army has long been securely sitting on the fishing platform. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning's layout crushes the entire field, with the Chihuahua horses displaying explosive combat power, and the army steadily grows stronger. The world government and the navy are still dawdling, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. And the next step will be to be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Facing the remaining layer of food on the market, countless forces are fighting fiercely, spending high prices and crazily purchasing. In the pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. Everyone is clear. Without food, even mountains of gold and silver are worthless. Although the food crisis has arrived, it hasn't reached the point of starving people, but the army's territory has already welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Next, high energy. In the eastern state region, more than a dozen merchants appeared driving carts, but these people didn't look like they were doing business. Each one bore hideous scars, with cold and fierce eyes, exuding killing intent from time to time, making ordinary people feel intimidated, while soldiers could see at a glance that something was off. A subordinate approached the leader, voice trembling. "Boss, this is the army's territory. They can confront the world government and the navy. If we are discovered, we're done for." The leader gritted his teeth. Do we have a choice? We took this job because we need money. The reward from King Horus is enough for us to wash our hands clean. How can we refuse such a good opportunity? The group felt uneasy, but no one dared to voice their discouragement, fearing that speaking would break their morale. They thought the army's defenses were not yet complete and that they could sneak in like little mice, not realizing that this thought was pure self-deception. On the other side, Luoning was sitting in the office, feeling like his bones were rusting. He got up to get some fresh air and stopped suddenly when he reached the training ground. Guena was swinging her sword, drenched in sweat, but not stopping. However, Luoning could see at a glance that something was wrong. As a top swordsman, he clearly sensed that Guena's heart was disturbed, and her sword techniques exuded impatience. Luoning frowned and muttered, "What's wrong with this girl lately? She wasn't like this before. Why is she suddenly so distracted? You absolutely wouldn't expect it." A group of desperate people dared to show off in the army's territory, which is like lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Any soldier from the army could see through their disguise, and Luoning could see right through the swordsman's emotions. This overwhelming strength was simply without suspense. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning's insight was off the charts. The people below were on high alert, and their combat power was at ceiling level. The world government and the navy are still dawdling, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. And the next step will be to be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. As a swordsman, Luoning could clearly feel that Guena's heart was somewhat chaotic. But why would that be? In Pirates, The Rise of the Army, pay attention. Luoning looked at Guena with confusion. Guena's heart is in turmoil. This is not the state a swordsman should have. You must know that when a swordsman's heart is disturbed, their techniques will be disordered, and their realm will not steadily improve. This is too tricky. Next, high energy. Luoning couldn't help it after watching for a minute. He stepped forward, held Guena's hand, and practiced swordsmanship with her. Guena was initially startled, but after sensing Luoning's aura, she relaxed. After all, behind her was the world's #1 swordsman, her master. Luoning said in a deep voice, "Don't talk, feel it with your heart. A swordsman's heart must never be chaotic." The two practiced sword techniques together. They weren't particularly profound moves, but they gradually calmed Guena's restless heart. An hour later, Guena's face was flushed, and Luoning gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Guena lowered her head, blushing as she revealed her thoughts. "My dad is coming to see me, but I haven't made much progress in my swordsmanship. I can't even see my master's back." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and the strong facade she had been holding up completely collapsed in front of Luoning. Luoning hugged her tightly and gently patted her back to comfort her. 10 minutes later, Guena dried her tears, and her gaze became resolute again. Luoning patted her head. Becoming a great swordsman is not difficult, but to become the world's #1 great swordsman is as hard as ascending to the heavens. This world is cruel. Effort alone is not enough. You also need talent. His words made Guena fully realize her situation, and her fighting spirit was reignited. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. With the world's #1 great swordsman personally guiding her, Guena went from confusion to regaining confidence. Even the army's training of its successors is explosive. This overwhelming strength is something no one can withstand. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning's combat strength is at the ceiling level, and he also provides warm guidance. Guena's potential is bursting forth, and the army has successors. The world government and the navy are still dawdling, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. And the next step will be to be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. If you want to become a great swordsman, it is not difficult. However, wanting to become the world's #1 great swordsman is a process akin to climbing to the heavens. In Pirates, The Rise of the Army, pay attention. Luoning said directly to Guena, "If you are afraid of failure, it's better to give up now than to end up in a pitiful state later. But even the current, you can absolutely surprise your dad, Gung Shirlang. Your progress is beyond his imagination." Next, high energy. Guena lowered her head, lost in thought. As the breeze continuously blew her long hair, Luoning quietly stood by, not interrupting. He understood that this girl, though she seemed weak, was more determined than anyone else. Things she decided would not be easily changed. Just like back then, she had followed him without wavering just because he said that women could also become great swordsmen. On a new day, Luoning helplessly lounged in the Marshal's office, leaning back his chair and watching Merc handle documents non-stop beside him. The secret guards hid in the corners on standby, while he acted as a stamping tool, stamping each document processed by Merc. He thought of Guena from yesterday. After his guidance, she finally released her inner turmoil and showed her smile again. It is known that Guena has been under the pressure of her father, Gung Shirlong's preference for sons over daughters, while also facing the pressure of Luoning, a combat monster, wanting to catch up and become the world's #1 great swordsman, yet not even being able to see the others back. Her perseverance until now shows that her willpower far exceeds that of ordinary people. Suddenly, Merc stopped his actions and softly called out to the Marshal. Luoning snapped back to attention, his face full of surprise. Normally, Merc was always focused on his documents and rarely spoke. Today, he actually took the initiative to talk. Merc said solemnly, "Marshal, there seems to be signs of missing persons in the eastern state region of the 5 major states. Although there is no concrete evidence, and it needs further investigation. Some workers in certain industries have not shown up for work all day. This situation is too abnormal." Luoning's brows furrowed instantly. Thinking, daring to cause trouble in the army's territory? They must be tired of living. You must know that not long ago, the army took control of the world's 6 layers of food, which had already attracted the envy of many forces. It wouldn't be surprising if someone couldn't hold back and took action. And he had always unconditionally trusted Merc. After all, he was the top strategist personally appointed by him. His vision and capabilities would never go wrong. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Guena went from being confused and conflicted to regaining her fighting spirit, while the army strategists were sharp enough to detect subtle abnormalities. The internal unity and explosive combat power made it clear that anyone trying to take advantage of the situation would be lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luoning's combat strength is at the ceiling level, and he also provides warm guidance. Merc's insight is like a radar, and Guena's will is as tough as iron. The world government and the navy are still dawdling, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. And the next step will be to be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. After all, this is the top strategist personally appointed in his heart. If even Merc cannot be trusted, then who else can Luoning trust? In Pirates, the rise of the army, pay attention. Luoning looked at Merc and smiled. Since you think there are missing persons in the eastern state of the 5 major states, then leave this matter entirely to you to handle. Next, high energy. Merc was stunned on the spot, mouth agape in shock. He didn't even have solid evidence, and he reported with uncertainty. Yet Luoning directly handed the task over to him. This operation was completely unexpected. Before he could say much, Luoning stood up and patted his thin shoulder. At that moment, Merc's face turned crimson, fists clenched, trembling with excitement. And only one thought remained in his mind. The Marshal trusts me so much, I must do this well at all costs. Luoning looked at Merc's excited expression and revealed a knowing smile before turning to leave the office. Looking at the blue sky outside, he suddenly had a brainwave. Could it be that Merc is submissive? The more he is pushed, the more excited he gets. He even feels this is a pleasant surprise, secretly sighing that he has discovered a hidden talent. He watched Merc busy in the office and the shadowy guards hiding in the corners, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Merc is truly one of his own. Such a rare talent has been picked up by me. Then Luoning started calculating in his mind. Since Merc handles all the documents, why not let him handle the stamping as well? I can take a break, and he can be even more happy. Isn't this a win-win situation? With that thought, he smiled even more obviously, even showing a hint of madness. After staying for a minute, Luoning began to wander aimlessly around the army headquarters, discovering that Merc had managed it in such a way that it was unrecognizable from day to day, with many places looking different. Only the core locations like the Army Super Prison, the Mission Hall, and the Conference Hall remained unchanged, and he nodded in satisfaction. Just as he left, Merc in the office suddenly felt a chill, his whole body breaking out in goosebumps, scratching his head in confusion. Why is it suddenly so cold? The windows are not even open. You would never guess. Luoning was so straightforward in delegating power, and even imagined the hidden attribute of strategist. The army headquarters became almost unrecognizable under Merc's management. From administration to construction, it was all at an incredible pace. Who could withstand such strength? The army's power mode was fully activated. Luoning had a knack for managing people, delegating power, while also understanding their hearts. Merc's abilities were explosive, transforming the headquarters. Everyone was united, and efficiency was maximized. The world government and navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong. And soon they would be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. At the army headquarters, not far from the area, a vast horse racing field was established. Pirates of the army's rise. Pay attention. The army's horse field was heavily guarded, elite soldiers everywhere, even with 4 Emperor's-level combatants stationed. Luo Ning lay on the central lawn of the horse field, half closing his eyes, enjoying the breeze, with a fiery horse beside him, its body engulfed in golden flames, accompanying its master with a look of contentment. Next up, the high-energy part. Luo Ning stayed at the horse field for 2 hours, then went to the Army Academy, where the geniuses from hundreds of branches gathered. As soon as he arrived, it caused a stir, being the Marshal. He brought traffic wherever he went, and Luo Ning felt helpless. 3 days passed in a blink, with all army affairs handed over to Merc. And even pirates and bandits did not dare to show their faces within the territory, allowing the common people to live stable and prosperous lives. But the tranquility was suddenly shattered. Luo Ning saw the documents handed by Merc in the office and instantly turned pale, the temperature around him plummeting. Someone in the eastern state is capturing army citizens as slaves, daring to run wild in my territory. Do they really think the army is a sick cat? As soon as he finished speaking, the document spontaneously ignited. He fixed his gaze on Merc, his voice hoarse but filled with killing intent. Investigate. Find out the forces behind this. I will protect the army's citizens. If one comes, I will kill one. If a pair comes, I will kill them both. Merc was so scared he didn't dare to raise his head. He knew all too well the reputation of Luo Ning, the god of death. When the army rose, Luo Ning killed disobedient generals, wiped out 7,000 veterans, and later ordered the complete extermination of 100,000 bandits. His methods so ruthless they sent shivers down people's spines. Now that the Marshal was serious, the forces behind this were surely doomed. You would never guess. The army even had 4 Emperor's-level guards at the horse field, with Luo Ning's anger causing documents to ignite. The God of Death mode was about to be activated. Any force that dared to harm army citizens was simply lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. The army's power mode was fully activated. Defensive combat power exploded, the Marshal being ruthless in protecting his own, and Merc's execution power was off the charts. The world government and navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and soon it would be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. 3,000 elite troops defeated 100,000 bandits. As long as the army was willing, these 100,000 bandits could be spared. But with just one command from their own Marshal, Luo Ning, all 100,000 bandits were exterminated. Not one was left. Pirates of the army's rise. Pay attention. In that battle, 90 of the bandits in the army's territory were crushed, and the remaining ones fled in fear, rolling away. From then on, no bandit dared to step further into the army's territory. The reputation of Luo Ning, the god of death, spread throughout the army, and everyone knew that once he was angry, blood would be shed, and no one dared to provoke him. Next up, the high-energy part. Merc was utterly panicked. This was the first time he had seen Luo Ning take real action since joining the army, instantly understanding how terrifying the god of death's anger was, and immediately opened fire on the investigation. The army surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, a sea of black rushing towards the eastern state, ready to surround the place so tightly that not even water could leak out. In the eastern state, 100 Scar merchants were plotting bad ideas, with a little brother excitedly shouting, "Catch one citizen for 100,000 berries. If we catch 1,000, we could divide 1,000,000,000. The army wouldn't care about ordinary citizens." The leader felt nervous, but couldn't resist the temptation of money, gritting his teeth and leading his men into hiding, preparing to capture citizens as slaves. Little did they know, the army was already on the way. This move was purely lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. Meanwhile, global food prices had gone completely insane. Prices skyrocketed by 100 times and food was in short supply. Even with money, it couldn't be bought. It's important to note that the 5 major grain-producing countries control 80 of the world's food exports. Whoever has a grip on them holds the world's lifeline. The army had long hoarded 60 of the grain, and this layout was an absolute win, just waiting to watch other forces panic. The group of slave-capturing merchants had just made their move when they heard the sound of synchronized footsteps in the distance. Looking up, they were completely stunned. The army had already surrounded them, the gleam of swords and blades making it impossible to open their eyes. The little brother was so scared his legs went weak. "Boss, we're done for." The leader's face turned pale. He finally realized he had provoked the wrong person, but regretting it was too late. You would never guess. The bandits were too scared to show their faces, and yet the desperate slave capturers dared to deliver themselves to the door. As soon as the army took real action, They laid down a net of heaven and earth. Who could withstand such overwhelming operations? While food prices soared, the army had long hoarded enough grain, firmly grasping the situation. The army's power mode was fully activated. Luo Ning's reputation as the god of death shocked the world. Merc's execution power was off the charts, and once the army moved, no one could stop them. The world government and navy were still slacking off, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and soon it would be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. These 5 great nations possess such power. Pirates of the army's rise. Pay attention. The 5 major grain-producing countries are the Jatanes Kingdom, the Costini Kingdom, the Obolite Kingdom, the Wanlan River Kingdom, and the Xanarin Kingdom, 3 of which are controlled by the world government, leaving only 2 independent. Next up, the high-energy part. In the past, no matter how severe the locust disasters were, the world government didn't take them seriously, but this time Luo Ning took action, directly swallowing 60 of the grain on the market, instantly disrupting the world order and throwing the world government's rhythm into chaos. This move was too lethal. Now everyone knew that a locust disaster was coming, yet the food on the market had been snatched away, and even the world government, this top force, began to panic. At the central military headquarters in Mariehua, the newly appointed Marshal Sarlor had a frosty expression, tapping on the table, with 3 admirals standing in front of him. The 4 Emperor's Peak, Mose, with a wind thunderwolf fruit. The 4 Emperor's Peak, Tron, who could turn into a vampire. And a mysterious 4 Emperor's Peak powerhouse who had never shown his face. It turned out that the former admiral, Lu Ke, had been severely injured and lost his right arm by the army. The new marshal did not accept failures, so he could only defect. Yet the world government dared to pursue him to kill, while being too scared to act against the army. Sarlor spoke. The army has swallowed 60 of the grain. Now, there is not a single grain on the market. You're going to the allied countries to collect grain, regardless of whether it's by robbery or theft. I only care about the result. Mose was stunned. We control 3 major grain-producing countries. Isn't that enough? As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent. No one expected that the world government had been pushed to the point of needing to rob for grain. You would never guess. The world government, holding 3 major grain-producing countries, was still panicking, and the army was able to control the situation just by stockpiling grain. Even the central army had to humble themselves to seize grain. This wave of the army directly rubbed the world government into the ground. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luaning's layout crushed the entire scene, stockpiling grain to choke the world's lifeline, and their combat power was explosive. The world government and the navy were busy, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and from now on, they could only be repeatedly beaten. Mose was puzzled. After all, this was a world-class grain-producing kingdom. About 80 of the world's grain comes from the 5 major grain-producing countries, and the world government controls 3 of the 5 kingdoms. So why do they still need to go to other countries to collect grain? The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. The mysterious new general glanced at Mose with disdain and scolded, "Idiot! Haven't you heard that the army has swallowed 60 of the grain? Or is your IQ not enough to figure that out?" Next, high energy. Mose immediately exploded in anger, lightning flashing from his body, wild winds swirling, and he rushed forward, filled with killing intent, roaring, "Do newcomers want to die? I, Wind Thunderwolf Mose, am not a soft persimmon. Those without self-awareness will only die painfully." The mysterious general sneered and raised an eyebrow. "If you have the ability, come." The violent aura of a peak for emperors suddenly erupted, and the 2 confronted each other, ready to fight in the marshal's office. "Enough." Sarol's icy voice exploded, locking his gaze on the 3. "Do you want to fight here?" When did the discipline of the central army become so poor? The 2 immediately cowered, retracting their momentum. The new marshal's strength was even more terrifying. Having killed the former marshal, and with the celestial dragons backing him, who would dare disobey? Sarol said solemnly, "You 3 will handle the grain collection together. Bring as many people as you want. I only want results. Don't be useless like Lu Ke." The 3 could only bow in agreement, and after exiting, they still looked at each other with disdain, but no one dared to explode in anger again. Not long after, the mysterious general learned that Mose had fought with Luaning for 3 days and nights without a winner, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Luaning is a god of death. Mose is surprisingly fierce. I need to keep a low profile in the future. This place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." On the other hand, Mose was leisurely chatting with his deputy general, completely unconcerned about the earlier conflict. You would never guess. The Central Army's generals almost had an internal conflict over this trivial matter. The mysterious general turned into a coward upon learning that Mose could contend with Luoning, and the army, just by stockpiling grain, made the world government generals wary of each other. This deterrence was simply explosive. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luoning's reputation frightened the enemies, and the army's strength gave the world government headaches. They could only be repeatedly pressed to the ground. Suddenly Mose spoke. He asked his deputy beside him, "Have you handled that matter?" The deputy immediately nodded and bowed. "Rest assured, General, it has already spread in the Central Army. The new general must have heard about it, and will definitely not dare to offend you easily in the future." Next, high energy. Mose patted the deputy's shoulder with satisfaction. Grinning, "Well done. Follow me, and I guarantee you will enjoy a lifetime of luxury and blessings." The deputy instantly flattered and bent down. "Thank you, General. I will definitely not hesitate to sacrifice my life." Mose waved his hand. "Don't talk about that. How can you enjoy blessings if you're dead? Hurry up and deploy personnel. The new Marshal is giving out a mission for the first time, and we can't let him down." As soon as he finished speaking, all the ease on his face disappeared, leaving only a chilling, killing intent. On the other side, the small countries were completely panicked. There wasn't a single grain on the market. And if the common people started to riot due to hunger, their little fortunes would be overturned in an instant. Asking the Navy and the world government for help? That's just inviting wolves into the house. These vampires won't want to leave once they come. It will only get worse. Therefore, a crazy idea emerged to break away from the world government and cling to the army. After all, the army has a great reputation, and it's said that the people under their command live like they're in heaven. Even if only 99 of it is true, it's better than the current situation. On the world government side, the three generals did not dare to be negligent, each leading their most loyal elite troops into action, fearing that they would mess up the task and lose face. But no matter how they struggled, they couldn't stir up much of a wave. The world has long since stopped revolving around the world government. What's worse, the locust plague was becoming increasingly severe, and the locust eggs in the fields were hatching crazily. The newly hatched larvae grew significantly in just one day, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before they would cover the land. Those without grain would likely be finished. You would never guess. Mose played psychological warfare to intimidate the new general, and the small countries preferred to defect rather than cling to the army. The world government, busy for so long, looked like a clown, while the army's invisible show of strength was absolutely crushing. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Their reputation was so good that small countries actively switched sides, and they held the grain lifeline tightly, with combat power at a ceiling level. The world government and the Navy were busy, but completely unaware that they had already been left far behind. They could only be pressed to the ground repeatedly. In just one day, they had grown significantly in size. Perhaps it would be long before these locusts could truly grow up. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Once the locusts fully grow, the crops in the fields will definitely suffer a devastating blow. But those celestial dragons, who call themselves the sons of God, are still indulging in pleasure and oblivious to the crisis. Only when grain prices skyrocket and food becomes scarce and the starving mobs overturn everything will they understand, without food, how crazy people can become. By then, the world will be in chaos, and the world government, which has ruled for hundreds of years, will not be able to suppress this surging public anger. Next, high energy. Luoning had long engraved in his heart that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. He knew that many mysterious powerhouses were hidden among the common people, and he had the situation completely under control. On the other side, the world government was in a complete panic. The three generals, leading their most elite factional armies, rushed directly to their allied countries to forcibly execute the grain collection order. Regardless of whether they robbed or coerced, the Marshal only looked at the results. The allied countries were already short of grain, and now they were being forcibly robbed by their own backers. They could either endure the humiliation or simply defect. No matter what they chose, they would inevitably harbor hatred for the world government. And this was exactly the resentment that the army wanted to turn into motivation. At the army headquarters, Luoning was completely absent-minded in the office, with hollow eyes and a dazed expression, looking like a salted fish. Meanwhile, Merc was busy flying around, frantically processing documents while also taking the Marshal's seal to stamp, unable to help but mutter, "Who acts like a Marshal this way? It's just not scientific." But while he complained, Merc understood clearly in his heart that Luoning completely trusted him and was determined to make the army stronger. He would never let this trust down. Luoning was also troubled in his heart. Why am I getting lazier? I even find stamping troublesome. Is this really me? While he shouted that it was impossible, his body honestly lay there without moving. You would never guess. The celestial dragons are obliviously indulging. The world government's forced grain collection has turned allies against them. And on the army side, Luoning is lounging around as a hands-off manager while Merc frantically outputs and leads the whole team. This wave of lying down to win operations is simply absurd. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luoning's layout crushed the entire scene. Merc's execution was off the charts. Watching the world government lose the support of the people. The world government and the Navy were still busy fidgeting, completely unaware that they had already lost thoroughly. They could only be pressed to the ground repeatedly. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. The rise of the pirate army. Pay attention. Luoning gritted his teeth. It must be Merc's doing. He is definitely the one who made me become this lazy. Coming to his senses, he picked up the process documents on the table and began to flip through them. No matter how lazy he was still a military marshal suppressing a region. He had to be clear about matters on his own territory. The next moment was high energy. After flipping for a whole hour, Luoning suddenly fixed his gaze on one document, his eyes shining. Army territory grain prices skyrocketing. Central State increased tenfold, while the other 4 states directly skyrocketed 20-fold. A strange smile appeared on his lips. These fattened sheep finally can't hold back any longer. Just wait to be slaughtered by me. But then he thought, don't rush. Need to squeeze them dry for a few more days. Only then will it be satisfying to act. Merc suddenly interjected with a proud expression. Marshal, when we get Bailey, don't go making a mess. Leave everything to me. My intelligence is definitely top-notch in this world, and I'll make sure to arrange everything clearly for you. Luoning immediately darkened his face, internally complaining. This strategist is too arrogant. Daring to speak back, he must be properly educated. He turned and walked out of the office. Waving his hand, a dark guard, dressed in black, with a faint yet terrifying aura, instantly appeared. Luoning clasped his hands behind his back, exuding a strong presence. Merc needs to be taught a lesson. Help me give him a beating, but don't be too harsh. I still need him to handle documents. The dark guard knelt on one knee, respectfully and pleasingly responding. Marshal, rest assured, I know what to do. Luoning left satisfied. And just after walking more than 10 meters, he heard Merc scream behind him, stopping in his tracks, unable to suppress a smile. That sound is just too delightful. The dark guard did well. He rewarded him by letting him skip the suffering in Blood Moon Purgatory. In the office, the dark guard firmly held Merc down, his fist as big as a sandbag pounding mercilessly on Merc's face, each hit landing hard. Merc cried out in pain, but had no strength to resist. Meanwhile, Luoning leisurely walked forward, feeling elated. This was the kind of authority a marshal should have. You would never guess. Luoning, lounging like a salted fish, could still accurately grasp the grain price situation, casually calling the dark guard to deal with a troublesome strategist. The army, from top to bottom, exuded an unbeatable aura. Anyone who dared to stir trouble would be crushed. The army's power mode was fully activated. Luoning's strategy was as steady as an old dog. The dark guard's combat power was explosive, and although Merc was beaten, his war performance was top-notch. The world government and navy were still busying themselves with trivial matters, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong. Next, they could only be pressed down repeatedly. Merc, on the other hand, was continuously screaming. Pay attention to the rise of the army against pirates. Merc clutched his face in pain, unable to fight back, cursing the dark guard in his heart 800 times. This madman. I was just handling documents nicely, and he came up to beat me. Next time, I'll definitely toss him into Blood Moon Purgatory for some serious reflection. He made up his mind to let this unruly guard know who the real boss was. The next moment was high energy. Luoning walked out of the office, his steps light as if he were stepping on springs. His mood instantly lifted, finally able to shed the identity of a stamp tool and find something interesting to do. He suddenly turned his head to look at a military camp, his eyes lighting up. That guy Hu Chi, training new recruits every day, must be feeling pin up. I'll call him play. Saying that, he headed straight for the military camp, deliberately crouching low to sneak in, afraid of being surrounded by soldiers as a rare sight. Upon entering the military camp, Luoning couldn't help but exclaim, the conditions here are incredible. The barracks are neat, the training ground is impressive. Hu Chi must have spent a lot of military funds on renovations, and it wasn't for nothing that he was allocated so much money. At this moment, on the training ground, Hu Chi was staring fiercely at the 100,000 new recruits, his roar shaking their ears. With your level, You're even worse than the logistic soldiers. Wearing army uniforms, you're simply embarrassing the army. The new recruits buried their heads almost to their chests, not daring to make a sound. Chi, angered to the point of a headache, directly threw the training task to his deputy, Wei, and found a stone stump to sit down, panting heavily to calm his anger. Ning quietly approached Chi, just about to share his plan, when Chi suddenly jumped up, his eyes shining like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Marshal, are we going to slaughter fat sheep? I've been waiting for this day. Ning immediately frowned, pretending to be serious. Crude, you're one of my 3 personal guards. Can't you be a bit more elegant? This is called clearing out the harmful elements. Chi scratched his head, grinning widely, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes, just waiting for Ning to give the order to start. You would never guess. Merc dared to talk tough even after being beaten. Chi had worked new recruits to the point of exhaustion, yet Ning acted like a carefree manager, pulling in his personal guards to prepare for something big. Although the atmosphere among the Army's upper echelons was unique, each one had explosive combat power, and anyone who dared to provoke them would be crushed. The Army's power mode was fully activated. Ning strategizes while also finding fun. Chi's combat power was at its peak, and the conditions of the military camp made other forces green with envy. The world government and navy were still busying themselves with trivial matters, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong. Next, they could only be pressed down repeatedly. Listening to Chi, Ning frowned slightly. Pay attention to the rise of the army against pirates. Ning was well aware that this job was essentially about slaughtering fat sheep, but he insisted, how can we say that directly? We need a bit of class. We can't be so blunt. The next moment was high energy. Chi scratched his head, feeling awkward as he asked. Then Marshal, what should we say? We can't just say we're going to save the common people, right? Ning instantly switched to a righteous leader mode, hands behind his back, his expression serious. Speaking with righteous fervor, it really is to save the common people. Think about it. Those unscrupulous merchants are driving up grain prices. How can the common people live well? If we don't deal with them, can grain prices come down? We are acting on behalf of heaven. As soon as these words came out, Chi was left dumbfounded, reaching out to touch Ning's head, mumbling, not feverish, normal temperature. How did he suddenly become so serious? It's like he changed into a different person. The next second, Ning's gaze instantly turned murderous, an icy aura emanating from him, causing the temperature in the military camp to plummet. The soldiers guarding the gate shivered with cold, still stubbornly retorting. Why are you shaking like a sieve? Are you too weak? What are you pretending for? Your face is pale. Do you think I can't see it? An hour later, Chi walked out of the military camp, smiling as he patted his deputy Hui's shoulder, speaking casually. Hui, this military camp will be handed over to you from now on. I know your abilities. I'm at ease leaving it to you. Work hard. And if you do well, I'll say some good words for you in front of the Marshal. Your future will definitely be bright, and you'll go far. Hui was left dumbfounded on the spot, internally complaining. Has the general been driven silly by the new recruits? Why is he suddenly so easy to talk to? No, I need to hurry to the Army Medical Academy later and have a doctor take a good look at him. You would never guess. Ning switched to a righteous messenger persona in a second, Chi almost igniting a fire by touching his head, soldiers shivering yet stubbornly retorting. And the Army's upper echelons were filled with iconic moments, yet each one concealed explosive strength. Anyone daring to provoke them would be crushed in an instant. The Army's power mode was fully activated. Ning strategizes while also putting on a show. Chi's combat power is at its peak, and even the deputy general harbors potential. The world government and navy are still busying themselves with trivial matters, completely unaware that the army has become absurdly strong. Next, they can only be pressed down repeatedly. At that time, your future will be bright. Pay attention to the rise of the army against pirates. Chi smiled, speaking to Hui like he was coaxing a child. Hui, do you understand this matter? To his surprise, Hui was actually enamored by this approach, his face turning red, tears welling in his eyes, wanting to say something but swallowing it back, simply nodding heavily in response to this trust with actions. The next moment was high energy. Chi patted Hui's shoulder, then painted a grand vision. Work hard, and in the future, when the army branch is established, I'll ensure you become the highest commander. Who made me your general? This statement instantly stirred Hui's blood, and he shouted with veins popping. General, I don't care about the position. I just want to be your deputy for life. That's enough for me. Upon hearing this, Chi laughed and casually replied, "All right, then we 1T arrange for the branch commander position." In an instant, the scene fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Huwei's face stiffened like a stone slab, and he mentally complained, "I've acted in heartfelt dramas for so long, and this is what I get? So all my feelings were for nothing?" But he dared not express his anger. After all, the person in front of him was his own general, so he could only accept his fate. Being stuck with such an unreliable person, what bad luck for me. After finishing the handover at the military camp, Chi quickly followed Luo Ning, feeling ecstatic. Finally, I can go after the fat sheep. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and today I can finally enjoy myself. You should know, among the 5 major states of the army, Central State is the most prosperous, with a population of at least 20 million, while the other 4 states also have tens of millions each. At the most popular Xianlu in Central State, wealthy families from the 5 major states gather here, with guards crowding at the entrance. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, clearly plotting something big. Suddenly, a furious shout came from inside the building, instantly causing an uproar. "Yule Clan leader, are you really going to do this? Aren't you afraid the army will come knocking? You absolutely wouldn't expect it." A single sentence from Chi left Huwei petrified, as Luo Ning, accompanied by his powerful personal guard, rushed straight to the sheep slaughtering scene, while the wealthy families were still conspiring to bring about their own demise, completely unaware that death was already at their doorstep. The army's strategy of playing dumb while eating the tiger, combined with precise handling, was simply exhilarating. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning strategized and seized the opportunity, while Chi's combat power was explosive and ready to go, with even the wealthy families voluntarily offering themselves up for a beating. The world government and the navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, and the only thing left for them was to be repeatedly pressed down to the ground. "Yule Clan leader, are you really going to do this? Pirate armies rise. Pay attention." Inside Zue, Xianlu, Bo Kuyino suddenly stood up, pointing at a group of fat-headed, greasy-faced merchants and shouting angrily, "The army has just stabilized grain prices, yet you dare to crazily hoard grain and disrupt the market just to make a quick buck?" Next comes the high energy. The more Bo Kuyino spoke, the angrier he became. "They say merchants love money, but do you not fear the army? They can wipe you out as easily as squashing ants." As soon as he finished speaking, the leading Yultai laughed derisively and stepped forward, his face full of disdain. "Fear? Merchants risk for profit. Has Yultai ever feared anyone? It's you always talking about the army. You must have already become their lapdog." Yultai stepped up to Bo Kuyino, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "If you don't want to join our alliance, get lost. But if you dare to speak of today's events, your Bo family won't be able to stand in the 5 major states. We merchants are all in this together. The army has to give us some face." Bo Kuyino trembled with rage and turned to ask the others, "Is anyone coming with me?" But all the merchants kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Bo Kuyino felt half of his heart chill and left angrily, saying, "You will regret this soon enough." Watching his back, Yultai smirked, and the merchants beside him looked down their noses, thinking it didn't matter if the Bo family was gone. After all, the Yule family was evenly matched with the Bo family, and now they could close the gap. They had no idea that their arrogant behavior had long been noted by those in the shadows. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. A group of merchants dared to provoke on the army's turf, thinking they were saviors. Little did they know that Luo Ning and Chi had already set the trap, just waiting for them to jump in. This was purely a path to self-destruction. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning strategized and zeroed in on the fat sheep, while Chi's combat power was always on standby, and these merchants were still self-indulging, about to be pressed down to the ground. The world government and the navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, only able to watch as the army cleaned house. Yultai sat calmly, a cold smile on his face. "Pirate armies rise. Pay attention." Yultai smiled and waved his hand. "Leaders, please take a seat. Let us discuss how to raise the grain prices across the 5 major states of the army and make a hefty profit." As soon as he finished speaking, the merchants below immediately flattered him. "Yule Clan leader is brilliant. We will all listen to you. Just tell us what to do." Next comes the high energy. Yultai, being flattered by everyone, felt completely satisfied, thinking to himself, "Power is really intoxicating. No wonder those big shots refuse to relinquish their power. This feeling is simply addictive." Meanwhile, on the most prosperous street in East State, Luo Ning, dressed in a white robe, waved a white fan, followed by Chi, who was disguised as a strong servant. After holding in for nearly 2 hours, Chi couldn't help but lean forward. Marshal, no, young master, we've been shopping for 2 hours. What are we doing? Luo Ning hit him on the head with the fan. I told you to call me young master when we're out. Don't you understand to hide your identity? Don't expose it. Chi immediately smiled in agreement. You're right, young master. I'll remember. The two wandered for another hour, and just as Luo Ning stopped to rest, a sudden commotion erupted in the street, with a crowd staring at him. Luo Ning felt uneasy. I know I'm handsome, but is it necessary to gawk like this? It's like looking at a rare animal. Before he could react, someone suddenly shouted, It's Army Marshal Luo Ning. Quick, surround him and don't let the Marshal escape. Immediately, various voices erupted. Marshal, let me touch you. I've never seen a living Marshal before. Marshal, I want to have your babies. Don't run. Luo Ning was instantly dumbfounded, slapping his forehead as he remembered. Oh no, I forgot to use my disguise technique. Looking at the frenzied crowd, he mentally complained. That pockmarked face wants to have my babies? And those who want to touch me. Haven't you ever seen a person before? This batch of fans is too outrageous. Complaining aside, he turned and ran, afraid of being surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. While Yultai was still dreaming of getting rich from hoarding grain, Luo Ning almost got captured by fans while out shopping. And the army marshal's popularity was off the charts. Meanwhile, those troublesome merchants were still in the dark, completely unaware that they had already become the army's targets. This was purely a path to self-destruction. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Wherever Luo Ning went, he was at the center of attention. Chi, with his combat power, could still act as a servant, and the merchants were bringing themselves to their doom. Next, the army would deal with them as if it were childish play. The world government and the navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong, only able to watch as the army showed off their skills. Speaking of which, diehard fans can be quite terrifying. Pirate armies rise. Pay attention. 1 minute later, Luo Ning, dragging Chi, ran 1,000 meters before collapsing by the roadside, both panting heavily. Luo Ning patted his chest, still shaken. Fortunately, we ran fast. If we'd been surrounded, who knows what would have happened to us? Next comes the high energy. Chi wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to help but complain. Young master, you previously promised not to expose yourself. Why did you get recognized so quickly while shopping? Luo Ning's eyes darted around, and he immediately shifted the blame. Isn't it because your acting skills are too poor? Your radiating my master is super awesome vibes, and anyone can guess I'm the army marshal. Chi was taken aback, scratching his head and mumbling to himself. Is my acting really that bad? Could it be my walking posture is wrong? The more he thought about it, the more he doubted himself, almost spiraling into a crisis. Seeing Chi getting emo, Luo Ning cleared his throat and acted like a big shot. All right, if our acting isn't good, we'll use skills to compensate. Watch closely. I have a face-changing technique that's perfect for identity exposure. Chi rolled his eyes. Keep dreaming. There's no such thing as a face-changing skill in this world. Don't try to fool me. Before he finished speaking, Luo Ning swiped his finger across his face, and when he looked up again, not only had his face transformed into that of a stranger, but even his aura had become unremarkable. Chi jumped up, cursing. What the heck? Is that really you, young master? This skill is too explosive. Luo Ning immediately put on a stern face and gave Chi a flick on the forehead. What kind of behavior is pointing at people while talking? You're one of my 3 closest guards. When we're out, you need to maintain the image, understand? The tiger fool grimaced in pain, rubbing his head while feeling puzzled. Has the marshal changed his ways, or is he still the same? He is always quick to hit someone. Everything about the marshal is great, except for his temper. If he could be a bit gentler, he would be a perfect boss. You never guess. Luo Ning shifted the blame and made the tiger fool doubt his life choices, leaving the loyal guard stunned with his face-changing skills. Not only is the army marshal incredibly strong, but he also has the ability to disguise himself. This operation is simply top-notch. The army is in full cheat mode. Luo Ning's blame shifting is first-rate, and he has amazing skills, while the tiger fool's combat power is off the charts, but he has a cute, clumsy attribute. The army is filled with tough characters from top to bottom. The world government and the navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and soon they will be pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. If only his temper could be a bit milder. In Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention, the tiger fool mused. It would be great if the marshal could speak softly to his subordinates. Looking up, He saw Luo Ning's face full of impatience, and he instantly felt despair. Forget it. If he can change, then a pig can climb a tree. Next up, high energy. In the 5 major regions of the army, the central region is the most prosperous, with merchants gathering here since it's close to the army headquarters, allowing them to benefit from the big tree's shade. However, now that the locust plague has just begun to emerge, there are numerous small locusts in the fields. Although they haven't grown up yet, everyone knows that a global disaster is coming. At this moment, the merchants in the central region began to secretly relocate. While Yulu, from a Yu family, was secretly delighted. These ruthless people see civilians as mere tools for profit, for the sake of wealth. They wouldn't hesitate to kill countless innocents. Yulu ordered his servants, have each family take action tomorrow. Be cautious, and you know the consequences if the news leaks. As soon as the servant left, he burst into laughter. If Boku Yuno doesn't join the alliance, he will have to beg me sooner or later. The merchant alliance is as solid as a fortress. The 5 major regions will soon be mine. Saying this, he walked out of the room, pointing to the sky with his right hand, facing the dark and stormy weather, his eyes wild and arrogant. Merchants should dare to gamble. What skill is being timid? With a single command, countless merchants in the 5 major regions responded. After all, the profit from food during a locust plague is too tempting. And everyone pretended to be confused. But they didn't know that Luo Ning had already seen everything and was just waiting for them to jump into the trap, ready to catch them all. You never guess. Yulu was so arrogant that he dared to challenge the army, thinking that he could dominate the 5 major regions just by relying on the merchant alliance, unaware that he had already become Luo Ning's prey. With the locust plague at hand, the army had already set the stage, just waiting for these greedy merchants to fall into the net for a thorough cleanup. The army is in full cheat mode. Luo Ning is strategizing from behind the scenes, while Yulu's exuberance only leads to his own demise. The world government and the navy are still busy with their own matters, completely unaware that the army has taken control of the situation. Next, these merchants will only find themselves repeatedly pressed to the ground. It's just that they haven't openly said it yet. In Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention. The 5 major regions are the army's territory, and the army is the world's top power. Even if merchants are greedy, they do not dare to easily provoke this great deity. Next up, high energy. Although Yulu's merchant alliance is arrogant, there are still those who refuse to comply. Boku Yuno leads the Bo family in resisting, but their power is too weak against the alliance. It's like an egg hitting a rock. In the Bo family's room, a group of money-hungry merchants surrounded Boku Yuno, anxiously jumping up and down. The Yulu alliance is too strong. We don't want to be unscrupulous merchants. What should we do? Boku Yuno suddenly stood up and said solemnly, merchants should earn their wealth through proper means. If Yulu wants to stir up trouble, we must unite. As he said this, he bowed deeply, stating that only by joining forces can they compete with those greedy individuals. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes instantly firm. We all listen to you. Let us fight the Yulu alliance to the end. Boku Yuno encouraged them with a smile. This is the army's territory. Yulu won't be able to jump around for long. Everyone was instantly ignited, bursting into laughter on the spot. On the other side, on the streets of the central region, Luo Ning leisurely strolled with a white fan, while behind him, the tiger fool had held back for 2 days and finally couldn't help but complain. Young master, didn't we come to slaughter sheep? He'd been wandering for 2 days. When do we go to act? The tiger fool, standing at 1.8 meters tall with scars all over his body, looked out of place on the street, his face showing that he wanted to fight. You'd never guess. The Bo family took the lead in resisting the unscrupulous alliance, while Luo Ning leisurely strolled, appearing to be calm, but actually had everything under control. Yulu still thought he was in control of the situation, unaware that he had already become the army's prey. This was truly a path to self-destruction. The army is in full cheat mode. Luo Ning is calculating from behind the scenes, sitting steadily on the fishing platform, while the Bo family carries a righteous halo. And the Tiger Fool's combat power is always on standby. The world government and the navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army has taken control of the situation. Next, the Yulu alliance can only be pressed to the ground repeatedly. Why are we still wandering around aimlessly after 2 days? In Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention. The Tiger Fool, full of complaints, dare not slack off, closely following Luo Ning, acting as a loyal bodyguard, fully exuding a strong presence while not daring to act recklessly. Next up, high energy. Luo Ning waved the white fan, his face full of righteousness. Tiger Fool, We must be civilized. Don't keep talking about slaughtering sheep. We came out to help the poor civilians under the Army's banner, not to go after the merchant's money. He's secretly delighted in his heart. The face has changed. The aura has changed. Who can recognize me in this disguise? It's purely a dream. But the slap in the face came too quickly. A round-faced little girl on the street, clutching her mother's clothes, timidly pointed at Luo Ning and whispered, "Mommy, is that person the Marshal brother?" Luo Ning's heart sank instantly, but he forced a calm facade, smiling while pinching his stiff cheeks and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "It's too hot today. Tiger Fool, we should go." Saying this, he pulled the Tiger Fool away. The Tiger Fool looked resentful, hanging his head low, thinking, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come out with a Marshal. I'm suffering for no reason." The little girl's mother hurriedly pulled her away, comforting her. "Silly child, you've mistaken someone. That's not the Marshal." After walking far away, Luo Ning wiped the sweat from his palms. Looking puzzled, how could I be recognized by a little girl when my disguise is so perfect with a different face and aura? It's too ridiculous. Before he could figure it out, he turned and vented his anger on the Tiger Fool, reprimanding him. "It's all your fault for being such a bad actor. You exude the vibe of my master is extraordinary, almost getting me recognized. Pay attention next time." The Tiger Fool stood there in a daze, thinking, this blame shifting is too smooth. I didn't do anything, but he could only hold it in and dare not refute. You'd never guess. Luo Ning's disguise was exposed by the little girl, and he immediately shifted the blame onto the Tiger Fool. The Army Marshal, though inexperienced and playful, did not affect his grasp on the situation. Yu Lu and his group of merchants are still dreaming of becoming rich by monopolizing food, completely unaware that they have already become Luo Ning's prey. This is pure self-destruction. The army is in full cheat mode. Luo Ning's blame shifting is top-notch, and he can also disguise himself, while the Tiger Fool's combat power is off the charts, but he has the attribute of a scapegoat, with even the little girl becoming an unexpected assist. The world government and the Navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong. Next, the Merchant Alliance can only be pressed to the ground repeatedly, with no chance to fight back. Luo Ning scolded the Tiger Fool, his words logical and precise. In Pirates, Rise of the Army, pay attention. The Tiger Fool was completely bewildered, standing there with a head full of question marks. Why is it always me who gets blamed whenever something goes wrong? Is this again because of me? I really don't understand. Next up, high energy. The more the Tiger Fool thought about it, the more wronged he felt, internally shouting, "Am I here to be a bodyguard or a punching bag? Everything is blamed on me. What even is acting?" He secretly crowned himself with the title of Scapegoat Hero, and after holding back for a while, finally made up his mind. I have a temper too. I must resist. After summoning his courage, Hu Chi stared at Luo Ning and spoke firmly. "Marshal, what you just said is greatly mistaken." Luo Ning raised an eyebrow and frowned. "Oh? What did I go wrong?" The next second, Hu Chi noticed Luo Ning quietly reaching for the sword at his waist and instantly backed down, quickly changing his tone. "It's my fault. My acting is worse than you said. It's all my responsibility that you were recognized. I'm sorry." As he spoke, sweat broke out on his forehead, awkwardly smiling. "Marshal, could you please put down the sword? A sword that sharp, you might accidentally hurt yourself. You must know, Luo Ning is the #1 swordsman in the world. He wouldn't dare to test the sword's power." Seeing him back down so quickly, Luo Ning was satisfied and sheathed his sword, patting Hu Chi on the shoulder. "You're smart enough to recognize the situation. I told you to call me young master when we go out. Why can't you remember? It's giving me a headache." After complaining, Luo Ning's expression darkened as he looked towards the direction of Zhongzhou, a wicked smile creeping on his lips. That group of fat sheep still dares not to acknowledge their master after being fed fat. They should have been prepared to be slaughtered long ago. Saying this, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the target. Hu Chi followed closely behind, dumbfounded with wide eyes. Did I just hear fat sheep? Did I hear wrong? Is a marshal really going to act? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. From being tough to suddenly backing down, while Luo Ning seemed to be complaining about his bodyguard, he had already set up the trap, just waiting to catch the sheep. Those merchants were still dreaming of getting rich by monopolizing food, completely unaware that they had already become the army's dinner. This was purely like lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning's swordsmanship was explosive while still keeping a low profile. Hu Chi had an adorable and cowardly attribute despite being a powerhouse. And the merchants foolishly sent themselves to their doom. The army would soon deal with them, as if it were child's play. The world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had become ridiculously strong. They could only watch the army showcase their skills. Even now, Chi was starting to doubt the rise of the pirates and the army. Pay attention. Chi looked confused, his mind filled with question marks. The Marshal always talks about civilization, but didn't I just hear him say fat sheep? Is it real, or was there something wrong with my ears? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, completely unable to grasp the situation. Next, the high-energy moment. Chi swallowed hard, reached up to rub his ears, and cautiously patted Luo Ning's shoulder. Young master, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Could you say it again? Luo Ning turned around, hands clasped behind his back, head tilted slightly at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of a high achiever, and slowly spoke. The time has come. It's time to slaughter the fat sheep we've erased. Chi, keep up and don't fall behind. After saying this, he stepped forward and left. Chi was instantly petrified, his eyes wide open, muttering, "What the heck? He really said fat sheep. Why can't I mention it, but when the Marshal says it, it's reasonable? This double standard is too outrageous." His face turned the color of liver from anger, clenched fists cracking, rage surged his chest, almost causing him to explode on the spot. But Luo Ning turned back and shouted, "Chi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow." He immediately switched to a well-behaved mode, grinning and scampering after him. His earlier anger instantly evaporated. After catching up, Chi couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where exactly do we start? We've been out for 3 days. Wandering aimlessly every day. Isn't it time to act?" Luo Ning waved his white fan, smiling lightly. "Less talking, more observing. What's the rush? We'll act at noon today." Chi looked up at the sun nearing its zenith, mentally complaining. It's almost noon, and there's no preparation. How do we act? The Marshal can't be messing with me. But he didn't dare to ask more and could only follow silently. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning played the double standard smoothly, declaring to act at noon, seemingly strolling leisurely, but in reality, he had already set up a tight trap for slaughtering the sheep. Those merchants were still dreaming of getting rich by hoarding food, completely unaware that the army marshal was sharpening his knife, just waiting to catch them at noon. This was purely a self-inflicted trap. They wouldn't even realize it until their end. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning meticulously controlled the rhythm, while Chi, despite being a powerhouse, had an adorable and cowardly contrast. The merchants foolishly sent themselves to their doom, and soon the army would crush them like ants. The world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had gained full control. They could only watch the army showcase their skills without even a chance to intervene. Time was almost noon. The rise of the pirates and the army. Pay attention. Luo Ning looked up at a hotel called 10 Miles Fragrance, lifted his leg, and walked in, not giving Chi a chance to react. Next, the high-energy moment. This 10 Miles Fragrance was hidden in an alley, but attracted countless people with its fragrant wine, but the prices were outrageously high. Definitely a high-end place. Chi followed behind, looking disdainful. 10 Miles Fragrance? Are you kidding me? What wine can smell for 10 miles? As soon as they entered the hotel, a smiling waiter came up and led them to their seats. Luo Ning calmly nodded, but Chi still wore a disbelieving expression, looking like a thorn. Luo Ning waved his hand for the waiter to leave, and 3 minutes later, a table full of delicious dishes and signature wine was brought over. Chi picked up the wine bottle and started chugging, but as soon as the wine hit his throat, the spiciness shot straight to his head, causing him to cough and bang the table. Yet he kept drinking more, downing a bottle in seconds, then burying his head in the food, ignoring everything around him. Luo Ning watched this scene, secretly smiling, saying nothing. 10 minutes later, the hotel owner came out. Chi instantly became alert, squinting at the other party, thinking, with this weak breath, I could crush him with a finger. But the next second, the owner bowed to Luo Ning. Young master, my subordinates are ready. Just waiting for your order. Luo Ning waved his hand, act. With the army backing us, there's no need to be afraid. The owner responded and retreated, leaving Chi in a daze. What is going on? Is this our man? Why am I in the dark about everything? You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Luo Ning seemed to be strolling around every day, but in reality, he had already set up the situation. 10 Miles Fragrance was actually his secret base. While Chi was still eating and drinking foolishly, they had long since made full preparations for slaughtering the sheep. This was a masterful setup. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning played the pig to eat the tiger to perfection, while Chi had an adorable contrast. The Merchant Alliance was still dreaming of getting rich, but the next second they would be pinned down by the army. The world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had gained control of the situation. They could only watch the army showcase their skills. Leaving? Hu-Chi asked. The rise of the pirates and the army. Pay attention. Luo Ning smiled and said, things are almost done. Why stay if we're not doing anything? Hu-Chi was instantly dumbfounded. What? It's done already? Why didn't I see anything? Next, the high-energy moment. Luo Ning waved his white fan as he walked towards the army headquarters. Looking satisfied, we've been out for 3 days. It's time to go back and see if there is anything happening at headquarters. Behind him, Hu-Chi looked frustrated, mentally complaining. We've been wandering around for 3 days. Didn't he slaughter the fat sheep? Didn't he scrape the people's wealth? How is it done? The Marshal can't be messing with me. He frowned, deep in thought. There must be something I missed, but no matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. It's giving me a headache. Just as he was feeling gloomy, a young man in luxurious robes with heavy dark circles suddenly shouted on the street. Are you blind? Can't see this young master? Don't you know to make way? His servant followed suit, shouting, stop. Do you want to die? The pedestrians instantly scattered into a circle, whispering, it's the young master of the Bu Duo family. These two are done for. The Bu Duo young master is not easy to mess with. Hu-Chi was already irritated, and being confronted like this made his anger flare up, clenching his fists and wanting to fight. But Luo Ning gently pressed down on him, calmly saying with his white fan, the Bu Duo family? How convenient. Just in time to calculate the account for your hoarding of food. The young master laughed out loud at once. Just you two? Don't you see whose territory this is? You absolutely can't imagine. Luo Ning seems to be wandering aimlessly, but in reality, he has already figured out the merchant's weaknesses. The Bu Duo family colliding with him is just a gift for him. Hu-Chi is still hesitating about not slaughtering the sheep, unaware that Luo Ning has already set the trap, just waiting for these arrogant guys to throw themselves into the net. This act of playing the pig to eat the tiger is simply brilliant. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning is strategizing and controlling the overall situation, while Hu-Chi, the peak of combat power, is always on standby. The Bu Duo family is still acting tough, but in the next second, they will be crushed. The world government and the navy are still busy, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and can only watch as the army cleans up their own house. Yes. That's the young master of the Bu Duo family. In the world of pirates, the army rises. Pay attention. Bystanders don't dare to step forward, but are also unwilling to leave. In their mundane lives, encountering the situation, everyone wants to join in the excitement and see what happens. Next, a high-energy moment. The young master's lackey shouts, I'm talking about you two. You crashed into someone. Don't even think about leaving. Stay here and play with my young master. With a fierce look, he is just waiting to show loyalty. Luo Ning shakes his white fan, maintaining his smile, while behind him, Hu-Chi was deep in thought, but is suddenly snapped back to reality by the shouting, his body radiating a chilling, killing intent. Just as he was about to come up with a clue, he gets interrupted, and someone has to bear this anger. The young master is scared stiff by Hu-Chi's gaze, but holds on, trying to act tough. I am from the Bu Duo family. I've even joined the Yulum Merchant Alliance. Are you scared? Turning around, he sees Luo Ning's face and suddenly gets a bad idea. This kid is tender and soft. Selling him in noble venues would definitely make a lot of money. But the next second, he sees Hu-Chi's 2-meter-tall, muscular figure, covered in scars and radiating killing intent, slowly approaching, and collapses on the ground screaming, help, protect me. He's going to assassinate me. Hu-Chi is stunned, thinking to himself, is this coward really talking about assassination? If I wanted to kill him, he would have died 100 times already. The onlookers are so scared that they don't dare to breathe. Everyone can see that this young master is truly frightened, and his tough act has completely collapsed. But Luo Ning remains calm, waving his white fan. Bu Duo family? Just right. Let us calculate the account for hoarding grain and harming the common people. You absolutely can't imagine. The moment Hu-Chi releases his killing intent, the young master is scared out of his wits, and he still dares to think about Luo Ning? It's just like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. The Bu Duo family, relying on their connection to the Merchant Alliance, is acting arrogant, completely unaware that they have provoked someone from the army. This slap in the face comes too quickly and fiercely. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning is strategizing and controlling the scene, while Hu-Chi's killing intent overwhelms everything. The Bu Duo family is still putting on an act, but in the next second, they will be uprooted. The world government and the navy are still busy, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and can only watch as the army clears out these unscrupulous merchants. Don't make a scene. If I really wanted to kill him, he would have been dead 100 times already. Okay. In the world of pirates, the army rises. Pay attention. Hu Chi just feels too far from Luo Ning and takes a few steps forward, unexpectedly scaring the young master out of his wits. He internally pretends to repent. My bad. I really didn't mean to. Next, a high-energy moment. The more Hu Chi thinks about it, the funnier it gets. Secretly mocking. Duo family? What is that? It must be a small family in the corner. I can suppress them with a single finger. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall muscular man steps out behind the young master, covered in explosive muscles and numerous terrifying scars. This is the strongest member of the Duo family, Long Bai. The onlookers explode with excitement. It's Long Bai back from the New World. One punch can shatter mountains and rocks. These two are in big trouble. Long Bai makes a grand entrance, arrogantly declaring, "You offended my young master? Surrender now. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your arms and legs." He casts a disdainful glance at Luo Ning. This pretty boy, I can crush him with a single finger. Luo Ning shakes his white fan and smiles without a word. But Hu Chi can't hold back anymore, his killing intent surging. Just because you came back from a new world, you think you're impressive? In front of me, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. The onlookers are scared and retreat, thinking Hu Chi is seeking death. But the next second, when Hu Chi takes a step forward, Long Bai suddenly feels a pressure rising straight to his head. Just as he is about to throw a punch, Hu Chi casually blocks it, causing him to stagger back and his arm to go numb. The scene falls into an instant silence. No one expected Long Bai to be so weak. You absolutely can't imagine. Long Bai was a small fry in the New World. But when he returns to the 5 continents, he acts like a big shot, only to meet Hu Chi, the peak of combat power, and instantly turn into a weakling. The Duo family thought they were secure with Long Bai, completely unaware that they had provoked someone from the army. This act of arrogance has backfired spectacularly. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning is strategizing and controlling the overall situation, while Hu Chi crushes the so-called strongmen effortlessly. The Duo family is still acting tough, but in the next second, they will be uprooted. The world government and the navy are still busy, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and can only watch as the army clears out these clowns. Sigh. Indeed, this place is comfortable. The New World is truly not a place for people to stay. In the world of pirates, the army rises. Pay attention. Long Bai takes a few steps forward. Using his feet, he leaves 2 to 3 centimeters deep footprints on the cement ground, causing the scene to explode. This power is too terrifying. No wonder no one dares to provoke the Duo family. Next, a high-energy moment. Long Bai takes slow steps, enjoying the attention of the onlookers, arrogantly declaring, "Behave and follow me, or I'll knock you down with one punch and drag you away." Hu Chi is holding back laughter to the point of distorting his expression, internally mocking. Where does this guy get his confidence? Just wait and see him perform. Luo Ning looks up at the dim sky and frowns, asking, "The 5 continents are the army's territory. What gave your Duo family the right to be so arrogant?" As soon as these words are spoken, the entire street falls into silence. The young master of the Duo family laughs maniacally. "You still mention the army? Outsiders don't understand a thing. Long Bai, make your move." Long Bai instantly speeds up, his figure transforming into an afterimage, and the onlookers exclaim, "What speed?" No one can stop him. But in Luo Ning's eyes, he moves as slowly as a snail, helplessly sighing. "Since you insist on provoking me, I can't hold back anymore." He turns to shout, "Hu Chi, finish this quickly. It's time to return to headquarters." Hu Chi laughs excitedly and strides forward, his 2-meter height exuding a pressure. Long Bai hasn't reacted, yet when Hu Chi casually blocks him, sending him flying into the wall, where he struggles to get up for a long time. The entire scene goes dumbfounded. The previously arrogant Long Bai is actually taken out instantly. The young master of the Duo family is so scared he can't stand up, shouting, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." You absolutely can't imagine. Long Bai, who is leaving footprints on the cement ground pretending to be a big shot, encounters Hu Chi and is directly crushed. The Duo family dares to act wild on the army's territory. It's just like lighting a lamp in the toilet. Seeking death. Luo Ning seems low-key but has already grasped everything. This act of arrogance backfiring is so satisfying. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Ning is strategizing and controlling the overall situation, while Hu Chi, the peak of combat power, crushes everything in sight. The Duo family is still acting tough, but in the next second, they will be uprooted. The world government and the Navy are still busy, completely unaware that the army has become ridiculously strong, and can only watch as the army clears out these clowns. 2 meters tall. In the world of pirates, the army rises. Pay attention. Chi, covered in terrifying scars, radiates explosive power, making ordinary people feel intimidated, but to Long Bai, he is nothing. I've seen plenty of people like this in the new world. I will definitely win here. Next, a high-energy moment. Long Bai laughs wildly, instantly rushing to Chi's face, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles, unleashing a punch that could blow away an adult. But the next second, a muffled sound comes, Long Bai's face turns red, and he falls straight to the ground. Screaming in pain, it hurts so much. Who the hell are you? It's impossible for someone like you to exist. He rolls on the ground, clutching his right arm, veins bulging, tears streaming down his face, convulsing in pain. The onlookers are dumbfounded. Long Bai's a tough character return from the new world. How did he end up injuring himself with a single punch? Tiger Chi spat on Long Bai with a face full of disdain. Waste. I didn't even make a move, and you fell over? Are you kidding me? After saying that, he turned to Luo Ning, instantly changing to a respectful expression, completely different from before. Luo Ning looked up at the dim sky and sighed helplessly. What is going on? Do the rich kids in the pirate world have no brains? They dare to cause trouble at this time. After saying that, he turned and left. Tiger Chi followed closely behind, looking confused. Why isn't the Marshal retaliating? This doesn't seem like his style. Is he planning to catch them all at once? You would never guess. Long Bai, trying to act tough on the army's turf, was directly crushed into a crying mess by Tiger Chi, the pinnacle of combat power. The Boudoir family thought they were invincible with the support of a New World powerhouse, completely unaware that they had provoked a core figure of the army. This failure of their arrogance was incredibly satisfying. The army's overpowered mode was fully activated. Luo Ning strategized effortlessly, while Tiger Chi casually dealt with the so-called strong ones. The Boudoir family was still dreaming when in the next second, they were about to be uprooted. The world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had grown absurdly strong, only able to watch as the army cleaned up the clowns. Luo Ning, the army's marshal, had always been decisive in killing. Once someone provoked him, they absolutely wouldn't survive. Attention! The rise of the army in the pirate world. Luo Ning was always decisive, even in the face of 1,000,000 troops. He could ruthlessly wipe them out without leaving a trace. But today, when facing the Boudoir family, he unusually turned and left. Next, it gets intense. After walking for a while and not seeing any Boudoir family members, Luo Ning suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with killing intent. He raised his hand, and a black-cloaked shadow guard instantly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Luo Ning coldly said, "Erase the Boudoir family from the world, do it cleanly, leave no one behind. If you don't do it well, don't come back." The shadow guard responded and vanished, while Tiger Chi's eyes went wide. So the Marshal hasn't changed. He's still so ruthless. It's important to know that previously, when the world government summoned 2,000,000 troops to suppress the army, Luo Ning directly killed all but one, demonstrating his ruthless nature. Luo Ning looked at the dim sky and sighed. There are too many fools in this pirate world. It's hard to keep a low profile. He turned around and saw Tiger Chi staring at him intently, suddenly feeling a shiver. He wouldn't be interested in men, would he? That's too terrifying. Late at night, the Boudoir family was suddenly ambushed by 100 black-cloaked individuals. The guards were killed in an instant. Long Bai, wielding a knife, tried to resist, but a dark red long knife was instantly pressed against his neck. The shadow guard frowned. "You're a Long Bai? The general said you were strong, yet I could crush you with a finger." Before he finished speaking, Long Bai's neck was cut, and he fell to the ground. The entire Boudoir family was uprooted overnight without a sound. You would never guess. On the surface, Luo Ning let the Boudoir family go, but secretly sent shadow guards to eliminate them completely. This act of pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger and settling accounts later was simply brilliant. The Boudoir family thought they had escaped a disaster, not realizing they had long been targeted by the army, not even having the chance to struggle. The army's overpowered mode was fully activated. Luo Ning strategized and controlled everything tightly. The shadow guards displayed overwhelming combat power, and while the Boudoir family was still dreaming, they were directly erased from the map. The world government and navy were still busy with their affairs, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong, only able to watch as the army cleaned up the trash. However, he did not expect this. Attention! The rise of the army in the pirate world. This time, it was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. The enemy had no power to fight back and was confusedly slaughtered, with so many dead that they couldn't be counted. Next, it gets intense. The Shadow Guard captain frowned while holding his knife. The general said to be cautious. And this is the weakling? The intelligence is pure nonsense. He shouted, "Everyone, finish quickly, don't waste time." The next day, as the townsfolk passed by the Boudoir family, they smelled a strong stench of blood, looked down to see dark red bloodstains all over the ground, and screamed, "There are dead people. It's all blood here." The army quickly arrived to handle the situation, while Luo Ning had already returned to headquarters, waiting for a significant figure, Gung Shiro. This was Kuina's father, a top swordsman whose strength was not weaker than that of the four emperors. Luo Ning had long wanted to recruit him into the army, and now that he had arrived, he was feeling anxious. The opportunity has come. I must secure him. In the training ground, Luo Ning, Hawkeye, and Gung Shiro formed a triangle. As soon as Gung Shiro opened his mouth, he poked at Luo Ning's sore spot. 10 years ago, you kidnapped my daughter. Today we need to settle the score. Luo Ning felt awkward and was embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig his toes into the ground. The atmosphere was nearly icy. Fortunately, Gung Shiro changed his tone. I have 3 things to do. See my daughter, spar with you in swordsmanship, and see how the army rose in 10 years. Luo Ning instantly breathed a sigh of relief, his mind racing with calculations. Sparring is fine, but securing him as an ally is the main event. Hawkeye watched leisurely from the side, waiting to see the duel between the 2 great swordsmen. His eyes filled with anticipation. You would never guess. The Boudoir family was annihilated by the Shadow Guards, and Luo Ning immediately turned to face the top combat power, Gung Shiro. The army's double operation of cleaning up trash and recruiting soldiers was simply impressive. Gung Shiro wanted to spar. Luo Ning was already prepared, able to show off his skills while also recruiting him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The army's overpowered mode was fully activated. Luo Ning strategized and controlled both fronts. The Shadow Guards displayed overwhelming combat power to clean up the weaklings, and the top swordsmen came to him voluntarily, causing the army's influence to soar. The world government and navy were still busy with their affairs, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong, only able to watch as the army harvested the big shots. However, the positions of the 3 were somewhat different. Luo Ning and Gung Shiro were in the training ground. Hawkeye, on the other hand, was outside the training ground, looking relaxed. Attention! The rise of the army in the pirate world. Hawkeye stood outside the training ground, looking relaxed, but his gaze was fixed on Luo Ning and Gung Shiro, not moving for a second. He would not miss this duel between 2 top swordsmen. Next, it gets intense. The battle broke out without warning. The moment Luo Ning drew his sword, his fighting spirit surged, terrifying to the point of suffocation. Gung Shiro posed with his sword, like a tiger unleashed, his momentum not losing at all. Luo Ning took the initiative. His basic sword moves were so fast they seemed to traverse through space, impossible to catch with the naked eye. Gung Shiro swung his sword to block, and the 2 were evenly matched, followed by a clash of sword energies that created a deafening sound, the sword energies dissipating into the void, shaking the entire arena. An hour later, both stopped at the same time. Gung Shiro sheathed his sword, placing his hands behind his back to appear as a master, but couldn't hide his trembling hands. It's been 10 years. Your swordsmanship has improved terrifyingly. I consider it a draw. Luo Ning was internally complaining. I just warmed up, haven't even used my ultimate move, and this is called a draw? But he quickly changed his tone to be polite. You are too modest. It's because you held back that I didn't lose. The 2 exchanged flattery, giving each other face. Hawkeye watched the whole thing clearly, thinking, Luo Ning's strength is probably not even using 10% of his power. For Gung Shiro to last an hour is already giving face. Gung Shiro also understood. If it really came to a fight, I would have been cut in half by a single sword. Luo Ning's strength is unmatched in the world. You would never guess. Luo Ning pretended to be weak while keeping his ultimate move hidden, and just like that, he fought Gung Shiro to a draw, giving the other party face while also showcasing his strength. This operation was too impressive. In the duel between the 2 great swordsmen, instead of a fight to the death, they ended up appreciating each other, securing Gung Shiro for the army. The army's overpowered mode was fully activated. Luo Ning's swordsmanship overwhelmed his peers and understood the ways of the world, easily managing top combat power. Hawkeye observed and learned, the army's lineup growing stronger. The world government and navy were still busy with their affairs, completely unaware that the army had become absurdly strong, only able to watch as the army harvested the big shots. In fact, if now Luo Ning wanted to visit the holy land of the world government again. Attention! Don't say the 3 admirals of the navy have gathered, even if the old monsters among the celestial dragons intervene. Suppressing Luo Ning would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The strength of the army's marshal is directly at the peak level. Next, it gets intense. Luo Ning sat in the marshal's office in a daze, having just finished a fight with Gung Sailang and received guests. He returned to look at documents. Though the army was his one-man show, he still had to put on a show. He suddenly asked the engrossed Merc, "Can we bring Gung Sailang into the army? That guy is really stubborn." Merc pounded his chest and boasted, "Don't worry. I'm the strongest strategist relying on my IQ. This is on me." Luo Ning was half convinced, but could only wait to see the results. The office was quiet except for the sound of flipping documents. Hu Xing was training in the big prison, and the secret guards hid in the shadows, feeling invisible. Luo Ning's gaze was vacant as he pondered. Who would dare cause trouble on army territory, and even involve underground forces? This had to be dealt with. Just then, Merc suddenly looked up. "Marshal, there's the monthly assessment at the army headquarters today." Luo Ning instantly perked up. "I've been bored all morning. It's perfect to join in the excitement." He got up and rushed to the headquarters, only to realize upon arrival that the headquarters was vast. The architecture magnificent yet not extravagant, and the entrance was filled with robust, elite soldiers, the defenses significantly tighter than usual. After all, it was the first monthly assessment, and the entire army took it seriously. Blending into the crowd, Luo Ning's eyes scanned the entire scene, feeling secretly pleased. "Let us see how well these kids have trained. Maybe I can find some good talents." You would believe it. Luo Ning's combat strength was explosive, and while others dared not provoke him, he turned his attention to recruiting soldiers, even using the assessment to scout talents. The army's strong capabilities combined with development efforts were simply incredible. Merc was confident about bringing in Gung Sailang, likely having some tricks up his sleeve, and the army was about to gain top-tier combat strength. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning was strategizing and controlling the overall situation. Merc was using his intellect to recruit, and the soldiers were full of enthusiasm for the assessment. The army's power was visibly increasing. Meanwhile, the world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army had grown ridiculously strong, helplessly watching the army take off. Upon reaching the army headquarters, Luo Ning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serious, as he slowly walked into the army headquarters. The soldiers at the entrance instantly straightened their backs, their eyes filled with fervent faith and loyalty, shouting in unison, "Marshal! Next, high energy!" Luo Ning solemnly reminded, "Guard well. I take this assessment seriously." The soldiers were so excited that their faces turned red, their heartbeats racing. Legendary Marshal personally greeting them was such an honor. Luo Ning looked at the elite soldiers and the tight defenses, feeling quite satisfied. The headquarters was a talent hub, and this level of defense was necessary. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned. The assessment had already begun? What a surprise! Inside the headquarters, 4,000 trainees were scattered in classrooms taking written exams. Some were scribbling away, faces full of pride, finishing the exam paper in minutes. Others were scratching their heads, staring at blank papers in agony, but dared not tear them up. Tearing up the paper would put them at the bottom, leading to a hellish month in the headquarters. It's important to note that the headquarters relied on points for survival. Good performance meant a hefty score, allowing one to rise above others. Failing to score meant eating dirt, living a life worse than death. On the podium, a teacher dressed in academic robes, exuding the aura of a general, squinted at the crowd and sternly warned, "First assessment, don't even think about cheating. The consequences are yours to bear if caught. Do your best. Doing well is glorious. Doing poorly means coming back next time." He was secretly calculating. Catching a cheater could earn him a lot of points. This was a sure win. Luo Ning watched this scene from outside, nodding inwardly. This assessment system is ruthless enough to filter out true talents. You would believe it. Luo Ning personally inspected the assessment, and everything from defense to system at the headquarters was hardcore. The written exam was directly linked to the trainees' lives, making this talent selection operation explosive. The army not only had a ceiling in combat strength, but was also brutal in talent cultivation. It was hard not to become strong. The army's cheat mode was fully activated. Luo Ning was strategizing and focusing on talent development. The soldiers were elite. The system was strict. and the trainees were striving for points. The Army's future combat strength reserves were directly maximized. Meanwhile, the world government and Navy remained oblivious, completely unaware that the Army had become ridiculously strong, only able to watch as the Army soared in all directions. Moreover, at the Army headquarters, there was a rule. If a teacher caught a cheating student, they could earn a lot of points. You wouldn't believe it. At the Army headquarters, points were equivalent to wealth. Teachers had no worries about being unmotivated or unfocused. In fact, they might even hope someone would cheat, so they could catch them and earn points. Next, high energy. Halfway through the exam, some had already completed their papers and handed them in, while others were anxiously sweating over blank sheets. The teacher on the podium squinted, suddenly grinning with a strange smile, thinking, it's about time, someone is bound to cheat. He instantly focused his eyes, highly alert, waiting to catch the unsuspecting sheep and earn points, looking like a hunter waiting for prey to bite. In the classroom, Boval glared at Carl in front of him, furious. This guy was actually using his fruit ability to copy Luo Yuan's exam paper. How shameless. But since he had a good relationship with Carl and knew his auditory cheating skills were too advanced, reporting him would be useless. He could only stew in his own frustration. After a long internal struggle, he leaned over and whispered, "Little Kaka, let me copy your answers. I'll help share the pain." Carl chose to selectively ignore him, filtering out his voice, and the world suddenly became peaceful. Boval shouted "Little Kaka" for 5 minutes without getting a response, only to be fixated on by the teacher on the podium, instantly scared into immobility, his heart racing. If I can't pass, I'll be eating dirt next month. What do I do? After hesitating for a while, he could only lower his stance. "Kaka, I beg you, let me copy your exam paper." You wouldn't believe it. At the Army headquarters, teachers transformed into cheating catchers for points. Trainees, desperate not to be at the bottom, even used their fruit abilities to cheat, playing out a scene where one brother asked another to share answers. This assessment scene was too dramatic. If Luo Ning found out about this, he would probably impose even stricter rules on the system. The Army's cheat mode was fully activated. The headquarters connected points to the interests of teachers and students. Teachers desperately catching cheaters, trainees using all means to survive. This operation, driven by interests, tightly grasped people's hearts. The world government and Navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the Army had become so adept at talent cultivation, helplessly watching the Army grow stronger in all aspects. Can you let the exam paper slip to my little brother for copying? You wouldn't believe it. In this classroom, Boval's voice was as tiny as a mosquito, barely audible even to himself. But in front of him, the selectively deaf Carl's ears suddenly twitched. Next, high energy. Carl grinned mischievously. Boval actually needs something from me. This is too funny. Call me Kaka, and I'll cover you. Saying this, he took advantage of the teacher's inattention and secretly copied an answer to pass to Boval. Boval caught the answer, grinning from ear to ear. To avoid being at the bottom, calling a few times bro is nothing. I can endure it. Just as he was about to copy the answer, Luo Ning suddenly appeared outside the classroom. He peeked through the window, locking eyes with Boval. Boval reacted so quickly that he instantly stuffed the cheat sheet into his mouth and swallowed it. The movement was so smooth that Luo Ning was momentarily stunned. This cheating alertness was simply unbelievable. Boval's face turned bright red, his heart racing, mentally complaining. The Marshal didn't come when Carl was cheating, but I just happened to run into him. What bad luck. But then he thought, without evidence, the Marshal can't do anything to me. I just need to remember the answer. With my IQ, I can definitely write it down. He forced himself to appear calm and sneakily glanced at Luo Ning outside, trying to bluff his way through. Carl in front was completely unaware, still feeling pleased about having a little brother, while Luo Yuan watched him with a half smile, his gaze meaningful. The teacher on the podium was still staring at the students, completely unaware of the Marshal outside the window, and had no idea that a grand performance of cheating, swallowing notes, and feigning calm was unfolding below. You never guess. Boval transformed into a master actor to copy answers, swallowing the cheat sheet so quickly it was a blur. Even Luo Ning was astonished by his speed. The cadets of the Army General Hospital were fully online with their cheating methods and psychological resilience. This operation was too impressive. The Army's cheat mode was completely maxed out. Luo Ning, in disguise, was secretly visiting to catch cheaters, and the cadets were using their wits to outsmart each other. Even cheating was rolled into such a spectacle. The future talents of the Army were indeed extraordinary. The world government and the Navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely oblivious to the fact that even the cadets of the army were this hardcore. They could only watch as the army took off in all directions. Quietly, he took another glance at his own Marshal outside the window, Ning. In the rise of the army against pirates, pay attention. Boval secretly glanced at Ning outside the window, cursing inwardly. Still peeping, so shameless. He quickly gathered himself, eyes shining. This time in the written exam, he absolutely couldn't come in last. Next, high energy. Just as Boval was about to start writing, he suddenly froze. Damn, he forgot all the answers. It turned out he was so nervous after swallowing the cheat sheet that his mind went completely blank. At this moment, Ning walked into the classroom, sitting in the back row with an eerie smile. Being monitored before, now it's my turn to monitor others. This feeling is so satisfying. The cadets instantly shrank back. No one dared to cheat. Doing little tricks in front of the Marshal was purely self-sabotage. 2 hours later, Ning left satisfied. But Boval looked utterly despondent. The answers he had were gone. Now, it was completely hopeless. The written exam ended, and the physical exam immediately followed. 4,000 cadets gathered in the top plaza, with Ning watching from a high platform. However, half an hour passed, and the competition was all just a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. He was yawning. Too boring. Isn't there anyone who can fight? Suddenly, the referee shouted, "Next match, Boval versus Bridge." Less than a minute later, he directly forfeited. Hearing his name, Boval's eyes lit up. The written exam was a wash, but he must make up for it in the physical exam. He clenched his fists and rushed onto the field, feeling a surge of determination. Even if he came in last in the written exam, he would crush his opponent in the physical exam and regain his face. You'd never guess. Boval forgot the answers, and Ning transformed into a monitoring demon, while the physical exam started with all amateurs pecking at each other. Just as it was about to go cold, Boval was suddenly called out. This was simply the prelude to a turnaround in dire straits. The assessment of the Army General Hospital was even more thrilling than the battles in the pirate world. The Army's cheat mode was completely maxed out. Ning could not only act as a monitoring god to eliminate cheating, but also watch the cadets compete to select talents. The Army was fully maxed out in terms of system and talent selection. The world government and the Navy were still busy with their own affairs. Completely unaware that the Army had become absurdly strong, they could only watch as the Army took off in all directions. 1 minute later, if one could not make it to the field, it would be treated as a direct forfeit. In the rise of the Army against pirates, pay attention. As soon as the referee finished speaking, 2 Army cadets immediately took action. Bridge grinned wildly, twisted his neck, bones cracking, and leaped into the arena. Meanwhile, Boval strolled slowly, taking his time, exuding a casual vibe. Next, high energy. The 4,000 cadets below were all murmuring. There was no suspense in this match. Bridge was a well-known tough guy at the General Hospital, with explosive physique and super strong martial arts. He could easily beat 99 of his opponents. Boval? Never even heard of him, definitely a small, transparent character. As soon as the match began, the crowd erupted, uniformly shouting Bridge's name, the sound nearly lifting the roof. Bridge arrogantly waved his hand, and when the cheers died down, he leaped up, his nearly 2-meter-tall body lunging at Boval, using only a fraction of his strength, giving this small, transparent character some face, not wanting to make it too pitiful. But Boval stood still as if stunned. Bridge was stunned. Is he really this weak? He can't even react to a fraction of my strength? Just as his fist was about to hit, Boval suddenly took a gentle step back, and Bridge's punch missed completely. To his surprise, Bridge looked pleased. I can actually slow down my attack while in the offensive. My strength has increased. The audience went wild, cheering even louder than before. Bridge's face turned bright red, looking beautiful, waving at the audience and raising his eyebrows. Boval was secretly amused, still dazed and self-absorbed. With this, dare to act like a big shot? Ning watched from the high platform, a smile creeping onto his face. Boval is hiding quite deep. He has some skills. Previously, the physical exam was just a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other, making people sleepy. Now it was finally interesting. No one expected that the small, transparent character looked down upon by everyone would use a single step to make the big shot from the General Hospital look like a clown. You'd never guess. Bridge felt like a Superman, but was actually easily toyed with by Boval. The audience was cheering along. This act of showing off backfired. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger was simply amazing. The Army General Hospital was filled with hidden talents. The inconspicuous, small, transparent character turned out to be a fierce role playing a pig to eat a tiger. This assessment was even more thrilling than pirate group battles. The Army's cheat mode was completely maxed out. Luo Ning watched as the cadets competed, able to expose the self-inflated pseudo-big shots while also discovering the low-key dark horses. Talent selection was directly maxed out. Bridge seemed strong, but was actually not very clever, while Boval kept a low profile and surprised everyone with his first move. The Army's future combat power was definitely secure. The world government and the Navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the Army had become absurdly strong. They could only watch as the Army took off in all directions, without even a chance to drink soup. Indeed, in this world, only strength reigned supreme. In the rise of the Army against pirates, pay attention. Bridge was completely lost in the ecstasy of the audience's cheers. This mental pleasure was more intoxicating than drugs. Even deadly. Every hair on his body felt electrified, so much so that he was rooted to the spot, completely immersed and unable to extricate himself. Next, high energy. Bridge finally managed to pull himself back together, turned to stare at Boval, cracking his knuckles, looking arrogantly. Same academy, I'll give you face. I'll defeat you in 10 moves, not letting you lose too embarrassingly. The 4,000 cadets below immediately erupted, the cheers nearly toppling the arena roof. Boval, however, was stunned, thinking, is there really someone this blindly confident? I'm enlightened. Then Boval raised the corners of his mouth, extending 3 fingers. His voice clearly resonating throughout the arena. Forget 10 moves, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll strike and crush you, also giving you some face. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood against the wind, his tattered robe fluttering. An aura of a master instantly enveloped the arena, and the noisy venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. This small transparent character actually had such confidence. Bridge exploded in anger on the spot, roaring, let me have 3 moves? You think you're worthy? He clenched his fists, flames spouting, pushing off the ground and charging forward. His fist the size of a sandbag, coming with a sharp breaking sound, using 5 layers of strength. This force could crush mountains and shatter rocks. An ordinary cadet would be laid up for half a year after taking a hit. But Boval remained calm, lifting his slender hand gently. The next second, Bridge's fist was held steady in midair. No matter how hard he struggled, it didn't budge an inch. His brute force seemed to be drained away. Bridge's pupils constricted, frozen in place like a clown. The audience was also dumbfounded. They had just been cheering loudly, and now they were all wide-eyed and speechless. The big shot from the General Hospital was actually being effortlessly held down by a small, transparent character. You'd never guess. Bridge was flying high with his act, but was crushed by Boval with a single hand. The small, transparent character turned out to be a hidden big shot. This act of showing off backfired. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger was even more thrilling than pirate group battles. The Army General Hospital was filled with hidden talents, and this assessment became a concentrated camp for dark horses. The Army's cheat mode was completely maxed out. Boval played the pig to eat the tiger and exploded the scene, and Luo Ning nodded from the stands. This is the kind of tough guy the Army has. Bridge had muscles but no brains, becoming a laughingstock. The Army cadets were truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Their combat power was maxed out. The world government and the Navy are still busy, only able to watch the Army take off. It's hard to make any progress. The rise of the pirates and the Army. Pay attention. It was only at this moment that Bridge finally frowned. At first, he thought Bovar had some strength, but now he realized that the opponent was far stronger than he had imagined, having withstood his 5 layers of power. Next, high energy. Bridge took a few steps back, his expression instantly serious, no longer looking down on him. You are worthy of me using my full strength. Get ready. This power isn't something that can be casually blocked. As he spoke, he suddenly tensed his muscles, and 10 layers of power erupted. 5 layers can split mountains and shatter rocks. 10 layers are close to Admiral level. This is his arrogant capital. Bovar, however, smiled calmly, not the slightest bit flustered. 10 layers of power? That's interesting. Let's see if I can force you to use your devil fruit. I'll give you 2 more moves. Don't make me bored. The students below were all dumbfounded. This inconspicuous guy actually dared to be so arrogant. If he could defeat Bridge, he would definitely become famous in the future. Bridge roared as he tore open his robe, revealing muscles as hard as steel, his legs coiling with power like springs as he charged forward, his speed so fast that the wind had to make way. His fists swung out, stirring up a violent wind capable of shredding a person to pieces, and a punch close to Admiral level smashed towards Bovar. Bovar remained unfazed, slowly extending his right hand and throwing a punch at an absurdly slow speed. Everyone thought it was impossible to block, but the next second, A huge bang echoed as their fists collided, a whirlwind of dust and smoke filling the air. As the dust settled, the entire venue exploded. Bovar had used his frail hand to firmly catch Bridge's 10-layer power punch. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Bridge unleashed power close to Admiral level. It was easily handled by Bovar's slow punch. This was a divine moment of using slowness to counter speed. The inconspicuous guy instantly transformed into a true big boss. The Army's academy is teeming with hidden talents. It's insane. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Bovar played the pig to eat the tiger and crush the entire venue. Luo Ning nodded from the stands. This is a good seedling for the Army. Bridge's all-out effort was useless, becoming a mere backdrop. The Army students are full of hidden talents, their combat power fully maxed out. The world government and the Navy are still busy, only able to watch the Army take off. Unbelievable. The rise of the pirates and the Army. Pay attention. Bovar caught that punch, and the entire arena became eerie. 4,000 students gaped in shock, but not a single person made a sound. This deathly silence lasted for 5 full seconds. Next, high energy. After 5 seconds, the entire venue erupted. Bridge is the top flow of the academy, his strength crushing his peers. Yet now Bovar easily withstood his full power attack. Doesn't this mean Bovar is much stronger than him? Everyone was crazily shouting Bovar's name. The voices that used to cheer for Bridge were long gone. In the arena, Bridge seemed to lose his soul, muttering, "Impossible. My punch is infinitely close to Admiral level, and I struck first. How could he withstand it?" After being dazed for a while, he finally recognized reality. 3 moves have passed. Only 1 move left. Bridge gritted his teeth. "I won't admit defeat. You have to defeat me for me to accept." Bovar calmly replied, "Please teach me." 1 minute later, Bridge lay on the ground, gasping for breath. But Bovar still wore a smile, his white robe clean as new, as if he hadn't fought at all. It must be known that Bridge's full strength is only close to Admiral level, while Bovar has initial Admiral level strength without using a devil fruit. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. Bridge lay on the ground, both pained and humiliated. If I had known, I would have surrendered directly. I wouldn't have been rubbed into the ground like this. The students below looked on in shock. No one expected that the unremarkable Bovar could be such a tough character. This act of playing the pig to eat the tiger was so satisfying. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Bridge fell from the peak of the academy, easily crushed by Bovar. This reversal is even more thrilling than battles between pirate crews. The Army Academy is teeming with hidden talents. The inconspicuous guy instantly transformed into a true big boss. It's explosive. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Bovar's strength exploded and crushed the entire venue. Luo Ning nodded from the stands. This is a good seedling for the Army. Bridge's all-out effort was useless, becoming a mere backdrop. The Army students are full of hidden talents, their combat power fully maxed out. The world government and the Navy are still busy, only able to watch the Army take off. Perhaps, for a while, he will also become a laughingstock in the mouths of others. A topic of conversation at the dinner table. The rise of the pirates and the Army. Pay attention. This outcome made Bridge feel suffocated, his whole body uncomfortable. But he could only clench his fists and accept defeat, lacking even the strength to argue back. Next, high energy. The referee stepped forward, raised Bovar's hand, and announced loudly, "Bridge is down, combat power lost. Bovar wins." As soon as the words fell, the 4,000 Army Academy students erupted, cheers almost overturning the arena. No one expected that this seemingly ordinary Bovar, who could be ignored in a crowd, could easily crush the top flow powerhouse Bridge. The saying that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies was imprinted in every student's heart, completely refreshing their perceptions. But among the crowd, there are also those who didn't play by the rules. Carl, from the same dormitory, looked calm, rolled his eyes, and complained. Bovar just loves to show off. He could have finished Bridge with 1 move, but he dragged it out to 3 moves, purely wasting time. So boring. Beside him, Lotus was even more extreme. His gaze cold, not showing the slightest ripple throughout the fight, as if the battle on stage had nothing to do with him, exuding a sense of indifference. Meanwhile, another roommate, Arthas, was already so excited that his eyes were red, secretly wiping away tears, mumbling, "The boss finally can't hide it anymore." After holding back for so long, he's finally blown up today. It's not easy. It must be known that Arthas is also a hidden big boss with his fruit ability. His strength is even a notch above Bridge. Once this Marshal test is over, he will definitely be the center of attention. On the high platform, Luo Ning watched with delight, a playful smile curving his lips. This Bovar really knows how to play. He has mastered the art of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Even I, as an army marshal, have never gone to such lengths. He focused on the slowly walking Bovar, calculating in his mind. Initial Admiral level strength is already enough to graduate from the academy. How about for the graduation test? We throw him into the army's great prison, the Blood Moon Hell, to train him for a week? You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Bovar became a legend in one battle. And among his roommates are also three extraordinary characters. Carl, the sarcastic one, Lotus, the cold guy, and Arthas, the hidden big boss. The Army Academy is simply a gathering place for big shots. This reversal drama is even more thrilling than battles between pirates. The entire experience is exhilarating, making people feel pumped. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Bovar crushed his opponent and became famous in one battle. Hidden tough guys continuously emerged. And Luo Ning is still creatively training talents. The Army's combat power skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The world government and the Navy are still busy over there, completely unaware that the Army has become ridiculously strong, only able to watch as they are left further behind, even missing out on the chance to drink soup. Although, the Army's great prison is a place of great terror. The rise of the pirates and the Army, pay attention. The Blood Moon Hell on the lowest level of the Army's great prison, though exuding great terror, is a treasure land for improving strength and tempering will. Especially suitable for someone like Bovar who loves to play the pig to eat the tiger, to avoid suffering great losses outside. Next, high energy. Luo Ning grinned with a strange smile, directly finalizing the graduation test for the academy, throwing the students into the Blood Moon Hell for a week of training. The competition continued, and 10 minutes later, Carl took the stage, facing an opponent similar to Bridge, a power-type strongman, just slightly weaker. As soon as the two took the stage, a terrifying momentum erupted. The opponent struck first with a heavy punch, but Carl just lightly snapped his fingers. The next second, the opponent fell straight to the ground, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, and the entire arena was stunned. 10 seconds later, the referee announced Carl's victory, leaving the students dumbfounded. What just happened? With a snap of his fingers, he could take someone down? Carl's fame spread instantly throughout the academy, even overshadowing Boval, who was so furious he stomped his feet. After the assessment ended, the academy returned to calm, but the students were anxious. Scores directly determined whether they would have an easy month ahead. After all, the academy only recognized points. Bailey was just waste paper. At noon, Lawning, holding the report of outstanding students, fell into deep thought. Boval, Carl, and Lotus were all at the early general stage. Luo Yuan was exceptionally intelligent, and Alsace and Bridge were half-step generals. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. Old Gray must love this batch of people. Survive a week in the Blood Moon Purgatory, and they could graduate. Next to him, Merc gulped and quickly said, Marshal, that little girl Luo Yuan is super smart. Let her be my assistant, okay? You wouldn't believe it. The Army Academy has so many fierce characters. With a snap of fingers, they can take down enemies, and with overwhelming intelligence, Lawning is even throwing a hell-level graduation test. The Army is about to collectively cheat and take off. It's even more thrilling than the pirate crew battles, with continuous high energy throughout. The Army's cheat mode is fully activated. Top students are clustered together, and Luoning is skillfully honing talents, leading to an explosive increase in the Army's combat power. The world government and Navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the Army has become ridiculously strong, only to be left far behind. Assistant? The rise of the Army in the pirate world. Pay attention. Hearing the word assistant, Luoning first frowned, but quickly relaxed. Perhaps the pirate world had never heard the advice that letting Luo Yuan be the first strategist Merc's assistant would not only sharpen her skills, but also temper her arrogance. Next comes the high energy. Luoning nodded in agreement. Luo Yuan is proud and cunning. If you can make her come willingly, I have no objections. Merc patted his chest confidently. Dealing with a little girl is easy. I can handle her with my intelligence, and I can even make her come to me willingly. After arranging the outstanding students, Luoning's gaze went blank as he calculated the big picture in his mind. Why not take this opportunity to overturn and rebuild the world order? On the other side, after the Army Academy's assessment ended, the students went wild. Luoning announced they could have a day of fun, and anyone who exceeded the time would be expelled. No one dared to break the rules, as entering the academy meant holding a bright future. In just 1 hour, nearly 4,000 students slipped away to the bustling streets of Zhongzhou, leaving only a few behind. The streets of Zhongzhou were extremely prosperous, with happy smiles on the faces of the people. The army's benevolent governance kept the rules stable as a mountain. But hidden dangers lurked in the shadows. In a small hotel in Zhongzhou, a group of fierce-looking muscular men surrounded a small man in a white robe. Someone panicked. The army's inspections are becoming stricter. Should we retreat? The white-robed man grinned with malice. Retreat? Hell no. The reward from King Horus is so generous. The greater the risk, the more tempting the benefits. You wouldn't believe it. Luoning dares to think about overturning the world order. Merc confidently handles the genius girl. And the army's territory hides ill-intentioned characters. This wave of overt and covert lines is fully charged, even more thrilling than pirate crew battles. The army is about to do something big, with non-stop high energy throughout. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luoning strategizes for the big picture. Merc uses his intelligence to cultivate talent, and the student's potential is off the charts, making the army's foundation as solid as iron. The world government and navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army has become strong enough to challenge the world, only to be left far behind. One must know that benefits are always proportional to risks. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. The white-robed man grinned wildly. The higher the risk, the more tempting the benefits. Although the army is strong, it also has many enemies. Why should we retreat? As he spoke, a bloody murderous aura surged from him, thick enough to disturb people's minds. Next comes the high energy. The muscular men below immediately boiled with excitement. Let us follow the boss. It feels so good to walk boldly in the army's territory. They laughed arrogantly, completely disregarding the army, believing that even if the army was strong, it couldn't do anything to them. However, the white-robed man sat alone by the window, holding a wine glass and frowning. This wine is too terrible. It can't compare to 10 Mile Aroma. After finishing, he smacked his lips, his mind filled with images of collecting rewards in the kingdom of Horus and flaunting good wine. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A slender beauty in an army academy robe flashed by outside the window. It was Luo Yuan. The white-robed man grinned instantly. Jackpot. Capturing a weak girl from the army. The bounty must be substantial. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Brothers, go for it." More than a dozen muscular men immediately drew their weapons, their faces filled with wicked excitement, eager to test the strength of the legendary top force, the army. At that moment, Luo Yuan was smiling, marveling at the prosperity of Zhongzhou. The people are living so happily, suddenly remembering that there was only one day of vacation. She hurried her steps to explore more. But as soon as she turned around, a group of knife-wielding muscular men blocked her way. The white-robed man waved a folding fan, grinning with a sinister smile, surrounding her completely. Luo Yuan, however, did not panic. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This group of people had probably kicked an iron plate. You wouldn't believe it. A group of ignorant fools dared to kidnap an academy student in the army's territory, thinking they could exchange her for a bounty. They probably didn't know how explosive Luo Yuan could be. This was purely seeking their own doom. It's crazier than pirate robberies. And the whole process had the audience clenching their fists. The army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Yuan appeared weak, but concealed her moves. The army's security was hardcore. And this group of thugs dared to provoke them, destined to be crushed. The world government and navy were still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army was protecting its foundation meticulously, only able to watch as the army grew stronger. Additionally, a man in a white robe also stepped out, smiling, holding a folding fan and slowly waving it. The rise of the army in the pirate world. Pay attention. The white-robed man glanced at Luo Yuan in front of him. Without a hint of hesitation, directly ordered, "Go for it." As the words fell, more than a dozen muscular men immediately grinned wickedly, showing no mercy, quickly binding Luo Yuan tightly, rendering her completely immobile. Next comes the high energy. After binding her, the group of thugs hoisted Luo Yuan and ran away, moving as fast as the wind, daring to run rampant in the army's territory, but not daring to stay a second longer. One must know that the army can stand against the navy and the world government, two top forces, and still thrive. Their strength is terrifying enough to make those two giants think twice, and no one in the entire pirate world dares to underestimate them. Bound like a dumpling, Luo Yuan regretted bitterly. If I had known, I wouldn't have shaken off that pesky Boval. Although Boval was a bit annoying, always following her, he at least had the strength of an early general. If he were here, how could she be kidnapped so close to the army headquarters? Now, with her mouth blocked, she couldn't scream, only frantically shouting in her heart, "Brother, come save me. Your sister has been kidnapped." If you don't come soon, I might end up being sold as a slave. If it's too late, you'll never have a sister again." Sad as she was, Luo Yuan quickly forced herself to calm down. In broad daylight, on a busy street, being forcibly bound would definitely attract the attention of the army patrol. Her brother Luoning, as the army marshal, would surely hear the news quickly. It's just a matter of who would arrive first. On the other side, the army headquarters was like a fortress with sharp soldiers everywhere, and even the top 500 army guard were stationed inside. Logically, no one should be able to act recklessly here. But at that moment, a mysterious man wrapped in a black robe appeared without warning in the marshal's office, looking particularly out of place. Upon seeing Luoning, the man in black immediately knelt on one knee, with no expression on his face, but a sharp aura emanated from him, and he said in a deep voice, "Marshal, I have important matters to report." Luoning looked at the dark guard in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly. A strong sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart, suppressing his doubts and urging in a deep voice, "Speak. What is it? You wouldn't believe it. This group of thugs is so bold that they dare to kidnap someone near the army headquarters and even target the marshal's sister. This is simply asking for trouble." The secret guards urgently requested an audience, and it was almost certainly news of Luo Yuan's kidnapping. The army is definitely going to enter a mode of overwhelming force, making the thugs pay a painful price. It's more thrilling than pirates robbing a naval base, keeping everyone on edge. The army's power mode is fully activated. The headquarters is as solid as a fortress, and the secret intelligence network responds swiftly. Anyone daring to provoke the army is destined to be ground into the dirt. The world government and navy are still busy with their own affairs, completely unaware that the army is protecting its internal security meticulously, leaving them helpless as they watch the army's power grow stronger without any chance to intervene. "Speak. What is the matter?" In the quiet office of the marshal, the voice of the secret guard echoed with a hint of eeriness. "Miss Luo Yuan has been kidnapped by a group of mysterious individuals in the central region of the 5 continents. After receiving the news, my subordinates immediately pursued them, but that group had already vanished without a trace." Next comes the high-energy part. Luo Ning's face instantly darkened, an icy aura enveloping him as he silently sat in the armchair. This silence was more terrifying than any shouting, like a coiled poisonous snake. Its mere presence enough to instill fear. After a moment, he slowly opened his narrowed eyes, fury burning brightly within. A smile full of murderous intent curling at the corners of his mouth as he said in a deep voice, "Order. Completely seal off the army's central region, not allowing a single person to leave. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." "Understood." The secret guards rushed off to carry out the order. Luo Ning's command spread through the entire army at lightning speed, and all army troops dared not disobey. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers were urgently mobilized. And before the citizens of the central region could react, the entire area was tightly sealed off. The army's elite surged out, generals, elite troops, 500 royal guards, and the ruthless characters from the Hell training camp all stationed at the entrances and exits, ready for a rigorous defense. At first, many people were unconvinced, shouting and complaining about the army's power. But when the death toll of resistors and smugglers exceeded 10,000, with blood staining the ground and flowing through the streets, everyone was utterly subdued, finally realizing that no one could contend with the army's might in the central region, and they were reminded of the taste of fear. On a small hill, the atmosphere was extremely tense among the group, led by the man in white robes. The scar-faced man was stamping his feet anxiously. "Boss, the army has gone mad. They've mobilized 2 million troops to seal off the central region. Anyone who dares to walk around is killed. And now, they've already killed over 10,000. What should we do? Our situation is too dangerous." The man in white was in a state of confusion. How would he not know the danger? But with the army's generals stationed at the border and the royal guards and Hell training camp members deployed, he and his small group were like ants before the army. He originally wanted to kidnap someone for a little pocket money and some experience, but never expected that kidnapping a little girl would lead to such a huge mess. He didn't even dare to reveal the identity of the prince of the One River Kingdom, hoping only to escape the central region alive. You would never expect that kidnapping a girl would trigger the army to seal off the city with millions of troops, leading to the immediate execution of thousands of resistors. This level of oppression is off the charts. The man in white went from confidently kidnapping to frantically trying to find a way out, a perfect example of overreaching. It's more thrilling than a pirate battle, making people's blood boil. The army's power mode is fully activated. Luo Ning, in a fit of rage, set 1,000,000 troops into action, sealing off and executing their orders with terrifying efficiency. The world government and navy were still busy with their affairs, completely unaware of how fiercely the army would protect its own, helplessly watching the army dominate the scene without any chance to intervene. The army is rising rapidly, and with its current strength, it has already reached the pinnacle of the world. Don't even mention the One River Kingdom, a powerful grain-producing nation. Even the navy and the world government, the two forces at the top of the world, would find it impossible to easily break through the army's blockade. Next comes the high-energy part. On an unremarkable peak in the central region, One, with a heavy expression, looked at his subordinates and painfully said, "Brothers, I put you in a tough spot. We could have coexisted peacefully with the army, but now that we've kidnapped a student from the army headquarters, they will definitely fight us to the end. This central region might become our burial ground." His subordinates, however, looked excited. "Don't blame yourself, Prince. We're not afraid of death. If we die, we'll take that army female student with us, and she'll accompany us on our journey." Luo Yuan, who was tied up nearby, was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to herself, "You guys are too ruthless. You actually want to take me down with you?" She panicked, originally thinking she wouldn't be in danger for a while, but it seemed that was far from the case. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuan forced herself to calm down. "I can't just sit here and wait. I have to find a way to escape." But finding a way out wasn't easy. She was tightly bound and couldn't move at all. Soon, Luo Yuan was thrown into a messy and dirty cave, with feelings of unease and panic swirling in her heart. Since joining the army, she hadn't experienced such helplessness, but now she could only feel anxious. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. She began to struggle and roll on the ground, making muffled cries to attract the kidnapper's attention, hoping for a chance to speak. If she could just get a word in, with her intelligence, she could definitely trick these people and escape smoothly. But after shouting for a long time, no one paid her any attention. Luo Yuan didn't get discouraged and continued to struggle and call for help. Finally, One, annoyed by the noise, furrowed his brows and walked over to her. Luo Yuan's heart surged with joy. This is my chance. But the next second, her heart dropped. One drew a short knife from his waist, gripping it tightly, and was about to slash it across her neck. You would never expect that Luo Yuan would go from calmly waiting for rescue to suddenly being on the brink of death. These kidnappers were so reckless that they were ready to die together. But the army's blockade was as solid as a fortress, and the kidnappers had long since become sitting ducks. Luo Yuan's desperate bid for survival using her intelligence was more thrilling than a pirate's jailbreak, making spectators sweat with anxiety. The army's power mode is fully activated. Even the top forces couldn't break through the blockade, trapping the kidnappers firmly in the central region. Luo Yuan, trapped in a desperate situation, still found a way to save herself, while the army was fully in control of the situation. The world government and navy were still busy with their own matters, completely unaware that the army had grown strong enough to easily manage the situation, helplessly watching the army showcase their operations without any chance to intervene. Indeed, just at that moment, One pulled out a short knife from his waist. Gripping it tightly, he was about to slash towards Luo Yuan's delicate neck. The army's rise is unstoppable. Luo Yuan, frightened, shut her eyes tightly, her face filled with terror. But the next second, the object blocking her mouth suddenly disappeared. Surprised and delighted, she opened her eyes, thinking, "Are they going to let me go?" Next comes the high-energy part. One extinguished her hope with one sentence. "Do you have any last words? Feel free to say whatever you didn't get to do. You won't be alive for long anyway." Luo Yuan was stunned. Is this considered good news? She quickly realized that they still intended to take her down with them. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuan's confusion vanished, replaced by a glimmer of intelligence as she grinned. "Aren't you the prince of the One River Kingdom?" One retorted defiantly. "So what? Kidnapping you means death. What's the problem with taking you down with me?" Luo Yuan's lips twitched. This guy had such thick skin. Changing her approach, she asked, "Do you know why the army suddenly sealed off the central region and sent 2 generals, along with members from the Hell training camp and the Royal Guards?" One frowned. "Why?" Luo Yuan stood tall and replied, "Because I'm a sister of the army's Marshal, the god of death, Luo Ning." One, however, looked at her with disbelief. "Bullshit. You're just trying to trick me." As he said this, he revealed a lewd smile and lunged towards the bound Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan panicked in an instant and screamed, "Don't come over. My brother won't let you go." But she was tightly bound and could only watch helplessly as the other party approached. her small face turning red with fear, yet she had no power to resist. Seeing this, Wen Lanfeng became even more excited, completely disregarding her words. You would never expect it. Luo Yuan revealed her identity as the Marshal's sister, only to be treated as a fraud and plunged into an even more dangerous situation. But this plot twist is incredible. When the army comes knocking, Wen Lanfeng will probably be crying in no time. It's more thrilling than pirates storming the Navy headquarters. With clenched fists throughout, the army's cheat mode is fully activated. Luo Yuan relies on her intelligence to make a desperate counterattack. The army's blockade has long been set up, and Wen Lanfeng is like a turtle in a jar. The world government and the Navy are still busy with their own matters, completely unaware that the army is about to perform a rescue operation that will crush everything in its path, simply watching the army show off its skills. No, don't come over. Luo Yuan's voice was soft, her face flushed, tilting her head as she tried to resist, but was powerless to do so. All she could do was stare at Wen Lanfeng with teary eyes, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Originally, Wen Lanfeng planned to act, but now, he was truly playing his role. Anyway, since he was going to die, it wouldn't be bad to break his virginity before he died. Well, one could say that heaven has not treated him poorly. Aha, before dying, he could still have a beautiful girl. What a joy indeed. Don't come over. No, don't do this. Woo-woo. Inside the cave, a series of suggestive sounds slowly emerged. Additionally, an evil laugh came from the depths of the cave, looking extremely lewd. This sound is made by the white-robed youth, Wen Lanfeng, the prince of the One Lanfeng kingdom. Originally, he was pretending, but now, he was truly being himself. Really, looking at Luo Yuan, who was tied up beneath him, Wen Lanfeng's, was rock hard. Although Luo Yuan didn't have a stunning appearance, her fair, playful, cute, and slightly chubby little face made Wen Lanfeng's primal instincts flare up, igniting a raw impulse deep within him. He was almost unable to hold back. Now, Wen Lanfeng was pondering whether to follow his nature or a second, which should have passed in the blink of an eye, felt so long before Wen Lanfeng at this moment. Should he respect his true nature? Or follow his inner desires? Resistance? No, that choice didn't exist. After all, he was about to die. So dying together with someone or breaking his virginity before death, what was the obvious choice? If that person were ugly and unsightly, perhaps Wen Lanfeng wouldn't entertain such thoughts. However, his target was not only not ugly, but also incredibly beautiful and cute, the kind one could never get tired of looking at. Most importantly, he, Wen Lanfeng, was currently rock hard. Could he still endure this? If he could hold back, could he still be considered a man? After struggling internally for a long time, Wen Lanfeng finally made a decision that belonged to a man. He would do it. Hey, scream all you want. Even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Inside the cave, Wen Lanfeng changed from his previous calm demeanor to one filled with excitement. He stopped pretending and acted according to his nature. After all, he was going to die. What was there to fear? Just as Wen Lanfeng was about to strip off his clothes and pounce on Luo Yuan, a voice echoed into the cave. That sentence suddenly made Wen Lanfeng stop his actions, stunned. Prince, I've heard that the army marshal, the god of death Luo Ning, his sister has been kidnapped by a group of people. That's why the army is mobilizing and sealing off the central continent. What did you say? You said the army marshal, that god of death Luo Ning, his sister has been kidnapped, so the army is mobilizing and sealing off the central continent? After hearing this news, suddenly, Wen Lanfeng realized that he seemed to have kidnapped someone of great significance. Luo Ning, Luo Yuan. Damn, could it be that the army's sealing off of the central continent was caused by me? So, this playful and adorable girl, who made me rock hard, is really the sister of the army marshal, the god of death Luo Ning? It can't be that coincidental. As he thought this, beads of sweat slowly emerged on Wen Lanfeng's forehead. Luo Ning, the army marshal, a legendary figure, definitely a god of death. If that guy finds out that he, Wen Lanfeng, the prince of the Wen Lanfeng kingdom, had been with Luo Yuan, what kind of consequences would he face? He, Wen Lanfeng, dare not even think about it. Swallowing hard, Wen Lanfeng nervously looked at the bound Luo Yuan lying in front of him, her face pale, her expression fearful, with teary eyes. He held his breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked again, "Are you really the sister of the army marshal, Luo Ning? I told you long ago. Didn't I tell you that my brother is the army marshal Luo Ning? You don't believe me?" Luo Yuan pouted, tears in her eyes, speaking with a hint of grievance. Even now, although she was still bound, Luo Yuan felt somewhat reassured. This man in front of her, although a bit beastly, seemed to have some brains and should be able to guess her identity. with her brother being the terrifying figure of the god of death Luo Ning. Luo Yuan thought she should be able to gain her freedom. Even more so, she could cleverly manipulate the situation to provide the army with a huge food warehouse. Inside the cave, Luo Yuan was already untied. Originally, Wen Lanfeng, who wanted to unleash his primal instincts, was now bending down with a smile. Although it was somewhat embarrassing and shameful, what could Wen Lanfeng do? He was also desperate. He had randomly kidnapped a student from the army headquarters, only to find out he had kidnapped the sister of the army marshal, the god of death Luo Ning. What was he supposed to do now? If this matter went wrong, Wen Lanfeng's kingdom could face destruction. If the kingdom really fell, then he, Wen Lanfeng, the prince of the Wen Lanfeng kingdom, would be the greatest sinner. Looking at Wen Lanfeng's apologetic smile, Luo Yuan pouted, biting her lip, her sparkling eyes turning as if she were thinking about something bad. I remember you said you are the prince of the Wanlan River Kingdom? Yes, the Wanlan River Kingdom. When mentioning this country, a strange smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face as she circled around Wen Lanfeng and spoke again. If I remember correctly, it's one of the 5 major grain-producing countries in the world, right? Yes, Miss Luo Yuan is correct. Wen Lanfeng quickly replied. At this moment, he even forgot to wipe the sweat from his forehead, letting it drip naturally. To be honest, Wen Lanfeng felt very uncomfortable. As the prince of the Wanlan River Kingdom, why had he ever been treated this way? But in front of him was the sister of the god of death, Luo Ning. Even if Wen Lanfeng was proud, he had to lower his proud head if he still wanted his country to survive in this world. Now, I give you a chance. I give you a chance to live, but it requires a small sacrifice. Do you want it? A chance to live? Upon hearing this, Wen Lanfeng's eyes instantly lit up, and he blurted out without hesitation. I want it. Miss Luo Yuan, just say it. As long as I can live, whatever you say goes. So straightforward, so direct. You're not even considering it? At this moment, Luo Yuan was a bit stunned. A chance to live has its conditions. Yet Wen Lanfeng didn't even think about it. Incredible. Luo Yuan had never thought that the prince of the Wanlan River Kingdom in front of her wouldn't even consider it. It was truly a bit amazing. However, what Luo Yuan didn't know was that Wen Lanfeng, the prince of the Wanlan River Kingdom, also wanted to think it over and resist what Luo Yuan was saying. But he didn't have that qualification. In front of such a massive army, even 10 or 100 Wanlan River Kingdoms will be far from enough. Are you really not going to consider it? No need to, Miss Luo Yuan. Just tell me directly. What are your requirements? Wen Lanfeng replied without hesitation. All right, I want you to know, I should say your Wanlan River Kingdom, to join the army. If you agree, this matter will be bygones, and the army can also provide certain assistance to your Wanlan River Kingdom. If you disagree, then the Wanlan River Kingdom will no longer need to exist in this world. Believe me, the army has that capability. As she said this, a smile filled Luo Yuan's face, and her eyes seemed to reveal a glimmer of wisdom. However, the smile on her face in Wen Lanfeng's eyes was as chilling as a devil's grin. Luo Yuan, this little girl, immediately brought up the Wanlan River Kingdom. That's a bit harsh. It should be known that the Wanlan River Kingdom is one of the 5 major grain-producing countries in the world, controlling over 6 layers of the world's grain exports. It could almost be said that controlling the 5 major grain-producing countries means controlling the entire world's grain exports. Looking at Luo Yuan, Wen Lanfeng transformed back into the elegant young man, his expression calm, as if nothing could provoke an emotional change in him. Taking a deep breath, he made a very important decision. I agree. You agree? Yes, I agree. Aren't you going to think about it a bit more? No need to think. I said I agree, so my opinion will absolutely not change. Then, can you represent the will of the Wanlan River Kingdom? I can. The conversation ended. In the cave, Luo Yuan squinted her wise eyes, trying to see through the man named Wen Lanfeng in front of her. But she couldn't see through him. This man, though he seemed beastly, was putting on a decent act now. Most importantly, what he was thinking in his heart was something Luo Yuan couldn't quite understand. Originally, Luo Yuan thought she would need to persuade him a bit more before he would agree. But she didn't expect the result to be like this. The two walked out of the cave. The other group did not follow them and randomly found a hotel to stay in on the army's central plains. Who would choose to stay in the mountains living a hard life when they could have a place to stay? Well, the mountains are rich in resources, so one wouldn't starve. But that's about it. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my brother. Luo Yuan walked ahead with a cheerful step, as if she had just escaped from danger. Meet your brother? You mean the army marshal, the god of death, Luo Ning? God of death, Luo Ning? Upon hearing this title, Luo Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. Although the titles of Army Marshal and God of Death Luo Ning were well known in the outside world, was it really appropriate to say it in front of his sister? Clearly, Wen Lanfeng also noticed this and immediately shut his mouth, following behind Luo Yuan like a shadow. No longer speaking. An hour passed. In the Central Plains, they walked for a full hour before entering the area where the army headquarters was located. Truly, walking with a woman felt like it was taking Wen Lanfeng's life away. The only word to describe it was tired, not to mention anything else. The army is one of the top forces in the world. Its owner can stand toe-to-toe with the Navy and the world government, the two other top forces in the world. Naturally, the terror of its power goes without saying. As soon as they stepped into the army headquarters area, Wen Lanfeng felt many eyes watching him, making him feel the need to be cautious. Additionally, the army headquarters area was guarded by countless elite soldiers and battle-hardened veterans. These were all individuals who had fought alongside Luo Ning and survived. These soldiers could truly be called the elite of the elite. Seeing all this, Wen Lanfeng couldn't help but feel emotional. The army's ability to stand at the pinnacle of this world was not without reason. Now you know. Luo Yuan glanced sideways at Wen Lanfeng, who was following her like a timid little girl, and couldn't help but smile. However, then she remembered that this was the army headquarters. She, Luo Yuan, was the sister of Army Marshal Luo Ning. Here, she couldn't casually lose her identity. She represented Luo Ning and the face of the army to some extent. Otherwise, the army wouldn't have dispatched 2 million troops and 2 generals to blockade the Central Plains. As they continued forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the army headquarters at the Marshal's office door. Here we are. Luo Yuan, this carefree little girl, didn't seem to feel any tension at all. However, beside her, Wen Lanfeng's face was filled with nervousness, and his breathing was somewhat erratic. Wen Lanfeng's nervousness was actually secondary to Luo Ning's. The most important reason was the intense feeling of being watched by others, as if they could see right through him. Any secrets were impossible to hide here. The military, the Marshal's office, had a terrifyingly strong defense. The 500 elite guards were just the visible force. The hidden strength was unknown. Wen Lanfeng swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the growing fear in his heart. The military marshal, the god of death Luo Ning, a legendary figure, was about to appear before Wen Lanfeng's eyes. How could he not be excited? He was preparing and adjusting his state. But before Wen Lanfeng could get ready, Luo Yuan directly pushed the door open and entered. She had no sense of decorum at all. Helplessly, Wen Lanfeng could only follow Luo Yuan inside. "Brother, I'm back." "Brother, did you miss me? By the way, I brought someone with me this time. I think you'll like him." The once quiet Marshal's office at the military headquarters became lively with Luo Yuan's entrance. However, this liveliness gave Luo Ning a headache. This little girl really knew how to get him into trouble, and now she had brought someone along. Didn't she know this was the Marshal's office, a crucial military location? She couldn't even manage the most basic courtesy of knocking. Luo Ning felt somewhat uncomfortable. As a military marshal known as the god of death, who wouldn't treat him with utmost respect? Now he had such a careless sister. He couldn't tell whether this was a blessing or his sorrow. Forget it. After all, his sister, Luo Yuan, had returned. That was at least a good thing. As for the person she brought, Luo Ning initially didn't pay much attention. But when he noticed the white-robed man standing before him exuding an unusual aura, he suddenly realized that the young man in white was definitely not simple. Ordinary people didn't possess such a presence. "Brother, I'm back. I brought someone for you to see. By the way, brother, don't ask about the incident of my disappearance. Even if you ask, I won't tell you, since I'm back safe and sound, right?" Luo Yuan stood beside Luo Ning, massaging him while introducing the prince of Wen Lanfeng, whom she brought along. What Luo Yuan didn't know was that even if she didn't introduce him, Luo Ning would definitely ask next. Even if Luo Yuan didn't mention it, as her brother, military marshal Luo Ning, he knew that her disappearance must have something to do with this guy. Thinking this, Luo Ning straightened his posture, waved his hand for Luo Yuan to step back, and then focused his gaze on Wen Lanfeng, his eyes as dark as black holes, unfathomable. This silence didn't last long. Luo Ning spoke up. "Who are you? Why are you here now? And who is he?" Faced with the 3 questions posed by Luo Ning, Wen Lanfeng felt a mix of excitement and fear. Looking at Luo Ning, he took a deep breath, prepared himself, and then answered, "Marshal, hello. I am Prince Wen Lanfeng of the One Lanfeng Kingdom. As for why I am here." At this point, Wen Lanfeng's gaze shifted from Luo Ning to Luo Yuan, but quickly returned to Luo Ning. The main reason is that the One Lanfeng Kingdom wants to join the military. Lastly, regarding your question about who he is, I believe you should have already guessed that by now. So, I don't think I need to elaborate further. After Wen Lanfeng finished his answer, the tension on his face gradually eased. Fear and trepidation are emotions that exist in a certain value, which is also related to time. Now, Luo Ning's actions and the passage of time gradually suppressed this value in Wen Lanfeng's heart until it reached a level where they could converse normally. You say your name is Wen Lanfeng. You also say that the Wen Lanfeng kingdom wants to join the military. But you are just a prince. Are you sure you can represent the Wen Lanfeng kingdom in making this decision? Or do you not need to think it over? Luo Ning started Luo Ning. Despise traitors the most. Do you understand? Although Luo Ning still had some doubts about Wen Lanfeng's words, he didn't ask further. As the military marshal, he naturally knew about the Wen Lanfeng kingdom. It was one of the world's 5 major grain-producing nations. There's a saying in this world: whoever controls the 5 major grain-producing nations controls the world. While this saying may be an exaggeration, it is not without reason. The world government controls 3 of the major grain-producing nations. If it weren't for the military seizing the opportunity and catching the world government off guard, it wouldn't have been so easy for the military to scrape the grain from the market. Inside the military marshal's office, Luo Ning's words carried a distinct threat. However, Wen Lanfeng's stance and decision remained unwavering. He spoke up, "Marshal, as you wish. I, Wen Lanfeng Kingdom, will serve the military eternally. I pledge lifelong loyalty and will never betray. If I break this oath, may heaven punish me." Good. Luo Ning couldn't help but smile. The Wen Lanfeng Kingdom, one of the world's 5 major grain-producing nations, controlled a massive grain export volume. Luo Ning had long been interested in such a country, such a resource. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity until now. Now, with the Prince of Wen Lanfeng coming to him voluntarily, it made Luo Ning unable to contain his excitement. All right, Wen Lanfeng, from now on, the military and the Wen Lanfeng Kingdom will be one. We rise and fall together. Thank you, Marshal. Wen Lanfeng knelt on one knee. At this moment, Wen Lanfeng was genuinely excited. Upon hearing the words of the army marshal, no, he should now refer to him as my marshal, his face turned a deep red with excitement. Yes, the Wenland Kingdom is indeed one of the 5 major grain-producing countries in the world, controlling an enormous grain export volume. However, the military strength and level of the Wenland Kingdom are not high. There is a saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a precious jewel is a crime. The Wenland Kingdom is in such a situation. Now, with the army, a force that stands at the peak of the world, with terrifying and unfathomable power providing protection. What does he, Wen Lanfeng, have to fear? Although he was excited, Wen Lanfeng did not forget the proper etiquette. Before Luo Ning, he briefly showed his excitement, but his expression gradually stabilized. How to say it? Since entering the office of the army marshal, Wen Lanfeng's performance has been quite impressive. For the Wenland Kingdom, Luo Ning did not have to consider it. After all, it is one of the 5 major grain-producing countries. Just with Wen Lanfeng alone, Luo Ning felt satisfied. A person like him could at least hold the rank of a major general in the army. If he worked hard, a lieutenant general was definitely not out of reach. But the position of general was more uncertain. There are only 3 general positions in the army. Not just anyone is qualified to sit in that position. All right, you can leave now. Yes, Marshal. After saying this, Wen Lanfeng took 2 steps back, respectfully cupped his hands, performed the proper etiquette, and then slowly walked out of the office. As for Luo Yuan, although the little girl was still in the office, Luo Ning could tell that her heart had already flown away. Stop looking, or your eyeballs will pop out. Luo Ning joked. Brother, all right, since you don't want to stay here and don't want to accompany me, then just go. Anyway, I've gotten used to it over the years. Brother, I didn't. You're slandering me. Luo Yuan quickly waved her hands. Perhaps what Luo Ning said was true, but how could she, Luo Yuan, admit to that? Such things cannot be casually acknowledged. All right, stop pretending. I'm your brother. How could I not know what you're thinking? Luo Ning helplessly pouted and shook his head. He reached out and touched Luo Yuan's soft long hair. Then I will leave? Luo Yuan pouted, her fair and delicate face slightly blushing. She glanced at Luo Ning, and the next moment, she skipped out with a cheerful step. After Luo Yuan and Wen Lanfeng left, the marshal's office fell into silence once again. Aside from the sounds of Luo Ning's advisor, Merc, handling documents and flipping through files, and the sound of breathing, there was no other sound. 1 minute later, Luo Ning looked at Merc and finally spoke. There had been a question in his mind for a long time, but he hadn't asked it until now. With Luo Yuan and Wen Lanfeng gone, only Luo Ning, Merc, and 3 shadow guards remained in the office. Luo Ning finally followed his heart and asked. He thought, as his appointed advisor, Merc should not know. In response to Luo Ning's question, Merc paused his pen, but his gaze did not rest on his marshal. However, that alone was enough. Based on today's situation, the New World. Forget it. I'll just tell you directly. It's the Oris Kingdom. The Oris Kingdom in the New World, with a total population of over 2 million. Oris Kingdom? Luo Ning turned around and looked out the window, feeling a surge of emotions. I understand, but why tell me directly? Do you look down on me, Luo Ning? Well, none of this is important now. Right now, there is something very important. 2 million people? Heh, a tiny little country dares to provoke the dignity of my army? It seems it's been too long since we displayed our power in front of the major forces of this world. Allowing a mere Oris Kingdom to dare to challenge my army? Heh, truly absurd. Since we've identified the target, it's about time to take action. Standing by the window, Luo Ning's eyes darkened, and an aura emanated from him, akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Even the temperature in the Marshal's office dropped to freezing point. However, this change in Luo Ning was quite burdensome for Merc. The Army Marshal's appointed advisor, Merc, was just an ordinary person with slightly better physical fitness. He needed protection when going out. Such an aura, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the temperature dropping to freezing point, was indeed something Merc found hard to bear. Trembling, Merc shook all over, his teeth chattering. He exhaled a puff of white mist and weakly said to Luo Ning, Marshal, could you please contain your power? If this continues, I think I won't be able to survive in this world. You wouldn't want your labor to just die like this, would you? Huh? Oh. Luo Ning turned around and glanced at Merc, who was trembling and looked a bit pale in the icy aura. He withdrew the killing intent that had inadvertently leaked out. After calming down, Luo Ning returned to his seat, and his expression gradually became calm. But no one would know what terrifying events might erupt beneath this calm surface. It was just like the calm before a storm, always tranquil. Let us smile, Costa, and those two, Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba, come over. I have something to announce. Yes, Marshal. From the shadows, a shadow guard in a black robe appeared, serious and cold, containing astonishing killing intent. By the way, let Tiger Chi and Tiger Ba come over too. Understood. In the next moment, the shadow guard completely disappeared into the shadows, as if they had never appeared. Beside Luo Ning, Merc also looked over with curiosity, gradually showing a smile on his face. Marshal, are you going to take action? Yes. It has been a long time since we had any killings. Perhaps the world has forgotten about us in the army. This time, the Marshal is going to take action personally? Merc asked again. Yes. This time, I will take action myself. Perhaps many people have forgotten the title of the god of killing, Luo Ning. Next, I will make them remember my name as the god of killing. Let the world know the might of the army. The might of the army, huh? As an advisor to the army, Merc looked at Luoning, whose face was calm, but whose eyes contained an astonishing killing intent. He suddenly felt that joining the army seemed to be quite a good choice. Although their Marshal sometimes acted lazy and liked to cause trouble, his strength was indeed top-notch. On the aspect of protecting his own, Merc felt very satisfied. Who would T want to be part of a force that fiercely protects its own? Half an hour later, the General Yi Xiao, along with his personal guards, Hu Qi and Hu Bai, gathered in the Marshal's office at the army headquarters. As they stepped in, seeing the Marshal's expression, they knew something significant must be happening. Do you know why I called you here today? He asked. It must be about the slave capture incident, right? Under Luoning's questioning, the others mostly kept silent with their eyes averted. Only General Yi Xiao smiled, looking at Luoning with eyes that seemed to have weathered many storms. He answered plainly, but Luoning knew that deep inside, Yi Xiao must have a fire burning for justice, unwilling to see the injustices of the world. How could he not feel anger when faced with such matters? However, Yi Xiao had the attribute of a smiling tiger, smiling on the outside but not on the inside. Wasn't he that basic operating procedure? Looking at Yi Xiao, Luoning was not surprised. He continued to address the four in front of him, saying, General Yi Xiao is right. What I want to deal with is the slave capture incident. The Kingdom of Oris, a small nation in the New World with a population of 2 million, dares to capture the citizens of the 5 states of the army as slaves. Therefore, I have decided to send a large army to launch a war of annihilation against that kingdom. Since the Kingdom of Oris has made this decision, it no longer deserves to exist in this world. The army has long been absent. It's time to show our strength to the major forces in the world. Otherwise, if people think the army is weak and easy to bully, that would be bad. We obey. Luoning watched as the four left the Marshal's office. About a minute later, he also stood up, his expression calm, but his eyes cold as ice. Slowly, he walked toward the door. A new round of war began to unfold at that moment. At the army headquarters in the Central State region, The previously implemented lockdown policy was suddenly lifted. This left countless people astonished. However, those with guilty consciences dared not think too much. They fled the army's central state without any delay. Yet after the lockdown was lifted, the army of 200,000 did not stop. They had a new target, gathering and selecting the elite. It was said that the army's Marshal, the figure mythologized by the citizens, would personally lead the troops into battle. This news stirred countless soldiers and elite troops, filling their hearts with excitement. As soldiers, fighting on the battlefield was their long-cherished wish. Now, their deified Marshal was going to lead them personally into war. This news spread like wildfire among all the soldiers in the army. However, it was reported that only 500,000 soldiers would be chosen to deploy, making many realize that following their Marshal in a battle would not be so easy. In the central state of the army, in a military camp that stretched for thousands of miles and contained 100,000 tents, countless soldiers were fiercely fighting, their faces flushed. Normally, no one dared to start fight in the camp, but today was different. Today was the selection day for those 500,000 candidates. And it had to be this way. Many soldiers who usually hid their strength and remained unnoticed suddenly revealed terrifying power, all just to follow their Marshal into the new world. This was the greatest honor for them as army soldiers. The next day, the selection quickly concluded. The army chose the most elite 500,000 soldiers from a total of 5 million. Among them, General Ishiao and Costa were among those going into battle. His personal guards, Huchi and Hubai, also followed Luaning. As for Huxing, he remained in the Blood Moon Hell, undergoing training and did not join this battle. However, this army was already powerful enough to shock the entire pirate world. In the new world, the Kingdom of Oris, a mere nation of 2 million, even 5,000 would be easily wiped out by Luaning, let alone this time with 500,000 troops. On the army's territory, at the dock in the central state, countless soldiers stood in neat rows, their faces solemn, standing straight like pine trees. Even when these soldiers gathered together, it seemed as if half the sky above the dock was dyed a blood red, looking eerie. The killing intent was overwhelming, with their momentum unyielding. This was a truly elite army. In front of the dock, Luaning, with a calm expression and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, looked at the 500,000 troops before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The army, these 500,000 soldiers were his subordinates. A truly elite force that had grown through the baptism of blood. This time, go to the new world, not to mention the army's target, the Kingdom of Oris. Just the presence of these 500,000 troops in the vast seas of the new world would instill fear and unease in the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and even the top forces of the world government and navy. It should be known that if not handled properly, this 500,000 army could overthrow the world government's rule and reshuffle the entire world. Luaning's purpose in going out to sea this time was also to convey this message. Even if he couldn't topple the world government from its pedestal, delivering a heavy blow to its prestige would still be a very good thing. Taking a deep breath, Luaning raised his head with great ambition, looking at the 500,000 elite soldiers before him, shouting, "All army personnel, set sail, annihilate the Kingdom of Oris, and establish the army's prestige." As Luaning's voice fell, the scene fell into silence for a moment. However, all the soldiers' faces turned red with excitement, veins bulging in their necks. From this, it is enough to see what kind of sensation will be caused in the next moment. Eliminate the Olos nation to show the might of the army. Eliminate the Olos nation to show the might of the army. Eliminate the Olos nation to show the might of the army. The roar lasted for a full minute. 500,000 troops, all of them, screamed with heart-wrenching intensity. This scene, if not witnessed, is absolutely unimaginable. The roar resounded through the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even ordinary people, thousands of miles away in the central region of the army, could vaguely hear it. Among them, someone turned their head, smiled, and said to the person beside them, "Our army is really getting stronger and stronger." Yes, the stronger the army, the happier our lives will definitely be, don't you think? Another person responded. Although their expressions were not particularly excited, if one could know a person's inner feelings, they would surely find that the excitement in the hearts of these two was absolutely inexpressible. As Luo Ning finished speaking, 1,000 army ships slowly appeared in the sight of the people by the dock. 1,000 warships blotted out the sun, slowly approaching. This feeling was indeed quite shocking. In addition, the 500,000 troops, under the orders of officers at all levels, began to slowly move towards the 1,000 army ships. The speed was extremely fast. In less than half an hour, 500,000 troops boarded the ships, and at that moment, the warships began to set sail towards the New World. The location of the Olos nation. This movement, truly, the scale of the warships, the terrifying number of troops, and the astonishing elite level, made countless pirates and those with ill intentions flee in fear. Even the Navy, the overlord of the four seas, did not dare to approach. After all, not all navies are fools. The Army clearly has a significant grudge against the Navy. Now, with the Army making such a grand show, 1,000 warships and 500,000 troops directly set out, how could the Navy dare to easily obstruct them? To obstruct would be akin to sending heads to the slaughterhouse. Even the Navy's Admiral, Sengoku, did not dare to act rashly in the face of such a massive fleet from the Army. The Army's strength is indeed terrifying. Long ago, after annihilating 2 million world government coalition forces and severing one arm of one of the 3 admirals of the original world government, the Sword of Wind, they already knew. If the Navy were to send troops to intercept now, wouldn't that be sacrificing them for nothing? The Navy has become a top force in the world and firmly suppresses the four seas, naturally having its own set of methods and approaches. The world government. If it does not intervene, the Navy will absolutely not take action. Recently, countless Navy soldiers have been mobilized at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The 3 admirals have been urgently recalled, and even the Navy personnel stationed outside have been urgently called back. It feels like a crisis for the Navy. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, the 3 admirals, Hero Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy strategist Tsuru, and Admiral Sengoku gathered together. However, today, the expression of Admiral Sengoku is somewhat heavy. Suddenly, he glanced at the 3 admirals before him, Akiji, Akainu, Kazu, and the late arriving Garp, as well as Tsuru beside him, and said, "The Army is moving again. This time, the Army has mobilized 500,000 troops and 1,000 warships, blocking out the sun as they advance towards the New World. Although we do not yet know the Army's purpose, I know that if we continue to allow the Army to grow, the world order will likely undergo a huge change. Even the world government, which has ruled this world for hundreds of years, may topple." Sengoku's words echoed in the Admiral's office. Although Sengoku's words were somewhat heavy and hard to believe, everyone knew that he was right. The Army has risen from weakness to strength in an astonishingly short time. Now, after a long period of silence without major actions, suddenly mobilizing 500,000 elite troops and 1,000 Army warships to advance into the New World is indeed shocking. After the shock, what remains is only fear and dread. What is the Army's intention? Is it trying to go to the New World to flex its muscles? Or is it preparing to fight the world government? These are all unknowns. But we cannot be unprepared. The Navy has long been integrated with the world government. Although Sengoku does not want to admit it, the fact is that way. As the Admiral of the Navy, he is also constrained by many matters. The Army mobilizing 500,000 elites? It is said that the Army's only 2 admirals, Yixiao and Costa, have also been deployed. Luo Ning's personal guards, Hu Qi and Hu Ba, are also following. Right now, it is the Army's weakest moment. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Navy. Once the Army's 500,000 troops advance into the New World, we can lead our forces to attack the Army's headquarters. Even if we cannot destroy their headquarters, severely injuring them would still be a very good decision. In the office, as the 3 admirals, Hero Garp, Admiral Sengoku, and others fell into silence, Tsuru, as a Navy strategist, slowly stepped forward and stood in view of everyone. She spoke a shocking statement that astonished many. Indeed, Tsuru's plan is very perfect. Now is also the Army's weakest moment. But should we Navy really implement this plan? Is the Army really that foolish? Do they not have any defenses set up for their headquarters? Or is this the Army's plan, preparing to annihilate the Navy from behind once we take action? Sengoku believes the Army has this capability. The Army and Navy can coexist peacefully if neither side strikes first, remaining unrelated to each other. But if one side takes the initiative to attack, and if ambushed, then the Navy would suffer a complete defeat. Moreover, at the higher level of strength, the Navy is still quite weaker than the Army. The Army's Marshal, the god of death Luo Ning, possesses terrifying strength surpassing that of the 4 emperors. Among the Army, the 2 admirals, Yixiao and Costa, also possess the terrifying strength of top 4 emperors. Under such a threat of terrifying combat power and a massive number of elite Army soldiers, the Navy does not dare to act. Even if there are plans in mind, they do not dare to execute them, because Admiral Sengoku was afraid that once he took action and the Navy was destroyed, he would be the center of the Navy. He didn't want that. He had to remain and wait. After a long silence, Sengoku raised his head and looked around at the 3 admirals beside him, Tsuru, and the hero Garp, with heavy words. Recently, do not go out casually. Wait for the opportunity. If the army really pushes into the world government, then we will act. Otherwise, even if we miss the opportunity, our navy absolutely cannot take that risk. Our navy cannot bear the consequences of a failed gamble. The three admirals, Hero Garp, Tsuru, and others, looked at Admiral Sengoku and slowly exited the room. Hee. When has the navy been so cautious, so restrained? But the army's strong rise and terrifying power posed a significant threat to the navy. It was like a blade at the throat, making one dare not act rashly. Even the courage to gamble was lost at this moment. The first to learn that the army, led by General Lonin with 500,000 troops and 2 generals, had launched an attack, was the navy, their old neighbor. However, the second to know about the army's intention to push into the new world with 500,000 troops was the world government. The world government commands the 3 armies, and the navy is naturally one of them. Originally, the army was also one of the military forces ruled by the world government. But due to Lonin's emergence, the army became independent and rose at a shocking speed to become one of the top powers in this world. A force terrifying enough to confront the world government and the navy, the 2 top powers in the world. Now, the army's every move was enough to make the world government and the navy feel panic. In the holy land of the world government, Mariehua, within the Central Army's important area, in the Marshal's office. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was somewhat heavy, because the Central Army had just learned some news that made them feel angry. The army had actually led 500,000 troops, and the only 2 generals, Ishao and Costa, to push towards the new world. This made the world government feel a strong sense of crisis. 500,000 troops. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal for the world government. But if it were the army, led by General Lonin, the god of death, with 500,000 elite troops, along with the 2 army generals, it would be serious. Such a level of military force was already enough to threaten the world government's rule. The pattern of this world absolutely cannot change. The army must not be allowed to threaten the world government's rule. Thinking this way, a newly appointed Central Army Marshal had a gloomy expression as he instructed the senior officials of the Central Army in front of him. Gather the troops and assemble at Mariehua. We must hold our ground and absolutely not let the army step into this place. Yes. New World. In the boundless sea, nearly 1,000 army warships sailed with 500,000 troops advancing. This fleet was astonishingly large. Many pirates who roamed the New World did not even dare to approach within a kilometer of the fleet. Just a glance from afar made the pirates flee in panic. They didn't dare to linger for a moment. It should be known that this fleet of 1,000 warships was commanded by General Lonin, the god of death, with a full 500,000 elite army troops. Facing such a massive and terrifying military force, how could they dare to obstruct or provoke? In a certain island in the New World, there existed a nation called Oris. This country had a population of about 2 million, with an army of 200,000 and strong military power and advanced technology. In this world, the kingdom of Oris could be considered one of the upper-ranking countries. However, today, the king of this country had a gloomy expression with fear in his eyes. It was as if their kingdom of Oris was about to face some catastrophic disaster, making the king feel so uneasy. The king said, the army, led by General Lonin, is bringing 500,000 elite troops aboard 1,000 warships, heading towards our kingdom of Oris. At the army speed, they will arrive in less than 3 hours. What should we do now? The current king of Oris had an old servant beside him, with a bitter expression and intense fear in his eyes. The army, such a terrifying existence, was now advancing towards their kingdom of Oris. How could that not cause panic? 3 hours? The king's expression darkened as he remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, what does the world government and the navy say? The army is crossing the seas without any restraint. Doesn't the navy even try to stop them? The army, leading 500,000 troops and 1,000 warships, was advancing into the New World so recklessly. Could it be that the world government has not taken any action? The king roared angrily. Originally, due to the kingdom of Oris being located in the New World and far from the army's headquarters, this king did not feel fear towards the army. But now, General Lonin, the god of death, was personally leading 500,000 troops aboard 1,000 warships into the New World. This made the king's heart uneasy. Call me. Contact the navy and the world government. We must have them send troops here. Our kingdom of Oris is a member of the world government. If the world government and the navy take no action, it it will definitely make the member states feel disheartened. I don't believe that the world government and the Navy, these two top powers, will remain unmoved in such a situation. Yes, old servant obeys. The old servant beside the king of Oris slowly retreated. He executed his king's orders to contact the Navy and the world government. As for whether the Navy and the world government, these two top powers, would send troops to help the kingdom of Oris, that was beyond the influence of this old servant. The result was quite sad. Neither the world government nor the Navy sent troops to help the kingdom of Oris. They did not even issue a warning to the army. This made King Oris feel a strong sense of anger mixed with despair. One person, one old servant, stood in the palace. King Oris looked up at the blue sky and the boundless sea. His gaze gradually revealed a touch of sorrow and indignation. The army, you will not let me live. I, too, will absolutely not let you have an easy time. The kingdom of Oris, ruled by my royal family for hundreds of years, cannot be so easily occupied. Thinking this, the king of Oris slowly raised the corners of his mouth, forming a strange smile. He instructed the old servant beside him. Do your utmost to tarnish the army's reputation, making all the citizens of Oris hate them. Also, gather all troops in the palace. I will fight the army to the death. Yes, I will do it right away. The old servant took 2 steps back, slowly walking towards the palace exit to carry out his king's final order. Once this command is executed, he, too, will share the fate of the kingdom of Oris. The army wants to destroy his Oris. He will never let the army win the hearts of the Oris citizens. He wants to ensure that the army can never completely rule this place. Although he is merely an old servant, his loyalty to the kingdom of Oris and the king of Oris is beyond doubt. 3 hours later, the 200,000 troops of Oris had all gathered in the palace. In the hearts of the citizens, they had developed an initial concept of the army. The army is evil, devouring human flesh and blood, 100 times more wicked than pirates. Of course, after 3 hours, the army led by Luoning, with 500,000 troops and 1,000 warships, finally arrived at the docks of the kingdom of Oris. The 500,000 troops finally disembarked. Thus, the war of national extermination sounded its first bell. The 500,000 troops and 1,000 warships, a grand sight that overshadowed the sun, landed on the shore. At the command of General Luoning, the 500,000 troops marched towards the kingdom of Oris in a mighty advance. Under such immense power, no one dared to obstruct or resist. Standing in front, Luoning did not issue a declaration. The current army did not need those flashy things. Facing the kingdom of Oris, the army only needed a sweeping crush immediately. Nothing else was necessary. Arriving outside the palace of the kingdom of Oris, Luoning's expression remained unchanged. His eyes filled with intense, killing intent. He extended his hand and waved gently. All troops advance. Should the kingdom of Oris encounter any resistance, leave none alive. We obey. The 500,000 troops surrounded the kingdom of Oris, a scene beyond imagination. Following Luoning's order, all soldiers shouted in unison. A wave of murderous aura emanated from the army, condensing into a palpable killing intent. The countless soldiers of the kingdom of Oris felt a chill of fear. Even before the battle began, their fighting spirit had already halved. Their combat effectiveness plummeted. This war held no surprises. The army was destined to win. The army, has it arrived so soon? Damn it. In the face of death, I could truly regret it. However, I now have no way out. The king of Oris glanced at the 500,000 elite soldiers surrounding the palace. His expression was dark, fists clenched tightly, his eyes revealing a deep sense of regret. Why didn't he leave 3 hours ago? Coexistence? 3 hours ago, the king of Oris indeed thought this way. But now, it was too late for regrets. If given another chance, he would not have done this. Unfortunately, reality is reality. Time cannot be turned back. At this moment, he could only fight to the death. Even if he knew he would surely die, he absolutely could not let the army have it easy. Soldiers, the evil army has invaded our homeland. They kill our Oris citizens, piling up corpses and causing rivers of blood. Soldiers, what should we do? Should we surrender or fight back? Even if the result is only to die on the battlefield? On the city wall of the kingdom of Oris, the king looked at the 200,000 troops beside him, who had been brewing their emotions for a long time, and spoke emotionally. His voice echoed on the city wall, striking the hearts of the people, causing countless soldiers to display intense anger on their faces. Fight back, die on the battlefield. Fight back, die on the battlefield. Fight back, die on the battlefield. The 200,000 troops could not help but roar, many with red eyes. At this moment, In their eyes, the army was evil, the murderer destroying their homeland and killing innocent civilians. But these soldiers did not know the truth of these words. Perhaps in their hearts, their king would never lie to them. Between their king and the army, they chose their king. They chose to believe that the army was a wicked existence, 100 times more evil than pirates. At the foot of the city, Ning stood at the front. Behind him stood the army generals Xiao, Costa, the personal guards Chi, Ba, and the 500,000 elite troops. At this moment, Ning's face was cold. His eyes filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. The army is evil? The army is 100 times more wicked than pirates? King of Oris. Your skill in turning the tables is truly remarkable. With a cold smile, Ning no longer concealed his inner killing intent, capturing the citizens to sell them as slaves. He did not hide this at all. He even issued a bounty for it. All these, before Ning could settle accounts, were turned against him by the king of Oris. This made Ning's already icy heart once again filled with blood-red fury and intense killing intent. Looking up, he saw the steadfast expression of the king on the city wall, still speaking of some non-existent matters to the 200,000 troops of Oris. Finally, Ning moved. He took a step forward, raised his hand, and swung it down hard. At the same time, he issued the military order. Everyone, raise your weapons. Kill for me. If there is resistance, leave none alive. Ning's voice was cold, filled with intense killing intent. Behind him, the 500,000 elite troops raised their long knives at his command. With unchanged expressions, they roared in unison. Kill, 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 kill. The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, shocking countless people. Amidst the roar, the 500,000 troops of the army finally began to move. Methodically, they launched an attack on the kingdom of Oris. The war of annihilation has finally begun. War is incredibly brutal. The army is the most elite force in this world. The kingdom of Oris is merely a presence that doesn't even qualify as a first-rate power. From the start of this war, the ending could already be predicted. However, King Oris did not expect that in just half an hour, Oris's 200,000 troops would suffer heavy losses. The soldiers of the army are so formidable that they inspire fear. Almost every soldier in the army can take on 10 of Oris's soldiers, and those slightly stronger can even take on 100. Originally, the two armies were already unequal in numbers. This situation further worsened the plight of Oris's 200,000 troops. As time passed, the battle became increasingly devastating. It is said that not a single rebel would be left alive. The soldiers of the army fully implemented this strategy. They struck down with their blades. Bodies piled up like mountains. Blood dyed the cities of Oris a deep red. Even the sky, tainted by the aura of killing, turned blood red, appearing so eerie. Under the relentless slaughter, Oris's 200,000 troops were reduced to just 50,000. Yet at this moment, not a single soldier from Oris laid down their weapons or ceased resistance. How laughable. This scene is truly absurd. Ning watched as the Oris army was cornered on the city walls, their 50,000 troops beaten into disarray by the army. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Is the royal family of Oris really so esteemed among the common people? Even under King Oris's slander, do they truly see the army as so contemptible? Gradually, Ning fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a blood-soaked tiger idiot came down from the battlefield. His face twisted in a fierce expression, a hint of bloodlust at the corner of his mouth, and asked, Marshal, how should we proceed next? How to proceed? Ning raised his head and glanced at the Oris army, still resisting stubbornly, their eyes filled with intense anger and sorrow. He couldn't help but sigh. Slowly turning around, he walked towards the back, and after walking more than 10 meters, Ning's voice finally came softly, since the enemy is so stubborn. Then let us kill them all. As you command. After receiving the order from his marshal, Tiger Idiot licked the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Holding a dark red steel knife covered in blood, he rejoined the battlefield. However, this time, after Tiger Idiot joined the battle, the army launched the most ferocious offensive without holding back any longer. Thus, the kingdom of Oris was annihilated. After an hour, the war ended. Ning walked up to the city wall and looked at the palace of the kingdom of Oris. He remained silent. He still couldn't understand why such a small kingdom as Oris dared to provoke the army. Why did their military power seem so weak? Yet they still dared to challenge the world's top force? Was it because they were in a new world? Or was it that the army had not truly acted for so long that its strength and terror had been forgotten by the people of this world? Sitting on the throne, Luo Ning was suddenly approached by Tiger Idiot, who cupped his hands and said, "Marshal, the kingdom of Oris has been destroyed. There are still over 2 million civilians on this island. What should we do with these 2 million civilians?" Tiger Idiot's question caught the attention of Luo Ning and the 2 generals beside him, both of whom smiled. "Over 2 million civilians? You're asking me how to handle them?" Looking at Tiger Idiot, Luo Ning was momentarily stunned. It made sense that Tiger Idiot would ask this question. If Tiger Xing had come along this time, he definitely wouldn't have asked this question because he understood Luo Ning. He always knew how to do things that satisfied Luo Ning. As for the reaction of the 2 million civilians of the kingdom of Oris, what kind of reaction? Regarding his Marshal-esque words, Tiger Idiot scratched his head and slowly said after some thought, "In the hearts of those 2 million ordinary civilians in Oris, our army has a terrible reputation, a stench that is unbearable. In fact, after the army entered their territory, the civilians even had a tendency to attack the army. So, how should we handle this? A tendency to attack?" Hearing this, the corner of Luo Ning's mouth twitched. Originally, he thought that King Oris only had a strong reputation among the military. Now, Luo Ning discovered that it seemed the reputation of his army had become unbearable throughout the entire kingdom of Oris. Since that is the case, does Luo Ning still have any choices? Looking at Tiger Idiot, he waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of bloodlust. "Kill them all. Kill them all. Yes. Kill them all. Execute the order. Yes." Tiger Idiot took 2 steps back and swiftly walked outside. Although this command seemed strange and contrary to the central philosophy of the army, since it was given by his Marshal Luo Ning, he, Tiger Idiot, had no choice but to carry it out. A soldier should fulfill his duty to execute orders. He, Tiger Idiot, had no reason to refuse. Watching Tiger Idiot leave the palace of the kingdom of Oris, Luo Ning stood up and walked to the palace gates, gazing into the distance. In the end, the kingdom of Oris was destined for destruction. He initially wanted to take in the civilians, after all. The decisions of the state had nothing to do with the common people. However, the civilians living under the rule of the kingdom of Oris had disappointed Luo Ning too much. The tendency to attack, the disdain for the army. The army's reputation was unbearable. Since that is the case, why should he, the army, endure? With no time for education, then let slaughter awaken the world. Let them understand one principle. The army cannot be insulted. That is enough. Even if, in the end, the army suffers a terrible reputation, Luo Ning does not care. He alone can bear the blame. After all, ISNT he called the god of killing Luo Ning. Thus, if he slaughters 2 million people, what does it matter? After an hour, the war finally came to a perfect conclusion. At this moment, within the borders of the kingdom of Oris, not a single person survived. Whether soldiers or civilians, there was not a single soul left alive. Even now, Luo Ning truly admires King Oris. For even though King Oris had long since met a tragic end, those civilians still believed in their king and resisted against the army until the very end. They resisted until all 2 million civilians were completely annihilated. In just 1 hour, Luo Ning walked on the land of the Aoluo kingdom, looking at this relatively large island. He smiled. It is said that all people are foolish. Originally, he had no feelings about it. But now he suddenly realized that some people are not worth saving by the army, and some people do not deserve to live a happy life at all. So be it. Luo Ning walked alone at the forefront, calming himself for a moment. Behind him were 500,000 elite troops of the army, led by 2 generals and 2 marshals. In this battle against the Aoluo kingdom, nearly 2 million people of the Aoluo kingdom were annihilated. The army, with 500,000 troops, suffered no casualties. There were only a few dozen injured. The gap between the 2 sides was astonishing. In the border area of the world government, at the junction of the 4 seas, this was the location of the army's headquarters. Originally, this area was peaceful, with the army and civilians living harmoniously together. However, today, something unexpected happened. At the docks, 1,000 warships suddenly surged toward the army's direction, advancing rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the docks. These were naval warships. The Navy had brought 1,000 warships, leading another 500,000 elite troops, launching an attack on the army's headquarters. It seemed that the Navy was going to take advantage of the absence of the army's elite to eliminate the army in one fell swoop. After all, if the Navy allowed the army to continue developing, their status as the overlord of the 4 seas would be in jeopardy. Their territory could soon be occupied by the army. Since that was the case, why not take the risk and directly lead the troops to attack the army? Moreover, the current army was not as solid and indestructible as it once was. The army's Marshal, Luo Ning, along with the only two generals, Yishao and Costa, and the army's personal guards, Hu Qi and Hu Ba, as well as the army's 500,000 elite troops and 500 personal guards, had all been deployed. With this, what strength did the army's headquarters have left to resist the Navy's attack? None, right? Although this war seems somewhat unfair, when has this world ever been fair? In this world, the winner is king. The loser can only be permanently erased from this world, unknown to anyone. In the army's 5 major continents at the docks, 1,000 naval warships were slowly sailing, gradually approaching. Sengoku stood on one of the largest warships, alongside the 3 admirals of the Navy, the naval hero Garp, and the Navy strategist, Crane. In addition, there were countless naval officers, mid-ranking and junior officers, elite soldiers, and so on. This time, the Navy had nearly emptied its resources, all to erase the army from this world. Recently, the powerful rise of the furnace had threatened the army's strength, which in turn had threatened the world government's control over this world. Naturally, it posed a significant threat to the Navy's status as the overlord of the 4 seas. If the army continued to grow unchecked, the destruction of the world government and the Navy would be inevitable. If they did not want to be destroyed by the army, they had to seize this opportunity and fight to the death. Another half an hour passed. Finally, the 1,000 warships docked. 500,000 elite Navy troops and countless naval officers disembarked. The Navy's Marshal, Sengoku, straightened his uniform, revealing a resolute expression in his eyes. Suddenly, he leaped from a naval warship, landing on the territory of the army's 5 major continents. Looking at the now increasingly prosperous central continent, Sengoku's eyes flashed with surprise. The power of the army was something Sengoku could anticipate and imagine. However, the prosperity of the central continent, its strength, was beyond his imagination. In fact, the current central continent was not inferior in prosperity to the Navy's headquarters. It was no wonder that the army could rise with such terrifying speed and strength. With a solid base, it was difficult not to become strong. Crane, can we really do this in the Navy? Sengoku, seeing the Navy as a self-proclaimed righteous army, did not expect that they now had to sneak attack others. He chuckled, finding it somewhat ridiculous. Standing on the central continent, Sengoku's eyes were somewhat hollow as he spoke to the Navy strategist, Crane. Hearing Sengoku's words, Crane smiled slightly and shook her head helplessly. Sengoku, this is not something you could decide. The Navy is one of the 3 military forces controlled by the world government. Can you really rebel against the world government? Since you can't resist, just comply. After all, we have been living like this for decades, haven't we? Although Crane's face showed no signs of disturbance, her heart was also somewhat bitter. The Navy, the overlord of the 4 seas, self-proclaimed as a righteous army. But is their true nature really that honorable? No, it is not. Although the Navy claims to be just, in reality, it is merely an army controlled by the world government. All orders from the world government must be obeyed by the Navy. Furthermore, if the celestial dragons feel even the slightest danger, the 3 admirals of the Navy must take action. This scene is quite laughable, isn't it? As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, their status is even inferior to that of the celestial dragons. What is wrong with this world? The celestial dragons, known as the sons of God, are the most noble existence in the world. They can act with impunity, arrogant, and proud. They can kill whenever they want. In their eyes, there is no law in this world. In their eyes, they themselves are the law of this world, and everything they do is just. What has happened to this world? When did this world become like this? Although Sengoku's mind occasionally flashed with this question, what could he do? As the Marshal of the Navy, there are times when some things must be done. To defy the world government? To go against the world government? Sengoku had thought about this. But if the Navy did that, could it continue to survive in this world? The power of the world government is something the Navy cannot resist. Not to mention that the world government and the Navy are one entity. Separate? Don't joke. How can 2 entities that are one be casually separated? The world government also controls the economic lifeline of the Navy. If the world government had no means, would they dare to let the Navy grow? It's impossible, all right. The world government, if truly so foolish, how could they possibly have ruled this world for hundreds of years without falling? It is known that the world government and the celestial dragons have an ancestor, a terrifying strongman, who underwent a procedure for immortality and still survives to this day. The legendary creator god of the celestial dragons, Im. However, very few know this. In the central region of the 5 continents, Marine Admiral Sengoku gazes ahead at the prosperous and peaceful scene. Taking a deep breath, he closes his eyes and clenches his fists. He issues an order to the 500,000 elite Marines behind him, 3 Marine Admirals, Marine Hero Garp, and countless powerful Marines, All Marines attack. Eradicate the army, the traitors of the world government, this evil existence. If anyone resists, if anyone protects the army, eliminate them all, leave not a single one, even if they are powerless civilians. After closing his eyes, Sengoku suddenly opens them again, his gaze filled with strong unwillingness. Yet he must make a decision that goes against his own heart. His voice is somewhat hoarse, but in this area, it is exceptionally clear, easily reaching the ears of all Marines. Understood. Following the Admiral's orders, we will eliminate the army, the traitors of the world government, leaving not a single one. With Admiral Sengoku's command, the 500,000 elite Marines moved. These elite Marines were selected from nearly 10 million troops. Their level of excellence is beyond words, all having undergone the baptism of blood. They are even comparable to the 500,000 army troops. However, when it comes to the real elite of the army, the Marines are far behind. The war has begun. In the central region, countless civilians under the army's banner look on in fear of the 500,000 Marines, hurriedly hiding in their homes. They tremble, yet harbor resentment. The Marines? Is this self-proclaimed righteous army truly just? No. In the hearts of these civilians, only the army can truly represent justice. The Marines? This army is merely for the sake of justice. They are simply using the banner of justice to pursue their own desires, deceiving countless ordinary civilians. Originally, that would have been enough. Now, when these civilians' lives were finally looking up, barely reaching happiness, the Marines have come again. Even this army that claims to be righteous wants to eliminate the army, a force that can truly represent justice. Ridiculous, truly too ridiculous. Do the Marines really think they can bully the civilians, thinking they are blind? In their hearts, there is strong resentment towards the Marines. But what of it? In this world, the strong ultimately hold the power. Only the strong have the right to write history. The weak can only cry in the long river of history. The army, with 500,000 troops deployed, only 2 generals accompany the army commander on this expedition. Among the 3 personal guards of the commander, 2 also follow into battle. One could say that nearly all of the army's elite have been sent out. The remaining troops guarding the army headquarters cannot be compared to the Marines in the eyes of these civilians. This war is so unequal, so unfair. For the army to hold its ground is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The reality is not much different from what these civilians think. As the war begins, the 500,000 Marines directly launch the first wave of assault on the army headquarters. Although the army had prepared defenses and gathered troops before the Marines attacked, is it really that easy to defend against the Marines? That is not guaranteed. At the army headquarters, in the commander's office, strategist Merc sits upright in a chair. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door, and an army general enters. With a respectful demeanor, he quietly reports some matters to Merc. Since Army Commander Loning led the 500,000 elite army and the only 2 generals, Ishiao and Costa, into battle, the entire army respects Merc. Everyone must act in Merc's name. Lord Merc, now the Marines, taking advantage of the commander's absence, are leading 500,000 troops, along with the 3 Marine Admirals, Marine Hero Garb, and countless strong Marines, to besiege our army. What should we do? A lieutenant general asks as he enters the commander's office, bowing his head respectfully. How many troops does the army have? Merc asks. 300,000. The lieutenant general replies. 300,000? That should be enough, right? If it weren't for the commander leading the troops in a battle, would the Marines dare invade our territory? The lieutenant general says indignantly. Thinking back to the recent glory of the army, just today, the commander led 500,000 troops through the 4 seas, advancing into the New World to exterminate the country of Oris. When the army was traversing the 4 seas, did the Marines dare to act recklessly? Now, waiting for the elite 500,000 of the army to arrive in the New World, the Marines take advantage of this opportunity to launch a massive attack on the army, truly shameless. In the face of the lieutenant general's anger, Merc appears calm and unperturbed. Shameless? Isn't that how the Marines have always been? Haven't they issued the demon slaughter order? Have the celestial dragons not committed heinous acts? Thus, when the celestial dragons are in trouble, the Marines dispatch admirals to protect them. Now, the Marines' behavior is already within my expectations. Merc smiles mysteriously, waving his hand to signal the lieutenant general to withdraw. He has a plan, even if the Marine admiral leads 500,000 elite troops. What is there to fear for the army? Even if the army sends out all its elites now, this is still the army's territory, the Army's ground. It is not something the Marines can easily bully. The 500,000 elite Marines stand at the city gate. The Army headquarters is tightly closed, appearing to be in a state of strict defense. As for the ordinary civilians, the Marines do not infringe upon them in the slightest. However, the image of the Marines has already ingrained itself in people's hearts. This time of non-infringement does not mean that it will be the same in the future. At the city gate, the 500,000 elite Marines stand firm, their formation strict and their armaments well prepared, resembling an elite army. Admiral Sengoku stood at the forefront, watching the tightly closed gates of the army. He frowned slightly. Although the army's Marshal, Luoning, had taken away 500,000 elite troops, that did not mean the current army headquarters could be easily captured. The army was filled with powerful warriors. This time, if the Navy wanted to attack the army, it was unknown how many elite sailors they would lose. Amidst the hesitation, Sengoku suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with a determined light. The army was the traitors of the world government. As long as they could eliminate the army, the losses of the Navy would be worth it. All Navy attack. Yes, sir. With Admiral Sengoku's command, the 500,000 troops of the Navy began to mobilize slowly. Their formation resembled a giant beast awakening from slumber, blocking out the sun and making it hard to resist. As for the three admirals of the Navy, each had different identities. Akiji looked hesitant. The Navy was where he had been nurtured, while the Army's Marshal was his friend. This battle put Akiji in a difficult position. Kizaru, on the other hand, had a helpless expression. His eyes revealed a hint of laziness, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. His form flickered with bursts of light. Are we going to war with the Army again? Sigh. I really hope this war could be a bit easier. Otherwise, with just this little salary, it's really a big loss. Among the three admirals of the Navy, only Akainu had the most ferocious expression, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. A strong aura of malice and terrifying heat radiated from him. Army, in the past, the injuries you caused me, I have never forgotten for a single day. Today, I, Akainu, will definitely destroy you, the Army. Completely obliterate you, make you disappear from this world. Only then can I ease the hatred in my heart. It was clear that Akainu's anger had reached an irreparable level. In this battle, he would spare no effort to destroy the Army. Even if it meant slaughtering all the Army soldiers, he would not hesitate. Those who offend me shall die. This was the justice in Akainu's heart. Attack, attack. Today we must annihilate the Army. The Army is the traitors of the world government. Everyone, kill. Kill the Army. Justice. Under these slogans, the Navy's 500,000 elite troops moved even faster. Their killing intent grew stronger. The common people on the fringes might be beyond the Navy's control, but the citizens in the central regions of the Four Seas were still influenced by the Navy. Not to mention their elite soldiers. If they couldn't even control the thoughts of their soldiers, how could the Navy become the top power in this world? How could they dominate the Four Seas and drive out pirates for hundreds of years? At the Army headquarters, Merc looked up at the city walls. Beside him stood many Army generals to protect him. In fact, these generals were just for show. The strongest protection for Merc came from a shadow guard left by Luoning. This shadow guard was extraordinary. He had risen from the depths of the Army's maximum security prison, Blood Moon Hell. His strength was unfathomable. It might be an exaggeration to say so, but this shadow guard was indeed at the peak of the Four Emperors level, and he was even at the upper echelon of that level. His strength was remarkable. Looking down at the vast number of elite Navy troops below, Merc couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He already knew about the 500,000 elite Navy troops, but when truly facing them, he still felt a bit anxious. Although his mind could stand at the peak of this world, in terms of strength, he was just a weak man unable to fight back. Therefore, he couldn't put himself in a dangerous situation. What if he died? How could the Army resist and defend against the Navy's attack? Shadow Guard, are you still there? On the city wall, Merc maintained a calm expression, forcing himself to stay composed. Although there were many Army generals beside him, he still felt uncertain. How powerful was the Navy? If he didn't have anyone to contend with them, wouldn't he be in danger? Don't worry, I'm here. The Marshal ordered me to protect you. So as long as you don't act recklessly, I can ensure your safety. From the shadows, such a voice emerged. Originally, this scene seemed quite eerie, but in Merc's eyes, it was incredibly reassuring. As long as he had the Shadow Guard, what was there to fear? The 500,000 elite Navy troops were indeed very strong. The Army's Marshal had led 500,000 elite troops and only 2 generals. But that did not mean the Army was incapable of withstanding the Navy's assault. This was the Army headquarters. This was the Army's territory. This was not the Navy's place. The saying a strong dragon cannot crush a local snake was not just a casual remark. Moreover, their navy couldn't be considered a strong dragon. At most, they were just a force that could somewhat contend with the army. As long as you're here. Remember, you must stick with me and protect me well. Right now, we are about to engage in a great battle with the navy. If I fall, it would be a huge disadvantage for the army. Merc whispered. This time, the hidden shadow guard did not appear. Perhaps he felt annoyed with Merc. This old man, although he had a very high IQ and could stand at the peak of this world with it, was just a bit too afraid of death. And his character was somewhat, how should I say? Forget it. As a shadow guard, it's not appropriate to make evaluations. After all, the current army is led by Merc. If he angered Merc, what would happen when he had to deal with him later? The shadow guard remained hidden in the dark, unknown to the navy. On the city wall, Merc watched the elite soldiers charging toward the tightly closed gates of the army headquarters below. Merc revealed a cold smile. The navy wants to launch a strong attack, huh? You guys really look down on the army, don't you? Deploy the first army, maintain strict defenses, and block the navy at all costs. Merc waved his hand at the group of army generals beside him. Understood. After receiving the order, the army generals stepped back 2 paces and headed to their posts. Mobilized the remaining troops of the army. Although they only managed to gather 300,000 elite soldiers in a short time, which was 200,000 less than the navy, Merc was confident. With these 300,000 troops, although he couldn't defeat the god of war navy, defending against their attacks should be a piece of cake, right? If they couldn't even hold their defenses, how could he, Merc, have the confidence to rise to the top with his intellect? It's important to know that war relies not only on brute force, but also on intelligence. Kill, 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 kill. Below the city, the Navy's shouts shook the ground. The murderous intent coalesced. The reason the Navy could become the overlord of the seas and instill fear in countless pirates was not without foundation. These 500,000 elite Navy soldiers were all seasoned veterans who had survived countless bloody battles. They possessed strength far superior to that of ordinary soldiers. The aura emitted by these soldiers was naturally extraordinary. Facing these Navy troops, the 300,000 soldiers of the army on the city walls were not intimidated at all. They were the army. They were the top force in the world. What did they have to fear from a navy? If it weren't for their commander leading 50,000 elite army troops and the only 2 generals of the army leaving, would the navy dare to attack with their false sense of justice? At the command, the army's frontline soldiers took the lead. As for the navy's 3 generals, they remained at the rear, observing the situation. Under the command of their officers, the navy's formations slowly detached from the main force. In the formation, the navy soldiers were all exceptionally elite, with resolute expressions and killing intent in their eyes. Holding cannons and steel knives, they stood tall and unwavering. As they moved, they resembled swift rabbits, quickly reaching the base of the city to launch the first round of attacks. They aimed to capture the army headquarters. Ladders were naturally indispensable. The assistance of artillery fire was also crucial. Otherwise, before the ladders even reached the city, they would be blasted to dust by the army's artillery. Then, what kind of war could they fight? The Navy's commander, Sengoku, certainly wouldn't overlook this point. However, while Sengoku could anticipate this, Merc, who aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of intelligence, surely had countermeasures. It was simple. Merc just needed to arrange for some soldiers to prepare barrels of oil and torches. When the ladders were brought up and the Navy began to climb, that would be the Army's best opportunity to act. They would pour oil and set the ladders on fire. At that moment, the Navy soldiers would already be halfway up, with troops behind them and flames burning above, leaving them nowhere to retreat. Instantly, the first wave of the Navy's offensive was shattered by the Army. All the ladders were burned, with not a single one left intact. Upon seeing this scene, the Navy commander, Sengoku, furrowed his brow. He originally thought that even if this wave of attacks couldn't breach the Army's gates, it would at least inflict some damage on them. However, he did not expect that the Army not only emerged unscathed but also directly repelled the Navy's first offensive. The elite soldiers of the Navy's first wave could hardly return, with casualties amounting to no less than 2,000. The Army, on the other hand, suffered no losses at all. This situation made the Navy's commander, Sengoku, feel somewhat grim. After all, the Navy had been the overlord of the seas for hundreds of years. A terrifying existence. Now, they had suffered such a significant defeat at the hands of the Army. Moreover, this was after their commander, Loning, had led 50,000 troops and only 2 generals away. This left the Navy with little face. Attack! The entire Army mobilized to crush the Army in this world. Understood. After receiving their commander's orders, many Navy generals around Sengoku began to move. At that moment, the 500,000 elite Navy troops stepped forward, preparing to launch the most ferocious attack on the tightly closed gates of the Army headquarters. Finally, can we take revenge on the Army? This moment has been waited for so long. I have finally waited for this. Army Akainu will make you disappear from this world. This world is defined by the justice of the Navy. The Army? Heh, just a group of rebels against the world government. What right do they have to dictate the rules and laws of this world? Army, Central Continent region. The Army headquarters, gates tightly shut. Akainu stood beneath the city, looking up at the Army's well-formed and tightly defended positions above. He extended his right hand to touch the horrifying scar on his chest. Years had passed, and this scar could not be erased. Instead, it made Akainu hate the Army even more. After years of hard training, now at the peak of the four emperors, he was eager for revenge against the Army. However, Akainu turned his head to glance at the calm and composed Navy commander Sengoku beside him. He suppressed his inner fury. For now, they were still in the probing stage, and the Navy had not yet launched a full-scale attack. This meant it was not yet time for the Navy's 3 generals to take action. If that's the case, then let the Army live a little longer. After all, the Army's outcome will ultimately be death, and only death. Navy. The first wave of attack resulted in 2,000 casualties. War consumes manpower, resources, and finances. This level of loss is insignificant for the Navy. However, the fact that the Navy lost 2,000 while the Army remained completely unharmed made Commander Sengoku somewhat restless. Following this, the Navy launched an even more ferocious attack. In the second wave of attacks, the Navy mobilized a total of 50,000 soldiers from the 500,000. Although only 1/10, the Army moved with great momentum. Densely packed, and their numbers appeared quite terrifying. Ladders, firearms, steel knives, cannons, and some large siege machinery. The Navy naturally would not be lacking. Faced with such an attack, the Army remained calm, and troop movements were orderly. 50,000? For Merc, it was nothing. Even if the Navy sent 500,000 elite troops to attack with full force, the Army, would not be afraid at all. These 50,000 wanted to capture the Army headquarters? That was somewhat naive. Above the city, Merc waved his hand. Looking down, he saw the 5,000 elite Navy soldiers, moving orderly like ants, quickly approaching the Army headquarters. A cold smile appeared on his face. 50,000? Navy, oh Navy, are you underestimating our Army? Do you think that just because Commander took away 500,000 elite troops, the Army would really be defenseless? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Our Army is not as weak as you imagine. Since you sent these 50,000, I will swallow them all, leaving none behind. It's also a chance for you Navy to see just how strong our Army really is. Smiling, Merc slowly walked down the city. He shared his plan with the senior Army officers and discussed the arrangement for the Army's 300,000 troops. So that's how it is. After listening to Lord Merc, I couldn't help but feel enlightened. 50,000 elite Navy? Just watch. I will take down this entire Army. Let the Navy wake up and realize that wanting to attack the Army headquarters on our territory with just these 50,000 elite Navy is far from enough. After hearing Merc's arrangement, one senior officer, a lieutenant general at the 4 Emperors level, revealed a cold smile and a fierce battle intent burned in his eyes. Perhaps at first, he was a bit anxious about the Navy's 50,000 elite troops. But after learning about Lord Merc's plan, he felt that even if there were 100,000 or 200,000 elite Navy troops, he could handle it. Of course, this was an exaggeration. The Army could still handle 100,000 elite Navy troops, but 200,000 would not be so easy to deal with. Brothers, follow me. Let us meet those so-called elite Navy troops. At the same time, we need to let the Navy know that our Army is not to be bullied. Those who look down on the Army must pay the price. Yes, General. The Lieutenant General waved his hand, and his subordinates, some Army brigadier generals and colonels, followed him as they departed. He also took away 5,000 troops from the Army's 300,000 elite forces, though both sides had 50,000 elite troops. War is not solely about numbers. If it were just about numbers, the Army's 300,000 would easily surrender to the Navy's 500,000, wouldn't it? After the order from the Navy commander, Warring States, was issued and all the arrangements were completed, a lieutenant general in the Navy led 50,000 elite Navy troops, along with several Navy brigadier generals, preparing to set off. This lieutenant general was one of the stronger figures in the Navy, considered a potential admiral. The great swordwoman, Peach Rabbit, holding a supreme great knife, the 12 Works. Jean Byra. Her strength should not be underestimated, and she was not much weaker than the Navy admirals. Sending out such a strong leader to command 50,000 elite Navy troops was indeed a thoughtful decision by warring states. However, warring states, being a strategist, no matter how thoughtful, what difference does it make? The Navy was the attacking side, while the Army was the defending side. This was still the Army's territory. Having a strategy only goes so far. This time, if the Navy's 50,000 elite troops did not suffer losses here, would it still be worth Lord Merk's careful calculations? Commander, are we going to rest for a bit first, or launch an immediate attack? A Navy lieutenant general beside Peach Rabbit asked. Indeed, Peach Rabbit was just a lieutenant general in the Navy, but her position was quite special. Due to her strong abilities, she was considered a potential admiral. Moreover, in this battle, she, Peach Rabbit, was still the commander. It was not surprising for the Navy lieutenant general to respect her. Walking for 100 miles, Peach Rabbit stopped. The Navy's 50,000 elite troops were on the offensive. Although they intended to capture the Army, they could not possibly camp right at the Army headquarters. Thus, warring states announced a retreat of several hundred miles to set up camp. Naturally, this action by warring states created an opportunity for the Army. All right, rest in place for an hour. After an hour, we will lead the troops to attack the Army headquarters. This time, even if we cannot force open the tightly shut gates of the Army, we must let the Army know the might of our Navy. We Navy are not to be trifled with. Peach Rabbit observed her surroundings and then made this decision. The 50,000 Navy troops were indeed large in scale. It was not so easy to conceal the movements of these 50,000 elite Navy troops. The Army had also made defensive measures against these 50,000. Not to mention, this time the one commanding the Army was that cunning guy Merk. Lieutenant General, look, these 50,000 Navy troops are indeed resting here. Lord Merk was not wrong. At this moment, they must be letting their guard down. We can launch an attack and take down all these 50,000 elite Navy troops. In the surroundings, from a concealed position, a burly man with a somewhat rugged appearance smiled. He agreed very much with his subordinate's words, nodded, and chuckled. You're right. Now that the Navy is regrouping and resting, this must be the time when their vigilance is the weakest. At this moment, if we launch an attack, we can definitely take down all these 50,000 elite Navy troops. By the time the Navy reacts, we can slip away. This plan is brilliant, truly brilliant. The lieutenant general sneered, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent as he drew out a slightly dark red, extremely sharp long knife tied to his waist. Roaring, he shouted, all troops attack. Kill all the Navy, leave none alive. Understood. In response, numerous elite Army soldiers suddenly appeared from all directions. Counting carefully, this batch of elite Army forces is almost equal in number to the elite Navy forces, both totaling 50,000. However, can a heart that is willing to fight succeed against one that is not? This time, the Army successfully executed a surprise attack. How could the Navy defend against this? Even though she is a vice admiral of the Navy and a prospective naval general, Taudu, despite not being well-versed in military strategy, understands this. Drawing her sword, she wanted to rally her troops and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, gather urgently and follow me to break through the Army's encirclement." Taudu was the first to react. The other vice admirals and rear admirals of the Navy also responded, taking out their weapons and preparing for battle. However, the temporarily regrouped 50,000 elite soldiers were indeed unable to respond quickly to this surprise attack, even though they were seasoned veterans, having been through countless battles. The Army was no different. They too were battle-hardened veterans. The 50,000 Army troops were well-formed, facing the scattered and somewhat dazed elite Navy forces. The Army pierced through the Navy's weaknesses like a dagger, instantly turning the Navy upside down, splitting them into two halves. They were forcibly divided. The Navy's command system suddenly malfunctioned. At this moment, the elite Navy did react, wielding their steel blades in an attempt to resist. But at this time, they were only fighting individually. Against the Army, which was well-organized, equipped, and had a complete command system, the Navy found it difficult to resist. As time passed, the Navy's resistance became increasingly difficult. The Army, like a steel blade, continued to wreak havoc within the Navy. 2 parts. 4 parts. 8 parts. Finally, the 50,000 elite Navy forces were completely fragmented into disarray. At this moment, the Army finally revealed its ferocious fangs, launching a massacre against the Navy. With their mysterious formations, powerful equipment, rapid command, and countless battle-hardened veterans, the Navy's 50,000 elite forces were instantly like a pack of leaderless wolves. They were systematically slaughtered by the Army, batch after batch. Even the casualties between the two armies reached a terrifying 10-1. The speed at which the 50,000 elite Navy forces fell was astonishing. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. This scene left Taudu, the commander of the Navy's 50,000 troops, shocked. Although she was a vice admiral of the Navy and a master swordsman, at this moment, she began to panic. The Army dared to lead 50,000 elite troops to launch a surprise attack on the Navy at such a critical moment, and they succeeded. This made Taudu feel unsettled. Calm down, calm down, calm down. She breathed in and out, trying to regain her composure. After calming down, Taudu's eyes were filled with a strong sword intent. A sword momentum began to rise around her. No matter what, she, Taudu, was ultimately a master swordsman in this world. Moreover, her strength was not weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold the position of a general substitute in the Navy. War is ultimately brutal. Taudu slowly lowered her right hand and drew the weapon at her waist, known as the Supreme Great Knife 12 Work, Jean Pila. A sharp intent exploded from a blade, rapidly spreading out. Now, with the Navy being ambushed by the Army, the battlefield was unfavorable, and their formation was shattered into countless fragments, fighting individually. If she wanted to turn the situation around forcibly, it wouldn't be easy. However, it was not without a solution. Searching carefully, Taudu's eyes, filled with a strong sword intent, finally locked onto a figure. This person was formidable, and the military uniform they wore was completely different from that of the other Army soldiers. Judging by appearance, they should be an important officer among the Army. If she could kill all the officers in the Army, then the Navy would not necessarily be the losing side in this war. With this thought, Taudu's gaze became increasingly cold. A strong killing intent radiated from her. Taudu, a master swordsman at the level of the four emperors, had reached this point not just due to her talent, but more importantly, because of the countless battles she had fought. Time and again, she had hovered between life and death, comprehending the most profound essence of the world. Life, death. The two are quite mysterious. People cannot feel them during ordinary times, but during battle, they can sometimes be awakened. At the same time, her growth in such moments was astonishing. Come on, the Navy absolutely cannot lose. If the Navy is defeated by the Army, will there still be justice in this world? Taudu firmly held onto her belief. Meanwhile, the Supreme Great Knife 12 Work, Jean Pila, in her hand, trembled slightly, its blade emanating a terrifying sword momentum. It seemed as if Jean Pila knew what its master was thinking and wanted to lend her a hand. In the Central Plains area of the 5 continents, the Army's headquarters, over 100 miles away, had a total of 100,000 elite troops engaged in a fierce battle. War is brutal. One side launches a surprise attack while the other is exhausted from responding, and soon the number of fallen elite troops exceeds 10,000. Yet, only 1,000 from the Army side had fallen. Meanwhile, the Navy side had lost as many as 9,000 troops. The casualty ratio was astonishing, right? This was just from the Navy's commander, Taudu, who wielded one of the Supreme Great Knife 12 Works, Jean Pila, and fought her way out. However, amidst the slaughter, Taudu suddenly realized that her actions could not turn the tide of the battle. She had to take some special measures. War is incredibly cruel. The blood-red offering of blood flowed across the land, and a strong smell of blood faintly stained the air a dark red, creating an eerie and heavy atmosphere. It was necessary to execute a decapitation plan. Otherwise, the Navy would undoubtedly face defeat in this battle. In the center of the battlefield, the Navy's substitute General Taudu looked at the situation around her, the continuously falling Navy comrades. Her face was extremely cold, and her eyes contained a fierce light. Taudu had anticipated that this battle against the Army would be very difficult. However, she never expected that the Army, the rebels of the world government, would be so cunning, catching the Navy off guard. Their treachery was simply infuriating. It made the Navy's Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit, wish she could skin the Army alive and drink their blood. Her chest heaved violently. Peach Rabbit, with her slender legs, paused slightly. This move was one of the 6 styles of the Navy shave. The user could unleash an incredibly terrifying speed in an instant. Holding her golden sword, she charged towards the location of the senior officers in the Army. This time she, Peach Rabbit, was determined to carry out this decapitation plan to the end. Otherwise, this battle would only end in defeat for the Navy. Since the Navy could not afford to lose, then the losing side must inevitably be the Army. The wind howled. The war intensified. The stench of blood filled the entire battlefield. It was as if the air itself had been tainted by the scent of blood, saturated with its odor. Peach Rabbit cannot afford to lose this battle. Peach Rabbit, wielding a supreme great knife, the golden sword, had a cold expression. A sharp sword aura burst forth from her body. The presence of the four emperors slowly spread at that moment. The target was locked on: the army's lieutenant general and other army major generals and brigadier generals. Peach Rabbit believed that she only needed to eliminate all these senior officers. Once the army's command system was crippled, the Navy would surely be able to turn the tide and crush the army again. She was utterly convinced of this. However, war is not something that goes according to one person's will. A battle is full of unexpected occurrences. Just like now, as Peach Rabbit was charging towards the army's leading lieutenant general, a terrifying sword aura suddenly appeared beside her. A long sword seemed to pierce through the void and appeared before her eyes, even causing this great swordsman and four emperors-level powerhouse to shiver in fear. A strong opponent. This was definitely a strong opponent. Moreover, their swordsmanship realm was not beneath Peach Rabbit's. In fact, it might even surpass hers. How could there be such a master of swordsmanship in the army? Stop. Peach Rabbit gripped her golden sword tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance. Facing a formidable enemy, one even more terrifying than herself. If she did not take this seriously, then she would undoubtedly lose this battle. Are you the Navy's Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit? Indeed. A great swordsman at the four emperors level. In the center of the battlefield, a middle-aged man in a flowing white robe held a mysterious long sword in his hand. At first glance, this man seemed to have no distinguishing features and posed no threat. But the next moment, the sword aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. Even the void seemed unable to withstand the pressure of this sword aura, letting out mournful cries. I am your opponent. If you wish to disrupt the battlefield, you must first get past me. Gung Silang's expression remained unchanged. However, facing such a Gung Silang, Peach Rabbit, as the Navy's Vice Admiral, felt a chill in her heart. Gung Silang, the master of the One Heart Dojo, when did you join the army? Didn't you disdain everything? Why would you join the army? Why would you help such an evil military force? This is not like you. On the battlefield, Peach Rabbit suddenly took 2 steps back, gripping her golden sword even tighter. Gung Silang's swordsmanship was profoundly deep, and his strength was undoubtedly at the terrifying peak of the four emperors level. She, Peach Rabbit, was definitely not his opponent. Even the 3 major generals of the Navy present would not stand a chance against this Gung Silang. How could she, Peach Rabbit, hope to compete with Gung Silang? Yet, Peach Rabbit did not understand. The master of the One Heart Dojo, Gung Silang, was not a person indifferent to fame and fortune. Why had he joined the army? Why was he here now? These questions left Peach Rabbit perplexed. However, the current situation did not allow her to ponder these questions any longer. Now, the Army's 50,000 elite troops were engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy's 50,000 elite troops. Moreover, the Army had successfully launched a surprise attack on the Navy, dividing the Navy's forces into countless pieces. This scene filled the Navy with despair. Although the two sides were not vastly different in strength, with both having 50,000 elite troops, the higher-level realm of strength allowed the Army to completely crush the Navy. The Navy only had Peach Rabbit as a 4 Emperors-level powerhouse. But what about the Army? Counting the Army's side, that Lieutenant General was undoubtedly at the 4 Emperors level, and would not be below the late 4 Emperors stage. And the man before Peach Rabbit, the master of the One Heart Dojo, Gung Silang, was even more terrifying. Putting aside the discussion of swordsmanship, his base strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the 4 Emperors level, a realm that crushed Peach Rabbit. The overwhelming strength, combined with the swordsmanship level, resulted in a double crushing effect. What chance did she, Peach Rabbit, have of winning? Faced with this moment, she, Peach Rabbit, had no choice but to fight to the death. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, even if she already knew the outcome, Peach Rabbit, you say we, the Army, are the rebels of the world government, and I cannot refute that. However, you say the Army is evil. I cannot agree. Perhaps what I say now you will not believe. If so, let's fight. I believe that as a great swordsman and a Vice Admiral of the Navy, you would not choose to evade, would you? Gung Silang's expression was calm. He raised his head and looked at the soil before him, speaking softly. Indeed, the previous Gung Silang was merely an ordinary dojo master of the One Heart Dojo. He joined the army just to see his daughter, Guena. But reality often exceeds expectations. Upon joining the army, Gung Silang was stunned. The army is the rebel force of the world government. This Gung Silang acknowledged and accepted. But was the army truly evil? After walking through the 5 regions of the army, he finally discovered the army, although at many times, is not bound by formality. And in the path of slaughter, the army does not hold back at all when it comes to killing. However, the common people living under the 5 states of the army indeed give Gung Silang a different feeling. Happiness? It seems so, but it's not entirely that. Numbness? No. The people in the territories under the 5 states of the army are not numb at all. Initially, Gung Sailang thought for a long time. Finally, he found an answer in his heart. Hope. Yes, it is hope. It is the hope that people hold for the future. This is something Gung Sailang has rarely seen elsewhere. However, within the 5 states of the army, he can indeed see the flames of hope in people's eyes. The hope they have for the future. Now, the army has completely trapped Gung Sailang in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. What kind of army is the army? After all, why do the people under the 5 states hold such flames of hope in their eyes? And why, in this world, is the reputation of the army as foul as that of an executioner? Gung Sailang wants to know all of this. Come on. The army is the embodiment of justice in this world. The navy? Let's forget it. They're just the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. In the future, I will let you know why I say these words. In this battle, I will not kill you. Don't worry. Gung Sailang, holding an unknown, mysterious longsword, unleashed an explosive sword intent that spread through the air. The sword flowers danced, and streams of sword energy formed from Gung Sailang's hand. The sword energy was sharp and fierce, as if it could cut through the void, suddenly rushing towards Taodu. At this moment, Taodu's gaze was extremely serious, because she knew that if she did not take this seriously, she might struggle to withstand the incoming sword energy. The longsword hovered in midair. Similarly, Taodu wielded her own Jin Pila, swinging the sword. A marvelous feeling gradually emerged from Taodu, and the sword energy took shape, rushing forward to meet the incoming sword energy. The 2 sides' sword energies collided. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air appeared in this battle. A gust of wind began to form with the collision of the 2 sword energies. On the battlefield, countless soldiers looked up in confusion. They stared at this scene, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. These soldiers could not imagine how the sword energy could possess such terrifying power. Of course, the realm of a great swordsman combined with the 4 emperors' realm, the overlapping power, was something the soldiers could not comprehend. Jingxi Lao, Taodu. The 2 figures flickered. On the battlefield, their silhouettes slowly formed into phantoms. At the same time, countless streams of sharp, terrifying, and heart-stopping sword energy began to take shape. Collision. Clash. The destruction caused by the strong confrontation between 2 great swordsmen at the 4 Emperors' realm was unimaginable. The battle continued until 10 minutes later. Finally, it gradually came to a stop. Gung Sailang, holding the mysterious longsword, still wore a white robe, and even his breathing was extremely steady. However, in front of him, Taodu, the Navy's candidate general, was not so relaxed. Taodu's face was flushed, her breathing rapid, and the corners of her mouth held a hint of crimson blood. Her delicate hands clutched her heaving chest, and soon she began to slowly fall to the ground. In this battle, it was indeed Taodu who lost, and she lost thoroughly, with no trace of a desire for victory in her eyes. Both were at the great swordsman realm, one at the late stage of the 4 emperors, the other at the peak. But Taodu really did not expect the battle to last only a mere 10 minutes. She lost? This was hard for Taodu to accept. Even as she fell to the ground, closing her eyes, the corners of her mouth were filled with a bitter taste. She had become a great swordsman, enduring countless trials and tribulations. Now, to be defeated so directly, so decisively. Perhaps this is fate. Lying on the ground, Taodu had lost any ability to resist. Even the strength to move a finger had dissipated. At this moment, Taodu still closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, she did not meet death. Instead, she fell into a deep unconsciousness. She was knocked out. After the battle, Gung Sailang looked at Taodu, who lay on the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. He couldn't help but smile. However, his face showed a hint of confusion followed by clarity. Can women really not become great swordsmen? No, it seems I was wrong. Terribly wrong. What do you mean cannot become a great swordsman? In this world, talent, while important, is not everything. If one puts an effort 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold compared to ordinary people, how could one fear not becoming a great swordsman? Taking a deep breath, Gung Sailang slowly exhaled. Stepping out of his entrenched beliefs was indeed a fortunate thing. Take her away, right? Just take her to the army's great prison and lock her up for now. That place is quite nice. After this battle, I would like to visit the lowest level of the army's great prison for some training. Yes, Major General. On the battlefield, 2 fully armed soldiers appeared in front of Gung Sailang. Their faces were pale, and their faces were stained with streaks of blood. Their eyes held a reverence for Gung Sailang. Gung Sailang, He was the dojo master of the One Heart Dojo, not particularly famous. But Taudu of the Navy had a quite high reputation in the Four Seas region. Candidate General. Female great swordsman. The future hope of the Navy. All of these burdens rested on her shoulders, and she had a platform like the Navy to promote herself across the Four Seas. Even if Taudu did not want to be famous, it was probably a difficult thing. After all, the Navy was the overlord of the Four Seas. If the Navy wanted to suppress the Four Seas and those ruthless pirates, they had to showcase some representative strong individuals. Peach Rabbit, precisely like this, possesses extremely terrifying strength and represents the powerful existence of the army. On the ground, Peach Rabbit, with eyes tightly closed, appears somewhat disheveled. In the next moment, two army soldiers step forward and take him away without a hint of hesitation. Similarly, this battle with Peach Rabbit also made countless army soldiers aware of General Kongshiro's existence, letting them know of Kongshiro's terrifying strength, which is even stronger than that of the three admirals in the Navy. After taking care of Peach Rabbit, Kongshiro sheathed his long sword back at his waist. He looked around. At this moment, the army had gained overwhelming advantages, and the Navy was being beaten into disarray by the army. Although both armies, the Navy and the Army, numbered 50,000, and their elite levels were almost indistinguishable, the Navy was caught completely off guard during the ambush and was cut into countless pieces. This situation also established the momentum for the Navy's defeat. Furthermore, General Kongshiro of the Army had already defeated the only strong figure on the Navy's side, the reserve Admiral Peach Rabbit. How could the Navy possibly turn the tide? Confused and disoriented, the Navy lost this war, which was indeed very painful. But reality is reality. It will not change because of one person's or one faction's discomfort. This battle, 50,000 against 50,000, after half an hour, finally reached its conclusion. The Army's 50,000 elite troops became increasingly vigorous, suffering only about 3,000 casualties. However, the Navy was not so fortunate. As the Army divided the battlefield, the Navy's 50,000 troops were caught off guard by the Army. In just half an hour, the Navy's 50,000 elite troops were reduced to only 20,000. Moreover, these 20,000 had already lost all fighting spirit, with fear evident on almost every face. They no longer even had the thought of resistance. Watching the scene, the lieutenant general leading the army revealed a slightly disdainful smile. At this moment, in his heart, the Navy was nothing more than that. Even though their Marshal, Ronin, had led 500,000 elite troops along with the two generals of the army to the New World, the army still did not fear the Navy. Yes, the army could only mobilize 300,000 elite troops. But didn't the Navy also have 500,000? After this ambush, the Navy could only muster 450,000 elite troops. The reduction in numbers was merely the most apparent advantage visible to the naked eye. The victory in this battle would, on a deeper level, directly crush the momentum of the Navy as an aggressive force. If the momentum weakened, then the combat effectiveness would definitely decline. At that time, what would the Navy use to fight the Army? Surrender or die. Surrender or die. Surrender or die. The Army's nearly 50,000 elite troops surrounded the Navy's remaining 2,000 soldiers, who had already lost all fighting spirit. They shouted loudly. The roar echoed 10 miles away, a terrifying pressure and a thick aura of bloodlust emanating from the 50,000 elite army, pressing down on the Navy's remaining 2,000 soldiers. They were given no second option. Surrender or die. At this moment, the Navy had only these two choices. The few surviving rear admirals of the Navy looked at the Army's aggressive attitude, their faces growing paler. Then, somewhat stiffly, they turned their heads to glance at the remaining 2,000 Navy elites beside them. Elite Navy? Yes, before this war, these people were all considered elite soldiers of the Navy. But now, in the heart of this rear admiral, these 2,000 people could no longer be considered soldiers. The desire to resist and the courage to fight back had been lost. What were these people even worth as an army? This rear admiral felt a rising sense of desolation and despair within him. The Navy had arrived with great momentum. But now, surrender or death? How do I make this choice? Now, this rear admiral was pondering this question. As a member of the Navy and a rear admiral officer, he had his own pride. But now, two choices appeared before him. Surrender or die. How should he choose? The rear admiral felt great distress over this issue. Just as he was still contemplating, a sound of weapons clashing against the ground came from beside him. It turned out that a Navy soldier could no longer bear such immense pressure. Between life and death, he made a choice. This soldier chose to live. After this soldier made his choice, Many soldiers around him silently laid down their weapons. Whether it was the steel knives or cannons they had been tightly gripping, they all knelt down, raising their hands high, hoping for a chance to live. This scene sparked a wave of surrender among the Navy soldiers. More and more Navy soldiers laid down their weapons, kneeling with their hands raised. More and more Navy personnel followed suit, making this choice. Yes, they were the Navy. They were the overlords of the seas. But when faced with a choice between life and death, and with many already taking the lead, even if they were elite soldiers of the Navy, they would undoubtedly make this choice. To surrender. The war ended an hour later. The location was about 100 miles from the Army's headquarters. Let's go. I don't think I need to force you to leave, do I? The lieutenant general leading the Army looked at the only surviving rear admiral of the Navy with a disdainful expression. The Navy? So what? A Navy rear admiral? So what? Did they not lose to the Army and choose life, surrendering in the face of death? I really don't understand where the Navy found the courage to actively attack the Army's headquarters. The current Army is not the same as before, weak enough to be bullied by anyone. Thinking of this, the Army's general couldn't help but smile. He still remembers how Marshal saved the Army from a dire state and gradually strengthened it when it was weak. He recalls the decisiveness of Marshal when he first took command. At that time, the Army only had 10,000 soldiers, and nearly 7,000 of them did not obey the Marshal's orders. 7,000 soldiers accounted for 70% of the Army. If they rebelled, the Army would suffer heavy losses. However, Marshal had no hesitation in his heart. He single-handedly used iron-fisted methods to suppress all 7,000. Naturally, none of the 7,000 survived. It was truly unimaginable. He vividly remembers standing among the 3,000 survivors, feeling grateful that he was not part of the 7,000. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a lieutenant general in the Army, possessing the strength of the 4 emperors, enjoying unlimited glory now. Take away the entire 2,000 Navy soldiers. Lord Merck said that if the Navy is willing to surrender, we can spare them. But if any Navy dares to resist, they will be killed without mercy. Understood? As the Army's general reminisced, the smile on his face had completely disappeared. After all, as a lieutenant general, a certain level of dignity is still necessary. Yes, sir. Countless Army soldiers raised their heads, looking at the lieutenant general at the front of their large unit. How imposing he was, riding a horse engulfed in flames, also possessing the strength of the 4 emperors. If they remember correctly, that kind of horse was called a red fire horse. The red fire horse has a minimum strength of the 4 emperors and within the Army. Even with the strength of the 4 emperors, one would not qualify to obtain a red fire horse without certain achievements. Naturally, they felt envy. But after the envy, what remained in the hearts of countless soldiers was a strong passion. This lieutenant general is the hope for the future of these 50,000 elite soldiers. Lieutenant general, what an honor, what a glory. If they could become a lieutenant general in the Army, although their descendants could not inherit their position, their descendants would definitely be able to live a very prosperous life. The Army would never treat its people unfairly. Moreover, the 5 major states of the Army, among which the happy and comfortable life made these soldiers green with envy. Even if they couldn't become a lieutenant general, positions like major general, brigadier general, and lower ranks were still possible. Didn't the Army say it was about to establish branches? Those who performed well would have opportunities. This further stimulated these soldiers' desire to perform, fight, and contribute to the Army. Army headquarters, about 1,000 miles away. Here, there was a vast expanse of tents stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The number of tents was terrifying, counting about 100,000. Naturally, this was the base of the Navy. What? You say that the vanguard I dispatched, led by General Taudu with 50,000 vanguard Navy soldiers, did not return? Yes. Marshal Zhangwa. Within the tent, a soldier was reporting to the Navy Marshal about what he had seen. Although he heard the report from the Navy soldiers, the Navy Marshal, Zhangwa, still found it hard to believe. Taudu, a candidate for the Navy General, a top-tier swordsman in the world, and possessing the strength of the late 4 emperors. In the Navy, aside from being slightly less than the 3 major generals, Taudu could already be considered a top combat force. However, now that Zhangwa dispatched Taudu to lead 50,000 elite Navy soldiers in a battle, unexpectedly, they were defeated by the Army and none returned. This was truly hard to believe. Yet, the authenticity of this matter could not be doubted. Inside the tent, Zhangwa's expression darkened, and a heavy atmosphere slowly rose. On the Army side, the Marshal had already led 500,000 troops, along with the Army's only 2 generals, Yi Xiao and Costa, as well as 2 personal guards, Hu Qi and Hu Bai, to battle. But why could the Army still defeat Taodu, who led 50,000 elite Navy soldiers. This puzzled Zhanghua. Could it be that there were also existences of peak 4 emperors in the army? Aside from that, Zhanghua could not think of any other way to crush Taodu and the 50,000 elite Navy soldiers in one go. Marshal, the Army's headquarters only has 300,000 soldiers. We, the Navy, have as many as 450,000 elite troops. Why don't we launch an all-out attack instead of probing first? Upon hearing the voice, Zhanghua raised his head. What caught his eye was Akainu's eyes filled with hatred and the shocking scar on his chest. Seeing this, Zhanghua helplessly shook his head. Indeed, in the battle against the army, Akainu was the most restless. No wonder, back then, one of the army's 3 personal guards, Huchi, almost killed Akainu with a single punch. Although he didn't die, Huchi's punch left an indelible mark on Akainu's chest. This also made Akainu's hatred for Huchi and the army even stronger. Thinking of this, Zhanghua furrowed his brows, contemplating Akainu's words. The Navy had countless experts and was leading 450,000 elite troops. Although the army's strength was unclear, its number of soldiers was only 300,000. This battle might indeed allow the Navy to crush the army's strength, as Akainu had said. Zhanghua's gaze deepened, because this battle would affect the Navy's future situation. If the Navy did not eradicate the army from this world this time, allowing it to disappear completely, then the Navy would be in danger. The New World, the former Oris Kingdom, now an uninhabited island. The army, with 500,000 troops stationed here, originally planned to rest for another day before returning to the army headquarters. However, not long after, an event reignited the flame in Marshal Luanning's heart that had somewhat extinguished. It turned out that after leading 500,000 army soldiers, along with the 2 generals and 2 personal guards, into the New World to launch a war of extermination. As the Navy, the overlord of the 4 seas, began to take action, they led an elite force of 500,000 sailors, including the 3 great admirals, the naval hero Carp and Crane, towards the location of the army headquarters. At that moment, the Navy's elite army was already at the city gates, launching their first round of attacks. Although the Navy's 5,000 vanguard troops and the reserve Admiral Peach Rabbit were defeated by the army, Luanning felt deep disdain for the Navy's actions. Up to this point, had the Navy, such a dominator of the 4 seas, even stopped engaging in direct combat? Did they only dare to attack after Luanning and his 50,000 elite ground troops had left? Enough. It seemed that this overlord of the 4 seas no longer needed to exist. Luanning initially did not wish to act so soon, but the Navy's move had directly disrupted his plans. Since it had come to this, it was better to crush them with sheer force. Let the Navy know that the current army was no longer the weak force that could be bullied as in previous years. All troops board the ships. Target, Navy headquarters. Understood. With Luanning's command, a large group of elite soldiers from the army, who had been resting, stood tall and formed ranks in an instant. At the same time, a fierce aura emanated from the 50,000 elite ground troops. Truly, they were as immovable as a pine tree and as swift as a startled hare. At this moment, the army was unstoppable. Watching the large, dark mass of an incredibly terrifying yet orderly army move, one batch after another. All the troops headed towards the port of the Oris Kingdom. There was not a single person who hesitated or opposed, for these were the words of their marshal. And soldiers take orders as their duty. How could they disobey? Half an hour later, all the troops boarded the ships and set sail towards the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Tiger Crazy, one of the 3 personal guard of the army marshal, slowly approached, looking somewhat hesitant, as if he wanted to ask something but was unsure. Seeing this, Luanning sighed. He slowly raised his head to look at the vast blue sky and the boundless sea before him, softly saying, "Tiger Crazy, if you have something to ask, just go ahead. Being so shy is not like your character." "All right, actually, I've always had a question. Marshal, this time we are not returning to the army headquarters, but directly launching a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. Is that really okay?" Luanning understood Tiger Crazy's concerns. After all, Tiger Crazy was only one of Luanning's personal guards and did not have a comprehensive understanding of all departments within the army. On the surface, it seemed that Luanning had taken all the elites of the army with him. However, the reality was quite different. Besides the 50,000 elite troops, the 500 army guards, and 2 generals, there existed a mysterious department controlling an extremely terrifying force, the army's great prison. Moreover, the Warden Gray was a terrifying presence whose strength was on par with that of Army Marshal Luanning. Just the existence of Gray was enough to easily fend off the Navy's high-level combat power, coupled with the defensive systems and power within the Great Prison. The guards were certainly not much weaker than the army guards. Thus, Loning had no need to worry. Yes, the Navy was leading 500,000 troops, 3 admirals, and countless strong individuals. But the Navy definitely did not have the capability to conquer the Army headquarters. The 5 continents were the Army's territory. At the Army headquarters in Central State, the Navy had decided to launch an all-out attack to test the power disparity between the two sides. Sengoku thought the same. After all, in the Navy's mind, once Army Marshal Loning led 50,000 elite troops along with 2 generals and 2 personal guards. The Army headquarters was practically an empty shell. Meanwhile, the Navy was almost fully deployed. How could they possibly fail to capture the Army? In fact, none of this was the most important factor that solidified Sengoku's decision. His time was running out. The Army had finished the war of extermination, and the Oris Kingdom had already ended in this world. Soon, the 50,000 Army troops in a new world would take action. The Navy's attack represented the emptiness of their headquarters. What the Army would do next was foreseeable. Sengoku did not want to gamble, nor did he dare to. Therefore, this battle had to be quick and decisive. There could be no delays. The Navy could no longer afford to lose. Marching, about half an hour later, the Navy, led by Marshal Sengoku, approached the Army headquarters with the remaining 450,000 troops. Looking at the still-closed gates, Sengoku took a deep breath, his expression constantly changing. But soon after, he made a decision in his heart, a decision he had to make. All troops attack. Understood, my Marshal. The 450,000 well-equipped elite troops, expressionless and poised for action, began to move. Standing next to Sengoku, Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, finally revealed a cruel smile. His eyes were filled with unshakable hatred. He hated the Army, and even more so, he hated Tiger Crazy, who had pierced through his chest and nearly caused his downfall. Now that Tiger Crazy was no longer around, let the Army be destroyed in this world. This was just a way to collect some interest. As for whether the Navy could conquer the Army, Akainu was not worried at all. As the overlord of the 4 seas, how could the Navy lose against an army that was no longer at full strength? Without a joke, sigh. Finally, had it come to this? Watching the armed-to-the-teeth Navy's 450,000 elite troops move forward slowly, Akiji sighed. He felt a headache coming on. The Navy was his affiliation, but he did not want to attack the Army. Now, he had to make a choice. What to do? Akiji looked at the slowly dissipating shadow of Akainu beside him. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit helpless. Is this how the battle is really going to unfold? But I really don't want a war between the Navy and the Army. Unfortunately, Akiji's thoughts were ultimately just thoughts. Reality is also cruel. He must make a choice between the Navy and the Army. Since that's the case, then Akiji can only proceed as such. Turning his head, he glanced at the extremely lazy-looking Kizuru beside him and sighed. I never expected that one day I would have to learn a thing or two from Admiral Kizuru. Marshal, I'm sorry, but the Navy's strength in this battle is already very powerful, All right, it's time for my performance. After all, I'm also a part of the Navy, one of the 3 admirals, Kizuru. If I don't take action, that would really be a bit inappropriate. Beside Akiji, Kizuru looked at the departing Akainu, revealing an extremely lewd smile. Then, his figure transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. Watching Kizuru, Akiji then looked at Akainu. Helplessly, he could only follow suit, with Akainu and Kizuru both taking action among the 3 admirals of the Navy. How could he not act and explain himself to his marshal? How could he explain himself to the Navy? After all, he is Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Thus, the confrontation between the 2 top powers, the Navy and the Army, began. Lord Merk, the Navy, led by Marshal Sengoku, is bringing 450,000 elite troops towards us. How should we handle this? Army headquarters, within a significant area in the Marshal's office. Merk sat alone, a smile appearing on his face. In fact, saying he was alone isn't entirely correct, as beside Merk was a dark guard specifically assigned to protect him. However, what this soldier said piqued Merk's interest greatly. Finally, is the entire army on the move? Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. The Marshal outside, Sengoku the old thief, must think that the army headquarters is lacking in strength, coupled with the pressure from the 500,000 elite troops outside. It's normal for that old thief to make such a decision. Thinking of this, Merk couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy, known as the strategist, is now being outmaneuvered by Merk. How could one not be pleased in such a situation? How could one not feel proud? Merk is a man who aims to reach the pinnacle of this world through command. If he doesn't step on a few well-known figures, how could he make a name for himself in this world? Ahem. 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 I got a bit carried away. This won't do. Feeling his excessive pride, Merc immediately stopped smiling, extending his hand to rub his face, which had become somewhat stiff from smiling. Then he walked to the window, a spot where the Army Marshal, Loning, often stood. This position has good ventilation and a great view. It seems I can also see the situation outside the Army headquarters and the endless sea on the other side. No wonder Marshal Loning likes to stand here to think. After standing for a while, Merc smiled coldly. It's about time to make some arrangements. Otherwise, the 450,000 elite troops of the Navy, the 3 Admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, Crane, and numerous other powerful Navy generals will be quite troublesome to deal with. The Army's Great Prison, a major stronghold within the Army. The most terrifying and mysterious place. What could it possibly be like? His voice was extremely cold, yet somewhat silly. Even the Dark Guard hidden in the shadows of the Marshal's office was affected. The Dark Guard couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with an unshakable fear. Merc? This madman. He actually wants to go to the Army's Great Prison. Insane, truly insane. Should I accompany him or not? For the Dark Guard, this was a significant dilemma. The Marshal's orders were for the Dark Guard to protect Merc well. Moreover, the Army's Great Prison is a major stronghold with terrifying guarding power. Furthermore, there's an extremely mysterious old man inside, possessing terrifying strength. He is the warden of the Army's Great Prison, Old Gray, a terrifying figure that would make any Dark Guard tremble in fear. Quietly, the Dark Guard tiptoed, cautiously trying to exit the Marshal's office. He wanted to leave for a while, just a short while, nothing too long. After all, Merc would definitely be fine in the Army's Great Prison. But just as the Dark Guard was about to step out the door, a voice lazily drifted from the office. What is that? Where do you think you're going? To the restroom? The Marshal said you have to protect my safety, so make sure not to be gone too long. Otherwise, indeed, Merc didn't mention the consequences. But because of this, the Dark Guard's already unstable thoughts completely dissipated. Leave? Are you kidding? How could I leave? Although the Dark Guard didn't know how Merc discovered he was leaving, if Merc reported this matter to the Army Marshal, that killing God Loning, he wouldn't be finished. But the year-long prison sentence in the lowest level of the Army's Great Prison, Blood Moon Purgatory, would definitely not be lessened. That's right, not a month, not 3 months, not even half a year. A whole year. Either obey or be locked up for a year. In such circumstances, who would dare to voice any objections? Those who had objections in the Army's Great Prison had long since met a tragic end, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Well then, Merc, you wanted to go to the Great Prison, right? I'm just going out to guide you. After all, someone like you, who has never been to the Army's Great Prison, must be unfamiliar with the route. So, the Dark Guard awkwardly explained. Meanwhile, Merc's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Really? Is that so? Really, that is how it is. The Dark Guard hurriedly nodded in response. Maya Shawu, the Army's Great Prison, Blood Moon Purgatory, is a heavily fortified area, a place of true terror. Here, there is sin, slaughter, darkness, and no light. No one will want to stay here. Countless people harbor intense fear in their hearts about this place. Let's go. Since you're leading the way for me, don't dawdle, hurry up. The Navy is about to launch a full-scale attack. If we don't act quickly, are we just waiting to lose? Army headquarters. In the Marshal's office, Merc looked at the Dark Guard at the door who wanted to leave and smiled, saying. The Dark Guard swallowed hard, feeling extremely awkward. Originally, he wanted to leave temporarily. After all, he hadn't forgotten the life in Blood Moon Purgatory from that year. But now, he had to head towards the Army's Great Prison again. What was he supposed to do? The Dark Guard didn't want to go, but felt helpless. Indeed, many things in this world are quite frustrating. Many matters are beyond one's control, and one can't make decisions for themselves. The Dark Guard looked at Merc deeply. Then, he slowly walked out. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well be decisive. After all, he was one of the top powerhouses in the Army. At the peak of the 4 Emperors' realm, he could be considered a pinnacle existence even in this world. The Army's Great Prison. The guard strength is terrifying. Each prison guard possesses formidable strength, and even the guard captain and deputy captain are not below the general realm. In fact, it is not uncommon to find 4 emperors among them. Merc dared not provoke this mysterious, terrifying, and powerful army lightly. Back then, he overestimated himself at the peak of the 4 emperors' realm and wanted to confront the guard's forces head-on. However, he did not expect to be beaten up badly, unable to fight back at all. Indeed, in this world, sometimes one person finds it hard to achieve anything, just like he did back then. Arriving at the Army's Great Prison. At this moment, the dark red gate was tightly closed, and two fully armed prison guards, exuding a terrifying aura, stood at the entrance. They were squinting their eyes, vigilantly watching their surroundings. "I am Merc. I would like to see Warden Gray." Merc stopped at the entrance, stating his request to the two guards. Although Merc held great power and considerable prestige in the army at this moment, the army's great prison system is a bit different from the army system. In the army's great prison, apart from the Marshal, only Warden Gray's orders are to be followed. Others can be ignored. "Merc? All right. Wait here. I'll go inform him." After speaking, one of the guards promptly opened the dark red door, which seemed to be stained with blood. When the door opened, a dark void appeared inside, with occasional gusts of cold wind blowing out, resembling a devouring region, always making one feel uneasy. Even the dark guard standing at the entrance felt his hair stand on end upon seeing the open door. Merc, however, appeared as if nothing was wrong, with a hint of good-natured charm in his eyes. In his heart, the army's great prison was a mysterious place. Previously, he had no opportunity, but now that he had a chance, how could he not take a good walk in the army's great prison? As for the dark guard's thoughts, what did it matter to him? As long as the dark guard ensured his own safety, that was enough. In fact, in this mysterious place of the army's great prison, Merc believed he would not suffer any harm. After a moment, the guard who went to inform returned. "Warden, please go in. You, wait at the entrance." The guard pointed to the dark guard behind Merc, who was standing uneasily. "Me? Yes, you." After confirmation, the dark guard was overjoyed. Originally, he didn't want to take a stroll in the army's great prison, but due to Merc, he had to go. Now he could openly avoid going. Wasn't that delightful? Feeling secretly happy, the dark guard's face, however, showed a look of pain. He muttered, "Alas, it seems I can't accompany Lord Merc on this trip. What a pity. Since that's the case, I'll wait outside for you to return. I hope everything goes smoothly for you, my lord." "Deeds." Merc glanced at the dark guard standing behind him, who was forcefully suppressing his secret joy. Originally, he wanted to take this dark guard along to walk in the army's great prison. Now, there was no opportunity. It was still a bit regrettable. Forget it, since he could go in, he might as well take a walk. He wanted to see what mysterious places the army's great prison had that could instill fear in countless beings. "Let's go." "All right." Merc followed the two guards into the open new world. Upon entering, Merc seemed to be swallowed up, disappearing from the dark guard's sight. Upon entering the great prison, a gust of cold wind blew towards Merc, making him feel uncomfortable, with goosebumps all over his body. More importantly, it wasn't just that. Inside the army's great prison, the light was dim, and the air was thin, always filled with a terrifying heavy pressure. Standing outside, Merc could still barely accept it, but the deeper he went, the more he felt the pain. After walking just over 10 meters, Merc's face turned red, his breathing became increasingly hurried, his steps somewhat chaotic, and the veins in his neck bulged. The pain was worse than death. It felt as if every second was torture. This feeling was something Merc had never experienced before. So this is what it feels like inside the army's great prison. No wonder that dark guard was so terrified of this place. Even now, Merc regretted entering instead of letting the warden come out. "Huh, Lord Merc, why aren't you moving?" At the entrance of the army's great prison, the two guards suddenly noticed something was off. Originally, Merc, who should have been right beside them, had unknowingly stopped. This left the two guards puzzled. "Dechi, I think maybe we should wait outside." Merc, he endured the pain and the feeling of being worse than dead. He managed to squeeze out such a sentence. Seeing Merc's expression, the two guards seemed to understand something. They exchanged glances, smiled, and silently nodded. No wonder they felt something was off earlier. It turned out to be happening here. Ordinary people, those without much strength, need great courage to enter the army's grand prison, let alone walk out even a few meters. Outside the entrance of the army's grand prison, Merc breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air, and the hint of fear in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Initially, he did not think the army's grand prison would be that terrifying. However, he never expected it to be such a horrifying place. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could never imagine the extent of the terror inside the army's grand prison. Looking at Merc, the shadow guard beside him smiled slightly, a trace of pride slowly appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, he spoke up. "By the way, Lord Merc, why are you out so quickly? Didn't you say you were going to the army's grand prison? How come you just walked in and came right back out? You should know that at the entrance. You haven't even experienced 1% of the pain from the Blood Moon Hell, which is the lowest level of the army's grand prison." "What? Not even 1% of the pain from the Blood Moon Hell?" Merc was shocked. He originally thought that what he had experienced was already extreme pain, worse than death. He never expected that the lowest level, the Blood Moon Hell, would be an even more terrifying place. Now, Merc completely wanted to keep his distance from the army's grand prison. At the entrance of the grand prison, Merc, the shadow guard, and 2 prison guards were waiting. About half an hour later, the prison's door was opened again. A hunched, white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles slowly walked out. Following him were about 2,000 prison guards clad in black uniforms. If one observed closely, they would notice that these guards had cold expressions, standing in neat rows, exuding an aura of bloodlust, like unparalleled killing machines, terrifying. Merc saw these people and felt nothing. In his heart, the one leading them was just an old man. Although the other guards looked somewhat creepy, they were not unmanageable, so there was no need to worry. However, the shadow guard once again felt fear descend upon him. Yes, the mysterious man of the army's grand prison was this hunched old man before him. This old man did not seem formidable and could easily be killed. But this was just a superficial phenomenon. The reality was that this old man possessed extremely terrifying strength, capable of suppressing the shadow guard, who controlled the battle power at the peak of the 4 emperors. Hard to believe, right? This is the terrifying strength that the mysterious warden possesses. After all, the army's grand prison is not a place to be trifled with. It holds countless vicious criminals. If the warden of the army's grand prison did not have powerful strength and iron-fisted methods, how could the prison suppress those brutal criminals? Just thinking about it makes it clear. Merc, yes. All right, I have a general idea of the situation. Let's go. Good. In front of the warden Gray, this old man, Merc seemed to have his aura completely suppressed. Indeed, although this old man looked kind, those who knew him understood that he was a true, ruthless person. The vicious criminals inside the army's grand prison behaved like docile little rabbits in front of him, not daring to breathe loudly, just like the current shadow guard. Originally, the shadow guard had a rather lively personality, but after this old man appeared, the shadow guard had not uttered a word, not even daring to meet his gaze. This discovery made Merc want to laugh. Let's go. By the way, come here for a second. As they walked, Gray suddenly stopped, sizing up the timid shadow guard standing next to Merc. Gray squinted his eyes, feeling some familiarity, but couldn't recall it. So he directly asked, "Wait, do I know you?" However, Gray's question made the shadow guard, who initially wanted to keep a low profile, shiver all over. He slowly walked over, raised his head to glance at Warden Gray, and quickly lowered it again. "Warden, I was also in the Blood Moon Hell. It was you who personally let me out back then. Don't you remember?" "Oh, so it's you." Old Gray smiled, realizing why he felt familiar. It turned out to be that extremely ruthless young man from the Blood Moon Hell. Observing the current shadow guard, Old Gray circled him twice and nodded approvingly. "I'm very satisfied. This young man now is very good. Isn't it great now? Being as ruthless as before. Who are you showing it to? The army needs such talent. Obedient, compliant people can be kept. Others, it's better to kill them all. After all, unstable factors cannot be left behind." As he thought, a cold smile appeared on Old Gray's face, revealing a chilling aura that made the shadow guard standing in front of him begin to tremble slightly. "Don't be afraid. Those who listen won't have any issues. Those who don't, all killed. You are obedient, so understand?" Understood. Understand. The shadow guard quickly nodded, fearing that if he were slow, he would provoke this old man. "All right, let's go." Yes. On the city wall, the old man Gray squinted his eyes, a kind smile appearing on his face. Looking down at the scene of 450,000 elite Navy troops charging, it was indeed quite shocking. But that was all. The shock was significant, but defeating the army was not that easy. Indeed, the army Marshal led 500,000 elite troops, along with 2 army generals, away. However, this was the army headquarters. Here, even naval overlords must lie down and wait. Otherwise, Next, what are you planning to do? How will you arrange things? The old man, the Warden Gray, squinted his eyes, looking at Merc standing beside him. If you remember correctly, this Merc should be the top advisor of the army that the Marshal mentioned. A person who wanted to use wisdom to reach the pinnacle of this world. Since that's the case, he wanted to see what kind of arrangement this Merc had. If Merc could arrange things well, it would be good for him, Old Gray, to have a good rest. If the arrangements weren't good, then he would need to expend some brain cells, as he was the warden among the army. In times of great difficulty for the army, how could he not contribute? The war was about to break out. In the Navy, with 450,000 elite troops advancing, the army also experienced significant changes in troop mobilization. The main force was replaced by 2,000 prison guards brought out from Merc's army prison instead of those trained in the Hell training camp. The army launched an attack, and the cannon fire erupted. The Navy, with its numerical advantage, pressed forward. Countless soldiers set up ladders against the high walls of the army headquarters. One group after another climbed up the ladders. Seeing this, the army did not panic much because they had already anticipated this. The Navy's attack was only a matter of time. However, the Navy's direct advance with 450,000 troops was somewhat shocking. Just the sight of that elite army of 450,000, moving in unison, was enough to evoke deep feelings. The Navy, a top global power, had to wait until the army Marshal, Loning, was no longer around to dare to attack. If the world knew this, it would be quite laughable. But at this moment, the Navy could only do so. With Loning and the two extremely powerful generals of the army around, would the Navy dare to launch a large-scale attack? It would be a joke. Not provoking the army was already a considerable achievement. Kill! Brothers, kill! The shouts echoed continuously on the battlefield. Countless Navy elites quickly climbed the ladders. Although very few could actually make it up, no one chose to give up because of that. Even if it was tough, they were still the elites of the Navy, for 150,000 who had been baptized in blood. How could they possibly retreat because of this? Have I finally come here again? Army, today you will perish. Below, Akainu's eyes were filled with intense anger. He clenched his fists, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. Flames igniting on his body. A city? Oof. This thing can defend against ordinary soldiers, but to stop me? That's simply wishful thinking. With a slight bend of his legs, Akainu looked up at the countless fully armed army soldiers above him and stepped into the air. At the same time, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the past, he had been severely injured by one of the army's 3 personal guards, Tiger Crazy. This time, although he couldn't kill Tiger Crazy here, collecting some interest was still a good choice. In the air, Akainu slowly raised his hands, gathering power, and suddenly struck forward. Army, take this. Meteor Volcano. Akainu unleashed his ultimate move without holding back at all. Moreover, this move caused area damage, making it very suitable for this situation. On the city wall, countless fists of magma formed in midair. The temperature soared rapidly, with waves of scorching heat following. Once those fists were formed, they rushed towards the army at a terrifying speed. With the ability of the magma fruit from the natural system, coupled with the enhancement of the peak level of the 4 emperors, this meteor volcano contained terrifying lethality, enough to destroy the city. If this meteor volcano struck the tightly closed gate of the army headquarters, the army's gates would be exposed to the Navy, making it very convenient for them to attack. But would the army really allow Akainu to have his way? Just as the meteor volcano was about to strike, a man holding a long sword, expressionless and dressed in a simple white robe, on the city wall, directly slashed out a sword chi. The sword chi took shape in the void, and, after forming, a terrifying sword intent radiated out, shaking the surroundings. The army actually had such an existence? I truly did not expect this. A great swordsman level? I didn't expect. Apart from Loning, there was another in the army. Below, in the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt a chilling and terrifying sword chi, slowly raising his head to gaze at the sword chi that made the void tremble slightly. Sengoku's expression began to grow serious. He didn't understand why such a powerful being existed in the army. The strongest in the army was Marshal Loning, not only at the peak of the great swordsman level, but also possessing the terrifying strength of the peak of the 4 emperors. Besides Loning, the strongest in the army were the 2 generals, Kostar and Ishiao. Their strength was not below the peak of the 4 emperors. Even though Sengoku had not seen their strikes many times, he could guess their approximate strength. The Navy's generals were inferior. But now, with all the army's elites deployed, a terrifying existence at the peak of the 4 emperors and a great swordsman peak had appeared. The army's current strength was likely even stronger than the Navy. Thinking of this, Sengoku's gaze grew more resolute. This time, the army must be eradicated. Otherwise, once the army regained its strength, the Navy would inevitably be unable to continue existing in this world. In the air, Akainu from the Navy and Gungshiro from the army began their battle. One was at the peak of the 4 emperors, a user of the natural magma fruit's ability. The other was also at the 4 emperors level and a peak great swordsman. The strength of the two needed to be tested in battle to determine who was stronger or weaker. Great swordsman? Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Do you know what your actions represent? After his meteor volcano was shattered, Akainu felt a surge of anger rising within him. Whoever obstructed him was his enemy. Now, Gungshiro has intercepted one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy, Akainu. It is clear that in Akainu's eyes, Gungshiro has already been placed on the enemy list. Who am I? Are the Navy personnel out of their minds? Gungshiro, holding a mysterious long sword, emanates an increasingly terrifying sword intent, and his gaze becomes sharper. He, Gung Shiro has stepped forward from the army side. Is he not here to oppose the navy? Not wanting to converse with Akainu, Gung Shiro directly swings his long sword, unleashing terrifying sword energy that is born from his hands. In the void, it takes shape and rapidly attacks Akainu. One can see the long sword waving, the sword intent rippling everywhere, condensing and taking form in the void. A sword energy, about 1 meter long, appears. This sword energy, looking at the sword energy forming before him, a hint of seriousness flickers in Akainu's eyes. There are also candidates for the great swordsman realm in the navy, such as Tontada. Originally, Akainu regarded Gung Shiro as an enemy on the same level as Tontada, but he never expected that the person before him could unleash such terrifying sword energy with ease. He must take this seriously. Otherwise, not to mention exterminating the army, he might not even be able to defeat the person before him. Gazing at Gung Shiro, Akainu locks onto him with his eyes, and his expression grows increasingly sinister. The army is his lifelong enemy. To exterminate the army in this world, he has paid countless prices. In a short time, he has raised his strength to the peak of the Four Emperors realm, and his fruit ability has also improved significantly. This time, under the leadership of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he commands 500,000 elite Navy troops, along with the 3 great admirals, Navy Hero Garp, and countless Navy powerhouses. This is the best opportunity for the Navy to eliminate the army. If he misses this chance, not only will he fail to exterminate the army, but Akainu also fears that the Navy's existence in this world may become a significant issue. With a fierce gaze, Akainu suddenly moves. As he acts, the temperature around surges once more. His fists, enveloped in armament haki, swing madly toward Gung Shiro. Meteor volcano, meteor volcano, meteor volcano. Not only here, but due to Akainu's extensive use of the magma fruits ability, the temperature of the entire battlefield rises significantly. It is as if a volcano is about to erupt, the sky dark and occasionally flashing with red light, magma surging in terrifying waves. Meteor volcano? The natural magma fruit is indeed very powerful. However, thinking to defeat me with just that is not so easy. Gung Shiro squints his eyes and slowly raises his head, a smile appearing in his gaze. This scene is indeed quite spectacular. However, I wonder if this magma can withstand the shattering of my sword energy. Slowly, Gung Shiro raises the sword in his hand to his chest. A surge of sword intent erupts once again, shooting straight up into the sky. At this moment, Gung Shiro's might is even more powerful and terrifying than before. Following the trajectory, the long sword swings out. Under that mysterious long sword, the speed appears not fast, but the void seems unable to bear the strike, trembling slightly. Finally, as the long sword strikes down, the sword energy takes shape. A crescent-shaped pale, white sword energy, about 10 meters long, cleaves toward the sky. As time passes, the speed and volume of the sword energy begin to become increasingly terrifying. Upon encountering Akainu's meteor volcano, the length of the sword energy expands to around 100 meters, and its speed has already far surpassed the falling speed of the meteor volcano. Undoubtedly, with just a single contact, the meteor volcano is shattered by the sword energy dissipating in this world. The two have no opposing power, as if they are not even in the same dimension. Watching this scene, Akainu is once again dumbfounded. He looks at the meteor volcano he unleashed, which is being continuously shattered without resistance, energy overflowing and ultimately dissipating in this world. Akainu feels that his understanding of the army has encountered a huge problem. How is this possible? In the army, how could there be such a powerful figure? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, Akainu's eyes turn red, his gaze flashing with intense bloodlust, and his expression becomes increasingly ferocious. In his madness, the temperature around him unknowingly rises continuously, reaching a more terrifying level. He must destroy the army. Those standing in his way are enemies. Since someone is blocking him, wanting to stop him from destroying the army, then that person must also disappear from this world along with the army. Akainu begins to laugh maniacally. He raises his hand again, and a pitch-black color appears on them. That is armament haki, a powerful ability that enhances damage and defense. Meteor volcano, meteor volcano, meteor volcano. In his frenzy, Akainu no longer holds back. The range attack, meteor volcano, is unleashed once more, wildly and endlessly covering the sky. Even if there are Navy soldiers in front of him, he does not care, because those who block him from exterminating the army must die. Even the Navy is no exception. This is Akainu's sense of justice. Meteor volcano? That's the meteor volcano, Admiral Akainu's technique. Run, run. If that terrifying magma hits, there will be no doubt about death. Many Navy soldiers do not understand why the meteor volcano is falling in this direction. Despite feeling immense despair, as elite troops, they're driven to fight for even the slightest chance of survival. They must run. Even if the falling speed of the magma far exceeds their movement speed by hundreds or thousands of times, they must run. Because if they do not run, the only outcome left is death. 3 seconds later, the magma finally crashes down from the mouth, continuously and seemingly without end. Under this terrifying destruction, the soldiers are unable to even utter a scream before completely falling from this world. In this instant, no fewer than 5,000 Navy personnel perish beneath the meteor volcano. The Army, though not as numerous as the Army, still suffered at least 4,000 casualties under the meteor volcano. Crazy. Really? Akainu's actions have driven countless elite Marines and Army troops to the brink of losing their composure. One by one, countless soldiers left Akainu's side. Even though Akainu, as one of the 3 Marine Admirals, possesses terrifying strength and wields immense power, the soldiers dared not linger. Because at this moment, Akainu had completely lost his mind. Looking at Akainu's ferocious face, the terrifying, bloodthirsty light in his eyes, it was best to stay away from Akainu for safety. Meteor volcano? This trick again? Akainu, as one of the 3 Marine Admirals, is that all you know how to do? Gungshiro looked at Akainu's somewhat deranged expression and felt a twinge of regret. Originally, he thought that as one of the 3 Marine Admirals and a user of the magma fruit, plus having the strength at the peak of the 4 Emperors, Akainu's combat power would not be weak. However, Gungshiro realized he had overestimated Akainu. If that were the case, this battle would be meaningless. Gungshiro tilted his long sword slightly. The sharpness emanating from it gave birth to a terrifying sword intent. The realm of the great swordsman is not that simple. Coupled with the terrifying power of the peak of the 4 Emperors, Gunshiro's strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Even Akainu, one of the 3 Marine Admirals, was no match for him. Holding the long sword, he lightly waved it. The mysteries and intricacies of the sword path, along with Gunshiro's entire understanding of the sword path, were infused into it. A sword chi subsequently condensed from a sword's edge. As the sword intent took shape, its deterrent power became increasingly terrifying. The void seemed unable to withstand the pressure of that sword chi, trembling and wailing. In the next moment, the terrifying sword chi crushed towards Akainu's position. In the face of this sword chi, Akainu appeared as weak as a small rabbit, unable to fight back. He even found it impossible to move his body to evade the attack of this sword chi. Unable to dodge, difficult to resist. This feeling of weakness made Akainu feel incredibly suffocated, and his expression became even more deranged. Ah! To think that Akainu, as one of the 3 Marine Admirals, a user of the magma fruit, and a being at the peak of the 4 Emperors, would now be forcibly locked down by a sword chi, unable to evade. What has happened to this world? I just wanted revenge. To destroy the evil army in this world. Am I wrong? Akainu's face was pained, his eyes slightly reddened. This feeling was as if he had gone mad, completely deranged, and began acting without thinking. Indeed, Akainu, as one of the 3 Marine Admirals, a user of the natural type devil fruit, and a terrifying existence at the peak of the 4 Emperors, had everything he should have: strength, power, money, and the admiration of others. But now, the situation had turned into this. Just a sword chi, a seemingly inconspicuous sword chi about 2 meters long. Yet, it seemed to carry the laws, freezing him in place. Unable to move. Defense? Akainu felt somewhat helpless. If only he could defend. But could he really withstand this sword chi, which was incredibly destructive, capable of shattering heaven and earth? Looking at everything being crushed before the sword chi, Akainu felt a deep despair. From a nobody to becoming one of the 3 Marine Admirals, he had never felt such despair and pain. Unable to escape. Is it time to die? Well, at least this way, I won't be affected by hatred. Akainu's expression remained deranged. However, under the threat of this terrifying sword chi, his eyes slowly regained clarity. Although his Busashoga haki covered his entire body and magma continuously erupted from him, it was still far from enough to resist that astonishing sword chi. In the distance, Akiji and Kizaru saw this. They were already powerless, as their strengths could not match Akainu's. Even if they wanted to save Akainu, they were unable to do so. Moreover, their feelings toward Akainu were not very good. Could it be that Akainu, such a Marine admiral and user of a natural-type fruit, was going to fall here? No. It seemed that something had changed. The originally certain death situation was reversed under the iron fists of Marine hero Garp. With the iron fist, nothing could withstand it. Coupled with the strong Busashoka haki, Garp's punch shattered the sword chi, dispersing it into the void, as if it had never existed. Akainu, step back. I'll handle this. All right. After glancing at Garp, who was blocking in front of him, Akainu quickly retreated. As he retreated, he shot a fierce glance at Gung Shiro, as if trying to etch it in his memory. Of course, the army's elite guardian, the Tiger Crazy, made Akainu feel that he was on the verge of falling. This hatred he had carried for years. Now, Gung Shiro's actions had brought Akainu immense despair, even making him feel like he had one foot in the grave. How could Akainu possibly forget this? The army, they're all traitors of the world government. The army. This time, I will definitely eliminate the army. Akainu's eyes simmered with immense hatred. Looking at the army still defending within the city, he could not suppress his hatred. Since Gung Shiro, this terrifying swordsman, had already been dealt with by Garp, then Akainu's next actions would be even more reckless. He was determined to annihilate the army today. This deep-seated blood feud would never be easily forgotten by Akainu. Oh dear, that must be Garp, right? I really didn't expect Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp to take action so soon. On the city wall, army strategist Merc looked down at Garp, who was completely enveloped in armed color and turned pitch black, revealing a hint of a smile in his eyes. So early, the Navy has already put their strongman, Garp, on the front lines. So, how will the Navy deal with the Army's attack next? Merc thought to himself, perhaps there really is no need for Army Marshal Loaning to take action. In fact, there may not even be a need to deploy the Army's 50,000 troops. The Navy, this top-tier force in the world, will be annihilated by the Army. However, the process wouldn't be that easy. This process still required careful planning from Merc. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Garp was fiercely battling with Gung Shiro, while the Navy's 450,000 elite troops were engaged in a brutal contest with the Army's 300,000 defensive elite forces. In just an hour, the Navy had lost 5,000 men. Though the Army's casualties were somewhat fewer, they still lost 30,000 elite troops. This ratio might not seem significant, but in Merc's heart, it was indeed painful. He had to do this, because if he didn't and sent the ace troops up immediately, the Navy would probably flee at the first sign of danger. Let alone staying to fight, it would be considered a good outcome if the Navy could preserve a portion of their troops and retreat. Clearly, this outcome was not what Merc desired. What Merc wanted was only one thing: the complete annihilation of the Navy. Yes, the complete annihilation of the Navy. Merc had been thinking this way from the very beginning. The Navy, taking advantage of the Army Marshal leading 50,000 elite troops and the absence of the two only generals at headquarters, directly attacked the Army headquarters. Wasn't this action a bit too shameless? Of course, in this world, strength is revered, and only the victors are qualified to write history. Shameless? So what? This world is inherently like this. Even if it's shameless, what's the harm? The theme of this world is the survival of the fittest. Lord Merc, should we deploy troops? No. Carry out according to plan. Merc waved his hand, signaling a nearby general to leave. Now, he still needed to keep a close eye on the Navy, no matter what, since the Navy could become one of the top powers in this world. It definitely had its strength. Merc did not believe that such a massive force, a terrifying existence dominating the seas, would only have this little strength on the surface. If Merc really believed that, his mind might be broken. Standing on the city wall, with dark guards protecting him, Merc smiled, murmuring to himself, Navy, when will you reveal your true strength? I am already prepared to annihilate all of you. As he thought this, a chill slowly spread from Merc's body. The dark guard beside him turned to glance at Merc, who was wearing an evil smile and couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know who this scheming Merc was plotting against again. No matter who it was, as long as they were targeted by Merc, they would surely be very unfortunate. This, the dark guard had experienced personally, no doubt about it. On the Navy's side, a soldier rushed forward, cupping his hands in report. Marshal, our current loss ratio compared to the Army is not much different. But if this continues, we might suffer heavy losses even after defeating the Army. It's not worth it to kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own. Yes, it's not worth it. Looking at the blood-soaked messenger before him, Navy Marshal Sengoku fell into deep thought. The current situation of the Navy seemed very favorable, but this was just on the surface. The seemingly good situation was fought for with the lives of those elite soldiers. If this were to continue, the Navy would surely achieve victory. but their own losses would also be extremely heavy. After pondering for a long time, Sengoku slowly raised his head, gazing at the still closed gates of the army headquarters. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. The war absolutely could not continue like this. This battle must be resolved quickly, not only for the victory of the Navy, but also to protect the empty rear base of the Navy. If at this moment, the Army's Marshal led those 50,000 elite soldiers outside, along with the 2 Army generals, to attack the Navy headquarters, then with the Navy headquarters' weak defenses, it would be breached in less than half a day. Half a day's time, this was still considering that it was the Navy headquarters. Come in. Yes, Marshal. What is your command? By my order, let the God of Death Army be deployed. The God of Death Army? Upon hearing this name, the Navy soldier's body trembled slightly, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. But he quickly reacted. He cupped his hands and said, "Understood." Then he retreated. As for the God of Death Army, it was the most elite secret unit within the Navy, a gathering place for countless strong warriors, killers, and terrifying existences unknown to the world. It could even be said that the elite level of the God of Death Army was not inferior to the Army's Imperial Guards. Of course, this not inferior was just the Navy's perspective. If these 2 armies really clashed, who would win and who would lose? It's hard to draw a conclusion. On the Navy's side, there was a region at the far rear. Although the number of people was not large, and it didn't look very spectacular, the killing intent was astonishingly overwhelming. Boss, when do you think the Marshal will send us to battle? This big war has already been going on for over an hour, and we still can't fight. It's really boring. A burly man clad in Navy uniform stood beside a frail-looking man, continuously chattering. Suddenly, the frail man seemed to lose patience and open his eyes. In his gaze, there was a pitch-black depth filled with terrifying bloodlust. This action from the frail man startled the burly man beside him, causing him to immediately shut his mouth and not dare to say another word. We, as the God of Death Army, are the most elite force within the Navy. Did I not say not long ago that the God of Death Army should speak less? Listen more, observe more, and take action? But now, what do you take my words for? Just a breeze passing by your ears? No. The tall man lowered his head, not daring to speak against me. Meanwhile, the weak-looking man had a fierce expression and an impatient demeanor. However, no one dared to voice any dissent or resistance. Although this scene was somewhat strange, it was clear that the weak-looking man was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of the God of Death Army, the most mysterious, terrifying, and powerful force in the Navy. Just as the leader was reprimanding his disobedient subordinate, a messenger from Admiral Sengoku walked in. He shouted loudly, "By the order of the Admiral, the God of Death Army, all units mobilize, go to the battlefield, kill the enemies, and annihilate the army. God of Death Army, receive the order." The leader of the God of Death Army cupped his hands in acknowledgement, appearing quite calm. However, the increasingly intense and terrifying killing intent in his eyes, along with the slowly rising corners of his mouth, was unmistakable. After receiving the order, the weak-looking man changed from his previous calm demeanor and shouted, "Assemble everyone." In less than half a minute, 2,000 well-equipped God of Death soldiers appeared here. The Admiral has commanded. The God of Death Army, all units, go to battle and kill the enemies. Next, it is time for us, the God of Death Army, to move out. Brothers, let us have a good slaughter. Let this world know that within the Navy, there exists the God of Death Army, a force that inspires fear. We are not inferior to the Army's Imperial Guard. Description: an unfortunate Army soldier dies and is transported to the world of One Piece. From this moment on, the world of One Piece has gained a renowned army. Feared by enemies, the Army. The Supreme Commander of the Army, Steel Bone Kong. The Army is a terrifying force, a true army that can uphold the word justice. Navy Admirals, Akainu. The Army's commander is the person I least want to provoke. If one day his actions truly contradict the justice in my heart, I would rather withdraw from the Navy.